My name is Su Yu, and I am an ordinary military fan. In my previous life, I ran a weapon model shop and occasionally took on some work at military summer camps. My life was ordinary but comfortable. But who could have imagined that when I woke up, I found myself lying on a hard hospital bed with a dull headache. When I looked up, I saw several officers in old-fashioned military uniforms surrounding my bed, asking me questions with concern on their faces. After hearing it many times, I finally realized that they all called me Third Young Master and said that I was the third son of Su Yuanzhong, the governor of 2 provinces. What Third Young Master? How did I, an ordinary person who runs a model shop, become the son of a warlord? What's even more outrageous is that a memory that doesn't belong to me suddenly appeared in my mind. This strange yet real memory tells me that this is an imaginary world, and the timeline is probably similar to the turbulent period after World War I in the previous life. The Great Xia Kingdom in this world is torn apart, with warlords ruling the country internally and foreign powers invading from abroad, and the people are suffering terribly. My identity is not simple either. I am the head of the security corps in Shanglu area. My father is a military governor who holds military power in one area. But don't think that this identity is glorious. As the head, I have never done any real work for a few days. Su Yu's predecessor didn't care about military affairs at all. He was always thinking about doing business to make money. He really made it very successful. The docks, restaurants, and transportation all made a lot of money. But because of the dock issue, I got into huge trouble. 3 days ago, the deputy commander of the garrison of the Great Eagle Empire took a fancy to my dock and said that he could make a net profit of 500,000 silver dollars a month from that place. And he even wanted to use guns to force the sale. My predecessor was a man of strong character and refused to give in. As a result, he was beaten to a bloody pulp by the other party and was hospitalized. Then, it was my turn to take over this mess. While digesting the memories of my original body and trying to figure out the current situation, I gradually realized how complicated the world before my eyes was. The Great Xia Kingdom was oppressed by foreign powers and signed countless unequal treaties, and its land was divided into pieces. Internally, the imperial court was corrupt and incompetent, and military governors in various places were independent and unwilling to submit to anyone else. The people struggled to survive in the war. The Shanglu Garrison Command, where I am located, is even more precarious and may become a battlefield for various forces to fight over at any time. But just when I was racking my brain over how to deal with these troubles, a plugin that surprised me appeared: the War Nuclear Peace System. That's right, this system is the same as in the game, and you can use reputation points and silver dollars to exchange for various modern weapons. From the Mauser 98K during World War II to the modern Dongfeng 41 nuclear weapon, we have everything. As long as you have enough reputation, you can even buy an entire mechanized unit. So, my life suddenly had a direction. Since God gave me a second chance, why can't I live more freely? Let the Great Eagle Empire, the garrisons of the great powers, and these foreign devils be arrogant? Impossible. Threatening me with a gun at the dock? No problem. I'll give you a gift someday. However, I soon discovered that it's not so easy to accumulate reputation points in the war nuclear system. There are 2 sources of reputation. One is to kill the enemy in the war and obtain different points according to the level of official position. The other is to accumulate reputation by winning the love of the people. However, the latter is too inefficient, and my family is far from enough to buy large-scale weapons. So if I want to rise, the most realistic way is only one: war. The security team under my command was the foundation for me to take the first step. After being discharged from the hospital, I found that this team was far more reliable than I thought. Deputy Regiment Commander Liao Yuanliang and my 2 brothers Wang Wan and Wang Wu managed to train this local armed force to be better than many regular armies. Looking at their neatly organized teams and their efficient military appearance, I felt for the first time that this game might not be as difficult as I had imagined. In the next 3 months, I personally developed a special training plan for them. From 5-kilometer morning jogging to firearms training, from hand-to-hand combat tactics to cultural studies, to improve their combat effectiveness in all aspects. At the same time, I purchased a batch of sophisticated equipment through the system: Czech light machine guns, MP-40 submachine guns, mortars, and even Krupp 75mm field guns, almost armed to the teeth. Looking at more than 3,000 soldiers holding these brand new weapons, my heart couldn't help but feel warm. This is what an army looks like. And all this is just the beginning. I know that the world is not peaceful, and all countries are gearing up for war, and a war may break out at any time. Chapter 4. After the equipment was distributed, the special training of the security team officially began. According to the recruit training manual formulated by Su Yu, The daily training plan was strictly implemented. Run 5 kilometers in the morning, learn professional skills at noon, do physical training in the afternoon, and study cultural subjects in the evening. The Security Corps was training in full swing, and the Security Command had naturally heard about it. At this time, I was at the Security Command, applying to He Zhongjuan for 500,000 rounds of ammunition and 1,000 Soviet-style rifles. No problem. He Zhongjuan quickly glanced at the application documents and said, "This batch of supplies will arrive in 2 days." "Thank you, Commander." "Don't try that." He pointed at the sofa next to me and scolded with a smile. "Sit down and talk." I sat down obediently, but he shook his head and laughed. "I heard you recently got a batch of military supplies?" He lit a cigarette, his tone more inquiring. "Yes, I plan to upgrade the equipment of the security team." "Very good." He Zhongjuan showed a satisfied expression. "Retraining the troops is indeed your style, Su Yu. Your father sent you here in the hope that you can take over the garrison headquarters." He paused and said in a slightly serious tone, "Xiao Yu, the situation is unstable now, and something could happen at any time. If you can't suppress those powers, you will be bullied and unable to raise your head. Remember, in Shanglu, the bigger the fist, the more truth it is." I deeply agree with what He Zhongjuan said. The 39th Army was able to gain a foothold in Shanglu by relying on its prestige gained through repeated head-on battles. In this place full of disputes, whoever has the strongest fist has the right to speak. "Uncle He, I understand." "That's good." He patted my shoulder and said in a softer tone, "If you need people or equipment, just ask. But you want money? Get out of here and don't set your sights on this poor place." Ha ha ha. I couldn't help laughing. "Don't worry, Uncle He, I have too much money to spend. Go, go, go." He waved his hand to chase them away. "Hurry back and train. When your father comes, you can give him a surprise." Returning to the security group station, I took a jeep to an office building in the city concession. This 4-story building covers an area of nearly 5,000 square meters and looks more like a luxury villa. It is the headquarters I bought with a huge sum of money and is called Dongshan Group. The group's businesses are quite impressive. A large terminal, 13 cotton processing plants, 7 restaurants, and 9 flour mills. There is also a large private hospital, 9 department store chains, and a transportation subsidiary, with total assets of more than 30 million silver coins and monthly profits of more than 1.2 million. In this year, I have squeezed into the top 10 of the Shanglu Rich List. I came to the company today to negotiate with the representatives of Eagle Country. They had previously tried to buy Pier 1 at a low price, but after I and the Security Command put pressure on them, they dared not continue to force themselves and had to sit down and talk. However, they did not give in during the 7 rounds of negotiations and remained arrogant. As soon as he entered the company, Uncle Wang, the housekeeper, came up to him and said, "Master, the Eagle Country representative still refuses to give in." "Humph." I snorted coldly, feeling annoyed. This is the sadness of being behind in strength. People covet your territory and even pretend to negotiate with you. Outside the meeting room door, one could hear the noisy arguments going on inside. I pushed the door open and walked in, facing a huge round table. 3 representatives from the Eagle Country were sitting at the table. They had blonde hair, blue eyes, high noses, and looked particularly arrogant. "Master Su." One of the eagles wearing a hat stood up and said in stiff Chinese, "Congratulations on your recovery. Without you, I'm afraid this negotiation cannot proceed." Looking at the smug smile on his face, I couldn't suppress my anger and wanted to kick him. "Connor Devon." I looked him straight in the face and said coldly, "A few days ago, your Eagle Country soldiers beat me into the hospital. I will get my revenge sooner or later." His expression changed slightly, but I didn't give him a chance to breathe. I raised my voice and said, "As for Pier 1, you want to buy it for 10,000 pounds? That's wishful thinking. As long as it is Su Yu's territory, I will never give it to you even an inch of land. If you Eagle Country want to force a sale, I, Su Yu, will never give in." I shouted to the door, "Uncle Wang, show him out." "Master Su." Connor Devon was anxious, trying to suppress me with his momentum. "Do you know who you are talking to? Make yourself clear." "Of course I know my identity." I sneered, "but I also want to say this to you. This is Xia, not your great Eagle Empire." My tough attitude obviously caught him off guard. He looked at me, his face turning pale and blue. It was obvious that the deputy commander of the Great Eagle Empire garrison behind him did not dare to take the risk of military action and could only rely on negotiations to exert pressure. However, since they want to use the old tricks to suppress others, it depends on whether they have the courage to do so. Connor Devon said angrily, Do you know the consequences of offending the Great Eagle Empire? Even your court has to compromise with us. You are just a small businessman. Do you really think you can resist the warriors of the Great Eagle Empire? Peer number one, I must take it. He slammed the table. Otherwise, I will let the artillery of the Great Eagle Empire turn this place into ruins again. Just give it a try. I slammed the table and glared at them. If you dare to touch Pier 1, I, Su Yu, will reduce your garrison headquarters to ashes. Chapter 5. Do you dare to threaten me? Connor Devon laughed as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in his life. In his eyes, I was just the son of a local governor who dared to threaten him, an envoy of the Great Eagle Empire, so arrogantly. His self-esteem seemed to be trampled under his feet, and his face was full of disdain. Master Su, Connor Devon sneered, gritting his teeth. Today, you will pay the price for your words and actions. After saying that, he slammed the door and walked out, followed by the two negotiators behind him. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly turned cold. I slammed the table and said coldly, "These bastards! Sooner or later, I will drive them all back." "Master, are we going too far?" the housekeeper asked worriedly. "Fuck." I glared at him, my tone revealing suppressed anger. "They are standing on your head and peeing. How can you still hold it in? The more you give in, the more they will push you. This court is a living example of what you get in return for giving in. You lose ground step by step and are trampled upon step by step." "But master," the butler hesitated for a moment, then said, "The Great Eagle Empire is the strongest established power today. Even emerging powers like the East Asian Kingdom are wary of them." I understand what the housekeeper said. Over the past 100 years, the incompetence of the imperial court has crushed the backbones of many people. Facing these powerful countries, they can only swallow their anger. However, I have never approved of this philosophy of blind compromise. It is okay to tolerate, but there must be a bottom line. If they come to your doorstep and even threaten to destroy your nation and race, to tolerate is cowardice and a dead end. I know that my strength is far from enough to fight head-on, but I will not allow myself to be bullied. I will resist and accumulate strength. One day, I will completely get rid of the pressure of these powerful countries. That's enough. I waved my hand, suppressed the anger in my heart, and said to the housekeeper, "I know what's going on in this matter. Just do your job well." Then I asked, "How much liquid funds do we have on our books?" 19 million silver dollars, the butler answered quickly. However, 7 million of them are foreign debts used for lending, and there are also 2 million silver coins and gold bar reserves. Hearing this figure, I couldn't help but sigh at my predecessor's talent for business. If he had been given another 3 to 5 years, he might have become the richest man in the country. Unfortunately, this is an era where the barrel of a gun is king. No matter how much money you have, it is just fat meat that can be slaughtered at will. Take out 1 million silver dollars from the account and send them all to the security group. I ordered directly. "Yes, sir." The housekeeper took the order and left. "I will use this money for the security team." According to the current military salary standard, local troops receive 4 silver dollars per person per month, which is much lower than the $6 of the regular army. I decided to increase each person's military pay by an additional silver dollar during the special training period, and at the same time improve the food to enhance the soldiers' physical fitness and training enthusiasm. Of course, the 1 million silver dollars were not only for these expenses, but more for recruiting reserve forces, and when the time was right, directly expanding them into regular troops. Time waits for no one. Now there are internal and external troubles, the situation is turbulent, and I only have one regiment of troops. How can I protect myself in this chaotic world? This is a race against time. By the way, I turned to the housekeeper and said, "Don't we still have 19 vacant shops?" "That's right." The housekeeper nodded. "These shops were originally planned to be rented out, but we need to establish some connections." "No need to rent." I took out a design drawing from the drawer and spread it on the table. "Decorate everything according to this design, and then set up a subsidiary company and name it Chinchi Foreign Company." "Foreign company?" The butler frowned. "But we are not real foreigners. Will this work?" "Money talks." I explained with a smile. "All employees are foreigners, but the management is controlled by our own people. Isn't that it?" "That's a good idea." The butler nodded, but then asked, "But what do we plan to sell in this foreign company?" "Arms." "Arms?" The butler's face changed immediately, and there was a hint of shock in his voice. Indeed, in this era, arms is a highly profitable industry, but it also means danger. "Yes, arms," I said firmly. "Foreigners are selling arms on our territory, so why can't we sell them? Instead of letting them make a fortune, it's better for us to make our own money. The housekeeper thought about it and nodded. I understand. I'll arrange it right away. 1 month. I patted the table. All 19 foreign companies must be renovated and opened for business. Advertisements must be put out and staff must be fully hired. This matter cannot be delayed. Understood. The butler took the order and left. I know very well that Daxia is now a battlefield divided by the great powers. If I can't quickly improve my strength, I will be caught in the center of the storm sooner or later. I must seize the lucrative arms market as quickly as possible and use the money earned to train and support my troops. After finishing all these, I rushed back to the security regiment's base. At this time, all officers and soldiers were undergoing special training, with clear division of labor in each position. Machine gunners practiced operation, and artillerymen practiced artillery shooting techniques under the guidance of Wang Wu. Everyone worked very hard. No one was idle. During the 3 months of special training, I gave a strict order. There was no limit on the number of bullets and shells, and we had to practice with our lives. As long as you don't die and practice to the limit, you don't need to worry about wasting ammunition. When I arrived at the regiment headquarters, I saw Su Yuanzhong and several staff officers studying tactics, while Liao Yuanliang stood in front of the map and observed. The map not only shows the detailed topography of Shanglu, but also the layout of the entire Great Xia Kingdom and the world. Yuanliang, come here. I shouted. Liao Yuanliang came over immediately and said, Captain, with this batch of new weapons, our security regiment is now better equipped than most regular troops. After another 3 months of special training, I dare say that the security regiment can definitely be called an elite force. Chapter 6. Take a long-term view. I looked at Liao Yuanliang and smiled. I just took out $1 million silver from my own pocket to subsidize the special training and to provide extra meals for the brothers. 1 million? Liao Yuanliang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, Captain, 1 million is more than enough to provide extra meals for a regiment, not to mention an army. You must have other plans, right? Smart. I nodded, a smile on my face. In addition to extra food and salary, I also plan to let you recruit a reserve force. Reserve? He frowned slightly. Captain, aren't we just a local security group? Why do we need reserve forces? It's a regiment now, but what about in the future? I said with a hint of mystery in my tone. Maybe it will become a division, an army, or even a group army. Hiss, he took a breath. Liao Yuanliang knew my identity very well. My father was the governor of Jiangnan, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang provinces. He owned a rich land and governed tens of millions of people. It is not impossible to command an army or even a group army in the future. I understand. Liao Yuanliang nodded and asked, how many people will be recruited for this reserve force? The more the better. I said firmly, we only have 1 month. We will recruit as many as we can according to the standards of the regular army. I added, with a hint of encouragement in my tone, by the way, you are now the deputy regiment commander. If you recruit more reservists, it is not impossible for you to be promoted to deputy brigade commander or deputy division commander in the future. Liao Yuanliang's eyes lit up and he immediately smiled and said, Captain, what if we recruit a group army? Then he could be the deputy group army commander. I said in a serious tone, but the prerequisite is that we must recruit soldiers according to strict standards and not just fill in the numbers. Understood. Liao Yuanliang ran out excitedly, quickly gathered people, and set up a recruitment management office. I looked at his back and couldn't help laughing. The trick of painting cakes is really tried and true in this era. In the next month, I was extremely busy, running between the company and the youth league, and even lost a lot of weight. But there is no way, no one under me can really take the lead, and many things can only be done by oneself. The training progress of the security corps exceeded expectations. I adjusted the plan and compressed the original 3 months of special training into 1.5 months. In the second half of the month, we conducted all-weather actual combat drills, focusing on training in formations and tactics. The soldiers have a good foundation, and the training effect of this month and a half is very significant. The entire security team has taken on a new look and has begun to take shape. Through intensive training, commanders at all levels have a good grasp of trench excavation and troop deployment strategies. I often participate in training and teach them the tactics and techniques of tunnel combat, 3-3 tactics, 16 character policy, and fierce attack and quick attack in my previous life. Watching them gradually understand, I felt a little relieved. A month later, Liao Yuanliang came to see me excitedly. With dark circles under his eyes, he said excitedly, Captain, it's time to recruit soldiers. Guess how many soldiers we can recruit? I smiled at his smug look and guessed casually, 2,000? Captain, you underestimate me too much. Guess again. He looked mysterious. 5,000? Be bolder. It won't be 10,000, right? Liao Yuanliang clapped his hands and laughed. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, after the efforts of the recruiting office, we have recruited a total of 12,000 qualified soldiers in 1 month. 12,000? I widened my eyes, unable to believe my ears. I had thought it would be good to recruit a few thousand people, but it turned out to be so many. Liao Yuanliang put away his smile and said in a serious tone, Captain, these 12,000 people were selected from the 120,000 applicants. Hearing this, I could not help but remain silent. Yes, there are too many people who cannot get enough food. The people of Daxia are in dire straits, and countless people die of starvation every day. Joining the army, with a monthly salary of $4 and free food and accommodation, such an opportunity is a life-saving straw for poor people. I also added an extra benefit. If you die in battle, your family will receive $50 in compensation. How could such a condition not be attractive? What should we do next? Liao Yuanliang asked expectantly. Train the soldiers. I patted his shoulder and said in an unquestionable tone, you recruit people, so you train them yourself. Let the veterans lead the new recruits, so that the veterans can further improve themselves while training the new recruits. Okay. Liao Yuanliang looked helpless, obviously realizing that how many soldiers you recruit will determine how high your rank will be was just a pipe dream. But he also knew that this job was worth it. The addition of 12,000 new soldiers means that my forces will be expanded to 15,000, equivalent to a reinforced division. Although the logistical pressure has increased dramatically, I am more confident. At this moment, a strong man came running in, fully armed, with an anxious look on his face. Captain, there's an accident at the dock. A group of Japanese warriors are causing trouble, and our workers are being beaten. Eastern Asia? I frowned slightly, feeling disgusted. This country is what I hate the most. The Japanese have no troops stationed in Shanglu, so why are they here to cause trouble? Assemble the guard platoon immediately, I said in a deep voice, and attack Pier Number 1. I want to see what these bow-legged people are trying to do. At Pier 1, all the workers stopped their work and angrily surrounded a dozen Japanese warriors. Apologize to us. That's right. Don't even think about leaving without an explanation. The workers' shouts were loud and numerous. The Japanese warriors drew their swords, their faces full of disdain and anger. Baga! You idiots! How dare you ask the warriors of our great Japanese empire to apologize to you? Chapter 7. The Japanese warrior who shouted was short and thin, with a white cloth turban wrapped around his head, his long hair tied behind his head, a long sword hanging from his waist, and an arrogant look. At first glance, he looked like a tortoise that had shed its shell. He drew out his knife and threatened in a slightly sharp voice, "Get out of the way, you fools! Otherwise, I'll let you see how powerful the warriors of the great East Ocean Empire are." Don't even think about it. A strong man with bare arms stood up and shouted, "You killed our people and you still want to leave? No way." Baka! The Japanese samurai became furious and swung his sword at the burly man. Bang! A gunshot broke the chaos on the dock. Everyone turned their eyes to the direction where the gunshot came from and saw a number of military trucks parked not far away. On the truck, soldiers in dark green uniforms stood upright, holding MP-40 submachine guns, with majestic postures and imposing manner. After the convoy stopped, the soldiers quickly got off the vehicles and formed a cordon. I got off the vehicle, wearing the dark blue uniform of the security chief. My young face and capable temperament made many workers take a few more glances. Guard platoon leader Zhang, who followed closely behind me, vigilantly protecting my safety. I looked around and asked loudly, "Who is causing trouble here?" A strong man swallowed his saliva, hesitated for a moment, mustered up the courage to walk up to me, and said in a low but angry voice, "Sir, it was these Japanese devils. Not only did they tease us workers, they also beat us up and called us Daxia's idiots. The worst thing is, they killed my brother." I frowned, and a surge of anger rushed to my head. Murder? How dare they kill people openly on my territory? These bastards are really lawless. Damn it. I cursed and couldn't help patting the holster on my waist. First it was the Eagle Country guys, and now it's the Japanese devils. Do they really think I, Su Yu, am a soft persimmon? Zhang Hu. Here. Zhang Hu stood at attention. Go get a machete. I don't believe these sons of bitches are not afraid of death. Yes, Captain. Soon, Zhang Hu brought a heavy machete. I handed the machete to the strong man and said coldly, "Who killed your brother? Go and kill him." The sturdy man took the knife, but his hands were shaking slightly. He looked up at me and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. I could see his hesitation. He was simply afraid that he would not be able to kill the enemy, but would lose his life instead. What would happen to his 70-year-old mother and 3-year-old child at home? "Don't worry, I'm here." I patted his shoulder and said firmly, "Today, Su Yu, will back you up. No one will dare to hurt a hair on your head." With my encouragement, the strong man finally plucked up his courage and walked towards the Japanese warriors with his sword in hand. He targeted a warrior with a mustache, and without saying a word, he swung his sword and chopped him down. The Japanese warrior sneered, drew out his samurai sword extremely quickly, and slashed directly at the burly man's neck. He obviously didn't take the strong man seriously, and there was even a hint of contempt in his eyes. It seemed that he would see the other person's head falling to the ground in the next second. Bang! I decisively took out my pistol and shot the warrior dead with one shot. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the dock, and everyone was stunned. Tens of thousands of workers stared at me blankly, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. When have they ever seen such an official? He dared to shoot and kill foreigners, and even stood up for the lower-class people like them. A faint reminder sounded in my ears. Reputation value +1, +1. All these reputation points were given to me by these workers. Baka. The remaining 7 Japanese warriors drew their samurai swords angrily, their faces full of murderous intent, and shouted at me, "Idiot! How dare you kill the warriors of our great Japanese empire? You will pay the price." So much nonsense. I snorted coldly and ordered Zhang Hu, "Throw them all into the sea to feed the fish." "Yes, Captain." Zhang Hu took the order and led the soldiers to quickly control the remaining warriors. Those warriors struggled and cursed frantically, but to no avail. One by one, they were thrown into the cold seawater. With each one thrown, my reputation value increased a little. I turned to look at the workers who were watching and said loudly, "Fellow villagers, remember, as long as it is in my Su Yu's territory, if the foreign devils dare to bully you, you can stand up straight. If they dare to act recklessly, come to my security team and I will definitely seek justice for you." As soon as these words came out, thunderous applause and cheers broke out on the dock. The workers were in high spirits, with their faces full of emotion and admiration. They understood that this time, they finally had someone who could protect them. Then, I arranged to give $5 to each injured worker, and I also went personally to the strong man who lost his brother. "Brother, I am sorry for the loss. Here are $100. Take them home to supplement your financial situation." I handed him the money. The sturdy man looked at me, tears welling up in his eyes, but he shook his head. "General, I don't want this money. I want to follow you. Let's beat these foreign devils together." "Follow me?" I was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "It's not that easy to follow me. We live on the edge of a knife, and we might die on the battlefield one day. I'm not afraid." He gritted his teeth and said, "As long as I can vent the anger of the common people and stop them from being bullied by these foreign devils, even if I die in battle, it will be a worthy death." This made me look at him with new eyes, so I asked casually, "Have you ever been educated?" He nodded, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. "I did have a dream of becoming a general when I was a child, but something happened at home, so I didn't continue. I only studied in the military academy for 1 year." "What's your name?" "Chang Xingwang." "Nice name." I turned to Zhang Hu and said, "Send him to the boot camp and give him to Liao Yuanliang to train him well." I patted Chang Xingwang on the shoulder again and said, "Keep these $100 and take your family to the rear to settle them down, so that nothing will happen to them." "Yes, Commander." Chang Xingwang saluted with a standard military salute, with more gratitude and determination in his eyes. With these $100, his family life can finally be a little easier. Although his brother's death is a wound that is difficult to heal, he has vowed to avenge it. "Okay, everyone go away." The dock manager stepped forward and said with a guilty look on his face, "Boss, this is my negligence. I didn't expect something like this would happen. I will compensate these workers according to the work injury. You arrange it." I nodded, my tone calm, but the murderous intent in my heart had not diminished. Chapter 8. I didn't expect that today's trip to the dock would earn me 7,800 reputation points. This thing is much more valuable than silver dollars, because it is necessary to open the interface for new equipment. I looked at the 105mm howitzer in the interface and felt a little itchy, but that thing requires 3,000 reputation points to unlock, so I have to hold back for now. After all, more equipment will be needed later, so this reputation value must be saved for emergencies. The news spread faster than I thought. In the afternoon, the news that I had shot the Japanese samurai at Pier Number 1 spread like wildfire. Not only were the workers talking about it, but even the various powers in the concession were alarmed. Ever since the 14th year of Daxia, when the young marquis of the loyal and brave marquis family offended a Japanese diplomat and his entire family of 72 was executed by the imperial court, who would dare to take action against foreigners? In the land of Daxia, even the common people knew that even their own sky protected the foreigners. But today, I, Su Yu, not only sought justice for the workers, I shot and killed the Japanese samurai on the spot and threw their bodies into the sea to feed the fish. This incident caused a huge sensation in Shanglu. Major newspapers and magazines wrote articles overnight. Some praised me for daring to stand up for the people, while others said that my actions harmed the workers. But no matter what, the name Su Yu has become completely famous in Shanglu today. In the evening, we went to the Shanglu Garrison Command. "You bastard!" He Zhongjuan pointed at the telegrams on the table and cursed helplessly with a smile. "You might as well do business properly. Look, now it's all trouble." I glanced at the telegrams. One was from the court, demanding an explanation for the incident. The other was a diplomatic note from the Japanese embassy, demanding a formal apology and a satisfactory reply from the other party. "I know you are dissatisfied." He Zhongjuan sighed. "You feel that these foreign devils are rampant and bullying in our land of Daxia, which is simply too much. I understand you, and the Lord Commander also understands you, and we are all working hard for this. But the problem is, right now, we really don't have the capital to confront them head-on." He stood up and said earnestly, "The Eastern Kingdom has an army of over 1 million people, and its navy is expanding like dumplings. Can we withstand it with our limited military strength? Boy, our great Xia is now like a broken house. It must either be reborn from the ashes or be completely reduced to a colony. At this time, a little impatience will ruin a great plan. But blindly tolerating will only make the powers think we are easy to bully." I directly retorted, "Uncle He, even if I, Su Yu, throw myself into a flame, I will make these powers understand that if they want to bully us, they should consider whether they have the ability to do so." "You," He Zhongjuan slammed the table and shook his head angrily. "What can you use to fight them? Just your several thousand security guards?" He pointed at the telegram and said in a more severe tone, "Do you really think they can't find you? Without the governor to back you up, you would have been shot long ago." As he was talking, the phone on the table suddenly rang. "Hello, this is He Zhongjuan. Who is this?" He picked up the phone, his tone a little tired. "Lao He, it's me." A deep male voice came from the phone, steady and majestic. "General." He Zhongjuan stood up straight instantly, and his tone became respectful. "Why did you call me? What do you want me to do?" "My third son has caused trouble again, right?" "General, you are being too polite," He Zhongjuan said with a smile. "In fact, I think what the third young master did was quite satisfying, but he was a little disregarding the overall situation." "Oh, what does a kid know about the overall situation?" The voice on the other end of the phone seemed calm. "Lao He, how about this? You come back." "Come back?" He Zhongjuan was stunned for a moment. "What about Shanglu?" "Leave it to the third brother." The other party's tone left no room for doubt. "Don't you like to make trouble? I'll let him make as much trouble as he wants in Shanglu. I'll give him the position of commander of the garrison headquarters and see if he has the ability to turn the world upside down." He Zhongjuan couldn't help laughing. "General, you are leaving all of Shanglu to him?" "That's right," the other party said calmly. "Bring back all your people, including the 39th Army and all the equipment and supplies of the Quartermaster Department. In Shanglu, give him a security regiment and an independent brigade, which will be enough for him to play with." "Understood, Lord Commander." "Let that guy answer the phone. Your dad is looking for you." He Zhongjuan handed me the phone with a look that said, "You're on your own." "Dad?" I took the phone and called out cautiously, "Little bastard." The voice on the other end of the phone carried a familiar sense of majesty. "From today on, the commander of the Shanglu Garrison Command is you. I tell you, you have to work hard for me and don't bring shame to our Su family." "Ah." I was stunned for a moment. "Let me be the commander?" "Nonsense. Don't you like to promote yourself? A security regiment has more than 10,000 reservists. Now I really promote you, and you have nothing to say?" "Dad, you know everything? How could I not know?" The other party snorted coldly. "I'm telling you, this commander's position is for you. If you mess up, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." "Yes, I will never bring shame to the Su family. Also, come back early for the new year this year. Your second brother is getting married. Got it, Dad. After hanging up the phone, I turned to look at He Zhongjuan. Uncle He, what does my dad mean by this? A colonel running away to be the commander? You should figure out what the governor meant. He Zhongjuan waved his hand. I have to go pack my things. So soon? There's nothing we can do. He sighed. There are too many things. The 39th Army needs to take them away, and the supplies in the quartermaster department must also be cleared out. Then what do I have left? I looked helpless, and a chill rose in my heart. A commander's position, a lieutenant general rank, you can be happy, He Zhongjuan said with a smile. What a joke. I couldn't help but complain. Isn't this just roasting me on the fire? Oh, by the way, he smiled even more happily, the independent brigade is left to you. This is a new army that I spent half a year training, with 8,000 people. You should be content. Hearing this, I was slightly relieved. At least we still have the independent brigade to support us. Otherwise, the looks from the garrison troops in the concession would be enough to keep me awake at night. Oh my dear father. I sighed and started to think about what to do next. Chapter 9. 3 days later, I reorganized the security regiment and independent brigade into an infantry division with a total strength of 12,000 people, including 3 infantry regiments and an artillery battalion. As for the remaining 12,000 reservists, I plan to form a second division after they complete their basic training. But even so, this amount of troops is still far from enough to keep the situation under control in Shanglu. After all, whether it is the Great Eagle Empire or the United States, their garrisons are more than 10,000 people, not to mention that the other side also has warships and naval firepower support. To truly intimidate these people, at least 30,000 troops are needed. But now, there is only one infantry division that can actually go to the battlefield. The reserve forces of the 2nd Division are almost all recruits, and going to the battlefield means death. What is even more troubling to me is that the 39th Army is about to leave. Once the 39th Army withdraws from Shanglu, those lurking monsters will surely show their fangs, and whether we can hold on depends entirely on whether we can replenish our strength in the shortest possible time. Before leaving, He Zhongjuan called me to the headquarters. He patted my shoulder and said solemnly, Boy, these 3 million compatriots in Shanglu are now in your hands. I know it's difficult for you, but there is no other way. I can only help you up to this point. He pointed to several military trucks outside the parade grounds and said, I'll leave the 39th Army's Reserve Regiment to you. It's not a large group, only 3,000 people, but they're all trained soldiers. As for the supplies in the quartermaster's office, oh, they've all been taken away. I watched as hundreds of military trucks drove away, loaded with military supplies, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Thank you, Uncle He. He Zhongjuan patted me on the back and said, Do your best. Shanglu may be hard, but if you hold on, you will have a chance to impress the great powers. See you in Nanjing. Afterwards, the 39th Army left Shanglu in a mighty procession. As soon as this army, known as the Guardian of Shanglu, left, the whole city became restless, and the panic of the people spread. In the afternoon, I held my first military meeting since taking office at the Security Command. On both sides of the long table sat 6 officers, namely the 2 brothers Wang Wan and Wang Wu, Liao Yuanliang, the independent brigade commander Deng Liang, the deputy brigade commander He Yushan, and the chief of staff Wu Hongxin. Brothers. I glanced at them, speaking in a low and serious tone. The 39th Army has already withdrawn. From today on, the safety of Shanglu depends entirely on us. We are short of manpower and have too many new recruits. We must quickly build a complete combat system. My initial plan is to establish 3 infantry divisions. Liao Yuanliang frowned and said, Commander, if we want to form 3 infantry divisions, we are still short of a lot of people and equipment. We are now short of 9,000 soldiers, 21,000 rifles, 800 light machine guns, 350 heavy machine guns, 350 mortars, and 75 mm field guns. Hearing these figures, I was chilled to the bone. My father's move was truly amazing. He wanted the horse to run without giving it grass to eat. Also, Wang Wen stood up and added, if the total force is expanded to 3 infantry divisions, the total force will reach 38,000. According to the standard of regular army salary, each person gets $6 per month, so our monthly salary alone costs 228,000 silver dollars. Adding the logistics costs such as food, drink, defecation, etc. for the soldiers, it costs at least 380,000 silver dollars per month. I sighed, money again. After a moment of silence, I began to assign tasks. Liao Yuanliang, You are responsible for recruiting new soldiers. These 9,000 people must be in place within half a month. As for the equipment, I will figure it out. Now the 1st Infantry Division is under your command. You select the appropriate officers. The 2nd Infantry Division will be handed over to He Yushan. As for the 3rd Division, I plan to transfer Guo Dahai from my father's side. He has fought in wars and is suitable for this position. Brothers. I raised my head and looked at them firmly. Time is running out. I hope everyone can work together to overcome the difficulties. Yes, Commander. The 6 stood up and responded in unison. After the meeting, the entire headquarters took quick action. Fortunately, my father did not take the heads of the logistics department and the quartermaster department away, so at least the rear could still function. Soldier training, military procurement, and food storage are all in full swing, and I am devoting all my energy to solving equipment problems. This week, I have accumulated another 14,000 reputation points for shooting Japanese samurai. Although these reputation points are precious, they are far from enough to support the current equipment needs. In the end, I had to use a huge amount of silver dollars to purchase 21,000 Type 98K rifles through the World Nuclear Peace System, spending 630,000 silver dollars. The market price of a rifle is $30. I only need half of the market price to buy it from the system. But even so, 630,000 silver dollars is still a huge sum of money, equivalent to buying 10 million kilograms of rice. In addition, I used 13,500 reputation points to buy 800 Czech light machine guns, 350 heavy machine guns, 350 mortars, and 75 field guns. The reputation points on the interface were almost used up, with only 500 points left. With the remaining 500 reputation points, I bought another 166 MP40 submachine guns to equip the expanded Guard Battalion. This Guard Battalion is composed of the elite members of the security group, and it is the only trump card unit in my hands. It's really useless. I looked at the empty reputation interface and couldn't help but sigh. The ammunition is barely enough, and the remaining stock of the security regiment is enough to support the training of 3 infantry divisions for 1 month. But I know that the days to come will only be more difficult. 3 days later, all the purchased equipment arrived one after another. Wang Wen and Wang Wu looked at the piles of new equipment with amazement in their eyes and exclaimed, "The commander is really awesome." At the same time, Liao Yuanliang completed the recruitment of 9,000 new soldiers ahead of schedule. At this point, the personnel and equipment needs of the 3 infantry divisions have been fully met. But troubles followed. The departure of the 39th Army attracted attention from all sides. The Eagle Country garrison was the first to start trouble, and the inspector sent by the court arrived in Shanglu with diplomats from the Oriental country, ostensibly to investigate the execution of Oriental warriors, but in fact to put pressure on them. What made me even more speechless was that my father sent a telegram from Nanjing to publicly distance himself from the matter. Although the Shanglu Garrison Command is under my jurisdiction, it has completely independent autonomy. As soon as this telegram came out, the imperial court could no longer sit still, and the Eagle Country Garrison was also ready to move. Obviously, they all wanted to see if this new commander, who was only in his early 20s, could handle the mess in Shanglu. Chapter 10. Strong Attack. Su Yu didn't understand why his father sent such a telegram, but he also understood it. Because his father had been focusing on development over the years and did not want to attract other people's attention, so he established diplomatic relations with the neighboring Tsarist Russia and enhanced his own military strength. Now that he has done this, he has completely focused all the attention on Shanglu, and everyone's attention is naturally on Shanglu. Then his father's strategy of building high walls and slowly becoming king can continue to be implemented. However, this also caused a lot of pressure on Su Yu. Commander Zhang, who came to Su Yu and said, "The deputy commander of the Great Eagle Empire Garrison has brought their Royal Earnest Infantry Battalion to surround our Pier Number 1. The storm is coming." Su Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Tell Yuan Liang to transfer the artillery battalion to me. Also, you guard battalion, follow me to the dock to take a look. I don't believe that these Eagle Country guys dare to start a war." "Yes, Commander." In less than a quarter of an hour, the artillery battalion and the guard battalion were all assembled and on standby. The artillery battalion was equipped with 30 75mm field guns, 30 mortars, and 10 heavy machine guns, with a total number of 650 people. The guard battalion was equipped with 280 submachine guns, 15 heavy machine guns, and 30 mortars, with a similar number of people as the artillery battalion. The strength of these 2 battalions can be said to be extremely powerful. Because the world today is equivalent to the period after World War I, most heavy equipment has not yet been introduced. The 75mm field gun is considered heavy firepower both in the Great Xia Kingdom and in the eyes of foreign powers. Set off. At Pier Number 1, an Eagle Country general in a major general's uniform was inspecting the pier. An old man with a beard next to him said to the major general, "This pier can bring us 5 million silver dollars a year." What? The major general was also frightened by the figure. If he had this money, he could do whatever he wanted. He made up his mind to get the wharf. In the surrounding areas, tens of thousands of workers were surrounded by Eagle Country soldiers, with the cold muzzles of guns pointed at their bodies, making them dare not resist. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In a moment, a long line of large trucks appeared, carrying teams of soldiers to Pier Number 1. They were wearing dark green military uniforms and quickly jumped out of the cars to surround the Eagle Country soldiers. Looking at the soldiers who suddenly appeared, each holding a submachine gun in his hand, Major General Eagle frowned slightly. Didn't they say that the regular troops of the Shanglu Garrison Command had evacuated? Why is there such a powerful firepower deployment? At first glance, there are at least 200 submachine guns pointing upwards, while they only have rifles. If they fight head-on, they can shoot them all in just a few breaths. But he didn't believe that anyone in the Great Xia Kingdom had the courage to attack him. Wilson Rhodes strode up to Su Yu and stretched out his hand, saying, "I guess you are the new commander of the Shanglu Garrison Command. I am Wilson Rhodes, the deputy commander of the Great Eagle Empire Garrison." General Rhodes. Su Yu didn't give the other party a good look and said, "This is the garrison jurisdiction of my headquarters. You have sent troops into my jurisdiction one after another. I don't know if this is considered as creating friction." "Hey." Rhodes smiled and said, "In Shanglu, as long as the Great Eagle Empire wants it, your court will cede it to me without hesitation. So I will take this pier in advance. From now on, this pier belongs to our Eagle concession." Seeing the other party speaking so arrogantly, Su Yu's anger almost burst out. He gritted his teeth and angrily said to Rhodes, "Wait until you take it down. I'll give you a quarter of an hour. If you don't withdraw your troops, I will make sure they can't leave this area for the rest of their lives." "Pillock, how dare you threaten me?" "I'm threatening you." Su Yu pointed at the other person's nose and said angrily, "If you don't leave in a quarter of an hour, I will turn you into a cold corpse." After that, all the soldiers of the guard battalion brought by Su Yu loaded their guns and aimed at the Eagle Country soldiers. In addition, heavy machine guns were also in place on top of the military trucks, and dozens of meters of mortars were in place on both sides of the trucks. The battle is ready to start. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, and both sides would be ignited by just a fuse. Wilson Rhodes was also frightened by Su Yu's posture. As the deputy commander of the garrison with the rank of Major General, he had participated in many wars, but facing such a scene, he was still a little scared. Soldiers from both sides pointed their guns at each other. To be honest, many Eagle Country soldiers' legs were shaking, but the soldiers in the guard battalion had firm eyes, as if they could kill people without blinking. As long as the order came, they would shoot without hesitation. As for death, they had long since put it aside. Wilson Rhodes felt a little embarrassed when he saw this scene. There were many people watching around him, and he thought that he must not let the people of Daxia look down on him. "Why? Do you dare to disobey the orders of your court?" Wilson Rhodes directly brought up the court of the Great Xia Kingdom. He did not believe that the other party dared to go against the will of the court of the Great Xia Kingdom, because in his opinion, the court of the Great Xia Kingdom was the sky of the Great Xia Kingdom, and no one could go against it, otherwise they would be regarded as traitors. "Don't even mention the imperial court to me." Su Yu didn't fall for it at all, and said directly, "I just have one thing to say. If you don't withdraw within a quarter of an hour, I will destroy you." These words were said very directly, and even Wilson Rhodes was shocked. In the Great Xia Kingdom, someone actually dared to openly threaten them and said that he would destroy them. "Ha ha ha." Wilson Rhodes then said with a smile, "How arrogant. With just your limited military strength, you want to destroy the warriors of my Great Eagle Empire? It's a foolish dream." "Yeah." Su Yu smiled evilly, took out his pistol and fired a shot into the air, which frightened many Eagle Country soldiers and made them tense, with cold sweats on their hands holding the guns. As the gunfire ended, a huge explosion suddenly occurred on the sea surface at the dock, causing water splashes several meters high. "Cannon!" Wilson Rhodes reacted at this time and realized that the other side had an artillery unit with a large caliber, enough to cause damage to their warships. "You can give it a try," Su Yu looked at Rhodes and said. "At worst, I'll kill you first, and we can talk about the rest later. Anyway, you will die before me." When facing those who bully the weak and fear the strong, you have to show your strength. Of course, when you are strong, You must have the strength to match it, otherwise you are just showing off. Chapter 11. One wave has not yet subsided. Another wave rises. Excellent. Rhodes took out a pistol and pointed it at Su Yu's chest and said, "In this world, no country dares to compete with our great Eagle Empire in artillery. Your great Xia Kingdom has surrendered to the artillery of our great Eagle Empire decades ago. Today, you want to use these artillery to threaten me." Wilson Rhodes stared at Su Yu and said, "I want this dock." "Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do it," Su Yu said fearlessly. "You can't take over this dock with just your battalion of troops." "I forgot to remind you." Su Yu looked at his watch and said, 5 minutes left. After 5 minutes, I will order the artillery to open fire. If you think your soldiers can withstand the artillery attack, you can give it a try." Also, Su Yu continued, "I remember that the garrison commander of the Eagle Concession should be General Edward Bart. I don't know if he knows that you secretly led troops into the area under the jurisdiction of my Shanglu Garrison Command. I have sent someone to inform him." "You." Wilson Rhodes gritted his teeth and cursed, "Fuck." Seeing Wilson Rhodes' expression, Su Yu knew that his investigation was correct. As a person who wanted to make a name for himself in Shanglu, he naturally couldn't just sit at home and focus on development. He had to go out and understand the weaknesses and basic situation of the enemies outside. Only in this way can we remain constant in the face of ever-changing circumstances, protect the safety of 3 million people in Lu, and protect our own rights and interests from humiliation. It is said that the best strategy is to attack the enemy's plans, the next best is to attack his alliances, and the next best is to attack his troops. Judging from the current situation around Shanglu, the garrisons of foreign powers, the imperial troops, and the garrison command are intertwined. Among them, the garrison command is the weakest, so Su Yu will not use force unless it is absolutely necessary. It would be best if he could defeat the enemy without fighting. A month ago, he began to investigate the Eagle Country Garrison Command and learned that the Eagle Country Garrison Commander and the Deputy Commander were not on good terms, and that this involved a dispute among the local families of the Eagle Country. So Su Yu felt that he could use this to temporarily resolve the friction with the Eagle Country. There is an old saying in the Great Xia Kingdom, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Snort. Wilson Rhodes snorted coldly and said, "The Edward family is about to collapse, and he is just a grasshopper in autumn. Do you think that Edward can help you?" "But at least." At this time, a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of a major general of the Great Eagle Empire appeared. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a tuft of beard. He walked up to Wilson Rhodes in military boots and said, "I am now the commander of the Great Eagle Empire Garrison." At the same time, Edward Bart arrived at Pier 1 with a regiment of troops. "Bart." Wilson Rhodes gritted his teeth and said, "The family dispute is our internal struggle, but now the Shanglu Garrison commander insults and threatens our soldiers of the Great Eagle Empire. General, I think we should unite against the outside world and make them pay the price, and let the Great Xia Kingdom pay the price. Rod, you have led your troops into the area under the jurisdiction of the Great Xia Army without permission. This has violated international law, and you have also sent troops without authorization. I will report this matter to the Marshal. Please lead your troops back to the headquarters immediately, otherwise I will detain you for disobeying military orders." Fuck. Rod was angry at what Bart said, but he had to listen. Although the Edward family is about to collapse, there are still many people in the military. Moreover, the family also reminded him not to cause trouble recently, because the Edward family is likely to launch a final counterattack, so he should not become cannon fodder in the battle between the two major families. Very good. Rhodes glanced at Su Yu, then at Bart, and led the infantry battalion to evacuate. This confrontation ended with the appearance of Edward Bart. This result was not much different from what Su Yu had imagined, because he knew that it was impossible for the two sides to fight now. Why do I say this? Because the Great Eagle Empire has just experienced a great war and is now recuperating. Within 3 to 5 years, the Great Eagle Empire will not go to war with any country, even the very backward Great Xia Kingdom. By taking advantage of this, Su Yu can become a little more powerful. General Su. Edward Bart came to Su Yu and said, "You can take your soldiers back, but I don't want your soldiers to point their guns at the warriors of our Great Eagle Empire again." After that, Bart left with his soldiers. If Edward's family was not experiencing a catastrophe of destruction, he would not choose to cooperate with a lowly daxia person. Looking at Bart's leaving back, Su Yu also chuckled. The condition for his cooperation with Bart was that Wilson Rhodes must be killed within 3 months, and the name of this suspect could not be associated with him, Bart. According to Su Yu's investigation, the Eagle Garrison Command has a division of troops with a total strength of about 15,000 and 3 warships, which is a battalion of naval officers and soldiers. But now almost half of the soldiers have been poached by Rhodes, which made Bart very angry, so he chose to cooperate with him. However, killing Rhodes has always been Su Yu's idea, but the time is not right now, so Bart's condition is not a condition for him. It is mutually beneficial. Commander. Wang Wen rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle to Su Yu and said, "The court officials are here. They are the Inspector General and the foreign envoys from the Eastern Ocean. They specifically want to see you." It's really like one wave has not yet settled, another wave rises. Su Yu sighed. He finally understood why Uncle He was smiling so happily and couldn't help laughing after he stepped down from the post of Shanglu Garrison Commander. The position of commander is simply a punching bag and a powder keg, and it might explode at any time. Withdraw. Su Yu waved his hand and led the troops back to the headquarters. At this time, many Imperial soldiers were standing inside and outside the headquarters. They were wearing dark yellow uniforms and holding rifles made by the new army of the Great Xia Kingdom. Next to their posts, soldiers in gray uniforms were still standing there in high spirits, completely unaffected by these dark yellow soldiers. Overall, the soldiers in gray uniforms appear to be much more resolute than the soldiers in dark yellow uniforms, and there is a hint of murderous intent in their eyes. Su Yu returned with the troops, looked at the situation here, turned his head and said to Wang Wen, "The people who come here are not friendly. It seems that this time, the court is preparing to target our headquarters." "Of course not." Wang Wen shook his head and said, "After the military governor sent a telegram like that, it would be strange if he didn't target us. I think they all want to take this opportunity to take back the military power in Shanglu." Chapter 12. There must be a war. In the reception room, a fat middle-aged man wearing the official uniform of the Great Xia Kingdom sat at the first seat, drinking tea, like the host here. Next to him was a short ambassador from the Eastern Ocean Kingdom with a husky. "Ha ha ha. I heard his voice before I saw him." Su Yu laughed and walked into the reception room and shouted, "I didn't know the inspector had arrived. I'm sorry for not coming to greet you." In the Great Xia Kingdom, there is no rank for inspectors. They are just one level higher than the officials in charge, and they inspect on behalf of the emperor. They have great power and are also the eyes and ears of the current emperor. As long as they whisper in the emperor's ear, someone will be in trouble. Therefore, no matter where the inspector goes, he will be taken seriously by local officials. General Su. When the inspector saw Su Yu coming in, he smiled and put down the teacup in his hand. "You know, the position of Shanglu Garrison Command is the rank of lieutenant general in the military. Although it is not recognized by the court now, it is at least a general. And the most important point is that Su Yu is the son of Su Yuanzhong, the governor of 2 provinces, which makes him unable to put on airs in front of the other party. Inspectors, long time no see." Su Yu saluted and said, "I met you once in Jinling a few years ago. I didn't expect that we would meet again after several years. I have someone book a private room in the Sassoon building tonight. You must come and show me your face." No problem, haha." Zhu Hong was also very happy. The other party attached so much importance to him, which meant that they took him, the inspector, to heart. Moreover, as soon as he arrived, he ordered the troops to surround the entire headquarters, and the other party did not blame him at all, which made him a little embarrassed. Ahem. At this time, the ambassador of Japan next to him coughed, obviously reminding Zhu Hong that business matters were more important, and there was no need to reminisce about the past. A samurai from the Oriental Kingdom was beaten to death in Shanglu. There must be an explanation for this matter, otherwise, where will the face of their Oriental Kingdom go? General Su. Zhu Hong smiled awkwardly and introduced, "This is Mr. Shunta Murashi, the diplomatic ambassador of Dongyang. You also know the purpose of our coming to Shanglu this time. The imperial court sent me here just to investigate clearly and return the favor to Dongyang. The country will give an explanation." "Explain." Su Yu did not look down upon the ambassador of the Eastern Kingdom and said bluntly, "Those samurai warriors of the Eastern Kingdom openly killed our people at the dock and shouted loudly that the Eastern Kingdom is mobilizing the whole country to prepare for war, vigorously producing weapons and equipment and training soldiers. I want to invade my country, Daxia, when the time is right." Su Yu added jealousy and told his thoughts about the follow-up actions and thoughts of the Toyo Kingdom. He wanted to see what the diplomatic ambassador of the Toyo Kingdom would do. Also, Su Yu continued, "Those warriors said that the Eastern Kingdom sent tens of thousands of spies to secretly infiltrate our Daxia Kingdom and draw a terrain map of our Daxia Kingdom for use in war. Let us not be arrogant. This Great Xia Kingdom will eventually become a colony of its Oriental Kingdom." Baga. Murashi Shunta finally couldn't help but stood up and cursed. He was also secretly cursing those samurai. Although he didn't know how they knew the high-level plans of the empire, they almost revealed the follow-up war plan planned by His Majesty the Emperor and the Prime Minister. Ambassador, Su Yu looked at Marashi Shunta and said, "Tens of thousands of workers at the dock have heard this. You can go and inquire. If you insist on an explanation, I will publish it in the newspaper and ask Dasha's 50 million if our compatriots agree. Ask the millions of Dasha soldiers if they agree." This. Marashi Shunta was a little panicked. This plan was only formulated by the top management for 2 months. It will take at least 2 years to fully implement it. If it is spread now, it will develop after an investigation by interested people. If this is true, then they will probably the plan of the Eastern Empire also came to nothing. Although their Dedanjiang Empire is a new power, their land area and population are far less than those of Daxia. If you want to invade and completely destroy Daxia, you need to mobilize the whole country to prepare. Looking at Marashi Shunta's expression, Su Yu knew in his heart that even in this time and space, a battle between Daxia Kingdom and Toyo Kingdom was inevitable, and the time for this battle would come in 3 to 5 years at most, or even longer. Close. This also made him more eager to develop his own strength, so that he could deal with this jackal. Ambassador, Su Yu stared at him with fierce eyes and asked, "Then let me ask, are what these warriors said true?" When Su Yu saw this, Marashi Shunta trembled inwardly and said bluntly, "Of course it's a lie. Our Dadong Empire and your Daxia Kingdom are eternal friends. These samurai must be reactionaries who want to sow discord between our great Eastern Empire and your Daxia Kingdom. Damn it," Marashi Shunta said harshly. Looking at the other party's expression, Su Yu shook his head secretly, wanting to fight with me and go back to drink milk for a few more years. For Su Yu now, as long as it is something that can be solved with words, he will never do it, and if it is something that can be solved with his brain, he will never spend money. Whether it is soldiers or money, they are very important things to him, and he will not attack easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Now that the problem is solved, it's okay. Seeing this, Zhu Hong immediately came out to smooth things over. To be honest, he didn't want to offend anyone on the two sides today. One side was the son of the governor of the 2 provinces, and the other side was the Dongyang Kingdom. He couldn't be happier if it could be resolved peacefully. "Inspectors," Marashi Shunta said with an unhappy expression, "some of the samurai from our country in Shanglu have been offended recently. I will go to the samurai hall tonight and come back to you tomorrow." "No problem, just walk slowly." Zhu Hong sent Shunta Marashi away politely and came back to Su Yu and said, "This short boy is so troubled. If the Prime Minister hadn't told me, I wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to them." "Thank you for your hard work, inspectors," Su Yu said with a smile. "The private room in Sassoon Daxia has been reserved. I also ordered a bottle of 30-year-old Rougeau Laojiao. I asked the inspectors to show their respect." "Ha ha ha." Zhu Hong laughed heartily. Being respectful is worse than obeying orders. "Guard, prepare the car." With that said, Zhang Hu quickly called a luxury jeep and took Su Yu and Zhu Hong to Sassoon Daxia. Sassoon Daxia is called the first foreign-style building in Shanglu. It cost $3 million silver to build. It is a top-notch hotel built by the Sassoon Group of Eagle Country. The Sassoon Group was also the richest man in Shanglu. Its main business was export trade, opium, arms, and a series of other products, especially opium. The Sassoon Group made a lot of money and became the richest man in Shanglu. Chapter 13. The Quartz Movement. In the hall, the lights are turned on and everything is peaceful. The magnificent decoration is eye-catching. The 9 major decorations including mirror, painting, light, decoration, hanging, display, color, and space are ingenious, exquisitely crafted and natural. In the luxurious private room, Su Yu introduced Zhu Hong. "This is my chief of staff Wang Wan. And this is my deputy commander, Liao Yuanliang. I've heard a lot about you." Then, Su Yu introduced him to Wang Wan and Liao Yuanliang. "This is the famous inspector, a popular figure around the emperor." No. Zhu Hong waved his hand and said, "We are both officials in the same court. You and I both serve the emperor and the court. There is no need to be so polite. Sit down and talk." At this time, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Su Yu ordered a total of 29 special dishes, which dazzled Zhu Hong because many of them were foreign dishes that he had never seen before. As the dishes were served one after another, the atmosphere in the box became increasingly lively. Zhu Hong wiped the grease from his mouth, raised his glass with his big belly, and said to Su Yu, "Brother Su, this glass of wine is for you. Thank you for thinking highly of me." Done. The two of them drank it in one gulp, and then Wang Wan and Liao Yuanliang began to toast Zhu Hong. In less than half an hour, the other party was already a little dazed and his face turned red. Seeing that the time was right, Su Yu looked at Zhu Hong and said, "Brother, I see that the troops you brought this time have high morale, and their equipment and appearance are also very good. Could these be the soldiers brought by you, brother?" Ha ha ha. Zhu Hong laughed and said, "Brother, I don't have this ability. There are no outsiders here today, so I might as well tell you that this is 20 million silver dollars allocated by the court to Marshal Zhang to train a new army, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will personally lead the army. 300,000 new troops," Zhu Hong said with a ruddy face. "We trained 300,000 elite troops in 1 year to prevent those warlords from rebelling against the court, and a lot of money was spent on this. In Tsarist Russia, the United States purchased equipment for 7 infantry divisions and formed 4 artillery regiments. Hey, Zhu Hong said proudly, "This year, the cabinet ministers will join forces with the 3 military marshals to invest another 30 million to build a stronger and more powerful new army. Once the army is established, whoever dares to disobey orders will be killed. After saying that, Zhu Hong fell asleep on the table. But Su Yu couldn't sleep. The imperial court spent 5,000 to train new soldiers. The purpose was simple, which was to destroy these local warlords, and his father was among them. "Zhang Hu, send the inspectors back." "Yes, Commander." Zhang Hu called several soldiers to carry Zhu Hong away. Seeing that he was like a dead pig, Su Yu shook his head. "The court still has its foundation," Su Yu said, looking at the 2 people in front of him. "Now the court still governs more than a dozen provinces, and the annual tax revenue exceeds 300 million. There is no problem with the source of income. In addition, the Kyoto Military Academy provides talents for the court every year. In addition, with Marshal Zhang in charge, it is much easier for it to develop than for us. Yes. The key is that the current cabinet, the Crown Prince, and Marshal Zhang Tianla are of one mind. Even if the current emperor is incompetent, as long as these people unite, the court will not fall." "Not only will they not perish," Liao Yuanliang said, "once the imperial court's new army is trained, the number of troops capable of fighting will reach 600,000 or even more. By then, no military governor will be able to stop the imperial court alone. Then unite." Wang Wen took a sip of wine and said, "As long as the imperial court dares to take action against the local troops, the major military governors will definitely unite together." "Joint." Liao Yuanliang smiled and said, "They are just a bunch of scattered sands. As long as the imperial court offers them benefits, this alliance will collapse in an instant. The great warlords are not that stupid." Wang Wen and Liao Yuanliang almost started arguing with each other. They each had their own opinions and reasons. All right. Su Yu waved his hand and said, "The court is training new troops. We can't stop this. What we can do now is to speed up the pace and strengthen our own strength. Only in this way can we protect ourselves in the chaos that follows." "Yuanliang," Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang, "the training process of the 2 new infantry divisions must be strengthened to ensure that they can go to the battlefield in 3 months. Clear." Wang Wen, Su Yu turned around and continued, "We must continue to recruit reserve forces, and we must ensure that there are 2 infantry divisions of reserve forces. The imperial court is now training the new army, so we must also speed up our pace. Originally, I didn't want to recruit 2 more infantry divisions as reservists, because the training of these 3 infantry divisions alone would consume most of our energy, but now we can't wait and must speed up. Also," Su Yu continued, "all departments under the security command must be established as soon as possible, including the intelligence department, etc. This must be taken seriously." "Understood. I will start preparing." Su Yu nodded and said, "We have now stabilized the Great Eagle Empire, the Eastern Ocean Kingdom, and the imperial court. The next period of time will be a time for us to develop rapidly. We cannot let go of a single minute." The next morning, Zhu Hong left Shanglu with his troops and the Japanese ambassador. Because the matter has been resolved, they naturally have to return to the capital, and Murashi Shunta also went to warn the Samurai Hall and told them not to cause trouble recently, otherwise they will be sent back to the country. Shanglu fell into a state of extreme calm because of Su Yu's operations. No one caused trouble anymore. Everyone seemed to be calm, but this silence was mixed with flames that could burst out at any time. "Security command." Su Yu smiled at a rough man and said, "Hi Dai, I'll leave this 3rd Infantry Division to you." "Don't worry, Commander. You can leave this 3rd Infantry Division to me." Guo Dahai grinned and said, "I will definitely return you an elite force." Ha, okay. Su Yu said with a smile, "I transferred you from my father's control just so that you can come and help me lead the 3rd Infantry Division, because I really don't have a senior commander in my hands." Su Yu had no doubt about Guo Dahai's strength. He graduated from a regular military academy, had participated in actual combat, and had risen to the position of brigade commander step by step based on his military merits. Therefore, there would be no problem in handing over the 3rd Infantry Division to him. Now the internal command structure of the 3 infantry divisions has been completed and all the equipment is ready. Now we just need to carry out training step by step. Commander. At this time, Zhang Hu came to Su Yu and said, Butler Wang is here. Chapter 14 Huge Profits. Office. Butler Wang came in with a stack of bills in his hand and came to Su Yu and said, Master, this is the number of orders we received for the 19 new arms companies we opened. Oh, the order came in so quickly. Su Yu knew that these 19 foreign companies had only been opened for a short time, but he didn't expect to receive orders so soon. Master, you really underestimated the arms trade, Wang Zhong said with a smile. We hired 300 foreigners to manage these 19 foreign banks, and the results we achieved are remarkable. That's not the case. Su Yu sighed and said, Foreigners are in power now. Tell me about it, Su Yu said with great anticipation. I also want to know what the market for arms is like in Daxia. Master, don't be scared. Wang Zhong picked up the bill in his hand with a smile and read, The order is for 1,000 Continental pistols, 15,098K Mauser rifles, 400 Czech light machine guns, 600,000 rounds of various types of bullets, and 20,000 grenades. So much? Su Yu swallowed when he heard this data. This was equivalent to the equipment of 2 infantry divisions. Master, this is not much. Wang Zhong wiped his saliva with his fingers and flipped through the bill in his hand and said, According to the market situation, the price of a horse brand pistol without bullets is $40. The price of a 98K Mauser rifle changes every day and has now risen to $200. The price of a Czech rifle has also risen to $1,250. Our grenades are $10 each, and 10 bullets are $1 each. Is the price set so high? Su Yu was a little surprised. The price of arms increased too fast, almost doubling. No wonder people say that arms are highly profitable. Isn't this a huge profit? Not too high. Wang Zhong narrowed his eyes and smiled. We sell it a little cheaper than other foreign companies, which is why we were able to get so many orders in such a short time. How much did we sell for? 3.8 million. My dear. Su Yu stood up in surprise when he heard this number. According to the price given by World Nuclear Peace, it was half of the market price, which meant that his net profit was 1.9 million silver dollars. 1.9 million silver dollars is not a small amount. You should know that Shanglu's tax revenue for the whole year last year was only 9.35 million silver dollars. The total amount of taxes, including customs duties, maritime taxes, salt taxes, commercial taxes, etc., was 9.35 million. However, Su Yu's income in less than a month reached 1/5 of the taxes paid by 3 million people in Shanglu. It seems that the market for arms in our great Xia country is surprisingly good. Su Yu said to Wang Zhong very happily, Increase the order quantity, and we can also contact the governors of various places or the court as foreigners. If they need arms, we can also sell them. Moreover, we also need to explore overseas markets, go to some weak countries, and expand our arms trading channels. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. That's exactly what I meant. Wang Zhong agreed and said, My son Wang Hai just came back from the southern black country and said the market there should be very good. Very good. Su Yu said excitedly, Then let's enter the black market and sell our arms. No matter how much they want, I have no problem, even if the price is a little lower than other arms dealers. Yes, sir. Wang Zhong nodded and said, I have already set up a branch under the group to manage the sale of arms. I plan to manage this department myself. As for the overseas business, I will leave it to Wang Hai. This guy is a good businessman. No problem. Su Yu smiled and said, I can rest assured that you too will lead the battle. Because arms have brought Su Yu another source of income, his monthly income is now around 3.5 million, and he plans to expand the dock business next. So in terms of income, Su Yu's goal this year is set at a monthly income of 5 million. He had 3 regular divisions and 2 reserve divisions to support, with a total of 60,000 soldiers. The military salaries of these 60,000 people alone would cost him 4 million silver dollars every year. If he didn't make more money, how would he support these 60,000 soldiers? Shanglu is now plunged into tranquility because all forces are accumulating strength. In fact, not only Shanglu, but the entire Daxia kingdom fell into peace. The major military governors behaved themselves and did not disobey the orders of the court. The court did not make things difficult for the military governors of all parties. It seemed that everyone was doing their own thing and living in peace. In fact, this is not the case. According to Zhu Hong, the imperial court is training a new army and has no time to deal with the local military governors. Once the imperial court's new army is formed, it will be time to settle the accounts. And his father controls the two provinces of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, which are extremely rich. Taking Lu, the little golden chicken, will definitely become one of the top targets of the imperial court. Jiangnan province is known for its economic prosperity. Last year, the province's fiscal revenue reached 75.5 million silver dollars, mainly led by the four major taxes of wine, salt, guanhai, and land taxes. There were a total of 38 types of tax payments, with a total tax revenue of 75.5 million silver dollars. Yuhang, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang provinces are famous for their light industry, among which the silk and linen weaving industry is the most prosperous. Last year's tax revenue also reached a huge 50 million yuan. Therefore, his father received hundreds of millions of silver dollars from taxes alone last year. Although he claimed it was 20 million in taxes, he concealed almost 5/6 of it. The imperial court was certainly not a fool and knew that this data was false. Now that the imperial court has begun to train the new army, this also means that there must be a battle between the major governors and the imperial court. Once the war starts, it also symbolizes the beginning of the civil war. If you want to stop at that time, I am afraid that you will have to fight until the final victory. Who appears? In order to survive in this world, so you didn't dare to stop. Now, the most important things for him are training and expanding the army, making money, and gaining reputation. He has already thought of a way to gain reputation points, but he can only implement it after his 3 infantry divisions are trained into elite troops. Otherwise, he will not be able to control the situation. Having finally stabilized the Great Eagle Empire, the East Asian Kingdom, and the imperial court, he would not easily stir up chaos again. He must wait until the power in his hands is strong enough. Open up our arms channel as soon as possible. Su Yu said to Yuanzhong, I'll leave the group's affairs to you for the time being. I'll be staying in the barracks to check on the troops' training during this period. But if there's anything urgent, you can come to me. Yes, sir. Yuanzhong left the headquarters holding his trousers in one hand and the bill in the other. During this period, he had to find a way to expand the channels for the foreign company's arms and let customers come to him instead of him looking for customers on the streets. Chapter 15 Heart to Heart. The early morning sunshine covered the entire Shanglu, and the summer cicadas began to chirp in succession. At the headquarters parade ground, the roars of the soldiers drowned out the sounds of the cicadas. The soldiers were sweating under the scorching sun, and the slogan, "Sweat more during training, bleed less during fighting," was written on the walls of the barracks. At the command center, several division commanders were exchanging their views on commanding troops and deducing tactics on a war sand table. Su Yu was also listening. Take a look. The commander of the 3rd Infantry Division, Gua Dahai, pointed at the Shanglu simulation sand table with his baton and said, "The Eagle Country Garrison Command has an army division. According to the Eagle Country's organization, it is 15,000 people. With the strength we have, it is not difficult to take down this garrison headquarters." Oh! Liao Yuanliang was very curious and exclaimed, "Tell me about it?" In Liao Yuanliang's heart, he had actually already planned how to take down the garrison headquarters of the Great Eagle Empire, but according to his deduction, the loss was not small. Now that he heard Gua Dahai say that it was not difficult to destroy this group of foreign troops, he was very curious. 3 or 5 years ago, I wouldn't have dared to say that, Gua Dahai said, putting down his baton. 3 or 5 years ago, the Eagle Country's troops were very good at fighting, especially the Navy, which was known as the world's #1 Navy. But after a major war, they began to go downhill. The troops of the Eagle Garrison Command have not fought in several years. They rarely even have the opportunity to fire their guns. I have investigated and found that they only train once a month, or even several months. They all live under the shadow of that huge empire. My strategy is to concentrate all our artillery firepower to destroy the 3 Eagle Country warships on the sea to disrupt the enemy's morale, Gua Dahai said to everyone. Why is the Eagle Country Army so arrogant? It's because there are 3 warships on the sea providing fire support. As long as we destroy these 3 naval ships, the Eagle Country garrison will be caught in a trap. As long as we attack the Eagle Country's navy, their army will definitely come out in full force to support us. Shanglu is only this big, Gua Dahai said, pointing to several roads on the sand table. If we ambush them halfway, we can catch them off guard. Listening to Gua Dahai explaining his strategy, everyone nodded in agreement. I forgot about the Eagle Country's navy, Liao Yuanliang agreed. Although these 3 warships can cause us some damage, they won't have a big effect. I didn't expect to use the Eagle Country's navy as bait. Deputy Commander Liao, don't underestimate this warship. Gua Dahai lit a cigarette and said, during the Battle of Hejiang, 3 warships of the Eagle Country wiped out a regiment of the nearby Tsarist Russia. The muzzle of its gun was over 200 millimeters, and one shot created a deep pit several meters wide. On this warship, the main and secondary guns added up to no less than 50 guns, equivalent to an artillery regiment. Su Yu was also very pleased to hear Guo Dahai's analysis. What he lacked now was military cadres who had participated in actual combat. Only such military cadres can maintain their position and achieve victory in war. Ahem. Su Yu coughed and said, "It's right to regard Eagle Country as an imaginary enemy." What Guo Dahai said also makes sense. But I want to remind you not to forget the United States next door. This country and Eagle Country are in the same boat. You guys continue to discuss this. I'm going to go out and check on the soldiers' training. After saying that, Su Yu brought Zhang Hu to the training ground. It was now morning and some of the soldiers had just returned from a 5-kilometer run. Some were having breakfast, and some were enjoying the cool under the eaves. How was the food? Su Yu came under the big tree, where a squad of soldiers were having breakfast. Because soldiers were recruited too quickly, there was a serious shortage of canteens, so some soldiers simply took their food outside to eat. This way, they would not take up space and would not delay subsequent training time. In my life, I can only eat white flour buns and rice during the Chinese New Year. A dark-skinned soldier grinned with white teeth and said, "My family is from the countryside, and we have to go hungry every day. The fish in the river, as well as the edible wild vegetables and tree barks, have all been eaten. But now that I am a soldier, I can eat white flour steamed buns and rice every day, and I also get $5 silver a month. After the recruit training, it will increase to $6. My father, mother, and sister don't have to go hungry anymore." "Haiwa, you're the only one who talks too much." The squad leader politely shouted to Su Yu, "Commander, we are all from the same village. We all came here because we knew that Haiwa could support his family by joining the army. Because I went to school for a few years and know a few words, I was promoted to squad leader before Haiwa, who came first." "Okay." So you sat on the ground and chatted with several soldiers, talking about family matters and asking about their needs. Since the start of recruit training, Su Yu has spent most of his time with the soldiers, sometimes eating together, studying together, telling jokes to the soldiers, asking about the training situation, and chatting with them. So they were already accustomed to Su Yu sitting on the ground and communicating with them. They also like and respect such superiors very much, because they are their benefactors who provide them with food, money, and support their entire families. Su Yu often told these soldiers the idea of a strong country and a strong people. If we don't stand up and resist, your sons will still be bullied by these foreigners and oppressed by the landlords, wealthy people, and bureaucrats. Although Su Yu didn't know whether they could understand him or not, he had to spread this idea, even if it could only affect one person. Why? While Su Yu was chatting with the soldiers, a sigh was heard nearby. "Old Wu, stop sighing. It's just that your father died. What's there to sigh about? Your father should have died a long time ago. If it weren't for him, your family would have lived such a hard life. What's going on?" Su Yu was also confused when he heard this. Why couldn't he sigh after his father died? "Commander, it's like this. Old Wu's father is a heavy smoker." The squad leader shook his head and said, "He once owned more than 100 acres of good farmland, but he lost it all in less than a year. His father also caused his sister to be sold to a brothel. Fortunately, Old Wu rescued his sister." Yes. How many people have been harmed by this damn opium? Everyone agreed that opium had caused countless families to be torn apart and countless people to be killed by it. The backbones of the Daxia people were broken by this opium. Hearing this, Su Yu felt that his anti-smoking plan had to be implemented faster, but the interests involved were too great, so he had to be careful. Chapter 16. The plan begins. The annual marketing amount of opium in Shanglu is as high as hundreds of millions of silver dollars. It can be said that the reason why the Sassoon family became the richest family in Shanglu is because they monopolized nearly 70% of the opium business in Shanglu. Behind the Sassoon family is the Great Eagle Empire. If he were to ban smoking, it would certainly cause the wrath of the Great Eagle Empire. After all, opium brings the Eagle Empire more than tens of millions in profits every year, which is enough to feed an army. So if he wanted to ban smoking, he had to involve the imperial court and take it step by step. Moreover, they had to wait until the 3 infantry divisions were fully trained and could go to war with the Eagle Country's garrison at any time without being defeated, so that they would have the confidence to complete the anti-smoking campaign. As long as the anti-smoking campaign is launched, he will surely gain the support of the people. With the support of the people, he will gain reputation. With reputation, his strength will become even stronger. The hot summer passed quickly with the sound of soldiers training. 3 months of training turned these farmers who originally used to hold hoes into soldiers with weapons. The 3 months of recruit training was a complete transformation for the 3 infantry divisions and 2 reserve divisions. It can be clearly seen from their physique that they are much stronger than before. They are all strong and their muscles are as solid as rock. This is thanks to Su Yu's daily feeding of meat and fish. To be honest, if these soldiers were placed in other units now, they might not be able to get used to it, because that unit would not be able to eat meat or white rice every day. Moreover, the monthly military salary is 6 yuan, and this is for ordinary soldiers. If it is a non-commissioned officer or officer, the salary will increase. Su Yu paid almost according to the highest standards of the Great Xia Kingdom. He wanted to use various factors, such as money, treatment, and ideological education to lock the soldiers' loyalty to him and let everyone know who feeds them. After 3 months of special training and ideological education, it can be said that this unit has completely belonged to him and is absolutely loyal to him. Even if he wants to rebel, these soldiers will never frown. All cadres at regimental level and above were present in the military conference room. Su Yu added 2 positions to the regimental organization, political commissar and staff officer. One was in charge of life and ideology, and the other was in charge of military affairs, responsible for assisting the regiment commander in leading the troops. There were 40 or 50 officers sitting in the conference room. This was the first time such a large-scale military meeting had been held since the end of the recruit training. Everyone was waiting quietly for the commander to arrive. The commander has arrived. Zhang Hu shouted loudly. Then, everyone in the conference room stood up and greeted Su Yu with their eyes. When Su Yu came to the main seat, everyone quickly saluted and greeted Su Yu. Everyone sit down. Su Yu waved his hand and said, "The reason why we called everyone here this time is because our Shanglu Security Command will be carrying out a smoking ban in the entire Shanglu. Anti-smoking campaign." Many officers below took a deep breath. These 4 words were no joke. To achieve them, they required tremendous courage, because banning smoking meant making enemies with these local rich gangs and the powerful countries like the Eagle Country. So, Su Yu continued, friction is inevitable, and it may even lead to war. So all regiments must be on high alert. Once an emergency occurs, reinforcements must be sent as quickly as possible. In addition, we must send more personnel to guard the security checkpoints around our security headquarters, and we must not allow any armed forces to enter the area under our jurisdiction. Clear. The officers responded, and Su Yu also divided the areas for each regiment to guard. After saying this, Su Yu asked the 3 commanders and Wang Wen to stay, because if they wanted to ban smoking, they had to have a suitable start. They need to create this beginning themselves. Several people began to discuss the plan in the conference room, talking excitedly with saliva flying. Even Wang Wen, who was always gentle and polite, joined in. His eyes were red, and he became more and more excited as he spoke. A perfect plan was born in spit. The next morning, everything was the same as usual, with training and patrolling as usual, but a fight broke out in a local opium den on North Street, attracting a lot of onlookers. "I am a soldier from the security command. Please release my sister immediately." A dark-skinned soldier angrily shouted at several unshaven-faced thugs. "You are robbing decent women in broad daylight. Do you think we, the garrison headquarters, are serious?" In response to the soldier's roar, several thugs said fiercely, "The security command is nothing. In our tiger gang's territory, if you're a dragon, you have to coil up, and if you're a tiger, you have to lie down. Don't even think about taking this woman back with you today. She owes our tiger gang 1,200 yuan. As her brother, you can't pay it back, so you have to use this woman to pay off the debt." "You're bullshitting." Heiwa pointed at the thugs and cursed, "How could my sister borrow money from you to buy opium? This must be your plan to frame her." Court death. A thug leader took out a pistol and pointed it at Heiwa, cursing, "Since you are a soldier from the security command, I will let you go today. Get out of here, or you will die here today. You dare." Heiwa took 2 steps forward with the gun pointed at him and shouted, "If you dare to shoot, our security headquarters will crush your tiger gang." The people watching from afar saw this scene and admired the courage of the soldiers of the security command. These gang members only know how to oppress their own people every day. Not only do they seize private property, but they also cheat others into smoking opium, causing many families to be broken up. They are truly a group of beasts worse than animals. Bang! The sound of a gunshot scared the people who were watching from afar away, and they disappeared. At this moment, life was at stake. Heiwa heard the gunshots without blinking, feeling the bullets passing by him. However, he knew that the other party would not dare to shoot him because he was a soldier of the security command. Who's shooting? Beep, beep, beep. Then, The patrolling soldiers heard the gunshots and quickly gathered towards Haiwa. In less than 3 to 5 minutes, nearly a company of troops had surrounded the Tiger Gang hall. There was even a heavy machine gun set up at the door, which scared the thugs so much that they swallowed their saliva. "Who is the manager here?" Zhang Hu stepped out from the crowd and shouted. "You dare to point your guns at our garrison commander's soldiers? You Tiger Gang members are looking for death. Brother Tiger." Haiwa walked quickly to Zhang Hu and said, "This Tiger Gang has abducted a woman in broad daylight. Their behavior is extremely bad. Not only that, they also violated the court's ban on opium and privately sold opium." "What?" Zhang Hu opened his eyes wide in surprise, with a very exaggerated expression. If Su Yu were here, he would definitely say that he had overacted, and that the performance was too obvious. "Soldiers of the First Company," Zhang Hu shouted, "seal off the Tiger Gang's guild hall. Kill all those who resist. I'll see who is not afraid of death." Chapter 17 beginning. The leader of the thugs holding a pistol was also stunned. He had never seen such a big scene before. Normally, there was only a small group of soldiers patrolling the streets. Suddenly, 100 of them came out with weapons. It would be strange if he was not afraid. However, as the manager of the Tiger Gang hall, he still stood up and blocked Zhang Hu and shouted, "Sir, this is the Tiger Gang's headquarters. You cannot enter without a search warrant." Bang! Zhang Hu pulled out his pistol and shot the man dead. He looked at the other thugs and said, "In Shanglu, the words of my security headquarters are the imperial decree. You are not worthy of asking me for a search warrant." After that, Zhang Hu waved his hand and shouted, "Seal off the entire guild hall, and don't let anyone escape." "Yes, sir." A company of soldiers began to blockade the entire Tiger Gang hall in an orderly manner, as if they had done a rehearsal. The Tiger Gang hall is located on North Street in Jing'an District, which is considered to be a relatively prosperous street in Jing'an District with a large flow of people. There are also many wealthy communities around it. After all, the opium business mainly makes money from the rich. The hall was jointly built by 7 shops. It has an interior area of about 1,500 square meters and a total of 3 floors. The guild hall's ostensible business is a mahjong tea house, massage, and acupressure, but in reality it is engaged in the opium business. Su Yu had already asked members of the Military Intelligence Bureau to investigate the opium merchants in Shanglu. "Everyone, get down!" Soldiers rushed into the hall with guns in hand, scaring many female waitresses into screaming. The men even pulled up their pants and wanted to run away, not caring whether they had done anything wrong or not. After all, who wouldn't feel guilty when coming to such a place? "Damn it, I don't understand what I'm saying." A soldier swung his rifle at the fleeing man's head, blood spurted out, and the man fell to the ground instantly. Many people who were fleeing were so scared that they quickly covered their heads and lay on the ground. Some people were even scared to death. In less than 3 or 5 breaths, the company of soldiers forcefully suppressed the restlessness inside. Everyone lay on the ground with their heads in their hands, not daring to move. At the same time, the same thing happened to the people on the 2nd and 3rd floors. All of them were under control. At this time, Su Yu, the protagonist, happened to arrive at the scene, followed by a group of guards. All of them were in high spirits, holding submachine guns and full of murderous intent. "Commander." Zhang Hu took 2 steps forward and said, "The Tiger Gang's hall has been sealed off, and the brothers are confiscating the opium." Su Yu nodded and walked into the clubhouse. The smell of cigarettes, alcohol, and foul smells mixed together and filled the entire hall. Mahjong tables, tea tables, and chess and card tables filled the entire hall. The light in the hall was a little dim. There were about 100 men and women lying on the ground, trembling. There were also many silver dollars and silver bills scattered on the ground. They must have not had time to collect them when they escaped. The soldiers were moving boxes of stolen goods from the 2nd and 3rd floors to the 1st floor lobby. The boxes were full of opium that could harm both themselves and others. Su Yu frowned and came to the 2nd floor. The layout here was completely different from the 1st floor. There were several large rooms on the left and right, with beds in each room and a small table next to it, on which were placed various pipes, snacks, and fine wines. On the bed, there were skinny guys who were smoking without fear even when guns were pointed at their heads, with expressions of enjoyment on their faces. Su Yu gritted his teeth when he saw this. Coming to the 3rd floor, the layout here is very different from the 2nd floor. The interior decoration and furnishings are obviously more advanced than the 2nd floor. The furniture is luxurious and beautiful, and the interior furnishings are exquisite. The furniture and utensils are all available. They are all independent single rooms, and it is obvious that they are prepared for rich people. In just a few minutes, Su Yu saw the root cause of the backwardness and corruption of the Great Xia Kingdom. The country had lost its backbone, so how could it develop, strengthen the army, and build a strong country? Commander. At this time, Zhang Hu came to Su Yu and said, all the opium in the hall has been searched, a total of 157 boxes, including 120 boxes of ordinary opium and 37 boxes of high-grade opium. Su Yu also knew about opium. Take ordinary opium for example, 1 penny can be sold for 2.2 yuan, and high-end cloud opium can be sold for 4 yuan. When it is in short supply, it is possible to sell for 5 yuan. The Great Xia Kingdom is one of the largest opium importers in the world. A box of opium in the lobby on the first floor weighs 100 jin. According to the market price, an ordinary box of opium costs 22,000 silver dollars, and Yuntu can reach 40,000 silver dollars. You should know that the average monthly salary in Shanglu is only 3 yuan, and this box of opium is more than an ordinary family can earn in their lifetime. All the opium will be detained at the Supervision Bureau, so you shouted to Zhang Hu, as for those who smoke opium, send them all to the Smoking Cessation Center. They will be released only after they have quit smoking. If they can't, they will stay in there for the rest of their lives. So you also plan to vigorously rectify the opium industry. Since he was going to do it, he had to be swift and resolute and cut off the Gordian knot. Yes, Commander. Zhang Hu immediately conveyed Su Yu's meaning, and the soldiers began to act, transporting the opium to the Supervision Bureau. As for those who had smoked opium, they were all sent to the Smoking Cessation Center. I won't go, I won't go. Some people started to resist, but were beaten up and finally had to surrender. Su Yu shook his head and walked out of the guild hall. Just as he was about to get into his private car, a large group of people suddenly rushed in from both sides of the street, holding axes, machetes, and other sharp weapons in their hands, and began to approach Su Yu. Damn it! Who dares to seal off my club? I wonder who is looking for death. A rough voice sounded in the crowd. Su Yu saw a young man in gray brocade clothes walking towards him aggressively with a group of thugs. The soldiers of the guard company quickly formed a cordon. Tell your superior to come out and see me. The young man had scowls, was thin, had a pointed face, and yelled at the soldiers. He just learned that a group of soldiers had sealed off his guild hall, and he immediately became furious. This was his cash cow. How could they just seal it off? Do they really think that his tiger gang is vegetarians? I am the commander. Su Yu walked out and said, gathering a crowd to cause trouble and hindering the soldiers from arresting the cigarette dealers, do you want to go to jail? Ha ha ha. Go to jail. The young man pointed at Su Yu's nose and said, I know you are the commander of some security headquarters, but I also tell you that you don't have the final say in Shanglu. You want to put us in jail? There are 20,000 of us in the Tiger Gang. Can your jail accommodate us? After that, the young man used his axe to deflect the gun pointed at him and said, don't point the gun at me, just let him go. We can't just close down the Tiger Gang just because you want to. Looking at the young man's arrogant tone, Su Yu shook his head and chuckled, kill? As soon as he finished speaking, more than 100 submachine guns suddenly sprayed out streams of flaming bullets. The arrogant young man was beaten into a meat patty, and the younger brothers behind him were so scared that they ran away in panic. Chapter 18 Iron-Blooded Measures. In just 3 or 5 breaths, the 300 to 500 people brought by the young man were all subdued. The blood on the ground was all over the streets, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. No less than 100 gang members were beaten to death, and some even had their intestines and internal organs beaten out. The scene was very bloody. Many of the remaining gang members were lying on the ground crying. Some were so scared that they were pissing and shitting. Their legs were shaking and they couldn't move. As the gunshots rang out, the propaganda department began to carry out propaganda throughout Shanglu. The propaganda meant that the Tiger Gang was secretly selling opium, and that the leader of its gang threatened the garrison commander with an axe, intimidating and insulting the garrison headquarters. The commander was furious and wanted to clean up Shanglu, crack down on gangs, investigate opium smuggling, and bring peace and prosperity to the 3 million people of Shanglu. In addition to the propaganda department, major newspapers also began to publish the written articles. In less than an hour, almost everyone on the Shanglu Road knew about the rumor. People were discussing the matter on the streets, in hotels and tea houses. Some said the commander of security was nearly hacked to death by the Tiger Gang leader with an axe, and some said the commander of security was attacked. The rumors were getting more and more outrageous, but everyone knew that Shanglu would not be peaceful from now on. While the propaganda department was carrying out the propaganda, Liao Yuanliang and Guo Dahai led the 1st Infantry Division and the 3rd Infantry Division respectively to start clearing out the entire Shanglu. All the opium dens were closed down, no matter if they were owned by gangs or foreigners. As long as they involved opium, they were all closed down, and they chanted the slogan of the imperial court's ban on opium and held the imperial court's holy decree on the ban in their hands. 2 infantry divisions, more than 20,000 people, were divided into several camps and began to seal off the area according to the marks on the map in their hands. All of a sudden, thousands of military trucks in the Xianglu Garrison Command were dispatched. This huge battle dispelled everyone's speculation, and everyone knew that the Garrison Command was serious this time. The streets were filled with soldiers from the security headquarters. All the tobacco shops at the end of the streets were closed down, and anyone who resisted was shot dead without any mercy. The swift and decisive action of the security command shocked the entire Xianglu, and many people applauded Su Yu's approach. In their hearts, they had long hated these evil gang members who had committed all kinds of crimes, such as oppressing the people, and they hoped that the court would stand up for them. However, after waiting for so long, they had just accepted their fate. However, Su Yu's actions today gave them hope. Perhaps a good official who truly serves the people will appear in Xianglu. The actions of the security command also caused shock to the major gangs in Xianglu. The leaders of the 4 major gangs, including the Tiger Gang, began to gather together to discuss countermeasures. They were determined not to let the security command continue to act like this. Su Yu didn't care at all about the gang's movements. He smiled at the dark-skinned soldier behind him and said, "Haiwa, you performed well this time. Thanks to your sister's cooperation. Go to Zhanghu and get 100 silver dollars as your and your sister's appearance fee." "Commander, I don't want any money." Haiwa refused and said, "If my family didn't have the commander, I'm afraid we would have starved to death on the streets. You gave us our lives. How can you ask for money?" Looking at the other person's simple expression, Su Yu sighed inwardly. The working people are so simple. "I command you to go." "Yes, commander." When he heard the word order, Haiwa didn't dare to refuse, because in the army, it is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Watching Haiwa leave, Su Yu smiled. He asked the other party's sister to go to the Tiger Gang's base to borrow 1,200 silver dollars to buy opium, which was the beginning of the purge of the entire Xianglu. He knew that real obstacles would frequently appear in the future, and all kinds of monsters would pop up to hinder his anti-smoking activities. Whether he could withstand them would depend on how strong his wrist was. Headquarters. Zhang Hu was on standby with an entire guard battalion, while Su Yu was also sitting in the headquarters waiting for news. The beginning he planned was actually mainly aimed at the Sassoon Company and the Eagle Country guys. As for the other gangs, they were just incidental. "Commander, here we come." The head of the communications department came up to Su Yu and said, "We just got the news that 7 large transport ships have arrived at the dock. They are the ships of the Sassoon Company. According to their internal information, these transport ships are full of opium. They are all the opium that Xianglu needs in the second half of this year." "Well done." Su Yu slammed the table and shouted, "Zhang Hu, go straight to the ocean terminal and seize the 7 transport ships of Sassoon. If you find any opium, keep them under surveillance. If anyone approaches, even if it's the emperor, they will be shot dead." "Yes, commander." Zhang Hu ordered all the soldiers of the guard battalion to get on the vehicles, and 20 military trucks rushed to the ocean-going terminal. The ocean terminal, Xianglu's largest overseas trade terminal, has an annual throughput of 1.2 million tons. The tariffs alone can bring the Su family more than 2 million in revenue each year. 7 transport ships with a capacity of more than 10,000 tons began to slowly dock at the shore, and thousands of workers outside were waiting, preparing for today's unloading. After all the transport ships had docked, the workers began to unload the cargo in an orderly manner. At this time, the sound of car engines was heard. 20 large trucks stopped in the middle of the dock, and soldiers in gray uniforms began to shout loudly, "Everyone pull over. Sir, this is Sassoon's ship. No need to inspect it." "Fart." Zhang Hu looked at a fat middle-aged man who came up to him and said that there was no need to check the Sassoon Company's ship. He kicked the man directly and then ordered the soldiers to start searching. "Wait." At this time, the head of Sassoon Company quickly came to Zhang Hu and shouted, "This is a transport ship specially approved by our Eagle Country. You, the Great Xiao Army, are not qualified to inspect it. Please stop your actions immediately, otherwise you will bear all the consequences yourself." "Fuck it." Zhang Hu pointed at the Eagle Country guy's hooked nose and said angrily, "This is the territory of the Great Xia Country. It is not your turn to run wild here. If I want to search, I will kill anyone who dares to stop me." As soon as he finished speaking, the submachine guns in the hands of the guards were fully loaded with bullets, and the well-dressed Eagle countryman was so frightened that he dared not say anything. He pointed at Zhang Hu and said, "You lowly Daxia people, just wait for me. No need to worry about it." Zhang Hu waved his hand and said, "Search in platoons. and the remaining 2 platoons will be responsible for guarding. Anyone who dares to cross the red line will be shot dead. Yes, Captain. The soldiers of the guard battalion began to search the 7 large transport ships in front of them. Anyone who resisted on the ship would be shot dead without mercy. On the transport ship, boxes of sealed wooden boxes were piled up like mountains. When the soldiers pried open the boxes, they found they were full of high-end opium and even some munitions. Chapter 19 Tit for Tat. Commander. Wang Wen walked quickly to Su Yu and said, "Just now, a member of the 3rd Secret Service Group of the Military Intelligence Bureau reported that the Eagle Garrison Command sent an infantry regiment directly to the ocean terminal, led by Deputy Commander Wilson Rhodes." That's easy. Su Yu chuckled and said, "If the Sassoon family is Edward Bart's partner, then it would be difficult for me to move, because I would offend 2 major generals at once, and I wouldn't be able to gain an advantage in a fight. But the Sassoon family is a partner of the Rhodes family, so there will be fun. Assemble the 21st Infantry Regiment immediately, along with the artillery battalion, and follow me to the ocean terminal," Su Yu said as he stood up and rolled up his shirt. "I've long disliked these Eagle Country guys." "Yes, Commander." In less than 2 minutes, all the troops were assembled. Su Yu led a fully armed infantry regiment and an artillery battalion to the dock. He knew that it would not be as easy to force Rhodes to retreat as last time. He could not suppress Rhodes by bringing out Edward Bart. This time, he would probably have to fight with real swords and guns. But he was not afraid, because he had 60,000 troops in his hands, and that was his confidence. At the ocean-going wharf, after the guard battalion soldiers finished the search, they came to Zhang Hu to report. Report to the battalion commander. Transport ship number 311 has 7,900 kilograms of high-end opium and 2,700 boxes of various foreign liquors. Transport ship number 312 has 2,000 kilograms of high-end opium, 3,000 P-14 bolt-action rifles, 200,000 rounds of ammunition, 200 machine guns, and 20,000 grenades. All the materials transported on the 7 transport ships were gathered here by Zhang Hu, and the opium alone amounted to 30,000 kilograms. According to the market price, it is 24 million silver dollars, as well as 10,000 rifles, 900 light machine guns, 1.2 million bullets, and 30,000 grenades. Adding them together, the total is probably more than 26 million, which is almost the cargo storage of Sassoon Company in the second half of the year. Su Yu will be wiped out this time, and the Sassoon Company will be in so much pain that it will cry out for mercy. Very good. Zhang Hu shouted to the soldiers, "Seal off the ocean port and have the workers unload all the goods and transport them to our supervision bureau. You will be responsible for accompanying and supervising them." After that, Zhang Hu shouted to the dock manager, "After the workers unload the cargo, if you dare to leave a worker short, I will punch a hole in your body." "Sir." The dock manager was about to beg for mercy, but when he saw Zhang Hu's eyes, he could only cry in his heart. This time, he really lost a lot of money. Thousands of workers began unloading the goods under the supervision of guards, and boxes of opium and ammunition were moved onto military trucks or to open areas. Fuck. At this time, Rhodes arrived at the ocean-going dock with an infantry regiment of soldiers, quickly surrounded the soldiers of the guard battalion, and asked the workers to stop moving the goods. The workers were so frightened by the scene that they quickly covered their heads and lay on the ground, not daring to move. The soldiers of the guard battalion confronted the Eagle Country soldiers, with all their guns pointed at them. As long as they received the order, they would quickly kill the Eagle Country soldiers in front of them. "Who asked you to come to Ocean Terminal?" Rhodes came to Zhang Hu in a rage and shouted, "Fool, withdraw your troops immediately and return the goods. Otherwise, I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish." "General Rhodes." Zhang Hu took out the imperial edict and said, "The court has specially approved the ban on opium. Anyone who sells opium on the land of Daxia will have it confiscated. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." "The court." Rhodes slammed the imperial edict on the ground, stepped on it and said, "Your court is only worthy of being stepped on by us. Don't think you can scare me by bringing up the court. I'll give you 3 minutes to get out of here right now." The Wilson family got half of the profit from this batch of goods, and as the person in charge of the Wilson family in Daxia, he could get a dividend of 1 million every year. If these goods were intercepted, the owner would be disappointed in him, so he would never let the security command take away these goods no matter what. Zhang Hu was equally determined in his heart that this batch of goods must not flow into the Daxia market under any circumstances. Otherwise, who knows how many people would be killed by these 30,000 kilograms of opium. The backbone of this generation of Chinese people has been broken, and we cannot allow the next generation to suffer. "It's been a minute." Rhodes raised a finger and shouted, "Warriors of the Empire, It's time for you to serve the country. Aim at these idiots, smash their worthless dignity, and trample them. Who is it that made General Rhodes so angry? At this time, Su walked out of the crowd, and an infantry regiment behind him quickly surrounded the Eagle Country's infantry regiment. Heavy machine guns and mortars were all in place, and there was also a grenade team, holding a grenade in one hand and the fuse in the other, aiming at the Eagle Country soldiers, and their posture was full. The sudden change made Rhodes so angry that he stamped his feet. You again. Rhodes gritted his teeth and said, There is 1 minute left. If you don't withdraw your troops in 1 minute, then we will start a war. When these words were spoken, the atmosphere became extremely tense, because if a war broke out at such a close distance, both sides would surely suffer heavy losses. I'm always at your service. Su did not give in and said, I just want to compete with the world's #1 military power to see if you are worthy of this title. Time passed by second. Rhodes looked at the second hand in his hand. There were still 40 seconds left before 3 minutes, but the opponent showed no signs of retreating. To be honest, he was also very scared in his heart. It would not be easy for him to get out alive in such a close-range fight. But he could not retreat now, otherwise the goods worth tens of millions would be seized. Su. Rhodes gritted his teeth and threatened. The military power of our great Eagle Empire is so great that even your imperial court has succumbed to it. I advise you not to challenge the bottom line of our great Eagle Empire. Otherwise, the scene of trampling on your great Xia country decades ago will be repeated. Trample. Thinking about the decades ago when the Eagle country burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of atrocities on the land of Daxia. Su gritted his teeth and said, That's because I wasn't here decades ago. If I were here, you wouldn't have had the chance to show off your power on the land of Daxia. Arrogant. Rhodes originally wanted to persuade Su to leave, but he didn't expect the other party to refuse his toast and drink a forfeit. So don't blame him for being ruthless. Loaded, Rhodes shouted. Even if he dies here in battle today, he cannot let the security command take away these goods. Otherwise, the face of his great Eagle Empire and his Wilson family will be lost. Chapter 20 Battle of the Pier. Su also refused to take a step back. The Great Xia Kingdom had been retreating for long enough. Today, no matter what, he would not take a step back. He must let these Eagle Country guys know that if they want to bully the Great Xia Kingdom, they have to think twice. Follow my orders. Su took out his pistol and looked at his watch. When the second hand passed 12, he would fire to signal the troops to counterattack. Zhang Hu was also holding a submachine gun, and all the guards around him had their guns loaded. The same was true for the soldiers from the 21st Regiment who came to support. They had already surrounded the Eagle Country soldiers, and the artillerymen behind them had also set up their artillery and were just waiting for orders. Everyone held their breath and kept their fingers firmly on the trigger. Beat. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Su was pushed down by the guard beside him, and Rhodes was also pushed down by the guard. The two of them found cover directly, and the soldiers of both sides started fighting directly. Boom. 30 mortars and 300 grenades were thrown out in just a few breaths. Kill him. Zhang Hu started firing with a submachine gun. More than 600 people in the guard battalion and more than 600 submachine guns fired thousands of bullets in an instant and fired at the Eagle Country soldiers. At the same time, the heavy machine guns brought by the 21st Infantry Regiment spewed out flames, and even the air was filled with a burning smell. Some of the Eagle Country soldiers joined the resistance, while others were frightened by the scene and quickly retreated to find cover. In a flash, the sound of gunfire rang out at the ocean terminal, which immediately attracted the attention of the nearby U.S. garrison headquarters. They quickly assembled their troops and rushed towards the ocean terminal. 2 infantry regiments, plus a guard battalion, about 7,000 people, started fighting at this ocean-going dock. In just a moment, both sides formed opposing camps and began to compete. Su was protected by the guards behind the checkpoint. He looked at the battle situation in front of him. Due to the presence of the guard battalion, the Eagle Country Infantry Regiment was forced to retreat step by step and was about to be forced into the sea. The 21st Infantry Regiment adopted Guo Dahai's tactical concept and the tactics of fierce attack and pursuit. This tactic is most effective for short-range combat, so the commander of the 21st Infantry Regiment ordered the entire regiment to unleash all its heavy firepower within 3 minutes. On the right side, Zhang Hu led the guard battalion to use absolute firepower to compress the Eagle Country Infantry Regiment's activity area, forcing the enemy to retreat to a corner. In just the first moment of the war, this infantry regiment of the Eagle Country lost at least 500 soldiers. After all, the firepower created by more than 600 submachine guns within such a short distance is no joke. Within a 200-meter radius of the guard camp, a metal storm almost formed, sweeping across the entire infantry regiment of the Eagle Country. In less than 10 minutes of fighting, the Eagle Country Infantry Regiment had suffered casualties of more than 700 people. It can be said that it had almost lost its combat capability. Because if a unit loses 30% of its combat personnel, its combat capability will drop rapidly. According to international standards, a troop with average combat effectiveness will almost lose the ability to fight again if it loses 30% of its combatants. A troop that is good at fighting can still form a certain combat effectiveness even if it loses 50% of its combatants. An ace troop can still have the ability to fight again even if it loses 60% or 70% of its combatants. However, given the current situation in the Great Xia Kingdom, there are no so-called ace troops. Even first-class troops that are good at fighting are almost rare. At this time, the Eagle Country troops were being suppressed and lost 30% of their combat personnel. Their combat effectiveness was rapidly declining. If Rhodes had not been in command, they would have been captured by the 21st Infantry Regiment and the Guard Battalion. In close combat, the most important thing tested is the mentality and firepower of a unit, and Su Yu's security headquarters happened to have both of these qualities. Of course, the garrison command naturally has its shortcomings, that is, many soldiers are participating in actual combat for the first time, and they are still panicky, but at this time, the role of the commander is reflected. Tell the artillery camp to hit me hard. Su Yu looked at the battlefield in front of him and said, "Beat these sons of bitches hard. Do you really think I don't dare to shoot because I'm afraid of these Eagle Country guys?" "Yes, Commander." In the rear, all 15 75mm field guns of the artillery battalion were in place. The artillery battalion commander directed the soldiers to adjust their positions, waiting for Su Yu's orders and ready to provide artillery support at any time. "Please stop the exchange of fire immediately." At this time, just as Su Yu was about to dispatch the artillery, the commander of the American garrison arrived at the front battlefield with half a division of troops and ordered both sides to stop firing. At the same time, Edward Bart also arrived at the front line with the remaining troops and controlled both sides to stop the exchange of fire. Seeing the bodies of Eagle soldiers all over the ground, Edward Bart felt panic in his heart. He couldn't believe that the brave warriors of Eagle Kingdom were defeated by the local troops of Great Xia Kingdom. Su Yu also ordered his troops to cease fire, because he knew that if these two people came and continued fighting, it would cause public outrage, so he also ordered his troops to withdraw. In just half an hour, the surface of the ocean terminal was dyed blood red. The terminal, which should have been crowded with people, was now only populated by soldiers from both sides, because Su Yu had evacuated the crowd long before the battle began. There were corpses, shrapnel, and bullet casings everywhere on the ground. It was the first time that Su Yu had seen such a scene. An army of several thousand people started a battle on a dock. In the past, such scenes could only be seen on TV, but now it was presented in front of him in reality. He did not feel fear, but only a little shock and excitement. That's right, excitement. Su Yu's body was filled with adrenaline. This was what a man should do. Either he should wear a suit and tie and make plans, or he should wear a military uniform and guard a place. This was what a real man should do. Commander. At this time, the commander of the 21st Infantry Regiment and Zhang, who came to Su Yu. Zhang, who cursed and said, "Damn it, give me another half an hour, and I will definitely be able to wipe out these Eagle Country guys. What are you guys doing?" The commander of the U.S. garrison was stunned when he saw the scene on the dock. He couldn't believe that the garrison troops of the Great Eagle Empire actually started a fight with the Lu Garrison Command. Since the establishment of the concession, the Great Xia Empire's troops have always been very restrained. He was very curious about what exactly had angered the other side. What shocked him even more was that the country that once claimed to be the world's #1 military power was now defeated by the local forces of the Great Xia Kingdom. Was this telling him that the Eagle Kingdom was on the decline, or was it telling him that the military strength of the Great Xia Kingdom had caught up? Chapter 21 Strong. Save me. On the ground, an Eagle Country soldier had his arms shattered by a heavy machine gun. He was covered in blood and begged his comrades for help. He wanted to live. When the soldiers of the Eagle Country's 1st Musketeer Infantry Regiment saw this scene, they were frightened. It seemed as if they were not fighting against people, but against a group of lunatics who were not afraid of bullets or death. The moment the war broke out, half of their soldiers were not shooting, but looking for cover. The soldiers of the security command, at the moment the war broke out, all pulled the trigger and attacked without even blinking, forming a circle around them. In fact, the outcome was decided the moment the battle started. Fuck. Rhodes walked towards Su Yu cursing angrily. Two guards with murderous eyes tried to stop him. The guards were already bloodthirsty at this time. So when Rhodes rushed over, the two guards blocked him directly and kicked him away. If they hadn't had a bit of rationality left, the two soldiers might have shot Rhodes to death. Get lost, if you want to fight. Let's get ready and continue. Zhang Hu shouted angrily that their guard battalion suffered a lot of losses in this battle. So if Su Yu hadn't ordered a ceasefire, it would be useless no matter who came. Rod. Edward Bart pointed at Rhodes, who was kicked to the ground, and shouted, "This is the second time you have led troops out without permission, and it has caused heavy losses to the 1st Musketeer Infantry Regiment. You should return to the country and report this to the Marshal." Bart was really heartbroken. The 1st Musketeer Infantry Regiment could be said to have been destroyed. He really didn't expect that the combat effectiveness of Shanglu Garrison Command could be so strong. He originally wanted Rhodes to fight with Shanglu Garrison Command until both sides suffered losses, and then take back the command of the troops, and he could also suppress the Great Xia Kingdom very well, but now, what are you doing? Connor Devon, the commander of the U.S. garrison, asked Rhodes and Su Yu, "Do you want to cause a war between the two countries?" Connor Devon was wearing the uniform of a major general of the United States. He was tall and strong, and looked no different from the people of the United States. After all, the United States split from the United States in the early years. "Let's start the war." Rhodes got up from the ground and pointed at Su Yu angrily. "You bunch of idiots. My great Eagle Empire will make you pay with blood." Hearing Rhodes scolding, Su Yu also became furious and shouted to Zhang Hu, "Let the artillery battalion load the shells, and send the signalmen to transfer the 1st Infantry Division and the 2nd Infantry Division over. I'm going to fight these Eagle Country guys to the death today. All troops, listen to my orders." Su Yu took out his pistol and shouted, "If these Eagle Country guys don't accept it, then we will beat them into submission. Kill, kill, kill." Thousands of people shouted at the top of their lungs. The surface of the sea was rippling with the huge sound, and the white clouds in the sky were blown away by the murderous aura. All the soldiers loaded their guns again and prepared to attack. At the same time, 15 75mm field guns in the rear also began test firing. The first round of artillery fire all hit the sea behind the Eagle Country, causing a lot of waves. "Come." Su Yu pointed at Rhodes and yelled, "Whoever dares not fight is a dog. I'll see if you can walk out of this ocean-going dock alive today. Do you really think that our great Xia soldiers grew up eating vegetarian food?" At this time, Liao Yuanliang arrived at the ocean-going wharf with the 1st Infantry Division, the 2nd Infantry Division, and the 4th Reserve Division. After hearing the gunshots, he quickly assembled his troops and rushed over. In addition, Wang Wu brought the 3rd Infantry Division to the area under the jurisdiction of the Eagle Garrison Command. As long as gunshots were heard again, Wang Wu would lead the 3rd Infantry Division to conduct a large-scale sweep of the Eagle Concession and their warship port. In an instant, the Security Command dispatched 3 infantry divisions plus a guard battalion to surround the ocean-going terminal. More than 30,000 guns are pointed at the Eagle Country soldiers. It depends on whether the enemy is strong enough to fight back. You'll have 3 minutes. Su Yu looked at Rhodes and said, "If you don't retreat, I will make your entire garrison headquarters disappear in Shanglu. Those who are not afraid of death should stay here. Let's see who is more powerful, your life or the bullets of my garrison headquarters." With the arrival of Liao Yuanliang with 3 infantry divisions, the atmosphere on the scene was once again pushed to the forefront. Su Yu pressed forward step by step and refused to give in. "As long as you, the Eagle Country guy, want to fight, I will fight you to the end. As for the follow-up matters, we will talk about it later. We cannot lose our dignity now." Rhodes looked around and saw densely packed gun barrels pointed at him. It could be said that if he didn't retreat, he would be beaten into a pulp in 3 minutes. Connor Devon, who was standing next to him, knew that he had to step forward and act as a peacemaker. Otherwise, if a fight broke out, the peace of Shanglu would be completely broken, which he would never allow. "Soder, calm down." Connor Devon immediately ordered the 38th Division to block between the Security Command and the Eagle Country garrison. He pulled Bart and said, "We must not start a war, at least not now." Clear. Bart also knew that they couldn't fight any longer. If the garrison troops really finished fighting, both he and Rod would have to be court-martialed. "Commander Su." Connor Devon came to Su Yu and said, "I don't know what grudge you have with Rhodes, but I hope you can give me some face and stop fighting." "Can." Su Yu looked at Connor Devon and said, "But he, Rod, must not interfere with my work." "No." When Rhodes heard this, he immediately shouted angrily, "I will never let you take anything here." "Rod." Bart grabbed Rod's clothes and shouted, "Wake up! We have already lost half of our regiment. If you continue to fight, your Wilson family will be implicated." You know that the marshal hates generals who don't obey orders the most. Can. Rhodes knew that Bart was telling the truth. If the fighting really went on, the entire Wilson family would be implicated. After all, this was a matter of a Royal Infantry Division and the reputation of the Great Eagle Empire. The casualties are not that severe now, Bart continued. If you withdraw now, I can help you conceal this matter. I know you don't believe it, but now I am the commander of the garrison. If this matter is exposed, I will be the first to go to the military court. I hope you will take care of yourself. One more minute. Su Yu looked at Rhodes and shouted, and the more than 30,000 soldiers behind him all loaded their bullets and formed an attacking formation. Hundreds of mortars were in place, with soldiers holding shells in both hands at the muzzles, ready to fire at any time. The artillery battalion behind was also in place, waiting for Su Yu's order. Connor Dewin swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene, feeling a little nervous. The commander of the Great Xia Kingdom was really a madman. He actually dared to disregard his face and defend the Great Eagle Empire by resorting to force without permission. Chapter 22, Strong Suppression. Rod. Bart gritted his teeth and shouted, "Have you forgotten the order issued by the cabinet?" In order to persuade Rhodes to retreat, Bart brought out the powerful cabinet. There was once a family more powerful than Wilson that did not obey the cabinet's orders. More than 700 people in the family were all implicated, including a general. Retreat. Rhodes shouted while gritting his teeth. His back teeth were almost broken, and he felt unwilling inside. As a major general of the Great Eagle Empire, he actually gave in to the backward Great Xia Kingdom today. This would be a shame that Wilson Rhodes would never be able to wash away in his lifetime. Bart breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Rhodes give the order to retreat, and the soldiers behind him also breathed a sigh of relief, especially the 1st Musketeer Infantry Regiment. They no longer wanted to go to war with the soldiers of the garrison command. They were simply a bunch of devils. Then, the soldiers of the Eagle Country Garrison Command began to retreat. Su Yu waved his hand, and the 1st Infantry Division made way for the Eagle Country troops to retreat. At this moment, everyone was cheering in their hearts. It was incredible that they had forced the extremely arrogant Eagle Country to make concessions. This was something they had never dared to dream of before. Seeing the Eagle Country guys leaving in embarrassment, tens of thousands of soldiers of the Security Command puffed out their chests. They defeated the world's #1 military power and forced the other side to make concessions. This was the pride of their Security Command. Zhang Hu. Su Yu shouted, "Count the casualties, clean up the battlefield, transport all the goods of Sassoon Company to the Supervision Bureau," and the rest of the troops returned to the camp. "Brothers," Su Yu shouted, "we won." "Oh, I win." The soldiers raised their rifles high and shouted loudly, and they forced back the arrogant American invaders. After seeing this, Connor Dewin also left with his troops, but he would report everything that happened here today. Perhaps he should not sell arms to the Great Xia Kingdom. After all the forces left, Su Yu also took Liao Yuanliang and others back to the headquarters. Everything that happened here spread by word of mouth. In less than an afternoon, the whole Shanglu knew that the Shanglu Garrison Command had defeated the Eagle Country's troops, severely beaten them, and forced them to retreat. This news caused a great sensation. Even major newspapers went to the scene to collect information and took pictures of a large number of dead bodies of Eagle Country soldiers. This will be a very good piece of material, and this material has attracted the attention of the general public in Shanglu. At night, Su Yu looked at the world nuclear peace, and the reputation value on it had accumulated to 130,000. The people's respect and love for Su Yu can also contribute to his reputation. In one afternoon, the people of Shanglu contributed nearly 120,000 reputation points to him, and the rest was converted from the rewards for killing Eagle Country soldiers. Previously, Su Yu mentioned that the way to earn reputation points was to stop smoking. Now, as long as the smoking ban begins and ends, he can gain at least more than 500,000 reputation points, and this more than 500,000 reputation points are the foundation for him to gain a foothold in this troubled world. With more than 500,000 reputation points, he can form a powerful army at any time and unlock more advanced and high-end weapons and equipment. Commander. At this time, Zhang Hu and Wang Wen walked into the office. Both of them looked unhappy and held a stack of casualty reports in their hands. The damage ratio and casualty data are all out. Wang Wen held up the report and said, "In the battle at Yuanyang Wharf, our army suffered 233 casualties, including 99 deaths, 17 serious injuries, and 123 minor injuries. The enemy suffered 988 casualties, including 799 deaths, 121 serious injuries, and 69 minor injuries. The battle loss ratio is 1 minute and 4.2 seconds. There are many casualties. Hearing this number, Su Yu felt very distressed. More than 200 people were lost in this battle. It was really heartbreaking. No way. Wang Wen sighed and said, in close combat, our artillery fire has no effect at all, and once a close combat begins, either the enemy will be seriously injured or killed. Why? Su Yu sighed and said, casualty compensation must be in place. Soldiers who died in battle will receive a subsidy of $50 silver each according to the rules, and a year's salary, a total of 122 yuan, which must be sent to their families. Also, if any family is in trouble, they can come to us. So you looked at Wang Wen and said, I will take out 1 million silver dollars from my own pocket to set up a relief fund. As long as the families of the soldiers who died in the war are in trouble and can't survive, they can use the funds in the relief fund to help them. The soldiers risked their lives for Su Yu, so Su Yu would not be stingy. He would provide all the subsidies that were due, and would not stand idly by when it came time to take care of the martyrs' families. Understood. I will implement it as soon as possible. Although the casualties were heavy this time, Su Yu felt it was worth it. This move won him the trust and support of 3 million people in Shanglu, and also effectively curbed the arrogance of the Eagle Country. I believe that in the next period of time, the Eagle Country Garrison Command will be much quieter and will not interfere with his anti-smoking activities. Go ahead. After Wang Wengang left, Liao Yuanliang also walked in quickly. Commander. Liao Yuanliang swallowed his saliva tiredly and said, all the opium, weapons, alcohol, and other supplies under Sassoon's command have been transported to the Supervision Bureau and are under the supervision of an infantry regiment. Su Yu nodded, very satisfied with Liao Yuanliang's working speed. Also, Liao Yuanliang continued, our 1st Infantry Division and the 3rd Infantry Division sealed off all the opium dens in Shanglu, confiscated 22,000 kilograms of opium, sealed off 198 opium dens and shops, and arrested more than 2,400 related personnel and more than 30,000 smokers. They were all sent to the Smoking Cessation Bureau, which is now unable to accommodate them. In addition, there is a legal profit, that is, 3.88 million silver dollars in profit from selling opium. If the Smoking Cessation Bureau can't hold them anymore, then we can transport them here. The underground jail can hold them, or the police station can also hold them. We must make sure these people quit smoking before we release them. As for the money, it will all be confiscated. I just happened to set up a relief fund, so I'll put 1 million into the fund, and the rest will be used to pay the soldiers. Clear. Liao Yuanliang nodded in response. But you can't relax either, Su Yu continued. This is just the beginning. According to the Intelligence Bureau's investigation, there are more than 300 tobacco shops in Shanglu. You must continue to seal them off tomorrow. Tomorrow. Liao Yuanliang pondered and said, after making such a big noise today, they probably won't open the door tomorrow, right? We have the evidence. No matter whether the door can be opened or not, just break it down. I don't believe they can destroy all the opium overnight. Yes, Commander. After receiving the order, Liao Yuanliang left the headquarters and prepared to issue the task for tomorrow. He had to lock down these smoking houses early in the morning and not let them have a chance to catch their breath. This night was a sleepless night for tens of thousands of people in Shanglu, because Su Yu's powerful attack stirred up the interests of all sectors of Shanglu, including politics, business, and gangs, and broke the balance of the old era in Shanglu. Chapter 23. Destroying 3 Views. The sun was half sideways in the early morning, and there were a few dark clouds in the sky. It looked like it was going to rain. The weather in December was already very cold. After breakfast, Su Yu put on his military coat and was reading an international daily newspaper in the yard. During this period, he was paying close attention to the international situation. In order to facilitate office work, Su Yu built a small villa in the security headquarters. The villa has a yard of about 100 square meters and a pavilion on the side. Su Yu almost always has his breakfast in the pavilion. Because it is winter, wooden doors are installed on both sides of the pavilion to keep out the cold. He was reading the international daily newspaper in his hand with great interest. Tsarist Russia was carrying out 3 8-year plans and had achieved great results. The United States was vigorously developing its industrial economy and had become the world's largest economic power. The neighboring East Asian country was also vigorously developing its military strength, which had also attracted the attention of many people. Only the Great Xia country was still standing still. Commander. Zhang Hu walked quickly to the courtyard and shouted to Su Yu. The deputy general manager of Sassoon Company requested to meet with the commander to discuss the seizure of supplies. Bring him in. Yes, Commander. After saying that, Zhang Hu trotted out of the courtyard and drove a jeep to the gate to pick up the deputy general manager of Sassoon Company. while Su Yu also put down the international daily and asked someone to prepare tea. Soon, Zhang Hu came in with a yellow-haired foreigner wearing a gray suit. Commander Su. The man didn't look too good. He was about 1.7 meters tall with prominent features. He said directly to Su Yu, "Why did your security headquarters seize the goods from our Sassoon company?" The other party was coming at him aggressively, so Su Yu naturally went up to him. After the imperial court issued the ban on opium, your company Sassoon continued to transport opium to Shanglu. How did you treat the imperial court's words as bullshit? I also acted in accordance with the imperial court's rules and regulations. Your cargo contains a large amount of opium. Shouldn't it be confiscated? You. The man in the suit nodded, took out a piece of paper from his pocket and said, "This is the customs document that your court has specially approved for our Sassoon company, which allows us to be exempted from customs inspection. What you are doing now is violating the will of your court. I hope," the man in the suit continued, "Commander Su can see the situation and return the supplies to avoid embarrassment for both sides. Don't you foreigners like to talk so condescendingly?" Su Yu slammed the table and said angrily, "I'm telling you, it's impossible to take this batch of materials back. I will inspect all the cargo ships of your Sassoon company, otherwise they will not pass by Shanglu Wharf." Su Yu pointed at the other person's nose and cursed, "Not only that, I will search all of your Sassoon company's industrial groups in Shanglu. If I find opium, I will show no mercy." "Damn it." Su Yu threw the cup on the table and said angrily, "I gave you the honor, but you have to make me angry." "Zhang Hu, kick him out," Su Yu shouted. "From now on, if anyone from Sassoon comes here, let them walk in on their own. Since it's a request, they should show their attitude and status correctly." "Yes, Commander." Zhang Hu directly kicked out the deputy general manager of Sassoon Company without showing any mercy. He knew that Sassoon Company would not give up this batch of goods. After all, it was worth more than 20 million. After kicking out the deputy general manager of Sassoon, Su Yu changed into a military uniform and said to Zhang Hu, who had returned, "Gather the guard battalion and go to the headquarters of Sassoon in our jurisdiction." "Yes, Commander." In less than 2 minutes, the soldiers of the guard battalion were assembled, and Su Yu took a military truck and led the guard battalion to the headquarters of Sassoon Company in the area under his jurisdiction. This was only more than 20 million, which was nothing for the Sassoon family. This time, he would make Sassoon Company bleed heavily. On South Street, soldiers in gray military uniforms could be seen breaking down the doors of closed opium dens and searching for the opium inside. According to Su Yu's understanding of the tobacco dealers in Shanglu, opium is their life and they would never think of destroying the opium. They would only think of avoiding the limelight for a while and continue their business after the limelight is past. But they didn't know Su Yu's determination to make the opium disappear in Shanglu. At the Sassoon Company headquarters, Su Yu led the guard battalion to surround this headquarters, which covered an area of more than 9,000 square meters. It contained Sassoon Company's warehouse reserves, the storefronts of 17 arms companies, and a department store. There was also a high-end tobacco shop at the very back. The Intelligence Bureau spent a lot of effort to find such a secret opium den. Su Yu's target today is it. Didn't you see that the guard battalion only has a few hundred soldiers, but drove hundreds of military trucks here? Everyone get out of my way? Guards with submachine guns blocked all the doors of the foreign company's headquarters. Zhang Hu also led his men to the innermost opium den, an antique building with a strong smell of opium. Bang! Su Yu kicked open a door and saw a fully furnished room. An old man in his 60s was using his pipe to burn a sweet-looking girl. The girl's mouth was blocked, so she could only make heart-wrenching screams, which the old man enjoyed hearing. The girl was tied up and trapped on the bed. Her clothes were torn, her fair skin was covered with scars, and her breasts were pinched until they were bloody. Su Yu was furious when he saw this. Bang! 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 Su Yu fired several shots in succession, directly punching a hole in the old man's body and killing him on the spot. The girl tied to the bed watched the old man die and started crying out in excitement. She wanted to skin the old man alive to relieve the hatred in her heart. Su Yu pulled aside the exposed position and untied the ropes that bound the girl. The other party rushed forward and bit the old man with her mouth, filling his mouth with blood. What kind of torture must one have endured to hate someone so much? The girl fainted after being exhausted. Su Yu asked 2 waiters to help the girl put on her clothes, and then asked someone to send the girl to the hospital for treatment. I thought it was just a smoking den, but it turned out to be nothing. Su Yu shouted angrily at Zhang Hu, "Seal off the entire foreign company. No one needs to enter or leave. Search other rooms. If there are any criminals, arrest them all. If they resist, rob them on the spot." "Yes, Commander." After receiving Su Yu's order, The soldiers of the guard battalion began to take action, and all the people inside were controlled. The soldiers of the guard battalion already had experience with such things. A bloody purge began in this 9,000 square meter foreign company headquarters. Chapter 24. For major gangs surround the security headquarters. Su Yu was also completely furious. What happened in the foreign company's tobacco shop completely destroyed his three views. They did not treat people as human beings. This was no longer as simple as banning smoking. Seal it for me. Su Yu looked at the girl covered in wounds and shouted angrily, anyone who participated will be shot on the spot. The seriousness of the matter has exceeded Su Yu's imagination. In this small foreign company headquarters, there is such unscrupulous business that plays with human lives. It is simply abominable. The guard soldiers began a comprehensive search, and gunshots could be heard from time to time. Su Yu sat on the third floor with a chair, waiting for the results of the guard battalion's search. At this time, a soldier came up to Su Yu and shouted, "Commander, the Deputy General Manager of Sassoon Company is here. Bring him in." The soldier brought Deputy General Manager Jace, who had just left the headquarters, to the third floor. Jace was so angry when he saw the soldiers searching the foreign company's headquarters, but he knew that he had to adjust his attitude now, otherwise the next target would most likely be the Sassoon Group headquarters. "Commander Su, what do you mean?" Jace spoke in a gentle tone, without the momentum he had just had at the headquarters. "What's the meaning?" Su Yu looked at him fiercely and said, "Not only are you dealing in opium in broad daylight, but you are also using young girls as commodities for trading, making them food for those beasts. You, Sassoon Company, are really good. Commander Su, you really misunderstood us," Jess said with a look of being wronged. "These girls were captured by human traffickers. We bought them from them. Now we let them do some work and have food to eat. This is a great favor to them." Fart. Su Yu stood up and kicked Luo Chengan to the ground, pointing at him and shouting, "I will definitely close this foreign company. If you want to negotiate, let the person in charge of your Sassoon Company come to talk to me. As for you, you are not qualified. Get out of here." After that, Su Yu ordered the soldiers to kick Jace out. Seeing the other party's face, Su Yu felt disgusted. "Commander." Soon, Zhang Hu came to Su Yu and said, "There are more than 70 women inside who have become trading toys. They have all been sent to the hospital. Those who participated should be arrested, and those who should be shot should be shot. No one will be spared." Su Yu nodded and asked, "Where's the opium?" In the warehouse, 3,000 kilograms of high-end opium were found. In the warehouses of 17 foreign companies, 2,100 rifles, 200 light machine guns, 30 mortars, 200,000 rounds of bullets, 2,000 rounds of artillery shells, and 1.57 million in stolen money were found. Take them all back. Also, Su Yu continued, "I have sealed this foreign company. No one can enter or reopen it without our permission." "Yes, Commander." Zhang Hu began to order the soldiers to transport the goods back and release the detained customers. As for the employees of the foreign company, they were all arrested. As for the subsequent arrangements, it depended on Su Yu's mood. After sealing up the foreign company, Su Yu returned to the headquarters with the guard battalion. Coincidentally, Liao Yuanliang also returned to the headquarters with the 1st Infantry Division. Seeing that Su Yu didn't look well, he asked about it. Su Yu also told Liao Yuanliang what he had seen and heard, which made the other party so angry that he gnashed his teeth and wished he could skin these beasts alive. He had been carrying out the anti-smoking campaign these 2 days and had a lot of feelings in his heart. If the Great Xia Kingdom does not change, this ancient country with thousands of years of history will probably be doomed to extinction. Why? Liao Yuanliang sighed and said, "Today, I led the 1st Infantry Division to seal off all the remaining opium dens. We seized more than 8,000 kilograms of opium, 2.39 million in stolen money, and more than 200 opium den dealers." Su Yu nodded and said, "Send them all to the Supervision Bureau." While Su Yu was talking to Liao Yuanliang, Wang Wu quickly ran up to Su Yu and shouted, "Something bad has happened. The 4 major gangs in Shanglu have brought dozens of smaller gangs to besiege our security headquarters. The streets are filled with gang thugs, estimated to be no less than tens of thousands." "What?" Liao Yuanliang exclaimed. "Are they planning a rebellion?" "No need to make a fuss," Su Yu said. "I knew this would happen when I destroyed their businesses. A large part of Shanglu's public security problems is due to these gangs. We can just wipe them out today. Wang Wu, take the 2nd Infantry Division to guard the checkpoints. Don't let them reach the garrison headquarters. Anyone who forces their way in will be shot dead." "Yes, Commander." Wang Wu left quickly to dispatch troops. "Yuan Liang, take the 1st Infantry Division with me to the main gate checkpoint. I want to see how big a wave these gangs can stir up. As he spoke, Su Yu led the guard battalion and the 1st Infantry Division to the main gate checkpoint. A 100-meter-long checkpoint was built with tree stumps and barbed wire. Soldiers from the security headquarters were blocking the way with guns, while outside were densely packed gang members, no less than 10,000 people at a glance. Some of them were holding axes, some were holding guns, and some were even holding heavy weapons such as light machine guns and grenades. That's fucking wrong. The gang leader pointed at the soldiers and yelled, "Tell your commander to get out here, Mr. Xiaozi. Do you really think that our Tiger Gang is just here to eat and do nothing? You must give an explanation to our Shanglu 4 major gangs today." The sound of cursing was like flies, and if it weren't for the stump fence, the gang kids would probably have rushed in. Damn it. Zhang, who led the guard battalion to form a cordon, and the 1st Infantry Division also blocked all the exits for the gang members from the rear and sides. Heavy machine guns, mortars, and even field artillery were placed at each exit. What are you arguing about? Zhang, who fired a few times at the sky with a submachine gun and shouted, "Our commander said that there will be no more gangs in Shanglu from now on. You are asked to go back to where you are and disband. Each of you should go back to your own homes and find your own mothers." Fart. A sturdy middle-aged man shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are? We asked your commander to come out and talk to us. Are you scared now?" "You." Zhang, who took 2 steps forward and shouted, "How dare you speak to our commander?" "Grass. Who are you looking down on?" The middle-aged man raised his hand and shouted, "Brothers, we have to show these soldiers that our gang is not to be trifled with." After that, tens of thousands of gang members started yelling and rushed towards the tree stump checkpoint. Fortunately, the tree stump was 1.7 meters high and had sharp barbs on it, which prevented the gang members from breaking through. Chapter 25, The Mob. "Commander, I think this gang is carrying out an organized operation." Liao Yuanliang looked at Su Yu and said, "The 4 major gangs in Shanglu have a total of 80,000 to 90,000 people. If there is a commotion, it will not be easy to calm it down." "Nothing is easy." Su Yu sat in the car and looked at the restless gang members and said, "Kill one group, suppress one group, and release another group. This gang can be solved naturally." Some of these gang members are more ruthless than foreign powers. They specialize in oppressing the weak people. Many people have died at the hands of their own people, so there is no need to be soft-hearted. In special times, iron-blooded means should be used. That's the reason. Liao Yuanliang nodded in agreement. He has been closing down smoking dens these past 2 days and found that many of them are run by these gangs, and in order to attract customers, they use horrifyingly cruel methods. So, we need to resolve the internal issues as quickly as possible. Su Yu lit a cigarette and said, "I've been watching international daily reports recently. All countries are gearing up for a military race, so I guess that within 2 or 3 years, the world will enter a new round of chaos. Whether we can protect ourselves then depends on how we develop in the next 2 years." Liao Yuanliang had full confidence in his commander's vision, because during these few months, he often talked with the other party, and the other party's vision and insights into problems could be said to be far superior to his. Damn it. Outside, the middle-aged man took out his pistol and shouted, "Call out your commander, or I will destroy your headquarters today." After saying that, several gang members took out gasoline and sprinkled it on the tree stump. As long as Su Yu didn't show up, they would burn the stump and then rush into the security headquarters. Burn it. Boom. A fire was set on the tree stump, and when it was burned to ashes, that was when the gang members rushed in. "Commander." Zhang, who ran to Su Yu and asked, "What should we do next?" "Retreat 100 meters and assemble all the heavy machine guns of the division. Anyone who crosses the line will be shot. The mortars in the rear are also in place, as well as the 1st Infantry Division. Approach the gangs from all checkpoints, reduce their space for movement, and then kill them all in one fell swoop. I still say the same thing. Kill one group and suppress another. This will be beneficial to the development of Shanglu in the future and will benefit future generations. After all, gangs should not exist in the first place. We must let artillery crush their gang mentality." "Yes, Commander." Zhang, who began to follow Su Yu's instructions and assembled all the heavy machine guns in the division. According to the equipment configuration of the security command, an infantry division was equipped with 100 heavy machine guns. Zhang, who directly transferred 80 heavy machine guns and prepared 80,000 rounds of ammunition. There are 50 mortars in the rear, ready for battle. Looking at the raging fire in front of him, Su Yu understood that after the fire was over, there would be no more gangs in Shanglu and public security issues would be well managed. "Brothers!" The Tiger Gang's chief and the leaders of the other 3 gangs shouted with their pistols in hand, "Go in there and kill those officials." Kill. Thugs from the four major gangs began to rush in. As long as they could kill an official, they would receive a reward of 100 yuan. If they could kill the security commander, they would directly receive a reward of 10,000 yuan and could also become the leader of a gang. Shooting. Zhang Hu fired a shot and gave the order to shoot. 80 heavy machine guns roared endlessly, and the ammunition chains formed a firepower network and rushed towards the gang disciples. Da-da-da. The bullets pierced through the gang members' bodies, and the powerful firepower turned the people in the front row into a bloody mist. The lethality of the heavy machine gun is no joke. Once it is hit, there will be a big hole, and the people rushing in the front row have been beaten into pieces. This brutal scene frightened the thugs in the back row so much that their legs and feet went limp and they dared not charge forward anymore. And because some people were still rushing forward, it caused a collision within the gang. Those who were afraid to run and stopped were hit by those who were still rushing forward from behind. In an instant, tens of thousands of gang thugs were thrown into disarray, and some were even tripped by their own people. This was because the people rushing forward saw their brothers in the front row being beaten into a pulp, and they quickly retreated in fear, which caused everyone to be squeezed together. Grass. Mud. Horse. You stepped on my dick. Many people who were tripped became the main targets of the stampede, and many people's testicles were crushed. This group of people vividly demonstrated what a mob is. Once they are hit hard on the head, they will almost lose their fighting power, because they are just a group of hooligans who have no team consciousness and have not received professional training. At the same time, the 1st Infantry Division began to attack, approaching from major checkpoints and compressing the gang thugs' activity areas. Light machine guns cleared the way, and heavy machine guns provided suppressive fire, continuously compressing the gang's range of activities and forcing them towards the center of the street. In the central area of this main street, there are almost 18 or 19,000 gang thugs gathered. Now they are all controlled in the middle of the street and have no power to resist. Hold your head and squat down, or I will kill you without mercy. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 18 or 19,000 gang thugs were subdued. Su Yu finally understood where that saying came from. Even if it was 80 or 90,000 pigs, it would take the other side a month to capture them, but you were all defeated in 3 days. What he said is true. If there were really 18,900 pigs, they might not be able to catch them all in a quarter of an hour. Yuanliang. Su Yu pinched off his cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, "Send people to destroy the headquarters of the 4 major gangs. Kill all those who are above the level of Hall Master. As for the others, each person must pay 30 silver dollars to redeem them. Otherwise, they will stay in the labor team to do hard labor." Clear. After deploying these, Su Yu returned to the headquarters. To be honest, he really didn't take these 4 major gangs seriously. With more than 60,000 guns and 60,000 trained soldiers, he didn't care about dealing with tens of thousands of rabble. Today, Shanglu is the most powerful, so he can naturally implement many things that he dared not do in the past, such as the very successful anti-smoking campaign. In just a few days, all 300 opium dens in Shanglu were closed, and he had to make good use of the opium in the regulatory bureau to gain more reputation for himself. Commander. At this time, Su Yu had just arrived at the headquarters when Wang Wen came up to him and said, "The court sent a telegram asking us to return all the things of Sassoon Company." I see. Su Yu finally understood why no direct descendants of the Sassoon family came to him. It turned out that they went directly to the court. As expected of a businessman, he was very smart. Chapter 26. Fame. Just when Su Yu received the order from the court, the main person in charge of the Sassoon family in Dasha Kingdom made an appointment with Su Yu at 7 o'clock in the evening at the Sassoon building. "Let me go see him." Su Yu chuckled. It seems that the Sassoon family still hasn't made their identity clear. "Don't worry about it." Su Yu waved his hand and said to Wang Wen, "The goods are in our hands. They should be anxious, not us. Also, help me find a group of reporters. I need them to spread some things to the outside world." "Yes, Commander." At 7 o'clock in the evening, Liao Yuanliang arrived at the headquarters tiredly, sat down opposite Su Yu and said, "Commander, doing these trivial matters is more tiring than fighting and training." Ha ha ha. Su Yu looked at Liao Yuanliang and smiled. "Tell me, how is the matter going?" "We have arrested all of them. According to your instructions, we will try them at the execution ground tomorrow. However, the leaders of the gangs will be shot on the spot." After that, Liao Yuanliang took out a piece of paper from his pocket and said, "The assets of these people were also confiscated. A total of 1,399 properties were seized, including shops, houses, etc., 28.8 million silver dollars, and 5,000 small yellow croakers." Hearing this, Su Yu couldn't help but take a breath. thinking that TY was indeed making huge profits. The four organizations were established only 30 to 50 years ago, yet they were able to accumulate such a huge wealth. It really benefited him in the end. After 3 to 5 days of anti-smoking activities, he made a lot of money these days. On YT alone, he seized 93,000 kilograms of tobacco, more than 1,700 shops and properties of various types, 36.64 million yuan in cash, and 5,000 small yellow croakers. It was almost enough to cover the fiscal revenue of an entire province, and there were also 12,100 rifles, 1,100 light machine guns, 30 mortars, 1.4 million bullets, 2,000 artillery shells, and 30,000 grenades, enough to form another infantry division. In addition to these, there were 7 large transport ships of the Sassoon Company and foreign liquor worth over 1 million. This is what he gained in the past few days. Su Yu was very impressed by this figure. He had been working in the business world for more than half a year, but it was not as good as these 3 to 5 days. This shows one thing. The gun is the most important. Also, Liao Yuanliang continued, more than 73,000 gang members have been detained. According to the ransom of $30 silver per head, some families have come to pay to redeem them. If they don't have money, they will join the labor team. Well, you finally do things so vigorously and neatly. Su Yu poured a cup of tea for the other party and said, now that the internal gang problem has been solved, I believe that after tomorrow's execution, the public security problem in Shanglu will be well resolved. This is all because of the commander's wisdom and bravery. Liao Yuanliang took a sip of tea and responded, ha ha ha, now you've also learned how to flatter. Su Yu said jokingly. The two chatted for a while and then went back to their rooms to rest. Su Yu also came to his own small villa. He came to the world nuclear peace and was very happy when he saw his reputation value approaching 140,000. I believe that after tomorrow, his reputation will surge again. Looking at the densely packed weapons and equipment, aircraft cannons, and tank armor on the weapon interface, his heart was burning with excitement. To unlock these equipment, reputation points were needed, so everything he did now was for reputation points. Of course, while gaining reputation points, we are also moving in the right direction, such as banning smoking and disbanding and suppressing gangs, all for the sake of the people. After washing up, Su Yu lay on the bed and thought about the subsequent developments. He fell asleep unconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, the sun had already risen. There are many more newsboys selling newspapers on the streets of Shanglu today. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers? The security command will execute the evildoers at the old execution ground. From now on, there will be no more gangs oppressing the people in Shangchuan. Give me a newspaper. Give me one too. The newsboys shouting made the whole Shanglu fall into a frenzy. Everyone hated these gang members very much. They did not expect that the security command would quietly wipe out the gangster organization that had been rooted in Shanglu for many years. This forced them to pay attention. In a short time, the news spread from mouth to mouth in Shanglu, and in less than an hour, everyone knew about it. Everyone has become more concerned about the Shanglu Garrison Command and the Shanglu Garrison Commander. In the past, the Shanglu Security Command was able to protect them from life threats, but now this security command not only repelled the garrison of the Great Eagle Empire, but also cleared out the 4 major gangs for them. It is truly a blessing to the people. Even if I don't go to work today, I have to go and show my support. A middle-aged man sitting in a noodle shop eating noodles shouted happily with a newspaper in his hand, damn it, my legs were broken by these gang thugs. They broke my legs just because I didn't pay the protection fee. I didn't expect that they would end up like this. God is watching over me. Yes, God has eyes. A young man nearby said with a smile, it's the garrison headquarters and the garrison commander who have eyes. We in Shanglu have finally welcomed an official who truly serves the people. Yes. Everyone was discussing the security commander at this time, because his actions really surprised them. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the old execution ground was surrounded by people who came to watch. There were people everywhere on the roofs and tree branches. Looking around, there were no less than 100,000 people. People from all over Shanglu began to gather here. Fortunately, Liao Yuanliang and Wang Wu, with the 1st Infantry Division and the 2nd Infantry Division, arrived at the scene early in the morning to maintain order and set up a super long cordon. Inside the cordon, there were reporters from major newspapers, holding cameras and waiting for Su Yu's arrival. Soon, a tall young man in a gray military uniform appeared in everyone's sight. Su Yu walked slowly up to the podium. The scene, which should have been noisy, fell into silence because of Su Yu's arrival. Everyone's eyes followed Su Yu's figure slowly. Coming to the podium, Su Yu shouted into the microphone, fellow villagers of Shanglu, thank you for your trust and support for the security command. I have been the security commander for nearly half a year. During this period, I have not dared to slack off. As a soldier, I should work for the people to live and work. Good. Pa, pa, pa. The applause was like an overwhelming wave, and everyone shouted excitedly. In addition to cleaning up the four major organizations, I believe many people have also heard about it. So you continued, YT is spreading throughout the world, which is really too harmful. I will never allow this kind of thing to circulate in my territory in the future. I hope everyone will supervise it together. Chapter 27 Hero. 5 days ago, the Security Command officially launched a campaign to ban tobacco. Su Yu shouted at the top of his voice. In 5 days, 300 tobacco shops were closed and more than 90,000 kilograms of tobacco were seized. The day after tomorrow, Operation Ginsmoke will be held in Haikou to destroy these more than 90,000 kilograms of tobacco that harm people. When the time comes, please be a witness. I, Su Yu, swear here. Su Yu raised his right hand and shouted, I will never let TY appear in front of me. Okay, okay. The people cheered loudly, especially the college students, who were deeply saddened by the chaos in the Great Xia Kingdom. However, they were just scholars and could not change the status quo. Now that they met Su Yu, they were ecstatic. Everyone was happy, and Su Yu was even happier. At this time, his reputation value had skyrocketed to 200,000. The execution begins. Su Yu announced loudly, and the captured gang leaders began to be taken to the execution platform, where a strong man with a machete was waiting for them. This execution was not by shooting, but the criminal law used by the ancient imperial court to deter villains. The Tin Hall Masters were taken to the execution platform. Looking at the big machete in the strong man's hand, they continued to struggle and begged for mercy. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Some were even scared to death. After all, the meter-long broad knife was right in front of them, and it was about to chop down on their necks. It would be strange if they were not afraid. Zhang Liang, Su Dashin, Wu Wen, and the other Tin Hall Masters are the Hall Masters of the Tiger Gang and the Axe Gang. During their tenure, they committed all kinds of evil, forcibly took women, and illegally earned 4.83 million yuan. They are now sentenced to death. Puff. The 10 strong men who were carrying out the execution spat a mouthful of wine onto the blade, then quickly chopped down at the shiny neck. Blood immediately spurted out, and the head fell to the ground. Many people watching were frightened by this scene. After all, this was a scene of watching a living person being beheaded, with blood spilling all over the ground. It made many people feel sick to their stomachs and almost vomit out the food they had eaten in the morning. Afterwards, another 10 Hall Masters were brought out. Some of them even fainted. Those who did not faint would be beaten awake and then executed. They would never be allowed to die easily. Half an hour passed in the back and forth, and all the Hall Masters were beheaded. The strong smell of blood made many people cover their noses. Finally, the leaders of the 4 major gangs were executed by shooting. First they shot them in the arms, then in the calves and thighs, and finally they were soaked in a water tank filled with salt water until they died of pain. Looking at these criminal laws, an idea flashed through Su Yu's mind. In the future, these criminal laws could be used on the soldiers from the Eastern Ocean who were living a good life. The inhumane screams made many people feel a chill down their spines, and they thought to themselves that it was what they deserved. The execution took more than an hour. After the execution, Su Yu reminded the people that 90,000 kilograms of opium would be destroyed in Haikou the day after tomorrow, and he hoped that everyone would come to witness it. Everyone also patted their chests and made the promise. Yuanliang, Su Yu shouted to Liao Yuanliang, maintain order and allow the people to evacuate in an orderly manner. Do not cause a stampede. Yes, Commander. Liao Yuanliang led the 1st Infantry Division to maintain order. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of civilians coming this time. The roofs, eaves, and trees were all filled with civilians. As for the streets and squares, they were all crowded. If troops were not sent to evacuate them, there would really be a trampling incident. The hundreds of reporters inside the cordon were also taking pictures frantically, recording what Su Yu said. This would become their selling point. Based on the enthusiasm of the people, they knew that this time, they were going to make a fortune. But in their hearts, they really admired the garrison commander, who was a good official. On December 30th, a day and a half after the execution, the printing machines of all major newspapers were printing frantically with sparks. Su Yu invited more than 120 newspaper companies that day. In 1.5 days, these 120 newspaper companies printed a total of 8.8 million newspapers and began to sell them across the country. As long as there is still one person who has quit smoking, I will not stop smoking. I swear to stick to this matter from beginning to end. There is no reason to stop." In the newspaper, Su Yu raised his arms and shouted loudly, and his bold words of banning smoking became popular all over the country. The national newspaper praised Su Yu as a hero of the country and praised him for defeating the Eagle Nation garrison troops at the dock. It also included scenes of the Eagle Nation soldiers being defeated and the bodies of the Eagle Nation soldiers piling up like mountains, which was very inspiring. The heroic spirit of heaven and earth, the great and powerful national spirit. Su Yu, the commander of the garrison, will destroy the opium in Haikao on January 3rd and severely crack down on the traffickers of YT. This is the first time in thousands of years that the Great Xia Kingdom has held such a large-scale event. Not afraid of power, not for money, only for the people. Various newspapers praising Su Yu began to flow into the country. Common people who left Shanglu all praised Su Yu as a true national hero, and students from major universities paraded through the streets to publicize Su Yu's righteousness. Jinling City, Governor's Mansion. A young man who looked a bit like Su Yu ran into the hall with a dozen newspapers in his hand, laughing and shouting, "Dad, Dad, the third child has become famous." The young man ran into the hall. A middle-aged man was discussing something with a man in dark green military uniform. Seeing the young man running in noisily, he snorted and cursed, "What's wrong with you? You're so impatient. You're about to get married, but you still don't know etiquette." "Dad." The young man handed the newspaper to the middle-aged man and said, "The third brother has become famous." "Third brother?" The middle-aged man borrowed the newspaper, looked at the photo on the newspaper, stood up in surprise, and his brows relaxed slightly. This middle-aged man was Su Yu's father, Su Yuanzhong, also the governor of 2 provinces. He was thin, only about 1.7 meters tall, but he had a hunched back, which made him look a little thin. With short hair and sharp facial features, he looks quite tough. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, after reading the contents of the newspaper, Su Yuanzhong laughed out loud. "Damn it, this third brother is more famous than his father now. I originally appointed him as the commander of the Shanglu garrison to see if he had the ability of Sun Wukong to cause havoc in the heavenly palace. I never expected," Su Yuanzhong chuckled, "that this little bastard defeated the Eagle Country guys. He must be my offspring. But this little bastard has become famous and is causing trouble." Su Yuanzhong put down the newspaper and sat on the sofa, crossing his legs and said, "The Sassoon family, what kind of people are they? They have more money than me. As long as I can get in touch with the court will definitely make things difficult for the third brother. Just watch." Su Yuanzhong waved his hand and said, "Once you become famous, you will never have a peaceful life in the future." Chapter 28: The Sassoon Family. On the evening of January 2nd, the Security Command welcomed an uninvited guest. Sassoon's chief officer in the Great Xia Kingdom, Sassoon Bartlett, arrived at the headquarters. The day before yesterday, he made an appointment to meet Su Yu, but Su Yu did not go, which made him very angry. He wanted to ask the court to put pressure on Su Yu again, but he heard about the destruction of opium, which made him rush to the security headquarters to meet the commander. In the reception area, Sassoon Bartlett drank 3 pots of tea and urinated 9 times, but still did not see Su Yu. He checked the time. It was already 10:30 in the evening. He had been waiting for 4.5 hours. However, he could not leave. Nearly 30 million worth of goods had been seized by the headquarters. How could he leave easily? Oops. A voice came from the door, and I heard it before I saw the person. "I am so sorry. I am so busy with work and I have neglected Mr. Sassoon Bartley. Please forgive me. Please forgive me." Su Yu walked into the reception room with a smile, showing no sign of embarrassment at all. "Don't just stand there like an idiot," Su Yu said to the adjutant. "Hurry up and serve Mr. Bartlett some tea." "No." Sassoon Bartlett waved his hand to refuse and was very angry at Su Yu's attitude. Their Sassoon family was respected as guests of honor in every country, but they had never been treated like this. "Forget it, Sassoon Bartlett. Please go back." "Ah." Sassoon Bartlett had just sat down when he was prompted by Su Yu's words to quickly stand up and say, "Commander Su, don't you know why I called you here today?" "When?" Snort. Sassoon Bartlett could not help but raise his voice and said, "You, the Shanglu Garrison Command, secretly detained my Sassoon family's transport ship and sealed off our foreign company's headquarters. You have to pay us a price for this." Sassoon Bartlett, with a big belly, walked 2 steps forward in leather shoes and came to Su Yu and said, "I guess Commander Su has also received the document from your court cabinet, asking you to return the goods of our Sassoon company. Isn't that right?" "I don't want to make things difficult for Commander Su. You just need to return these goods to me in the same way you seized them." Sassoon Bartlett said with his head held high. In order to get the goods back, he spent 500,000 yuan to Prince Gong of the court and 1.5 million yuan to the court cabinet to do this matter. He believed that with these people taking action, a small local commander of the other side would dare to disobey. Ha ha ha. Su Yu smiled and said, I'm so sorry, but I really can't return this batch of goods to your group. Mr. Sassoon Bartlett has made a wasted trip. I can't give it back. Sassoon Bartlett clenched his fists, looked at Su Yu and asked with gritted teeth, why can't you pay it back? Because the ban on smoking was issued by the emperor himself. Even if Prince Gong and the cabinet sent me a telegram, I cannot return it because it is the emperor's will. You. Sassoon Bartley was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But there is nothing wrong with what the other party said. This imperial edict was issued by the emperor of Daxia. So would it be useful for him to spend money to find Prince Gong and the cabinet? Damn it. Sassoon Bartley feels so sorry. He originally thought that if he went to the cabinet and issued a document to Prince Gong, the other party would be able to return the supplies, because there had been a time in the past when he asked the cabinet to resolve the issue. This time he was familiar with the process, so he went directly to the cabinet. To be on the safe side, he also found a royal relative, Prince Gong, who was a favorite of the emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom. Mr. Bartlett, if you can get the emperor's order, I will return the items, of course, Su Yu said with a smile. You have to hurry up and start destroying the opium tomorrow. You. Sassoon Bartlett was so angry that he slammed the table and said, to use a phrase from your Great Xia country, let's be frank, how can you return this batch of supplies? Readily. This is what Su Yu was waiting for. I won't return even a single ounce of opium. As for the foreign company headquarters, take 500,000 silver dollars to redeem it. As for the transport ships, take 500,000 silver dollars to redeem them. As for the alcohol, take 500,000 silver dollars to redeem them. As for the arms, take 2 million silver dollars to redeem them. Impossible. You are a demon. You are a vampire. Sassoon Bartlett directly refused and said, including all the opium and supplies, I, Sassoon Bartlett, will only give you 500,000, not a cent more. These supplies originally belonged to us. Then there's nothing to discuss. Su Yu spread his hands and said, Adjutant, please see him off. By the way, please invite Mr. Sassoon Bartlett to come and watch the opium destruction operation tomorrow. I will definitely give you a good seat. Commander Su. Sassoon Bartlett gritted his teeth and said, the power of my Sassoon family must be. Before the other party could finish speaking, Su Yu said directly, I dared to beat up the Eagle country's garrison headquarters. How powerful do you think your destroyed country and race are compared to this country that claims to be the world's #1 military power? Intimidation is useless to me. I can accept inducements, but opium is the bottom line. Then there's nothing to discuss. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Sassoon Bartlett left the headquarters with his big belly and leather shoes. He didn't expect that this young commander was so ungrateful, but he really felt sorry for this batch of people. He was also very angry about Prince Gong and the cabinet taking money but not doing their job. He thought that the people of Daxia were indeed so greedy and had no sense of contract. Sassoon Bartlett was unable to move at all when he thought about the more than 20 million worth of goods that would be destroyed tomorrow. This was the total sales volume of Sassoon Company in half a year, and the profit alone was as high as 21 million, and it was gone just like that. Watching Sassoon Bartlett leave angrily, Su Yu didn't care. For the Sassoon family, the suppression had just begun. He had said before that more than 20 million was not worth mentioning for the Sassoon family. The Sassoon family's businesses are spread all over the world, and their race is said to control 30% of the world's wealth, which is a terrifying number. However, Su Yu will also keep an eye on them, and he will find ways to put the money into his own pocket. He knew that for the race whose country was destroyed, what they cared about most was to be able to rebuild their own country. This was a breakthrough, but it was too early to say this now, because the strength in his hands was still too weak. Commander. At this time, someone from the communications department came to Su Yu and said, the cabinet has issued 5 orders for us to return the Sassoon family supplies, and also included the emperor's oral order. What a bullshit dictation. Su Yu waved his hand and said, don't worry about it. Go and call Wang Wen over for me. Yes, Commander. Soon, Wang Wen arrived at the headquarters and asked Su Yu, Commander, are you looking for me? The new year is coming soon. After the tobacco is destroyed, I plan to take you back to Jinling. My second brother is getting married this year, so I have to go back. Please apply for a special train that goes directly to Jinling. That's easy. I can just talk to the Jinling Railway office. Chapter 29 Sunny Day. On the morning of January 3rd, the sun was shining brightly, dispelling a bit of the cold for the people. Shanglu today is as lively as during the Chinese New Year. No less than 10,000 people have gathered in Haikou, and there are boats on the sea, which are also full of people. They arrived early before dawn to grab a seat. Moreover, as time went on, more and more people began to gather in Haikou. Even bigwigs from the business community and politicians from Shanglu all came, because they knew that this would be a day that would go down in history. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, within the cordon set up by the troops, large trucks arrived. The trucks were loaded with opium that was harmful to both themselves and others, and the soldiers began to unload the opium. Master Jun, do you want us to help you unload the cargo? Ha ha ha. Zhang Hu laughed and said, then I would like to thank my fellow villagers. After that, many strong men began to help the soldiers unload the cargo. After all, with more than 90,000 kilograms of cargo, it would take some time for the soldiers to unload the cargo alone. There is strength in numbers. The villagers helped unload the goods, and the soldiers began to throw YT into a large pond that had been dug long ago. Many days ago, so you had the pond next to Haikou drained and doubled in size, with the depth reaching more than 7 meters. He also covered the bottom of the pond with stones to prevent YT leakage. Before throwing YT into the pool, the soldiers cut TY into 4 pieces so that it can dissolve completely. Reporters inside the cordon began to take photos to record the entire process of destroying YT. Watching the villagers enthusiastically helping to unload the YT, the soldiers transporting the YT, and cutting the YT, demonstrating the integration of the military and the people to the fullest. This scene is rarely seen in the Great Xia Kingdom. It took 2 full hours, 4 hours to unload all the YT. The soldiers also cut the YT and threw it into a large pool, ready to destroy it. At this time, Su Yu arrived at the scene in a jeep. When he got off the car, the people began to cheer and welcomed Su Yu's arrival with warm applause and shouts. At this time, Su Yu was like a god in the hearts of the people of Shanglu. More than 90,000 kilograms of YT, even if calculated according to the price of ordinary YT, is worth as much as 20 million. Not to mention the value of the Sassoon family's batch of high-end YT alone is as high as 24 million. So how could they not like and respect an officer who was able to resist this huge temptation and destroy these YT for the people? Folks, Su Yu shouted loudly, a great country bows down for a pipe, and a 7-foot-tall man kneels for a wisp of smoke. Today, I, Su Yu, am here to take the lead in destroying this great harm that has spread to the world. I declare that this officially begins now. Long live Commander Su! Long live Commander Su! The people raised their arms and cheered. Su Yu did not feel anything strange about the people shouting, long live Commander Su. As the saying goes, the emperor takes turns to sit on the throne. Next year, it will be my turn. Looking at the reputation value of world nuclear peace reaching 500,000 and the people's high shouts, Su Yu admitted that he was floating. But this feeling is really wonderful. Start. When Wang Wan and Liao Yuanliang heard the people shouting, long live Commander Su, they immediately stopped their shouting and ordered the destruction of the Y to proceed immediately. Open the gate. After the order was given, there was a small pool next to the pool, which was full of salt water. The soldiers opened the gate and let the salt water flow into the large pool through the ditch. Then, a large amount of lime was added. The lime began to boil when it came into contact with water. The YT actually began to dissolve magically, leaving many people stunned and calling it a magical skill. The soldiers took wooden rakes and began stirring constantly to ensure that YT was completely dissolved in the water. After stirring and soaking for about half a day, the YT was almost invisible. Then, when the tide receded, the soldiers opened the gates again to send the water in the pool out to the ocean and washed the bottom of the pool with clean water, leaving no residue. More than 90,000 kilograms of YT were destroyed in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Everyone was so excited to see it. These harmful things were finally destroyed. From then on, everyone admired Su Yu even more. After the cigarettes were burned, Su Yu spoke again. I still say the same thing. As long as YT is still there, the smoking ban will not stop. I swear to stick to this matter from beginning to end. There is no reason to stop. If anyone is caught selling illicit drugs or running a smoking den in Shanglu, they will be shot without mercy. Okay. Pa. Applause rang out again. Everyone was genuinely happy. Shanglu finally welcomed a good official who could truly get things done. Such a good official was worthy of their lifelong support. The next day, after the incident fermented, people all over the country knew that a good official who got down to work had appeared in Shanglu and destroyed YT worth nearly 30 million in front of the people. After this incident, Su Yu became completely famous, and even in Yinjing, his deeds were spread. Of course, there are those who praise Su Yu, and there are also those who slander Su Yu. For example, the warlords in the Northwest rely on growing YT to exchange for military supplies, but now Su Yu is blatantly banning smoking, which is cutting off their source of income. Therefore, they all published articles to criticize Su Yu, saying that this move would affect the economic development of the Great Xia Kingdom, and because of Su Yu's move, more people would not have food to eat and would starve to death. Su Yu didn't care about these. He was now secretly rejoicing in the headquarters. After the development of the incident, the reputation value in world nuclear peace had reached 970,000, far exceeding his expectations. I believe that in the near future, it will reach 1 million. He is now thinking about how to unlock the weapons and equipment in world nuclear peace. Originally, he wanted to unlock the 105mm howitzer, but now it seems that he can unlock the more powerful 122mm howitzer once and for all, in one step. It costs 30,000 reputation points to unlock the 122mm howitzer. The exchange price of a 122mm howitzer is 500 reputation points, which is not expensive, but definitely not cheap, plus 100 shells are given. The second equipment he plans to unlock is the 88mm anti-aircraft gun. This anti-aircraft gun is known as the killer of aviation fighters. He must form an anti-aircraft artillery regiment, otherwise he will be beaten in the future. As for tanks and fighter planes, they were not refreshed on the interface. This should be related to the acquisition of reputation points. Even if they were refreshed, he had no tank soldiers or pilots. This is a fatal problem. Having equipment but not knowing how to use it is like a living person being suffocated to death by urine. He now had to figure out where to get some pilots or tank soldiers. After all, he had to plan for establishing air force and armored forces in the future. He couldn't wait until they were needed to establish them. By then, it would be too late. In the present-day Great Xia Kingdom, pilots and armored soldiers are extremely scarce. Even in the military academy he attended, there were no pilots and armored soldiers, because the Great Xia Kingdom simply could not afford to form aviation and armored forces. This really made him feel troubled. Chapter 30 Homecoming. The next day, Su Yu spent 30,000 reputation points and another 10,000 reputation points to unlock the 122mm howitzer and the 88mm anti-aircraft gun respectively. These two types of artillery are almost heavy firepower for the Great Xia Kingdom. Take the M122mm howitzer for example. It has an effective range of 12,000 meters and a maximum rate of fire of 6 rounds per minute. It is equipped with a variety of special grenades such as incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, propaganda bombs, and illumination bombs. It has powerful anti-tank combat capabilities, and one shot can create a deep pit several meters wide. Nowadays in the Great Xia Kingdom, the mainstream artillery used by major forces are almost all 75mm mountain cannons or 75mm field cannons. There are almost no heavy artillery with a caliber of more than 100mm. So Su Yu was the first person to try something new and was the first to be equipped with a howitzer with a caliber of up to 122mm. The second artillery to be unlocked is the 88mm anti-aircraft gun. This artillery is not only an ace anti-aircraft artillery, but also an ace anti-tank artillery. Its comprehensive performance is known as one of the strongest artillery in the previous life. It requires 9 people to operate it, because air defense is all about accuracy. The effective range is 11,900 meters, flat fire, the total mass is 7.4 tons, and the price is 300 reputation points per gun. Commander, you're looking for me? At this time, Wang Wu came to the headquarters. I asked you to come here because I want you to help me form 2 artillery regiments directly under the headquarters, one for the heavy artillery regiment and the other for the anti-aircraft artillery regiment. Each artillery regiment is equipped with 48 guns. Then, Su Yu told Wang Wu about the artillery equipped by the heavy artillery regiment and the anti-aircraft guns, which shocked the other party so much that he was speechless and didn't know what to say. 122mm howitzer. Oh my goodness! This is simply amazing, Wang Wu said in amazement. If we form these 2 artillery regiments, the strength of our security headquarters will be greatly improved. That's right. Su Yu nodded and said, so, that's why I asked you to form these 2 artillery regiments. No problem, Wang Wu said, patting his chest. Now that the artillery training structure has been established, we have our own artillery training system. It won't be difficult to set up 2 heavy artillery regiments. Then I'll leave it to you. The equipment will be delivered tomorrow. In addition to spending 40,000 reputation points to unlock these 2 weapons, Su Yu also spent 38,400 reputation points to purchase 96 artillery pieces, which were the artillery pieces needed by the 2 artillery regiments. Now that the world is at nuclear peace, The reputation value has stopped at 950,000. Even if it will increase, it will be very slow. So you also began to plan the next step of the army development plan. He could not be satisfied with just having 60,000 soldiers in his hands. These 60,000 soldiers were nothing special in the eyes of the great powers. What's more, the imperial court is also training a new army. He will definitely face retaliation for his repeated disregard of the orders of the cabinet and Prince Gong. These high-ranking officials of the court were like bootlickers in front of foreign powers, but very cruel to their own people. Many loyal ministers had their property confiscated because of these people, so he had to be on guard. On January 7th, Shanglu experienced a gang crackdown and a smoking ban. There were no more hooligans on the streets, raping women in broad daylight and disrupting order. There are no more people collecting protection fees, and the whole Shanglu is surprisingly peaceful. This situation has not been seen in the past few decades. Even the number of patrolling guards has been reduced by more than half because they are not needed at all. After the detained gang members were redeemed for 30 yuan each, they learned that their leader had been beheaded. They were so scared that they quickly fled Shanglu. Even those who did not flee started to work honestly and dared not do anything to bully the weak or steal. As for the concession soldiers and foreigners who were originally arrogant and domineering, they now dared not offend the people of Daxia easily because they knew that an iron-blooded general had come to Shanglu. Under the protection of the guards, Su Yu inspected the public security in Shanglu and was very satisfied. Then he walked towards the train station. He planned to return to Jinling today because the new year was approaching. At the train station, all the soldiers of the guard battalion gathered and were waiting for Su Yu's arrival on the special train D21. When we got on the special train, we found it was luxuriously decorated, with a red carpet on the floor. All the chairs were leather, and there were sofas, coffee tables, etc. When his father knew that he was coming back, he sent his special train to pick up Su Yu. In the entire Jinling city, only Su Yu has such treatment. Given the technological level of that era, even if this special train was an express train, it could only travel about 70 kilometers per hour on average, and it would take 5 hours to reach Jinling. On the special train, only Zhang Hu and Wang Wen returned, while the rest of the people all stayed in Shanglu. Commander, Wang Wen said as he spread out the map of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Shanglu Military Intelligence Bureau that you asked me to establish has, after half a year of development, already set up branches in the southern provinces and all over Yinjing, and the core staff has reached 1,300 people. Continue to develop. So you looked at Wang Wen and said, information is very important for war. As long as we get important information before the enemy, our chances of winning will increase. Clear. Oh, right. Wang Wen pointed at the map and said, according to the news from the Yinjing branch, the second batch of new troops of the court has been trained. The total number of these two batches of new troops is about 1.1 million. Together with the court's original 900,000 troops, the court's total military strength has now reached 2 million. According to the news, Wang Wen continued, the court is likely to take action against the military governors in various places next year, and the first target is likely to be the military governor, as well as the military governors of Guangdong and Guangxi in the south. However, this news still needs to be confirmed. No. Su Yu waved his hand and said, this needs to be confirmed. I can feel it. You said that I violated the will of the cabinet and Prince Gong many times, and the people shouted, long live Commander Su. Do you think the court will take any action? Hiss. Wang Wen glanced at Su Yu with understanding. That's right. The court is holding back. It plans to settle all old and new accounts together next year. So after the new year, the court will definitely make a big move. Then it seems that I need to send more people to the intelligence substation in Yinjing, Wang Wen said thoughtfully, so that we can grasp their movements as quickly as possible. No need. We should focus on stability and not alert the enemy. Just follow your previous development plan. Clear. The 5-hour drive passed slowly, and the city of Jinling became visible to the naked eye. Su Yu felt nervous and apprehensive. This was the first time he met his adoptive father, as well as his 2 older brothers, 3 younger brothers, and 2 younger sisters. It was inevitable that he felt at a loss. His mother passed away more than 10 years ago. Now his only close relative is his father. As for his other brothers and sisters, they are all half-brothers. Although they had a very good relationship when they were young, who knows if they have changed after not seeing each other for many years. Chapter 31 Su Yuanzhong's Ambition. At Jinling North Station, a young man in a suit and tie, with a smile on his face, stood at the station platform holding a bouquet of roses, as if he was waiting for his loved one. The young man looked at a green train marked with D21 special train appearing, and a smile suddenly broke out on his face. Beep, beep, beep. The special train stopped steadily in a specific area, and then the doors opened. A large number of soldiers in gray military uniforms appeared. Each of them was extremely brave and in good spirits, holding submachine guns and began to stand guard. At this time, Zhang Hu and Wang Wen got out of the car first, followed by Su Yu. After Su Yu got off the car, he took a deep breath of the air that had nurtured him for more than 10 years and felt very refreshed. Second brother. Su Yu looked at the young man holding flowers not far away. According to his memory, he knew that this man was his second brother. They grew up together and had a very good relationship. Seeing this, Su Yu quickly trotted towards his second brother. His second brother also smiled and started walking towards Su Yu. The two of them walked closer and gave each other a big hug. Su Jiqing patted Su Yu's shoulder and shouted, "Xiao Yu. Long time no see. Second brother really missed you." "Me too, brother." After the two hugged happily, Su Jiqing patted Su Yu on the chest and said, "That's good now. You've made it big. This is even bigger than our dad's. My great commander Su." "Second brother, please stop teasing me." "Okay, let's not waste time here," Su Jiqing said with a smile. "Dad knew you were coming back today, so he didn't go to the governor's mansion to work and has been waiting for you in the Su family courtyard. Then let's go back quickly and don't keep Dad waiting for too long." The two brothers walked out of the station, got on a jeep, and started heading towards the Su family compound. As for the guard camp, Su Yu asked them to go to the barracks and someone would arrange for them. In the car, Su Jiqing looked at Su Yu and said, "It's been 5 or 6 years since we last met, right?" "Almost." Su Yu recalled and said, "I stayed in the military academy for 4 years and then went to Shanglu to serve as the head of the security team. I served as the head for more than half a year and then served as the garrison commander for half a year. In addition, you have been abroad for 6 years, and I guess we haven't seen each other for more than 6 years." "Yes, more than 6 years." Su Jiqing sighed and said, "I studied abroad for 6 years. I came back just when you graduated, but I just didn't have time to meet you." "You kid," Su Jiqing complained. "You didn't even come back to see your brother." Hey. Su Yu smiled awkwardly. "I'm back now." While chatting, the car arrived at the Su family compound. Su Yu looked at the compound where he had spent his childhood with nostalgia. The courtyard is surrounded by pink walls and green willows. There are 3 gatehouses with hanging flowers and corridors on all sides. Walking into the courtyard, you will see paths connected to each other, dotted with rocks, and a plaque with the words Su Family Courtyard hanging on the 5 porches. The entire courtyard is magnificent, elegant, and luxurious, with a splendid garden, a backyard full of roses and shrubs, and a pond. Every step I take is a memory. In the backyard, a middle-aged man was sitting by the sink, working. He was thin and absorbed in the work in his hands, completely unaware of Su Yu's arrival. "Dad!" Su Yu shouted loudly. The middle-aged man heard the familiar yet strange voice and immediately put down the documents in his hand and turned around. Seeing Su Yu's face, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Little bastard, if your second brother wasn't getting married, would you want to wait until your father died before coming back?" "Dad, what are you saying? It wasn't your idea to go to Shanglu, and now you blame me." "You little bastard," Su Yuanzhong said with a smile. "Come and sit down, don't just stand there. I've asked the kitchen to prepare your favorite pig ears and fried snails with leeks. They'll be here soon. Second brother, you sit down too." "Yes, Dad." "How is it in Shanglu?" Su Yuanzhong asked Su Yu. "The forces in Shanglu are intertwined, and you are impatient and even started a fight with the Eagle Country guys. You really don't know your own limitations." Although Su Yuanzhong said this, the smile on his face never disappeared. "Dad, don't worry," Su Yu said with his head tilted. "Now in the whole of Shanglu, no one dares to offend your son." "You little bastard, you are not like your father in keeping a low profile." Su Yuanzhong glared at Su Yu and said, "You should know that there are always people better than you. You must not be arrogant, otherwise you may become a prisoner at any time and be slaughtered by others. Those who achieve great things." Then, Su Yuanzhong began to teach Su Yu his lessons, telling him that no matter what time it was, he should not be proud or domineering, but should be low-key in life and high-key in work. "But," Su Yuanzhong continued, "you did a good job in destroying the opium and eliminating the gangs. Although you offended many people, you won their hearts. As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world." "I still say the same thing," Su Yuanzhong said as he looked at his 2 sons in front of him. "In the thousands of years of history of Daxia, there has never been an emperor with the surname Su. Our Su family may be able to set this precedent. I have high expectations for you brothers." Hearing this again, Su Yu was still very excited and shocked. When he was old enough to understand, his father often said this to him and his brothers at home. At that time, he didn't feel anything, just a little excited and happy. But now, In addition to these, he is also shocked, because from this he can see his father's ambition. As a real man, how can I stay under someone else's thumb for long? Su Yuanzhong said proudly, the Wu family has that position, so naturally our Su family can have it too. You two brothers should also strive for this. All the men in our Su family should strive for this, and leave a deep mark in this 1,000-year history. Otherwise, what's the point of coming here? Dad, I understand. Su Yu nodded and said, I will take this as my goal and work towards it. Good. Ha ha ha. Su Yuanzhong laughed out loud, very happy. At this time, the housekeeper came with several maids carrying dishes and wine. The delicious food and wine were placed on the table. The housekeeper poured a glass of wine for Su Yu and Su Yuanzhong and his son. By the way, Su Yu asked his father, where's my eldest brother? I went to Yinjing. I think I'll be back before the end of the year. Su Yuanzhong took a sip and said, what are you going to Yinjing for? The old emperor is celebrating his 50th birthday, and there is also a grand court meeting that takes place once every 3 years, so he has to send his direct subordinates to Yinjing, Su Yuanzhong sneered. The court has been training the new army in recent years and equipped it with powerful weapons. Now that the new army has finished training, they want to test the blades to see if they are sharp. At this time, all the major military governors have chosen to temporarily avoid the limelight and send their direct subordinates to give the court enough face. Hearing this, Su Yu's face changed drastically, and he thought to himself that his elder brother might be in danger. Chapter 32 The Su Family's Hidden. When did Big Brother go? Su Yu asked anxiously, putting down his wine glass. I guess they have already arrived in Yinjing. What happened? Su Yuanzhong saw Su Yu's expression and said, the court will not take action against your eldest brother. He is still cautious about us warlords and dare not cross the bottom line. Otherwise, if several warlords join forces, the court will not be able to suppress it, and the world will be in chaos. Dad, do you know how many new troops the court has trained? You really think your father's intelligence system is just for show? Su Yuanzhong put down his chopsticks and said, in recent years, the court has vigorously developed the construction of the new army. Marshal Zhang Tianla is the commander of the new army, which consists of 39 armies with a total strength of 1.11 million. The court spent 120 million silver dollars to build a new army, most of which was used to purchase military supplies, and the Yinjing arsenal was expanded more than 7 times, raising the overall strength to a higher level. Why? Su Yuanzhong sighed as he spoke. I thought the end of the imperial court had come, but unexpectedly another talented scholar appeared. We, the great governors, were waiting for an opportunity, and that opportunity was Zhang Tianla's death. Once Zhang Tianla died, the court would no longer have a general in charge of the Ministry of War, and we could slowly make plans. Unexpectedly, man proposes, God disposes, and this dog emperor gave birth to a talented man who stabilized the court's collapse. The imperial court has a strong foundation. None of us, the military governors, dare to fire the first shot. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Whoever fires the first shot will become a stepping stone for others, and the main target of the imperial court. The court and the cabinet saw through this, so they bribed us to make our major military governors uncomfortable, which gave the court a chance to catch its breath. Su Yuanzhong sighed again and said, the court's checks and balances have reached the pinnacle. But our major military governors are not easy to mess with. If they dare to kill the direct descendants of the major military governors, it will naturally cause a group attack. So the court will not be so stupid. Your eldest brother will be fine. Don't worry about that. Su Yuanzhong comforted. He also understood all the interests involved, which is why he let his eldest son go to the court. Otherwise, he would be pushing his son into the fire pit. Dad. Su Yu shook his head and said, what if the court doesn't kill you, brother, but puts you under house arrest? The court can completely put Big Brother under house arrest, and then use his life to exchange for certain benefits. As for the group attack you mentioned, the court can completely target only half of the governors and lure the rest with benefits. How will you deal with it? Su Yu continued, when the various governors fought for territory many years ago, they had already fought each other and had their own thoughts. Even if they knew that this was a divisive strategy of the imperial court, how could they be completely on the same side with us and jointly send troops to fight against the imperial court? According to my intelligence, Su Yu looked at his father and said, the imperial court intends to target us and the governors general of Guangdong and Guangxi next year. As for the other governors general, they will use huge benefits to make them stand aside and watch. Stand aside and watch. Su Yuanzhong frowned and said, if they stand aside and watch, then after we are destroyed by the imperial court, they will be the next. Those who can reach this position are not fools, So how can they stand aside and watch? Dad, I understand what you said, but put yourself in their shoes. If the imperial court uses huge benefits to win us over and asks us to stand aside and watch, and then the imperial court goes to deal with other warlords occupying wealthy areas, what will you do? Even if you will you help with all your strength? Will you help other warlords with all your strength regardless of the life and death of your soldiers and at any cost? Su Yuanzhong was stumped by the question. As long as the major military governors do not fight the imperial court with all their might, our chances of winning are slim. Moreover, the imperial court is now training 1 million new troops. I have seen the appearance of the new troops, and their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. I know this, Su Yuanzhong said slowly. These new soldiers are all carefully selected and have been sent to the border to participate in actual combat. Their combat effectiveness is indeed not to be underestimated. It's just that what you said is a conspiracy of the imperial court. Even if I knew it in advance, it would be useless. Your eldest brother still has to go. He can't escape this targeting. Why? Su Yuanzhong shook his head and sighed. It seems that the current court is not controlled by that tyrant, but by someone else. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a sophisticated plan and take all the governors into account. This ability to manipulate people's hearts is brilliant. But Su Yuanzhong changed the subject, and his aura was released immediately. He said with sharp eyes, I, Su Yuanzhong, have not been enjoying a good life in Jinling City these years. If you want to eat up my Su family, you have to break his teeth anyway. Boy, your strategic vision is much stronger than your elder brother and second brother. I am very pleased that our Su family finally has someone with strategic vision who can see through the current situation. Otherwise, your father would probably have to go to war and create a few more little brothers for you. But now it seems that it is not necessary. Su Yuanzhong praised Su Yu. I didn't even expect that I was tricked by the court, but you saw it. You have made great progress in the past few years. Dad, this is what I calculated based on the intelligence. Su Yu touched his head a little embarrassedly. You are the commander of the Shanglu garrison, which is also a lieutenant general. Dad will no longer hide some things from you, Su Yuanzhong said to Su Jiqing beside him. Second brother, tell the third brother what you have done overseas in these years. What? Su Yu looked at his second brother in confusion and asked, aren't you studying abroad? That's right. Su Jiqing smiled at Su Yu's puzzled expression. Before I went abroad, my father gave me the task of building good diplomatic relations. You also know your second brother's personality, which suits him well to diplomacy. So he went to Tsarist Russia for the first year of his study abroad and established very good diplomatic relations with a minister in the Supreme Leadership Organization of the Allied Armed Forces of Tsarist Russia. Half of our weapons and equipment were purchased from him. Also, in the third year, I went to the United States. You know that the industrial capacity of the United States is very strong. All the equipment and machine tool technology of our Jinling arsenal was obtained from the United States because I established diplomatic relations with a general in their military group and 2 ministers. Your second brother has established relations with these 2 countries, Su Yuanzhong continued. So I can import a large amount of weapons and equipment and build an army. Later I found that besides the gun, money is also very important. So in the next 2 years, I asked your second brother to develop business in the Middle East, transport the oil acquired from the Middle East to the United States for sale, and make money by taking advantage of the geographical difference. Su Yuanzhong explained, in the past few years, we have owned 7 large companies overseas. Our Su family has been doing business for generations, so we are born to do business. Didn't you notice that your 4th and 5th brothers are not in Jinling? They have gone overseas to manage business. They have a stronger talent for business than your second brother, and they manage the 7 large companies in an orderly manner. Chapter 33. Floods flooded the Dragon King Temple. I saw that you were interested in doing business in Shanglu, but not in marching and fighting, so I wanted to let you go overseas to manage the business. But I didn't expect you to suddenly change your attitude and become interested in the army. I happened to be expanding the army and needed manpower, so I transferred the 39th Army back and asked you to serve as the garrison commander. I didn't expect you to do so well and become so famous. Su Yuanzhong praised. I did business before because I knew that building and developing an army required money, Su Yu said. Without money, I would not be qualified to compete with the Eagle Country guys, and I would not be able to build an army so quickly. You are right. Su Yuanzhong agreed and said, I have a feeling that in the future, wars will be fought with money. Without money, there will be no war at all. Hearing this, Su Yu was shocked at his father's foresight. In future wars, wouldn't they be economic battles? My Su family now has people and money, as well as a stable channel for arms imports and a steady supply of arms from the Jinling arsenal. The imperial court can't easily control us if they want to. We will take it one step at a time, Su Yuanzhong said, picking up his chopsticks. If the enemy comes, we will stop him with our generals. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. The imperial court is using an open conspiracy against us, so we will use our strength to break his open conspiracy. Eat the food, it's all cold. Su Yu nodded and picked up the chopsticks to pick up the food. Before, he was overly concerned. Since his father had the confidence, he could focus on developing his own power without having to worry about anything else. After dinner, let your second brother take you to visit our Su family army, Su Yuanzhong said with a smile. You have fought against the Eagle Country guys and have seen the new army of the imperial court. Go and see what our Su family army is like. After dinner, the father and his two sons chatted for a while, and then Su Yuanzhong went to the governor's mansion to work. He still had a lot of things on hand, because the end of the year was approaching, and financial and tax matters, etc., all needed him to handle personally. As for Su Jiqing, he brought Su Yu to the military camp in the suburbs. Second brother, how many troops do we have now? This has not been counted. If you want to know the exact number, I'm afraid only my father knows, Su Jiqing said. From what I know, there are about 7 armies and 14 divisions, with a total force of about 400,000. So much? Su Yu was shocked that his father had an army of 400,000 men under his command. You have to know that his father only had 2 provinces of territory. It was very difficult to feed 400,000 troops with only 2 provinces of territory. But now, it should be more than that. Su Jiqing continued, a year ago, my father carried out the 3rd military expansion, and the number of troops was estimated to exceed 400,000. But I don't know exactly how many there are, because our Su family's troops are scattered all over the 2 provinces, and the numbering is also messy and disorderly. So if you want to know the exact number, you have to ask our father. Let me tell you this, Su Jiqing looked at Su Yu and smiled. Based on my current understanding of all the governors, my father is the one who hides the most. Look at the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi. He also controls the rich lands of the 2 provinces, but the total number of troops under his command is only about 200,000. He secretly hides 3 armies with a total force of 290,000. Second brother, you? Yes, after I returned to China, I helped my father expand the intelligence agency. Su Yuanzhong said, I studied intelligence formation at the Fuhuzi Military Academy in Tsarist Russia, and then I studied intelligence at the Citigroup National Security Academy, so I have some experience in intelligence formation. So, my father made full use of me and asked me to help him expand the intelligence organization. In the past year, we have achieved considerable results. At least the hidden troops of the major warlords have been found out. However, Su Jiqing frowned and said, in the last 6 months, that is, in the past 1 or 2 months, I found that a new intelligence agency has emerged in Dasha country. Our people have clashed with them several times. I believe that it won't take long for me to find out which force they belong to. Hearing this, Su Yu was thinking, this intelligence agency his second brother was talking about couldn't be the Shanglu Military Intelligence Bureau he founded. But the person in charge of this intelligence agency is probably not very professional. Although its structure is relatively rigorous and professional, and even very advanced, it lacks professional training. I can investigate their details in just half a month. That's right. When Su Yu heard this, he knew that the intelligence agency his second brother was talking about was his Shanglu Military Intelligence Bureau. Because he had drawn out the intelligence structure of his previous life on a blueprint, he asked Wang Wen to develop it according to this structure diagram, but Wang Wen had no experience in building an intelligence agency. However, he originally thought that with this framework, he would be able to thrive in the Great Xia Kingdom, but now it seems that he is a bit of a green hand in front of professional intelligence personnel. Second brother, you don't need to investigate. Why? Su Jiqing looked at Su Yu and asked, do you know who this intelligence agency belongs to? If I'm not mistaken, this intelligence agency should be the Shanglu Military Intelligence Bureau that I founded. It is now under the management of Wang Wen. The layout started half a year ago and it has now taken shape. Su Jiqing was very surprised. Although he said that this intelligence agency was not professional, its structure was excellent and advanced, otherwise it would not have taken him, a graduate of professional intelligence, several months to investigate it. You can do it, kid. Su Jiqing exclaimed, Dad is right. Your abilities, whether in marching and fighting, or in building up the army, and now in intelligence, are the best and most promising among all the children of our Su family. Second brother, please don't say that. Su Yu waved his hand and said, if you say that, your brother will swell up. Get lost. Su Jiqing rolled his eyes at Su Yu, then thought for a moment and said, That's the structure of the Military Intelligence Bureau you established. Can you tell me about it? Su Jiqing blinked and grinned at Su Yu. Of course there is no problem with this, Su Yu said with a smile, but I knew you were a kid who couldn't stand being wronged. Tell me. Su Jiqing shook his head and said, what do you want? Hey. Su Yu smiled and said, first, I need my second brother to help me guide Wang Wen on how to develop the Intelligence Bureau and how to train talents. Second brother, you have many connections. Can you find some retired pilots for me? Even retired pilots from abroad will do. The more the better. I can hire them at a high price. You kid, you really don't do business at a loss. Su Jiqing deliberately pretended to puff out his beard and glare and shouted, showing that he was very dissatisfied because he grew up with Su Yu, and he also knew the other's weaknesses. Chapter 34 Su Family Army. Then how about this? I have seized a batch of foreign liquor from Sassoon Company in Shanglu. They are all high-end goods. I will give 10 bottles to your second brother when the time comes. How do you think? That's more like it. Su Jiqing coughed and said, I agree to your terms. But speaking of which, Su Jiqing looked at Su Yu and asked, what do you want to do with the retired pilots? Are you planning to form an aviation team? I have this idea. Don't worry about it, kid. Su Jiqing looked at Su Yu seriously and said, the training of pilots requires huge investment, both in terms of money and time. It takes at least a year to train a group of excellent pilots. And you know the price of aviation fighters. A fighter jet costs hundreds of thousands of silver dollars. It's an astronomical figure to set up an aviation team. Brother, don't worry. I will do what I can. Su Yu said, it is said that it is better to be prepared than to be caught unprepared. An aviation force must be established in the future, so why don't we plant this species in advance now? Why? Su Jiqing sighed and said, Dad is right. Your strategic vision is much longer term than mine. Your second brother only cares about the immediate benefits. Don't worry, leave the pilot matters to me. Thank you very much, second brother. Brother, no need to thank me. In the military camp in the suburbs, the soldiers were carrying out routine training. A corps commander and several division commanders came to the gate to welcome the two young masters, Su Yu and Su Jiqing. This is the commander of the 35th Army, He Daong. Su Jiqing introduced Su Yu. He was the commander of the personal guard battalion beside my father, and he was also one of the generals my father trusted the most. Hello, Commander He. Su Yu saluted Commander He. He was very respectful to the elderly people around his father, because without them, there would be no Su family today. You're too polite, third master. He Daong also saluted and said, I've heard that the third young master beat up the foreign devils in Shanglu. We, the brothers, admire him very much. We have long disliked these foreign devils. More than that, the deputy commander next to him also said, the third young master's ban on smoking can be said to have fired the first shot in the Great Xia Kingdom's ban on smoking, and it has pulled our Great Xia Kingdom back from the abyss. It is really admirable. Ha, Su Yu said with a smile, Uncles, please stop praising me like that. My father asked me to come to the military camp to learn from you uncles. Third master, please come this way. He Daong led Su Yu and the others towards the interior of the military camp and introduced them. Our 35th Army is a land force that protects the safety of Nanjing. The organization is similar to that of the Great Xia Kingdom, that is, one army with 2 infantry divisions, 1 artillery regiment, plus a transport battalion, an engineering battalion, a fire support battalion, etc., with a total of 31,100 people. The configuration of our 35th Army is considered to be quite strong under the command of the Lord Governor. He Daong looked at Su Yu and said, the rifles used are all Soviet rifles. A regiment has more than 20 light machine guns and 3 heavy machine guns. A division's heavy firepower has 20 mortars and 5 70mm mountain cannons. Our Army's direct artillery regiment is equipped with 20 70mm mountain cannons and 12 75mm mountain cannons. Third master, this configuration? He Daong smiled and said, in the Great Xia Kingdom, it is almost considered the top existence. Even the newly established army of the court is much worse than the configuration of our 35th Army. Hearing this, Su Yu didn't know how to respond. However, what He Daong said was indeed the truth. The Great Xia Kingdom was too backward. The general local troops were in short supply of heavy machine guns and artillery, not to mention rifles. In some places, 2 or 3 soldiers shared 1 gun. According to investigation, there were only 7 arsenals in the Great Xia Kingdom, 2 of which were occupied by the imperial court, and 1 each by the other military governors. Moreover, these arsenals could only produce rifles, light machine guns, grenades, bullets, and mortars. As for mountain cannons and field guns, no arsenal could produce them, and they all had to be imported. This is also the reason why the major powers in the world look down on the Great Xia Kingdom and do not regard the Great Xia Kingdom as a human being, because it is too backward. Almost all the soldiers of our 35th Army have participated in actual combat, He Daong continued, and their combat effectiveness is also quite strong under the command of the Commander-in-Chief. I am not bragging about my own achievements. He Daong smiled and said, that is the ranking determined by the Commander-in-Chief himself. We, the 39th Army, and the 23rd Army are all frontline troops with relatively strong combat power under the Commander-in-Chief. Su Yu was also looking at the 35th Army with his own eyes, and he could indeed see that it was a unit that had participated in actual combat. The quality of the soldiers is not bad, but it is far inferior to that of his garrison headquarters. However, it is better than the new army of the court. This is the result he has come to based on what he has seen with his own eyes. Very good. Su Yu looked at He Daong and other generals of the 35th Army and said, my Su family has such a force, no worries. Ha ha ha. He Daong and other generals of the 35th Army were delighted to receive Su Yu's praise. They received news from the Commander-in-Chief that the third young master would come to inspect the appearance of the 35th Army. Therefore, before getting the results, they were still very nervous. After all, this person defeated the Great Eagle Country, which was known as the world's #1 military power. Next, Su Yu visited some routine training of the soldiers. After the visit, Su Yu returned to the Su family compound. On the way, he also asked his second brother about the current situation of the major powers in the world, because this is a different world, and although the timeline is similar, there is nothing else in common. He learned from his second brother that the other powerful countries were developing very rapidly. Take the neighboring East Asia country, for example. For such a tiny country, its navy had delivered 15 aircraft carriers. In the past year or two, all major powers have been engaged in military competition. The ultimate goal of military competition is nothing more than invasion. Therefore, Su Yu's guess is correct. One day, the neighboring East Asian country will definitely show its fangs to the Great Xia country. At present, the internal problems of Daxia are becoming more and more serious. According to the current development of events, the imperial court will definitely take action against the major governors next year, which means the full-scale civil war will begin. Why? Su Yu sighed inwardly. There were internal and external troubles. With the 5 infantry divisions under his command, they would not even be enough to fill the gaps in this huge wave. Fortunately, he has the world's nuclear power and can gain a great advantage in armaments. Looking at the equipment of the 35th Army just now, the Security Command is far ahead of the other side in this regard. The advantages of world nuclear peace are not very significant in the early stages, but after fighter jets, tanks, warships, and submarines are unlocked in the later stages, the advantages will be reflected. Take warships, for example. As long as you have money and reputation, you can directly exchange them for world nuclear peace. But if other countries want to build a warship, they need manpower, material resources, and most importantly, time. Chapter 35. Corruption in the Imperial Court. Yinjing, Yonghe Palace. About 100 palace maids were busy serving the current queen in bathing. One of the head palace maids quickly arrived at Yonghe Palace with a pair of socks from the royal wardrobe. What a waste! The head maid scolded a young maid on the ground. The queen's socks must be woven and embroidered with silk, and they cannot be worn again after one time. Don't you know that? Master, I was wrong. The little maid knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, shouting. The wardrobe said that it would take 7 or 8 days to make the socks for the empress. Because of the emperor's birthday banquet, there were too many clothes to be made, and we ran out of stock. So I thought of washing yesterday's socks and wearing them again for another day. Snort. The head maid shouted directly to the 2 eunuchs behind her. Drag them away and give them 10 heavy beatings. Sir, please spare my life. My lord, please spare my life. The little palace maid was dragged away by the 2 eunuchs, and death was the fate that awaited her. The cause of her death was a pair of socks. The queen's socks are made of silk and take 7 or 8 days to make. A pair of such socks costs 21 silver dollars. So just on socks, the queen would spend tens of thousands of silver dollars every year, because sometimes the queen might need to change them several times a day. In the bathroom, a graceful young woman was being washed by 2 palace maids. The towel had to be replaced after each wash. Every time the queen took a bath, she would use hundreds of towels. The money spent on a bath may be an amount that an ordinary person cannot earn in his entire lifetime. Someone once calculated that the empress spent 20,000 silver dollars a day, and the annual expenses, including birthday celebrations, garden construction, etc., were about 8.8 million silver dollars. After taking a bath, The entire palace became lively because today was the current emperor's 50th birthday. There were 3,000 beauties in the harem, and almost all of them who could get a number were there, as well as the direct relatives of the major military governors, the current crown prince, the cabinet elders, and the marshal of the three armies Zhang Tianle were all there. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies, he is known as the god of war of the Great Xia Kingdom. However, his expression today is not very good. Zhang Tianle is now over 60 years old. He has served in the army for 49 years, fighting in many battles and making great contributions to the Great Xia Kingdom. His great-grandfather even founded this huge empire together with the ancestor emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom. Although the marshal was over 60 years old, he was still tall and mighty. He sat upright in his seat, guarding the dynasty that was about to fall like Mount Tai. As for why the other party looked unhappy, it was because the emperor's birthday banquet cost a total of 7.7 million silver dollars. The 7.7 million silver dollars were withheld from the military, as the year was coming to an end and other departments had almost no money left except the military. But now there are 1 million new troops, and the monthly military pay alone costs nearly 7 million. This money is unchangeable, but for this birthday banquet, the soldiers' New Year's pay was reduced. Naturally, the old general's face would not look good. At the banquet, a young man who looked a bit like Su Yu looked at the grand ceremony, shook his head and said secretly, "A country like this should be destroyed." This person is Su Yu's elder brother Su Yuan. He knew that the direct relatives of the major military governors who came with him had been placed under house arrest by the court just like himself. He was trying to find a way to spread the news. Because he knew that the court placed them under house arrest in order to force his father to give up his interests. He thought that if he could not escape, then he would just die and would never create difficulties for his father's cause. The current emperor's birthday banquet happened to be the day before Chinese New Year. In the Su family compound, Su Yuanzhong, Su Yu and two other father and son were sitting in the back garden. The atmosphere was very solemn. The three of them were very silent, with frowns on their faces. No matter what, we have to find a way to rescue Big Brother. Why? Easier said than done. Su Yuanzhong sighed and said, "I got the news that after this year, the imperial court will target me and the governor-general of Guangdong and Guangxi. As for how they will target me, I still don't know." "What is the attitude of the other three governors?" Su Jiqing asked. "What other attitude can they have?" "Of course they are waiting and watching," Su Yuanzhong said angrily. "Governor Sanma is isolated from the outside world in the Western Plateau. With the natural barrier, they are the safest. So they are just watching the show. As for the governor of Yinchuan and the governor of Kunnan, they also took a lot of benefits from the court and established a Northwest alliance with Governor Sanma and refused to cooperate with us. I contacted all the major governors the day before yesterday, and only the governor-general of Guangdong and Guangxi Su Yuanzhong replied to my letter. We discussed the establishment of the Southern Alliance together to fight against the imperial court, but," Su Yuanzhong sighed and said, "Your eldest brother. This is a conspiracy of the imperial court. There is nothing we can do," Su Yu said. "What we can do now is to find a way to rescue Big Brother. As for how to rescue him, let the Intelligence Bureau's action team formulate a detailed plan and implement the rescue." "I agree with this approach." Su Jiqing nodded and said, "Our two intelligence organizations can work together to rescue Big Brother. It's the only way." Su Yuanzhong gritted his teeth and said, "Now we still have an ally. If we hadn't sent your eldest brother to Yinjing, we might not even have this ally. So this is an open conspiracy. If your eldest brother doesn't go, one of you two will have to go. The result will be the same. Now it depends on how the court will play this chess game. The day after tomorrow, which is the first day of the Lunar New Year, I will meet with the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi, Su Yuanzhong, to discuss signing an agreement on the Southern Alliance and jointly fight against the imperial court. The total number of our troops and Su Yuanzhong's troops combined is about 700,000 to 800,000. In addition, this war will surely sweep across the country. So I believe that the court will not easily start a war unless it is absolutely necessary. It will only continue to force us and erode the territory in our hands, so that we will be the first to fire the first shot. Xiaoyu, Su Yuanzhong said to Su Yu, after the new year, you will return to Shanglu immediately. If the court does not choose to go to war, I believe they will definitely target Shanglu. I see. Su Yu nodded and said, Shanglu can be said to be the heart of Jiangnan province and Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. I will not let anything go wrong with it. Su Yuanzhong nodded and said, okay, tomorrow is the new year. You guys should go buy some New Year's goods and have a New Year's Eve dinner together as a family tomorrow. I hope this won't be the last New Year's Eve dinner. No. Su Yu said confidently, This will be the first New Year's Eve dinner of our Su family's rise. We have completed our transformation in difficult times and will turn into a dragon once we encounter storms. Haha, well said, Su Yuanzhong praised with a laugh. Chapter 36 New Year, Big Changes. January 10th, the 227th year of Yongle. This day is the 227th New Year of the Great Xia Kingdom. The streets are hung with red spring couplets, and every household puts up lights and starts setting off firecrackers to welcome the arrival of the new year, hoping for a good harvest and family harmony. Su family compound. Su Yu and his second brother were also pasting couplets, and there were two young men in festive clothes helping them. The two men were Su He and Su Ming, who rushed back from abroad overnight. They were Su Yu's fourth and fifth brothers. The two are now also company bosses, but in front of Su Yu and Su Jiqing, they can only act as deputies. In the hall, 7 women and 4 beautiful young girls were making dumplings. Everyone was talking and laughing. It was very lively and harmonious. As for the owner of this house, Su Yuanzhong, he was holding a pipe and playing with a little girl. This was Su Yuanzhong's youngest daughter, who was only 6 years old. The entire Su family compound has a clear division of labor, and everyone is busy welcoming the new year. At noon, after the dumplings were put into the pot, the chef began to serve the dishes one after another. Everyone gathered around the table, and after Su Yu lit the firecrackers, they began to eat officially. On the table, there were 36 delicious dishes, and the aroma was tangy. Let's eat. As Su Yuanzhong took the lead in picking up his chopsticks, the others also started to eat. In the Su family, there were no complicated rules. You could pick up whatever you wanted to eat, and everyone ate to their heart's content. Father, I wish you good fortune as vast as the East Sea and a long life as long as the southern mountains. Su Yu raised his glass and drank with his father. The other 3 also began to toast Su Yuanzhong, which made Su Yuanzhong smile happily. This was exactly the scene he wanted to see. After dinner, the family played mahjong. Su Yu gave red envelopes to all his brothers and sisters, 8,888 silver dollars to each of them, and then played mahjong with his second brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother for fun. In the evening, the family started to eat the New Year's Eve dinner. The new year has officially arrived. After Su Yu and his sons finished their New Year's Eve dinner, they made tea in the hall and discussed the general situation of the world and how the new year should develop. Su Yu gave several insights into business, namely, vigorously developing industry, oil, special medicines, etc., and planned the development path for the Su family's business. This night of conversation was a very important milestone in the Su family's establishment of hegemony. The next morning, Su Yu heard his father's angry roar. He quickly got up and went to the hall to ask his father what happened. At the same time, his second elder brother and 2 younger brothers also came to the hall. Why? Su Yuanzhong slammed the document in his hand on the table and shouted, "The court sent me an edict early in the morning, saying that in order to maintain local public security, the court plans to establish a garrison headquarters in Shanglu, with General Wang Sheng leading the new 7th Army, the new 13th Army, and the new 19th Army to station in Shanglu, to prevent the garrisons of the foreign powers from becoming restless. This imperial court wants to drive 100,000 troops into our heart." Su Yu gritted his teeth and said. Not only that, Su Yuanzhong continued, the court has established the Southern Route Army, which consists of 30 armies, 10 of which are located in the Annan province next to us, and they are in direct contact with the Shanglu Garrison Command led by Wang Sheng, and can attack us from both sides at any time. What if we disagree? Su Yu asked again. If you don't agree, then wait for us to collect your brother's body. Su Yuanzhong gritted his teeth and said, I don't know what method the court used to make your brother addicted to smoking. Our first rescue attempt failed, but fortunately we were not discovered by the court. What? I'm addicted to smoking. Su Yu clenched his fists and shouted, What on earth does the court want to do? It's obvious, Su Jiqing said. The court has used all means to control Big Brother. That's right, Su Yuanzhong gritted his teeth and said, For the time being, we can only endure it and wait until we can get your elder brother out. Fortunately, the court is not targeting only us this time. The Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi has shared the manpower of 13 armies with us. In order to target our southern alliance, the court has dispatched 30 armies with a total force of 900,000. What if we can't save him? Su Yu directly pointed out another situation, which was related to the overall situation and had to be discussed. Su Yuanzhong was very happy that Su Yu could raise this question, because the Su family needed such a person, otherwise, how could they fight for hegemony? Then I don't care about that. Su Yuanzhong gritted his teeth and said, Organize 3 more rescues, and give up if the rescue fails. All right. Su Yuanzhong looked at Su Yu and said, Shanglu needs you to go back and take charge now. I will send 3 armies to garrison around the Imperial Army and form a pincer attack with your security headquarters. We will make them feel uncomfortable and uneasy here. Clear. However, Su Yuanzhong reminded, no matter what, you can't fire the first shot. I know that. Su Yuanzhong nodded and said, then go ahead. After that, Su Yu left the Su family compound without even having breakfast and took the special train back to Shanglu with the guard battalion. He knew that it would not be easy to come back after this trip. Now the imperial court obviously wants to target his father and the governor-general of Guangdong and Guangxi. These 900,000 troops are intended to be used to deal with his father and the governor-general of Guangdong and Guangxi. As for why the imperial court did not start a war, as his father analyzed, the imperial court also needs an excuse. After all, civil war is not a trivial matter. It involves millions of soldiers and tens of millions of civilians. Once the war starts, who knows how many families will be torn apart? So this excuse is very important, and no one wants to be the bad guy. The imperial court pressed forward step by step in order to force his father to take action first. In this way, the imperial court could label his father a traitor and take action against his father as a matter of course. Even if the people had complaints, they would only blame his father and not the imperial court. Therefore, when he goes to Shanglu this time, he will definitely be targeted by the imperial army. The other side will definitely try every means to force him to fire the first shot, so that the imperial southern army can march south to encircle and suppress his father. This is also why his father reminded him not to fire the first shot. Commander. Wang Wen looked at Su Yu worriedly and said, actually, I know what you were thinking, but you are stuck in a dead end. It's not that we can't fire the first shot, but it depends on what slogan we use. Oh, what do you mean? The court has lost its confidant. Just take a look at how many people are starving to death on the roadside when the emperor spent 7.7 million silver dollars on a birthday banquet. Wang Wen said angrily. In fact, the people have long since stopped supporting this kind of court. In the dozen provinces governed by the court, there are more than 170 tax items, which are overwhelming the people. I'm afraid the people have long hoped that this kind of court will be destroyed. Chapter 37, Subsequent Development Plan. Shanglu Garrison Command. After getting off the car, Su Yu hurried back to the headquarters and held an emergency meeting to discuss strategies to deal with the imperial garrison troops. Just now, after Wang Wen's reminder, he was really stuck in a dead end. Why should the initiative be in the hands of the court instead of himself? Why couldn't the slogan for this first shot be to overthrow the corrupt and incompetent court that oppressed the people? Why couldn't it be to overthrow the incompetent, arrogant, and licentious emperor? The reason why they did not have the initiative was simply because they were afraid of the imperial court's million-strong army. However, for him who has world nuclear peace, why should he be afraid of these 1 million mobs? Under the powerful artillery fire, even if there is another million troops, they will only be some more cannon fodder. Commander, why did you come back today? Liao Yuanliang came to the headquarters and asked. Then, Guo Dahai, Wang Wu and others also came to the headquarters one after another, and Su Yu asked for 2 headquarters from his father. The 2 were Deng Liang and Wu Hongxin, who served as the commanders of the 4th and 5th divisions. Su Yu planned to expand the 2 reserve divisions into regular troops, namely the 4th and 5th Guard divisions. After everyone arrived, Su Yu introduced the 2 commanders to everyone, and then told everyone about the court's movements. What? Liao Yuanliang frowned and said, the court plans to send 3 new troops to Shanglu to establish a garrison headquarters. That's right. Su Yu nodded in response. It seems that after the imperial court has trained the new army, it is planning to clean up the old mountains and rivers, Liao Yuanliang said. If the imperial court sends 3 new armies, then the balance we have worked hard to maintain for more than half a year will be broken. I can't care about so much anymore. There will be a war between us and the imperial court. Su Yu looked at the generals and said, however, before the war begins, we need to make adequate preparations to deal with the encirclement and suppression by the imperial army. Wang Wu. Su Yu asked Wang Wu, how are the training of the 2 direct artillery regiments going? It only takes 1 month to get them to the battlefield, Wang Wu replied, patting his chest. Very good. Su Yu raised his voice and said, your next task is to train a large number of artillery. The size of the 122mm howitzer regiment needs to reach 5. As for the anti-aircraft artillery regiment, it can be put aside for the time being. 5. Wang Wu swallowed and replied. Also, Su Yu turned his head and said to Liao Yuanliang, the reserve force will be expanded again, and soldiers can be recruited from Jiangnan, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang provinces. No problem. Liao Yuanliang responded. After clearing out gangs and banning opium, our headquarters has left a good impression in the hearts of the people. This will play a great role in urging the recruitment of soldiers in the future. By the way, Liao Yuanliang looked at Su Yu and asked, how many soldiers do you plan to recruit this time? 5 reserve divisions. What 5? Liao Yuanliang shouted in surprise. 5 reserve divisions, 5 artillery regiments. Is this what the commander is planning? You guessed it right. Before going to war with the imperial court, all 5 infantry divisions of our security command were expanded into armies to ensure that the number of troops on hand exceeded 150,000. But don't worry, Su Yu continued, based on my understanding of the court, they need to collect this year's fiscal revenue and prepare the funds needed for the war before they choose to go to war with us. Because of the training of the new army, the treasury is empty, and, Su Yu said slowly, the court needs to spend at least 48 million silver dollars on domestic expenditures every year. The queen alone needs to spend nearly 10 million silver dollars every year, so the court's war funds are not very abundant. I have a feeling that within half a year, the court will not go to war with us, because as long as the queen's daily expenses are deducted, she will be angry. According to the Intelligence Bureau's investigation, this time the imperial court's action against us was planned by the armed forces Marshal Zheng Tianla, the current crown prince, and the prime minister. You also know that the reason why the court has been able to hold on for so long is because of this civil and military man. Now that the civil and military man are old, I think that before they die, they want to help their student, the crown prince, to restore the old mountains and rivers and unify the country. So I predict that we only have half a year left, and within this half year, we must go all out to develop. Yuanliang, Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang, the 5 reserve divisions must be fully recruited within 2 months, and your artillery regiment, Wang Wu, must also be formed within half a year. Clear. Everyone, Su Yu said as he looked at the growing team in front of him. The war is coming. I hope we can work together to create a bright future in this chaotic world. We will follow the commander to the death. That afternoon, everyone began to mobilize urgently according to the order. Liao Yuanliang led the recruitment offices to set up 170 recruitment offices in Shanglu, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Jiangnan. Under the name of the garrison headquarters, all recruitment offices were full. Wang Wu began to vigorously train artillery, and for this purpose he also established an artillery training department. Su Yu came to Dongsheng Group. Now he plans to expand 5 divisions into an army, so the money he will need to spend is naturally an astronomical figure. He needs to go to the group to check last year's income. Dongsheng Group. Because today is the first day of the Lunar New Year, there are not many employees in the company, but Wang Zhong, as the company's steward, still sticks to his job. Master, why are you here today? Wang Zhong, wearing a dark red brocade robe, asked Su Yu with a smile. There was something going on at the headquarters, so I came back early. No. Su Yu looked at Wang Zhong and said, the matter has been resolved. I don't have much to do. I just wanted to come to the company to learn about last year's revenue and this year's business layout. Please come in, sir, Wang Zhong said with a smile. Just now all the data has been sorted out. The two came to the office. Wang Zhong made a pot of tea for Su Yu, then took out a stack of documents from the safe, put on his reading glasses, dipped his fingers in saliva and flipped through the documents. Our Dongsheng Group has been established for 1 year and 2 months, and we officially started making profits a year ago. Our profit last year was 18.8 million silver dollars, which does not include the money we spend to sell a terminal, 13 cotton processing plants, and 7 large-scale restaurants, 9 large department stores, 19 Millennium Bank, hospitals, transportation companies, etc. Otherwise, our net income last year was 27.9 million. Chapter 38, Subsequent Development of the Group. In the last month, our income has reached its highest point. That is, 1 month before the new year, our monthly income reached 3.7 million silver dollars. Wang Zhong smiled and said, because the new year is coming, our restaurants and department stores are all booming, and the arms and munitions shops are now able to bring us millions of dollars in revenue every month. Oh, and more. Wang Zhong continued, I have asked my son to open up arms channels overseas. We expect to be able to trade arms with foreign countries this year. Our transportation company will provide us with comprehensive transportation routes. Hearing this, Su Yu was calculating how much money he would need to spend every month to support 5 armies. Taking the average monthly military pay of 6.5 yuan as an example, the number of soldiers in the 5 armies is about 160,000, so military pay alone will cost 1 million silver dollars every month, not including food, drink, diarrhea, and war expenses. If a war breaks out, the money needed will increase exponentially. Therefore, the current Dongsheng Group has gradually been unable to meet his needs. This is mainly because Shanglu's market is only so big and its share is so large, so he needs to expand Dongxing Group's market overseas, because foreigners now have nothing but money. Arms, for today's era, are huge profits. Therefore, he does not intend to give up the arms trade, but in addition to arms, he also has to expand other businesses, such as oil, which will become a hugely profitable industry in the near future, and the machinery industry. But these, with his current background, are not yet involved. But he can do something with oil. Now, oil has not swept the world. A large amount of oil has not been mined, and the price of oil has not attracted attention, so he can make a move in the oil sector. Old Wang. So you looked at Wang Zhong and said, I want you to set up a subsidiary company. The role of this subsidiary company is to explore for oil and acquire oil fields around the world. Oil field. Wang Zhong knew that although oil was a very important energy resource, its profit was not very high at present because the current oil production was far higher than its demand. I know this, but I have a hunch that oil will sweep the world in the future, so we need to make plans as soon as possible. Su Yu said to Wang Zhong, there are a lot of oil reserves in the Middle East. Su Yu pointed out to Wang Zhong the areas where he should acquire oil fields. At present, the countries in these regions are still very backward, and their exploration of oil is almost zero. Because they do not have this technology, oil is of no value to them. Su Yu knew from his second brother that oil is cheaper than water in these countries, so how could he let this opportunity pass? Clear. Wang Zhong firmly believed in his master's premonition. It takes 1 year to build Dongxing Group into what it is now. How many people in Daxia can do it? And no matter which decision is made, it is correct. Therefore, Wang Zhong believes that the oil industry will definitely rise in the future. How much money do I have left in my account? There is still 15.9 million in the company account, but you have 33.79 million in your personal account, as well as 5,000 small yellow croakers, more than 389 antiques, and real estate worth up to 5.9 million. The total funds are 56.59 million, not including the estimated value of the antiques. Wow. Su Yu was also very shocked to hear that he had achieved half of his goal. However, most of this money was confiscated from the homes of opium dealers and gang leaders, all of whom were extremely wealthy. With this money, I probably won't have to worry about money within this year. Leave me 20 million of this 50 million, and you can use the rest to acquire oil fields, Su Yu said to Wang Zhong, the more the better. Understood. After the New Year's Eve, I will start setting up a branch company. Su Yu nodded and said, I'm relieved to leave the company to you. On January 17th, 6 days after the first day of the Lunar New Year, the Shanglu garrison headquarters sent by the imperial court was formally established, and General Wang Sheng arrived in Shanglu with 3 armies. The garrison location is in the suburbs of Bayan, only 19 miles away from Su Yu's troops. It can be said that if a cannon is fired here, it can be heard on the other side. In addition, the imperial court mobilized 30 armies to deploy around the governor-general of Liangjiang Su Yuanzhong and the governor-general of Guangdong and Guangxi. It can be said that the transportation hubs of these 2 governors were almost completely blocked. The commander of the Southern Army will arrive in Jiangxia soon. Along with the commander of the Southern Army came 4 ace armies. A total of 30 armies arrived in the south and set up 3 cordon lines, strangling all the economic and transportation lifelines of the 2 warlords. This move caused quite a stir in the Great Xia Kingdom, because everyone knows that the imperial court is going to start reorganizing these military governors, and the premise of reorganizing the military governors is that the civil war is about to begin. Some businessmen with sharp eyes began to hoard food and supplies urgently needed for the war. Shanglu Garrison Command. Su Yu looked at the invitation letter in his hand with a frown on his face. This was sent by the imperial court commander General Wang Sheng, and the commanders of the Eagle Garrison and the United States Garrison were also invited. Su Yu didn't know what the other party meant. Commander, why don't we not go? Go, why not? Su Yu looked at Zhang Hu and said, I have also heard of this Wang Sheng. I heard that he is the favorite student of the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Zheng Tianla. I would like to meet him and see what he wants to do by gathering all the forces in Shanglu together. Prepare the car. Su Yu shouted to Zhang Hu, go to Sassoon Building. Yes, Commander. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Su Yu arrived at the Sassoon Building in a special car. Looking at this huge and luxurious restaurant, Su Yu thought that when he really took control of Shanglu, he might be able to take over the Sassoon family. He believed that the numbers he would get from copying the Sassoon family would be very good. When we walked into Sassoon Hotel, there was no one inside except the waiters, which showed that Sassoon Hotel was reserved tonight. As Su Yu walked in, a sexy waiter came up to Su Yu and said, Commander Su, this way please. The waiter took Su Yu to a luxurious box where 3 men were sitting. Among them, Sitting on the main seat were the commander of the United States garrison and the commander of the Eagle Country garrison, both of whom were old acquaintances of Su Yu. Next to him was a middle-aged man wearing a general's uniform. He had a square face, big ears, and stitched eyes. One could tell at first glance that he was not a good person. Commander Su. The commander of the U.S. garrison and the commander of the Eagle garrison all stood up and greeted Su Yu. This scene made Wang Sheng's face widen, as if he had seen something incredible. Chapter 39. The game begins. When will these foreign powers be so polite to the people of Daxia? You know, as a general in the court, when he chatted with these two, they always looked indifferent and arrogant, but now, Happy New Year, commanders. Su Yu also greeted the two garrison commanders, and then shouted to the middle-aged general, General Wang, Happy New Year. Have fun together, have fun together. Wang Sheng raised his hand and said, Please sit down. The reason why we invited everyone here this time is because the imperial court has established a garrison headquarters in Shanglu. Wang Sheng explained to the garrison commanders of the United States and Eagle countries. This garrison headquarters is definitely not to deal with you two. It is just because of the need. Please don't think too much about it. Su Yu sat in his seat and shook his head when he saw the generals of the imperial court flattering the foreign powers. How you station your troops has nothing to do with us, Connor Devon said. We just hope you don't violate our public concession treaty. Otherwise, we, the United States, will conduct a military inquiry into your court. General Duan, please rest assured, Wang Sheng said with a smile. The soldiers of my garrison headquarters will never violate the treaty, so please rest assured. We invited you two here today to discuss some issues concerning the joint governance of Shanglu. After that, Wang Sheng looked at Su Yu and said, Commander Su, I called you here today to inform you that the court wants you to hand over the control of Shanglu, and then go back to where you came from. The court? Which court? Su Yu asked loudly. Bold. Wang Sheng slammed the table and pointed at Su Yu, angrily saying, Of course it's the Great Xia Empire. You local troops are becoming more and more arrogant. You actually said this in front of the imperial officials. Do you really think that you have a few small soldiers and crab generals under your command and dare not take the imperial court seriously? 7 days. Wang Sheng continued, I will only give you 7 days to withdraw your entire garrison headquarters from Shanglu. Otherwise, my garrison headquarters will take military action. Ha ha ha. Su Yu laughed and said, In Shanglu, no one dares to threaten my security headquarters like this. 7 days, right? I want to see what tricks you can play. Su Yu. Wang Sheng stood up and said, Remember your identity. This is the Great Xia Kingdom, the Emperor's kingdom, not your Su family's kingdom. I hope you can take care of yourself and don't force me to do anything. Why? General Wang wants to go to war with my garrison headquarters. Su Yu said with a straight face, If that's the case, my garrison headquarters will certainly accompany you. I also want to see what kind of soldiers your court can train. Are they still the same soldiers as before, who only know how to surrender and run away? After saying that, Su Yu just flicked his sleeves and left. He knew that Wang Sheng asked him to come here today, just to give him a warning and make him get out of Shanglu. In addition, he called over the two garrison commanders of the powerful countries, most likely intending to unite with them to deal with him together. Because of his strength, the two garrison commanders lost a lot of money, including from opium, blackboxing, etc. So Su Yu believed that these two would definitely choose to cooperate with the court and squeeze him out of Shanglu. In the eyes of these two people, the imperial court is much more obedient than the garrison headquarters. However, even if these three families united, Su Yu was not afraid. His father was already mobilizing troops, and soon 3 armies would arrive at the Shanglu border to block all traffic routes of the imperial garrison headquarters. Shanglu is a city surrounded by Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Jiangnan provinces. If the imperial court wants to transport food, military pay, and logistical supplies for the garrison troops, it needs to pass through the area under the jurisdiction of his father, so there is a lot to be done here. After all, the world is full of bandits. You never know when these bandits will come and say, I planted this tree and built this road. If you want to pass through here, you have to leave money for your passage. What do you think? If we dare to place troops in Shanglu, as soon as the war starts, the troops of these 3 armies will be the first to be consumed. The more arrogant Wang Sheng is now, the heavier price the other party will pay later. He has said before that the best strategy is to attack the enemy's plans, the next best is to attack their alliances, the next best is to attack their soldiers, and the worst is to attack their cities. Therefore, if you want to deal with the commander of the imperial garrison, you don't necessarily have to start a fight. After returning to the headquarters, Su Yu directly called Zhang Hu to the headquarters and said that he had a task for him to complete. Commander. Zhang Hu walked quickly to the headquarters. Come here. Su Yu pointed to the Beijing-Luzhou railway line on the map and said, the imperial court has sent a garrison troop here. The logistics transportation of this troop depends on the Beijing-Luzhou railway line, and supplies are transported once a month. The imperial court troops have just arrived, and the supplies have not yet been transported here. So, you lead your men to guard this transportation line. I will ask the Intelligence Bureau to investigate the specific time when they transported the supplies. You lead your men to seize this batch of supplies. Remember, you must pretend to be bandits and do not kill the people transporting the supplies. Let them know that you are bandits. Clear. Zhang Hu nodded in response. Also, Su Yu continued, wait, I will call my dad and ask him to send troops to cooperate with your actions. After you rob the supplies, my father will send troops to encircle you and put on a show with you. Don't worry, Commander. I'm the best at acting. Zhang Hu patted his chest and assured. Well, Su Yu nodded and said, tonight, you take the guard battalion troops and leave secretly. Also, don't blow up all the train lines. Su Yu reminded. This was a railway that he had built with his own money. He was really afraid that this idiot Zhang Hu would blow up the entire railway line, and then he would have to spend his own money to repair it. Don't worry, Commander. I know. After saying that, Zhang Hu left happily. Looking at Zhang Hu's back, Su Yu always felt something was wrong. At this time, Logistics Minister Wu Liangye came to the headquarters. The man was wearing a gray military uniform and was nearly 1.9 meters tall, which made him very conspicuous. He walked up to Su Yu in 2 steps and shouted, Commander, are you looking for me? How much food is left in the logistics department now? 2 million caddies. Wu Liangye said, it's 1 month's rations for the garrison headquarters. Increase the storage of grain, Su Yu said to Wu Liangye. Store enough food for 120,000 soldiers for half a year. 120,000 for half a year. Wu Liangye swallowed and calculated in his heart. 120,000 soldiers consume 1 kilogram of food per day. Half a year is 180 days. That is 21.6 million kilograms of food. According to the current market price of rice, 1 silver dollar can buy 16 kilograms of rice, which is 1.35 million silver dollars. In addition, chicken, duck, fish, meat, etc. are needed, which will cost at least 2 million silver dollars in total. Commander, this is unrealistic. Wu Liangye said to Su Yu, 21.6 million jin of grain. Our granary can't hold it at all. Our existing granary can only barely hold 10 million jin of grain, as well as chicken, duck, fish, and meat. We can't store this for half a year. Don't worry about this. Su Yu responded, we still have more than 3,000 people in our labor team. I will let them build granaries and hire people who specialize in building granaries to build granaries. As for chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, I will take out 800,000 silver dollars to set up a breeding farm. The next task for your logistics department is to purchase large quantities of grain in Shanglu, Su Yu said. Buy as much as you can. If that doesn't work, I will use my own money to purchase grain shops in Shanglu and use them to store grain for us. Since the commander said so, I will do as he says. Wu Liangye said, it just so happens that I know quite a few owners of large grain sellers. The grain they have should be able to meet our needs. Very good. Su Yu nodded and said, I'll leave this to you. Get it done as soon as possible. Yes, Commander. After Wu Liangye received the order, he began to meet with these grain bosses. After Su Yu issued the task, he asked someone to notify Wang Zhong to take out 8 million silver dollars to purchase the grain shops in Shanglu. He wanted to purchase more than 80% of the grain shops in Shanglu and have a certain monopoly on the grain in Shanglu. Moreover, he will also inform his father about this, because he will also need the full support of his father to accomplish this task, so as to prevent grain from other provinces from flowing into Shanglu. As for the wharf, he will block it in advance. Since Wang Sheng wants to play with him, it depends on who has greater ability. The 90,000-strong army of the imperial court consumed an astronomical amount of food every day. He sent someone to inquire soon after, and found out that the imperial court had only transported 7 days of rations at the beginning. Because the number of soldiers was large, it would probably take 10 days or half a month to transport a month's rations. Therefore, the imperial garrison troops now have about 3 days' worth of rations in hand, and the imperial transport train will surely arrive in 1 or 2 days. As long as Zhang Hu robs this batch of food, the 90,000 troops of the imperial court will have to starve. When the time comes, I will be at his mercy. A series of plans gradually became complete in Su Yu's mind. As long as the plan was well planned, even if he didn't have to take action, the imperial garrison would be driven out by the 3 million people of Shanglu. Chapter 40. Sudden Bombs. January 19th. A day and a half had passed since Wang Shang made an appointment with Su Yu. During this day and a half, Su Yu ran back and forth between the military camp headquarters and the company just like before. Boom! Suddenly, a cannon exploded in the parade ground of the garrison headquarters, scaring Su Yu so much that he quickly walked out of the office. What's going on? Su Yu asked loudly. Where did the sound of the cannon come from? At this time, Liao Yuanliang also rushed out of the office quickly, followed by Wang Wan. At this critical juncture, they could not ignore any disturbance. Commander! Commander! A soldier quickly ran up to Su Yu and shouted, It's bad. A shell suddenly landed on our training ground and 3 soldiers were injured. What? Su Yu immediately raised his voice and shouted, Take me to see it quickly. I'm going too. Liao Yuanliang and Wang Wan also quickly followed Su Yu to the parade ground. They were also very confused as to how could a shell land on the parade ground? Military doctor. Hurry up and call the military doctor. The parade ground was now in chaos, with many soldiers forming a circle and making constant noise. Su Yu arrived at the training ground by car. Seeing thick black smoke coming out of the training ground on the right and a big hole blown out of the ground, he suddenly felt annoyed. The commander is here. When they heard someone say that the commander was coming, all the soldiers stopped shouting and started to gather around Su Yu. Among them, a colonel saluted Su Yu and shouted, Report to the commander, Chen Guofa, the commander of the 31st Regiment of the 3rd Guard Division, has come to see the commander. Su Yu nodded and asked, What's going on? It's like this, Chen Guofa said. Our 31st Infantry Regiment was training as usual today, but suddenly a shell landed on the training ground and injured 3 of our soldiers. One of them had his right leg pierced by shrapnel. Damn it! Hearing this, Su Yu was so angry that he almost exploded. In his own home, his soldiers were unexpectedly injured by an unknown shell. If this were to get out, how would Su Yu save face? Notify the field hospital. Su Yu took 2 steps forward and came to the 3 soldiers injured in the explosion. Seeing that the 3 soldiers were pale and sweating all over, he squatted down to look at the soldiers' wounds and said, It's not a fatal injury. The military doctor will be here soon. Don't worry, I will let the best doctor treat you. Thank you, Commander. After that, several military doctors and soldiers came with stretchers, put the 3 injured soldiers on the stretchers, and then sent them to the field hospital for treatment in a special car. Brothers! Su Yu shouted to the soldiers of the 31st Infantry Regiment, Don't worry, I will find out the source of the shell and who placed it there. Give me a day and I will give you an explanation. Captain Chan. Su Yu raised his voice and shouted, Bring the troops back. Yes, Commander. Chen Guofa left with the soldiers of the 31st Infantry Regiment. They believed that the commander would be able to give them an answer. Commander! Liao Yuanliang walked over with 3 pieces of shrapnel and said, M30 Type 75mm mountain cannon. The only country that has this type of mountain cannon is the Imperial Court. They are all imported from the United States. Does the U.S. Garrison Headquarters have this type of artillery? Su Yu asked through gritted teeth. No, according to our investigation, the artillery used by the U.S. Garrison Headquarters is the M39 75mm howitzer and the 105mm howitzer. These less powerful mountain artillery are mostly exported. Now only the new army of the Imperial Court has this type of artillery. Damn it! Su Yu cursed. Wang Wan, mobilize the Shanglu Military Intelligence Bureau. I'll give you half a day to find solid evidence for me. Yes, Commander. Wang Wan knew that his commander was really angry. Therefore, Wang Wan quickly called the 3 branch directors of the Military Intelligence Bureau to his office and mobilized more than 370 existing intelligence personnel in Shanglu to begin investigating where the shells came from. According to the 75mm range of the M30, the maximum range is 4,300 meters. Then this range can be searched with a radius of 4,300 meters with the headquarters training ground as the center point. The 3 branch chiefs quickly dispersed the intelligence personnel and circled several best locations for artillery to fire shells on the map. Because the area within a 4,300-meter radius of the garrison headquarters is a high-flown area, it will be much easier to investigate. At the headquarters, Su Yu called the 5 division commanders, as well as Deputy Commander Liao Yuanliang and Chief of Staff Wang Wan to the conference room. This artillery attack, Su Yu said to the commanders, must have been done by the new Imperial Army. There is no doubt about that. What do you think about this? How else can I see it? Guo Dahai, who was in a hot temper, slammed the table and shouted, They have already pointed their guns at our house. How can we remain indifferent? If we endure it this time, the next time they may fire 100 or 1,000 shells. They will test our bottom line step by step. The C is right. Wang Wu agreed and said, artillery. What our garrison headquarters lacks the least is artillery. If their new army wants to play, we can accompany them at any time. That is. Everyone agreed that they must not give in. Good. Su Yu raised his voice and said, all troops are on standby at all times, in a second-level alert state, waiting for my order. Since his new army wants to play, we have to defeat them. Wang won. Su Yu turned around and asked, how long will it take to get the results? Please rest assured, Commander, Wang Wen said slowly. Because they are firing in broad daylight, their concealment is not very good. We will mainly investigate the area where the new army is located, and I believe there will be results soon. Commander. After Wang Wen finished speaking, the director of the Intelligence Bureau quickly walked into the conference room with a dozen photos in his hands. We found the evidence, the branch chief gasped. Next to a garbage dump in the ruins of Chang'an Street, we found an M30 cannon firing in the direction of our headquarters. Opposite the garbage dump, there is a photo studio. They had never seen a cannon before, so they took some photos out of curiosity. The branch director handed the photo to Su Yu and said, although they are not wearing the uniforms of the Imperial New Army, we can see that there are large numbers engraved on the barrels of the artillery. I have also investigated this number, and it is the exclusive number of the artillery belonging to the 19th Army series of the Imperial New Army. This is the artillery serial number record we copied from the Imperial Army Department. The branch director handed the record to Su Yu and said, based on the evidence in our hands, we can confirm that this cannon was fired by the Imperial Army. Grass. Su Yu slammed the table and said to Liao Yuanliang, bring your 1st Division's direct guard company with me to the new army's base. I will never let them go easily this time. Chapter 41 Rage. The rest of you, stay where you are. After that, Su Yu took Liao Yuanliang directly to the headquarters of the Imperial Garrison, accompanied by the guard company directly under the 1st Division, fully armed. South Street. Wang Shang has set up checkpoints on every street leading to the garrison headquarters. Anyone who wants to enter the garrison area must obtain approval from the checkpoint before being allowed to pass. This, sir. A soldier from the Imperial Court came to the window of the car Su Yu was riding in and said, if you want to pass through the checkpoint, you must have a pass from above. Otherwise, you need to remove your weapons and wait for notification before entering. Su Yu ignored him and ordered the guard company to attack and control the soldiers responsible for guarding the checkpoint, and then led the troops directly into the Imperial garrison area. Tell Wang Shang to come out and see me. Su Yu got out of the car angrily, walked towards the garrison headquarters, and shouted loudly to the guards at the door. Seeing this, the soldier quickly ran into the headquarters to report. A few breaths later, Wang Sheng walked out quickly, looked at Su Yu and said with a smile, Commander Su, how come you still have the time to come to me? I said, I will only give you 7 days, otherwise? Don't give me that crap. Su Yu opened his mouth and said angrily, if you don't give me a perfect explanation today, don't say any more nonsense and start a war. You're on fire. Wang Sheng was puzzled by Su Yu's rage, but he, Wang Sheng, was not someone who could point his finger at and scold just anyone. Snort. Su Yu snorted coldly and threw the photo directly at the other person's face. Several soldiers next to him quickly pointed their guns at Su Yu, and the guard company behind Su Yu also quickly surrounded Wang Sheng. This action immediately attracted the attention of the court's new army. In less than a few breaths, a battalion of soldiers arrived at the main gate and surrounded the guard company brought by Su Yu. A tense atmosphere suddenly descended. At this moment, if one soldier accidentally fired his gun, the 2 garrison commanders in Shanglu would not be able to leave Shanglu alive. Wang Sheng was also holding back his anger. Su Yu just threw the photo in his face, which made him feel humiliated. As a general of the empire, commanding an army of 100,000, he was slapped in the face by a small local commander. However, reason made him hold back his anger, because something was strange. Why would Su Yu be so angry and come to his territory without regard for his personal safety? This was not in line with his character. He bent down to pick up the photo, and his pupils suddenly dilated when he saw the content on it. Commander Wang. Su Yu gritted his teeth and shouted, what else do you want to say now? Your artillery opened fire on our garrison headquarters, causing more than a dozen of our soldiers to be injured, including a colonel and a chief of staff. Now the evidence is irrefutable. What else do you want to say? If you want to start a war, I, Su, am always ready to accompany you. Su Yu gritted his teeth and said, but using such a shady trick is a disgrace to your teacher. He taught such a sinister and cunning disciple. Or is your teacher a shady person? Shut up. Wang Sheng pointed at Su Yu and shouted, don't you dare say that about my teacher. I know nothing about this matter. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and said, give me an hour, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. Wang Sheng really didn't know who ordered the incident, but he could probably guess it, because except for that person, no one in the entire garrison dared to disobey his orders. No. Su Yu said, the artillery code in the photo belongs to the 19th Army series, and the commander of the 19th Army is the son of Prince Gong. If this matter was not ordered by you, then who else would dare to disobey the order of you, the general, except him? Wang Sheng was shocked by what Su Yu said. The other party had investigated almost all of their internal information, and he didn't even know who did it. He could only roughly guess, but the other party's tone clearly showed that he could confirm it. This made him feel very scared. He thought that when he came to Shanglu, everything was under his control, but now it seemed that his every move was in the eyes of the other party. Go! Wang Sheng frowned and shouted to the adjutant, call the commander of the 19th Army over to me. Yes, General. If it was before, perhaps Wang Sheng would not care about Su Yu's questioning. However, this matter was indeed done by his own internal forces, and he just received news that the Su family had sent 3 armies of troops to station at the Shanglu border, and it would only take 3 hours to encircle and suppress his garrison headquarters. He had been in Shanglu for several days, but he still hadn't been able to find out the actual number of soldiers in the garrison headquarters. According to the investigation, there were a total of 3 infantry divisions within the security command, but he guessed that Su Yu had more than 3 infantry divisions, but he had just arrived in Shanglu and the intelligence reconnaissance structure had not been established. Commander, you're looking for me? The commander of the 19th Army, Wu Hao, came to the main entrance of the headquarters and saw that all the soldiers had loaded their bullets. The atmosphere at the scene was very tense, and he was a little nervous inside as well. Seeing the tall and handsome commander of the 19th Army, Wu Hao, coming up to him, Wang Sheng felt an indescribable pain. He really didn't know why Prince Gong sent his own son to Shanglu to serve as an army commander under him. Did you ask someone to do this? Wang Sheng questioned Wu Hao while holding the photo. Wu Hao glanced at it and said, it wasn't me. Idiot. Wang Sheng cursed in his heart. He didn't even ask anything, but the other party rejected the call outright. It was obvious that he was the one who did it. But the artillery in the photo belongs to your 19th Army, Wang Sheng asked again. How do you explain this? Oh, that's right. Wu Hao yawned and said, maybe my artillerymen didn't pay attention and the shells went astray. I don't know where they flew to. Don't you think? Commander Su. Is that you? Su Yu quickly took out his pistol, smashed it directly on Wu Hao's head, and then kicked him to the ground. Fuck. Wu Hao was kicked to the ground. Touching the blood on his head, he angrily took out his pistol and wanted to kill Su Yu, but someone was faster than him. Bang! Liao Yuanliang quickly pulled out his gun and shot Wu Hao in the right arm, causing him to scream in pain. Kill him? Stop! Wang Sheng shouted, you too. Take Commander Wu to get treatment. Yes, General. 2 soldiers carried Wu Hao away from the scene. Wang Sheng thought that if he didn't take this idiot away, he would probably lose his life. He was such a big idiot and didn't inherit his father's scheming at all. Chapter 42. 1 shot for 1 shot. However, Su Yu's shot also solved a big problem for him. It would be a waste to leave the 19th Army in the hands of the enemy. Now that Su Yu has injured Wu Hao, he can just take back control of the 19th Army. Su Yu, you are so brave. Wang Sheng pointed at Su Yu and said angrily, this is Prince Gong's son. You shot at the royal family. Are you planning a rebellion? Don't act in front of me. Su Yu looked at the other person and said, I injured Prince Gong's son. I think you are the one who benefits the most. Can you take back the control of the new 19th Army? Su Yu looked at Wang Sheng with a wicked smile and said, however, don't think that you can do anything to our security headquarters just because you have control over the 19th Army, because this matter is not over yet. I must take back the artillerymen who fired the cannon. Impossible. Wang Sheng felt a chill on his back when he heard what Su Yu said. As someone who had been in the army for more than 20 years, he had seen all kinds of people in Beijing. But with Su Yu, he felt like he was facing an abyss. He dared to look him in the eye only when he used all his strength to fight the fear in his heart. The price has been paid. Wang Sheng looked at Su Yu and said, I think the hand of Prince Gong's son should be more valuable than your dozen soldiers. Ha ha. Hearing this, Su Yu laughed sarcastically, as expected of someone from the capital. Your life is more valuable than others, but here at Su Yu's place, all beings are equal. One life is worth another. There is no distinction between high and low. Su Yu, don't go too far. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and said to Su Yu, my patience is limited. Don't push me. What can I do if I force you? Su Yu took 2 steps forward and questioned. The conversation between the two sides once again reached a dead end, but neither side wanted to go to war at this time because the time was not right. Take the imperial court, for example. The military salaries of the three armies under Wang Shang's command have not been paid for 1.5 months. Because the military funds have not yet been received, if a war is started now, it will easily cause a mutiny in the troops. In addition to these, the Su family has 3 other armies eyeing them covetously, so no matter what, now is not the time to start a war. On the other hand, Su Yu did not want to start a war because in a few days, he would be able to wipe out the garrison without bloodshed, and there was no need to fight to the death. However, at this moment, he still had to be tough. I can't possibly make friends with people, Wang Xing said again, but if Commander Su wants to start a war, I, Wang, am ready to accompany him at any time. Wang Shang is not a fool like Wu Hao. When he entered the military academy, the first thing his teacher told him was to love his soldiers like his own sons. Soldiers are a general's courage and confidence, so how could he let Su Yu take the soldiers away? Very good. Su Yu nodded and waved, saying, retreat. After saying that, Su Yu took the guards and soldiers away. Liao Yuanliang also stayed close to Su Yu and would not allow any accidents to happen to him. Watching Su Yu's leaving back, Wang Sheng discovered that with his more than 40 years of experience, he couldn't see through this young man. Just now he looked like he was ready to start a fight if he wasn't given the opportunity, but why did he suddenly give up? Just when he was confused, a loud noise woke him up. Boom! The huge explosion put the entire garrison headquarters on alert. A soldier quickly ran up to Wang Sheng and shouted, General, our granary has been blown up? Damn it! What are you still looking at? Wang Sheng yelled at the top of his voice, hurry up and get someone to put out the fire. Yes, General. Su Yu. Wang Sheng looked at Su Yu, who had already left, and shouted, I, Wang Sheng, will never coexist with you. After shouting, Wang Sheng also hurried to the explosion site to investigate, because this time they only transported 7 days of food rations, and the food from the court would take another day or 2 to arrive. If the food was burned out, they would starve. Security command. Wang Wu saw Su Yu coming back and quickly approached and said, the cannon I fired just now is 100% sure to blow up the granary of the garrison headquarters. Very good. After entering the headquarters, Su Yu came to Guo Dahai and said, the commander of the new 19th Army had his right hand disabled, and we also returned a cannon. This time it was your soldiers who were injured. Go and give them an explanation. Also, I will visit them with some comfort supplies in a few days so that they can recover well. I thank the commander on behalf of the soldiers. Guo Dahai said, I just went to the hospital. No vital parts were injured. The operation was successful. The shrapnel was taken out. After recuperating for a while, he will be able to return to the army. Su Yu nodded and said, fortunately, no one was hurt. Yes. Guo Dahai nodded and said, fortunately, only 1 shell landed. If it really hurt the foundation of my 31st Regiment, I would have to lead my troops to destroy those bastards. Next, all divisions must step up their alert. Su Yu said to the commanders, you cannot go out on missions without my order. What Su Yu is waiting for now is Zhang Hu to destroy the Imperial Court's special transport train and seize the enemy's food. In this way, the garrison headquarters will have time to cry. I just don't know how Zhang Hu has arranged it. Mongshan. At this time, Zhang Hu was burying bombs with a battalion of soldiers in an attempt to stop the train from going to Shanglu. The simplest way was to use bombs to blow up the train tracks. Fewer bombs. Zhang Hu was wearing a black cloth and a gray turban on his head, looking very much like a local bandit. In addition, all the soldiers in the guard battalion also changed their clothes successfully because after arriving in the Mongshan area, they found a bandit's den and raided it, and just happened to change into ready-made clothes. Captain, here we come. At this time, a soldier ran up to Zhang Hu and said, it's the same as the intelligence report. There are 35 trains carrying more than 600 tons of cargo, and they are still a quarter of an hour away from us. All hidden. Zhang Hu waved his hand and shouted, take my gunshot as a signal. As soon as I fire, detonate the bomb immediately. The soldiers of the guard battalion quickly hid on both sides of the railway, waiting for the arrival of the train. Clang, clang. Soon, an old train appeared in front of everyone and drove towards Zhang Hu at a speed visible to the naked eye, as slow as an old ox pulling a cart. Bang! Zhang Hu calculated the distance to the train and then pulled the trigger. Then the soldiers quickly detonated the bomb. Boom! There was a deafening roar and a violent explosion that covered the noise of the running train. The train conductor was so frightened by the raging fire that his scalp went numb, and he quickly pushed down the brake handle. Magnetic! The train began to slow down and arrived about 10 meters before the explosion point. Da-da-da. At this time, 3 heavy machine guns equipped with armor-piercing bullets began to fire wildly at the side door of the train, trying to use the armor-piercing bullets to open the side door of the train. Chapter 43. Things have changed. There was only one company of soldiers guarding the train. When they heard the explosion, they were ready to fight back. However, they did not expect that they encountered fierce fire suppression before they even got off the train. Zhang Hu received news that all the security soldiers on the train were gathered in carriage number 2. So all the firepower was now directed at carriage number 2. After 5 minutes of fire suppression and tens of thousands of bullets fired, the entire carriage number 2 was penetrated. I surrender. At this time, a white flag made of a white shirt slowly stretched out. Seeing this, Zhang Hu immediately ordered the soldiers to cease fire, and then shouted loudly, "Everyone inside, put down your weapons and come out. We will not kill you if you surrender your guns. We only rob you of your money, not your women. Oh no, we only rob you of your money, not your lives. Don't kill anyone." Inside the carriage, the guard captain looked at the blood flowing like a river and the soldiers being beaten to pieces. He swallowed and thought to himself, "What are these?" But he had no choice now and could only go on with the remaining brothers. Otherwise, if they resisted again, no one would survive. "Don't shoot. I surrender. I surrender." A middle-aged man with a pointed chin and a wretched appearance walked down from the train. He and dozens of surviving soldiers squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands, thinking to themselves that they were in great misfortune. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hu's wild laughter fully demonstrated the bandits' temperament. "Brothers, we are rich." Zhang Hu led his brothers from the guard battalion to quickly take control of the protection company, and then asked the soldiers to check whether the things on the train were consistent with what the intelligence said. "This bandit." The guard captain squinted his eyes at Zhang Hu and shouted, "Our car is not worth much. It contains rice, bedding, and other daily necessities. It is not worth much, and it is difficult to move. So, if you let us go, I will tell you a piece of news." "Oh, tell me about it." "It's like this. This batch of our supplies was approved by the imperial court. If you rob them, the imperial court will be furious," the security captain said. "If you let us go, I'll tell you a piece of news that will make you rich." "Damn it." Zhang Hu kicked the guard captain to the ground and shouted angrily, "If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart. If you keep dithering, believe it or not, I will kill you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." The guard captain touched the spot where he was kicked and said, "Behind us, there are 2 more trains, each with 50 carriages, all carrying munitions." "Master Bandit," the guard company commander said with a clever expression, 1,800 tons of munitions, if you think about it, are much more valuable than our rice and bedding. Besides, with this batch of munitions, you, the bandit, can at least dominate the area." "Arms." Zhang Hu frowned when he heard this. According to the news, the court only transported grain this time. There were 20 trips in total, 12,000 tons of grain, and the delivery was completed in half a month. There was no mention of arms. If this batch of arms was transported to Shanglu, it would pose a great threat to the headquarters. Zhang Hu thought to himself that he must intercept this batch of arms. "Is what you said true?" Zhang Hu threatened the security captain with a gloomy face. "If you dare to lie to me, I wouldn't dare to do that." The security captain patted his chest and said, "The train will arrive in about an hour. If it doesn't come, just shoot me." "Okay, then I'll wait for an hour." Zhang Hu temporarily chose to believe what the security company commander said, and then asked the soldiers to be on guard and wait for the arrival of the next train. If they could really intercept this batch of arms, the commander would probably treat him to a drink. Yawn. Su yawned several times in succession at the headquarters. He thought that Zhang Hu should have intercepted the grain transported by the court at this time, but he wondered why he had not received any news from Zhang Hu until now. Could something unexpected have happened? This task is the key point of almost all his plans. As long as the food is not intercepted, all the plans he implemented before will become a bubble. "Commander." Wu Liangye came up to Su Yu and said, "The food has been purchased. Now because the domestic atmosphere is very tense, many business tycoons have begun to stockpile food. People are also buying food. It is not just Shanglu that is suffering from a food shortage. The price of food in Shanglu has doubled to 1 yuan per 8 kilograms, and it is still rising. Fortunately, we bought it quickly." Su Yu nodded and said, "The granary is also being built, and I have privately purchased 379 grain stores. You can store the grain in these grain stores, and there are 13 million kilograms of grain in these grain stores. Yes, Commander. Wu Liangye nodded and said, I'll arrange it right away. In the afternoon, Su Yu still hadn't received any message from Zhang Hu, so he knew that something unexpected had happened. So he immediately mobilized the Intelligence Bureau's action team and asked Guo Dahai to lead a regiment of troops to support Zhang Hu. Da. At Mongshan, a railway crossing, fierce fighting echoed throughout the mountains. Damn it! Zhang Hu fired a submachine gun at high speed, shouting to his soldiers, artillery support, destroy the enemy's firepower points for me. After receiving Zhang Hu's order, the artillery began to provide artillery support. 10 mortars began to aim at the fire points formed by the light machine guns of the new Imperial Army. 10 shells were quickly fired, accurately destroying the enemy's fire points. Good job. Zhang Hu laughed and said, go on. Battalion Commander. The artillery company commander came to Zhang Hu and shouted, we only have 30 shells left. Save them for the breakout. Breakout. Zhang Hu shouted angrily, if we break out, then the food and ammunition will be transported to Shanglu, and our mission will fail. But the artillery company commander was worried when he saw an infantry regiment and an artillery battalion, nearly 4,000 people, surrounding them and preparing to encircle and suppress them. I thought I was waiting for a truckload of ammunition, but I didn't expect that in addition to the ammunition, there was also an infantry regiment and an artillery battalion guarding it. Battalion commander, we must break through. The artillery company commander looked at the dead guard company commander and said, he just said that 2 trains carrying ammunition will pass through this railway line today. This means that there is another train carrying ammunition behind us, which means that there may be another infantry regiment behind us. With only a few hundred people in our guard battalion, how can we stop 2 infantry regiments and an artillery battalion? Besides, the artillery commander continued, we don't have much ammunition left. The suppression of the bandits has consumed 1/3 of our ammunition. Now we can only hold out for an hour at most. Damn it. Zhang Hu was so angry that he punched the ground. He really didn't expect that the court would send an infantry regiment to escort these arms, and the most deadly thing was that there was also an artillery battalion. When he found out about this, he was so angry that he slaughtered the Imperial Guard Company commander and the soldiers under his command. Chapter 44 Stalemate. These are bandits. At this time, on the train, the commander of the 772nd Infantry Regiment of the New Army was watching the exchange of fire outside. He had a full infantry regiment, plus the artillery battalion directly under the division, nearly 4,000 people, and they were unable to defeat these hundreds of bandits for an hour and a half. Bandits are so awesome nowadays. They were all equipped with submachine guns, heavy machine guns, and mortars. To be honest, the firepower of these several hundred bandits had reached or even exceeded that of the infantry regiment in his hands. Tell the artillery battalion to beat up these bandits for me. Li Ming shouted to his adjutant. As a graduate of the Royal Military Academy, he spent a full year in the army and managed to get the position of regimental commander. Of course, this had nothing to do with his father being a military commander. As a professional commander who graduated from the Royal Military Academy, if he couldn't even get rid of a small bandit, it would be a disgrace to his Li family. Yes, Commander. The artillery battalion began the 3rd round of artillery support. 15 mortars and 6 70mm mountain guns began to bombard Zhang Hu's guard battalion. Set firing parameters. Fire 3 salvos. Fire. Boom. Everyone get down. Zhang Hu shouted loudly, and then all the soldiers lay down behind the earthen hill. Fortunately, Zhang Hu chose a good terrain, which prevented the artillery from causing damage to the guard battalion. Pooh. Zhang Hu spat out a mouthful of mud and cursed, son of a bitch, when we return this time, we must ask the commander to equip our guard battalion with large caliber artillery, otherwise we will be at a disadvantage. If Su Yu knew that the guards he carefully selected were being bombed here, he might slap Zhang Hu in the face. These soldiers were his treasures. Taking advantage of the artillery suppression, the 772nd Infantry Regiment began to encircle and suppress the enemy at full speed. As they had undergone 6 months of training, they had certain practical experience. They seized the opportunity and began to form a large encirclement around the guard battalion and encircle it. Battalion Commander. We are surrounded. The captain of the 1st Guard Company came up to Zhang Hu and shouted, if we don't break out now, it will be too late. Zhang Hu also understood that the combat effectiveness of the soldiers in the guard battalion was indeed very strong. But the most fatal thing was that the maximum range of the submachine gun was only 200 meters, but the maximum range of the enemy's rifle was as high as 600 meters. Beyond 200 meters, the guard battalion has no advantage at all, because apart from heavy machine guns, It cannot hit the enemy at all, so close combat is the guard battalion's advantage. As the captain of the guard battalion beside Su Yu, his intelligence and command and combat capabilities are extraordinary. To break out now means death. Zhang Hu grabbed the company commander by the collar and shouted, "Let the enemy get closer before we fight. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to defeat this infantry regiment." "Clear." The guard company commander shouted, "Wait for orders. Let the enemy get closer before fighting." The soldiers of the guard battalion were inside a small round hill, which formed a concave basin. The soldiers of the guard battalion hid inside this basin, while the new army of the imperial court began to encircle and suppress this basin. At this time, hundreds of soldiers in the guard battalion stopped counterattacking and waited for orders. "All soldiers, listen up," Zhang Hu shouted in a low voice. "Get your grenades ready, wait for my order, and then throw all the grenades out within 1 minute." After the ceasefire, the 772nd Infantry Regiment of the Imperial Court's new army began to quickly encircle and suppress the bandits. After an hour and a half of encirclement and suppression, they lost more than 600 people. These were the most powerful bandits they had ever seen in their lives, comparable to the Imperial Court's Royal Legion. 150 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters. Zhang Hu was calculating how far the enemy was from them. According to training, the grenade throwing distances were 30 meters for passing, 40 meters for excellent, and 50 meters for top-notch. But the soldiers of the guard battalion are all top-notch. With the help of their high terrain, they can throw the grenade as long as the enemy is 70 meters away from them, because it takes 4 seconds for the grenade to explode. "Throw it to me." As Zhang Hu's order was given, the soldiers of the guard battalion quickly threw out grenades. In just 10 breaths, they threw out 2,000 grenades, almost using up more than 90% of the stock. Boom! Suddenly, there was a sea of fire before their eyes. 2,000 grenades exploded one after another, taking the lives of hundreds of soldiers of the 772nd Infantry Regiment. Under this powerful firepower, the new army soldiers began to retreat. Take this opportunity. The heavy machine guns inside the guard battalion began firing, and the submachine guns also began firing, because at this time, the new army of the Imperial Court was only 50 to 70 meters away from them, and all were within the range. Da-da-da. 5 heavy machine guns began to spray out red bullet chains towards the Imperial 772nd Infantry Regiment. Thousands of bullets burst out in an instant, piercing through the bodies of the new army soldiers, leaving a trace of blood. "Ah, my legs! Get out of here! Get out of here!" There were constant screams. Zhang Hu's fierce attack tactics were inherited from Guadahai. All the firepower burst out in an instant, causing the enemy to feel fear and breaking down their mentality. Damn it! Seeing the troops retreating again, Li Ming angrily threw things around, thinking to himself how unlucky he was to run into such a group of bandits. These bandits were simply amazing. How long will it take for the second special train to arrive? 3 hours, the adjutant responded. Let the troops surround them but not destroy them. Wait for the second special train of the 385th Infantry Regiment to arrive. Then we will gather the forces of 2 infantry regiments, and we will be able to crush these bandits with ease. Yes, Commander. The adjutant began to pass down Li Ming's order, and the 772nd Infantry Regiment also began to set up a defense line 200 meters away from the hill, encircling the guard battalion but not destroying it. "Captain, they are not attacking anymore." The 4 company commanders came to Zhang Hu to discuss the next countermeasures. "Don't worry," Zhang Hu said, panting. "The telegram has just been sent. I believe the commander will definitely send troops for help. Now, we just need to fight the enemy until reinforcements arrive, and then we can counterattack. Of course, there is another option." Zhang Hu looked at the 4 company commanders in front of him and said, "Even if we concentrate all our firepower to launch a counterattack, based on my observation of the new Imperial Army, although they are not a mob, their combat effectiveness is average, and the level of the commander of the new Imperial Army is also average. With the combat effectiveness of our guard battalion, we have an 80% chance of winning, but the casualties will be huge," the artillery company commander said. "Battalion commander, when we return to the headquarters, you will be punished. So far, more than 80 of our brothers have been injured and 17 have been killed." Chapter 45, The General Offensive begins. "What?" Su Yu looked at the telegram in his hand and shouted, "Zhang Hu is such a bad guy. I just wanted him to rob the food. But now he is in a fight with the new army and surrounded by an infantry regiment and an artillery battalion. Fortunately, I asked Guadahai to bring an infantry regiment to support in advance. Zhang Hu was really making trouble. I will definitely teach him a lesson when I come back this time." According to the pace that Guo Dehai is leading the infantry regiment, Liao Yuanliang said while looking at the map, it will take 4.5 hours to arrive. 2.5 hours have passed, so there are still 2 hours left to arrive. Send a message, asking Zhang Hu to hold out for 2 hours and not to destroy my guard battalion. Su Yu said to the signalman with a pained look. The guard battalion is the most outstanding seed of the entire army. Su Yu plans to develop this force in the future and turn it into a guard regiment, a guard brigade, or even a special operations brigade, becoming the seed of a special forces unit. If it is wiped out, he will be heartbroken. In Mongshan, the sky gradually became dark, and Zhang Hu was always paying attention to the movements of the court's new army. He believed that his reasoning was correct and that the commander of the new Imperial Army's command level was really mediocre, because if it were him, he would launch an attack with all his strength and at all costs. Because the court's new army had a steady supply of logistical supplies, but he did not. As long as the court's new army launched 2 more large-scale attacks, his ammunition would be exhausted, and he would be at the mercy of the enemy. However, the court's 772nd Infantry Regiment did not launch an attack, but instead besieged them. This was a wrong command. However, he was also glad that the commander of this infantry regiment of the Imperial Court had limited ability, otherwise, the entire guard battalion would have to fight to the death with the enemy, which would have caused heavy casualties and even wiped out the troops. Clang, clang. The noise from the train started again. As the noise grew louder, Zhang Hu became more and more nervous, because he knew that the Imperial support troops were coming. On the D-31 special train, Li Ming of the 772nd Infantry Regiment saw the special train that had stopped not far away, smiled, straightened his military uniform, and walked quickly forward. At the same time, many soldiers rushed out of the train that had just stopped. Among them, a middle-aged man in a colonel's uniform quickly walked towards Li Ming, saluted and said, "Captain of the 385th Infantry Regiment of the new army, Gu Zhong." Li Ming, 772nd Infantry Regiment of the new army. Li Ming shook the other person's hand and said, "It's like this." Afterwards, Li Ming told Gu Zhong about the situation at the scene. When the other party found out that the people who stopped them were just a group of several hundred bandits, he was speechless. An infantry regiment plus an artillery battalion were unable to defeat a bandit group of several hundred people. Gu Ming had reservations about the combat effectiveness of other new army units. How audacious! Gu Zhong pretended to snort coldly and said, "My celestial empire has ruled the 9 provinces for more than 200 years, but I didn't expect there would still be such ignorant people. Brother Ming, your 772nd Infantry Regiment will be my marshals. Watch how I wipe out these bandits." Ha ha ha. Li Ming smiled happily and said, "Then I wish Brother Gu success. It is also a good opportunity for the brothers of the 7th Corps to learn from the combat command capabilities of your 3rd Corps. Just wait and see." After saying that, Gu Zhong began to assemble the troops and called the 3 battalion commanders over. "I just have one word, attack head-on." Gu Zhong said to the 3 battalion commanders, "They are just a few hundred bandits, a mob. We will use our absolute advantage in manpower to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Let the brothers of the 7th Corps see how our 3rd Corps fights." "Yes, Commander." Seeing the court's new army gathering troops, Zhang Hu knew that the court's general offensive was about to begin. Artillery Company. Zhang Hu said to the artillery company commander, "Once the battle begins, concentrate all your artillery fire to knock out the firepower points of the Imperial Army." Clear. Order all soldiers in the battalion to prepare for battle. Zhang Hu shouted in a low voice, "Fight when you are close. Wait for my signal." As soon as Zhang Hu gave the order, Gu Zhong's 385th Infantry Regiment began to attack. 3 infantry battalions, with a total of 2,100 combat personnel, began to press forward step by step. In the rear, a fire point consisting of 23 light machine guns began to suppress the enemy with fire. Da-da-da. With strong logistical support, the light machine guns fired continuously, suppressing the soldiers of the guard battalion so much that they could not raise their heads. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Gu Zhong burst into laughter and explained to Li Ming, "Our 3rd Army is all about firepower first. We will directly suppress the enemy with powerful firepower." Looking at Gu Zhong's smug expression, Li Ming originally wanted to tell him about the bandits' equipment configuration, which was all submachine guns, but now, he decided not to say it. "Hit me." Zhang Hu looked at the new army soldiers who were close at hand and immediately pulled the trigger of his submachine gun. Nearly 300 submachine guns and 5 heavy machine guns on the front line opened fire at once. The red flames were like raindrops, densely covering the area. The dense ammunition formed a metal storm that instantly swept across the entire 385th Infantry Regiment. The bullets pierced through the bodies of the new army soldiers, turning them into sieves. The soldiers in the front row fell down one after another. They were trying their best to fight back, but the firing rate of rifles was not even close to that of submachine guns. At the same time, the artillery company commander was also commanding the artillery to destroy the firepower points of the Imperial New Army, and the last 30 artillery shells would be used. Fire. As the artillery company commander gave the order, all 30 shells were fired within 3 breaths. Boom. Right in the middle of the firing point formed by the 385th Infantry Regiment, one of the light machine guns was hit by the shell and was blown away more than 10 meters, and the soldier's head was blown into a bloody mess. Gu Zhong watched his soldiers fall one after another, and all 23 of his light machine guns were blown up. He was so angry that he almost exploded. He directly asked Li Ming next to him, "Are these bandits?" "They are bandits." Gu Zhong couldn't help but want to swear. If he hadn't known from the conversation that the other party's father was a military commander, he would have slapped him in the face. This man must be a bandit. Attack together. Gu Zhong gritted his teeth and said to Li Ming, "This group of bandits is not simple. We must crush them with our absolute military advantage. Also, move out your artillery camp." "I said that a long time ago, but you insisted on going it yourself." Li Ming shrugged and said, "You." When Gu Zhong heard this, he almost fainted from anger. But the other party was right. It was his own request, so he couldn't blame others. "Everyone listen to my orders." Li Ming shouted, "Launch a full-scale attack from the flank of the hill. The artillery battalion provides fire support. Don't save your shells. Fight with all your might." Chapter 46. The security forces' combat strength collapses at the first blow. The 2 infantry regiments launched attacks from the front and side respectively, and with the fire support of the artillery battalion, the pressure on the guard battalion increased dramatically in an instant. "Brothers, kill them." The soldiers of the 772nd Infantry Regiment and the 385th Infantry Regiment were filled with anger. With the strength of 2 infantry regiments, they were unable to defeat a group of several hundred bandits. If this got out, they, the regular army, would lose all face. Artillery company, fight back? Zhang Hu continued to fire back and forth, while commanding his troops on how to resist. Battalion commander, we're out of shells. Captain, our company is running out of ammunition. We only have less than 2,000 rounds left. We can only hold out for a quarter of an hour at most. Battalion commander, the 2nd company is running out of bullets. Battalion commander, 3rd company. At this time, the guard battalion had few bullets left. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth and shouted, "There are only guards who died in battle, no guards who surrendered. All soldiers, listen to my order. Break out to the front, gather all the explosive packs and the remaining grenades, and blow up the Imperial train for me." At this moment, in Zhang Hu's mind, even if he died in battle, he had to complete the task assigned to him by the commander. "Yes, Captain." All the soldiers began to put on bayonets and insert daggers into submachine guns. Zhang Hu fixed the bayonet on his submachine gun and loaded the pistol at his waist with bullets, preparing to lead the soldiers of the guard battalion to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the court's new army, break through from the front, and blow up the court's train. "Give me." Da. Zhang Hu was just about to give the order to charge when a burst of gunfire from the flank caught his attention. "Reinforcements have arrived." Zhang Hu shouted excitedly, "Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. Fight back." On the flank, the Intelligence Bureau's action team arrived first. The 24-man action team was equipped with light machine guns, submachine guns, and a heavy machine gun, and began to attack the court's new army. "Are there any reinforcements?" Li Ming and Gu Zhong were stunned. It was too fucked that the bandits could get reinforcements. "There aren't that many people," Gu Zhong said while holding a telescope. "There are only about 20 people, so the problem is not that big. The bandits surrounded by our army don't have much ammunition. In just a quarter of an hour, they will be out of ammunition. We just need to consume their ammunition. Once their ammunition is used up, we can wipe out this group of bandits." Gu Zhong's vision and command ability are much stronger than Li Ming's, and he can see the key problems at a glance. "Adjutant." Li Ming shouted to the adjutant next to him, "Take a platoon and eliminate the group of bandits on the periphery." "Yes, Commander. We're starting to finish off the operation." "Haha." Gu Zhong smiled and said to Li Ming, "Captain Li, did you see that? The bandits' heavy machine guns have gone out. This means they've run out of ammunition. Now they're trapped in our jar. Brother Ming, our 385th Regiment must take 3 of these 3 heavy machine guns. As for the submachine guns, we'll each have half. You can't fight with me, Gu Zhong pouted and said. In order to capture these bandits, our 385th Regiment lost more than 500 soldiers, almost an entire infantry battalion. We have to make up for it this time. While Gu Zhong and Li Ming were discussing the spoils, Guadahai and the 33rd Infantry Regiment had already reached their rear, ready to stab them in the ass. Concentrate all the firepower of the regiment. Aim at the location of the new Imperial Army and hit them hard. Yes, Master. The commander of the 33rd Infantry Regiment received the order and began to lead his soldiers in a large-scale charge. Kill him. Suddenly, a large group of people appeared behind the Imperial New Army. They raised their guns and started charging. There were more than 20 heavy machine guns in the rear to suppress the fire, and more than 30 mortars, which first killed the Imperial Artillery Battalion. Boom. Da-da-da. Flames shot up into the sky, and explosions sounded one after another. At this time, Gu Zhong and Li Ming were completely stunned. Seeing bandits everywhere behind them, they didn't know what to do for a moment. Damn it! Is this a bandit? No matter how stupid Gu Zhong was, he could figure out that these were not bandits but regular troops, and they were being targeted. Go! The tactic adopted by the 33rd Infantry Regiment under Guadahai was a fierce attack tactic, releasing the firepower of the entire regiment in an instant to stun the enemy and disrupt the enemy's formation. Fight back! Gu Zhong reacted quickly and commanded the guards around him to fight back, but he and Li Ming only had one company of soldiers left. How could they stop the densely packed bandits before them? Brother Gu, what should we do now? What else can we do? Gu Zhong looked at Li Ming and said, These are not bandits at all, but regular troops. They are using the small group of bandits on the hill as bait to lure us out and then capture us all in one fell swoop. I guess this group of bandits has tens of thousands of troops behind them. We can't stop them at all, so? Retreat, they probably just want arms and food. Brother Gu is right. As the saying goes, if you keep the Green Mountains, you will never worry about lack of firewood, Li Ming said to the guards around him. Retreat? Seeing Li Ming retreat without hesitation, Gu Zhong rolled his eyes and ordered his troops to retreat as well. They could not fight any further. They had suffered heavy losses when they encircled and suppressed a group of bandits of only a few hundred people. If they were to fight against the bandits of several thousand people in front of them, they would have no chance of winning. Kill. The commander of the 33rd Infantry Regiment led his soldiers to charge and continuously killed the new troops of the imperial court. He was so bloodthirsty that he was mad with killing intent. Retreat. Gu Zhong led his troops to retreat to the right wing, because when he came, he saw a large town on the right side of the train, and only by escaping into this town could they survive. After encountering fierce suppression from the 33rd Infantry Regiment, the two infantry regiments of the new army began to retreat towards the right wing. While retreating, many people were killed by the powerful firepower of the 33rd Infantry Regiment. A large charge defeated two infantry regiments of the new army and successfully rescued the guard battalion. Commander Gua. Zhang Hu, with his face covered in gunpowder and his body covered in mud, approached Guadahai, saluted and said, Thank you, Commander Gua, for coming to our rescue. I, Zhang Hu, will never forget this kindness. Okay. Guadahai looked at Zhang Hu and shook his head, saying, Go back and get beaten. After saying that, Guadahai began to order the soldiers to unload the food and ammunition from the train. This time they drove out half of the military trucks in the headquarters, otherwise the rescue would not have been possible in such a timely manner. A total of 570 military trucks began loading food and ammunition back to the headquarters. As for the rest, Su Yu asked his father to send troops to transport them back. After all, these were strategic materials and they would be wasted, so Su Yuanzhong directly sent out 3 transport teams to unload them. In addition, Su Yuanzhong also sent an infantry division to Anjin to wait for the arrival of the new Imperial Army, and then cooperate with the new Imperial Army to suppress bandits in the surrounding areas, just to make it look like a show. Chapter 47 The Wind Rises. Idiot. When Su Yu saw the casualty figures on the table, he was so angry that he swore. He found that since he took over as the garrison commander, he would curse at people and use foul language at every turn. But there was no way he could do it. He felt suffocated inside if he didn't curse. Among the 650 soldiers in the guard battalion, 117 were killed or wounded, 53 were seriously injured, and 200 were slightly injured. It can be said that more than half of the entire guard battalion was lost. These casualties resulted in 1,977 corpses of the new Imperial Army. In addition to these, there was also the record of a guard battalion of soldiers holding off an infantry regiment and an artillery battalion of the new Imperial Army's full encirclement and suppression without being defeated. However, this made Su Yu even more distressed. Where can you find such good soldiers? Go to face the wall and reflect on your mistakes for a month. You will be punished severely. Su Yu pointed at Zhang Hu and shouted, I have been too polite to you in normal times. Now you don't even listen to military orders and dare to act on your own. You are really rebelling. Also, when you face the wall, follow Deputy Commander Liao carefully and learn from the other commanders how to command troops. If you can't even command a battalion properly now, how can we expect you to take on important responsibilities in the future? Commander, I was wrong, Zhang Hu said with his head down. I am willing to accept the punishment. Take him away. Su Yu shouted angrily. Then, two soldiers escorted Zhang Hu out of the headquarters and headed towards the dungeon. Commander, I have seen the combat effectiveness of the guard battalion, Guo Dahai praised. I have been a commander in Daxia for 8 or 9 years, and I have never seen such a powerful army. A battalion of soldiers withstood the attack of an infantry regiment and an artillery battalion, and caused heavy casualties to the infantry regiment. If all our troops... Stop. So you looked at Guo Dahai and said, these are the elite soldiers selected from tens of thousands of soldiers. It is impossible for them to be universally realized, at least not now. Have all the food been transported back? Su Yu asked Guo Dahai. It has been transported back, Guo Dahai responded. A total of 2 million kilograms of grain. We used hundreds of large trucks to transport it all back and handed it over to the Minister of Logistics. Su Yu nodded in response. His plan was finally completed. Next, he just had to wait and see how the Imperial Garrison Headquarters would deal with the next situation. Garrison Headquarters. Wang Sheng was furious and shouted, what a bunch of rubbish! 2 infantry regiments and an artillery battalion can't even wipe out a few hundred bandits. Not only did they lose their ammunition, but the worst thing is that they also lost their food. Commander. An old man sighed and said to Wang Sheng, we only have half a day's supply of military rations left. The military's rations were supposed to be delivered today, but we didn't expect to encounter bandits. Bandit? Wang Sheng snorted coldly and said, do you think these might be bandits? It must be the Su family who is doing this. They want to cut off our military rations and make it impossible for us to stay in Shanglu. What do we do now? The old man asked. Let's buy food, Wang Sheng said to the old man. I have sent a telegram to the Southern Route Army, asking them to replenish our military rations as soon as possible. We will buy food from Shanglu first and hold out for a few days. Commander. The old man sighed again and said, you may not know what the situation is like outside right now. If I could buy food outside, I would not come to you. Now everyone is hoarding food outside. I went to more than 70 large grain stores, and none of them had any food. What? Hearing this, Wang Sheng panicked. If there is no food in Shanglu, then his army of nearly 100,000 will starve. He never thought that he would be short of food when he arrived in Shanglu. Damn it. Wang Sheng couldn't sit still and stood up and said to the old man, no matter what, I don't care what method you use, you must get me 3 days of food. I will let the Southern Army send troops to escort the food here. 3 days. The old man was speechless. This was 3 days' worth of food for nearly 100,000 people. Even if the ration was halved, he would have to buy 150,000 kilograms of food. But now, let alone 150,000 kilograms, he couldn't even buy 10,000 kilograms. Shanglu has a population of 3 million, and the daily grain consumption is an astronomical figure. Now is not the harvest season. So how can he get 150,000 kilograms of grain in half a day? Whatever it takes. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and looked at the old man and said, you have to know that once people are extremely hungry, they can do anything. If there is no food, it is easy to cause a mutiny among the soldiers. I tried my best. The old man bowed and walked out of the headquarters. Watching the old man walk out of the headquarters, Wang Sheng immediately called over the 3 army commanders and asked them to lead their troops to collect grain from the major merchants in the name of the court. There are tens of thousands of wealthy people in Shanglu. As long as each family can collect 100 kilograms of grain, they can overcome the difficulties, and the Su family's calculations will become a bubble. Commander, this? The 3 army commanders looked at Wang Sheng and said, if this is the case, I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction. Dissatisfied? Wang Sheng frowned and looked at the 3 army commanders in front of him and said, do you want the people to be dissatisfied? Or do you want the soldiers to be dissatisfied? If the soldiers mutinied, would you be able to suppress it? While Wang Sheng was worried about food, Su Yu was playing chess with Liao Yuanliang. Commander, this is a brilliant move, Liao Yuanliang said, taking out a black chess piece and placing it on the chessboard. You spent a huge amount of money to monopolize more than half of the grain shops in Shanglu. You took advantage of the weather, the civil war is approaching, and the people and merchants are hoarding a lot of grain, leaving Shanglu with no grain to sell. You also took advantage of the power of people and asked the governor to close all transportation channels so that grain merchants from other places cannot enter. I'm afraid the 100,000 troops of the imperial court will starve. Being hungry can easily lead to chaos, so you also took out the white chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. I have asked the propaganda department to monitor the movements of the garrison headquarters at any time. If they are found to be allowing the soldiers to rob food, then this matter will be a big deal. What if they don't rob it? Then we should tempt them, Su Yu said after eating 2 black pieces. We need to make people's livelihoods flourish and completely discredit the imperial court before the civil war breaks out. When the critical point is reached, it will be time for us to rise up and rule for the people. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Su Yu ate 4 more black pieces and said, the imperial court already has a bad reputation. We need to ignite this pile of dry wood and raging fire. The energy of 500 million dry wood and raging fire is enormous. Once it explodes, it will burn this dynasty to ashes. As someone who has experienced this, Su Yu understands the importance of public opinion very well because it is a weapon more powerful than a gun and can kill people without them even noticing. I lost, Liao Yuanliang said while looking at the chessboard. No, you didn't lose, Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang with a smile. It was the court that lost. Hearing this, the two looked at each other and then burst into laughter, because the fate of the world was all on this chessboard, and no matter how things changed, the essence remained the same. The court lost. Chapter 48. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The next morning, the sun was still bright. Su Yu received a message from Liao Yuanliang in the compound, saying that the troops of the 5 reserve divisions had been recruited and would be able to enter the recruit training stage next month. This news made Su Yu very happy. Now he is accumulating strength. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to train an army and only a moment to deploy it. Everything he does now is for the future outbreak. Commander! The propaganda minister quickly came to Su Yu and shouted, last night, the garrison headquarters ordered soldiers to rob food. 23 shops have been robbed, and the food in the hands of many merchants and civilians has also been robbed. Now there are at least hundreds of thousands of people gathered in front of the garrison headquarters. We took all the photos of them looting food, but they were all taken in the early morning because our cameras took very blurry photos at night. But this is enough evidence. Good. Su Yu laughed and said, spread this news throughout the Great Xia Kingdom as quickly as possible. Use the title, The New Imperial Army Allowed Soldiers to Rob Food, as an excuse. Provide a subsidy of 500,000 silver dollars and provide daily newspapers for free to remote areas. Yes, Commander. The propaganda department quickly went to a newspaper office to print the newspaper. Su Yu changed into military uniform and rushed to the garrison headquarters with Wang Wu's 2nd Infantry Division because 3 of the grain stores robbed by the garrison headquarters belonged to him. Get out of Shanglu. Give me back my food. Give me back my food. On South Street, hundreds of thousands of people blocked the street, holding banners and spitting as they began to denounce the garrison headquarters. They didn't have much surplus food at home, but they were still targeted by these soldiers. I thought all soldiers were as kind and people-loving as the soldiers of the security command, but now it seems that they were wrong. As the saying goes, a dog will always eat shit, and the soldiers of the imperial court are still so arrogant and domineering, bullying the people. Commander Su is here. At this time, some people saw Su Yu coming and made way. Many people cheered and shouted, Commander Su, please help us. These soldiers from the imperial court have robbed our food. We are a family of 5, and we are still waiting for this food to be cooked. Don't worry, folks. Su Yu raised his hands to signal everyone not to get agitated. I will take care of everything for you. The food of my security headquarters has also been robbed. Please all retreat. The imperial army is unreasonable, and there is a high possibility of a fight. Don't hurt the villagers then. We won't retreat. The people started shouting, if the government opens fire, we will rebel. We have long been dissatisfied with the government. Hearing this, Su Yu was secretly happy. What he was waiting for was for these law-abiding people to say this, to break the suppression that came from their blood and break the fear of imperial power. Okay, let's start a resistance together and fight for our own rights. Su Yu got out of the car and came to the gate of the garrison headquarters. He shouted to the garrison officer at the door, let your commander come out, otherwise we will rush in. Yes, let your commander come out, or we'll just rush in. Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly serious, the officer at the door quickly ran into the headquarters, intending to tell their commander about the situation outside. Garrison headquarters. Wang Shang was counting how much grain had been collected, and then a number was reported. 370,000 jin. Snort. Hearing this number, Wang Shang snorted coldly and said, "They said they had no food, but in just one night, they collected 370,000 kilograms of food. I think these people have food but don't want to sell it. They are waiting for the price to go up before selling it. They are really a bunch of unruly people." "Commander, outside?" "Don't be shy," Wang Xing said to his commander. "How much trouble can a group of unarmed and weak civilians cause? Let's find a few leaders and execute them on the spot. Naturally, they won't dare to do anything. Under the oppression of the imperial court for more than 200 years, these people are destined to be servants in their blood. Do they still dare to rebel?" Wang Xing licked his lips and said, "Do you really think my 100,000 troops are just decorations?" "Commander, this is bad." The officer outside ran into the headquarters and shouted, "Guard Commander Su Yu has arrived at the gate with tens of thousands of soldiers and is rushing in with hundreds of thousands of civilians. We can't stop them." "What?" Wang Sheng slammed the table and said angrily, "What on earth does this Su Yu want to do? Does he really think that I, Wang Sheng, am afraid of him? All the troops must assemble. Today, I will not be able to return a single grain of food." After that, the entire garrison began to mobilize urgently, and the troops of 3 armies began to encircle hundreds of thousands of people in Shanglu and Su Yu's troops. "Anyone who dares to come one step closer will be killed without mercy." Wang Sheng sent out a large number of troops to set up a security line. Anyone who crossed the security line would be shot without hesitation. "Let's see who dares to shoot." Su Yu was the first to cross the cordon, followed by hundreds of thousands of people who began to cross the cordon and approached the garrison soldiers to see if they dared to open fire. At this time, the new army soldiers were also under increasing pressure. Looking at the densely packed people in front of them, they were sweating profusely and their hands were shaking. If they opened fire at this time, they would be torn to pieces. Damn it! On the 3rd floor of the garrison headquarters, Wang Sheng looked at the scene below and gnashed his teeth in anger. "Commander." Behind Wang Sheng, a white-haired old man looked at Wang Sheng and said, "After the development of the incident, more and more people are rushing towards our garrison troops. Roughly speaking, it is estimated that there are no less than 1 million people." Million? Wang Sheng was also shocked when he heard this number. Almost 1/3 of the people in Shanglu came. If one person represented a family, it would mean that almost all of the 3 million people in Shanglu came. "Commander, the garrison commander Su Yu is very famous in Shanglu," the old man continued. "After our investigation, the people of Shanglu only recognize the garrison headquarters, not the imperial court. If we continue to be deadlocked, we will have difficulty moving forward in Shanglu in the future. What can we do?" Wang Sheng said angrily, "We can't let the soldiers starve to death." "Negotiate with Su Yu," the old man continued. "I've investigated and found that nearly 80% of the grain shops in Shanglu have been bought by Commander Su. He has no less than 30 million caddies of grain. I think he spent so much money just to negotiate with us because he's afraid we'll be pushed too far. After all, his garrison headquarters may not be able to withstand the power of 100,000 troops." "Oh, this is so frustrating." Wang Xing punched the wall and said, "Return the food. Also, ask Su Yu to come to the headquarters to see me." Clear. Next, Wang Shang could not stand the pressure anymore and returned all the grain to the people. As for the grain that had been eaten, he subsidized it 10 times the price, which made the people satisfied. "Commander Su, our general is looking for you." "Look for me," Su Yu snorted coldly. "Ask your general to come to the garrison headquarters to see me. Of course, he doesn't have to come, unless you want to starve to death." After saying that, Su Yu left directly. Chapter 49: The War is Coming. At the security command, Su Yu waited for Wang Sheng to come find him. "Commander, here we come." "Bring him in," Su Yu said with a smile. This time he would make Wang Sheng cry for mercy, and he would never let go until he had fleeced all the wool from the garrison headquarters. "Commander Su is so arrogant." Wang Sheng stepped in and said, "I am a general of the imperial court. I have to come to you personally to see you, the commander of this place. You are so arrogant." "Ha ha ha." Su Yu laughed and said, "Then General Wang doesn't have to come to me." Snort. Wang Xing ignored Su Yu and admitted that he was no match for him in the verbal battle. "Pour the tea," Su Yu said to the adjutant. "Don't neglect our General Wang, or he will say that we didn't even give him a cup of tea after he leaves." "Su Yu, don't be so sarcastic." Wang Sheng glanced at Su Yu and said, "What do you want me to do in order to hand over the grain?" "Pay." Su Yu smiled and shook his head, saying, General Wang's word choice is inappropriate. It shouldn't be handed over, but sold. As for how to sell it, it depends on what price General Wang can offer. You. Wang Sheng suppressed his anger and said, then Commander Su, how are you going to sell it? How about this? Su Yu looked at Wang Sheng and said, I don't think General Wang has the money to buy the food, so how about we use goods to offset it? As long as General Wang takes out 60,000 rifles and 1.2 million rounds of ammunition, I will give you 3 days of military rations. You're dreaming. When Wang Sheng heard this, he couldn't help but asked for 60,000 rifles. According to the current price of the court's new rifles, one rifle was 110 yuan, and the total price was 6.6 million silver dollars and 1.2 million bullets, etc. Wang Sheng's face suddenly widened with a very shocked expression. He was wondering why Su Yu knew that there were still 1.2 million bullets left in his arsenal. Not one more or one less. Exactly 1.2 million. Was this a coincidence? No way. Harmful. Su Yu waved his hand and said, see you off. By the way, I would like to remind General Wang that we don't know when the food from the court will be delivered. After all, bandits are rampant in our Jiangnan area. As for how long you can resist, it depends on the willpower of your soldiers. However, Su Yu continued, as long as you walk out of this gate, the price will not be the same next time, because the price of food changes every day. As for your plan to transport it by sea, I'm sorry, all major ports are currently closed to sea transportation, and it will resume in 7 days. You're so cruel. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and shouted, but he couldn't leave because the soldiers had not eaten for 8 hours, and now the brothers were waiting for him to buy rice to cook. As for other solutions, he had thought of everything he could, otherwise he would not have come to find Su Yu. He now had to admire the young man in his 20s in front of him, who had such extraordinary means in Shanglu that he could force their 100,000-strong army into a desperate situation without wasting a single shot. He had to admire such means. Su Yu. Wang Sheng called out Su Yu's full name and said, you want to do this deal? Do you know what the consequences will be? As a result of... Su Yu smiled and said, the court has established a southern army, and 900,000 troops have arrived at the border of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. I don't need to worry about the consequences anymore. I just need to see what I can get. Very good. Wang Sheng stood up and said, 60,000 rifles and 1.2 million rounds of ammunition, all delivered. Make a deal. Su Yu said to Wu Liangye, Minister Wu, send the 300,000 kilograms of food that you have prepared to General Wang. Also, get the transaction money while you are at it. After all, I don't trust General Wang's character. Snort. Wang Sheng snorted coldly and said to Su Yu, see you later. Next, Su Yu exchanged 300,000 kilograms of grain for most of the equipment of the Imperial Garrison headquarters, including 60,000 rifles, all of which were new rifles with the same caliber as the rifles equipped by Su Yu's security command, just enough to equip the reserve forces, and 1.2 million rounds of ammunition. After the transaction, Su Yu directly opened the warehouse to release grain and sold grain to the people, which lowered the price of grain in Shanglu. He also asked his father to open a channel for grain merchants to enter Shanglu. After Wang Sheng at the garrison headquarters learned the news, he was so angry that he vomited 3 bowls of blood and fainted. Meanwhile, the news that the soldiers of the Imperial Garrison headquarters had allowed their men to rob food in Shanglu began to spread throughout the country. Within just 2 days, it caused a barrage of curses from the people throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. At this time, the imperial court had no support from the people, and they even hoped that someone would be able to overthrow this corrupt and evil dynasty. As this incident fermented, 3 million people in Shanglu took action to drive the Imperial Garrison headquarters out of Shanglu. Because he had lost more than half of his weapons and equipment, Wang Sheng stayed in Shanglu for a month, and then withdrew his troops with 3 armies to join the Southern Army. This also symbolizes that the court's plan to target Shanglu has completely failed. During this month, Su Yu gave the equipment obtained from the transaction to the 5 reserve divisions. These 5 divisions also entered into training, and each division trained enthusiastically. In addition, Su Yu spent 90,000 reputation points to purchase all the equipment for 4 heavy artillery regiments. One heavy artillery regiment was equipped with 48 122mm howitzers. He also spent 10,000 reputation points to purchase 5,000 artillery shells. As for other troops, Su Yu adopted the method of veterans leading new recruits, allowing these 5 reserve divisions to quickly integrate into this large group. The Security Command has also entered a new period of special training. During daily training, up to 100,000 rounds of bullets and 1,200 artillery shells of various types were consumed. It can be said that all the pressure was borne by Su Yu. Fortunately, there is enough reputation value in world nuclear peace. Because I helped the people to get their food back, I gained 350,000 reputation points, which brought the reputation value in world nuclear peace to 1.3 million. Excluding the 100,000 consumed, there are still 1.2 million left. Su Yu exchanged these 1.2 million reputation points for 10 million bullets, 100,000 percussion shells, 50,000 field artillery shells, 200,000 grenades, and the heavy weapons needed for 5 reserve divisions. At present, Su Yu's Security Command, a division is equipped with 110 heavy machine guns, 243 light machine guns, 100 mortars, 45 75mm field guns, and 8,900 rifles. Such firepower configuration is aimed at the powerful countries such as Japan, the United States, and Tsarist Russia. Therefore, the heavy weapons of the 5 divisions consumed 25,685 reputation points, plus the 160,000 spent on purchasing ammunition. A total of 185,695 reputation points were consumed. As for the remaining fractions, Su Yu used them all to buy submachine guns and pistols. 9,000 pistols were purchased for officers to wear, and 2,000 submachine guns were purchased to rebuild the guard battalion. After the equipment arrived, the garrison command once again entered into a training frenzy, and the court also began to make arrangements. Truckloads of ammunition were sent to the front line, and the atmosphere of war became increasingly solemn. Chapter 50: The Storm is Coming. Early morning of May 1st. More than 3 months passed in a flash, and the training of new recruits of the Guard Command was completed. Su Yu also integrated the 5 divisions into 5 armies. Each army carried 2 infantry divisions and a heavy artillery regiment, with a total number of 31,000 people. During these 3 months, the imperial court entered a negotiation period with the governor-general of Guangdong and Guangxi and the governor-general of Liangjiang. The imperial court required the 2 governors-general to return the ownership of the 4 provinces, and required the 2 generals to control the military power in their hands to about 1 army, and all the excess soldiers were disbanded. The 2 warlords naturally could not agree to such harsh conditions, but the negotiations lasted for 3 months. Because the new year had just passed, the court needed to coordinate war expenses, military rations, etc., which would take some time. After all, the amount of food consumed by 900,000 troops every day was an astronomical figure, so they could not be careless. The 2 generals were also mobilizing troops and preparing defensive fortifications. As time went on, the imperial court stockpiled and transported 160 million kilograms of grain to the frontline provinces, preparing half a year's worth of food for the Southern Army, and the 50 million war funds prepared by the military were all in place. The 50 million yuan in funds was delayed because the emperor and empress were unwilling to reduce their expenses by even a penny. Therefore, in order to collect the 50 million war funds, Marshal Zhang Tianla of the 3 armies could only target the wealthy businessmen in Beijing, confiscating their property and exterminating their families before he could collect the 50 million funds. But it also delayed the process for several months, which made the marshal very angry. Security Command. Su Yu was listening to the information reported by Wang Wan. This year, the court's tax revenue reached 290 million, a significant increase compared to last year, which was also due to the increase in taxes. Also, Wang Wan continued, according to our intelligence team's investigation, the Eastern Kingdom has increased its troops by 12 divisions in Goryeo and is conducting large-scale arms transactions with the imperial court in Ningxia province. Moreover, the imperial court does not pay with money, but with mineral collateral. It's finally here. Su Yu sighed and said, "You have always asked me to pay more attention to the Dongyang Kingdom, so I have specially arranged several teams to monitor them." Wang Wen said, "Now, Goryeo has 15 divisions from the Dongyang Kingdom, plus an air force, with a total force of about 350,000. The storm is coming." Su Yu stood up and said, "I predict that within this month, the imperial court will definitely march south to start a civil war. My father has also assembled an army of 350,000 to fight against the imperial court, and our security headquarters will also rush to the front line at any time." "Hey, that's my big brother." Su Yu shook his head and said, "All 3 rescue attempts failed. Once the war starts, I'm afraid my brother's life will be in danger. There's nothing we can do about it." Wang Wen also sighed and said, "We have joined forces with the Master's Intelligence Bureau. The young master is imprisoned in the sky prison inside the palace. It is difficult for our people to even get in." "The court." Su Yu gritted his teeth and said angrily, Su Yu, will definitely settle this account with you." "Commander." At this time, the Minister of Communications walked into the headquarters quickly, holding a telegram in his hand, and said, "The Governor-General called and asked us to lead the troops of the Security Command to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. When the war starts, We will take Fusha province with lightning speed and open up the regional channel with the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi. March into Fusha. Su Yu looked at the telegram, thought for a moment and said, call the 5 army commanders over. Yes. The Minister of Communications nodded in response. Soon, 5 army commanders quickly arrived at the headquarters. At this time, Su Yu was already deducing tactics in front of the sand table. He did not expect that his father would not let him return to Jinling to help, but instead let him march into Fuxia to expand his territory. Commander. Liao Yuanliang came up to Su Yu and shouted. Su Yu nodded and said, my father has given us orders to lead our troops to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. When the war begins, we will take Fuxia province with lightning speed. Fuxia province. When the 5 commanders heard this, they began to deduce tactics according to their own ideas. This move by the warlord is so fast. Guo Dahai held the baton and said, from my experience as a staff officer beside the Governor-General for many years, I can see that the Governor-General's tactic is to open up a regional channel with the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi, and then let our security command help the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi resist the court. Help the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi? Wang Wu frowned and said, what about our own territory? Don't worry about that, Guo Dahai said with a smile. The hidden strength of our military governor is fully capable of resisting the imperial army. The reason why the military governor asked us to help the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi is because he wants to make the imperial court's southern army feel pressured by the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, so that they can concentrate their superior forces to deal with the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi. In this way, we can share the pressure of our military governor, and also make the main target of the imperial court's southern army be on the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi. There's another benefit. Su Yu added, we sent so many troops to help the governor-general of Guangdong and Guangxi. They will definitely be grateful to us, which will help strengthen the trust of the Southern Alliance. Wang Wan. Su Yu turned his head and asked, how many new troops of the imperial court are stationed in Fuxia province? There is only 1 army. Maybe the court didn't expect us to take the initiative to attack, Wang Wan said seriously, so Fuxia province and Xichang province only have 3 armies of the Southern Army. Good. Su Yu slammed the table and shouted, Yuan Liang, your first army, Wang Wu, your second army, and Guo Dahai's third army will follow me to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province tomorrow. Also, Su Yu said to Wang Wan, you stay at the headquarters. After we take over Fuxia province, let Deng Liang lead the 4th army to garrison in Fuxia province. Clear. Everyone, Su Yu said to the commanders in front of him. As the saying goes, raise an army for 1,000 days, but deploy it for a moment. Now is the time when we need you. Follow me tomorrow, and we will go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province together. I will follow the commander till death. After saying that, the army commanders left the headquarters and began to assemble their troops. Afterwards, Su Yu called Wu Liangye again. Commander, are we going to start a war? That's right. Su Yu looked at Wu Liangye and said, logistics supplies. Your logistics department must ensure that the soldiers on the front line have enough food and ammunition. This is my request to you. Please rest assured, Commander. Wu Liangye issued a military order to ensure that there will be no mistakes in our logistics department. Su Yu nodded and said, go down and prepare. The food and fodder must be prepared before the troops move. You must prepare the food tonight. The troops will set out tomorrow. Make sure the mission is accomplished. Wu Liangye stepped out of the headquarters and began to prepare food. At this time, the entire security command began to operate like a war machine. The troops of the 3 armies were all assembled and on standby, and the marching routes were also planned, waiting for Su Yu's order to be issued. At the headquarters, Su Yu looked up at the map of Daxia and said, it's about to begin. Chapter 51 Civil War breaks out. Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, Tongha Avenue. Su Yu and his 3 armies have arrived at the border of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces and are still 2 days away from their destination. This time, they did not take the train because time was not very tight. So Su Yu wanted to train the troops' marching ability and see how far they could cover in a day of forced march. After 4 days of testing, the guard troops were able to march 65 kilometers a day in a forced march, but if they walked normally, they could walk 40 kilometers a day. This also greatly verified that Su Yu's training manual was very successful. Even Guo Dahai was frightened by the speed. As an old commander, he understood very well what this data meant, because according to the level of the Great Xia army, those who could walk 30 kilometers a day were considered very qualified troops, and a forced march of 65 kilometers was something he had never heard of. May 7th. After 6.5 days of marching, Su Yu finally led 3 armies to Quancheng on the border of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces and Fujian province and set up his headquarters in the city. Command Center. Guodahai said to Su Yu, "Commander, this march really opened my eyes." "That's right," Wang Wu said with a smile. "In 6.5 days, we walked 330 kilometers, almost across half of the province. This played a big role in the soldiers' experience. Now both the new recruits and veterans look more capable." Listening to everyone's comments, Su Yu was very satisfied with this march, which exceeded his expectations. "Okay," Su Yu joked, "if you like walking so much, I'll let you walk more often in the future." Hearing this, all the major commanders kept silent. Although marching was very training for the soldiers, it was also painful. Not only did they have to hurry during mealtimes, but even their time for going to the bathroom had to be halved, otherwise they would not be able to keep up with the main force. This caused many people to suffer from constipation during the march, and the poop they excreted was enough to kill people. "Spread out the map," Su Yu said to the adjutant. The adjutant quickly spread out the map. This was the battle plan jointly formulated by Su Yu and several army commanders on the road. It marked the attack locations and fire coverage points. According to the Reconnaissance Company's report, the new army stationed in Fusha province is the 89th Army, which has 2 infantry divisions, the 77th and 78th, plus an artillery battalion, with a total of 30,000 people. The headquarters of the 2 infantry divisions were stationed in Pingshi and Engshi, and the headquarters of the 89th Army was stationed in Fusha. The 3 points formed a 160-mile-long cordon, spanning 5 county towns. The nearest city to us right now is Pingshi, which is the headquarters of the 77th Division of the new army. Su Yu pointed at the map and said, "If the war starts, we will have to destroy the 2 division headquarters of the 89th Army in the first battle, so that they lose contact with each other. By then, the 89th Army of the Imperial Court will be in chaos, and we will take advantage of the chaos and use our firepower advantage to destroy the enemy." "Commander," Guodahai quickly stood up and shouted, "My 3rd Army is willing to fight." "Yo-ho!" Wang Wu was immediately displeased when he saw Guodahai taking the lead and asking for battle. "I, the 2nd in command, haven't asked for battle yet. When will it be your turn? Wait behind." "Commander, my 2nd Army asks for battle." "You two stay back." Liao Yuanliang waved his hand and said, "As the boss, I have not given any orders. When will it be your turn? The eternal 2nd in command. Besides, in terms of military rank, I am also higher than the 2 of you. So in this battle, my army should be the vanguard." Deputy Commander Liao, Guodahai, and Wang Wu said, "This is inappropriate." "How?" Liao Yuanliang shouted. "Want to disobey military orders?" "Commander." The 2 looked at Su Yu, hoping that Su Yu would make the decision for them. "Let the 1st Army serve as the vanguard," Su Yu said with a smile. "Why?" Guodahai and Wang Wu sighed and said, "A higher-ranking official can crush people to death." "Okay," Su Yu said with a smile. "There will be many more battles to fight in the future. I just hope you won't feel like vomiting when you hear about war." May 10th. Su Yu waited in Quanqing for 2 days and finally got the news he wanted. Royal Daily. On the morning of May 9th, the Imperial Court repeatedly ordered the governors general of Guangdong and Guangxi and the governors general of Liangjiang to go to the capital to meet the emperor, but the 2 governors general refused. That night, the 2 governors general gathered heavy troops to besiege the new army of the Imperial Court. This was a disobedience to the imperial order and an act of rebellion. When the emperor learned about it, he was furious and established the Southern Route Army to eliminate the rebels. In addition, there are also documents of conquest issued by the Imperial Court, which are scattered about 1,000 words. At the same time, the 2 great warlords also issued documents to attack the Imperial Court. The general content was that the Imperial Court was extremely corrupt. Officials oppressed the people, became running dogs of foreign powers, signed hundreds of unequal treaties, and were unworthy of being the master of Daxia. Therefore, they established the Southern Alliance, overthrew the Imperial Court, and secured a future for Daxia's 500 million compatriots. This piece of news shocked the entire Great Xia Kingdom, because this document of conquest indicated that a civil war had broken out. On the evening of the 9th, the 3 parties had mobilized more than 1 million troops and began an offensive and defensive battle. It's finally started. Su Yu looked at the contents of the telegram, clenched his fists, and shouted to his adjutant, "Let the 1st Army take action. Tonight, we must destroy the 2 division headquarters under the 89th Army." "Yes, Commander." At the frontline command center, Liao Yuanliang and the soldiers of the 1st Army have arrived at the combat site. All the troops under his command are in place, awaiting orders from their superiors. "Deputy Commander." The signalman quickly arrived at the frontline command post and said to Liao Yuanliang, The commander called and said we must capture the 2 division headquarters of the 89th Army tonight. Okay. Liao Yuanliang immediately picked up the phone and called the Heavy Artillery Regiment headquarters. Hello, this is Liao Yuanliang. Deputy Commander, I'm Hu Yong. A heavy voice came from the other side. It was the Heavy Artillery Commander Hu Yong. Hu Yong, Liao Yuanliang shouted while holding the phone. At 4:30 p.m., launch an artillery attack on the headquarters of the 77th Infantry Division and the 78th Infantry Division. Make sure to destroy their headquarters. Yes, Deputy Commander. After hanging up the phone, Hu Yong quickly came to the frontline artillery position. All 24 122mm howitzers were in place, with the muzzles directly aimed at the headquarters of the 77th Infantry Division of the Imperial New Army, which was Pingsher. All artillery units, listen up, set firing parameters, fire 7 salvos, target the enemy's 77th Division headquarters. At the same time when Hu Yong issued the order, the deputy commander of the Heavy Artillery Regiment was also commanding the remaining half of the artillery to prepare to launch an artillery attack on the enemy's 78th Infantry Division headquarters at the front line of Ungshi. As long as the 2 division headquarters under the 89th Army were destroyed, then the troops stationed in various counties became headless flies, and the 89th Army headquarters could not get any news in Fu City. Even if they gave orders across levels, they could not respond quickly. Now is the best time for Su Yu to wipe out this group of troops. Fire. Chapter 52. A Small Victory. Pingsher, headquarters of the 77th Infantry Division of the New Army. A fat-headed major general was sitting on a chair. Several soldiers came up to him with a big box and shouted, "Commander, this is what we found today." "How many?" $37,000 in total. "Very good," the fat-headed major general said with a trembling smile. "These days, I have collected more than 900,000 yuan, which can be regarded as earning back the money I spent to buy this position. That old man Zhang was so strict, if I hadn't spent 800,000 yuan to get through the people, I wouldn't be able to transfer from the mighty army to this new army series." "Master," the adjutant next to him asked in confusion, "isn't it good for the mighty army to be in Kyoto, look at the city gates, drink some wine, and get the salary of the regular army? Isn't it good? You know shit." The fat division commander spitted on the adjutant's face. "Although the mighty army has a huge force of 500,000, look at how many of them can fight. Old man Zhang is already planning to lay off the mighty army. If you are still in it, just wait for your turn to return to the countryside." Snort. The fat division commander snorted in dissatisfaction with Zhang Tianla. Fortunately, the new army expanded too quickly and lacked commanders. Otherwise, even if we spent money, we couldn't get in. "So, you guys should work harder for me and expand the scope of the plunder. I still say that if I have a bite of meat to eat, you will have a bite of soup to drink." "Thank you, master." Boom. Before the adjutant could finish his flattery, he was interrupted by an explosion. 24 howitzers weighing 30 kilograms fell from the sky and quickly hit the barracks of the 77th Infantry Division. The violent explosion shook the earth, and the flames shot up more than 10 meters. "What's going on?" The fat division commander walked out of the division headquarters quickly with a big belly, and suddenly saw a sea of fire in front of him. The soldiers were engulfed by the fire and burned into firemen. "Master, what do you think?" The adjutant pointed to the sky, and everyone looked up, only to see black shadows falling rapidly. One of the howitzers accurately hit the division headquarters, causing a huge explosion that knocked the obese division commander, who weighed 210 pounds, to the ground. Next, in less than 3 minutes, 168 howitzer shells hit the headquarters of the 77th Infantry Division in succession. The soldiers were torn to pieces by the shrapnel from the howitzers, and their screams were heartbreaking. The entire 77th Infantry Division's base had been reduced to a sea of fire. The power unleashed by 168 30-kilogram howitzers was astonishing. All important targets such as the new Army Division headquarters and barracks were destroyed. Okay. The commander of the 12th Infantry Division under the 1st Army looked through binoculars at the new Army Division headquarters reduced to a sea of fire and immediately shouted to his adjutant, "Let the 121st Infantry Regiment completely eliminate the surviving soldiers in the new Army 77th Infantry Division headquarters. The commander has ordered that those who surrender their weapons will not be killed." "Yes, master." Subsequently, the 121st Infantry Regiment quickly attacked and began to eliminate the surviving soldiers of the new Army's 77th Infantry Division. There is a regiment-size strength of new Army soldiers stationed at the division headquarters, but it is unknown how many of them can survive after being suppressed by the Heavy Artillery Regiment's firepower. The commander of the 121st Infantry Regiment, led his soldiers into the city. This was Yinqing under the jurisdiction of Pingshi, and it was also the headquarters of the 77th Division. The city gates were not closed, so the commander of the 121st Infantry Regiment led his soldiers directly into the city. There were no traces of civilians in the city anymore, and the commander of the 121st Infantry Regiment headed straight for the area where black smoke was billowing in the sky. Hit me. At the division headquarters, many new army soldiers in light yellow uniforms escaped from the fire coverage. Among them was a big fat division commander who was supported by 5 soldiers. They just happened to meet the 121st Infantry Regiment rushing over. Da-da-da. The soldiers of the 121st Infantry Regiment quickly set up their heavy machine guns, deployed into an attack formation, and began firing at the court's new army. Kill, brothers. The commander of the 121st Infantry Regiment led his soldiers to charge, because at this time the morale of the new Imperial Army soldiers was low after experiencing artillery bombardment. Some soldiers even dropped their weapons and were only concerned with escaping. So, at this time, a big charge can end the battle. The fat division commander managed to save his life with great difficulty. He watched thousands of soldiers in gray uniforms rushing towards them. The soldiers around him fell one by one. Without a second thought, he surrendered. I vote. Bang! Because the fat division commander was too big and was wearing a major general's uniform, he was targeted by a sharpshooter and shot in the head. Seeing their division commander being shot in the head and the regiment commander being killed by an artillery shell, the surviving soldiers were stunned. Some of them resisted, some began to run for their lives, and some squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands in surrender, like headless flies, losing the ability to fight back. Under the firepower of heavy machine guns, more than half of the resisting soldiers were killed. The commander of the 121st Infantry Regiment led his soldiers in the charge, with light machine guns clearing the way, grenades providing fire support, and mortars in the rear. In less than a quarter of an hour, the resisting soldiers were wiped out. I surrender. Looking at the soldier lying on the ground with his head in his hands, the commander of the 121st Infantry Regiment shouted, "Surrender your weapons, and we will not kill you." 1st Battalion. Then, the commander of the 121st Infantry Regiment shouted, "Seal off the city gates. The 2nd Battalion will search the entire city for new army soldiers. The 3rd Battalion will clean up the battlefield, and the guard platoon will follow me to clear out the headquarters of the 77th Infantry Division." Yes, Captain. In less than half an hour, the headquarters of the 77th Infantry Division was destroyed, along with the new soldiers of an infantry regiment. At the frontline command center, Liao Yuanliang was planning to send the 11th Infantry Division to encircle and suppress the troops of the 2 infantry divisions under the 89th Army stationed in various counties. The adjutant quickly came to the command center and shouted, "Deputy Commander, a great victory. The 12th Division has wiped out 2 division headquarters under the 89th Army, and also 2 infantry regiments." So soon? Liao Yuanliang couldn't hide his smile and asked, "How are our casualties?" "The casualties were no more than 100, the adjutant said with a smile. According to the description of the 12th Division commander, the new army of the Imperial Court was almost in disarray after being hit by heavy artillery fire. When our infantry regiment charged and suppressed their firepower, they were stunned. A total of 1,880 prisoners were captured and a lot of supplies were seized. We are currently counting them." "Okay." Liao Yuanliang clapped his hands and cheered. It seems that the fighting power of the new army of the Imperial Court is also divided into different levels. Not all soldiers are as strong as we saw in Shanglu. At the headquarters, Su Yu also received news of the victory. He did not expect that such great results could be achieved in less than an hour of fighting. This shows that the combat effectiveness of the security forces is much stronger than that of the new army, both in terms of firepower and the combat quality of the soldiers. "Commander." The Minister of Communications held up a telegram and said, Chief of Staff Wang called and said that the second young master had hired 30 veteran pilots from Tsarist Russia and they had arrived in Shanglu. The Chief of Staff also started the pilot training course. Su Yu nodded and replied, "Let the Chief of General Staff be in charge." Chapter 53 Pilot Seed Training Program begins. Su Yu didn't expect that his second brother actually found 30 veteran retired pilots for him. You know, such pilots are like treasures in any country, but this is also because he offered good treatment. In Tsarist Russia, the salary of a pilot was $800 a month. For retired veteran pilots like these, the salary did not increase but decreased to about $200 a month, and Su Yu gave them. The monthly salary was $1,400, which was 600 yuan more than their highest military salary, and there were additional benefits. It was precisely because of this treatment that they were willing to travel thousands of miles to Shanglu. This additional benefit is a reward of 2,000 silver dollars for each qualified pilot successfully trained. In other words, as long as these 30 veteran pilots train 300 qualified pilots, they can get a bonus of 600,000 silver dollars. In addition, they received a subsidy of 100 silver dollars per month for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It could be said that Su Yu had used money to buy them. With these veteran pilots, subsequent aviation units can be established one after another. Commander. At this time, Dai Tianle, deputy director of the Intelligence Bureau, came to Su Yu with a piece of intelligence and said, "According to the latest intelligence we have received, the Imperial Court Southern Army has established two major corps, namely the Huang Baixiang Corps and the Wangshan Corps, each leading 12 armies to launch an offensive against the Guangdong Guangxi Governor-General and the Liangjiang Governor-General. Last night, Wangshang's corps arrived in Yongqing and fought a fierce battle with Governor Shuihongyi. Shuihongyi's troops were defeated in the first battle and lost more than 3,000 soldiers. As expected, Su Yu came to the map and said, Shuihongyi has occupied the Guangdong and Guangxi regions for many years. He only knows how to make money, not how to train his troops. He doesn't even have a senior commander who is good at fighting. Facing Wangshang, an experienced commander, it would be strange if he didn't lose. I finally understand now. Su Yu sighed and said, why did my father let me occupy Fuyuan province and open up the passage to Guangdong and Guangxi? Because my father was afraid that this ally would be defeated and the Southern Alliance would be disintegrated by the court in an instant. Now that General Shui has been defeated, we are going to support him, which is like sending charcoal in the snow, which is naturally different from adding icing on the cake. Su Yu sighed, my father's plan is amazing. Send a telegram to the front line, Su Yu said to his adjutant. Tell them to quickly eliminate the Imperial Army troops and then go south to help our Governor Shui. Yes, Commander. Your intelligence agency should continue to monitor the situation on the front lines. Report any news immediately. Clear. Dai Tianle bowed in response. Reputation plus 640, plus 160, plus 1, plus 1. 640. This number caught Su Yu's attention. According to the proportion, this was equivalent to killing a major general, which meant that the front line had already started the second step of the plan, which was to eliminate the troops under the 89th Army stationed in various counties. Today, the cumulative value of the world's nuclear peace has reached more than 1.6 million. When the cumulative value reaches 2 million, a character interface will be opened, and he can exchange the characters in it into reality. This function has greatly solved his problem of lack of talent. Moreover, the characters exchanged are 100% loyal to him, which is exactly what he needs. Why his intelligence agency has not been able to grow rapidly and can only be handed over to Wang Wan is because he does not have the talent in this area, and loyalty is a fatal problem. As the old saying goes, everything can stand the test except human heart, so this has greatly restricted his development. Now that this interface has been successfully unlocked, it will have many benefits for him. Looking at the character interface, the first person caught Su Yu's attention. The price given by world nuclear peace was a priceless treasure, which meant that Su Yu was not worthy of owning this person now. This person was rated as the greatest emperor of all time by the world. There were many intelligence talents, such as Dai Li, as well as financial talents, scientific research talents, and command talents, which made Su Yu very excited. There is still a gap of more than 300,000 reputation points. At the current growth rate, I believe it will be there soon. On the front line, Liao Yuanliang began to command his troops to encircle and suppress the new army troops stationed in various counties. Liao Yuanliang felt that the reaction speed and command system of the court's new army were very poor. The two division headquarters under his command were destroyed, but as the superior of the two divisions, he didn't even react. However, this was also because their artillery was too powerful. The 122mm howitzer fired nearly 12 tons of shells within an hour, and the battle was over in less than an hour. It was understandable that the other side could not react. Now, the 89th Army has 4 infantry regiments and an artillery battalion under its command. Among them, 1 infantry regiment and 1 artillery battalion are stationed in the military headquarters in Fu City, and the other 3 infantry regiments are stationed in Wu County, Yi County, and Wunan County respectively. His goal is to kill these 3 infantry regiments before tomorrow morning, and then gather all the forces of the 1st Army to encircle and suppress the headquarters of the 89th Army. Liao Yuanliang only gave himself 5 days to take over Fusha province. Within 5 days, he had to take over Fusha province, destroy the 89th Army of the Imperial Court, and open up a channel with the Guangdong Guangxi Governor-General. This battle is the first battle of the Security Command. So Liao Yuanliang cannot bring shame to the security command. He must use all his strength to destroy the 89th Army of the Imperial Court with thundering force. Let the 12th Infantry Division clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Liao Yuanliang pointed at Fu City on the map and said, after that, form an encirclement with the 11th Infantry Division and annihilate the 89th Army. Clear. The adjutant quickly went to convey Liao Yuanliang's order. As the saying goes, the superiors just talk and the subordinates run around. Following Liao Yuanliang's order, the 11th Infantry Division rushed 70 miles to Wu County, preparing to launch an encirclement and suppression campaign against the 773rd Infantry Regiment of the new army. At the same time, the 112th Infantry Regiment and the 113th Infantry Regiment under the 11th Infantry Division rushed to Wunan County, E County and other places respectively to encircle and suppress the imperial garrison. They had to defeat the enemy in 1.5 days with equal forces, and then march south to form an encirclement at the river mouth with the 12th Infantry Division to encircle and suppress the imperial 89th Army. Therefore, time is tight and the task is heavy, so no one dares to be negligent. Outside Wu County, the commander of the 11th Division personally took command. He said to the commander of the 111th Infantry Regiment, according to intelligence, the commander of the 773rd Infantry Regiment of the new army stationed in Wuching is plundering food and money in the surrounding villages and towns. Today, the transport team will come back to report. We will attack their transport team outside the city and let the 773rd Infantry Regiment of the new army lead troops to rescue them. After that, we will annihilate them in one fell swoop. Luring the snake out of its hole is a good strategy. The division chief of staff smiled and said to the commander of the 111th Infantry Regiment, Captain Lee, the division commander has already thought of a plan for you. You just need to execute it. Commander, chief of staff, just wait and see. The commander of the 111th Infantry Regiment said with a smile, I will definitely make sure these new soldiers never come back. Chapter 54. Lure the snake out of its hole. Hey. On the outskirts of Wu County, a transport convoy consisting of 7 trucks was traveling on the road. On the lead truck sat a thin officer with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks, who was laughing hee-hee and stroking 2 large yellow croakers in his hands. I didn't expect that a small-town mayor would have such a rich family background. Battalion Commander. The soldier driving the car next to him smiled and said, We completed our mission so well this time. The commander should give us a generous reward. Of course not. The officer called the battalion commander silently stuffed the 2 large yellow croakers into his trouser pockets and said, Don't worry, the regimental commander will definitely benefit from you.
Thanks.
Boom. Before the soldier could even say thank you, there was an explosion on the ground. Dozens of mines were triggered and directly blew up the transport team's vehicle. Enemy attack. The new army soldiers quickly jumped off the car. There were about 100 people in this transport team. The thin battalion commander got off the car, swallowed his saliva and shouted, Hurry up and send a distress signal to the regiment commander. The rest of you, fight back. At this time, at the foot of a small hill not far away, the 111th Infantry Regiment was lying in ambush. The regiment commander, Su Yuanzhong, shouted to the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, Kill this group of new army soldiers for me. Yes, Captain. A battalion commander ordered his soldiers to set up 5 mortars to bomb the transport team of the new army soldiers, and ordered a company of soldiers to attack the transport team of the new army under the cover of artillery. Fire. 5 mortars began firing, and 5 shells landed accurately on the target location, reaping the lives of the new army soldiers. Captain, the shells are coming from that side. The adjutant pointed to the hill and shouted, Damn it, fight back for me. Kill. Before the thin battalion commander could shout for a counterattack, the 1st Battalion commander directly ordered the 1st Company to launch an attack to tie down the transport convoy and then lure the 773rd Infantry Regiment out of the city. The offensive tactics adopted by the 1st Infantry Company were the 3-3 tactics. Every 3 people formed a combat group, and each combat group formed a front triangle charge formation. In the lower left corner was a light machine gun equipped by a squad as a firepower point, and they charged towards the new army transport team in a low posture. A company's entire team was evacuated, with the front and back supporting each other, and the battle line was several hundred meters long, which was able to greatly reduce their own casualties. In addition, each combat team coordinated closely and approached the new army's transport team as a whole. 9 light machine guns were used as firing points to suppress the new army's transport team, while the soldiers began shooting with Soviet rifles. As new soldiers were required to fire 2,000 rounds of bullets each during training, their shooting skills were very accurate. Moreover, in each squad, there is a precise shooter who can shoot within 150 meters. At least 7 of 10 shots can hit the target. Therefore, at this time, a continuous charge takes less than 20 breaths, 1 breath for 10 seconds. More than half of the hundreds of people in the military transport team were lost, because the battle took place less than 2 miles away from the county seat, and the scene of the battle outside the city could even be seen on the city wall. So as soon as there was a battle outside the city, the soldiers inside the city discovered it. Damn it! A capable major commander held a gun in one hand, stepped forward and shouted to the adjutant, "Gather all the soldiers in the regiment and dare to snatch my things under my nose. You are really brave." At the North City Gate, a large number of soldiers wearing light yellow military uniforms began to rush out. At first glance, there were about 2,000 people, and they began to support the transport team. "Battalion commander, the regiment has brought troops to help." Haha. The frail battalion commander hid behind the car and laughed. "Nonsense. Why don't you come to support us? The county town is only 2 miles away from us. As soon as the gunshots are heard, the regiment commander will know. I just don't know if the troops that attacked us were stupid enough to ambush my transport team at the gate of my 773rd Regiment's base. This is just like looking for a toilet with a lantern." The adjutant beside him laughed, seeking death. After the commander of the 773rd Infantry Regiment led his troops out, Su Yuanzhong began to ask the artillery to get ready. The 575mm field guns transferred from the division's artillery battalion and the 30 mortars equipped by the regiment were all in place, waiting for Su Yuanzhong's order. The charging company was less than 50 meters away from the new army's transport team. Under the powerful firepower of the company, only about 20 people were left out of the 100 or so people in the new army's transport team, and they resisted with the thin battalion commander as the core. "Wang Ming, do you know how to fight?" The company commander shouted to the platoon leader Wang Ming, "Go and wipe out this group of enemies." "Yes, Captain." Wang Ming shouted to the 3 squads in a row, "Brothers, charge." When Wang Ming led the first platoon to charge, the company commander shouted to the remaining 2 platoon leaders, "Second platoon, provide fire support. We must not let the enemy have a chance to counterattack. Third platoon, go around to the rear to attract fire." "Yes, Captain." The second platoon leader organized the 3 light machine guns equipped by his 3 squads into a fire point, with 3 precision shooters providing assistance. As for the other soldiers, they all served as a grenade-throwing team and threw all the grenades to buy time for the first platoon. At the same time, the third platoon went around the right side behind the car and launched an attack from the flank to attract the enemy's firepower. The 3 platoons cooperated with each other, and Wang Ming led the soldiers to charge to the new army transport team in a flash. 3 light machine guns fired a burst of bullets, and hundreds of bullets swept out. At the same time, 30 grenades were thrown accurately into the enemy camp and exploded instantly. Boom! Under the powerful firepower attack, half of the remaining 20 or so people in the new army transport team were killed by grenades, and the other half were shot to pieces by 3 light machine guns. The thin battalion commander's face was blown black and his body was shot through. He didn't expect that he would not be able to survive until rescued after only a short distance of 2 miles. At this time, the commander of the 773rd Infantry Regiment also arrived with his troops, only about 500 meters away from the battle site. "Switch to defensive formation." The company commander shouted to the 3 platoon leaders, "Protect yourselves. We don't need to fight back. Our current mission is to act as bait." "Yes, Captain." The soldiers of the 1st Company began to look for cover, and their actions were seen by the commander of the 773rd Infantry Regiment. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he was very angry inside. With hundreds of people coming, they dared to rob his things, and the other party's actions showed that they did not take him seriously at all. "Kill him." The commander of the 773rd Infantry Regiment shouted, "Leave no one alive. Set the firing parameters, 5 rounds of direct fire, fire." As the artillery commander waved the red flag, the artillerymen behind Su Yuanzhong began to load shells, adjust the muzzle position, and then fire shells. 575mm field guns fired with a muffled sound, shaking the ground, and then 5 shells were quickly fired towards the camp where the 773rd Infantry Regiment was located, along with 30 mortar shells. Chapter 55. Fruitful Result. Boom! A 75mm field artillery shell landed directly near the commander of the 773rd Infantry Regiment, overturning the 3-wheeled motorcycle he was riding. Fortunately, the adjutant lay directly on the commander of the 773rd Infantry Regiment and saved his life. Oh my God! Immediately afterwards, the second round of attacks came. The soldiers of the 773rd Infantry Regiment quickly began to disperse and seek cover. Fuck it. Huang Yang pushed away the body on top of him, kicked him and cursed. I wasn't killed by the shell, but I was almost crushed to death by you, you son of a bitch. After pushing the bodies aside, the two infantry battalion commanders quickly came to Huang Yang and said, Commander, there is an ambush. Looking at this, the troops ambushing us have at least dozens of artillery pieces. Ambush your uncle. Huang Yang patted the battalion commander's head and shouted, Don't you see that this is a robbery? They have set their sights on my transport team. There are hundreds of thousands of silver dollars on it. Who wouldn't be jealous? Hurry up, Huang Yang said angrily. Get the things from the transport team back. If there is $1 missing, I will hold you responsible. Do you hear me?
Yes.
The beaten battalion commander gritted his teeth and responded, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. As a battalion commander under the 773rd Infantry Regiment, he achieved excellent results in various trainings during the special training of the new army. However, his immediate superior, the commander of the 77th Infantry Division, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, resulting in the positions of the 3 infantry regiment commanders under his command being replaced by his own subordinates. So, he was supposed to be the commander of the 773rd Infantry Regiment, but because of his connections, he was squeezed out and took the position of battalion commander. He was the battalion commander before the special training, and he was the battalion commander again after the special training. So what was the point of this half-year special training? Moreover, as a battalion commander under Huang Yang, his daily task was to collect money from various towns for the enemy. As a result, the 3rd Battalion commander had died in battle while trying to collect money for the enemy. The adjutant sacrificed his life to save his life, but he didn't get a single good word in return and was kicked over by the other party. Damn it. Go ahead. Huang Yang slapped the battalion commander in the face and shouted angrily, Are you afraid of death and dare not go? Fuck you. A battalion commander punched Huang Yang on the bridge of the nose, knocking him unconscious and causing blood to spurt out of his nose. You bastard. You are not worthy of commanding me. The battalion commander was completely furious. He took out his pistol and fired 3 or 5 shots at Huang Yang. This scene shocked the surrounding soldiers so much that they were speechless. The regiment commander was beaten to death by a battalion commander. Brothers, the battalion commander looked at Huang Yang, whose eyes were as big as cow eggs. He was so desperate that he couldn't die anymore. He raised his voice and shouted, We joined the army to support our families and to make achievements, not to be dogs for Huang Yang. If anyone is willing to follow me today, I, Chen Hua, will treat him as a brother. If he doesn't want to, don't blame me, Chen Hua, for being rude. Internal strife. The commander of the 11th Division, who was watching the battle from a distance, chuckled and said, This is our great Xia Kingdom's god of war, the new army that Marshal Zhang has vigorously trained. I don't think they are that good. With a war imminent, they are actually fighting among themselves. Training 2 million new soldiers in less than 2 years is bound to cause problems, the chief of staff said. It is estimated that only the first batch of specially trained new soldiers are truly capable of fighting. As for the second batch, they have already been corrupted. Let Li Yuan make a quick decision. Clear. Li Yuan got the news and turned to the 3 battalion commanders and said, The 1st and 2nd battalions will encircle from the left and right wings respectively. The 3rd Battalion will encircle and suppress from the front, and the artillery will provide firepower support. Clear. The artillery in the rear continued to provide fire support. This was the 4th round of shelling, causing considerable casualties to the new Army's 773rd Infantry Regiment. At this time, the problems within the 773rd Infantry Regiment were temporarily resolved, and everyone temporarily obeyed the orders of the 1st Battalion Commander, Chen Hua. Kill him. Li Yuan led the 3rd Battalion of more than 600 soldiers to attack from the front, and the 2nd and 3rd Battalions attacked from the flanks, giving the enemy no chance to breathe. When Li Yuan led his troops to charge, the artillery in the rear began to fire at full power. 575mm artillery shells directly tore the new army soldiers apart alive, with shrapnel flying everywhere, constantly reaping the lives of the new army soldiers. Even if they were scattered, one shell could take away half a squad of soldiers. In addition, 30 howitzers also caused heavy casualties to the new army soldiers. The commander of a battalion of the new army was stunned when he saw the soldiers rushing out from all directions. When did a group of soldiers in gray uniforms appear in Fusha province? Da. The SG-43 heavy machine gun began to demonstrate its strength and began to declare its initiative on the battlefield with a firing rate of 650 rounds per minute. The 7.52 millimeters caliber bullets crossed a distance of 500 meters and directly penetrated the bodies of the new army soldiers. The 111th Infantry Regiment was equipped with 30 such heavy machine guns, which were firing at full power at this time. Every second, thousands of bullets were fired, forcing the soldiers of the 773rd Infantry Regiment to flee in panic. When Chen Hua saw such a scene, he was stunned with surprise. Such firepower was even stronger than that of the new Army Royal Corps. Watching the soldiers falling down one after another, with only half of the more than 2,000 soldiers he brought with him left, he chose to surrender without any consideration. Staying alive was the most important thing. It's boring. Li Yuan led the infantry battalion to charge to the front of the new army, replaced the P-40 submachine gun in his hand, and prepared to kill everyone. Unexpectedly, the other side did not even choose to fight back, but chose to surrender directly. However, in his eyes, the other party's behavior was normal. Take a few decades ago, for example. A battalion of troops from foreign powers chased the imperial court's 100,000-strong army everywhere. In the end, the 100,000-strong army all surrendered and allowed the infantry battalion of a few hundred people to insult them without any intention of resisting. Today, their firepower is only stronger than that of the great powers of the past. It would be strange if the other side did not surrender. Clean up the battlefield. In 1 hour, the entire regiment will move south, Li Yuan said in a hoarse voice. At the same time, the battles in the other two places had also come to an end, and they began to merge with the division headquarters, moving south together and joining forces with the 12th Division to encircle the 89th Army. Fu City, 89th Army Headquarters. Army Commander Sun Yuanzhong was furious, pointing at the communications department and angrily asking, "What are you doing? When did the two division headquarters lose contact? Why can't we contact them now?" The director of communications also felt very aggrieved, as he didn't know when the contact was lost. What a bunch of rubbish. Sun Yuanzhong put his hands on his hips and said, "Go over the head of the infantry regiments stationed in various places and ask them what's going on and why they can't contact their division headquarters." "Yes, Commander." Just as the communications director was about to leave the military headquarters, a dark-faced, middle-aged man hurriedly walked into the military headquarters and came to Sun Yuanzhong and said, "The Corps commander just sent a message saying that the troops of the Shanglu garrison commander have entered Fusha province where we are stationed, with 100,000 soldiers." "What?" Sun Yuanzhong exclaimed. Chapter 56, heading to Haiqing. Commander-in-Chief, something terrible has happened. At this time, another adjutant ran into the headquarters and came to Sun Yuanzhong and said, according to the information obtained by the reconnaissance company sent out, the headquarters of the 77th Infantry Division and the 78th Infantry Division were completely destroyed. Now only a pile of ruins remains. In addition, the reconnaissance company discovered along the way that a corps of soldiers was marching rapidly towards the location of our headquarters and will arrive tomorrow morning. Damn it! Sun Yuanzhong sat weakly on the chair, stroking his pocket with his slightly trembling right hand, then took out a pack of Flying Eagle cigarettes, quickly lit one, and took a deep puff. He exhaled a puff of smoke, then calmed himself down and said, "Ask the headquarters for help. Just say that all the soldiers of our 89th Army and the Security Command fought hard, but due to the disparity in strength, more than half of them were lost. Please ask the headquarters to send troops for help quickly." "Yes, Commander." The adjutant quickly ran out of the command post and prepared to ask for help from the headquarters. However, the Chief of Staff of the 89th Army did not leave, because he knew that even if he asked for help from the headquarters, the reinforcements would not arrive, and they could not hold out until the reinforcements arrived. "Old Sun." The Chief of Staff looked at Sun Yuanzhong and said, "Now we only have one infantry regiment in Haiqing, plus a guard company and an artillery battalion, with a total strength of no more than 5,000. It will be difficult to resist the attack of the Security Command. Even if the headquarters wants to send troops to help, Xizang Province is the only province with 2 armies in the surrounding area, and it will take at least 3 to 5 days for them to rush to Haiqing to rescue us." "Why?" Sun Yuanzhong sighed and said, "We have no choice but to resist to the end. Otherwise, the court will not let us go, nor will it let our families in Kyoto go." "I didn't expect that," Sun Yuanzhong continued. "The Su family would send 100,000 troops to my Fusha province when facing Huang Baixiang's southern army, and quietly wiped out nearly 2 infantry divisions under my command. What a good move." While Sun Yuanzhong was praising Su Yu's good tactics, Su Yu was leading his troops across Fusha province and heading towards Guangyuan province. Maishan Avenue. The soldiers of the 2 infantry armies of the Security Command formed 2 long dragons, covering the entire Maishan Avenue, with no end in sight. Everyone was marching quickly, holding white flower buns in their hands. In an open-air jeep, Su Yu sat in the passenger seat and listened to the battle report from the front line. Commander Zhang, who held the telegram, and said, "The second step of the plan has been completed. The troops stationed in various places under the 89th Army have been wiped out, including 5,880 prisoners captured and about 8,000 new Imperial troops killed. Because many people were blown to pieces by artillery fire, it is impossible to count them. Our army has 719 wounded and 130 dead, with a casualty ratio of 17-1. In addition, Zhang Hu continued, we seized more than 9,300 new rifles, 23 light machine guns, 380,000 bullets, more than 8,000 grenades, 590,000 silver dollars, 17 kilograms of small and large yellow croakers, and 350,000 kilograms of grain. 17:1. Su Yu was very surprised to hear this casualty ratio. Although the firepower and quality of the soldiers under the garrison commander were much stronger than those of the new army of the imperial court, more than half of the soldiers in the garrison commander were new recruits. He originally thought that it would cost a lot to defeat the 89th Army, but now it seems that he guessed wrong. Deputy Commander Liao also said in the telegram, Zhang Hu continued to read, that he interrogated the captured prisoners and learned that the new Imperial Army is divided into the first batch and the second batch. The first batch was formed by the expansion of the Loyalty Army under Marshal Zheng, with a strength of 1.1 million. It took a year of training to form the current new army. As for the second batch, it was reorganized from the Imperial Guards. Although they have undergone 6 months of special training, their combat effectiveness is third-rate and their internal corruption is serious. In addition to the new army, the court also has a 500,000-man army responsible for guarding the imperial city. Its combat power is not up to par. Deputy Commander Liao also said that the first 40 armies in the new army are all formed by the Loyalty Army under Zhang Tianla. Their combat power is quite extraordinary and should be taken seriously. As for the other sequences, such as the 89th Army, they are all reorganized from the Imperial Guards and their combat power is average. No wonder. Su Yu shook his head and said, I was wondering why this new army is so vulnerable. It turns out there are some tricks in it. In that case, Su Yu looked at Zhang Hu and said, there is no need for the first army to encircle and suppress Haicheng where the 89th Army is stationed. We can take a day's journey to Haicheng to join up with the first army, and then take down the headquarters of the 89th Army. Then all the soldiers will head straight to Guangyuan province. Clear. Zhang Hu nodded and said, I'll go and convey the order right away. May 14th, 2 p.m. Su Yu led a large force and gathered with Liao Yuanliang's first army in Dahua County, and began a forced march towards Haicheng, Fu City, trying to destroy the remaining troops of the 89th Army as quickly as possible. Yuanliang, what do you think of this first battle? Su Yu asked Liao Yuanliang. The imperial court is still the imperial court. No matter how much it changes, the things in its bones cannot change, Liao Yuanliang said to Su Yu. If we want the great Xia kingdom to stand up, we have to overthrow this corrupt dynasty. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Su Yu smiled and said, it seems that our Deputy Commander Liao has learned a lot from this one battle. That's right, but Deputy Commander Liao is telling the truth, Guo Dahai continued. This empire is rotten to the core and must be overthrown and rebuilt. Isn't that what we are doing now? Su Yu looked at the first three and said, the civil war has broken out. If we want to end it, either we will perish or the imperial court will be destroyed. Okay, Su Yu said, Haicheng is high and has thick walls. How can we destroy the 89th Army hiding in the city as quickly as possible? It's very simple. Guo Dahai looked at Su Yu and said, Commander, please transfer all the troops to Haicheng. I think you should have thought of a strategy, which is to gather all the firepower and blast open this huge city. The one who understands me is Guo Dahai. Su Yu smiled and said, gather 3 heavy artillery regiments and bombard them with all your might. No matter how thick the city wall is, it can't withstand the continuous bombardment of 122 mm howitzers. Commander, I will command this battle. Wang Wu asked for the battle and said, I am from the artillery department and have sufficient experience in how to command artillery units. Leave it to your second army, Su Yu said to Wang Wu. You can reach Haicheng at 3 p.m. I only give you 5 hours. Within 5 hours, you must capture Haicheng and destroy the imperial court's 89th Army. Make sure the mission is accomplished. Wang Wu patted his chest and said, with 3 heavy artillery regiments and an army's worth of troops, if we can't take Haicheng in 5 hours, I'll just go home and raise pigs. Chapter 57 Firepower Supremacy. Haicheng, known as the largest city in Fuxia province, has hundreds of years of history in the Great Xia Kingdom and has witnessed the replacement and rise and fall of dynasties. On the city wall, soldiers in light yellow uniforms were lying on the wall with nervous expressions, weapons in their hands, guarding the four walls of Haicheng. On the east city wall, Sun Yuanhe was puffing out smoke and gazing into the distance. There were dozens of cigarette butts densely packed under his feet, and the fingers holding the cigarettes were smoked into a light yellow color. I can't think of it. Sun Yuanhe threw away the cigarette butt in his hand, then stepped on it a few times and said to himself, Sun's ability is limited. I really don't know how to use these thousands of soldiers to resist the encirclement and suppression of the 100,000 troops of the security command. How to use these thousands of soldiers to guard for 4 days. The only way is to use the people in the city as human shields. Sun Yuanhe said this cruelly, but when he thought that if they used this method to defend Haicheng, then their Sun family would be despised by all the people, which would be no different from seeking death. However, the fear of death in his heart continued to erode his sanity, causing him to choose to use the death of others to save his own death and win a glimmer of hope for himself. Someone come. Sun Yuanhe gritted his teeth and said, Send a battalion to capture children, women, and the elderly in the city. There is no limit to the number. Yes, Commander. Finally, Sun Yuanhe chose to redeem himself. He didn't want to die, even if he would become the object of everyone's scorn. As long as he defended Haicheng, he could survive. At worst, he could resign from his position as commander and take his family to settle down in a foreign country. After Sun Yuanhe gave the order, the soldiers began to arrest children, women, and the elderly throughout the city. If they encountered resistance, they would be suppressed directly. Because of this action, Sun Yuanhe directly angered more than 200,000 people in the city. At the same time that Sun Yuanhe sent troops to arrest children, women, and the elderly, Wang Wu and the Second Army had already arrived. According to the speed calculated by Sun Yuanhe, it would take at least 7 o'clock in the evening to arrive. He did not expect that the marching speed of the security force was twice that of ordinary troops. To the right front of Haicheng East Gate, about 11 kilometers away, 3 heavy artillery regiments have been fully formed and 144 122mm howitzers are all in place. In addition, the rest of the Second Army soldiers were also helping the artillery carry artillery shells. This time, they prepared 1,200 howitzers, which, based on the 30-kilogram shells, would amount to 36 tons of shells. With this number of shells, if they were aimed at the city walls, even a wall made of steel would be shaken, not to mention the blue brick and stone walls that have been ravaged by hundreds of years. Give this map to the artillery commanders. Wang Wu spent a quarter of an hour drawing out the distance difference between the artillery position and Haicheng, and also the range at which all the artillery should fire. If they wanted to penetrate the city wall, they had to exert force in one direction. Adjutant! Wang Wu shouted loudly. After the artillery blasts a hole, let the 21st Infantry Division launch an attack, and the other 2 divisions block the other city gates. Don't let any new army soldiers get out. Yes, Commander. Attention, all artillerymen, set the firing parameters, Wang Wu shouted while holding the communication phone. Aim and fire directly, clear the air, and keep firing as long as the city wall has not been blown open. Also, Wang Wu continued, observers should report the latest situation at all times. Clear. As Wang Wu's order was given, the artillery began to load ammunition. 144 howitzers lay on the ground with their heads raised proudly. The scene was very shocking. Fire. At the command, the artillery fired quickly. The entire ground shook, and dust rose up. 144 steel shells burst out with the force of moving mountains and rivers, quickly crossed a distance of 11 kilometers at an initial velocity of 690 meters per second, and heavily smashed on the city wall. Boom! The entire east city gate seemed to shake, and 144 howitzers exploded instantly, forming flames dozens of meters high. The soldiers on top were so frightened by the scene that they fell directly to the ground. Attack! Report to the commander immediately. As the new army soldiers shouted, the second round of artillery fire came again. 144 howitzers flew across the sky with air bursts and hit the city wall again, causing a violent explosion. At this time, the east city gate shook twice in succession, and cracks visible to the naked eye appeared in many places. On a distant mountain, Su Yu was looking at the scene in front of him with a telescope and was also very excited. If you were to ask who in the Great Xia Kingdom could produce such powerful firepower, apart from him, there would probably not be many who could do so. After all, the caliber of the 122mm howitzer was there. After seeing today's scene, So you became more convinced of the principle that firepower is supreme. When the cumulative value of the world's nuclear peace reaches 2 million, there will be a comprehensive upgrade, which will not only unlock the character interface, but also optimize many functions. He is very much looking forward to it. 89th Army Headquarters. Who is firing? Su Yuanzhong quickly walked out of the command center. He was discussing with the chief of staff how to use the children and women who were captured later and how to use them to stop the security forces. Because according to his information, the garrison commander was a general who loved the people and could be seen to be committed to banning opium, expelling foreign powers, and protecting the common people, so he resorted to this desperate measure. However, he did not expect that the plan was interrupted by a burst of artillery fire before it even began. Commander-in-Chief, something terrible has happened. Now, whenever Su Yuanzhong heard that something bad had happened, he would be in a very bad mood. What happened? A huge amount of artillery fire, the adjutant described to Su Yuanzhong in a tearful voice. Shells as big as me smashed into the city wall with a whoosh. Now cracks have appeared on the wall. What? The chief of staff next to him exclaimed in surprise. It can shake the city wall. The caliber of this shell must be more than 100 millimeters. More than that. The adjutant gestured with his hands and said, at least 300 to 500 millimeters. Fuck you. Su Yuanzhong kicked the adjutant angrily and threw him to the ground. 300 to 500 millimeters. Why didn't you say 30 to 50 meters? I told you to study more, but you had to go to some place to have fun. Uncle. The adjutant lay on the ground feeling aggrieved. Something terrible has happened. At this time, another adjutant quickly ran into the headquarters and shouted, General, something terrible has happened. Kong. Su Yuanzhong shot the adjutant dead with one shot and shouted angrily, from now on, if anyone dares to shout that something bad is going to happen again, I will kill him. Commander-in-Chief. The Army Chief of Staff came to Su Yuanzhong and said, you shot him dead. We don't know what happened on the front line. What else? Su Yuanzhong said angrily. What else could it be except that the city gate was breached? Didn't you hear the gunshots? Chapter 58. Big Victory. Extend the artillery fire, Wang Wu shouted to the 3 artillery commanders. Kill the new army soldiers on the city wall, and let the 21st Infantry Division launch an attack. Boom. When the last shell exploded, the east gate of Haicheng collapsed, leaving a gap that was over 100 meters wide. Brothers, charge! The 21st Infantry Division began to charge, and artillery fire from the rear began to extend. At this time, they still had 300 artillery shells left, and they used firepower to suppress the new army soldiers on the city wall. 144 howitzer shells accurately hit the city wall. The violent explosion tore the soldiers apart, leaving broken arms and limbs scattered all over the ground. The scene was extremely cruel. Vomit. A soldier vomited upon seeing this, and watched a head rolling in front of him with eyes wide open. The soldier was so scared that his legs were shaking, and he screamed loudly. He dropped his weapon and started to leave the city wall. Hit me. At this time, the 21st Infantry Division had already rushed into the city and began to attack the soldiers on the city walls and the soldiers defending the gates. The first to take the lead was the division's direct machine gun company. Dozens of light machine guns began a frantic sweep, leaving the 89th Army soldiers without any chance of fighting back. In a few minutes, the 21st Infantry Division eliminated most of the guards. The division commander shouted to the 3 infantry regiment commanders, 211th Infantry Regiment, control the east gate and eliminate the 89th Army soldiers. 212th Infantry Regiment, follow me to the 89th Army headquarters. 213th Infantry Regiment, search the whole city for the new army soldiers. Yes, master. The 3 infantry regiments acted separately and began to clear Haicheng. At the headquarters of the 89th Army, the guards blocked all passages. Su Yuanzhong frowned and looked at the sky, muttering, I didn't expect that son, would be buried in Haicheng. There is wind and water here, facing the sea, and it is a place with excellent feng shui. Not bad, not bad. As he spoke, Su Yuanzhong took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a deep puff, then exhaled a long puff of smoke and shouted to the adjutant beside him, all soldiers, listen up. There are only soldiers who died in battle in our 89th Army, no soldiers who surrendered. Su Yuanzhong pulled out his pistol and shouted, kill them. At the same time, the commander of the 21st Infantry Division, with the strength of an infantry regiment, collided with the strength of a guard company led by Su Yuanzhong, and both sides opened fire directly. Da-da-da. The SG-43 heavy machine gun took the lead in suppressing fire, and thousands of bullets burst out, breaking through the earthen walls of the 89th Army headquarters. The powerful killing power wiped out half of the enemy in an instant. Press it down. The commander of the 212th Infantry Regiment began to order the fire platoon to move forward, with 10 mortars at the back providing suppressive fire, and the fire group composed of heavy machine guns was firing crazily, making it impossible for the enemy to even raise their heads. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the firepower platoon began to press forward. Reputation plus 1,280, plus 3,000. 3,000. Su Yu opened his mouth in surprise on the mountain. He knew that killing a division commander would add 640 points, and he thought that killing an army commander would add 1280 points. But now, according to the display, only the deputy army level positions are 1280 points, such as Army Chief of Staff, Deputy Army Commander, and other positions are 1280 points, while the Army Commander has 3,000 reputation points. My goodness, it's worth a lot of money. Reputation plus 1, plus 1. Next, the reputation value in world nuclear peace experienced another surge. In addition to the thousands of reputation points obtained by killing the soldiers of the 89th Army, in just a few breaths of time, the reputation value increased by nearly 50,000 to 60,000 points. He knew that these reputation points were contributed to him by the people of Haiqing, because according to intelligence, Sun Yuanhe had arrested children, women, and the elderly in Haiqing, which aroused public anger, so his arrival was considered to have resolved the crisis for the people in the city. Because Su Yu now has a habit, that is, every time he conquers a place, the first thing he does is to ask the propaganda department to publicize it in the local area to gain reputation points for him. There are 200,000 people in Haiqing, but why can it only get 50,000 or 60,000 reputation points? In fact, the reason is very simple. People's hearts are unpredictable. It is unrealistic to expect to get respect, support, and gratitude from everyone. Take some prisoners, for example. Even if you give your life to them, they may not be grateful to you at all, and may even laugh at you for being stupid. Therefore, this is also one of the reasons why reputation points are acquired relatively slowly. There are 3 million people in Shanglu, which means there are 3 million different personalities. Even God cannot win the hearts of these 3 million people. This is unrealistic. So now, his cumulative value is about to reach 2 million, and he is still very satisfied. Let Wang Wu clean up the battlefield quickly. Su Yu turned to Zhang Hu and said, the entire army will move out after 7 p.m. We are still 120 kilometers away from Guangyuan province. We must arrive the day after tomorrow. Clear. By the way, Su Yu continued, as for the reinforcements sent by the court, don't worry about them for now. I will have the 4th Army clean up Fuxiao province again later, and we only need to march into Guangyuan province. Yes, Commander. Su Yu knew that the Southern Army had sent the 77th Army stationed in Xichang province to provide support, but he did not have time to waste with the 77th Army, so he could only take a large force to Guangyuan province first. As for Fuxiao province, he would still let the 4th Army take over according to the original plan, which would also help to train the 4th Army's actual combat capabilities. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the entire army began to march towards Guangyuan province. At this time, Wang Wu and Liao Yuanliang were reporting their experience of the 4.5 days of war, as well as the casualty ratio and other situations. Commander, Liao Yuanliang spoke first. The casualty ratio between our army and the 89th Army is what I reported to you before, 17-1. All the captured supplies have also been reported. I know. Then, Wang Wu spoke. In the Battle of Haiqing, our army consumed 3,700 rounds of various artillery shells, including 1,200 large-caliber howitzers, annihilated more than 1,100 enemy troops, captured 880 prisoners, seized supplies, more than 7,000 rifles, 120 light machine guns, and 2 million rounds of various bullets. Because Haiqing has a small arsenal, it is all the 89th Army's munitions reserve, as well as 2.4 million caddies of grain, 880,000 silver dollars, and 30 caddies of gold bars. Our army suffered 177 casualties, and the battle loss ratio was 16-1. Very good. Su Yu looked at the 2 men in front of him and said, these 2 battles have shown the prestige of our security headquarters. The casualties were 17-1, 16-1, which is a great achievement. So, we will take out 300,000 silver dollars from the captured materials to reward the soldiers. There are also 3 heavy artillery regiments that have performed well, so they will also be rewarded. Thank you, Commander. Wang Wu smiled and said, after this battle, my guard troops have accumulated valuable combat experience. This is a huge training for the soldiers. That's right, Su Yu agreed. The battlefield is the best place to train soldiers, because here, there is only life and death. Chapter 59, Earn a small goal in a moment. May 17th. Su Yu finally arrived at Hai City, the capital of Guangyuan province, with 3 armies of troops. After stepping into Guangyuan province, the Guangdong Guangxi Governor-General Xue Hongyi sent troops hundreds of miles away to greet him and took him all the way to the Guangdong Guangxi Governor-General's mansion. Nephew Su. A slender middle-aged man in a dark green military uniform walked quickly towards Su Yu. He wore white glasses and exuded a scholarly air. This man was Xue Hongyi, the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi. Uncle Xue. Su Yu also took 2 steps forward and hugged Xue Hongyi, saying, I don't think I have seen Uncle Xue since we parted 7 years ago. In these 7 years, Uncle Xue has become younger and younger. Ha ha ha. You kid, Xue Hongyi said with a happy smile. I have prepared a banquet to welcome our Commander Su. Ha ha, Su Yu said with a smile. In that case, then the boy might as well obey your command. The 2 men walked into the governor's mansion arm in arm. Liao Yuanliang, who was behind them, shook his head when he saw this and said to Wang Wu and Guo Hai, You go and settle the troops. I'll go in with the commander to prevent him from getting drunk. After saying that, Liao Yuanliang followed several officers of the Xue family army into the governor's mansion. Wang Wu and Guo Hai shook their heads and thought to themselves, a higher-ranking official can crush a person to death. In the hall, there are 21 delicious dishes on the round table, which are delicious and tasty. Xiao Yu, Xue Hongyi looked at Su Yu and said, Because the fighting on the front line is fierce, let's not drink this wine for the time being. When the war is over, I will drink with you. Uncle Xue, you are too polite. Su Yu waved his hand and said, I am also a commander, I understand. Haha, long live understanding. Xue Hongyi smiled and said, Everyone sit down, don't stand. This is your own home. Eat whatever you want. There are no rules. Everyone sat down. Xue Hongyi poured a cup of tea and raised it to Su Yu, saying, Let's use tea instead of wine. I, Xue Hongyi, would like to thank Brother Su for sending you, Xiao Yu, to support my Guangdong and Guangxi regions. Thank you very much. After saying that, Xue Hongyi drank it in one gulp. Su Yu didn't hesitate at all and drank the tea in the cup directly. Uncle Xue, Su Yu asked as he took a bite of food and put it in his mouth, How is the battle situation on the front line? Why? At this point, Xue Hongyi put down his chopsticks and said, You also know that I inherited these 2 provinces from my father. Since he passed away, I haven't paid much attention to the military. Now that the war has started, the front line is in a mess. In the Battle of Qinghe, Xue Hongyi continued, Our army of 70,000 troops surrounded an army under Wang Sheng's corps. This should have been our advantage. But once the battle started, not only did the enemy break through the encirclement, but we also lost more than 8,000 people, with more casualties than the enemy. What kind of battle was this? Also, in just half a month of fighting, my Xue family army suffered more than 20,000 casualties. More than 20,000 people. Xue Hongyi shook his head and said, More than 20,000 people were lost. Not only that, but we also lost 13 cities, 7 county towns, and all the territory outside Qinghe. Now we can only rely on the natural barrier of Qinghe to temporarily block the attack of Wang Sheng's army, but it is estimated that it will not last long. Hearing Xue Hongyi describing the current battle situation, he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Who is commanding the Xue family army now? Su Yu asked Xue Hongyi curiously. I. Xue Hongyi sighed and said, I am the commander-in-chief, and the deputy commander-in-chief is Lu Hong. We have established a frontline headquarters in Guanqing, with 5 armies and 150,000 troops to resist the 7 armies of Wang Sheng's corps. In terms of military strength, Xue Hongyi looked at Su Yu and said, My Xue family army only has 300,000 troops, but Wang Sheng's corps has dispatched 12 armies, 360,000 troops, to attack the territories of my 2 provinces. I can't take care of both. So, Su Yu looked at Xue Hongyi and said, After dinner today, let's go to Guanqing. Now I have brought 100,000 troops, which can effectively alleviate the gap in military strength. I have met Wang Sheng before, and he is quite capable. This time I came to Guangyuan province to help Uncle Xue repel the imperial army. Xue Hongyi didn't think Su Yu was bragging when he said this, because he is not oblivious to what is happening outside and is only focused on making money. He was very clear about Su Yu's deeds. He fought against the foreign powers in Shanglu, launched the anti-smoking campaign, expelled Wang Sheng's garrison headquarters, and destroyed an army of the imperial court in Fukuhara province in just a few days. These things are not something that ordinary people can do. Therefore, he believed that the other party would be able to help him through the difficulties. Reputation plus 15,000. Suddenly, Su Yu was frightened by the mechanical sound. Unexpectedly, he gained Xue Hongyi's favor and obtained 15,000 reputation points at once. Now, he He only has the last 50,000 points left to reach the 2 million mark. He believes that he will be able to achieve it soon. After dinner, Su Yu started to lead a large force to follow Shui Hongyi to the front line. My dear. Shui Hongyi was amazed when he saw the light machine guns, heavy machine guns, and artillery equipped by Su Yu's troops. Especially when he saw the 122mm howitzers, he was so surprised that he was speechless. Xiao Yu, these artillery pieces of yours? Haha. Su Yu smiled and said, Uncle Shui, do you think I can confront the great powers head-on without these artillery? Fists are the hard truth. That's right. Shui Hongyi thought for a moment and said, I wonder if you have any extra artillery? Yes, I do, Su Yu said calmly. I have a channel. As long as Uncle Shui wants, I can get as many artillery pieces as he wants. But now that the civil war has broken out, the price of arms has been rising. You? No problem. Shui Hongyi gritted his teeth and said, How much is this 75mm field gun? Well, Su Yu said after a moment's thought, when I bought it, it was 5,000 silver dollars each. Now it's estimated to be around 8,000. If I don't buy in bulk, it might even be over 10,000. I bought it. Shui Hongyi waved his hand and said, I have 10 armies under my command. Each army is equipped with one such artillery regiment. Each artillery regiment has 48 75mm field guns, a total of 480 guns. Also, how much does a round of artillery shell cost? Now, it's probably about 120 yuan apiece. 120. Shui Hongyi said with a pained look. Give me 25,000 rounds first, and I'll kill those sons of bitches in the imperial court. Also, how much is this 122mm howitzer? 30,000 yuan, and the shells are 500 yuan each. Give me 144 guns and 5,000 rounds of artillery shells. I also plan to form 3 heavy artillery regiments. I don't believe that the new army of the imperial court is ironclad and is not afraid of the bombardment of artillery shells. In less than a quarter of an hour, Su Yu negotiated an order for 136.6 million silver dollars for his own foreign company. This shows that arms are extremely profitable. It can also be seen from this that the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi spent nearly 140 million silver dollars with a wave of his hand. Even the imperial court did not have the money to do so. As expected, they were known as the richest family in Daxia 200 years ago. Their wealth was beyond Su Yu's imagination. Chapter 60 Strategy. Guanqing, the frontline command center. Shui Hongyi smiled and introduced the deputy commander and several army commanders. This is the famous Commander Su from the Shanglu Garrison Command. He is also the only commander who dared to clash with the great powers and remained undefeated. I've heard of your name for a long time. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Lu Hong said respectfully, on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the front line, I would like to thank Commander Su for coming to support us. It's as it should be. Su Yu waved his hand and said, Commander-in-Chief Shui and my father signed the Southern Alliance Treaty. In the final analysis, we are all in this together, so there's no need to be so polite with me. Ha ha ha, okay. Lu Hong smiled and said, then I won't be polite to Commander Su. In the past few days, our army has fought frequently with Wang Sheng's army. We have lost 3 times and 1 small victory and lost a lot of soldiers. We still need Commander Su to help. That's natural. Su Yu walked to the sand table and said, Wang Sheng's army now has 7 armies in Guangyuan province, about 210,000 troops, including 200,000 soldiers who have been lost, stationed outside Qinghe. According to Commander-in-Chief Shui, our army has 150,000 troops, with nearly 30,000 soldiers lost. We are stationed inside Qinghe to defend against Wang Sheng's army from crossing Qinghe. It seems that the situation of our army is not optimistic, Su Yu said, picking up the command center. Defending blindly is not a long-term solution. We need to take the initiative and take the initiative into our own hands. Take the initiative. Shui Hongyi took 2 steps forward and came to the sand table and said, Commander Su, the strength of the major infantry armies under Wang Sheng's corps should not be underestimated. They are all expanded from the old man Zhang Tianle's loyalty army. They are not easy to fight. It's not easy, but we have to fight. We have no other choice. Su Yu pointed at Wanqing and said, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the location of Wang Sheng's arsenal. You dare to openly place the arsenal in front of us. You really don't care about others' concerns. That's right. Lu Hong nodded and said, Wang Sheng blatantly displayed the arsenal just to get us to fight. In that case, let's attack his arsenal, Su Yu said with a smile. The dishes are all served. If we don't eat them, we will be wasting our General Wang's kindness. Commander Su, You probably don't understand the situation yet, Lu Hong said hurriedly. There are 3 armies defending the Wanqing arsenal. They are the new 7th Army, the new 13th Army, and the new 19th Army. These 3 armies are all trump cards. That's right. At this time, a military commander stood up with a bad look on his face and said, "They have clearly set up a pocket formation, and we are still trying to get in. This is stupid. Li Ming, watch your words." Xue Hongyi glared at the thin commander, and the warning was very obvious. Who is this commander? Su Yu asked with a smile, not caring at all about what the other party had just said. Xue's army, the 3rd Army Commander Li Ming. General Li, Su Yu said with a smile, I wonder how many new imperial troops your 3rd Army has annihilated since the start of the war? Or, how many victories have you won for General Xue? In response to Su Yu's question, Li Ming's throat seemed to be blocked by something. His face suddenly turned red, and he couldn't speak. Because among the 5 armies on the front line, which army suffered the greatest casualties, it was his 3rd Army. And in terms of the number of enemy troops annihilated, his 3rd Army was not even ranked first. Leading troops in battle does require using your brain. So you picked up the baton and asked Lu Hong, if I let all the Xue family troops attack Wanqing, how will Wansheng respond? We will mobilize all our forces to fight a decisive battle with us. Lu Hong thought for a moment and responded. Look, Su Yu pointed at Wanqing and Wansheng's core headquarters and said, the distance between these 2 places is 40 kilometers. According to the speed of the new army, it takes 6 hours to arrive. So if Wansheng sends all his troops to Wanqing, and my security forces rush hundreds of miles to besiege Wansheng's core headquarters, how should he respond? This. Lu Hong thought for a moment and said, if all the troops of your 3 armies are dispatched to encircle and suppress the headquarters of Wansheng's army, then they can only choose one of the 2 options, to protect the headquarters or to protect Wanqing. That's right. So you put down his baton and said, the total number of our army now is 220,000, which is much larger than Wansheng's army, so we have the advantage in manpower. At this time, we should take the initiative and not let Wansheng lead us by the nose. My plan is to put Wansheng in a dilemma, Su Yu said to the people in front of him, send all the Xue family army to attack Wanqing, and give the enemy the impression that we are going to have a decisive battle with them in Wanqing. At this time, Wansheng will definitely send 5 armies to move closer to Wanqing, forming a pocket formation, and have a decisive battle with your Xue family army. At the same time, Su Yu continued, our security forces rushed 100 miles to encircle and suppress Wansheng's core headquarters. Then the choice is in Wansheng's hands. He wants to protect his headquarters and give up the arsenal, or keep the arsenal and give up himself. What if he sends 3 armies on one side? Lu Hong asked. Then we can't defend these 2 places, Su Yu said confidently. I am absolutely sure that with the strength of my 3 armies, there is no problem in eating up the 3 armies of Wansheng's army. However, the key is whether the 5 armies of your Xue family army can contain the remaining 3 armies of Wansheng's army. So you looked at Xue Hongyi and said, if you can hold out until we defeat the 3 armies of Wansheng's core, then this victory will belong to us. If you can't hold out, then all our plans will go to waste. When will your batch of artillery be delivered? Xue Hongyi asked Su Yu. As long as General Xue provides the money, it will be delivered within 7 days, Su Yu responded with a smile. As for why he said it could be delivered within 7 days, it was because world nuclear peace delivered it for him. If he was not afraid of attracting attention, he would be able to complete all the transportation within 4 days. Okay, that's great, Xue Hongyi said. I will hand over all the money to you tonight. After the artillery arrives, we can implement this plan. This way it will be safer. No problem. Su Yu was secretly delighted. The price of the arms he sold to Xue Hongyi this time was 20% higher than the market price set by world nuclear peace. So from the marketing amount of nearly 140 million, he earned 70% of the profit, which was 95.62 million. This was almost more than what he earned in 2 years. With this money, he can increase his efforts to expand his army. Chapter 61 Money Ability. May 25th, Xue's Army Camp. Ha ha ha. A comfortable laugh spread throughout the entire training ground. Xue Hongyi touched the 122mm howitzer and said with a smile, I didn't expect that things would change. My Xue family army is also equipped with such a powerful artillery. This is all thanks to you, Xiao Yu. Uncle Xue, you're welcome. Su Yu smiled and said, with these artillery pieces, I believe we will be able to outgun Wansheng's troops in terms of firepower when fighting them. Yes. Xue Hongyi slapped the cannon barrel and said angrily, the imperial court is pressing forward step by step. It's time to let them see the strength of my Xue family army. Really? Su Yu had no way to refute Xue Hongyi's words. In just a few hours, He took out 140 million in cash and handed it to him. Su Yu defined such strength as cashability. 480 75mm field guns and 144 122mm howitzers. Such firepower far exceeds that of Wang Sheng's corps. All the artillery has been distributed. Fortunately, there are many good artillerymen in my Shui family army. After an afternoon of practice, they are basically familiar with it. Shui Hongyi looked at Su Yu and said, "Can the plan be implemented?" "Of course," Su Yu said. "Let's talk inside the headquarters." At the frontline command center, Su Yu called over his 3 army commanders, and Shui Hongyi also called over his 5 army commanders and the deputy commander-in-chief. "Everyone." Su Yu looked at the senior commanders in front of him and said, "I still say the same thing. There is no need to slowly consume the imperial court. We cannot outlast the imperial court, so we must fight quickly and decisively." Shui's army, Su Yu said to Lu Hong, "You 5 armies will cross the Qing River and attack Wanqing from Qinlu County, Zhu County, Nanfeng County, and other 5 counties. This way, Wang Shang will have to send out 5 armies to resist. Your combat mission is to attack with all your might and engage in a decisive battle with Wang Shang's army in Wanqing." "Clear." Lu Hong clenched his fists and said, "No matter how much it costs, our Shui family army will never retreat a single step. We will only move forward bravely and complete the mission." As for the security forces, Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang and the others, 3 armies are rushing to attack the headquarters of Wang Shang's corps. Our mission is to encircle and destroy the headquarters of Wang Shang's corps. If Wang Shang calls back the troops sent to Wanqing, then you must persist in resisting until the Shui family army takes over Wanqing and destroys the arsenal inside Wanqing. Only then can you retreat. Anyway, Su Yu raised his voice. Our move is an open conspiracy. Unless something unexpected happens, Wang Shang will have to choose one of the 2. This situation is also caused by his own arrogance. He dared to expose the location of the arms base so far away from the headquarters, so don't blame us for being rude. Then, the staffs of the 2 armies joined together to formulate a very detailed plan, and the various troops under the 2 armies also began to gather urgently to prepare to launch an attack on Wang Sheng's corps. The first to move out was the Shui family army. The troops of 5 armies began to cross the Qinghe River and formed an encirclement around Wanqing. This action also attracted Wang Shang's attention. They are desperate and want to blow up our arms base in exchange for our withdrawal. However, all this is within my calculations. At the new army's Yongqing headquarters, Wang Shang shared this with several senior commanders. The pocket formation has been set up. Since the Shui family army wants to have a decisive battle with us, that's great, Wang Shang said with a smile. Let the 7th, 13th, 19th, 27th, and 33rd armies form a pocket formation and wait for the Shui family army to arrive. Yes, Commander. As Wang Shang's order was issued, the 5 armies under his command began to deploy their troops, with Wanqing as the center of the formation, forming a pocket formation, waiting for the arrival of Shui's army. On May 27th, after Lu Hong led 5 armies to the corresponding point, he launched an attack directly. Wang Shang was puzzled by the fact that Shui's army launched an all-out attack without hesitation. He wondered what gave Shui's army the confidence to launch an attack on him. May 28th. After a day and night of fighting, the front battlefield was littered with corpses. In this battle, Shui's army and the 5 armies under Wang Shang's corps ended in a draw. Moreover, although Shui's army consisted of 5 armies, one of them was filled entirely with reserve soldiers and could only be considered new recruits. That was why they were able to tie with Wang Shang. The credit for this was brought by 480 75mm field guns and 144 122mm howitzers. Fuck it. At this time, Wang Shang heard about the battle losses on the front line and was losing his temper in the headquarters. One day and one night, more than 7,000 people were lost in the battle. I want to ask how the battle was fought on the front line. Wang Shang cursed angrily. If you tell me that these are the soldiers brought by me, Wang Shang, I have no shame to admit it. Commander. An old man looked at Wang Shang and said, according to the frontline commander's report, it is said that there are many large-caliber artillery inside the Shui family army. On this day alone, the 5 frontline armies were attacked by at least 120 tons of artillery shells, and more than half of them were killed by artillery shells, and according to the investigation, the caliber of the artillery was all over 75 millimeters, and there were no fewer than 100 howitzers over 100 millimeters. What? Hearing this, Wang Xing shouted in surprise. How is this possible? Where did Shui Hongyi get so many artillery pieces in such a short period of time? I just got the news. The old man looked at Wang Shang and continued. The 77th Army, sent by the commander-in-chief to Fuxia Province, was attacked by the security forces. After 6 days of fighting, news came today that they were defeated. Also, the intelligence department just sent a message saying that the Shanglu garrison commander Su Yu has arrived in Guangyuan province with 100,000 troops. The troops fighting the 77th Army are the 4th Garrison Army, not the troops brought by Su Yu. Therefore, the intelligence we got before was wrong. Su Yu did not stay in Fuxiao province to confront the 77th Army, but rushed to Guangyuan province to unite with Shuehongyi. Therefore, Su Yu's goal is not what we concluded before. They want to take advantage of the situation to seize Fuxiao province. Their goal is us. Damn it. Wang Sheng slammed his palm on the table and said angrily, "What is this intelligence department for? They are such a bunch of rubbish." According to the report from the intelligence department, they encountered a mysterious intelligence organization that interfered with the intelligence they obtained, so they got the false news. I thought so. Wang Sheng said angrily, "How dare Shuehongyi, that old guy, attack us? It turns out that he has Su Yu's help. This is not surprising." That's right. Suddenly, Wang Sheng's face widened. His eyes widened like cow eggs as he stared at the old man and said, "The battle on the front line has been going on for a day and a night, but Su Yu's 100,000 troops have not appeared. So are they?" Chapter 62. The battlefield changes rapidly. You mean, the old man looked at Wang Sheng and said, "Their target is our headquarters?" Boom. Just as the old man finished speaking, there was a burst of gunfire outside. Wang Sheng was so frightened that he quickly ran out of the command center and shouted to the guards, "Who was firing?" "Teacher." Wang Sheng said to the old man, "You stay in the headquarters first, but you must not go out. Teacher Zhang asked you to follow me for advice. If something unexpected happens, I won't be able to explain to Teacher Zhang. I'll go out and take a look at the situation." After saying that, Wang Sheng ran out quickly. He had to be very careful because his opponent was Su Yu. He had been defeated once in Shanglu, and he must not lose to Su Yu again this time. "Commander." The deputy commander of the new 37th Army came to Wang Sheng and said, "There are traces of a large number of soldiers and artillery in our rear, and they are now testing our north gate. It is estimated that the enemy will launch an attack soon." Now, the deputy commander of the 37th Army continued, "We only have one division of troops in the city. The rest of our 37th Army is defending the front and setting up a defense line. I didn't expect the enemy to appear in the rear. I have already transferred the rest of the 37th Army back, and they will be back in the city to provide support in half an hour." Very good. Wang Sheng nodded and said, "An army's strength, backed by a 5-meter-high wall, is enough to stop Su Yu's attack. We just need to wait for the front line to defeat Shue's army, and the main force will be able to come back to support us." "Commander." The deputy commander of the 37th Army said to Wang Sheng with a grim expression, "The walls of Yongcheng have not been repaired for a long time. I'm afraid they can't withstand the heavy artillery of the security forces. It's been a long time since it was repaired." Wang Sheng frowned and said, "I remember asking the Ministry of Works. The court invested 170,000 and 80,000 silver dollars to build the walls of Yongcheng 17 years ago and 8 years ago respectively. How come it hasn't been repaired for so many years?" "Why?" "Commander." The deputy commander of the 37th Army shook his head and said, "This money was embezzled by the former county magistrate in collusion with the governor. I just found out about this because the city wall was bombarded by heavy artillery by the security forces just now, and it turned out that it was made of loose mud." "What did you say?" Wang Sheng's eyes widened as he shouted, "How is this possible? Yongcheng is a major military town. How dare they do this?" "Commander, under the temptation of money, no one dares," said the deputy commander of the 37th Army with a bitter face. "I now doubt whether the air raid shelters, underground arsenals, and other military sites in the city are made of loess like the city walls outside, with only a layer of bricks on the outside. If so, they can't withstand the attack of heavy artillery. These damn corrupt officials." Wang Sheng punched the pillar and yelled, "Don't panic yet. Call back the rest of the 37th Army and see what Su Yu's troops are planning to do next. Then we'll make plans." "Yes, Commander." In Xinjiao town, 20 miles behind Yongcheng, Su Yu led 3 armies to make a major detour from the right wing of Qinghe, marching 150 miles in one day and one night, and finally arrived at the rear of Wang Sheng's corps without making any noise. This was a modified version of the traditional roundabout encirclement. Now, Su Yu pointed at the map and said, "The Shui family army is already entangled with the 5 armies of Wang Sheng's corps. Even if they want to evacuate, it is not easy. Now Yongcheng only has 1 army, and the 38th Army is at the border. It will not be able to return within 3 days." "Commander." At this time, Wang Wu quickly came to the temporary command center and said, "The 3 heavy artillery regiments are all in place." Very good. Su Yu looked at the 3 army commanders in front of him and said, "Time is running out. We must take the initiative and attack Yongqing with all our strength. As for whether Wang Sheng will defend to the death or transfer the troops from Wanqing back, it depends on his choice. But we must go all out." "Yes, Commander." "Order the artillery," Su Yu said to Wang Wu, 900 shells, bombard with all your might. Although Yongqing is a military stronghold and the city walls are reinforced, we may be able to blast it open. Of course, if we can't blast open the city walls, we can blast open the city gates. Then Guadahai, you 3 armies will take the lead in launching the attack. Clear. Guadahai immediately walked out of the temporary command center, came to his own troops camp, and began to formulate a combat plan. Su Yu picked up the phone and gave an order to the artillery commander in the rear, asking him to start shelling immediately. After all 900 shells were fired, the artillery fire was extended to provide fire support to the soldiers of the Third Army. As soon as Su Yu gave the order, the 3 heavy artillery regiments began to suppress the enemy with artillery fire. Set the firing parameters, aim and fire, fire. In the rear, 144 122 mm howitzers instantly fired 144 steel shells that hit the city wall heavily. The huge explosion blew deep pits on the city wall. The outer layer of bricks was blown up, and the yellow mud inside was exposed. Damn it! Wang Sheng was standing on the high platform, watching the artillery shells falling from the sky. He finally understood where the artillery fire of Shui's army came from. It must have been obtained from Su Yu. As a commander who has been in the army for decades, this caliber is at least 105 mm, because the 105 mm howitzers equipped by the Royal Corps are far inferior to this. When he first saw the 105 mm howitzers in the Royal Corps, they lay on the ground like a ferocious beast, and he thought that from then on the new army would have no rivals in the Great Xia Kingdom. But now it seems that he is just a frog in a well. "Commander." The commander of the 37th Army came up to Wang Sheng and said, "The defensive formation has been set up." Wang Sheng shook his head helplessly and said, "I estimate that after a few more rounds of bombardment, the city wall will collapse. You should be prepared to fight." "Yes, Commander." While Wang Sheng was feeling distressed and helpless, Su Yu was smiling so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. "Are you telling the truth? The walls of Yongqing are about to explode?" "That's right," Wang Wu said with a smile. "According to the report from the artillery scouts, the walls of Yongqing are all made of yellow mud. Let alone 900 shells. Only 500 shells are needed to make a huge hole." "Ha ha ha." Su Yu looked up to the sky and laughed. "God is really helping me." "Orders." Su Yu looked at Wang Wu and said, "The situation has changed. We must also change our tactics as the battlefield changes. The 3 armies under your command have no main attack or assist. All of them should attack and blow down all 3 walls. I want to see how Wang Sheng, with only 1 army, can resist my 3 armies." "Yes, Commander." Then, the artillery in the rear began to extend the fire, bombarding the south and north walls. 1 heavy artillery regiment was responsible for 1 wall, and they had to blast open all 3 walls. Liao Yuanliang led the first army to the southern city wall, waiting for the city to break before launching a full-scale attack. Wang Wu's second army did the same, waiting for the city wall to break. All 3 armies launched attacks, and it depended on how Wang Sheng could resist with the strength of only 1 army. Chapter 63, Powerful Firepower. "Commander, we must make a decision as soon as possible," the old man analyzed to Wang Sheng. "Su Yu's move is very vicious. He is attacking our 2 important military locations with an absolute force. With our inferior force, we can only choose one of the 2. According to the report from the front line, the old man continued, "The Shui family army is equipped with a large number of artillery. It is impossible for us to win easily. It will take at least 1 or 2 months to determine the winner. If we blindly start a war, we may even fail. Besides, since the walls of Yongqing are about to be blown open, we will have to face the encirclement of 3 armies. It is unknown whether we can hold out until victory on the battlefield ahead with only 1 army." "I understand everything you said." "Why?" Wang Sheng sighed and said, "I was too arrogant. I deliberately set up the arms base and the headquarters separately to attract Shui's army to attack. Then we set up a pocket formation. I didn't expect that we would be trapped now. So," the old man looked at Wang Sheng and said, "We must choose one of the 2. "How should we choose?" Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and said, "The munitions base has the supplementary equipment of our entire corps, as well as a large part of our logistical supplies. If we abandon it, our logistics will be in trouble, and we will have to withdraw from the battlefield. We will also have to return all the territory we have conquered. But if we abandon the headquarters, Wang Sheng said with a dark face, our entire Corps' command system will suffer a huge blow, and the front line will probably fall into chaos. So, the old man looked at Wang Sheng and said, we need to abandon the arms base and bring the troops back. Damn Su Yu. Wang Sheng angrily slammed the table and cursed. This must be Su Yu's idea. With Shui Hongyi's ability, it is impossible for him to come up with such a sophisticated plan. The Su family has also produced a talented person. The old man shook his head and sighed. Our Corps is fine. We captured cities and defeated Shui's army, annihilating more than 30,000 enemy troops. However, Huang Baixiang's Corps, which was responsible for dealing with the Su family, was not as lucky as us. I got the news that Huang Baixiang suffered a setback in the first battle after entering Jiangnan province, and the Su family wiped out 2 divisions. Now, after fighting for many days, they haven't taken down a single county. Raising a tiger is a disaster. Wang Sheng shook his head and said, it seems that the Su family will become a great enemy of the imperial court in the future. The marshal wanted to come to the front line to command in person, but something is wrong with the Eastern Kingdom next door. The old man looked at Wang Sheng and said, in the past few months, the Eastern Kingdom has transported 500,000 troops to Goryeo and vigorously built an airport. I guess this is also not a good intention. It's just a tiny country, so don't worry about it. Wang Sheng sighed and said, let's solve the current trouble first. Commander. At this time, the deputy commander of the 37th Army quickly ran into the headquarters, came to Wang Sheng and said, 3 walls have been blown open, and Su Yu's troops have begun to attack. Outside the city, Guo Dahai began to order his 3rd Army to attack from the North Gate. This was the first battle of his 3rd Army entering Guangyuan province, and he must enter the city before the other 2 armies. Looking at the huge gap of over 100 meters, behind which were all black light machine guns, Guo Dahai directly organized the artillery battalions under the 3 infantry divisions into a light artillery regiment, and 45 75mm field guns began to cover it with firepower. Afterwards, let the 31st Infantry Division launch the first attack. Brothers. The commander of the 31st Infantry Division, Qian Jie, shouted to his soldiers, the commander has given this vanguard mission to our 31st Division. This shows that he thinks highly of us. I will say it again. 3 hours. Within 3 hours, we must enter the city. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers were enthusiastic and the regiments were ready to launch an attack. In the rear, 45 75mm field guns were in place and began to bombard the defenders in the gap of the city gate, while the soldiers of the 31st Infantry Division waited for the sound of artillery fire to launch an attack. Set the firing parameters, aim and fire, fire. 45 field guns began to suppress the enemy with firepower, and the shells quickly landed at the gap, directly bombing the machine gunners hiding behind them. At this time, the 31st Infantry Division also began to attack. Kill. The 31st Infantry Division was about 800 meters away from the gap. When the soldiers launched the attack, the defending new army also began to counterattack with 20 70mm mountain cannons and 30 mortars. Boom! In a moment, the war broke out instantly, thousands of bullets flew through the air, and the artillery of both sides fired desperately, never giving the other side a chance to breathe. Heavy machine gun, suppressive fire. Qian Jie gave loud commands, and 30 heavy machine guns began firing at full power, firing thousands of bullets within a minute, leaving the new army soldiers without any chance of fighting back. Damn it! The 1st Regiment commander of the new army's 371st Infantry Division cursed angrily, the firepower of this group of troops is too damn strong. There are no less than 100 heavy machine guns alone. More than that, the adjutant said with a face full of dust, the artillery fire has never stopped. Our regiment can't hold this gap at all. We have to ask the division commander to send troops to support us. Da. Brothers, charge. At this time, the soldiers under the 31st Infantry Division had rushed to 200 meters in front of the gap. This was when the real battle began. The soldiers fought back with all their might, with light machine guns leading the way. The entire northern city wall has been reduced to a sea of fire. Neither side will give in and neither side will submit. Strong enough. The commander of the 31st Infantry Division, Qian Jie, clenched his fist and shouted, as expected of the new army's ace, this combat power is incomparable to what we encountered in Fuxia province. Yes. The division chief of staff looked at his watch and said, it's been half an hour, and we have only advanced 600 meters. The next 200 meters are the most difficult. It's hard to fight, but we have to fight. Chen Jie shouted while holding a telescope, "Let the artillery continue bombing. Also, let the 1st Regiment disperse the enemy's firepower. The 2nd Regiment concentrates all its firepower and attacks fiercely. The 3rd Regiment charges with all its strength." "Yes, master." As Chen Jie's order was issued, the frontline soldiers began to execute it. The 1st Regiment dispersed in a 3-3 formation, immediately stretching the battle line to 800 meters. The 2nd Regiment concentrated all its firepower to form 3 fire companies and began to target the defending New Army soldiers, aiming and shooting directly at anyone who showed his head. The 3rd Regiment charged forward with all its might. After the formation was arranged, the artillery in the rear once again suppressed the enemy with firepower, causing the New Army Regiment to lose thousands of people and 2 battalions were crippled. "Commander, this is bad." The deputy commander of the 37th Army quickly came to the headquarters and shouted, "We can hold the north gate for 2 hours at most. After 2 hours, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold it. The enemy's firepower is too strong." "Commander." The old man looked at Wang Sheng and said, "Make a decision, or it will be too late." Chapter 64 Mission completed. There's really no other way. Wang Sheng looked at the old man and said, "Teacher, you are a top commander who is as famous as Teacher Zhang. Although you have retired from the front line in recent years, your ability is still here. Is there really nothing you can do?" "Don't compare me with that old monster." The old man shook his head and said, "This is an open conspiracy. There is no way to break it. Unless we can resist and defeat them with the strength of 6 armies, we can only retreat. What if there are 7 armies? Wang Sheng stood up and said, "I have already transferred the 38th Army from the border back. It will arrive in about 3 days. 3 days. The old man looked at Wang Sheng and said, "Based on the current situation, it will be difficult for us to hold out for 1 day, let alone 3 days. As the saying goes, if you have green mountains, you will never have to worry about firewood. We were just tricked. The actual loss is not big. We can make a comeback." "Damn it." Wang Sheng slammed his fist on the chair and shouted, "Let the 5 armies on the front line withdraw." "Also," Wang Sheng said fiercely, "blow up all the logistical supplies and munitions in the military base. If we can't get them, don't even think about letting the Shui family army reap the benefits." "Yes, Commander." Less than half an hour after Wang Sheng issued the order, Su Yu received the news. Because the Shanglu Military Intelligence Bureau was spread across provinces in the south, he would be able to know as long as there was any movement on the front line. "Stop the attack." Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang, "I just got the news that Wang Sheng has withdrawn the troops of the 5 armies on the front line. Then the Shui family army will be able to destroy the military base in Wanqing, and our mission will be accomplished." "Commander." Liao Yuanliang looked at Su Yu and said, "Why don't we join forces with Shui's army to destroy Wang Sheng's army?" "It's not as easy as you think." Su Yu shook his head and said, "The 38th Army of the new army responsible for defending the border is also coming with all its strength. By then, we will be facing the strength of 7 armies. Also, if you want to destroy these 7 armies, nearly 200,000 troops, can you do it within 10 days? This. Liao Yuanliang was stumped by the question. It was impossible to destroy an army of 200,000 in 10 days, not to mention that they only had about 200,000 soldiers, and the troop strength ratio was almost 1-to-1. So, Su Yu continued, "Don't forget that Wang Sheng has 5 armies in the neighboring province. They can arrive to support him in 9 days. Although the Shui family army has 5 armies to contain them, do you think they can contain them without hundreds of artillery pieces?" So, Su Yu looked at Liao Yuanliang and said, "We can complete our plan. As for the return of Wang Sheng's army, we can ask the richest man Shui to buy artillery from us and equip the other 5 armies. Then, when the time comes, we will have many opportunities to deal with Wang Sheng's army." "I see." Liao Yuanliang responded, "I'll arrange it right away." At the front line, Guadahai and 3 other armies were still attacking. 2 hours had passed, and they still hadn't entered the city. However, Guadahai's 3 armies had already been engaged in close combat with the enemy at the gap. It would only take half an hour for them to successfully break through and enter the city. Dahai, Liao Yuanliang came to the 3rd Army headquarters and said to Guadahai, "The commander told our 3 armies to encircle the enemy but not to suppress them. Stop the attack." "Clear." Guadahai nodded and did not ask why, because as a soldier, he only had to obey orders. As for why he stopped the attack, there were naturally the reasons above. Next, in less than a moment, the 3 armies stopped the attack and surrounded Yongqing. This move made the soldiers in the city very confused, because they could not hold on any longer. It only took half an hour for the city gate to be breached. So why did the security forces suddenly stop attacking? The soldiers were puzzled, and Wang Sheng was also very confused as to why Su Yu suddenly stopped attacking. It's very simple, the old man looked at Wang Sheng and said, the other side must know that we have already transferred the troops from Wanqing back. So if they continue to attack and engage in street fighting with my 37th Army in Yongqing, when our main force returns, they will be attacked from both sides. So Su Yu's move is to stop the loss in time. Clever. Wang Sheng shook his head and said, I haven't encountered such a difficult enemy in many years. Yes. The old man also sighed and said, Su Yu's strategic vision can be compared with that of old man Zheng. No matter who he goes to war with, he can always predict the enemy's future and never suffer any loss. I see the shadow of old man Zheng in Su Yu. But he is not from the court. Wang Sheng looked at the old man and said, now that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is in control of government affairs, the dynasty that was supposed to be corrupt has begun to rise. Over the past 2 years, the army has undergone a major overhaul, and with the assistance of a civil and a military officer, I thought it would be easy to defeat the local governor, but now it seems that I still underestimated the people of the world. Don't be discouraged, the old man looked at Wang Sheng and said, next, our corps only needs to concentrate all its forces and gradually erode Guan province. They can't outlast us. The local warlords can't outlast us. Outside the city, Su Yu called all 3 army commanders over. Looking at their faces, Su Yu smiled and said, look at you. Not letting you fight is like eating your flesh. Look here, Su Yu continued. Gather all the artillery of the army and fire at them in a clearing-out manner. Target the city. This is an important military town anyway, and there are no civilians in the city. Fight with all your might. Yes, Commander. Hearing this, the 3 army commanders immediately became interested. Their 3 armies had lost a lot of soldiers in order to attack Yongqing. After fighting for 2 hours, the 3 armies had lost at least 1,000 people in total. So now that I hear that I can bombard Yongqing, how can I not be happy? At the artillery position, all 144 122mm howitzers were in place, and there were also 135 field guns under the division-level organization, totaling 279 artillery pieces, equivalent to the firepower of 6 artillery regiments. Artillerymen, please pay attention. Wang Wu shouted to the artillery, gradually extend the artillery fire into the city. After each shot, adjust the position of the scale and extend it forward. Fire. As Wang Wu's order was given, the artillery quickly loaded the shells and then fired. Boom. 279 steel shells were fired towards Yongqing like a net. At this time, the new army soldiers who had just been relieved from the front line were sitting on the ground eating steamed buns. They had been fighting for 2 hours and were very hungry. Look. One soldier pointed to the sky and shouted, it looks like a cannonball. Get down. Chapter 65. Cumulative value reaches 2 million. As the sound fell, a huge explosion occurred in the cafeteria of the entire camp. More than 200 steel shells directly overturned the cafeteria, and pots, pans, rice, etc. were scattered everywhere. The flames shot up to more than 10 meters high, and the shrapnel from the explosion claimed the lives of many soldiers. Immediately afterwards, the second round of artillery shells began to fall. This time the shells landed right in front of the canteen, which was the logistic storage area. A large amount of food was stored in a fortress made of cement and steel bars, but more than 200 shells fell and directly collapsed the fortress. Because this granary fortress was not made of reinforced concrete at all, but had an outer layer of cement and yellow mud inside. So a 122mm howitzer directly blew a hole in it, and the flames rushed directly into it, turning the grain into popcorn. There were about 500,000 kilograms of grain in this granary, but a lot of it was destroyed by artillery shells. The artillery fire continued to extend, and the powerful logistical strength of Su Yu's troops made Wang Sheng raise his eyelids. Looking at the thick, black smoke billowing out of most of Yongqing, he had a lot of anger, but nowhere to vent it. Commander. The deputy commander of the 37th Army quickly came to Wang Sheng and shouted, the enemy's artillery fire is spreading. I think it won't be long before the shells land on our headquarters. Now that all the important documents and radio stations have been moved out, you should also evacuate quickly and hide in the air raid shelter. Damn it, how pathetic. Wang Sheng cursed angrily and then started to rush to the air raid shelter. When Wang Sheng arrived at the air raid shelter, the entire headquarters was reduced to ruins under the cover of artillery fire. In 10 minutes, a large number of buildings throughout Yongqing were destroyed, and some soldiers suffered heavy casualties because they had nowhere to hide. For example, in the 372nd Infantry Division of the new army, Almost an infantry regiment was destroyed because there happened to be one. Rounds of artillery fire landed on the 372nd Infantry Division barracks, causing heavy casualties. Outside the city, Su Yu was very happy as he watched the entire Yongqing being bombed into ruins. Looking at his masterpiece, he was more convinced of the principle of firepower first. This time, he fired 2,100 rounds of artillery shells, firing more than half of the 100-ton artillery he brought. But the results achieved were also significant. These 2,100 rounds of artillery shells may be an astronomical number to others, but to him, who has the world's nuclear power, it is not worth mentioning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a cumulative value of 2 million. The character interface has been unlocked, and you can redeem special characters. Ding! Unlock the soldier exchange interface. Because the host's current rank is equivalent to that of a lieutenant general, he can exchange for an army's elite soldiers and unlock the exchange pages for the 3 branches of the military, namely the Air Force, Navy, and Army. And the Air Force and Navy. When Su Yu heard this, he almost jumped up with excitement, because it takes at least a year of time and energy to train a pilot, but he doesn't have so much time now, so being able to unlock the Air Force can greatly relieve his current pressure. Coming to the redemption page, Su Yu found the pilot redemption interface. It shows above that 203rd level pilots, 82nd level pilots, 21st level pilots, and 3 special level pilots can be exchanged, for a total of 303 pilots. Although this number is not large, combined with the 500 pilots currently being trained in Lu, it can greatly solve the problems he faces. The old and the new can be trained, which is enough to form an aviation division. And the Navy. Su Yu also found the Navy page. The Navy was a money-eating beast. With his current financial resources, there was no need to put a lot of energy on the Navy, because just one large warship would require tens of millions of silver dollars, and the maintenance of each warship was also an astronomical figure. How could he support the Navy? Therefore, his current task is to focus on the Army and the Air Force. Special talent. So you quickly found the special talent interface. What he lacked now was special talents. For example, in the Military Intelligence Bureau, he desperately needed someone who was particularly knowledgeable to manage and develop it. After experiencing these battles, he knew the importance of intelligence. Among them, the person Su Yu paid his first attention to was Dai Yunong, who was rated as one of the most mysterious figures in Asia and had made great contributions to intelligence work. Su Yu looked at the exchange price, 3,000 reputation points, which was not expensive. Next, there are economic figures, such as Lu Hongsheng, a business tycoon who is known as the Cement King, Coal King, and Match King, and many powerful entrepreneurs, such as Zhang Zhun, the first person to appear in a history magazine. Looking at these people, Su Yu felt very excited. With their help, he believed that the industry in his hands would skyrocket and multiply exponentially. Which one of these people is not a troublemaker? Su Yu looked at the fact that his reputation value in world nuclear peace had reached a huge 1.7 million, and his heart began to move. The first person he exchanged was the intelligence talent Dai Yunong. There is also an army of elite soldiers, which is a benefit given to him by the world nuclear peace, so the price is not too high. An infantry army of 31,000 people, including equipment package delivery and 300,000 reputation points, is very cost-effective. Next is the pilot. Level 3 pilots are junior pilots who have undergone 6 months of special training and have 300 hours of flying time. The exchange price is 300 reputation points. The second-level pilot is a veteran pilot with 3 years of flying experience, and the price is 600 reputation points. The first-level pilot has 8 years of flying experience and has participated in many actual combats, and the exchange price is 1,000 reputation points. There is also Ace Flight, which is the ceiling for pilots. It requires pilots to fly safely for more than 1,480 hours, and the redemption price is 1,500 reputation points. Su Yu maxed out his reputation points and exchanged all the pilots, spending a total of 114,500 reputation points. With pilots, we naturally need fighter jets. Currently, there are only 20 flight trainer aircraft in Shanglu. As for real fighter jets, there are none. First, there is no channel to purchase them, and second, the prices are too expensive. But now that we have pilots, we must unlock and redeem fighter jets. There are many types of fighter planes, including fighters, fighter jets, bombers, reconnaissance planes, etc. He now only needs to unlock 3 types, namely fighters, bombers, and reconnaissance planes. So you went directly to the fighter plane interface. He was dazzled by the dazzling array of fighter planes, but each fighter plane required reputation points to unlock. He was also aware of the world nuclear peace mode. If all fighter planes did not require reputation points to unlock, Then he could just get a few White Swan bombers and add the little boy. Wouldn't they be invincible? Chapter 66. Sudden Attack. As for fighter jets, so you looked around and decided to choose the P-51A fighter jet. This fighter jet was rated as one of the best fighter jets at the time, and it only required 60,000 reputation points to unlock it. The P-51A Mustang fighter is a single-engine, single-seat fighter equipped with a 12.7mm heavy machine gun or 420mm cannons. It has a maximum speed of 662 km per hour and a maximum range of 2,010 kilometers. The exchange price is 1,200 reputation points. This fighter jet is also one of the most advanced fighter jets at present, so Su Yu plans to do it all at once in order to replace other fighter jets later, and there will be no need to change them again in the next 2 to 3 years. As for the bomber, Su Yu chose the Pei-2 medium bomber, which was also known as one of the best medium bombers at the time. It had been in service for more than 10 years and required 80,000 reputation points to unlock it. The Pe-2 medium bomber has a maximum speed of 528 km per hour, a range of 2,020 kilometers, a crew of 4 people, a bomb load of 2,270 kilograms, and an exchange price of 1,800 reputation points. As for the reconnaissance aircraft, Su Yu chose the F-156 light reconnaissance aircraft, which only requires 30,000 reputation points to unlock. The F-156 light reconnaissance aircraft has a crew of 1 person, a maximum speed of 175 km per hour, is equipped with a 7.9mm machine gun, has a maximum range of 385 kilometers, and is exchanged for 500 reputation points. I have unlocked 3 fighter planes, and together with the soldiers and characters I just exchanged, I have spent a total of 587,500 reputation points. Now I have 1,112,500 reputation points left. Regarding the aviation force, he temporarily planned to establish 3 aviation regiments, namely 2 fighter aviation regiments and 1 bomber aviation regiment. Each aviation regiment would be equipped with 81 fighter planes, plus 9 reconnaissance planes, which added up to a total of 290 fighter planes, which was already his limit. 270 fighter planes will consume 340,000 of his reputation points. As for the remaining reputation points, he has to keep them because he has no arsenal or production line under his command. The hundreds of thousands of troops under his command all rely on him to provide logistical supplies, so he must keep enough reputation points. As for the arsenal, he planned to set up his own arsenal in Jinling later so that the burden would not fall entirely on him. However, these pilots and fighter jets have to wait until he returns to Shanglu before they can be taken out. Otherwise, if they are taken out now, there will be no place to park them, mainly because on May 30th, Wang Sheng recalled all 5 armies on the front line, and Su Yu also began to evacuate with his troops. There was no need to fight to the death with the enemy. As for the fact that Wang Sheng himself blew up the arms base, this was within his expectations. Shue's army's frontline command post. Shue Hongyi saw Su Yu coming in, and immediately stood up and walked towards Su Yu, holding his hand and shouting, "Xiao Yu. This time we were able to take back the lost territory and defeat Wang Sheng's army. You are the first to do so." "Uncle Shue, you're too polite." Su Yu smiled and responded, "It's all thanks to everyone. Without the desperate cooperation of the Shue family army, my plan would not have been realized. So it's all thanks to everyone. How dare I take credit for it?" "Ha ha ha you." Shue Hongyi smiled and said, "But this time, Uncle Shue owes you a big favor. I will definitely repay you double in the future." "Xiao Yu, what should we do next?" Shue Hongyi continued to say to Su Yu. "Now that Wang Sheng has withdrawn all his troops from Guangyuan province, what is our next plan?" Pressing forward step by step, Su Yu came to the sand table and said, "It would be best if we could place the battlefield outside of Guan province. This time we blew up more than 80% of the ammunition and supplies of Wang Sheng's corps, so they had to retreat. What we have to do is to rearrange and set up a defense line." Su Yu pointed to Anshan in the border area and said, "The first line of defense is set up in Anshan. It can attack when advancing and defend when retreating. 1 man can block the passage of 10,000 men. It is an excellent place for defense." "Yes, I see." Shue Hongyi nodded and said, "I will make arrangements. This time, we will not let Wang Sheng's troops capture cities and territories in Guangyuan province and defeat the Shue family army. This time, we must make him pay a heavy price." "Don't worry," Su Yu said to Shue Hongyi, "our security forces will be with your Shue family army, but after several battles, our security forces are running out of ammunition. Please rest assured, Xiao Yu." Shue Hongyi waved his hand and said, "Your guard troops fought for me, Shue Hongyi, and we will take care of all the ammunition. In addition, as long as your guard troops stay in my territory for 1 day, I will pay for all the military pay. Uncle Shui, this? Xiao Yu, don't refuse. Shui Hongyi looked at Su Yu and continued. Although your father and I signed the Southern Alliance, 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. There is no room for negotiation. Otherwise, you are looking down on me, Shui Hongyi. In that case, it would be better to obey your command respectfully. Ha ha ha, that's right. Shui Hongyi laughed loudly and said, I have already arranged a banquet. To celebrate our victory, everyone can drink as much as they want. That night, Su Yu and Shui Hongyi and other generals drank until the early morning. As for how Su Yu returned to the room by himself, it is probably only Zhang who was protecting him, who knew. The next morning, Su Yu woke up, washed his face, and prepared to go to the headquarters. Bang! Liao Yuanliang quickly pushed the door open, came to Su Yu with a hurried look and shouted, Commander, something bad has happened. What's wrong? Su Yu asked, Did Wang Sheng launch another attack? No, I just got the news, Liao Yuanliang said, panting. The Japanese sent 500,000 troops to invade our Ningxia province. Yesterday morning, 1,200 fighter planes were dispatched to bomb Ning City, causing heavy losses. Last night, half of Ningxia province fell, and hundreds of thousands of people died tragically. What? When Su Yu heard this, he was so angry that he threw the basin to the ground and said angrily, Damn it, I didn't expect it to come so soon. I thought I could wait a few years. Commander. Liao Yuanliang also said angrily, This news has not yet spread to the south, but today, I believe this news will spread throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. At noon on May 31st, a piece of news from the National Daily spread throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. During the May 29th incident, 20 divisions of the Japanese Empire suddenly attacked Ningxia province, seizing 7 county towns in one day and plundering cities along the way. Their methods were extremely brutal, killing more than 70,000 unarmed civilians. In the early morning, the Japanese dispatched 1,200 fighter planes to bomb Ningxia province, destroying more than 7,000 houses and injuring more than 28,000 civilians. That night, the Eastern Empire's division occupied the capital of Ningxia province and massacred it, claiming that they wanted to break the backbone of the people of Daxia and turn Daxia into a colony and a vassal race of the Eastern Empire. Chapter 67. The Imperial Court's Defeat. On June 3rd, the Imperial Court sent 300,000 mighty troops to Ningxia province to resist the Japanese troops. In just 7 days, more than half of the 300,000 mighty troops were lost, and less than 5,000 Japanese soldiers were eliminated. Such losses forced the Imperial Court to press the pause button on the civil war. On June 11th, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince met with the 5 major governors and invited them to join the war. Guangyuan Military Governor's Office. Shui Hongyi said to Su Yu, We still have to go to the joint resistance war. Your father just sent a telegram saying that he is going to discuss with the court. In the face of national justice, everything else can be put aside for the time being. Su Yu nodded and said, The Japanese have evil ambitions. How can the 500 million compatriots of our Great Xia agree to this? I also strongly agree to unite and fight the war. Let's put the civil war aside for now. Expelling the foreign enemies is the top priority. Dad. At this time, a clear voice sounded, followed by a bright figure appearing in the hall of the governor's mansion. Su Yu looked up and saw a young girl in a light green skirt and a long gown walking quickly in from the door. She had curved eyebrows, a slightly upturned nose, a face as white as jade, and a complexion as radiant as the morning sun. A pair of big, dark and clear eyes, soft and plump red lips, and elegant temperament made Su Yu's eyes light up, and he thought to himself that she was such a beautiful beauty. Are you still acting like a girl? Shui Hongyi said to Shui Jingwan, who was yelling, We have guests here. Can you please behave yourself? Slightly. Shui Jingwan stuck out her tongue. Her face turned red, and she pouted and said to Shui Hongyi, Dad, our school is fighting against the invaders now, and I want to join in. Nonsense. Shui Hongyi slammed the table and said, Study hard and don't worry about the rest. A group of students holding chess pieces will only disrupt order. What use is there? Tell your classmates that if anyone wants to join the army, I will accept them all. Let's see how many people are willing to do so. Dad. Shui Jingwan stamped her feet and shouted coquettishly. Hey, there's really nothing I can do about you, Shui Hongyi said, shaking his head in anger. You're allowed to join, but don't mess with me, or I'll put you in solitary confinement. New. Okay, Shui Hongyi introduced Shui Jingwan. This is your Uncle Su's son Su Yu, and now he is also the commander of the Shanglu garrison. Without Xiao Yu's help this time, your father would probably have to report to the King of Hell. Hurry and meet Commander Su. Hello, Commander Su. Xue Jingwan blushed slightly and glanced at Su Yu with an evasive look, which made her look very cute. Miss Xue, there's no need to be so polite. Su Yu quickly stood up and responded to Xue Jingwan. Xue Hongyi's eyes turned as he watched this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I don't know what he was up to. In the afternoon, Su Yu began to return to Shanglu with the security forces. Because the imperial court had taken the initiative to press the pause button, there was no point for him to stay here now. It would be better for him to return to Shanglu as soon as possible to strengthen his own strength. As for how the imperial court negotiated with the major governors, it had little to do with him. This time, Su Yu had started transporting the security forces to Shanglu by special trains 8 days ago. Now, there was only one guard battalion and an infantry division with him, so this time he could just take the special train back to Shanglu. He really didn't expect that this civil war would end because of the invasion of the Japanese country, and the final result would turn out like this. It really is true that man proposes, God disposes. On the afternoon of the 12th, Su Yu led his troops back to Shanglu railway station and then took a special car to the familiar security headquarters. Commander, you are finally back? Wang Wen looked at Su Yu and smiled. He was very busy during this period. To be honest, he was the chief of staff and had to deal with a lot of things, except for the matter of the staff. How is Shanglu now? Everything is in order, Wang Wen said to Su Yu. The 4th Army has also been transferred back. As for Fuxia Province, the governor has sent 3 armies to be stationed there. There won't be any problems. Su Yu smiled and nodded, saying, this time, we have also gained something. We have taken the territory of a province from the imperial court. Now that foreign enemies have invaded, I believe the imperial court will not dare to let my father hand over this province. With my father's means, it will only take 1 or 2 months to gradually digest the territory of this province. By the way, Su Yu continued to ask, how is the recruitment of reserve forces going? It's strange, Wang Wen said with a little confusion. In the past few days, we have recruited more than 30,000 new soldiers, but the quality of these new soldiers is good. Now there are more than 60,000 reserve soldiers. Su Yu did not find Wang Wen's strangeness strange at all, because this army was exactly what he exchanged from the world nuclear peace, and let them join the reserve as new recruits. Next, he will expand the 5 armies under his command again. Each army will be expanded from 2 infantry divisions to 3 infantry divisions, and the artillery battalions will be expanded into artillery regiments. The number of people in each army will be controlled at 45,000, which is stronger than an army division of the Oriental country. He knew that he would have to compete with the Eastern Kingdom in the future, so he had to prepare in advance. As for why he did not establish an armored force first but an aviation force, it was because according to his prediction, the Eastern Kingdom would definitely open up 2 wars in the Great Xia Kingdom. The first place would be Ningxia Province, and the second place would definitely be Shanglu. The East Asian Kingdom is known as the first naval power in Asia. Its naval strength is enough to allow it to open up a battlefield in Shanglu. Therefore, in order to prevent the East Asian Kingdom from opening up a battlefield in Shanglu, it must have an air force. When we arrived at the garrison headquarters, all the commanders were waiting inside. Su Yu came to the first position and said to the commanders, "Foreign invasion. This scene is familiar to everyone. Decades ago, the dignity of our soldiers was destroyed. Now the Eastern countries have started to attack us, so we can't stand it. Otherwise, it will be easy for people to say that we Daxia people are cowards. We should take it as our responsibility to protect our homeland and our people. Blood debts must be paid with blood. We must beat these sons of bitches hard. Now, we need to further expand the army, add an infantry division to each army, and expand the artillery battalion into a regiment," Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang. "You will take care of this. Now that the reserve forces are complete, the veterans will lead the new recruits to reorganize." "Clear." "Okay," Su Yu said again. "During this period, all troops must strengthen their training and must not slack off." "Yes, Commander." Watching the commanders leave, Su Yu took Zhang Hu and quickly rushed to Baoshan Military Airport. He had to go and take a look at the training situation at Baoshan Military Airport. Chapter 68 Focus on Development. Baoshan Airport. Su Yu arrived with the guard battalion. Looking at the training planes flying in the sky, he was very excited, because from today on, he, Su Yu, would be the first person in Daxia to have an aviation force. "Sorry, we have to leave." Before Su Yu entered the airport, he heard a quarrel. It was the Russian flight instructor and the airport manager arguing, apparently about returning home. "What's going on?" Su Yu walked over quickly and asked. "Commander, you're here just in time." The person in charge came to Su Yu and said, "We gave them half a year's salary in advance, but now they tell me that they need to return home early. Isn't this a violation of the contract?" The commander. A bearded Russian pilot came up to Su Yu and explained, "The Saint Germain Empire's army is approaching, and we have received a recall order from the military, so we have to go back. I hope you can understand. The Saint-Iborg Empire's army is approaching." From this sentence, Su Yu smelled the breath of a world war. As soon as the eastern country launched its invasion of the Great Xia country, St. Petersburg began to show its fangs against Tsarist Russia. Su Yu looked at the dozens of Russian pilots in front of him and said, "As soldiers, I admire your determination. I agree that you can return to your country. Thank you very much." The bearded pilot began to pack up with the other pilots, preparing to return to their country to prepare for war. Regarding the departure of the Tsarist Russian pilot, Su Yu understood a truth. He had to rely on himself for everything and could not rely on others. Fortunately, the world nuclear peace unlocked the pilot exchange function, otherwise all his efforts for so long would have been in vain. How many fighter planes can Baoshan Airport accommodate now? Su Yu asked the person in charge. 500. The person in charge introduced to Su Yu, Baoshan Airport has 4 dirt runways, which can accommodate 500 fighter planes and has a complete anti-aircraft artillery platform. Su Yu nodded and said, "Today and tomorrow, fighter planes will arrive at Baoshan Airport one after another. You don't need to be responsible for this airport for the time being. I will be in charge of the management myself. You go back to the logistics department." "Yes, Commander." After Su Yu took over Baoshan Airport, he began to take out the pilots and fighter planes from the world nuclear peace, and they would arrive one after another at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At the training ground, 535 candidate pilots who have been selected after more than half a month of screening are undergoing professional training. Due to the departure of the instructors, these pilots are a little overwhelmed and don't know what to do next. Emergency assembly. The commander is here. The flight captain quickly assembled the soldiers, and Su Yu also came up to the soldiers. He shouted, "Brothers, please rest assured that a new batch of instructors will arrive this afternoon. These instructors are all from Daxia. I found them from all over the world. Moreover, their arrival will also bring the fighter jets you have been waiting for a long time." "What? Fighter?" The trainees were shocked. They didn't expect that the commander could get fighter jets for them. They were very excited. "As long as you train hard, sooner or later you will be able to sit on a fighter plane, fly across the battlefield, and kill the enemy," Su Yu shouted. "I am looking forward to the moment when you fly." "Yes, Commander. We promise to train well." Buzz, buzz, buzz. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a dense mass of black shadows appeared on the horizon. As time went by, these shadows grew visibly larger and then quickly landed on the runway. Su Yu watched the fighter plane land steadily on the runway, and his heart was very excited. This is a fighter plane. Seeing the beast lying on the ground, Su Yu walked over quickly. At this time, a young man also walked down from the fighter plane. This man was the special pilot Wang Feihu. "Commander." Wang Feihu saluted Su Yu and shouted, "All 370 fighter planes will arrive today." "Very good." Su Yu nodded and said, "The fuel for the fighter jets will be delivered tomorrow, and the equipment needed for the fighter jets and bombers will also be delivered." At this time, 2 more young men came to Su Yu. They were the remaining 2 special pilots, Wang Feiying and Wang Feilong. They saluted Su Yu and reported for duty. "Each of you 3 will be responsible for an aviation regiment," Su Yu said to the 3 people in front of him. "Another task is to train pilots. There are more than 500 reserve pilots now. You must train them as soon as possible." "Yes, Commander." In the next 2 hours, fighter planes landed one after another. Su Yu also bought fighter jet fuel in the world nuclear peace. The fuel was diesel and gasoline at 1 reputation point per barrel. 1 barrel was 500 liters, and the price was very cheap. Su Yu directly purchased 2,500 barrels and now has 1.11 million reputation points left. As for the bullets needed for the fighter jets, there is no need to purchase them because the logistics department has 12.7mm bullets. As for machine guns, all the fighter jets he purchased are equipped with 6 12.7mm heavy machine guns. As for the explosives carried by the bombers, there are 2 types, S-200 and S-500. S-200 means the weight of the bomb is 200 kilograms, and the price is 2 pieces for 1 reputation value, while S-500 means 1 piece for 1 reputation value. Su Yu directly purchased 10,000 S-500 bombs, and now his reputation value is still 1.1 million. After the purchase, he left Baoshan. Tomorrow, all the logistical supplies will be delivered to Baoshan Airport. As for the 3 aviation regiments, Su Yu let them manage them in the hands of 3 top pilots. Because these 3 people were exchanged and are 100% loyal to him, there is no need to worry too much. After returning to the headquarters, Su Yu came to the coast. He planned to buy a batch of coastal defense guns to prevent the Japanese warships from approaching. Since he was not going to establish a navy for the time being, he had to have coastal defense guns. After opening the World Nuclear Plane, he found many coastal defense guns. Su Yu chose the SK-34 406mm coastal defense gun, which is the largest caliber coastal defense gun at present. The gun body weighs 159 tons, and the shell weighs 1,030 kilograms. All of them use armor-piercing shells with a range of up to 36 kilometers. The exchange price is 800 reputation points, and 100 shells are delivered. Su Yu directly placed an order for 20 such coastal defense guns, intending to install these 20 coastal defense guns within 1 month, because installing such coastal defense guns is a major project. His current task is to prepare for war with all his strength, and then compete with the Oriental Kingdom. Anyway, for now, let the court fight a war of attrition with the Oriental Kingdom. Once the power in his hands is accumulated, it will be time for him to unify the empire. Possessing world nuclear peace, it is impossible for him to just want to be a local warlord. His ambition is to shake up the world and make it tremble. Chapter 69. Business seeds planted, looking forward to growing into towering trees. Wuhan City, Building Number 1. A handsome young man wearing luxurious clothes sat at the head of the conference room, with 5 middle-aged men sitting on both sides. These 6 men could be said to be the real controllers of the Great Xia Kingdom. Everyone, the handsome young man in the first seat said, now that foreign enemies are invading, we must put aside our prejudices and fight against them together. As for our internal conflicts, it won't be too late to resolve them after we drive out the foreign enemies. Your Highness, Su Yuanzhong spoke first. You put it simply. The court has established the Southern Route Army to march across the borders of our Liangjiang and Guangdong regions. This move really makes us, the ministers, feel disheartened. Su Yuanzhong. Crown Prince Wu Xingqiao frowned at Su Yuanzhong and said, your Su family secretly occupied Fusha province. We haven't settled accounts with you yet, but you are making sarcastic remarks here. Settle the account. Su Yuanzhong snorted coldly and said, my Su family is always ready to accompany you. It's the same with my Shui family. Shui Hongyi also quickly said that at this time no one could shake the Southern Alliance, and they must form a united front. Wu Xingqiao was so angry that he really wanted to lead his troops south to destroy these traitors. But when he thought about the fact that the Eastern Kingdom had already sent 800,000 troops to Goryeo and the Imperial Army had suffered successive defeats, he could only suppress his anger. All right. There was a white-haired old man sitting behind Crown Prince Wu Xingqiao. He stood up and said, we are all gathered here to discuss joint resistance, not to bring up old scores. When the nest is destroyed, all the eggs will be broken, the old man continued. If the imperial court can't stop you, you won't survive either, so we must unite. Otherwise, the foundation of our great Xia country will be destroyed by this tiny country. Since Marshal Zhang has spoken, we naturally have no objection. Governor Cunnan said, but how should this alliance be formed? Form a coalition. Zhang Tianle said, each faction will send 150,000 troops, and your 5 great warlords together will have 750,000 troops. Join forces with our imperial court's 1 million new troops to form the Great Xia Coalition to fight against the Japanese pirates. Who will command this coalition? I will personally serve as the commander-in-chief, Zhang Tianle said to everyone. In addition, each faction can send a general to serve as the commander of the corps, responsible for commanding and managing the troops under their command. However, once the war begins, all the corps must obey orders. I'll make it clear in advance that if you go out without permission, I will use military law against you. Upon hearing that all the top commanders were from the imperial court, the 5 governors fell silent, because they knew very well the nature of the imperial court. If they let the imperial court take sole command, they would probably send their soldiers to the front lines as cannon fodder. The 150,000 troops sent to support will never come back. Why? You don't believe in my ability to command? Zhang Tianle watched the 5 great governors remain silent and spoke again. I understand your concerns, but there must be only one voice in the war command. Otherwise, it will cause unnecessary trouble and lead to the failure of the war. Then who will pay for the supplies consumed by the frontline troops? Shui Hongyi asked. To each his own. Zhang Tianle continued, the court no longer has any surplus food supplies to provide to these 750,000 troops, so you need to provide the logistics supplies yourself. Damn it. What's the point of this alliance? The governor of Yinchuan was so angry that he slammed the table and shouted, we provide 150,000 troops and also provide logistical supplies. Do you know how long it will take to transport supplies from Yinchuan to the north? We are even more so on the plateau. Governor Sanma also spoke up. It takes at least half a month to transport supplies from our plateau to the northern region. Moreover, the logistics of 150,000 troops will be even more burdensome. The battlefield on the front line is unpredictable. If there is a problem with our logistics, what will these 150,000 soldiers do? That is, all the major military governors expressed their disagreement. Not only did they send troops to support, but the court did not even provide any money. There was no such good thing in the world. Because of the unreasonable demands of the imperial court, everyone started cursing. If Zhang Tianle had not been there, they would have probably turned the table over. Everyone was already feeling angry, and the warlords of the Northern Alliance and the Southern Alliance also started cursing and settling old scores. The entire conference room was filled with curses in various dialects, and spit sprayed all over Wu Xingqiao's face. He was so angry that he slammed the door and left. Zhang Tianle also followed him and left, not wanting to say anything more to this group of ruffians. This joint meeting once again ended in failure, because the imperial court did not want to pay a penny and just wanted the major governors to contribute manpower to help the imperial court resist the invasion of foreign enemies. So everyone parted unhappily. In fact, all the major generals knew in their hearts that once the foreign enemies were successfully driven out, there was no doubt that the imperial court would turn its fangs against them again in the blink of an eye. So this negotiation was impossible to succeed from the beginning. The 5 generals were not in a hurry either, because the invaded areas were originally the territory of the imperial court. For these generals, their hearts were no longer warm and interests were the most important. And now, it is the imperial court that should be anxious. At the Shanglu Garrison Command, Su Yu completely handed over the intelligence bureau to Dai Yunong, asking him to be responsible for managing and expanding the Shanglu Military Intelligence Bureau. He must ensure that the intelligence bureau is spread across every corner of Daxia, and start deploying it from now on to infiltrate into the interior of Dongyang. With Dai Yunong, Wang Wen's burden was lightened by a large margin. However, Wang Wen, who had just had some free time, was sent by Su Yu to the coast to guard the construction of coastal defense artillery. The construction of coastal defense artillery is a major project. Each coastal defense gun is 17 meters high and 50 meters long, requiring 17,000 cubic meters of cement, and has unprecedented defensive capabilities. Su Yu took out 3,122 mm howitzers to test the first built turret. 300 shells failed to shake the turret at all. After testing, the remaining 19 guns were installed. The Eagle Country Garrison troops and the City Country Garrison troops all saw Su Yu's actions. When they saw the gun barrel that was more than 10 meters long, they felt a little bit of fear in their hearts. For this reason, the Eagle Garrison specially moved the sea vessels out of the range of the artillery, for they were afraid that the garrison commander would give them an electric cannon at any time. After all, as for Su Yu, they believed that he had the courage to do so. At this time, Su Yugong redeemed 10 business tycoons and asked them to take over the Dongxing Group, and took a large amount of funds to seize the leading opportunities in overseas markets. Its main projects are petroleum, medical care, technology, automobiles, machinery manufacturing, etc. Now, the cash in his hand is as high as 150 million. This money cannot be left in the bank. It must be used to create 10 times and 100 times the wealth. For these business leaders who have exchanged it, as long as they are given a fulcrum, they can leverage it. Move the entire Blue Star. These 10 business tycoons took huge sums of money and began to travel to powerful countries such as Tsarist Russia, France, Eagle Country, Citigroup, and Japan to start laying out their own business empires. Su Yu was also looking forward to the results of this move. Chapter 70 Go to the Frontline. Mid-July. A month passed quietly, and many major events happened during this month, such as the Ningxia province was attacked, and the Eastern Kingdom's army began to attack from Goryeo, causing heavy losses to the imperial court. For this reason, the imperial court had no choice but to make concessions and take the initiative to assume all logistical needs of the coalition forces. In addition, each force could send a chief of staff to participate in the formulation of the headquarters war plan. On July 17th, the Great Xia Coalition was finally established. This was the expectation of 500 million people in the Great Xia Kingdom, and various forces began to send large armies to the front line. Jinling Military Governor's Mansion. Su Yu received his father's order 2 days ago to rush back, because his elder brother was sent back by the court and is currently receiving treatment in the hospital for smoking too much opium. How's big brother? Why? Su Yuanzhong sighed and said, it will probably take a long time to treat him. Fortunately, he was sent back safely. I called you here this time because I want you to go to the front line. Su Yu swallowed and shouted, Dad, are you sure I'm your biological child? Nonsense. Su Yuanzhong glared at Su Yu and said, if you want to become the next heir of the Su family, you must have some achievements. Your elder brother and second brother are not suitable to control the Su family. One is only good at talking, and the other is half useless. Now the Su family can only rely on you and me, father and son. Going to the front line this time is a good experience for you and your security forces, Su Yuanzhong said to Su Yu. The battlefield is the best place to hone the troops. This time you go to the front line, the main purpose is to train the soldiers of the Eastern Kingdom. This time, your security forces will go to the front line first. After that, I will send the Su family army to the front line for training. Because in my opinion, this war will not be over for 3 to 5 years. Su Yuanzhong expressed his opinion, we must also be prepared. That is, the Dongyang Kingdom will open a second battlefield from Shanglu. Also, if the Daxia coalition forces can't hold on, the battlefield is likely to expand to the Central Plains. We must be prepared to deal with these in advance. Su Yu gave a thumbs up to his father's opinion. Oh, by the way, Su Yuanzhong asked Su Yu again, how many people are in your current security force? 230,000. Oh, then, wait a minute. Su Yuanzhong stared at Su Yu with his eyes wide open like cow eggs and asked again, how much? 230,000. Oh my goodness, Su Yuanzhong swallowed and exclaimed. I gave you Shanglu, and you raised an army of 230,000. If I gave you a province, wouldn't you have to raise an army of 1 million? No wonder. Su Yuanzhong curled his lips and said, your second brother and the others said that you were extremely rich. Now it seems that you are actually overflowing with wealth. Dad, look at what you said, Su Yu cried. Do you know how much pressure I'm under? I only sleep 4 hours a day to feed these 230,000 mouths. Stop. Su Yuanzhong waved his hand and said, I don't have money, and I don't have life either. Since you have enough troops, then we can draw out 150,000 troops and rush to the front line to compete with the Japanese Imperial Army and see the world. Dad. Su Yu curled his lips and said, then the hundreds of thousands of Su family soldiers under your command, don't you plan to go out and see the world? Didn't I tell you? Su Yuanzhong said as he sat on a chair. With the strength of the imperial court, even with the coalition formed by our 5 major military governors, a newly emerged power like the East Sea Kingdom cannot stop it. Your security forces should go see the world first, while our Su army will be waiting for their arrival in the Central Plains. However, I will send them to the front line to gain experience according to the military organization in the future. Okay. In fact, Su Yu also wanted to go to the front line, because only by fighting and winning battles could he gain reputation points continuously. The more reputation points he had, the stronger he would be. What his father said was right. The imperial court could not withstand the attack from the Oriental Kingdom. Fighting with the Oriental Kingdom would be a war of attrition. The Great Xia Kingdom was vast and rich in resources. Judging from the situation of the Oriental Kingdom, it would have strong momentum at the beginning but insufficient stamina. After all, it was just a small country. But Su Yu asked his father, what if the Eastern Kingdom opens a second battlefield in Shanglu? I have taken most of the troops with me. This is a problem, but don't worry. After you leave, I will send 3 armies to station at the border of Shanglu to deal with sudden attacks from the Dongyang Kingdom. Su Yuanzhong frowned and said, if Shanglu is really attacked, I will withdraw you from the front line. Su Yu nodded and said, then I will go to Shanglu to recruit soldiers. Go ahead. That night, Su Yu returned to Shanglu and called all the senior commanders to the headquarters. Go to the front line to provide support? That's right. Su Yu looked at Liao Yuanliang and said, the country is about to fall, and we must do our duty. This time I will send 150,000 troops, that is, 3 armies, Su Yu said to the commander in front of him. The 2nd Army, the 3rd Army, and the 4th Army will go, and the 1st Army and the 5th Army will stay in Shanglu. Yuanliang, you stay in Shanglu this time to take charge of the overall situation. I will take Wang Wen's staff to the front line. Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang, we will continue to recruit reservists. We need to develop our own strength in the war. Clear. Liao Yuanliang nodded in response. Okay, everyone go get ready and set off in 3 days. Su Yu spoke up. The commanders who were called began to prepare. Liao Yuanliang walked up to Su Yu and said carefully, Commander, when you go to provide support this time, you must always bring the guard battalion with you, as well as the intelligence bureau. Make sure there are people protecting you in the open and in the dark. Why? Are you afraid that the Japanese will send assassins? I'm not afraid of the Japanese, but the imperial court, Liao Yuanliang said with a slight change of expression. The imperial court's methods are very shady. We still have to be careful, otherwise, It will be easy for us to be plotted against by our own people. Rest assured. Su Yu patted Liao Yuanliang on the shoulder and said, I will protect myself. After Dai Yunong took over the Intelligence Bureau, in less than a month, the core staff has increased to 19,000 and the external staff has increased to 40,000. It is still expanding. I will be fine. Liao Yuanliang nodded and said, Anyway, we are going to the front line, so be careful. On July 21st, Su Yu led the Shanglu Garrison Command to the front line for support. Millions of Shanglu people came out to welcome and see him off, hoping that Su Yu would return safely. Therefore, Su Yu's reputation in the nuclear peace world soared by another 50,000. Chapter 71 Calculation. Chengda Frontline Coalition Headquarters. Su Yu led his army through 8 days of forced march before arriving at the coalition headquarters, but he was also the first support force to arrive at the front line. The rest of the troops sent by the governor were still on the way, and it would take another 7 or 8 days to arrive. After entering Wuching, Su Yu's troops were arranged in the North Army camp, and he followed a middle-aged adjutant to the command center to meet the commander-in-chief Zhang Tianla. The headquarters was located in a remote area, inside a small courtyard. Su Yu also understood that the Japanese had a large number of air forces, so the headquarters could not be set up in a conspicuous place, otherwise it would become a target of the enemy's main attack. When I walked into the command center, I saw many clerks busy at work. The communicators were submitting telegrams one after another, and the telephone operators were answering calls one after another. It was very busy. Commander Su, this way please. The middle-aged adjutant took Su Yu into the command center, which was brightly lit. There were 3 simulated sand tables of different sizes, and a dozen senior military officers were discussing tactics. Commander-in-Chief, Commander Su is here with the support troops. It's you. An admiral put down the documents in his hand, frowned and looked at Su Yu and said, I didn't expect Su Yuanzhong to send you here. It's true that enemies always meet. The person who spoke was General Wang Sheng, who had suffered 2 defeats at the hands of Su Yu. General Wang, long time no see, Su Yu said with a smile. I was a little nervous coming to the headquarters alone, but I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. I'm really happy. Snort. Wang Sheng slammed the table and shouted, Who the hell is your acquaintance? Don't try to get close to me. We still have a battle to fight. All right. The first white-haired old man raised his voice. Now we are in a united war of resistance. The past grudges should be put aside for the time being and should not affect the overall situation. Su Yu, right? You are quite good. You are an excellent commander for beating our students like this. Zhang Tianla stroked his beard and pointed at the sand table. This is the battle plan we made. Take a look and see if there is anything that needs to be supplemented. You're too polite, Commander. Su Yu took 2 steps forward and looked at the sand table in front of him. The offense and defense were very clear. The 20 divisions of the Eastern Kingdom launched an attack on Yinjing from Yangqing, Qicheng, and Jincheng. The only way to march into Yinjing was Chengda, which was the location of the frontline headquarters. In order to stop the attack of 20 divisions of the Japanese Empire, it is necessary to defend the 110-kilometer defense zone in Chengda and use soldiers to build a 110-kilometer defense line. According to the layout on the sand table, the court dispatched 10 new armies, that is, 300,000 troops, plus the 750,000 troops of the 5 great governors, a total of 1.05 million troops to defend this 110-kilometer defense zone. The 20 divisions of the Eastern Kingdom have a total strength of about 500,000. With a 2-to-1 ratio, the coalition forces have an advantage in terms of strength. But Su Yu was thinking, are they really at an advantage? Looking at the defense layout full of loopholes on the sand table, Su Yu nodded and praised the commander-in-chief Zhang Tianla. You are worthy of being the military god of Daxia. As the commander of the corps, I will follow your arrangements. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tianla smiled and said, This is just a preliminary battle plan. When all the corps commanders are here, we will discuss it together and improve it based on the actual situation. Okay, you've been traveling a long way. Go and rest first. I'll call you when the other corps commanders arrive. Zhang Tianla said with a smile. After receiving the order to expel him, Su Yu didn't want to stay here for long, so he went straight back to the North Army camp. After returning to the barracks, he reproduced the sand table he had just seen at the headquarters and said to Wang Wen beside him, What do you think of this battle plan? Precise and comprehensive, but Wang Wen looked at Su Yu and said, Too idealistic. Take this 110-kilometer defense zone, for example. It is impossible for the various corps to cooperate with each other, Wang Wen said to Su Yu. Once the war starts, these people will not cooperate with each other. This coalition is a mess. It is impossible to achieve mutual cooperation. Also, Wang Wen continued, If the Japanese concentrate their forces to attack from one point, the rest of our troops will not be able to provide support in time. This battle plan is too idealistic. You say. Su Yu looked at Wang Wan and said, we can see these shortcomings at a glance. Do you think the court can't see them? Do you think Zhang Tianle, the marshal of the three armies who is known as the god of war, can't see them? Then why do they still do this? Use the power of the Eastern Kingdom to eliminate the power in the hands of the major governors. Su Yu looked at Wang Wan and said, I went to Nanjing a few days ago, and my father told me that it would take at least 3 to 5 years to defeat the Eastern Kingdom. This view is correct, and the court naturally understands this truth. Su Yu continued, if all the 750,000 troops of the 5 great warlords are killed in battle, then at least a large part of the Dongyang Kingdom's military strength can be consumed, and the court can continue to ask the great warlords to send troops for support. If the great warlords do not support, they will be despised by the 500 million people of Daxia. Therefore, the court believes that the great warlords will continue to send troops for support. And Su Yu looked at Wang Wan and said, I just received news from the Intelligence Bureau that the court is planning to carry out a large-scale migration and move the imperial palace to the south. If the major governors do not support it, the court is likely to open the road to the south. In this way, the East Sea Kingdom can directly attack the territories occupied by the 5 major governors. In this way, even if the major governors do not want to resist, they have no way to do it. This war will not end within 1 or 2 years. The imperial court understands this better than us. They also know that Yinjing cannot be defended, so they came up with this unrealistic battle plan. Su Yu pointed at the map and said, once this battle plan is implemented, you can see that the troops sent by the major warlords to support it will be almost impossible for them to escape except for fighting to the death with the Japanese National Division. That's right. Wang Wan agreed and said, each corps' defense position is almost always in an open area. Once the battle starts, it is almost impossible to retreat, because once you abandon your position and retreat, you will become a sitting duck. So, Su Yu looked at Wang Wan and said, the imperial court is using 1.05 million soldiers to fight a war of attrition with the Eastern Kingdom. As long as these 1.05 million soldiers can destroy more than half of the attacking forces, then the imperial court's goal will be achieved. What a calculating person. Wang Wan said with a shudder. These people who have been in the court for a long time are very good at scheming against others. Chapter 72. 800 Thoughts. Then how do we break the impasse? Wang Wan asked. Don't forget, Su Yu looked at Wang Wan and said, we also have allies. As long as we unite with the Shui family army, we will have 300,000 troops in our hands. The Shui family army's firepower is also very strong. Most importantly, we have an aviation force, which is a killer weapon. Su Yu looked at the map and said, according to the imperial court's deployment, we are right next to the Shui family army, and behind us is Jinshi. We can retreat from Jinshi and return to the eastern province. Of course, the premise is that we can eliminate the attacking Japanese troops. It's not easy to fight. Wang Wan sighed and said, in a war, one must be very careful. On July 23rd, all the troops sent by the major warlords to support the city arrived. The entire Wuqing was filled with soldiers inside and outside. Their uniforms were different, including light yellow, dark green, and gray. Each color represented a force. This is an improved battle plan. I hope everyone will work together to defeat the enemy. Wang Shang introduced the combat plan to the commanders of major corps at the headquarters. The chiefs of staff sent by each force were also very satisfied with the combat plan, because it was very meticulous and in line with the current actual situation. We will resist to the death. After receiving the tasks, the commanders of each corps left the headquarters and began to rush towards the frontline defense zone. According to the progress of the Japanese soldiers, they would arrive at their frontline defense zone in 3 days, so they had to prepare in advance. Old Lu. Su Yu called out to Lu Hong. Commander Su. Lu Hong gave Su Yu a big hug and smiled. I didn't expect that since we parted in Guangyuan province, we can continue to fight side by side. It's really a great pleasure in life. Let's go to my place and reminisce about the past, Su Yu said with a big laugh, then leaned over and whispered in Lu Heng's ear, there is something important to discuss? Ha ha ha, okay. The two of them left talking and laughing. Behind them, 6 pairs of eyes were staring at them. Apart from them, all the other corps commanders were being watched by spies. In the Northern Army camp, Su Yu went straight to the point and told Lu Hong everything. When the other party heard what Su Yu said, his eyes popped out of his head and his face widened with fear. This. Fuck it. Lu Hong shouted angrily. I knew the court had no good intentions. Old Lu, don't get excited yet. Su Yu continued to explain his response plan to the other party in detail and copied a copy of the response plan and gave it to the other party. Oh, right. Su Yu continued, the court has sent spies to secretly monitor us, so you must be careful not to be discovered. Rest assured. Lu Heng gritted his teeth and said, as long as I can escape this time, I will report the truth to the commander. Our Shui family army already owes you 2 huge favors. We are all in this together. No need to be polite, Su Yu said with a smile. Without your cooperation and assistance, it would be impossible for me to evacuate safely. Lu Heng nodded and said, then I won't stay for long, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the court. We will meet again in the future. See you later. That afternoon, Su Yu led 3 armies of troops out of Wuqing and marched quickly towards Tong'an County. Their corps was responsible for defending 2 county towns and 23 towns, with a defense area of approximately 19 kilometers. As for the enemy forces that he needed to face, according to the marching routes of the various divisions of the Oriental country, 3 divisions were heading towards his defense zone, namely the 33rd Division, the 35th Division, and the 37th Division, as well as an armored regiment and a heavy artillery regiment. The standard establishment of a permanent division in the Oriental country has more than 25,000 people, equipped with 15,000 guns of various types, 432 grenade launchers, 432 light machine guns, 108 heavy machine guns, 36 Type 38 field guns, 12 105mm howitzers, 48 Type 92 infantry guns, 24 37mm rapid-fire guns, 3,000 horses, and 1,500 non-motorized vehicles. It can be said that it is armed to the teeth. In the entire Great Xia Kingdom, except for Su Yu's guard force that was able to compete with the Eastern Kingdom's division in firepower, other troops, including the Imperial Corps of the court, were far behind. This was why the 500,000-strong mighty army could not even hold on for half a month and lost more than half of its troops. Moreover, the divisions currently sent by the East Asian Kingdom to the Great Xia Kingdom are all elite divisions. They have undergone a lot of special training and their combat effectiveness is very strong. This means that there is a scene where a division is chasing an army of 100,000 from the imperial court. In Tong'an County, Wang Wan and his staff members quickly selected a room to form a temporary command center. This was also the reason why Su Yu chose to bring Wang Wan out, because he needed a complete staff to help him. At the headquarters, Su Yu looked at the map and said to the 3 army commanders, according to the geographical location, the first battle should be in Qiao Town. This is one of the main roads leading into Tong'an County and into Yinjing. Guadahai. Su Yu said to Guadahai, your army is responsible for guarding the Qiao Town area and bring the anti-aircraft artillery regiment. In this first battle, we must show the style of our security forces. Also, Su Yu said to the propaganda minister he brought with him, we need to prepare materials for the front line. Whether it's a big victory or a small victory, we need to spread the news throughout the Great Xia Kingdom so that the people know who is fighting for them. Don't worry, Commander. Our propaganda department has experience. Very good. Su Yu nodded and said, I am also looking forward to our first battle with the Eastern Kingdom. Who will be more victorious between our security forces and the Eastern Kingdom soldiers will depend on the Battle of Qiao Town. Don't worry, Commander, Guadahai said, patting his chest. Our third army will go all out and show the style of our security forces. I trust you. Su Yu said to the 3 army commanders, go ahead. I'll wait for your triumphant return. Yes, Commander. Guadahai led the third army to Qiao Town overnight and began to build defensive fortifications in the Gushan area. Dig deeper, Guadahai shouted to the soldiers. When the war starts, this fortification will be your life-saving talisman, and it is also an air raid shelter, so you have to dig deeper. Guadahua was building defensive fortifications, and 40 kilometers ahead of him, a group of soldiers in yellow uniforms and leather boots were marching. In the jeep, a middle-aged man with a mustache was looking at the blueprints, and then he shouted to his adjutant, call the 2 brigade commanders over to me. Hi. Soon, the 2 brigade commanders quickly ran up to the 35th Division Commander Ando Kanzuya and asked, Sir, Division Commander, what do you want? Chapter 73 The first battle begins. Xiaozhen. Ando Kanzuya said to the 2 brigade commanders in the Japanese language, according to the scouts report, there are imperial troops building fortifications here. The specific number of troops is no less than 2 divisions. You, destroy these imperial troops. Remember, Ando Kanzuya said seriously, His Majesty the Emperor wants us to destroy Yinjing, the dragon vein of Daxia Kingdom, within a month. Now time is short, we must speed up our march. You 2 brigades, attack together. Hi. After receiving the order, the 2 brigade commanders began to prepare. At this time, Guadahai mobilized an army's worth of troops to build defensive fortifications. Except for Baigushan Mountain, the rest of the place is almost flat, so the position must be perfectly constructed. More than 40,000 people are building this huge fortification. There are many things to learn about building fortifications. For example, the fortifications set up by Guadahai are very comprehensive, with small foxholes, crisscross communication trenches, underground arsenals, waterproof fences, spurs, etc., which can almost meet all the needs of war. Within 200 meters in front of the main battlefield, half of the soldiers were also building simple linear fortifications. These fortifications had no anti-aircraft guns, but only pits more than 1.7 meters deep. Time passed little by little, and after 27 hours of civil engineering work, all fortifications had been completed, and the Oriental Army Division was also within reach. At the frontline command center, Su Yu also came to the front line to command in person. It was not that he was worried about Guadahai, but this was the first battle between the garrison commander and the Oriental National Division, and he cared more about it. Commander. The reconnaissance company commander came up to Su Yu and said, "The 35th Division of the Eastern Kingdom is setting up camp 10 kilometers ahead of our army. I believe they will launch an attack after tonight." Su Yu nodded and said, "The Dongyang Kingdom must think that we are the Imperial Court's troops, so we can take advantage of this information gap and catch them off guard." "That's right." Guadahai nodded and said, "The Dongyang army has been advancing all the way in my Great Xia nation for nearly a month. I believe they have begun to despise my Great Xia troops. We can take advantage of this, especially since our troops are almost twice as many as theirs." "Have you chosen the artillery position?" Su Yu asked. "It has been chosen." Guadahai pointed to the dense forest in front of Bega Mountain on the left and said, "The artillery regiment chose this place because there are many trees, which can prevent reconnaissance by the enemy's aviation forces. Moreover, this place has been treated so that it will not affect the artillery regiment's view." "Very good." Su Yu looked at the map on the table and said, "The base of the 35th Division of the Eastern Kingdom is 11 kilometers away from our front line. We may be able to take advantage of this." Immediately afterwards, Su Yu began to discuss tactics with Guadahai. The next morning, dark clouds covered the city. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be falling, giving people a feeling of oppression. At this time, the 351st Infantry Brigade under the 35th Division of the Oriental Country began to prepare to launch an attack on Su Yu's troops. Although Ando Kanzuya ordered 2 infantry brigades to attack together after fighting in Daxia for such a long time, they believed that there was no need to dispatch 2 infantry brigade commanders at the same time. It was just an attack on a small village. The 351st Infantry Brigade had a total staff of 8,569 people, with 2 infantry regiments under it. At this time, the commander of the 351st Infantry Brigade only ordered the 1st Infantry Regiment to launch an attack. First, 36 Type 38 field guns began to cover the frontline positions with artillery fire. Boom! 36 steel shells began to fall on the frontline positions, directly raising a piece of yellow mud. However, there were only a few soldiers in the positions at this time, about 2 regiments. Warriors of the Empire. The captain of the 1st Infantry Regiment drew his samurai sword and shouted, "For the great East Ocean Empire, for His Majesty the Emperor, kill them, kill." The 1st Infantry Regiment of the Oriental Country began to launch an attack. The tactic they adopted was the classic cone wave impact. The entire regiment was divided into several small teams, which formed a wave formation and began to attack towards one point. The Japs' offensive formation is pretty good. Su Yu stuck his head out of the underground command post and looked at the front line with a telescope and said, "I heard that the Japanese's favorite tactic is to fight quickly and decisively, surround and annihilate them all. The enemy's infantry and artillery coordination capabilities are also good," Guadahai also analyzed. "Each round of artillery fire covers about 10 seconds, and the enemy just takes advantage of this 10 seconds to charge. Each time, they can charge about 40 to 50 meters. Their physical fitness is very good." "Good." So you put down the telescope and said, "We need to correctly analyze the enemy's strengths and weaknesses so that we can come up with a countermeasure." Next, Su Yu gritted his teeth and said, "It's our turn to teach the little devils a lesson." At the front line, 2 infantry commanders looked at the Japanese soldiers in front of them and shouted in a low voice, "Let them get closer before shooting. No one is allowed to shoot without my order." In addition to the sound of artillery fire, the entire frontline position could also be heard with the sound of heartbeats, and the Japanese were getting closer and closer to the frontline position. 100 meters, 50 meters. When the Japanese were only 50 meters away from the frontline position, The two regimental commanders immediately gave the signal to start the war. Hit me. Following a loud shout from the two regimental commanders, all the soldiers quickly prepared their weapons, first the heavy machine guns, then the light machine guns, and then the mortars and grenades, and began to fight back. Da-da-da. The SG-43 heavy machine guns spewed out a flame, and in an instant, tens of thousands of bullets burst out, shooting madly at the Japanese soldiers in front of them. The bullets, carrying the breath of death, quickly penetrated the bodies of the Japanese soldiers and turned them into meat paste. Get down, fight back. At this time, the Japanese soldiers quickly lay on the ground, set up their light machine guns, and began to counterattack, specifically aiming at the firepower points in the frontline positions and blocking their firepower. In addition, many soldiers began to attack forward while lying down. Grenade. Immediately afterwards, thousands of grenades landed in the Japanese camp in an instant, causing them very heavy casualties. One of the grenades fell under the crotch of a Japanese soldier, directly blowing off his penis, causing him to cry for his parents in pain. Baka! The captain of the 1st Infantry Regiment shouted angrily, "Mortar, provide cover fire for me." Immediately afterwards, 30 mortars and 30 grenade launchers began to provide fire cover. Under the fire coverage of the Japanese devils, the frontline guard soldiers began to evacuate in an orderly manner because their mission was completed, and it was the heavy artillery regiment's turn to attack next. Ha ha ha. Looking at the Great Xia soldiers retreating under the attack of artillery fire, the commander of the 1st Infantry Regiment laughed loudly and ordered the soldiers to launch an all-out attack to chase the Great Xia soldiers who were retreating based on their positions. Chapter 74. Annihilation of an Infantry Regiment. Kill. The Japanese devils' murderous aura began to spread. They really enjoyed the feeling of chasing their prey. It was truly wonderful. A large number of Japs were chasing their prey in excitement, but when they jumped into the position, they found a fatal problem. They seemed unable to climb up. Because the depth of the trenches is generally around 1.7 to 1.8 meters, how could they climb up with an average height of 1.6 meters and weapons in their hands? More and more Japanese soldiers jumped into the trenches, but found that they could not jump forward because of their height, and they developed a sense of inferiority about their height. Cooperate with each other. The captain of the 1st Infantry Regiment dug 2 holes in the middle of the trench with a bayonet, then climbed up through the holes. Other soldiers followed suit and began to climb out. At this time, in the dense forest of Baigushan, 48 122mm howitzers and 105 75mm field guns in the rear of the position were all in place. With Su Yu's order, all the artillery began to attack with all their strength. Fire! The entire Baigushan mountain shook as 153 steel shells slammed heavily into the frontline positions. The Japanese were so surprised and at a loss as to what to do when they saw the dense shells falling. Boom! 153 steel shells exploded instantly, burying the Japanese soldiers in the position alive. The entire position turned into a sea of fire, drowning the Japanese. In addition, a 122mm howitzer accurately hit the captain of the 1st Infantry Regiment, directly blasting him into a meat patty with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Soon after, a second round of shelling arrived. Ha ha ha. Su Yu watched this scene in the command center and laughed excitedly. Great! You, the Eastern country, are not qualified to compete with me in firepower. At this time, the propaganda department also went out to take pictures. Seeing the Japanese being buried alive, everyone was very motivated, and each picture was saved in the camera. Reputation +5, +5, +160. The starting value is +5. Su Yu was shocked to see his reputation value skyrocketing, but the increase was very high, 5 times higher than before. Ding! Killing foreign soldiers starts at 5 reputation points, and the reputation points of officers are 5 times as much. For example, killing a platoon leader of a local hostile force will reward 20 reputation points, while killing a foreign enemy will reward 100 reputation points, and so on. Oh shit! After hearing this explanation, Su Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at the Japanese soldiers on the front line, they seemed to have golden reputation points. Boom! The sound of artillery fire continued, and the reputation value continued as well. As the saying goes, as long as the shells don't stop, the reputation value won't stop. Su Yu was very happy. This little Japanese was quite valuable. While the artillery fire was covering the area, the heavy machine guns in the main position were also constantly firing to cover the evacuation of the soldiers in the front position. By the time all the soldiers returned to the main position, more than half of the Japanese soldiers in the front position had been killed. Baka! Damn you, China pig! The Japanese captain cursed angrily, but looking at the dense artillery fire, he could only vent his anger. There was no other way. In the rear, the commander of the 351st Brigade saw this scene and was so scared that he dropped the telescope in his hand. What's going on? The commander of the 351st Brigade had 1,000 doubts in his mind as to why the firepower of this great Xia army was so strong. Based on his combat experience, there were at least 100 artillery pieces of considerable caliber. Order. The commander of the 351st Brigade looked at the 1st Infantry Regiment, which had suffered heavy losses, and quickly issued an order to retreat. However, at this time, the Heavy Artillery Regiment had blocked the Japanese's retreat route with artillery. The shrapnel flying through the air tore the Japanese to pieces, and the screams shook the sky and the earth like hell. The bloody smell from the front position was stirred up by the strong wind, and the strong smell of blood could be smelled in the air of the whole Qiao town. Many wild beasts that loved the smell of blood also began to rush towards this side, but they were too scared to come out because of the sound of gunfire. In a full hour, all the soldiers of an infantry regiment of the Japanese country were wiped out. Half of them were killed by artillery and heavy machine guns, and the other half were buried alive. From the infantry regiment commander to the soldiers, no one escaped alive. Idiot! After Ando Kanzuya learned about the situation, he scolded the commander of the 351st Infantry Brigade. Your Excellency, Division Commander, the commander of the 352nd Infantry Brigade immediately stepped forward to help, saying, "This group of great Xia troops is not simple, and the strength of their firepower is not weaker than ours." Which army of the imperial court is this? Ando Kanzuya asked. After 3 or 5 breaths, no one stood up to answer Ando Kanzuya's question, which made Ando Kanzuya so angry that he slammed the table and cursed, "Ridiculous. We have been fighting for such a long time, but we still don't know who the enemy troops are. How do you fight? Is this how the military taught you to fight?" Hi. Hearing the reprimand, the 2 brigade commanders lowered their heads. Pu Yujun. Ando Kanzuya turned to the division staff and said, "Request Air Force support from the headquarters. The second attack will be launched on time at 9 a.m. tomorrow." This time, Ando Kanzuya said to the 2 brigade commanders, "We must annihilate the great Xia army." Hi. In the afternoon, Su was waiting at the command post for the second attack of the 35th Division, but it never came. "It looks like the Japanese have begun to take us seriously," Su said to Guadahai. "We can ask the anti-aircraft artillery regiment to prepare. I guess the Japanese must be mobilizing the aviation team. If not tonight or tomorrow morning, the Japanese aviation force will definitely bomb our main position." "Don't worry, Commander. The anti-aircraft artillery regiment is already in place." "Very good." Su looked at the map and said, "The front line is left to you. I want to go to the Second Army's position to take a look. In addition to facing a division of the Japanese, Wang Wu's Second Army also has an armored regiment. I have to go and take a look." "Don't worry, Commander. I'm here," Guadahua said, patting his chest. "I'm here, and the position is here." Su nodded and said to Zhang Hu behind him, "Go and prepare. Go to the Second Army's base tomorrow afternoon and say hello to Wang Wu." "Yes, Commander." "Oh, by the way," Su continued to say to Guadahai, "I still say the same thing. For the Japs, there is no need to keep any prisoners in the early stage. As long as they are Japs, kill them all. There is no need to leave any alive." "Clear." After that, Su walked out of the command center and began to come to the main front line. Looking at the soldiers lying in the trenches, Su took the initiative to find a soldier and asked, loudly, "How does it feel to fight the Japanese?" Seeing that his commander still remembered him, Li Yunfei smiled and said, "Commander, fighting the Japs is much more exciting than fighting with our own people. However, the Japs' fighting power is stronger than the new army of the imperial court, and their marksmanship is particularly accurate." Chapter 75. Defeat the Oriental Flying Squadron. Early the next morning, just after Su had breakfast, the Japanese reconnaissance plane began to conduct reconnaissance at high altitude. It was obvious that they were preparing for subsequent bombing. "Commander." Guadahai came up to Su and said, "The war is about to begin. It's better for you to go to the rear. After all, bullets don't have eyes. The front line is still quite dangerous." "It's okay." Su waved his hand and said, "Hasn't the underground headquarters been reinforced? I also want to see today whether the anti-aircraft artillery regiment's training results can shoot down the Japanese fighter planes." "I heard," Su continued, "that the Daxia coalition forces and the Dongyang army have now fully engaged in a firefight. There are battles everywhere, and only our security forces have one. The rest of the troops have suffered heavy losses, but this also reflects the results of our training." "Of course." Guadahai responded with a smile. I dare not say anything else about the 35th Division, but now that they are here, don't even think about going back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon, the sound of an engine came from the sky. Zhang Hu quickly came to Su Yu and shouted, Commander, the flying troops of the eastern country are coming. We should go to the underground headquarters, which is safer. Su Yu nodded in response. When they saw the Oriental Flying Squadron, the anti-aircraft artillery regiment also began to urgently adjust the muzzles of their guns, lifting the sackcloth covering the artillery, revealing the anti-aircraft guns with their proud barrels raised. The anti-aircraft artillery regiment is equipped with 48 anti-aircraft guns, and now they are arranged in groups of 4, presenting a 360-degree no-blind angle array, waiting for the arrival of the Japanese fighter planes. In addition to the anti-aircraft guns, there are 70 SG-43 heavy machine guns in place. As long as the Japanese fighter planes fly at low altitude to shoot, they are within the range of the SG-43 heavy machine guns. In the underground command center, Su Yu said while holding a telescope, the Japanese are really good. This time they sent out a flying squadron and a light explosive squadron. They think highly of us. In the air, on a Type 95 fighter plane number 001, the pilot looked at the trenches on Baigushan Mountain with joy in his heart. He had bombed more than 300 houses in Daxia some time ago, killing more than 1,000 Daxia people. For this, the military awarded him the Flying Medal. This time, he wanted to show his prowess on the battlefield and kill Daxia soldiers in order to make him a top-class pilot. The Type 95 fighter is now the main combat fighter of the Japanese country. It is a single-engine, single-seat biplane fighter, equipped with 2 Type 89 light machine guns, with a maximum speed of 400 km per hour and a maximum range of 1,100 km. Warriors of the East. The Japanese soldier on the 001 fighter plane shouted joyfully while holding the intercom. To use the words of the great Xia nation, send them to see the King of Hell, kill them. Immediately afterwards, 36 Type 95 fighters began to lower their altitude, preparing to fire at the frontline positions. Da-da-da. On the lower wings of the fighter planes, 2 Type 89 light machine guns began to strafe the frontline positions. At the same time, more than 100 artillery pieces under the 35th Division of the Japanese Empire began to suppress the enemy with fire, and the 2 infantry brigades launched a full-scale attack. The war was about to break out, and the entire Baigushan was filled with the sound of intense gunfire. Freestyle shooting, fire at me. At this time, 48 anti-aircraft guns began to handle ammunition and started firing frantically at a rate of 20 rounds per minute. The soldiers also quickly adjusted their positions. The 11 artillerymen were like a whole and cooperated very well. In an instant, hundreds of shells were fired rapidly, shooting at the fighter jets that were showing off their might in the air. Ha ha ha. On the Type 95 fighter planes, the Japanese pilots could only watch the enemy as they were strafed without being able to fight back. This feeling of being superior made them lost in it. Boom! When an 88mm anti-aircraft shell instantly penetrated the body of the Type 95 fighter, it caused a violent explosion in the air, ultimately destroying both the pilot and the plane, and the remaining pilots were so frightened that they woke up instantly. Boom! Another fighter plane was destroyed. Because the Oriental Flying Squadron thought that the Great Xia Army had no means to resist the fighter planes, they flew recklessly in the air without considering anything else. That's why 2 fighter planes were destroyed in just 1 minute. On the front line, the soldiers were being covered by fire from fighter planes while being severely beaten by the Japanese artillery. It was a double fire coverage, but they were so happy to see the Japanese fighter planes being destroyed. It's our turn to attack next. Su Yu watched this scene in the underground command center and secretly made a decision in his heart that he would equip his troops with more powerful weapons and equipment in the future, so that he could carry out dimensionality reduction strikes against the Oriental country. Only in this way could he defeat the Oriental country with a small number of troops. Fire at me! 48 anti-aircraft guns were firing frantically, and 70 heavy machine guns were also firing frantically. In an instant, hundreds of artillery shells and tens of thousands of bullets flew quickly into the air, covering the Japanese fighter planes in front of them with firepower. Boom! One fighter plane after another was destroyed. In just a short moment, the Japanese lost 10 fighter planes. They were so scared that they quickly increased their flight altitude. However, the maximum range of the 88mm anti-aircraft gun was 9,900 meters, which almost reached the maximum flight distance of the Type 95 fighter. Baka! The Japanese soldier on the 001 fighter plane angrily cursed, "Damn China!" Boom! As luck would have it, an anti-aircraft shell hit the tail of the 001 fighter, causing it to lose its ability to fly. The Japanese pilot on it was so scared that he wanted to parachute, but a piece of shrapnel hit the fuel tank, causing the fighter to explode instantly. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The successive explosions frightened the Japanese flying squadron and forced it to retreat quickly. The light bomber squadron that was searching for the artillery positions of the Great Xia Kingdom in the air also began to retreat because the anti-aircraft artillery regiment had already set its target on them. Hit me. Watching the Japanese flying squadron evacuate, Su Yu quickly gave the order. In the rear of the position, 153 artillery pieces began to compete with the artillery of the Oriental country, and the scouts also found the specific location of the Oriental country's artillery. Hit me hard. Su Yu shouted, "Destroy the Japanese artillery positions for me." Yes, Commander. The heavy artillery commander received Su Yu's order and began to cover the artillery positions of the Oriental country with firepower. However, the 35th Division was smart enough not to gather all its artillery together. The heavy artillery regiment chose to attack the positions of 12 105mm howitzers of the 35th Division. Chapter 76. Destroyed over 10,000 enemies. Following the order from the heavy artillery commander, 48 steel shells quickly fell on the Japanese artillery positions. The violent explosion directly knocked the Japanese 105mm howitzer to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the second round of shelling arrived. In less than 10 breaths, 4 rounds of artillery fire directly destroyed 12 howitzers under the 35th Division, and the entire artillery position became a sea of fire. At the same time, the troops of both sides were also exchanging fire with all their might. The 2 infantry brigades under the 35th Division were fully deployed, with a total of 15,000 combat personnel. On the other hand, the 3 infantry divisions of the 3rd Security Army were all deployed to the battlefield, with more than 40,000 combat personnel engaging in a firepower battle with the Japanese. A medium to large battle broke out in Xiao Town, with both sides deploying more than 60,000 troops. Concentrate your fire. Chan Jia, the commander of the 31st Infantry Division, shouted to his 3 regimental commanders on the right wing of the position, "Concentrate all the heavy firepower of the entire division, and the precision shooters aim at the Japanese machine gunners." Yes, master. The 3 regimental commanders crouched down and walked in the trenches. They began to gather all the heavy machine guns under their command, forming firing points, and began to suppress the charging Japanese soldiers with firepower. In the entire Baigushan battlefield, more than 100,000 bullets were fired every minute. Thousands of bullets and shells were bouncing back and forth in the air, constantly reaping the lives of the Japanese devils. Baka, the commander of the 35th Division, Ando Kanzuya, angrily cursed, "What kind of unit is this?" Not only was the flying squadron defeated, but now even his howitzer squadron was destroyed. Moreover, the Great Xia army in front of him was actually able to engage in an evenly matched artillery battle with his great East Ocean Empire. Oh no, it seems now that their artillery is still inferior to that of the enemy. At the frontline headquarters of the 3 armed forces, Su Yu shouted to the anti-aircraft artillery commander, "Adjust the muzzle for me, use flat shooting, and provide artillery support to the frontline." Yes, Commander. The 48 anti-aircraft guns of the anti-aircraft artillery regiment began to adjust their positions. These 88mm anti-aircraft guns are not only known as fighter plane killers, but also the ultimate anti-tank guns. The power of their flat fire is no weaker than that of their 122mm howitzers. Fire. 48 anti-aircraft guns were once again deployed on the battlefield, covering the Japanese on the front line with firepower. In just 1 minute, 12 rounds of firing were carried out, and the artillerymen's hands were almost bleeding. Within this minute, 576 artillery shells were fired, killing nearly 800 Japanese soldiers. Ah, my legs. Help me. There were wailings everywhere on the front line. Some Japanese soldiers had half their bodies blown off, leaving only their upper bodies groaning in pain, and in a short while, they were silent. A force of more than 60,000 fought for 6 hours at Baigushan. The Japanese launched 4 full-scale assaults. The entire Baigushan was littered with the corpses of Japanese soldiers. It started to drizzle, washing away the blood on the ground. The blood merged with the rain to form a stream of blood. At this point, the 35th Division's 4th offensive was once again declared a failure, and these 4 offensives paid a heavy price, and the 35th Division commander Kanzuya Ando was already stunned at this time. Damn it! Ando Kanzuya angrily scolded the 2 brigade commanders under his command. How do you fight? The warriors of my great East Ocean Empire must not be defeated by the Great Xia Empire. You are the shame of the great East Ocean Empire. Hi. As the saying goes, a higher-ranking official can crush a lower-ranking official. As a brigade commander, it was natural for him to face the scolding from the division commander at this time. However, in this battle, their two brigades suffered heavy losses. In addition, the artillery regiment also suffered heavy losses, with nearly half of its artillery pieces destroyed. Your Excellency, the division commander. The commander of the 351st Infantry Brigade said to Ando Kanzuya, "We need the support of the headquarters. I hope the headquarters can send an armored regiment to cooperate with our attack. As long as the armored regiment cooperates, I guarantee that we can defeat this Daxia army. It's the only way." Ando Kanzuya sighed. After 4 all-out offensives, plus the loss of an infantry regiment before, the total casualties of their 35th Division exceeded 10,000, with each regiment suffering heavy losses. When the 35th Division stopped its attack, Guadahai's Third Army was also undergoing emergency repairs and counting casualties. "Commander." Guadahai came to Su Yu with the battle damage and said, "The battle damage has been counted. Our army's casualties are 2,117, including 889 seriously injured. As for those with minor injuries or scratches, they are not counted." Also, Guadahai continued, "In this battle, our army consumed 880,000 bullets, 18,000 grenades, and more than 3,900 artillery shells, killing about 11,000 Japanese soldiers and destroying 13 Japanese fighter planes. The casualties were 5-1, a good fight." Su Yu looked at the data and said, "The combat capability of the 35th Infantry Division has been almost destroyed, with more than half of its troops lost. They need at least 3 days to recuperate and reorganize before they can continue to fight. However, now is not the time for us to rest." "I see." Guadahai said, "I have asked 3 infantry divisions to assemble and stand by. They will take the initiative to attack tonight and strive to defeat the 35th Division. The 2 artillery regiments are all ready to take position." "Very good." Su Yu stood up and looked at the map and said, "The Japanese 35th Division headquarters is only 11 kilometers away from us. This distance is almost within the range of our artillery. Moreover, for us, it takes 2 hours to run and launch a surprise attack. If things go well, we can end the battle in 1 night." "That's right." Guadahai responded, "They would never have thought that we would take the initiative to attack, and this is also a psychological tactic. Go get ready." Su Yu looked at Guadahai and said, "We must act cautiously and not make any mistakes. All units must cooperate accordingly and strive to defeat the 35th Division in one fell swoop." "Yes, Commander." After saying that, Guadahai called all 3 infantry division commanders under his command to the command center and began to plan the attack plan for the evening. Su Yu was also watching from the side without saying a word. It has to be said that Su Yu has no doubt about Guadahai's command ability, which is worthy of a general. After the plan was completed, the sky gradually darkened. The soldiers of the 3rd Guard Army had experienced a day of fighting and had gone to bed early. At 11 o'clock in the evening, they were all woken up. The fully armed soldiers began to rush towards the 35th Division headquarters, and the 2 heavy artillery regiments also selected their artillery positions, and the scouts told the specific locations to the 2 artillery commanders. A night attack is about to take place. This is the first time that the Great Xia Kingdom has launched such a large-scale offensive since its arrival. Chapter 77. Annihilation of a Division. At the 35th Division headquarters, the Japs had been exhausted both physically and mentally after a day of fighting. This was the most exhausting battle they had fought since entering the Great Xia Kingdom. As night fell, all the Japanese soldiers fell asleep. Even the ones on guard fell asleep with their rifles in hand, because they were so tired that they could fall asleep while standing. The 3rd Security Army, which had also experienced a day of fighting, ran 11 kilometers after a 3-hour rest and formed an encirclement around the headquarters of the 35th Division of the Japanese Empire. The commander of the 31st Infantry Division, Chen Jia, looked at his watch. It was now 2:55 in the morning. According to the plan, the artillery would launch an attack at 3 o'clock, and his 31st Infantry Division would be the main attacker, launching a full-scale attack on the 35th Division. "Remember," Chen Jia said to his 3 regiment leaders, "attack his headquarters first. No need to take prisoners. Kill them all." "Clear." As time passed, the 2 artillery regiments in the rear were all in place, with 48 122mm howitzers, 48 88mm anti-aircraft guns, and 90 75mm field guns, a total of 186 artillery pieces waiting for orders. "Set all firing parameters, 3 rounds of salvo." "Remember," the artillery commander said to the artillery commander, "you must fire 3 salvos within 30 seconds, because after 30 seconds, the frontline infantry will launch a charge." "Clear." The commander came to the artillery position, looked at his watch and shouted, "Fire." The 186 artillery pieces shook violently and made deafening roars in unison, like a roar at the Japanese. The shells burst out at this moment, drawing perfect arcs in the darkness. Immediately afterwards, the second round of artillery shells was launched into the air again. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded at the 35th Division's headquarters, and the flames directly dyed half the sky red. The Japanese barracks tents were directly overturned by these 186 steel shells, and the Japanese inside were blown to pieces, and they were killed before they could even scream. Soon, the second and third rounds of artillery fire came one after another. Within 30 seconds, all 3 rounds of artillery fire arrived, and a total of 558 shells hit the 35th Division's headquarters. Brothers, kill them. At Chen Jie's command, he launched a full-scale attack with the 31st Infantry Division. At this moment, the devil opened his eyes with difficulty. Ando Kanzuya quickly ran out and looked at the sea of fire in front of him. He immediately shouted in fear, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" As the enemy's attack order was shouted, the Japanese soldiers quickly gathered, picked up the weapons on the bedside, and began to counterattack. Da-da-da! The 31st Infantry Division began to suppress the enemy with firepower. Dozens of Czech light machine guns took the lead and fired at the Japanese soldiers who walked out of the barracks. Because they had just woken up, their eyes were illuminated by the fire and they could not open them. At this time, the light machine guns began to fire at them. In the rear of the 35th Division's base, the 32nd Infantry Division also began to press forward step by step, compressing the Japanese. The 33rd Infantry Division also began to advance on both sides, forming an encirclement of the 35th Division. Now it began to shrink the pocket and crush the Japanese. A sudden attack completely disrupted the 35th Division's position. Because of the fighting during the day, each major regiment had already lost more than half of its troops, resulting in the loss of a certain degree of combat capability. Ando Kanzuya had planned to reorganize his troops early tomorrow morning, but he did not expect that the Great Xia army would launch a night attack at night. This was beyond his imagination, because when he saw that the soldiers were physically and mentally exhausted, he thought that the troops of Daxia should be even more so, but now it seems that he guessed wrong. "Organize a counterattack for me," Ando Kanzuya shouted loudly, and the 2 brigade commanders were also actively commanding their troops to counterattack. They must not let the Daxia troops rush in. Baka! The commander of the 351st Infantry Brigade looked at the smell of blood and barbecue everywhere under his feet. He angrily drew his samurai sword and ordered his troops to counterattack. Because the moment the samurai sword was drawn, it reflected a light in the firelight, and this reflection was also discovered by the sharpshooter inside the 31st Infantry Division, who immediately raised his gun and shot. Bang! Bang! More than a dozen sharpshooters hit the target, and the commander of the 351st Infantry Brigade was shot with a hole on the spot. He looked at his body with horror, and then slowly fell down. Immediately afterwards, the 31st Infantry Division assembled 80 mortars to counterattack the Japanese's firepower points and suppress the organized resistance of the Japanese. Fire! 80 mortar shells instantly hit the Japanese camp, and the shells exploded quickly, taking the lives of the Japanese. "Ah! Mama-san! Help! I want to go home!" The Japanese shouted in pain. They were physically and mentally exhausted after a day of fighting. They slept soundly at night and even dreamed of sushi made by their mothers. But they were suddenly attacked, which almost made them collapse. "Kill him!" Chen Jie led his troops to continue the charge. At this time, the soldiers were already bloodthirsty. Thinking of the Japanese soldiers burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of atrocities on their Great Xia territory, they fought back with all their might. The other 2 infantry divisions also began to massacre the Japanese. More than 80 SG-43 heavy machine guns, plus more than 300 Czech light machine guns, launched fierce attacks on the Japanese. Who could withstand such firepower? Ando Kanzuya looked at the battle situation around him, shook his dizzy head, and then drew out his samurai sword. This samurai sword was personally given to him by the emperor, and it was also the honor of their Ando family. He knew that he would most likely die today. Although he was unwilling to accept this, the Bushido spirit he learned since childhood was driving him not to give up and to keep moving forward. Warriors of the Great East Ocean Empire. Ando Kanzuya raised his samurai sword and shouted, "Fight back! Go!" The surviving Japanese soldiers began to fight back frantically, but in the eyes of the guard troops, this was no different from committing suicide. Reputation plus 1,600, reputation plus 15,000. I'll hold it in my mouth. When Su Yu saw that his reputation value increased by 15,000, he was so surprised that he was speechless. This Japanese division commander was too valuable. His reputation was 5 times that of an army commander. Wow, one person was worth an artillery regiment. Now, after fighting on the front line for 2 days, he had gained a total of 210,000 reputation points from the 35th Division, which was almost equivalent to saying that the reputation points that a division of the Eastern country could contribute to him were around 250,000. And now we have captured 210,000 people, which proves that the 35th Division has been almost destroyed. Ding, destroy a foreign enemy division for the first time, trigger a hidden mission, reward 50,000 reputation points, and unlock the 152mm howitzer known as the Roar of Steel and the Red God of War for free. Chapter 78. Public Opinion. There are also hidden tasks. So you looked at the reward from World Nuclear Peace and smiled. Not to mention the 50,000 reputation points, the 152mm howitzer alone made him very happy. The M1937 howitzer is 2.35 meters wide, 8.18 meters long, with a maximum firing range of 4 rounds per minute and a maximum range of 17,000 meters. This artillery is used as an army-level fire support equipment and is extremely powerful. The sound of gunfire from the front line continued. Su Yu came to the main position and looked at the flames rising to the sky in the distance. He said to Guo Dahai beside him, "Old Guo, our time has come."
Yes.
Guo Dahai nodded and said, "Since our establishment, we have been bullied by many powerful countries. Now we can confront them head-on and defeat them. We will only become stronger in the war," Su Yu said with his head raised. "This land will be protected by us in the future." Time passed amid the sound of gunfire. When a ray of sunlight appeared, the 35th Division's headquarters became silent because the entire Oriental Army Division was completely annihilated. Su Yu left on a truck early in the morning because he was about to rush to the 2nd Army's base. At this time, the 3 armies on the front line were fighting with the divisions of the Oriental country respectively. Fortunately, the 3rd Army was the first to defeat the 35th Division of the Oriental country, which greatly alleviated the pressure on troops on the front line. In the car, Zhang Hu got in quickly with a stack of documents in his hand and said, "Commander, the battle report of the 3rd Army is out. Tell me about it." "Our army suffered 3,397 casualties in the Chaozhen battle, annihilated 19,000 Japanese soldiers, captured more than 4,000 prisoners, to be used by the propaganda department for massacre propaganda, seized 4,300 rifles, 310 light and heavy machine guns, 80 grenade launchers, 690,000 rounds of bullets, 3,700 artillery shells, and killed 1 lieutenant general and 3 major generals of the Japanese. This battle is considered a great victory." "Okay." Su Yu patted his chair and said excitedly, "Let the 3rd Army rest and wait for orders. Also, let the propaganda department prepare materials and publicize them to the whole country." "Yes, Commander." Zhang Hu raised his voice in response. Then, he took out another document and said, "According to the information provided by the Intelligence Bureau, except for our security forces, the rest of the warlords, including the Imperial Army, were defeated all the way. In just 2.5 days of fighting, the loss was no less than 100,000, and all major defense lines collapsed." Hearing this, Su Yu frowned, thinking that he had to fight quickly and then evacuate his troops quickly, otherwise he would be killed by the Japanese. After all, there are 20 divisions of troops from the Eastern Kingdom on this front line. Oh no, it's 19 now. Now that the 3rd Army has defeated the 35th Division, he has an army of troops freed up. He only needs to let the 3rd Army rest for a few days before it can return to the battlefield. This battle between millions of troops would take more than a month to determine the winner. After all, the Great Xia Coalition had more than 1 million troops. Even if it was 1 million pigs, it would take the Japanese a month to capture them. Qinghe County. Su Yu rushed to the 2nd Security Army's base with the Guard Battalion and the Anti-Aircraft Artillery Regiment because the 2nd Security Army was fighting against the 37th Division of the Japanese Empire. In addition, there was also an armored regiment. For this reason, Su Yu transferred the Tank Killer Anti-Aircraft Artillery Regiment. After this battle, he will equip each army with an anti-aircraft artillery regiment to deal with the armored regiment and flying squadron of the Oriental country. At the military headquarters, Wang Wu knew that Su Yu had arrived and hurried outside to greet him. "Commander, you are here?" Su Yu nodded and said, "The Battle of Chaozhen is over. I rushed here nonstop to see how your 2nd Army is doing. After all, the Japanese 37th Division has an armored regiment." "Don't worry, Commander." Wang Wu patted his chest and said, "His 3rd Army can beat the Japanese badly, and my 2nd Army is not bad either. Wang Wu brought Su Yu to the headquarters and said, "We have fought against the Japanese in the past 2 days. Their combat effectiveness is indeed stronger than that of the new army in China, but there is still a gap compared to our security forces." Wang Wu smiled and said, "In the Battle of Beiwu Town, one of our regiments fought against an infantry regiment of the Japanese. Hee, in less than a day, we wiped out more than 1,200 enemy troops, and our casualties were less than 100. In the Battle of Tanjin, one of our divisions ambushed a brigade of the Japanese and also dealt a heavy blow to the 371st Brigade." Wang Wu smiled and said, "We mobilized all 300 artillery pieces to bombard us, which really confused the Japanese. Up to now, they don't even know our numbers." Ha ha ha. Su Yu smiled and said, "What plans does your army have next? Tell us about it." "The 37th Division has lost more than 6,000 soldiers. Our next battle plan is to take it step by step," Wang Wu said, pointing to the map. "Qinghe County has a complex terrain, so it's not suitable for a large-scale battle like Qiao Town. In Qinghe Town, a small-scale battle and a slow and steady approach are more suitable for us." Su Yu nodded and said, "Anyway, I've brought the anti-aircraft artillery regiment to you. It's the nemesis of tanks, and it's just right for you to restrain the Japanese armored regiment." Next, Su Yu stayed in Qinghe Town for 3 days. During these 3 days, the 3 security forces fought 7 small battles with the 37th Division of the Japanese country, all of which were won. Then they began to prepare for a crucial decisive battle, which was scheduled for 4 days later. But Wang Wu was right. The area around Qinghe County was indeed not suitable for a direct decisive battle like the one in Qiao Town. On June 5th, a piece of news shocked the whole country. Su Yu, the garrison commander of Shanglu, led 150,000 troops to support the front line. In the Battle of Chaozhen, his 3rd Infantry Army slaughtered the Japanese invaders and wiped out more than 20,000 of them. This was the biggest victory since the war began. At the same time, the newspapers also contained pictures of security soldiers beheading Japanese devils, as well as photos of the 35th Division Commander Kanzuya Ando, his epaulets, and so on. In addition, a small number of newspapers reported that except for the security forces, the rest of the troops on the front line were completely defeated, with a loss of up to 100,000 troops, and the court was relocating the imperial palace. This news caused a great shock. In contrast, everyone was completely disappointed with the imperial court. The frontline security forces' strenuous resistance became a tool for the imperial court to delay the relocation of the imperial palace. Public anger began to become difficult to suppress, and Zhang Tianle, the marshal of the 3 armies, who should have had some prestige in the hearts of the people, also lost the people's high hopes. After 3 days of fermentation, Su Yu's reputation in the nuclear peace world directly increased by more than 2.8 million, and it is still rising continuously, with a sign of breaking through 3 million. Moreover, Wang Wu's 2nd Infantry Army also began to have a real showdown with the Japanese 37th Division. This time, the Japanese directly mobilized a large number of fighter planes, as well as armored regiments and heavy artillery regiments, and they were coming with great momentum. Because the Eastern Army headquarters specifically wanted to eliminate the Great Xia Kingdom's Shanglu garrison commander, a reward of 100,000 silver dollars was offered for Su Yu's head. Chapter 79. The foundation has been laid, and there will be explosive growth in the future. At the headquarters of the Eastern Kingdom's army, a middle-aged general with a mustache was reprimanding a group of senior commanders because it was incredible that the 35th Division under their 1st Army was completely wiped out by the Great Xia Kingdom's troops. "Idiot!" Yongda Yutai slammed the table and said angrily, "A mere local force actually slaughtered our Dongyang warriors. An entire division was annihilated by a local force. This is a shame for our great Dongyang Empire." After cursing, Yongda Yuta looked at the pictures on the newspaper on the desktop, the pictures of the Great Xia soldiers slaughtering their Great East Ocean Empire warriors, and the pictures of the Shanglu garrison commander banning smoking in the past, with Su Yu's portrait on them. "Kill," Yongdio said angrily. "Encircle and destroy the Shanglu garrison troops. General, think twice." The chief of staff of the General Army quickly stepped forward and said, "Our attack plan has been formulated. If we change it again, it will affect the overall situation. So we can't lose the big picture for the sake of small things. The higher-ups have only given us 1 month to destroy Yinjing, the dragon vein of Daxia. Which army is fighting the security forces now?" Yongdiak Yuta asked after calming down. 33rd Division, 37th Division. The chief of the general staff responded, "I have already sent a large number of flying squadrons to support them, as well as an armored wing. I believe that this time we will be able to completely wipe out the security forces." Yongda Yuta nodded and said, "Just follow your plan. Tell the 33rd and 37th Divisions to capture the garrison commander Su Yu alive. I want to chop him to pieces. Hi. At the 2nd Guard Army headquarters, Wang Wu was discussing countermeasures with his 3 division commanders. This time, the 37th Division of the Japanese Empire launched a massive attack, and they had to change their strategy of taking it slow in order to deal with the all-out attack of the 37th Division. That's it. Wang Wu finalized the battle plan and said, no problem. The key issue now is the Japanese flying squadron. I heard that there are 330 fighters and 120 bombers parked at Jinko Airport. It seems that they are coming for us. You don't have to think about this. So you stepped forward and said, tonight, I will have Yunong send out an action team to secretly blow up the Japanese military airport. That's fine. Wang Wu smiled and said, this time, our 2nd Army will also give the Japanese a good beating. Don't let them think that our security forces are easy to bully. You all, go down and get ready. Yes, Commander. The 3 infantry division commanders all left the headquarters. Wang Wu came to Su Yu and asked, Commander, are the Intelligence Bureau's operations team sure they can take down the Japanese military airport? It's heavily guarded. Hey. Su Yu smiled mysteriously. Some time ago, he unlocked 3 epic-making secret weapons and provided them specifically for the Intelligence Bureau's action team to use. Because these epic-making weapons and equipment could only exist in the dark for the time being. Don't worry, Su Yu patted Wang Wu on the shoulder and said, the Intelligence Bureau now has thousands of action teams, and there are no less than 100 in the northern region. If I say we can blow up the Japanese airport tonight, then they will definitely be able to complete the mission, even if they sacrifice their lives. Hearing this, Wang Wu swallowed his saliva, thinking to himself how powerful the force in the commander's hands was. It was simply omnipresent, able to fight and resist, and omnipotent. In fact, Su Yu paid a great price to establish the Intelligence Bureau. Now the intelligence organization has expanded to more than 50,000 people, and almost all of the core personnel were those he exchanged at the beginning. That is, they were selected from the infantry army. After all, loyalty is the most fatal to intelligence. Now the monthly activity expenses for these more than 50,000 people are around 500,000, and the annual activity expenses are more than 5 million. Adding salaries and so on, the annual expenditure is no less than 8 million, and the Intelligence Bureau is still expanding. Some time ago in Shanglu, he secretly unlocked 3 epic-making weapons and equipped the action team. Now these weapons can be used, which should not be a big problem for blowing up the Japanese military airport. Now that he has world nuclear peace, there is no need to unlock weapons step by step. Now his reputation in world nuclear peace has reached 4.4 million. Once the follow-up troops are stabilized, he will start preparing for the construction of armored forces and expand the construction of aviation forces. Now that he has the golden finger, he must beat the Japanese devils hard. You have been cautious and slow in everything before, because you only have tens of thousands of troops and your reputation is only a few million. In the eyes of the great powers, this level of strength is enough to destroy you with just a breath of air. But now the seed troops in his hands are complete, with more than 200,000 troops at his disposal, and most importantly, more than 4 million reputation points, which are still growing. He believes that as long as this war is over, the strength in his hands will usher in explosive growth, and he may become the most powerful local warlord in the country. That night, the Intelligence Bureau received a mission personally assigned by Su Yu and quickly dispatched 3 action teams to complete the mission. The Intelligence Bureau's action teams each have 12 members. All of these action team members and team leaders were exchanged from the World Nuclear War, so their loyalty is not a problem at all. The 3 groups of members received orders from their superiors and quickly moved towards the target location. Because they were originally in enemy-occupied territory, they were very close to the target location. At night, the 3 groups of members were fully armed and began to rush towards the Japanese's wellhead airport. Jinko Airport is one of the 3 major military airports expanded by the Japanese in the Great Xia Kingdom. It can accommodate about 800 fighter planes and is the focus of the Eastern Kingdom. A brigade of troops is stationed inside and outside the airport. Normally, even a fly finds it difficult to enter. On the periphery, 3 pairs of action team members gathered one after another. One of the round-faced men spoke first. I am the 17th Operations Team Leader of the North Station, Poison Bee. I will be in charge of all the arrangements for this operation. I know. A dark-skinned man said, the Poison Bees of the North Station are known as the nemesis of the Japanese Special High Technology Department. They always act in a big way. This time, we will listen to you. Very good. Poison Bee took out a map and spread it on the ground and said, this is the layout of Jinko Airport. as well as the firepower points defended by the Japanese troops and the route map of the patrol troops. How can we get close to Jinko Airport? This is the most important question. That's right. The dark-skinned man shone a small flashlight on the map and said, "The surrounding mountains and hills have all been flattened. There is almost no shelter. The Japanese also have a large number of artillery towers and bunkers. How we get close is indeed a big problem." Chapter 80, Bombing the Japanese Military Airport. If you want to get in, there are 3 ways: from the sky, on the ground, and underground. Poison Bee analyzed and said, "Let's rule out the sky first. There are many ways on the ground, such as storming, which is not feasible, and sneaking in, which is also unlikely. As for underground, there are drainage outlets at the military airport. Because this is a dirt runway, there must be many drainage outlets, and they are very large. However, because time is too tight, we don't have time to think about a detailed battle plan. Therefore, we can only take one step at a time. The only way we can implement now is to go underground. The drain is here." The dark-skinned man pointed at the drain and said, "Why don't we go take a look?" Then, the 3 groups of people came to the drain and looked at the huge pipe. They were delighted because it was big enough for an adult man to crawl into. "Now let's divide the tasks." Poison Bee said to the 3 groups of members, "We 3 groups have a total of 400 miniature time bombs, but this is not enough to destroy all the fighter planes, so we have to find a way to detonate the Japanese arsenal." "Don't worry about that." The dark-skinned man looked at the Poison Bee and said, "We have brought the newly prepared SP-9 recoilless gun, which has an effective range of 800 meters. As long as we find the location of the arsenal, we can immediately fire at the moment of the explosion." All 3 teams put completing the mission first and did not put their lives first, because if they could complete the mission, even if they died, it would be a worthwhile death. All the time bombs are given to Group 17. Poison Bee took the most difficult task and said, "We will install all the time bombs within 4 hours and find the location of the arsenal. I will use lasers as a signal, and you just need to shoot at the location of the laser point." The dark-skinned man nodded and said, "Then our group will be responsible for destroying the arsenal, and the other group will be responsible for covering the rear." "No problem, move on." Group 17 of the Poison Bees began to drill into the smelly underground sewers with 400 time bombs. Fortunately, the time bombs were very light. Each time bomb was loaded with 36 grams of explosives and had a total mass of 100 grams. It was only the size of a ping-pong ball, but the gunpowder inside was the latest type of high-explosive gunpowder, which was 37 times more powerful than ordinary gunpowder. A time bomb like this installed on the fuel tank of a fighter jet is enough to destroy a fighter jet. This is also a cross-era product, which Su Yu exchanged from the world nuclear peace. There is also the SPG-9 recoilless gun, which is equipped with armor-piercing shells that can penetrate even steel, let alone concrete walls. The 2 groups of members began to drill into the sewer, which was dark and smelly. Fortunately, there was almost no water in it, otherwise, this plan would have been much more difficult. After a full half hour, the 2 teams arrived at the destination carrying small oxygen cylinders. Poison Bee took off his clothes first, then pushed open the sewer cover, stuck his head out and saw that there was no one inside the airport, only lights shining back and forth. He found the right time to quickly climb to the ground, and then pulled his team members up. When all 12 members of Group 17 came up, they began to install time bombs according to the divided areas. The time bomb was very easy to install because there was a magnet at the bottom. And Venom Bee started looking for the location of the arsenal. According to the map, he drew out several suspicious locations. Venom Bee was confirming them bit by bit. When a blue laser dot appeared, the second group of members began to set up the SPG-9 recoilless gun and waited until all the time bombs were installed before destroying the arsenal. A massive night operation was carried out right under the noses of a brigade of soldiers from the eastern country. This place was about 300 kilometers away from the front line and was the Japanese's rear area. So the Japanese would never have thought that someone would come here to seize their military airport. 3 hours passed quickly, and all 400 time bombs were installed. Bombers were given priority, followed by fighters, and the time bombs were installed one fighter after another. This was because in this way, as long as a fighter exploded, the shock wave generated would also cause damage to the fighters next to it. But because the plan was too hasty, in order to ensure that there would be no accidents, the 3 groups of members had to destroy the Japanese arsenal even if it meant taking some risks. All right. Poison Bee returned with all 17 groups of members. It was 3:10 in the morning, when the Japanese were sleeping soundly. Even the high-floor lights that were shaking stopped shaking. "You retreat first," the dark-skinned man said to Venom Bee. "In 10 minutes, We will destroy the arsenal at the same time as the time bomb. Good. Poison Bee did not hesitate and evacuated quickly with his team members. At this time, the 22 teams outside began to clear the traces they left behind, and also buried a large number of booby traps. As long as someone approached, all the mines in this area would be detonated, clearing all traces completely. Time was passing by every second, and when the time was set at 3:20, boom! A loud bang was heard hundreds of miles away, and the entire military airport was covered in fire. The violent explosion formed huge mushroom clouds, and 3 seconds before the explosion, the 3 SPG-9 recoilless guns set up by the dark-skinned men's group quickly fired at the location of the arsenal. The shells went straight through the 20-centimeter thick cement and detonated the ammunition in the arsenal. The earth was shaking. The energy released by the explosion of more than 400 fighter planes and an arsenal was astonishing. The flames shot up to dozens of meters high. A burst of heat instantly spread 1,000 meters away, and half the sky was dyed blood red. Baka! The sound of the explosion woke up the Japanese soldiers. When they saw the sea of fire in front of them, their legs went weak and they knelt on the ground. There were more than 400 fighter planes. Even if we estimate it based on 100,000 silver dollars per bomber, that would be more than 40 million silver dollars. Moreover, the price of a bomber is far more than 100,000 silver dollars. Such a loss would be extremely painful for the Japanese country. The guarding officer seemed to know his fate, and he drew his samurai sword with tears in his eyes. At this time, it is better to commit suicide by yourself. No matter how hard you try, he would never be able to guess why this military airport exploded. There were artillery towers, bunkers, and a brigade of troops surrounding it. Could this guy have possibly managed to do anything? Half an hour later, the members of the second group of the action team climbed out intact, and they were all exhausted. The members outside who were responsible for covering their retreat asked the two groups of members, Poison Bee and Darkman, to withdraw first. They wanted to inspect the results of this operation to ensure that there were no mistakes. Chapter 81 First Air Force Deployment. Idiot. At the 1st General Army Headquarters of the Oriental Country, General Youngda Yuda was furious again. He found that he had been getting irritated and losing his temper every day these days. But the bombing of Jinko Airport was a huge loss for him. More than 400 fighter jets, this is no small matter. Almost a quarter of the fighter jets on the front line were gone. Moreover, the Aguchi Airport was located in their rear area, guarded by a brigade of soldiers. It was a shame for the Japanese country that the enemy blew up their airport right under the nose of a brigade. Now that Jinko Airport has been bombed, even he will be punished by the military, because this incident has affected the layout of the entire front line. How can he not be angry? Send out the special high-technology team members. Youngda Yuda shouted to several senior commanders in front of him. We must find out how the enemy entered the airport and blew up the fighter planes. I want a result in one day. Hi. Youngda Yuda was furious, and so you also received news that all the fighter planes in Jinko Airport were destroyed, with not a single one left. Okay. Wang Wu smiled and said, now that the airport has been bombed, the 37th Division will not have any flying squadrons to support it in the short term, so our combat plan can be implemented. Wang Wu spread out the map and pointed to the 37th divisions based south of Qinghe County. Now that the 37th Division has been replenished, its personnel are almost complete, with more than 25,000 people, plus an armored regiment and a heavy artillery regiment. The total number has reached 30,000. It seems that the Eastern Country Headquarters attaches great importance to our security forces. Su Yu smiled and said, in addition to the 37th Division, the 33rd Division that Deng Liang was fighting against also received a large number of reinforcements, and an armored regiment was sent over. Fortunately, Su Yu continued, 90% of the Japanese First Army's flying squadrons have been destroyed by us. If they want to launch an airstrike, they need to call on the Second Army that is attacking Heilongjiang Province. This takes time, and they may not give it to us. This is the time we have to attack. This time we took the initiative to launch an attack, which is of great significance. Su Yu looked at Wang Wu and said, I have asked Guo Dahai's Third Army to send troops to support your Second Army and Deng Liang's Fourth Army. In terms of military strength, we have an absolute advantage. If we take the initiative to attack, we will have the initiative, Su Yu said, pointing to the red on the map. The armored regiment they are facing is our first target. We should destroy their armored regiment first. Then, the battle will be much easier. That's right. Wang Wu nodded in agreement and said, I have sent 3 teams of scouts to mark the location of the Japanese armored regiment. Once the specific location is obtained, I will call on the heavy artillery regiment and the anti-aircraft artillery regiment to destroy the Japanese armored regiment with all their strength. "Commander, we found it." At this time, a square-faced soldier ran into the army headquarters panting, came to Wang Wu and said, "We found the exact location. The Japanese were so cunning that they stationed the armored regiment outside the range of our artillery in Lijiazhuang." Lijiazhuang. Wang Wu quickly found the location of Lijiazhuang on the map, then took out a pencil and drew an artillery combat location on the map. However, the location was not very good, because the Japanese were indeed very cunning and placed the armored regiment in the rear. Their artillery was too heavy, and if it was too far forward, it would be easy to be discovered. No need to draw. So you looked at Wang Wu and said, "It's time to use our trump card. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, I will have the aviation unit in Shanglu bomb the Japanese armored regiment. After the bombing, we will bomb the 37th Division's headquarters again, and then the infantry will launch a full-scale attack." "That's great," Wang Wu said excitedly. "With the support of the aviation force, this battle is a sure win. Tell Deng Liang," Su Yu said to Zhang Hu next to him, "at 3 o'clock this afternoon, our security forces will launch a full-scale attack on the Japanese. We will try to eliminate the 2 divisions of the Japanese as quickly as possible, and then evacuate with Shui's army." Su Yu has been paying close attention to the battle situation on the front line these days, and it can be said that his heart is pounding. The million-strong army of the Daxia League was defeated all the way, and now the entire front line has tilted. His guard troops are still holding the front line, but other troops have frequently lost their positions, which has caused the front line to form an arc, and his guard troops are at the forefront. Once the Japanese react, they can form an encirclement around his guard troops at any time. Therefore, it is necessary to use the Air Force to defeat the 2 major divisions of the Japanese. Baoshan Airport. The pilots are training intensively. The fighting on the front line is fierce, and they are training very intensively as well, because only in this way can they join the battlefield as soon as possible. "Captain." The communicator came to Wang Feihu with a telegram and said, "The commander called and asked our aviation regiment to provide fire coverage to the Japanese on the front line. The 1st Aviation Combat Regiment will carry out fire strikes on the 37th Division's base. The 2nd Aviation Combat Regiment will carry out fire strikes on the 33 RD Division's base. And the 1st Aviation Bombing Regiment will simultaneously bomb the armored regiments in Lijiazhuang and Xinzhuang." "It's finally our turn." Wang Feihu clenched his fist and waved it in the air, then shouted to his adjutant, "Let the pilots assemble urgently and prepare for takeoff." "Yes, Captain." Following Wang Feihu's order, all 3 aviation regiments gathered urgently. The pilots quickly climbed onto their fighter planes and began to take off according to instructions. This was their first flight mission. Swish, swish, swish. Fighter jets flew across the dirt runway and quickly took off, which made the new pilots excited. They wondered when they would be able to carry out flight missions. In less than a quarter of an hour, all 243 fighter planes took off and flew towards the front line with high spirits. With the flying speed of the P-51A Mustang fighter, it can reach the frontline target location in as fast as 1.5 hours, and it is exactly 1:20 now, and they have planned all the time. In an hour and a half, they crossed 2 provinces, and 3 aviation regiments arrived at the front line and began to act separately to attack the target location. In Lijiazhuang, the Japanese armored regiment soldiers were roasting chicken in the village. After they arrived at Lijiazhuang, they killed all the chickens, ducks, cows, sheep and pigs in the village. They were eating and drinking delicious food and living a very delicious life. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard, but the Japanese soldiers in the village were not alarmed, because who else could this fighter plane belong to other than their own? They were all their own people, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 82, Powerful Aviation Force. Arrived at bombing site, 1st Air Bomber Battalion requested bombing. Approve. Immediately afterwards, 27 Pei-2 medium bombers arrived over Lijiazhuang, found the marked bombing location, and began to drop S-100 bombs. The bomb load of the Pe-2 medium bomber is 2,270 kilograms, so each bomber can carry 27 S-100 bombs, and 27 fighters can carry 729 S-100 bombs. With the power of the S-100 bomb, only 100 of them were needed to completely destroy the entire Lijiazhuang. So the Aviation Bombing Battalion directly carried out low-altitude drops, dropping 108 S-100 bombs at one time. 108 S-100 bombs bombed Lijiazhuang like casting a net. Boom! An S-100 bomb happened to hit the Japanese Type 95 light tank. The 100-kilogram bomb directly deformed the Japanese Type 95 tank, and then exploded instantly, turning it into a pile of scrap copper and iron. The Type 95 light tank was the main battle tank of the Japanese in the Great Xia Kingdom. Its main weapon was equipped with a 37mm Type 94 gun. Its armor thickness was 12mm. It weighed 7 tons and had a crew of 4 people. This tank swept through the Great Xia Kingdom. Tens of thousands of soldiers of the Imperial Court's mighty army were crushed to death by this tank. For this reason, the tank was called the Grim Reaper's Scythe by the Imperial Court. However, the tank called the Grim Reaper's Scythe was vulnerable to aerial bombs. In addition, the Osaka 92 armored vehicle is even more vulnerable to aerial bombs. An armored regiment of the Japanese was equipped with nearly 50 armored tanks, which seemed extremely vulnerable in the face of aerial bombs. The huge impact force directly overturned the Japanese tank armor to the ground. The Japanese soldiers who were supposed to be roasting chickens have now become turkeys. The entire Lijiazhuang was reduced to a sea of fire under the bombing of the aviation bombing battalion. The Japanese felt deep fear when looking at the bombers in the sky. He didn't understand when the Great Xia Kingdom had bombers. The entire bombing lasted for 3 minutes. In order to ensure that everything was foolproof, the bombing battalion carried out a second drop, also dropping 108 bombs, which almost destroyed the entire armored wing of the Japanese. The same scene happened again in Chunzhuang. A large number of bombers destroyed the armored regiments in Lijiazhuang and Chunzhuang. At the same time, 2 aviation fighter regiments had arrived at the frontline 37th Division and 33rd Division headquarters. The 37th Division was stationed in Qianwen County and set up 2 cordon lines on the periphery to defend the area around Qianwen County. The 371st Infantry Brigade was stationed within these 2 cordon lines, and the 2 infantry regiments below were stationed at the road checkpoints on each side to prevent attacks from the Daxia coalition forces. At the 37th Division headquarters, the division commander was discussing the battle plan with 2 brigade commanders. Yoshi, the commander of the 37th Division, grinned and said, "I believe that our battle plan will be able to annihilate the Great Xia coalition forces. We have fought more than a dozen battles with this special coalition force of Daxia before, and without exception, we were defeated in all of them. This is a shame for our 37th Division. I hope that you can wash away this shame with me. Haikao Jun, go and bring the armored regiment to the county town. We will launch a surprise attack tonight." Hi. The Japanese officer called Heiko Kuin quickly walked out of the command center, but at this time a staff officer ran into the division headquarters in a hurry and had a mouth-to-mouth collision with Heiko Kuin. Baka. Heikajun was knocked upside down. He stood up, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and cursed, "What's going on? You're so flustered. Do you have any discipline?" "Your Excellency, the division commander." The staff officer came to the commander of the 37th Division with a crying face and shouted, "The armored wing was bombed by an unknown flying squadron and now has suffered heavy losses. It has lost its combat capability. The 51 armored tanks under its command have now become a pile of scrap metal." Baka. The commander of the 37th Division slapped the staff officer in the face, causing his saliva to splash out and directly splash onto the corner of Haikajun's mouth, making the other party so angry that he wanted to kick him to death. For a man with obsessive-compulsive disorder, his mouth was defiled twice. How could the Great Xia Kingdom have a flying team? The 37th Division angrily overturned the table to the ground. In his plan, the armored regiment was an important part. Now that the armored regiment is gone, what is the point of the plan? Send the Special High Technology Division to investigate for me? The division commander pointed at the senior head of the intelligence department and said, "We must find out who owns this flying force." While the commanders of the 37th and 33rd Divisions were furious, the 2 aviation regiments arrived at the Japanese defense zone and began to lower their altitude. At first, the Japanese also thought that these were their own fighter planes, but when they saw these fighter planes diving, they felt that something seemed to be wrong. The P-51A Mustang fighter was equipped with 6 12.7mm heavy machine guns on its lower wings. 81 fighters began to dive and strafed, which was equivalent to 486 heavy machine guns firing at the same time. In an instant, thousands of bullets burst out. On the ground, the 1st Infantry Regiment of the Japanese 371st Infantry Brigade was on patrol, but suddenly faced with this powerful firepower attack, it was unable to fight back for a moment. A massacre officially took place. Nearly 500 heavy machine guns fired crazily, and combined with the speed of fighter jets, a blood mist suddenly appeared in the air, and the Japanese were blown into pieces. The power of the 12.7mm heavy machine gun is not small. It can create a big hole when it hits the body. Under the fire of nearly 500 heavy machine guns, the Japanese had nowhere to escape. The defensive formation composed of sandbags was also destroyed. More than 3,000 Japanese soldiers were looking for cover in the defense zone, and heavy machine gunners were also trying their best to fight back, but the Mustang fighters were too fast and could not hit them at all. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Japanese 1st Infantry Regiment lost thousands of soldiers, with broken arms and limbs scattered all over the ground, flesh and blood spilled all over the ground, and casualties continued to increase. At the same time, Wang Wu's Second Army began to attack. The 3 infantry divisions were fully armed and began to approach Qianwen County. Su Yu watched the fighter planes flying back and forth from a distance and felt excited. This was the aviation force he founded. I can't believe it. Wang Wu sighed and said, more than a year ago, we were still worried about firearms and supplies at the security command. But now, things have changed. We even have fighter jets. How far can warships be? This battle is of great importance. Su Yu said to Wang Wu, tomorrow morning, the bombers will assist your Second Army in breaking through Qianwen County. Our mission today is to harvest the infantry regiment of the 37th Division stationed outside the county. Don't worry, Commander. Wang Wu said proudly, this time, our Second Army has deployed 300 artillery pieces. We will definitely defeat the 37th Division. Chapter 83, the final all-out offensive. Brothers. The 3 infantry division commanders under Wang Wu began to lead their soldiers to launch a full-scale attack on the Japanese defense zone. At this time, the Japanese defense zone was in a mess and was badly damaged by the aviation corps. The Japanese soldiers in a regiment in the defense zone have lost more than half of their troops and have almost lost their combat capability. Some Japanese soldiers were so frightened when they saw the scene under their feet that they trembled all over, because under their feet were the corpses of their comrades. They didn't understand why the poor and backward Great Xia country had such an advanced group of fighter jets. Kill. Before the Japanese could recover from the attack by the fighter planes, the 3 infantry divisions began to encircle and suppress them, with hundreds of submachine guns firing crazily at them. So you looked at the scene on the front line at the temporary command post and asked Zhang Hu, when will the support troops of the Third Army arrive? It will arrive before 8 tonight. Zhang Hu responded, well, we can catch up with the general attack tomorrow morning. Su Yu came to Wang Wu and said, tonight, the Third Army will send an infantry division and a heavy artillery regiment, and our total number of troops will reach 70,000. Tomorrow we will launch a full-scale attack on Qianwen County. Within 7 days, we must capture the 37th Division and then start to evacuate quickly. Clear. Wang Wu pointed at the map and sighed. The Japanese have now sent 50 army divisions, 5 armored divisions, and 10 flying squadrons to our Great Xia country. We can't resist them with our current strength. Don't worry, we have plenty of time to fight them off. Su Yu took the map and said, the Japanese have established 3 major armies in our Great Xia country. The First General Army consists of 20 divisions, for flying squadrons, and an armored division. This is the Oriental Army that is fighting against us. This is the most powerful general army. The Second Army is attacking Heilongjiang province. It consists of 15 divisions, 4 flying squadrons, and 1 armored division. According to the information from the Intelligence Bureau, Heilongjiang province is about to fall completely. This means that the Japanese Second Army will also be deployed to the front line soon. The Third Army is advancing into Meng province. It consists of 15 divisions, 2 flying squadrons, and 3 armored divisions. Their main mission is to capture Meng province and guard against the neighboring Tsarist Russia. Judging from the layout of the Eastern Kingdom, their ambitions are not small. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Su Yu continued. The imperial court still has 1 million new troops. The ones they sent to the front line were either the mighty troops or the new troops of various brands. They have been conserving their strength all the time. Snort. Wang Wu slammed the table and said angrily, it's already this late, and you're still saving your strength. Today, we have come all the way from Qinghe County to Qianwen County. Look at the bones on the roadside, piled up like a mountain, and the bodies of the people are scattered all over the ground. So many people have been torn apart by the war, but the court is still trying to preserve its strength. The major governors are also playing tricks and don't care about the people at all. I understand everything you said. So you patted Wang Wu's shoulder and said, what we can do now is to annihilate the Japanese in the 37th Division, capture Qianwen County, and allow the people to migrate from the south. Commander. At this time, Zhang Hu quickly ran to the command center and shouted, the first line of defense has been taken down. The Japanese 1st Infantry Regiment has been completely annihilated, and we are beginning to approach the second line of defense. Yes, I understand. At the front line, all the Japanese soldiers in the second line of defense of the 37th Division have entered the combat readiness team. They already know that the 1st Infantry Regiment has been wiped out, so they are now on high alert. In Qianwen County, at the division headquarters, When the commander of the 37th Division received the news that the 1st Infantry Regiment on the front line had been completely wiped out, he wanted to get angry, but he held back. Haiko-kun, what do you think we should do next? We can't split up our forces anymore, otherwise they will be defeated one by the Great Xia Coalition forces. Haiko-jun thought for a moment and said, abandon the second line of defense and gather all the forces back. We will use our superior forces to resist the attack of the Great Xia Coalition forces. Yoshi, what Haiko-kun said makes sense. The commander of the 37th Division immediately issued an order to transfer all the 371st Infantry Brigade back to the county town, relying on the county town to resist the attack of the Great Xia Coalition forces. With their nearly 20,000 combat personnel and relying on the solid defensive walls, they would be able to wipe out the Great Xia Coalition forces. Retreat. Wang Wu asked his adjutant, are you saying that the Japanese have concentrated all their forces in the county? That's right. That's great, Wang Wu said with a smile. Then let's catch the turtle in the jar. Not long after, Chen Jie arrived at the front line with the 31st Infantry Division and the Heavy Artillery Regiment. They came to Su Yu and said, Commander, the army commander sent us to support you. We've come just in time, Su Yu said as he walked to the map. We now have 2 heavy artillery regiments and an anti-aircraft artillery regiment. This firepower far exceeds the firepower of the 37th Division. We will launch a full-scale attack at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, as soon as it gets light. In addition, the Aviation Bombing Regiment will provide you with firepower support. This time, Su Yu looked at Wang Wu and said, I have exposed all my past, so we must teach the Japanese troops a lesson and show the style of our security forces again. Make sure the mission is accomplished. Wang Wu saluted solemnly and shouted that this was also an opportunity for their 2nd Guard Army to perform in front of the commander, and they must not be outdone by the 3rd Army. The next morning, 4 infantry divisions and 3 artillery regiments tightly surrounded Qianwen County. Outside the city wall, the Japanese had already built defensive fortifications, air raid shelters, bunkers, etc., waiting for the arrival of the Great Xia Coalition forces. In addition, there is a heavy artillery regiment within the 37th Division, equipped with 38 105mm howitzers, which is fully armed and waiting for the arrival of Su Yu's troops. When the commander of the 37th Division learned that the Great Xia Coalition had more than 70,000 troops, he quickly sent a telegram requesting the 1st Army to send support, but his request was rejected by the 1st Army Commander-in-Chief because the 1st Army had no troops to deploy. All 20 divisions were deployed to the battlefield, and the flying squadron was almost destroyed. However, because the commander of the 37th Division reported that the Great Xia Coalition had a large number of fighter planes, the headquarters asked the 37th Division to find a way to turn around for 3 days. After 3 days, the flight squadrons from the other 2 major armies would be deployed to support them. Haiko-kun. The commander of the 37th Division looked at the thin Haiko-kun and asked, how is the matter going? Please rest assured, Your Excellency the division commander, Haiko-jun said with a sly smile, it has been done. I believe we will be able to catch the Great Xia Coalition forces off guard. Chapter 84, Killing the Japs. Launch a full-scale attack at 6:30. Wang Wu shouted to his commanders, this battle is related to the overall situation. You must work hard and capture Qianwen County as quickly as possible. Yes, Commander. Just as Wang Wu was about to give the order to attack, an adjutant quickly ran into the headquarters and shouted, Commander, it's bad. The Japanese are playing dirty tricks on us. At this time, Su Yu, who had just given orders to the aviation unit, also walked into the command center. What's going on? You should go and have a look. The adjutant shook his head and said, I can't explain it clearly now. Hearing this, a group of commanders came outside, picked up binoculars and looked at Qianwen County. It would have been fine if they hadn't looked, but once they saw it, they were so angry that they started cursing the Japanese for being useless. Damn Japs! Fuck your ancestors! The curses continued, and Su Yu angrily put down the telescope, then looked at the many angry commanders and said, Put aside the attack for now, let's discuss countermeasures. Inside the headquarters, all the commanders were speechless and didn't know what to do. Commander, this war means death, Su Yu said to the commanders. Today, we must launch a full-scale attack. The Japanese's sinister plan is obviously to delay time. A division commander gritted his teeth and said, We can't do it. If you don't do it today, the Japanese will continue to use this method against us in the future, and the trouble it causes us will be even greater. Su Yu slammed the table and said, So, you have to fight me in this battle, even if it means crying. Everyone, get ready. In 10 minutes, the aerial bombing group will arrive. At that time, Let the three artillery groups cooperate with each other and blow open the wall of Qianwen County. Today, if anyone dares to hold back, I will use military tactics on him." Su Yu shouted loudly. Having been in a high position for a long time, he exuded an aura of oppression that made the commanders dare not look directly at him. "The commander is right." Wang Wu stood up and said, "We must fight this battle, and we must destroy these beasts with the force of thunder. Let's get ready." Su Yu spoke again. "Do a good job of ideological work for the soldiers, and don't let the Japanese succeed." "Yes, Commander." The four division commanders walked out of the headquarters one after another. They hated the Japanese devil's actions to the extreme. They swore that they would kill all these beasts in their lifetime. Wang Wu. Su Yu turned to Wang Wu and said, "You go to the front line in person. I will be watching the command center. There cannot be any accidents in this battle." "I know." Wang Wu walked out of the headquarters and came to the front line. Many soldiers were complaining at this time, but Wang Wu's arrival solved the problem. He shouted to the soldiers, "Soldiers, obeying orders is your first duty. Today, even if you close your eyes, you must rush forward and destroy the 37th Division. Anyone who dares to disobey military orders will be shot directly." Soon, a buzzing sound was heard in the sky. The Aviation Bombing Regiment sent a battalion of bombers to the front line. 27 Pei-2 medium bombers began to drop bombs on the walls of Qianwen County. This time, each Pei-2 medium bomber was dropped in a clearance manner, and 729 S-100 bombs hit the city wall of Qianwen County directly. At the rear of the 2nd Guard Army, 3 artillery regiments and 144 artillery pieces simultaneously bombed the city wall of Qianwen County. Boom! The huge explosion shook the earth. The Guard soldiers watched the flames rising into the sky and engulfing the Japanese and the civilians who were pressed up as shields. They did not close their eyes, but stared at the front line fiercely, and their murderous intent towards the Japanese reached its peak. Boom! Baka! The city wall collapsed with a loud bang, and the Japanese soldiers defending it and hundreds of hostages were all buried in the fire. The fire was filled with the shouting of the Japanese soldiers. At the 37th Division headquarters, the division commander heard the explosion and sat down on his chair in disappointment. He ordered Haikao Jun to capture the elderly people who did not have time to escape in the county town and force them onto the city wall to use them as a shield to delay time. But the coalition forces of the Great Xia Kingdom did not buy it at all. "Brothers, kill them." The front walls of Qianwen County collapsed completely, and many Japanese soldiers on the periphery were killed. At this time, the 4 security division commanders issued an order for a full-scale attack. "Kill." The soldiers charged forward madly with tears in their eyes. At this moment, they were like emotionless machines. They had only one thought in their minds: to kill the devils. 4 infantry divisions launched a large-scale charge, and the 3 artillery regiments in the rear provided continuous artillery support, leaving the Japanese without any chance to fight back. The Japanese artillery regiment also began to join the counterattack. 38 105mm howitzers, plus hundreds of other artillery pieces including the Type 92 infantry guns, also opened fire at full power and launched a counterattack against the charging security forces. At the same time as the Japanese artillery positions were exposed, another small team of aerial bombing companies appeared. 9 Pei-2 medium bombers began to aim at the Japanese artillery positions and dropped 243 S-100 bombs for direct fire coverage. This is the importance of air superiority. 243 S-100 bombs fell on the Japanese artillery position, directly blowing the Japanese 105mm howitzers into the sky, and the artillerymen were blown to pieces. The entire artillery position was once again covered in flames. "Chunjia, your division will contain the Japanese firepower." Clear. 4 infantry divisions, with nearly 50,000 soldiers, launched an overwhelming charge towards Qianwen County. The Guard soldiers shouted angrily and charged with tears in their eyes, while the Japanese soldiers were sweating profusely and fought back under great pressure. Demon. The Japanese soldiers looked at the fearless guards running through bullets and charging fearlessly, and were so scared that they called them demons. These were not human beings, but a group of demons. Hundreds of heavy machine guns fired tens of thousands of bullets in a short moment, forming a metal storm that rushed towards the Japanese troops, and there were also thousands of light machine guns. In less than a moment, the security troops rushed to the Japanese position. Kill. The soldiers used light machine guns to shoot at the Japanese crazily. One of the soldiers used a bayonet to stab a hole in the Japanese soldier's wall, and blood sprayed directly on the soldier's face. The guards at this time seemed to have their blood awakened. They were completely enraged by the Japanese actions. The soldiers did not kill the enemy according to the above combat formations, but charged forward almost madly, not afraid of death or fatigue, with only one belief in their eyes: killing the Japanese. In the rear, members of the propaganda department also recorded this moment with tears in their eyes. They will spread the spirit of the security soldiers throughout the Great Xia Kingdom, so that this ancient dragon can awaken again, and let this dragon kingdom stand on top of the world again. Su Yu looked at the scene on the front line and felt deeply moved. He understood why he was working so hard. This battle would make the security force famous in every corner of the Great Xia Kingdom. Chapter 85. Victory. On August 3rd, the siege of Qianwen County lasted for 3 days. More than 20,000 combatants of the 37th Division resisted with all their might, fighting from outside the city to inside, and then engaging in street fighting with gunfire everywhere. The ground was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood was very strong. Animals that liked the smell of blood also began to get ready to devour the corpses of the Japanese devils. Attack me. At the entrance of a street in the north of the city, the 311th Infantry Regiment under Qian Jie's 31st Infantry Division was fighting a street battle with a battalion of Japanese soldiers. The Japanese were guarding the entrance of the alley tightly to prevent the 311th Infantry from rushing in. Damn it! After 3 days of fighting, the commander of the 311th Infantry Regiment was also bloodthirsty, but he still remained absolutely sober. The Japanese used bunkers to guard the entrance to the alley tightly. If they wanted to attack by force, they would suffer heavy casualties, but they could not move in heavy artillery and could not fire mortars. This became a fatal problem. When the 311th Infantry Regiment encountered this problem, the other infantry regiments also encountered this problem. The Japanese used pre-built bunkers to guard the main alley entrances tightly, and they could not rush in at all. Guard the 3 service headquarters. Wang Wu slammed the table and shouted. Then use artillery to cover the entire city and turn the entire Qianwen County into a ruin. I don't believe that the Japanese can fly into the sky and hide underground, but this consumes too much ammunition and wastes time. The staff member said, to raise Qianwen County to the ground, we need at least 7,000 rounds of artillery shells. Our current reserve is only around 1,200 rounds, which is not enough. Therefore, this plan is not suitable. Damn it! A living person can be suffocated to death by urine. Wang Wu also paced back and forth in the command center. Because the Japanese had made preparations in advance, it would be very unprofitable to launch a strong attack at this time because it would only cause heavy casualties. Leave this to me. Su Yu said, I have mobilized 30 teams of Intelligence Bureau operations team members to come here. They will take care of these bunkers. Intelligence Agency Action Team. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, thinking to themselves, maybe the commander was so angry at the Japanese that he wanted the Intelligence Bureau to use a counter-espionage tactic to make the Japanese surrender on their own. Don't look at me like that. Su Yu shook his head and said, there's nothing wrong with my brain. The reason I asked the action team to come here is because they have secret weapons that can restrain the Japanese bunkers. And this good stuff. Wang Wu said excitedly, Commander, you are too biased. Why did you equip our troops with such good equipment instead of giving it to the action team first? You will be equipped with the equipment later, so don't worry. Not long after, 30 groups of action team members appeared at the front line. They came to the front battlefield with special weapons wrapped in military linen. One group of members came to the alley where the 311th Infantry Regiment was located. Did the higher-ups send you here to provide support? Asked Hu Bing, commander of the 311th Infantry Regiment, puzzled. Why? You look down on us. The action team leader, Viper, said sternly, if you look down on us, why don't you blow up the Japanese bunkers yourself? Get out of the way and don't delay my work. As he spoke, Viper lifted the military linen cloth, and a brand new RPG-7 anti-tank rocket launcher appeared in front of everyone. This was the third epic-making weapon that Su Yu exchanged for the Intelligence Bureau from the World Nuclear Peace. The RPG-7 anti-tank rocket launcher has a caliber of 40 millimeters, a weight of 7 kilograms, an effective range of 200 meters, a maximum range of 1,000 meters, and an armor-piercing thickness of up to 400 millimeters. Therefore, 1 or 2 shots can solve the problem when used against the bunkers built by the Japanese. What kind of weapon is this? Everyone was curious about the weapon that Viper took out. They had never seen such a weapon before. Emission. Call out. After Viper gave the order to fire, the members of the action team quickly pulled the trigger, and then the shell burst out instantly and hit the Japanese bunker. Boom. Under the firepower of the rocket launcher, the Japanese bunker was like a shoddy construction and more than half of it was blown up, and the Japanese machine gunner inside was also killed. My dear. Hu Bing looked at the weapons and equipment brought by the action team. His eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Viper, saying, "My brother, we are all family. Look at this cannon." Seeing Hu Bing's silly smile, Viper said coldly, "Why? You want to exchange a cigarette for my rocket launcher? You're really good at making a deal. How about I give you a whole pack?" Hu Bing said with sincere eyes. "Captain Hu." Viper patted Hu Bing on the shoulder and said, "The Japanese bunker has been blown up. You'd better fight well. I, Viper, have never lost money in business in my life. Brothers, kill them." Hu Bing threw the cigarette to Viper and then led his soldiers to charge. Without the cover of the bunker, the Japanese were no match for the security forces because the number of people in Hu Bing's 311 Infantry Regiment was twice that of the Japanese. Looking at the soldiers fighting with all their might, Poison Bee led the action team to evacuate. Their mission had been accomplished. Kill. The bunkers at the entrances of all the alleys were destroyed. The Japanese were defeated and were chased and beaten by the security soldiers. There are about 7,000 soldiers in the 37th Division still resisting. And now, because the last line of defense has been breached, a massacre has occurred again. Fuck your ancestors. A guard soldier stabbed the Japanese soldier's body with a knife. The white knife went in and the red knife came out. The Japanese soldier's intestines were pulled out. The scene was very bloody. In less than 2 hours, 4 infantry divisions besieged the 37th Division headquarters. Tens of thousands of soldiers surrounded the 37th Division headquarters and began to attack it. Fire. In the rear, at the command of the 3 artillery commanders, 144 artillery pieces began a round of attacks, directly destroying all the defensive positions of the 37th Division command, and the soldiers began to charge again. Go! Capture the Japanese division commander alive. Kill him. The soldiers' eyes were full of murderous intent. The Japanese's actions had angered them, and this time they would make them pay with blood. Tens of thousands of people launched a full-scale attack on the few thousand Japanese in the 37th Division headquarters. In less than a moment, the 37th Division headquarters was breached, and the commander of the Japanese 37th Division committed suicide by seppuku at the headquarters. However, looking at the sharp samurai sword, he couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, he was stabbing his own belly. Bang! A gunshot hit the right hand of the commander of the 37th Division. The lieutenant general of the Japanese army was captured alive by the security forces. This also announced the end of the war on the front line. The security forces won a great victory with absolute advantage and wiped out tens of thousands of Japanese devils. Chapter 86 Yinjing. In the afternoon, after the 37th Division was destroyed, the division commander was captured alive and handed over to his superiors. The soldiers of the 4 infantry divisions on the front line all lay on the ground and fell asleep in this hellish environment. The 3-day-long battle left them physically and mentally exhausted. If it weren't for the faith in their hearts, they would have collapsed long ago. "Commander, this..." Wang Wu wanted to wake up the soldiers, saying that sleeping on the ground was inappropriate, but Su Yu stopped him. He looked at Wang Wu and said, "Let the brothers have a good sleep, and tell the kitchen staff to prepare dinner." "Yes, Commander." Su Yu looked at the soldiers lying on the ground sleeping in a mess, and he suddenly felt sad. Every inch of land was soaked in blood, and there were 100,000 young men and 100,000 soldiers. These people are also sons loved by their parents, but now in order to shoulder the responsibilities, the dignity of the country and the honor of the soldiers, they have to join the battlefield, serve the country, and protect their families. This battle demonstrated the power of the security forces and the demeanor of the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom. The propaganda department was also obtaining materials. Seeing the soldiers tired and falling asleep in front of the corpses, they also shed tears. These are the real heroes. Evening. Su Yu personally came to the logistics kitchen team to help. The commanders, the army chief of staff, and Wang Wu were all preparing dinner. They wanted the soldiers to be able to drink millet porridge and eat white flour buns as soon as they woke up. Wang Wu asked Su Yu while the fire was burning, "Commander, how should we march next?" "We will retreat together with Shue's army," Su Yu said while carrying water. "If Shue's army hadn't blocked the 2 divisions of the Japanese army for us, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the 3 infantry divisions of the Japanese so easily." "Yes." Wang Wu also said with emotion, "If the troops next to us were not the Shui family army, but other warlords' troops, they would not block these 2 infantry divisions for us. They probably hope that these 2 divisions will come to our defense zone." So, Su Yu continued, "This is the importance of allies. In this battle, our security forces have established the hearts of the people in Daxia. I believe that they will develop faster in the future." Old Chan. Wang Wu shouted to the commander of the 31st Infantry Division, "Your division is worthy of inheriting the will of your army commander. You are charging at the peak without caring about your life. My second army can't even outrun you." "Ha ha ha, Commander Wang is joking." Chen Jie put down the steamer in his hand and said, "In order for us to run faster, our army commander carries a load for 5 kilometers every day and practices short-distance races. Our army commander said that running fast has 2 major benefits." "Oh, tell me about it," Wang Wu asked curiously. "If we lose a battle, we can run away quickly and the enemy can't catch up with us," Chen Jie said with a smile. "If we win a battle, our friendly forces can't run faster than us, so we could be the first to clean up the battlefield and seize the good stuff." "Look at this." Wang Wu looked at Su Yu and said, "I said that this blind manhwa is blind in his eyes, but not in his heart. His ability to scheme against others is amazing." "Ha ha ha. Hurry up," Su Yu urged with a smile. "It's almost time for dinner. It's been 3 hours since the end of the war. I believe many soldiers will soon wake up. Let's quickly prepare the food." "Almost there, almost there," the head cook said, sweating profusely. "It will be ready soon." In the evening, after 4 or 5 hours of rest, most of the soldiers on the front line got up. Looking at the white flour buns and millet porridge in front of them, they drooled. "Come and eat when you're hungry. There's plenty to eat." Soon after, more and more soldiers began to line up for meals and then squatted aside to eat. Surrounding them were the corpses of Japanese soldiers and coagulated blood, but to the soldiers, this did not make any sense. After eating, the soldiers began to stretch their muscles and clean up the battlefield. At the command center, Su Yu also obtained the statistics of the battle losses. Because the soldiers launched a large-scale charge this time and did not proceed step by step as planned, the time was shortened from 7 days to 3 days, so there were many casualties. "Our army suffered 5,117 casualties," Wang Wu said with a sad face, "and we wiped out more than 25,000 Japanese soldiers. As for this number, it is only a little less, because many Japanese soldiers were blown into meat paste and cannot be counted at all." The sea supplies included 7,700 rifles, 210 light machine guns, and 19 heavy machine guns. As for the artillery, almost all of them were destroyed and cannot be used, Wang Wu said with regret. "In this battle," Su Yu said with a sad face, "our security forces suffered losses of over 10,000. "Yes," Wang Wu also said with distress, "in order to annihilate the 3 divisions of the Japanese, our army suffered no less than 8,000 casualties. As for the other 2 armies, their situation is probably only slightly better than mine. Retreat." Su Yu continued, "I have already informed the Shui family army that they don't need to pin down the Japanese infantry division anymore. In another 7 hours, the Japanese will reach our defense zone, so we should retreat now and take a detour from Yinjing back to Jinling. In this battle, our Dasha National League was defeated, but our security forces won." Soon, Su Yu began to evacuate with a large force, and the 4th Guard Army in another battlefield also began to evacuate and meet up in Yinjing, because if they didn't withdraw, they would be surrounded by the Japanese. On August 6th, the 3 armies under the security force gathered in Yinjing. At this time, Yinjing was deserted. Even the imperial court had moved away. How could the people stay here? Looking at this 1,000-year-old capital, Su Yu felt something in his heart. "You damned bastards, why don't you go fight the devils instead of robbing a bank?" At this time, a loud noise caught Su Yu's attention. He saw a group of soldiers in green uniforms rushing into the bank. Boxes of silver dollars and gold were being moved out and loaded onto trucks, which made the bank managers angry and yelled at them. "What are you doing?" Zhang, who led the guard battalion troops to quickly surround the hundreds of soldiers in front of them and shouted, "The battle on the front line is in full swing, but you are robbing a bank here. Do you still look like a soldier? Which unit are you from?" A regiment commander came out and said, "I am the commander of the 117th Infantry Regiment, under the command of General Sanma, Wang Matzi. The new Imperial Army has screwed us over badly. Is it wrong for me to steal some of their money and give it to my brothers? Destroy it." Su Yu waved his hand, and the soldiers of the guard battalion quickly pulled the trigger. Hundreds of submachine guns killed the group of soldiers in front of them in an instant. Zhang Hu came to the person in charge of the bank and asked, "Who opened this bank?" "Prince Gong." The bank manager seemed to have seen a savior and said quickly, "This is Prince Gong's bank. There are 2.9 million silver dollars and 1,200 kilograms of gold in it. Can you escort us out of the capital?" Prince Gong. 1,200 kilograms of gold. Now that the battlefield has begun, the price of gold has skyrocketed. One tael of gold can be exchanged for more than 100 silver dollars. These 1,200 kilograms are equivalent to more than 30 million silver dollars. Oh my God, I'm rich. Su Yu was secretly happy in his heart. This was really the beginning of the reign and the beginning of the marriage. The Bodhisattva was kneeling down to give him money. Chapter 87 Daxia Military Spirit. Don't worry, Su Yu said as he quickly got out of the car. I have relied on Prince Gong for a long time. Leave the transportation to us and ensure that it is delivered safely to Prince Gong. Oh, by the way, Su Yu continued to ask, apart from these, is there anything else? The Japanese are about to attack Yanjing, and we have to transport all the things away, so as not to let the Japanese get away with it. Listening to Su Yu's words, the bank administrator was also weighing the pros and cons. His transport team was killed by the previous wave of soldiers, which meant that he was unable to transport so many silver dollars and gold bars by himself, and he couldn't find a better transport team in a short time. Now he could only trust the handsome officer in front of him. And some more. The bank manager said, there are still some antiques in the basement, about 100 or so pieces, but they are not valuable because the valuable ones have been transported away in the first 8 shipments. 8 times. When Su Yu heard this, he felt like he had missed out on 100 million. However, it can also be seen from this how rich Prince Gong's family is. Su Yu is looking forward to how much supplies he can seize when he sweeps the court. Prince Gong is just a prince, but he possesses such a huge wealth. Put it in the car. Su Yu waved his hand, and the soldiers quickly moved the silver dollars and gold bars onto the truck. In addition, there were about 100 antiques, including gold, copper, and silver items, as well as calligraphy and paintings, bottles and jars, etc., exactly 100 pieces in total. Set off. The security forces began to march quickly, and at this time Shui's army was also joining Su Yu's troops in the north of Yanjing. Shui's army also lost more than 30,000 people after this battle. On August 11th, the National Daily published the latest battle report from the front line. After half a month of fighting, the million-strong coalition army of the Great Xia Kingdom was completely defeated, and Yanjing, the dragon vein of our country, was lost. More than 400,000 of the million-strong coalition army were killed in the battle, and nearly 600,000 troops retreated, resulting in a crushing defeat. This news caused a huge shock in the Great Xia Kingdom. The people did not expect that a million-strong army would be completely defeated after only half a month of resistance. In this case, how could they resist the attack from the East Asian Kingdom? Is the Great Xia Kingdom really going to perish? At the same time, 71 local newspapers and 3 national newspapers, including the most authoritative national newspaper, reported another exciting news. At the Shanglu Garrison Command, Commander Su Yu led the 3 garrison armies to annihilate more than 70,000 Japanese soldiers in the area around Qinghe County and Xiao Town, achieving the greatest victory since the anti-Japanese war. There were also pictures in the newspapers, with the bodies of the Japanese devils piled up like mountains, and photos of the captured commander of the Japanese Army Division. It recorded that the commander of the Japanese Army Division was executed by being cut into pieces, and the people applauded when they saw it. 1 inch of land is stained with blood. 100,000 young men are 100,000 soldiers. The security forces launched continuous attacks on the Japanese. After 3 days of fighting, they completely wiped out the Japanese 37th Division. However, the physical strength of the security soldiers reached its limit and they fell asleep next to the corpses. The people felt very distressed when they saw the densely packed security soldiers lying on the ground and sleeping. How could they not feel distressed when they encountered such an environment just to protect them? Save the country in times of crisis, and rather die than become a slave of a conquered nation. We are great soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty. We sacrificed our lives on the battlefield. Death is also glorious. How can we seek temporary comfort, lose our national integrity, and be laughed at by others? The daily newspapers also publicized the 2 slogans of the security forces, as well as photos of the killing of Japanese devils in the Battle of Chaojin, photos of security soldiers charging at full speed and shuttling through gunfire and rain of bullets, and photos of security soldiers who were injured but still held their ground on the front line of the battlefield. Seeing these photos, many people shed tears. I, Su Yu, will definitely fight the Japanese to the end. When the heaven lends me a long tassel, I will immediately ride my sword and march into Japan. Su Yu composed a poem behind the dead body of the Japanese soldier. In just 3 days, more than 30 million copies of newspapers about the garrison were printed. This was because they could not print enough copies. Otherwise, at least 50 million copies would have been sold. Moreover, all newspapers about the garrison were sold at half price. During these 3 days, the reputation of the Shanglu Garrison Command overshadowed all the troops of the Great Xia Kingdom. Everyone was discussing news about the garrison. Some said that the heavenly soldiers and generals had come down to Earth to rescue the suffering people. It is also said that the security forces are the best guarantee for the Great Xia Kingdom and the military soul of the Great Xia Kingdom. While everyone was praising the security forces, some newspapers were publicizing the news that the court was preserving its strength, not resisting with its millions of troops, and moving the imperial palace to the southern region, completely disregarding the lives of the people, and that the major warlords were also preserving their strength and not resisting with all their strength, just to calculate their own interests. With this comparison, Su Yu's security headquarters was elevated to the top of the people's hearts. At this moment, Su Yu's mouth was almost crooked with smile, because he picked up Prince Gong's fortune of nearly 40 million along the way, which made him rich again, and the most important thing was his reputation. Because of the publicity from all the major newspapers and the propaganda departments across the country, the reputation value in world nuclear peace has now entered a crazy state, breaking through the 10 million barrier in just 10 hours. It is still beating wildly. Su Yu predicts that this time the reputation value will reach a crazy number, maybe 20 million, 30 million, or even 50 million or 80 million. All are possible. We will have to wait until the storm subsides to know the final increase in the reputation value. His gains from this expedition were enormous, but his losses were also considerable. For the next period of time, he will enter a state of recuperation. Because the imperial court could no longer withstand the pressure from the people, it began to mobilize 1 million new troops and joined forces with the major military governors to once again form a coalition force to actively attack the Japanese. However, this had nothing to do with him for the time being, because this time, his father mobilized the Su family army and did not let him go. Shanglu Garrison Command. Su Yu returned with the troops. He came to Wang Wen and said, "Immediately count all the casualties and the exact number of casualties. I want to distribute all the subsidies." Clear. Also, Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang, "Our security forces are conducting a new round of recruitment, nationwide recruitment, with no limit on the number, but the quality must be in accordance with our previous recruitment." Commander. Liao Yuanliang looked at Su Yu and said, "Our security headquarters is now very famous. If we announce the recruitment now, I'm afraid that millions of people will sign up. That's the effect we want." Su Yu smiled and said, "In this way, we can recruit the best soldiers. Our foundation has been laid very solidly. It's time to vigorously develop our own strength." Clear. Chapter 88. A great increase in strength. On August 15th, the Shanglu Garrison Command announced a nationwide recruitment campaign. Anyone who meets the requirements can sign up. We look forward to fighting side by side against the Japanese. Because of the headquarters recruitment order, hundreds of millions of young people began to sign up, wanting to fight side by side with the security soldiers and fight the Japanese together. This move was naturally noticed by all major forces. The imperial court, Crown Prince Wu Xingqiao, the prime minister, and marshal of the three armies Zhang Tianle were all discussing countermeasures in the palace. Crown Prince Wu Xingqiao was very dissatisfied with Su Yu's actions. "It seems that our governor Su's son is also a remarkable person," Wu Xingqiao said. "The Su family is now supported by the people. Our court has lost the support of the people. Without the support of the people, our finances will be greatly hit. Therefore, in this resistance, we must use all our strength to win the hearts of the people." "Your Highness is right," the Prime Minister of the Cabinet said. "He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world." This garrison commander Su Yu must understand this truth. This propaganda must be his work. Otherwise, where did these photos of the frontline battlefield come from? His heart is damnable. Wu Xingqiao looked at the two people in front of him and said, "Now the garrison commander is recruiting a large number of soldiers. I heard that on the front line, the garrison commander has a large number of heavy artillery units and flying squadrons under his command. This hidden strength should not be underestimated. I thought the major military governors were our court's #1 enemy, but now it seems that this garrison commander is our #1 enemy." "Your Highness." Zhang Tianle took 2 steps forward and said, "The Eastern Kingdom is our biggest enemy. Now we must unite the major warlords to defeat the Eastern Kingdom. Only in this way can we restore our image in the hearts of the people." Wu Xingqiao nodded and said, "I will meet with the major governors to discuss again the day after tomorrow." At this time, an old eunuch walked quickly into the hall and came to Wu Xingqiao and said, "Your Highness, the queen said that she wanted to move the Yuhe garden in Yinjing here. Now there is a big commotion, and we really can't do anything. Besides," the eunuch continued, "the emperor said that he wanted to move all the sculptures in the treasury here. This is his life's work. He is now recruiting soldiers and wants them to go to Yinjing to bring back all the sculptures." "Nonsense." Wu Xingqiao slammed the table and said angrily, "The world is about to be destroyed, and they still have the heart to think about these things." After saying that, a cruel look flashed in Wu Xingqiao's eyes, and no one knew what he was planning. Guangdong and Guangxi governor's office. Xue Hongyi learned that if Su Yu had not helped his Xue family army in this coalition war, they might have suffered heavy losses like the other warlords' troops. Moreover, seeing that Su Yu was becoming famous in the Great Xia Kingdom, he was very envious and wondered why his Xue family didn't have such a talented person. Dad. At this time, Xue Jingwan walked into the hall. Looking at his tall and beautiful daughter, Xue Hongyi smiled secretly and said that his family did not have a talented man, but had a beautiful and talented daughter. This time the warlords gathered to discuss the conference against the Eastern nations. He would talk to Su Yuanzhong about the friendship. Since he didn't have a son with extraordinary talent, it seemed like a good idea to have a son-in-law with extraordinary talent. "My dear girl," Xue Hongyi asked with a smile, "what do you want to talk to Dad about?" "Dad, I heard there's going to be another war." "Why?" Xue Hongyi sighed and said, "It is a tragedy of the times. This era will eventually be filled with war. This war will not end in many years. Even if we expel the Japanese pirates, there will be a great chaos on the mainland. No one knows what the final direction of this country will be. What we can control now is not to be infected by this sad era." "Jingwan," Xue Hongyi looked at his daughter and said, "Although you are a woman, you still need to work hard to climb up in this era. Only in this way can you protect your life. Your father will choose a path for you. As for how to go, it's up to you." "Dad, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay. I'm just old and I like to sigh." "Oh, by the way, what do you want to see me about?" Xue Hongyi continued to ask. "Our college organized us to go to Shanglu for academic exchange. I was asking if there was a war in Shanglu. Should I go?" "What?" "Of course." Xue Hongyi quickly stood up and shouted, "Xiang, quickly collect Mrs. Things and let her go to Shanglu." "Yes, sir." "My daughter, Shanglu is a good place," Xue Hongyi said with a smile, "and it's also very safe. You can go there without worry. Don't worry, Dad will have someone take care of you." "Dad, don't bother others." "It's not someone else." Xue Hongyi smiled and said, "We are one of us, hee." Yawn. At the security command, Su Yu yawned twice in succession, wondering which old bastard was plotting against him. "Commander." At this time, Wang Wen walked quickly into the headquarters, came to Su Yu and said, "In this war, the number of casualties of our army has been counted. It is 11,000, of which 4,300 are seriously injured and are being treated, and 6,700 have died in battle. For those who are seriously injured, we must find a way to treat them as much as possible, at least to keep them alive." Su Yu frowned and said, "We will pay for all the treatment costs, and each person will receive a subsidy of 100 silver dollars. In the next 3 years, we will provide a subsidy of 60 silver dollars per year. Soldiers who have been treated can be given some jobs. The total subsidy is 280 silver dollars. As for those who died in battle, they will be awarded the Martyr's Medal and receive a subsidy of 120 silver dollars. The Martyr's family will receive a subsidy of 70 silver dollars per year for 5 consecutive years. The local government must waive tuition fees for the children of the family, with a total subsidy of 470 silver dollars. Clear. Wang Wen quickly distributed the subsidies, and all of them would be sent to the family members. Now, Su Yu is paying attention to the information in world nuclear peace. Because of the surge in reputation, the limit on troop exchange has been unlocked, expanding from 1 army to 5 armies. In other words, he can now exchange 4 armies from world nuclear peace, or 120,000 soldiers. This is of great significance to him. Because of the excessive number of new recruits in this expansion, these 120,000 elite soldiers exchanged out can just serve as squad leaders, platoon leaders, company commanders, and other positions, which can greatly alleviate the disadvantages brought by the new recruits. In addition, Su Yu also plans to continue exchanging business talents because he needs money now. He needs a lot of money so that he can feed these troops. He has already exchanged out 10 business talents, and they have traveled to various countries with assets worth hundreds of millions. Now he needs to exchange out 20 more, and use the assets to make quick money, such as exchanging out an arms king, Victor Bout, who will specifically facilitate arms sales for him. Chapter 89: Establishment of a Military Factory. In addition to business talents, Su Yu values technical talents the most. He plans to set up a military factory of his own. Now that the world nuclear peace has unlocked the talent exchange interface, it just solves one of his major problems. The reason why Daxia Kingdom is so backward in military industry is that there is no large amount of capital investment, and the most important reason is that there are no high-end technical talents. Even if there are, They are working in foreign countries, and there are none in China. This time, since he has enough reputation in world nuclear peace, he will set about building Asia's largest military factory and a military research base to lay the foundation for future military development. As for the location of the military factory, Su Yu thought about it again and again, and he decided to put it in Jinling, because Shanglu was too close to the sea. As someone who understood the future development of military industry, it was too dangerous to put it in Shanglu. Therefore, it was most appropriate to place the military factory in Jinling. It just so happened that Jinling already had an arsenal built by his father, so they could be developed in a unified manner, saving him the trouble of starting from scratch. Thinking of this, Su Yu planned to go back to Jinling, because the matter of the military factory should be settled sooner rather than later. It happened that he didn't need to go to the front line now. At a later stage, he might not have so much time to set up a military factory. Zhang Hu. Su Yu shouted to Zhang Hu at the door, "Apply for a special train to Jinling. The sooner the better." "Yes, Commander." Zhang Hu quickly rushed to the Ministry of Transport to apply for a special train. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yu and the soldiers of the guard battalion took a special train back to Jinling and arrived just in the evening. Governor's office. When Su Yu walked into the inner courtyard, he heard his father talking on the phone with someone. He laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. He laughed loudly and said, "Don't worry, Brother Shui. There is no problem with this matter." "I agree. Don't worry. If that kid dares to disagree, I will break his legs." "Ha ha ha, you said it was fate. I didn't expect that we could become a family." "Ha ha, Brother Shui. I'll treat you to a drink when I have time." "No problem. Leave it to me." "Dad, who are you talking to on the phone? Why are you back, kid?" Su Yuanzhong said to the phone, "The boy is back. I'm going to hang up with you first. Wait for my news." After that, Su Yuanzhong hung up the phone, then smiled and said to Su Yu, "You, my boy, went to the front line this time, but you brought honor to our Su family. You are worthy of being my son, Su Yuanzhong. Sit down, sit down." Su Yuanzhong sat on the sofa and asked, "Why are you back now? Didn't I hear that your security forces are recruiting a large number of soldiers?" "This time I come back, I plan to set up a military factory," Su Yu said to his father, "to set up the largest military factory in Asia and a military research base." "Are you okay, kid?" Su Yuanzhong coughed and asked, "Your father established this Jinling arsenal, which is a bit small. It is like a money-eating beast every year, and it costs your father at least tens of millions of funds. You want to build the largest military factory in Asia. Why don't you say to build the largest military factory in the world? This is the second step of the plan," Su Yu said as he took a sip of tea. Puff. Su Yuanzhong spat out a mouthful of tea, looked at Su Yu and said, "You are kidding me. Do you think I was kidding you by coming back from Shanglu in person?" Su Yu looked at his father and said, "I know my own worth. I have carefully thought about what I said." "In that case." Su Yuanzhong put down his teacup and said, "Dad, I fully support you." "Dad." Su Yu smiled and said, "Didn't you say before that you had no money and no life? Why are you so generous today?" "That's because Dad didn't know your abilities. Now Dad knows that your vision and strength far surpass your father's." So, Su Yuanzhong looked at Su Yu and said, "I plan to take over the Su family." "Stop." Su Yu waved his hand and said, "Dad, you are still young. You should manage the Su family yourself. I will be the commander of the Shanglu garrison for the time being." "Why? Do you look down on your father's wealth? How can that be possible?" Su Yu waved his hand and said, "The main reason is that I am afraid that I can't intimidate those people under my father. After all, they are all my uncles. How can I command them?" Hearing this, Su Yuanzhong was stunned for a moment, and then he thought about it and realized that the army commanders under him and the chief of staff of the governor's office were all his old brothers. If he let his son take command, there would be big problems. They obey him, but they may not obey his son. Given his son's character, he cannot tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. What if? "We'll talk about this later," Su Yuanzhong said slowly. "Then, except for the Su family army, you can transfer any other departments, even the money in the Ministry of Finance. You can use it at will. That's it." "That's no problem." Su Yu doesn't want to take over the Su family army for the time being, because the senior commanders here are his father's brothers. Usually his father is more indulgent towards these people, but if Su Yu takes over, he will not allow anyone to violate military orders, so he doesn't want to take over the Su family army now. As for the future, let's talk about it later. "That's right, Dad." Su Yu continued to ask, "How big is the current scale of the Jinling arsenal?" "The Jinling arsenal was established 8 years ago," Su Yuanzhong responded. "The arsenal general office consists of the engineering department, materials department, inspection department, accounting department, and 8 factories, namely the gun factory, bullet factory, cannon factory, shell factory, fire equipment factory, producing fuses, gunpowder factory, foundry, and weapon factory. There are more than 8,000 machines of various types, 21,000 employees, and self-provided power generation equipment with an installed capacity of 20,000 kilowatts. The total construction funds spent 200 million silver dollars, with monthly expenses of 1.2 million and 3 million during the war. The monthly output of rifles is up to 4,000, light machine guns 400, heavy machine guns 100, mortars 120, bullets 15 million, smokeless gunpowder 20 tons, and artillery shells 9,000. It is one of the largest arsenals in Daxia. Su Yuanzhong said proudly, "The reason why your father can sit firmly in the wealthy land of the two provinces is because of this arsenal. It can continuously provide weapons and equipment for our Su family army." Too small. Su Yu looked at his father and said, "Next, I want to expand the Jinling arsenal. Come on, it's all in vain." Su Yuanzhong rolled his eyes and said to Su Yu, "It's up to you. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, I have placed all my hopes on you." Chapter 90 Getting Started. After dinner, Su Yu returned to his room and began to think about the development path of the military factory. He wanted to expand the Jinling arsenal, so this would have to meet the logistical needs of the Su family army to keep up with the Lu garrison forces. As for rifles, the production capacity must be at least 20,000 rifles per month, and the production lines of light machine guns, heavy machine guns, 75mm field guns, and 152mm howitzers all need to be exchanged. As for the armored production line and the aviation fighter production line, he will first set up a scientific research base, exchange the blueprints of related weapons from the world's nuclear power, and then exchange them for production engineers of related high-end weapons, and then train production engineers of heavy weapons, forming a production circle that can continuously train senior engineers for him. In this way, the largest military factory in Asia can be gradually realized. Su Yu came to the World Nuclear Flat and found the production line interface. The first thing he chose was the rifle production line. The rifle he chose was the FN-49 semi-automatic rifle. Although the mainstream rifles nowadays are bolt-action rifles, in order to solve the problem once and for all, Su Yu chose a semi-automatic rifle with good performance, the FN-49. The FN-49 semi-automatic rifle has a total length of 1,116 millimeters, a caliber of 7.92, a magazine capacity of 10 rounds, a range of 500 meters, and very good performance. A semi-automatic production line can produce 1,500 rifles a month. Su Yu World placed an order for 20 production lines. The price of one production line is 50,000 reputation points, and 20 production lines means 1 million reputation points. Next is the production line of the Czech light machine gun, which produces 500 guns per month. Su Yu placed an order for 5 light machine gun production lines, with 70,000 reputation points for each production line, for a total of 350,000 reputation points. There is also the SG-43 heavy machine gun production line, with a monthly output of 300 guns. Su Yu still placed an order for 5 heavy machine gun production lines, with 80,000 reputation points per production line, for a total of 400,000 reputation points. There is also a production line for 75mm field guns, with a monthly output of 100 guns. Su Yu placed an order for 10 field gun production lines, with 100,000 reputation points for each production line, for a total of 1 million reputation points. Next is the 152mm production line, with a monthly output of 30 guns. Su Yu placed an order for 10 howitzer production lines, with 130,000 reputation points per production line, for a total of 1.3 million reputation points. The last one is the grenade production line, with a monthly output of 10,000 pieces. Su Yu placed an order for 20 grenade production lines, with 20,000 reputation points per production line, for a total of 400,000 reputation points. As well as the bullet production line, his father's arsenal's bullet production capacity can now reach 15 million rounds, which is already a very large scale. This time he purchased 10 bullet production lines again, including a production line for heavy machine gun bullets. A semi-automatic production line has a monthly output of 2 million rounds and is sold for 50,000 reputation points. 10 production lines would produce 20 million rounds, enough for future wars. Just purchasing these production lines cost Su Yu 4.94 million reputation points, and there was an additional 260,000 reputation points required to unlock them, for a total of 5.2 million. This was also the reason why a military factory could not be established in the past. The price was too high. Fortunately, his reputation in world nuclear peace is sufficient and has reached a huge amount of 30 million, so he decided to build a military factory. The next step was the exchange of talents. He directly exchanged 200 senior engineers, all of whom were senior engineers in the field of armaments. He also exchanged 10 academician-level weapons research and development engineers, including academicians in the fields of guns, artillery, armor tanks, and aviation. It cost Su Yu a total of 500,000 reputation points. With these people, the military factory team was established. The next morning, Su Yu brought the guard battalion to the Jinling arsenal. Looking at the endless rows of factory buildings covering hundreds of acres, Su Yu secretly thought that his father's vision was indeed farther-sighted than that of the other governors. Master! A middle-aged man came up to Su Yu quickly. He was wearing work clothes and was thin. This man was Jian Nanchun, the general manager of Jinling Arsenal. Director Jian. Su Yu directly explained his purpose. I came here this time to expand the Jinling Arsenal. I know this. The commander-in-chief has told me that everything will be subject to the young master's arrangements. Jian Nanchun responded with a smile. To be honest, Jian Nanchun admired their young master from the bottom of their heart. He killed the Japanese devils on the front line and made them, the workers who produced weapons, have value in existence. I plan to open 3 branches in Jinling. Su Yu said out loud, each branch must be 5 times larger than the Jinling arsenal, and the Jinling arsenal will also be expanded 5 times in size. 5 times. Establish 3 branch factories. Although Jian Nanchun was mentally prepared, it was still shocked by the scale. According to this scale, these 4 arsenals can provide logistical support for 1.5 million troops. That's right. Su Yu spoke again. I have already chosen the location. Your next task is to expand the factory and build it for me. You also need to recruit and train workers. In addition, you need to build a research institute for me in the suburbs of Jinling according to the blueprints. As he spoke, Su Yu handed a stack of drawings to the other party. These were the construction drawings of the arsenal, and there were also construction drawings of the research institute. As long as they built according to the drawings, there wouldn't be any big problems. How much money and time will it take to build these arsenals? Su Yu asked Jian Nanchun. Jian Nanchun took the blueprint, looked through it and said, it will take at least 3 months. I'm afraid we will need to recruit tens of thousands of construction workers, and the construction funds needed may be around 7 million. Well, Su Yu said, I'll give you 10 million, and you build it according to the volume of 10 million, and shorten the time as soon as possible. Clear. Jian Nanchun looked at Su Yu and assured him, please rest assured, young master. Since this task has been given to me, I will definitely do it beautifully. I feel relieved when you say that. Immediately afterwards, Su Yu began to return to Shanglu. Although his production line had been purchased, it also needed to be sent to Jinling one after another. At this time, the construction of 4 arsenals plus a research institute could be completed. It was impossible to build a large military factory within a day, unless it fell from the sky. After returning to Shanglu, Su Yu received a call from Su Yuanzhong, who said that his daughter went to Shanglu for academic exchange and asked him to take care of her. Just as Su Yu hung up the phone, his father called again and said that he had arranged a marriage for him. The man was already quite old, and the girl was from the Shui family. Which Shui family? Su Yu asked. She is Su Yuanzhong's daughter. Su Yuanzhong's voice came from the phone. I heard that you have met. Isn't this just right? Besides, we are allies with the Shui family, which makes us even closer. Chapter 91 Engagement. Shanglu Medical University. Su Yu changed into a Disya national dress and drove a brand new jeep to the university gate. According to his father, since the other party had already arrived and Su Yuanzhong had called him personally to say so, he had to treat them to a meal. Su Yu felt unhappy whenever he thought of Su Yuanzhong's face. I treated him as a buddy, but he wanted to be my dad. Now is a critical moment in the development of the army, and he doesn't intend to consider these romantic matters for the time being. But he can't persuade his stubborn father, so he can only take advantage of these few days of free time to complete the task assigned by his superiors. Jingwan, please give me another chance. At the entrance of the university, a man in a suit, tie, and slicked back hair knelt on one knee with flowers in his hand and expressed his love to a beautiful girl. This scene attracted a lot of attention. Su Yu saw this scene through the car window, shook his head and thought that this routine was too cliché, simply outdated. But the girl who was being courted was still very pretty, wearing a bright yellow long dress, with a cute ponytail, and an extremely gorgeous face, an oval face, a pair of big dark and clear eyes, and a straight nose, just like a work of art carved by God, etc. Su Yu was thinking back, and he seemed to have seen this girl before. Oops. Su Yu slapped his thigh. Wasn't this Su Yuanzhong's daughter Su Jingwan? He had only glanced at her at first, and this time he was almost focused on that pair of straight white legs and almost forgot what she looked like. But Su Yu was wondering whether to go down or not. I'm so sorry. Xue Jingwan politely said to the boy who was expressing his love, "We are not suitable for each other, and I don't want to find a partner before graduation. I'm sorry." After saying that, Xue Jingwan left quickly. Here, Su Yu opened the car window and waved, and Xue Jingwan quickly trotted over. Looking at her rosy little face and her cute ponytail bouncing up and down, to be honest, which man can resist this? Sorry to have kept you waiting. Xue Jingwan sat in the passenger seat, took a breath, and apologized to Su Yu. No, I just got here too. Su Yu started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and disappeared on the spot. Then he brought Xue Jingwan to the Sassoon building, which is considered a relatively prosperous area in Shanglu. Why have all the prosperous places in our great Xia become concessions? Xue Jingwan asked the question in her heart. This question asked Su Yu, and he didn't know how to answer it. He just said that if you fall behind, you will be beaten, and I am working hard for it. This sentence increased Xue Jingwan's favorability towards Su Yu several times. The two of them came to a small private room. Su Yu handed the menu to Xue Jingwan and said, "Take a look and see if there is anything you like. Just order whatever you want." Shanglu's specialties include Shanglu braised pork, 8 treasure duck, crystal shrimp, Shanglu smoked fish, etc. Take a look. Xue Jingwan took the menu, ordered all the dishes Su Yu mentioned, and then ordered 2 vegetables. After ordering, Xue Jingwan put down the menu and asked Su Yu, "You should be busy, right?" "Fine." Su Yu took a sip of boiled water and said, "The troops are resting recently, so we are not too busy during this period. After a few days, the troops will start to expand, and we will be busy again." "That's right." They both said at the same time, and Xue Jingwan spoke first. "You speak first." "Well," Su Yu scratched his head and said, "My dad just told me that your dad and my dad discussed it and arranged a marriage for us. What do you think about this?" Xue Jingwan blushed and said, "I'll listen to my family." Su Yu was confused. Shouldn't this mean that I haven't graduated from college yet and am not considering a partner for the time being? Or should it mean that I am in a free love relationship now and we should get along first and then see if we are suitable? But, Xue Jingwan said again, nowadays, free love is important. You are excellent, young and promising, and a national hero loved by the people. You are also very handsome. Anyone who sees a boy like you will be moved. But this does not mean that our 3 views are suitable. As for these external conditions, I, Xue Jingwan, do not lack them very much. We can try to get in touch first. Su Yu nodded. This was in line with his idea. There was nothing to complain about the other party's appearance, but Su Yu didn't just consider appearance. The two of them gradually became familiar with each other from the awkward chat at the beginning and would occasionally make a joke to liven up the atmosphere. After dinner, Su Yu sent Xue Jingwan back to the school dormitory and gave her his exclusive telephone number at the headquarters, telling her that she could contact him if anything happened. Goodbye. Xue Jingwan got out of the car, waved to Su Yu with a smile, and then walked into the college dormitory. When they returned to the garrison headquarters, it was already late at night, but there were still many people dealing with their matters, including Chief of Staff Wang Wan and Deputy Commander Liao Yuanliang. "You too. Why don't you go and rest?" "Hey, the commander is back." Wang Wan smiled and said, "I heard that the governor has arranged a marriage for you. Are you going to bring this future commander's wife out to meet us brothers?" "It's not even a stroke yet." So you immediately changed the subject and asked, "What are you guys still busy with so late?" "What else could it be?" "Recruiting new soldiers," Liao Yuanliang said, stretching himself. "In just a few days, we have recruited 1.1 million new soldiers. This is unstoppable." "How many?" 1.1 million. "Nonsense," Su Yu said in a sonorous voice. "How can we support so many new soldiers? It will also seriously affect the combat effectiveness of the troops. This is a big step. Stop recruiting now." Su Yu continued, "Our first step is to recruit no more than 400,000 soldiers. I plan to include our existing soldiers and set the total number of army troops at 600,000, 12 infantry armies." "But, Commander," Liao Yuanliang said aggrievedly, "you said it, the more the better." "I miscalculated," Su Yu swallowed and said, "I didn't expect the recruitment speed to be so fast. 1 million soldiers were recruited in just a few days. This is terrifying. But these are the best talents picked from hundreds of thousands," Liao Yuanliang said with regret. "In that case, the army should remain at 600,000, plus 200,000 in reserve. No more, otherwise our command system will have major problems. We must take it step by step. That's all we can do." Liao Yuanliang said, "I thought you were going to recruit 2 million troops and become the largest force in Daxia, but this is indeed a big step." Chapter 92. Establishing an Armored Force. On August 25th, the 5 great governors of the Great Xia Kingdom held the second joint meeting with the imperial court. This time, the 5 great governors directly overturned the table because the imperial court's actions were simply too much, treating their troops as cannon fodder. So you had no interest in the discussions between the imperial court and the major military governors. Because he is now forming a new security force, expanding it from the original 5 armies to 12 armies, so you plans to set up 4 major army groups, with Wang Wu as the commander of the 1st Army Group, Guo Dehai as the commander of the 2nd Army Group, Deng Liang as the commander of the 3rd Army Group, and He Yushan as the commander of the 4th Army Group. Each army group is composed of 3 infantry armies and an artillery brigade. The artillery brigade has 3 artillery regiments, namely the 152 mm Howitzer Regiment, the 122 mm Howitzer Regiment, and the Anti-Aircraft Artillery Regiment, with a total number of 160,000 people. As for Liao Yuanliang, he was the deputy commander, and it would not be appropriate for him to go to the front line to lead troops to fight, so Su Yu kept him in the command center this time. In addition, among the new recruits recruited this time, there are 120,000 exchange soldiers. Su Yu mixed all the new recruits and old soldiers together, and then arranged them to the positions of squad leaders, platoon leaders, and company leaders according to their final military merits and special training results. In addition, he also planned to expand the aviation force and establish an armored force. Since he had sufficient reputation and enough time to develop this time, he could do it in one go. There are currently 26.77 million reputation points in world nuclear peace, and it is still growing at a rate of 200,000 per year, so these reputation points are enough for him to accomplish many things. For the armored forces, he planned to establish 4 armored divisions, with 1 armored division under each army group. As for the organization of the armored division, Su Yu established it according to the world's strongest standards. An armored division has 12,000 people, including a tank brigade, a mechanized infantry brigade, and an artillery brigade. The tank brigade is composed of 3 tank regiments. The tank regiment is composed of 3 tank battalions. The tank battalion is composed of 3 tank companies. A tank company is composed of 3 tank platoons, and the 3 tank platoons are composed of 1 medium tank platoon and 2 light tank platoons respectively. A medium tank platoon is equipped with 3 medium tanks. A light tank platoon is equipped with 4 light tanks, and a tank brigade has a total of 270 tanks. Next is the mechanized infantry brigade, equipped with 81 armored fighting vehicles. As for the artillery regiment, it is equipped with 48 122 mm howitzers and 24 anti-aircraft guns. In this way, the armored division planned by Su Yu will be equipped with 351 armored tanks and 70 artillery pieces. It can be said to be armed to the teeth. These 4 armored divisions will become the land warfare trump cards of the security force. The 4 armored divisions had a total of more than 1,400 armored tanks, which almost surpassed the total number of armored vehicles of the East Asian Kingdom in the Great Xia Kingdom. After arriving at the world nuclear peace, Su Yu found the tank and armored vehicle interface and began to investigate what kind of tank to equip. In the end, he chose the T-60 light tank. The performance of the T-60 light tank is very superior. It can drive normally in mud, grass, and snow. This tank weighs 6.4 tons, has a maximum speed of 44 kilometers per hour, a maximum range of 450 kilometers, and an exchange price of 800 reputation points. The weapon is equipped with a 20 mm main gun and a 7.62 mm machine gun. The shells used include fragmentation incendiary bombs, armor-piercing bombs, etc. There are usually 750 rounds of ammunition. It can penetrate 35 mm thick armor at an angle of 60 degrees within a distance of 500 meters. One shot can solve the problem of the Japanese's thin-skinned tanks. As for the medium tank, Su Yu chose the T-44 medium tank, which is equipped with an 85 mm gun as its main weapon, 120 mm thick frontal armor, 32 tons in weight, and has a crew of 4. The exchange price is 1,100 reputation points. The last one is the armored vehicle. So you chose the M3 half-track armored vehicle, which can also be called a multifunctional armored vehicle. It can carry soldiers, tow cannons, or be equipped with anti-tank guns, anti-aircraft guns, heavy artillery, etc. It has very comprehensive performance, and the exchange price is 800 reputation points. In total, the armored tanks needed by these 4 armored divisions consumed a total of 1.23 million reputation points for Su Yu. In addition, there are tanks and armored troops. The exchange price of a division of tanks and armored troops is 200,000. Su Yu directly spent 800,000 to exchange for the armored troops needed by 4 armored divisions. Because the armored forces are known as the king of land warfare, This kind of high destructive force can only be completely loyal to him and cannot have any accidents. So he chose to announce the exchange of soldiers instead of training them himself. So these 4 armored divisions cost him more than 2 million reputation points. But these reputation points were just a drop in the bucket for him. But then again, he had to keep enough reputation points now, because the garrison troops would need to consume at least tens of thousands of artillery shells in a large-scale battle. So in order to be able to meet the demand, the reputation points had to be sufficient. The establishment of the armored force symbolizes that the combat effectiveness of the security forces has been taken to a new level. In the following month, the security forces began a new round of special training. As Su Yu brought out the armored forces, the senior commanders were frightened and their faces widened. They also became more respectful to their own commanders. With the addition of 4 armor divisions, Su Yu gave some tactical guidance, such as infantry and tank coordinated operations, fire coverage, etc., all of which were heavy firepower strikes, which Su Yu called Soviet-style ammunition. During this month, the imperial court dispatched 700,000 new army troops and joined forces with 750,000 troops formed by major warlords. A total of 1.45 million troops launched major battles in Mongshan, Tianhuoqiao, Shizhuang, Taiyuan, and other areas, annihilating more than 19,000 Japanese devils, which was considered a considerable victory. On September 30th, a piece of news shocked the Great Xia Kingdom. The Great Xia Emperor Wu Pengzu and the current queen lost their appetite and eventually died of depression because the country was in danger. For the stability of Daxia, cabinet ministers and military marshals requested Wu Xingqiao to serve as the new emperor, as the country could not be without a ruler for a day. Finally, Wu Xingqiao accepted the request only after many ministers knelt down to persuade him. On October 2nd, the Great Xia Kingdom welcomed its 17th new emperor, who was only 27 years old, and took over the throne of the Great Xia Kingdom. After Wu Xingqiao became the new emperor, he reduced local taxes and issued a general amnesty, requiring the 500 million people of Daxia to join the court in defeating the enemy. In response to this, after Su Yu learned the news, he just smiled and said nothing. As the saying goes, a dog will always eat shit. In this dirty big dievat, no one can expect to be clean. This court has reached its end. No one can turn the tide and allow this dynasty to continue, because he will be the biggest stumbling block in front of the court. A stumbling block so big that there is no end in sight. Chapter 93 High Profit Industry. At the garrison training ground, T-44 medium tanks were conducting an 800-meter obstacle charge, and there were also a large number of infantrymen around conducting coordinated infantry tank operations. This was the new tactic that Su Yu had recently taught the soldiers, and after a month of training, it had already begun to show its effectiveness. Commander, this is incredible. Liao Yuanliang sighed and said, I never thought that we have already equipped our aviation force and armored force. Now only the Navy is left. As long as the Navy is fully equipped, our Army, Navy, and Air Force will be complete. Don't worry, Su Yu said with a smile. The Navy won't be far away. Once we defeat the Dongyang Army, the Navy will be established one after another. Now our most important task is to defeat the Dongyang country. Yuanliang. Su Yu looked at Liao Yuanliang and said, I think you also know that the current security force is of such a scale. You should be able to understand my ambitions. Commander. Liao Yuanliang looked at Su Yu and said, Brothers, you all know that the world is united, and we are willing to follow the commander for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, Su Yu showed relief on his face. He patted Liao Yuanliang on the shoulder, then quickly walked to the training ground and watched the soldiers training enthusiastically. Today, the total number of troops in the 4 armies is about 650,000, with 200,000 reserve troops and more than 10,000 Air Force troops. The total force adds up to nearly 900,000. It can be said that except for the imperial court, he has the largest number of troops. No one would have thought that a 900,000-strong army could be supported by just the territory of Shanglu. After all, the monthly military pay for this 900,000-strong army is as high as 5 million. The average military pay for the regular army is 6 yuan, and that for the reserve force is 3 yuan. If you have participated in actual combat, such as the Battle of Chaozhen and the Battle of Qinghe County, your military pay will also be increased based on military merit. Therefore, this is an army of nearly 900,000 people, and the military pay alone it would cost him 5 million silver dollars a month. In addition to the 900,000 mouths eating under his hands, Finance Minister Wu Liangye has calculated that the annual consumption of these 900,000 troops, excluding the battlefield, will cost 88 million silver dollars. If there is a war, it may cost hundreds of millions. Now, Dongxing Group under his command can earn about 3.5 million yuan per month in Shanglu, And his father has also given him the financial income of Shanglu, which can bring him about 180,000 yuan in income every year. But even so, his gap is still very big. The 30 business talents he exchanged established more than 170 various companies in foreign countries, including oil, automobiles, stockings, mining development, etc., with almost 1.7 billion silver dollars invested. These business talents use the money in their hands to invest in major powers, earn huge profits in the shortest possible time with forward-looking vision, and then use this huge amount of money to invest in companies. These companies will become the lifeblood of a country in the future. The one who can bring him huge profits in a short period of time is the arms king Victor Bout. He is also waiting for news from the other party, because the other party went to the Middle East and India and Africa a month ago. Light weapons in these regions are very popular and the market size is large, but there are very few suppliers, so Su Yu placed the export of arms in these places from the beginning. In addition to arms, Su Yu also established a highly profitable industry, which is special effect medicines, such as penicillin, the painkiller morphine, and sulfa powder. These 3 special effect medicines are more valuable than gold. Not to mention backward regions such as India and Africa, even the major powers are in great shortage of such special effect medicines, so Su Yu is opening up the market for special effect medicines around the world. In Shanglu, Su Yu secretly established a special medicine production base and exchanged a special medicine production line from the world's nuclear power. The daily production volume is around 10 tons, and the scale is still expanding. As for the special medicine business, Su Yu handed it over to the exchanged business talent Sheng Xuanhuai. Sheng Xuanhuai had pioneered many pioneering businesses and was also a great entrepreneur and philanthropist, so it was most appropriate for him to hand over the pharmaceutical business. Commander. At this time, Zhang Hu quickly ran to Su Yu and said, Mr. Shang, Victor, but has sent his secretary back to report to you about the sales situation during this period. Hurry up. Su Yu said to Zhang Hu, take them to the meeting room. Su Yu is worried about money now. His whole family depends on these 2 highly profitable industries for a living. So he now wants to know how much profit the 2 can bring him after such a long time. In the conference room, 2 secretaries walked in quickly with a stack of documents. They came to Su Yu and said, Commander Su, I am President Shang's secretary. You can just call me Xiao He. The person who spoke was a thin young man, about 30 years old, from Daxia. Commander Su, I'm Victor Bout's secretary. You can just call me Jack. So you looked at Jack with blonde hair and blue eyes and nodded and said, Jack, your boss has been in the Middle East and India and Africa for almost 2 months. I wonder what he has gained in these 2 months. I have come back precisely to report this to you. Jack opened the file in his hand and said, because the India-Africa region is currently holding a grand anti-aggression confrontation, we have negotiated a number of big deals with the People's Party, the Congress Party, and the People's Party. The population of the India-Africa region is about 380 million. Plus the population of the surrounding countries, there are about 490 million people, and the demand is also huge. After nearly 2 months of hard work, we were able to negotiate a sales volume of 590,000 rifles at the highest price, 230 silver dollars per rifle. The domestic price is 200 silver dollars per rifle, but the manufacturing cost is 30 silver dollars per rifle. Our net profit can reach 200 silver dollars per rifle, so the net profit from rifles alone has reached 118 million. 80,000 light machine guns, 10,000 heavy machine guns, and as for artillery, 30,000 mortars, 8,075 mm field guns, and howitzers, which are almost not needed by any force in the Indo-African region. Our light machine guns are sold at 1,500 silver dollars, and each light machine gun makes a profit of 1,100 silver dollars. The heavy machine guns are sold at 2,500 silver dollars, making a profit of 1,100 silver dollars. Mortars are sold at 3,000 silver dollars, making a profit of 1,200 silver dollars. Field guns are sold at 6,000 silver dollars, making a profit of 3,500 silver dollars. Therefore, our total profit from heavy firepower is 163 million silver dollars. There is also ammunition. We sold 300 million bullets at 1 yuan for 10 rounds, 12 million grenades at 3 yuan each, 300,000 howitzer shells at 10 yuan each, and 80,000 field artillery shells at 30 yuan each. The total sales amount is 71.4 million yuan. According to our 60% profit, it is 42.84 million yuan. Chapter 94A Father-in-Law appears unexpectedly. So in less than 2 months, our Junfa Group has made a profit of 323 million. And now we have received a 30% deposit, which is 96.9 million silver dollars. We only need to complete the transaction of these arms and supplies within half a year, and we can get the balance payment in batches. It doesn't take half a year. So you said happily, I can deliver all of them within a month. 1 month. Jack was also shocked to hear this. He was a homeless man from the United States. Because the boss took a fancy to him, he was able to start a new life. So he followed the boss wholeheartedly. However, he was also very curious about his boss's boss. But when he saw him today, he thought he was just a young man in his 20s, nothing special. But when he heard that the other party could complete the transaction of all the arms within a month, he was shocked. With such a large scale, it would be difficult even for the military factory within the United States to complete it within a month, but the person in front of him understood. Jack put away his contempt and said to Su Yu respectfully, I will pass your words to the boss, and we will work harder to negotiate more orders. Zhang Hu. Su Yu shouted, and Zhang Hu took out 2 large yellow croakers from the box and stuffed them into Jack's pockets, saying, Work hard. If you do well, our commander will use you. I certainly will. With that, Jack left. Then, the man next to him also began to flip through the documents in his hand and said, Commander, the Paradise Pharmaceuticals founded by President Shang has already cooperated with the 7 major powers, as well as more than 30 small and medium-sized countries. What is the price of penicillin? 1 gram costs $830, which is 670 times more than gold. The man spoke in response. Hearing this, Su Yu was so surprised that he almost stood up. This was even more profitable than arms, because with the current level of technology, penicillin, also known as penicillin, could not be mass-produced. Of course, this was in addition to the production line of the pharmaceutical company he founded. The price of the injectable penicillin we sold was $200 per tube, or 400 silver dollars. We received an order for 500,000 tubes from Tsarist Russia, which resulted in sales of 200 million silver dollars. How much do the sulfa tablets and morphine cost? Su Yu asked again. He didn't know much about the price of the special medicine, because this kind of special medicine was rarely seen on the market in Daxia Kingdom, and its value was very different from that of other countries. Sulfa tablets, we charge 5 silver dollars per tablet. A box contains 100 tablets, worth 500 silver dollars. Morphine subcutaneous injection, 1 injection is 32 milligrams. The price is 100 silver dollars. We sold 2.2 million units of penicillin, 200,000 boxes of sulfa tablets, and 1 million units of morphine to the 7 major powers alone, with total sales of 1.08 billion silver dollars. My dear. Su Yu was deeply shocked by this number. However, this sales amount is also very normal, because there are more than 200 countries in the world now, and as many as 70 countries are participating in the war. Even the major powers are gearing up. St. Petersburg and the British Empire are preparing to start the Second World War. Tsarist Russia and France are among them. Therefore, the price of this special medicine has remained high for a long time, and the demand is particularly large. The net profit of this special medicine for him is 94%. That is to say, his net profit of the 1.08 billion silver dollars is as high as 1.015 billion. With this money, he no longer has to worry about the follow-up funding for his troops. Sure enough, in this day and age, arms and special medicines are highly profitable industries, especially for someone like him who possesses the world's nuclear power. Making money is faster than picking up money. Very good. Su Yu happily called out to Zhang Hu, and Zhang Hu took out 2 large yellow croakers and stuffed them into the man in front of him, saying, Do a good job. Now that the funding problem has been solved, so you can rest assured that he will be relieved of the burden in his heart. Otherwise, if 900,000 soldiers were to go hungry for a day, it would all be his incompetence. Time passed during the special training of the security soldiers, and another month passed. At present, the guard force needs to consume more than 1.5 million rounds of ammunition every day. This number scared Su Yu so much that he hurried back to Jinling to promote the establishment of military factories, because the guard force's consumption was really too scary. Commander. Jinling 99 Ordnance Branch Factory, Jiananchun was introducing it to Su Yu at this time. Our Jinling Ordnance Factory has now been renamed Ordnance Factory 77, Factory 88, Factory 99, and Factory 101. Now, except for Factory 101, which is being expanded, the other ordnance factories are under full construction and are now completing the finishing work. Our 4 arsenals have a total of more than 9,000 workshops and can accommodate 80,000 people for full production. Moreover, Jian Nanchun continued, the production lines you purchased are all semi-automatic production lines. The production speed is more than 3 times that of our manual production lines. As long as we work in 2 shifts, we can increase production many times. Take ammunition, for example. Under normal production, our monthly output is about 45 million rounds. But if we work in 2 shifts, our monthly output can reach 90 million rounds, or even more. Hearing this, Su Yu expressed his wisdom towards the arsenal he had established. How long will it take for these 4 arsenals to be put into production? Su Yu asked. It will take at least half a month. The workers are almost ready for training. But if we produce normally every month, Jian Nanchun said to Su Yu, the monthly consumption of raw materials and workers' salaries will be around 5.6 million. Money again. Su Yu sighed and said, ask my dad. The governor said, Jian Nanchun said, pinching his nose awkwardly, he won't pay because there's a war going on at the front and the governor's office is short of money. Then let my dad advance the money for 2 months. I will talk to him about this. Yes, Commander. In the afternoon, Su Yu came to the governor's mansion to find Su Yuanzhong and explained his purpose. When Su Yuanzhong heard this, his eyes turned and he said, Mary Jingwan and I will give you 30 million silver dollars. Dad, how could you do this? Su Yu pretended to be angry and said, how can marriage be measured by money? If you marry Jingwan, your father-in-law Shui said that he would give Guangdong and Guangxi as a dowry to our Su family. Su Yuanzhong said to Su Yu, your father-in-law Shui said that none of his sons are capable of taking on important responsibilities, so if you marry his daughter, he will give you these 2 provinces. Grass. Su Yu cursed inwardly. This is not the way to test people. Also, Su Yuanzhong continued, your father-in-law Shui, etc. Su Yu waved his hand and said, I haven't agreed yet. How come I'm already my father-in-law? Chapter 95. Battle on the front line. You little bastard. Is it unfair for you to marry Jingwan? Or what? Su Yuanzhong puffed his beard and glared. You are now more powerful than ever, and the other half of the problem needs to be solved as soon as possible. You and I, father and son, are commanding the troops on the battlefield, and there may be accidents. We must have a direct heir. You should understand this. Now that the Japanese army is approaching, our Great Xia coalition has formed a 1 million-strong army to fight again. But the situation is not optimistic. Su Yuanzhong sighed and said, I am really curious about your security forces. My 150,000 Su family troops fought against a division of the Japanese. The battle lasted for 7 days, with more than 8,000 casualties and more than 2,000 Japanese soldiers annihilated. The casualties ratio was 1 to 4. Also, Su Yuanzhong continued, the court's new army, which is also the personal guard of old man Xing Tianla, fought with the Japanese for more than a month. In the Battle of Beizhuang, it was 300,000 against 100,000. The 4 divisions of the Japanese broke through the defense line of the 300,000-strong new army. If Xing Tianla hadn't sneaked in at the end, I'm afraid that more than half of the 300,000 troops would have been lost. The Battle of Beizhuang was very tragic. The new army lost more than 90,000 people, and the Japanese lost less than 20,000. The casualties were almost 5 to 1. After 2 months of fighting on the front line, the 2 armies fought 127 battles, but we won only 17 of them, and they were not large-scale battles. The 3 large-scale battles all ended in failure. I'm just curious. Su Yuanzhong looked at Su Yu and asked, this Japanese division is so powerful. How did your security force manage to wipe out 3 Japanese divisions with 150,000 troops? Before I came into contact with the Japanese, I thought it was feasible, but now it seems incredible. Hearing Su Yuanzhong say this, Su Yu smiled and said, Dad, you will understand after 3 months of training in my security force. Get lost. Su Yuanzhong rolled his eyes and cursed. If your father were 30 years younger, I would go to your military camp to find out. But now, I am old. Since your security forces can have such combat power, I am relieved. Maybe you can fulfill my lifelong wish. Oh, by the way, Su Yuanzhong asked, didn't your security forces actively recruit soldiers some time ago? Why haven't you been active recently? We have already recruited all the people. So soon? Su Yuanzhong nodded and asked, how many new soldiers did you recruit this time? Combined with the existing soldiers, the number of soldiers in the security force has now reached 900,000. How many? Su Yuanzhong swallowed and stood up, looking at Su Yu with wide eyes and asked, how much did you say? 900,000? Yes. Su Yu asked curiously, what's wrong? You are really going to the sky. Su Yuanzhong said in surprise, you are using the territory of Shanglu to support 900,000 troops. You are kidding? Having been a military commander for more than 10 years, Su Yuanzhong understood very well what it meant to support an army of 900,000. It meant that at least 80 million yuan of funds would be needed every year. This meant that once the battlefield was opened and these 900,000 troops were mobilized, hundreds of millions of yuan would be needed every year. Su Yuanzhong was afraid that Su Yu would take too big a step and end up in trouble. Once these 900,000 troops were starved of food, it would cause a mutiny, and by then, all the years of hard work might be wasted. Rest assured. Su Yu knew his father's concerns and quickly explained, I know my own abilities. Without this ability, do you think I would have recruited so many new soldiers? 2. Hearing this, Su Yuanzhong sat back in his chair, then looked at Su Yu and said, if you want to do this, you must marry Jingwan home so that someone can take care of your business. You have to know, Su Yuanzhong said slowly, the Shui family was the richest family in Daxia several hundred years ago. In the previous dynasty, the ancestor of the Shui family was the prime minister of the previous dynasty, and he was re-elected as prime minister for 3 consecutive dynasties. He was a popular figure around the emperor. In addition, the ancestor of the Shui family also had a title, that is, the most corrupt official of the previous dynasty, and the money he embezzled was measured in billions. After that, the Shui family started to engage in business, monopolizing hundreds of industries with huge funds and becoming the leading enterprise in the industry. After the Shui family incident hundreds of years ago, the Shui family began a hide. Although Shui Hongyi occupies 2 provinces, the wealth in his hands is so great that you can't imagine. I heard that the Shui family started to develop overseas markets 100 years ago. Take the United States, for example, Su Yuanzhong said admiringly. The docks alone account for more than half of the profits of the United States. You can imagine how rich the Shui family is. Everyone in the Shui family is a genius in business, but they have no talent for leading troops in battle. I heard that Shui Hongyi's 3 sons are all business elites, but the one with the most business talent is Shui Hongyi's daughter Shui Jingwan. So this will be of great help to you in conquering the world in the future. Well, Su Yuanzhong said casually, Jingwan happens to be in Shanglu, so you 2 can just hold the wedding. What? Su Yu stood up and shouted, absolutely not. The whole country is fighting the Japanese invaders. How can I get married now? This is ridiculous. Then get engaged first. Su Yuanzhong couldn't let Su Yu refuse and said, such a beautiful wife came to your door and you didn't want her. You must be a bad boy. Fart. Hearing this, Su Yu jumped up and shouted, I can't say that I am invincible, but I am definitely like Optimus Prime. That's it. Su Yuanzhong sighed and said, if your father were 10 years younger, I would have to marry you 7 or 8 young mothers. Now it's no longer possible. But you have to inherit your father's legacy and give birth to more children for my Su family. Do you think I'm a cow? Su Yuan rolled his eyes and said, hurry up and give me the 30 million. You. Hey. Hearing this, Su Yuanzhong chuckled and said, I'll ask the finance department to allocate 30 million yuan to you right away. Also, I'll go check out a good date. I think we can get married this month. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Su Yuanzhong burst into laughter and walked out of the office whistling a little tune. He was very happy in his heart. He was very happy that his son could marry the daughter of the Shui family, and now he wanted to express this joy. At the governor's mansion, Su Yuanzhong held the phone and said with a smile, Old Shui, that bastard has agreed. Come over right away. We'll pick an auspicious day and get the job done. Ha ha ha. Shui Hongyi's laughter could also be heard on the phone. He was extremely satisfied with Su Yu as his son-in-law. Chapter 96 Daily Life. Early morning of October 15th. Su Yu is inspecting the 4 major arsenals. Now the 4 major arsenals have all started to operate. In addition, there is also the Military Factory Research Institute. Su Yu exchanged 300,000 reputation points for research equipment in the world nuclear peace. They are all advanced research equipment, totaling more than 1,900 units. Now the Military Factory Research Institute has also begun to get on track. More than 200 researchers have begun to study the weapon blueprints exchanged by Su Yu. Now the first task of the institute is to fill the existing shortcomings of the Great Xia Kingdom, that is, the basic weapons research and development technology, and lay a solid foundation for weapons research and development. The next step is to develop advanced weapons and equipment, such as large-caliber artillery, engine technology, aviation technology, armored tanks, and naval warships. These technologies need to be implemented step by step by members of the institute. Commander. Wu Liangye walked quickly to Su Yu, grabbed Su Yu's arm and said, Why are you still here? Your father-in-law is here, as well as the future commander's wife. Hurry up and go. Wu Liangye was really speechless about this commander. His wife and father-in-law were both here, but he still had the mood to inspect the arsenal. He had a really big heart. Su family compound. Shui Hongyi and Su Yuanzhong were drinking tea in the yard, with smiles on their faces. Shui Hongyi said with a smile, When I first saw Xiao Yu, I felt he was extraordinary. I never thought that he would become my son-in-law now. Ha. Oops. Shui Hongyi continued with a smile. I can finally give away these 2 provinces. Back then, I used money to buy these 2 provinces from the court, and let me make good use of them. Today, I can finally give them away. You don't know how I have been through these years. I didn't have to worry about it before there was no war. Now that the war has started, I really don't want it anymore. This is much harder than doing business. Ha ha ha. Su Yuanzhong smiled and said, "Don't worry, my dear relatives. When the world is filled with people with the surname Su, your Shui family will certainly not be any worse off." Ahem. Su Yu listened at the door for a long time. Hearing the two old men in front of him using their abacuses, he couldn't help but cough and shouted, "Uncle Shui is here. And still calling me Uncle Shui." Su Yuanzhong rolled his eyes at Su Yu and said, "Call me Dad." Su Yu greeted him with a smile, then thought of a saying, "A man who has eaten someone's food should be grateful for what he has received." Then he shouted to Shui Hongyi awkwardly, "Dad." "Well," Shui Hongyi responded with a smile, "Very big boy." At this time, Jingwan was wearing a white chest-length skirt and a milky white short-sleeved top, which set off her beautiful little face with a noble air that was not tainted by the vulgarity of the world, like a fairy in the moon, floating like the wind. Shui Jingwan glanced at Su Yu and smiled. Over the past 2 months, the two had come into contact several times and had become familiar with each other, no longer feeling strange as before. "Dad." Shui Jingwan came to Shui Hongyi and said, "Now that war has come and foreign enemies have invaded, the engagement can be done by just having a meal together as a family. There is no need to make too much of a fuss." "I agree with Jingwan's idea." Su Yu stood up and said. Seeing this, Su Yuanzhong and Shui Hongyi paused for a moment, then laughed and said, "No problem. It's up to you two to decide. Anything is fine." The next morning, the Su family compound began to get busy. Shui Hongyi's wife, Lu Mei, who was Shui Jingwan's mother, also came to the Su family, as well as Shui Jingwan's 3 brothers, and a group of uncles, cousins, etc., about 50 people in total. As for the Su family, there were about 20 people. The close relatives of the two families added up to about 70 people, who witnessed the engagement of a couple of newlyweds in the Su family compound. Shui Jingwan walked beside the stream in the backyard and said to Su Yu, I want to finish college." "All right." Su Yu smiled and said, "In my place, there are not so many traditional rules. You can do whatever you want. If you want to go to college, go and study hard. If you want to do business, I will fully support you. Of course, if you want to stay at home, I will support you." Hearing this, Shui Jingwan blushed and whispered, "Thank you." Looking at the other person's shy appearance and her peerless beauty, Su Yu really wanted to bite her. At noon, the people from the Su family and the Shui family began to have their meal. There were 33 delicious dishes on the table, as well as the famous liquor of the Great Xia Kingdom, Luzhou Laojiao, which was brought to the table in boxes. Because at this time, the children of the Su family and the children of the Shui family started to drink and compete with each other. The children of the Shui family wanted to give the children of the Su family, that is, Su Yu, a warning at the table, so that the daughter of their Shui family would not be bullied. This is also a custom at the drinking table in the Great Xia Kingdom. The two families drank from noon to night and had a great time. It was also the first time that Su Yu got drunk in this world and was almost unconscious. At night, Shui Jingwan helped Su Yu into the room. Looking at Su Yu lying on the bed, she didn't know what she was thinking. Suddenly, her face turned red and she ran out of the room shyly. "Shui Jingwan, Shui Jingwan." Shui Jingwan shouted in her heart, "Can you be a little more capable and reserved?" Then, Shui Jingwan stomped her feet and left Su Yu's door, returning to her own room. Although the two were already engaged, she was a little nervous about having to sleep together right away. The next morning, Shui Hongyi took the Shui family away from the Su family. As the fighting was still going on at the front line, he had to go back to take charge of the situation. Su Yuanzhong also went to the governor's mansion early. Oops. Su Yu shook his confused head, thinking that he should not drink like this in the future. However, thinking about how he killed everyone in the crowd last night and made the Shui family members surrender by drinking, he could still consider it a victory. After walking out of the room and washing up, Shui Jingwan came to Su Yu and said, "Breakfast is ready. Eat first." Su Yu nodded and started eating. Shui Jingwan also started eating. The other party had been waiting for him. "I plan to go back to Shanglu today. Will you come with me?" Su Yu asked Shui Jingwan. Shui Jingwan nodded and said, "The school exchange meeting hasn't ended yet. There is still a month left. I only have 1 day left to apply for leave. I have to go to class tomorrow." After dinner, Su Yu took Shui Jingwan on a special train back to Shanglu and personally drove her to study. "I'll pick you up in the evening," Su Yu said to Shui Jingwan, who was about to get off the car. "Ah!" Shui Jingwan exclaimed in surprise. Then her face blushed and she nodded and trotted out of the car, leaving Su Yu with a beautiful back view. Looking at the other person's expression, Su Yu smiled and shook his head. Chapter 97, Domestic Situation. It hurts. Xue Jingwan shouted shyly. As time went by, about a quarter of an hour later, the two finally started working normally. The sound of Xue Jingwan's heavy breathing was heard from the room, with a hint of pain in her voice. After a few minutes, the pain gradually disappeared, and only a sense of pleasure remained. Once, twice, 8 times. Su Yu fought 8 times at night, and finally stopped at the 9th time when the other party begged for mercy. In the end, the two hugged each other tightly and fell asleep. Looking at the woman in front of him, Su Yu also made up his mind to treat her well for the rest of his life and let her live a safe and happy life. This was the promise he should make as a man. The next morning, Su Yu looked at the woman who was sleeping soundly on the bed, kissed her, and walked out of the room. After having breakfast, he came to the security headquarters. As for Xue Jingwan, Su Yu took her personal maid over to serve her, and also sent a female spy exchanged from the world nuclear peace to protect her. As soon as Su Yu walked into the security command, he saw the commanders of the 4 army groups, as well as Wang Wan and Liao Yuanliang discussing the battle situation on the front line, and how in less than 5 months since the Great Xia Kingdom and the Eastern Ocean Kingdom had fought, they had lost 5 provinces and 2 municipalities in succession, including the Great Xia Kingdom's dragon vein, Yanjing. Damn it! Liao Yuanliang cursed. According to the news from the front line, the Japanese invaders entered Daxia less than 5 months ago and recruited 1.2 million Japanese invaders in our country and established the Manchurian government. The most annoying thing is that the Japanese invaders also established the number 88 traitor spy organization, which killed many patriots in our country, and many commercial patriots were killed. It's really shameful. Wang Wen was also angry and said, "Who would have thought that a great country like ours would be bullied by a tiny country?" A big reason for this is the lack of unity among the people. In less than a few months, the number of puppet troops has skyrocketed by 1.2 million. This is simply a shame for our great Xia nation. Su Yu was not surprised to hear this. Take his reputation in world nuclear peace, for example. He had made such a great contribution. So why was his reputation growing so slowly? This was the reason. How is it possible that you would expect a person who is afraid of death, has no national sentiment at all, and is willing to be a traitor to be grateful to you and support you? According to his memory, in the previous time and space, during the anti-Japanese war, the number of registered puppet troops was more than 2 million, not including those in local areas that were not registered. So he was not very surprised that such a situation occurred in the Great Xia Kingdom. Commander. Guo Dehai saw Su Yu standing at the door and quickly shouted, "Our 4 armies have completed their training. When can we go to the front line to fight the Japanese?" "Yes, Commander." Everyone walked towards Su Yu and asked. Su Yu did not answer the questions from the commanders. Instead, he came to the simulated sand table and said, "The Great Xia Coalition had 1.45 million troops, and now there are only about 1.1 million left, with a loss of 350,000. We have annihilated more than 50,000 Japanese soldiers, and the casualty ratio is 7-1. This is because our Su army wiped out a division of the Japanese army, and the new Imperial Army wiped out a division and a half of the Japanese army. The rest of the forces made almost no progress, and all were defeated and retreated. Now the Japanese Second Army has joined the war, and the Mongolian Third Army has also begun to rush to the front line. In addition, the Eastern Kingdom has sent 10 divisions to the Great Xia Kingdom. So this means that Daxia now has 60 army divisions of Dongyang. Of course, Su Yu continued, excluding the losses, there are still 53 army divisions left, with a strength of about 1.3 million. And with the armored division, the flying squadron, and the heavy artillery regiment, Dongyang's total strength in Daxia is 1.5 million. Hearing this, the senior commanders gasped. The number of 1.5 million was overwhelming. Some time ago, I started sending intelligence agencies to invade the mainland of Dongyang country and got some reliable information. Su Yu continued, there are about 60 divisions of troops in the East Asian country. Their total strength is about 110 divisions, which is 2.75 million army troops. Now that the war has started, their emperor has issued a decree that all people must be soldiers. Now the military has begun to recruit soldiers continuously. According to the news, the East Asian military plans to form 200 army divisions, which is 5 million troops. What 5 million? Liao Yuanliang exclaimed, how is this possible? Nothing is impossible, Su Yu said to everyone. With the industrial and economic capabilities of the East Asian country, it is enough to support these 5 million army troops. Moreover, the world's largest economy, the United States, is the cash machine of the East Asian country, and it lends the East Asian country hundreds of millions of dollars every year. 800 years ago, our Great Xia country was known as the world's #1 economy, with an annual GDP of 7 billion silver dollars. But now, our economy is still stagnant, and our industrial capacity is at the bottom. We can't even build basic cannons, so this is why we have to be beaten. Now the Daxia coalition forces have begun a full-scale battle with the Dongyang Kingdom's First Army, and our mission is to wait and see, and be ready to go to the front line at any time. Clear. Liao Yuanliang said, I will have the soldiers strengthen their training and strive to show the style of our security forces on the battlefield. We are just waiting now, waiting for the outcome of this battle. Su Yu looked at the senior commanders and said, if the Great Xia coalition loses this battle, the imperial court will be finished, so we don't need to rush. We should take advantage of this time to vigorously develop our strength so that we can defeat the Eastern Kingdom. The commander is right. Wang Wen also agreed and said, now that the major warlords have sent out 150,000 troops twice, the loss is not small. So at this time, we really need to accumulate strength so that we can defeat the Japanese later. This great war. Su Yu looked at the sand table and said, I believe that after winter comes, we will be able to determine the winner. During this period of time, we have been stepping up our training efforts, Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang. The 200,000 reserve troops must also be trained like the new recruits so that they can go to the battlefield at any time. We need to maintain a total of 900,000 soldiers who can fight. Yes, Commander. Liao Yuanliang nodded and said, don't worry about that. After 3 months of recruit training, the reserve forces have almost mastered the basics. Next, I will let the security forces and the reserve forces carry out bandit suppression operations in the 3 provinces under the command of the governor to train their actual combat capabilities. Chapter 98. Destroy Daxia in 10 months. It is the winter solstice and the weather is gradually getting colder. It has been more than 2 months since Su Yu last issued tasks to the senior commanders at the headquarters. Now it is December 21st. During this period, the security forces were mobilized in full force to eliminate bandit activities in the 3 provinces controlled by his father. When Xue Hongyi learned about this, he asked Su Yu to send troops to the Guangdong and Guangxi regions under his control to carry out a cleanup operation, and he planned to hand over the 2 provinces to the Su family. Not only had the Xue family army suffered heavy losses in the wars of the past few months, but he was also extremely busy every day. Watching his soldiers die in battle always made him feel heartbroken. In the past 2 months, the security forces have eliminated 720,000 bandits, killed 110,000 bandits, recruited 200,000 bandits, and disbanded 410,000 bandits. All the disbanded bandits were registered, and if they committed crimes again, they would be shot directly. Su Yu also incorporated the 200,000 bandits into the reserve force as subsequent supplementary soldiers, and joined them in the reserve special training. In addition, Su Yu suppressed a large number of bandits in 5 provinces and seized money as high as 22 million. Most importantly, because he eliminated bandits in various places, he was praised by the people and gained 12 million reputation points, bringing his reputation value in world nuclear peace to a huge 30 million. December 29th. The battle between the Daxia coalition forces and the Eastern Kingdom troops on the front line lasted for 63 days. Both sides deployed a total of 2 million troops, and the final news was finally released on this day. The Battle of 100 Divisions, the Daxia coalition forces fought against the Dongyang Army Division for 63 days, under the personal command of Daxia Army Marshal Zhang Tianla, in the areas of Shamei Province and Dong Province, but in the end, due to problems with the command system, the firepower was not as good as the Dongyang Army Division, and they lost air superiority and were ultimately defeated. When this news came out, 50 million people of the Great Xia Kingdom could not calm down for a long time, wondering if the Great Xia Kingdom was really going to perish. The Daxia coalition led 1.15 million troops to fight against 30 divisions of the Japanese, as well as the Flying Squadron, Armored Division, nearly 800,000 troops, and 400,000 puppet troops, but was ultimately defeated. The Daxia League lost more than 900,000 of its 1.15 million troops, the Japanese lost 120,000 soldiers, and the puppet army lost 380,000 troops. The battle loss was almost 2-1, and the Japanese also won a miserable victory. On January 3rd, the Japanese Second Army began to invade the Eastern Province and the Mountain and Coal Province, and approached the Two Lakes Province where the imperial court was located. The imperial army was defeated along the way. Marshal Zhang Tianla formed a new army of 500,000 to resist along the way, buying time for the imperial court's transfer. On January 11th, Zhang Tianla led 500,000 troops to launch the second major battle with the Japanese Second Army. He used the natural barrier of the Yangtze River to flood the 100,000 Japanese troops, causing heavy losses to the Japanese Second Army. But because of this, Zhang Tianla and the new army were encircled and suppressed by the first and third general armies of the Japanese devils. Hundreds of thousands of imperial troops were surrounded by the Japanese devils and could only be slaughtered. Today, the imperial court still has 300,000 imperial guards and 120,000 royal new troops. But when Zhang Tianla and his army were surrounded and attacked, the imperial court did not send troops to rescue. On January 30th, the Japanese army of 1 million was encroaching step by step. Zhang Tianla's troops suffered heavy losses. They fought hard with the Japanese in Nanyang, and their ammunition was almost used up. Upon hearing the news, 500 million people of Daxia Kingdom raised their flags and demanded that the court send troops to rescue the old marshal, and not let the last marshal of Daxia Kingdom die at the hands of the Japanese. They also asked the major warlords to send troops to help. But what came was silence. The imperial court did not send a single soldier or general, and the same went for the major warlords. After 2 joint wars of resistance, the major warlords suffered heavy losses. Take the Shui family army, for example. It only has about 100,000 troops now, and it is impossible to send troops to rescue Zhang Tianla. This is undoubtedly tantamount to suicide. In February, the emperor of the Eastern Kingdom shouted the slogan, "Destroy the Great Xia Kingdom in 10 months. Shanglu Garrison Command. Su Yu called all the senior commanders, and this time he was ready to rescue Zhang Tianla. Take the second time when the other party commanded the Daxia coalition forces to fight against the Japanese army for 63 days, annihilating more than 100,000 Japanese devils, and flooding 100,000 Japanese devils north of the Yangtze River, causing heavy losses to the Second General Army of the Japanese Army. This series of actions warranted the need to send troops to rescue. The imperial court today is like a grasshopper in autumn, which cannot jump for more than a few days. It only has 3 provinces left. With this strength, I am afraid that the major governors will no longer obey the orders of the imperial court, and the period of each fighting for itself in the Great Xia Kingdom will come again. Su Yu also had his own purpose for this rescue. As the last marshal of the Great Xia Kingdom, Zhang Tianla devoted his whole life to serving the people and the country. It's just that he and Zhang Tianla are in different camps, but the other still has prestige in the hearts of the people, especially in the last 2 battles. Moreover, his other plan was to launch a counterattack against the Japanese country and gradually take back the lost territory. He could not let the Japanese continue to be so rampant in the Great Xia country, and he had to curb their offensive pace. As for other warlords, they chose not to resist, but that doesn't mean the Japanese won't look for them. Su Yu looked at the battle plan he had been planning for the past few months. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was almost treating the Japanese as a group of pigs and driving them to the territories of other warlords. Moreover, once the Japanese attack these places, their front line will be stretched to thousands of kilometers, and logistics will definitely cause problems. Now that he has armored forces and air forces, he will definitely hold the air supremacy firmly in his hands. Commander. At this time, Liao Yuanliang led a group of senior commanders into the command center. Everyone knew that the war was coming. They had been waiting for a day, and then for several months. I believe you all understand the situation on the front lines. Su Yu said, our second joint war of resistance failed, and the Third Army Marshal Zhang Tianla and his new army were surrounded by the Japanese and are now in danger. Commander. Guo Dahai said, just give the orders, and we will absolutely obey them. Yes, Commander. The Japanese devils are so arrogant in our Great Xia country, they really think that there is no one in our Great Xia country. Wang Wen also said, this time, we must teach the Japanese devils a heavy lesson. Everyone was talking at once, and Su Yu knew that they were extremely anxious, especially when they heard that the Eastern Kingdom said it would destroy the Great Xia Kingdom in 10 months, which made them furious. All right. Su Yu waved his hand and said, I will issue this combat mission. When they heard Su Yu speak, everyone immediately shut up and listened to Su Yu's instructions. Chapter 99, Sending Troops to Help. The 3 major armies of the Japanese army besieged the new army led by Marshal Zhang Tianla. According to the news, there are less than half of the 500,000 new troops left. In addition, due to the Japanese blockade, logistical supplies are very scarce and they are now in imminent danger. Su Yu pointed at the sand table and said, the 3 major armies of the devils dispatched 53 divisions, more than 1.3 million troops to form a large encirclement to encircle and suppress the new army. However, due to the flood in the north, Marshal Zhang Tianla used the flood to drown hundreds of thousands of Japanese soldiers. In addition, the new army fought hard and annihilated 3 Japanese divisions. According to incomplete statistics, the Japanese lost up to 200,000 soldiers in this battle. This caused great losses to the Japanese. This was also the battle in which our country annihilated the most Japanese soldiers, So the Japanese soldiers went crazy to encircle and suppress Zhang Tianla. The new army is now besieged in Chao County, Su Yu said, holding the baton. Chao County is about 950 kilometers away from Shanglu. If we march on foot, it may take 10 days or half a month to arrive. By the time we arrive, the cucumbers will be cold, so we can only rely on rail transportation. Su Yu looked at Wang Wan and said, I'll leave this matter to you. Go and call for a train to transport our troops to Guangzhou City. Then the main force will assemble here to rescue Marshal Zhang Tianla. As for how to rescue, Su Yu continued, let's use the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain. We will target the 3 major army headquarters. I will send Air Force support. The armored units under your major army groups will go straight to the Japanese army headquarters and disrupt the Japanese camp. Take the opportunity to rescue Zhang Tianla. Remember, we need to rescue Zhang Tianla, not all the new imperial troops. Clear. Liao Yuanliang nodded and said, then I will go to the front line to command it myself. Su Yu nodded and said, I'll feel more at ease if you go. All right, Su Yu said to the senior commanders, everyone go down and prepare. We will set off this afternoon. All 4 armies will be dispatched. Yes, Commander. Today, in addition to the 4 major armies, Shanglu also has 400,000 reserve soldiers and 3 special brigades under Zhang Hu, namely the Special Operations Brigade, the Guard Brigade, and the Armored Brigade, all of which are elite soldiers selected by Su Yu. All of these soldiers were exchanged from the World Nuclear War. Since his reputation has grown, he has paid more attention to his own safety. In addition to the 3 special brigades, the Military Intelligence Agency also sent 7 groups of members to protect him secretly. No matter what problems arise, these people will solve them all for him quietly. So, it is not so easy for anyone who wants to take advantage of him now. That afternoon, Wang Wen dispatched 17 iron trains with more than 60 carriages from the Ministry of Railways and arrived at Shanglu Railway Station. A large number of security troops began to load the trains and rush to the front line. When the people saw the garrison troops heading to Chao County to support Marshal Zhang Tianla, they were shocked and relieved by the righteousness of the garrison commander Su Yu. Their great Xia kingdom needed such a leader. Never abandon, never give up. When foreign enemies invade, you can put aside personal gains and losses and send troops to help former enemies for the sake of national justice. This is a true hero. Less than 3 hours after Su Yu sent out his troops, almost the entire southern region knew that the Shanglu garrison force had sent hundreds of thousands of troops to support the front line, and this brought Su Yu another 2 million reputation points. Now the reputation value in world nuclear peace has reached 32 million, and it is still skyrocketing. Seeing the reputation value skyrocketing, Su Yu looked at the tiny country on the map with a calm expression. He was thinking about how to deal with this tiny country in order to relieve the anger in his heart and the anger of the nation. But after thinking again and again, he realized that even if he destroyed this tiny country, he could not relieve the anger in his heart because this tiny country had caused too much harm to the great Xia kingdom. This was a blood feud of life and death. That night, Su Yuanzhong called. Hello, Dad. You are all right, aren't you? You sent hundreds of thousands of troops to rescue that old man. Do you know what it means to the court and our Su family once we rescue him? Of course I do. Su Yu said seriously, this may seem like a thankless task to the outside world, but for me, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. As for Zhang Tianla, even if we rescue him, how much of a threat do you think a marshal who is over 70 years old and abandoned by the court can pose to us? Also, Su Yu continued, the imperial court's 1 million new troops suffered heavy losses, leaving only 150,000 royal troops and 30 useless guards. These troops are not enough to fill the gaps between the Japanese and the imperial court. After the defeat of the Second Allied forces, the imperial court will be destroyed. You kid. Su Yuanzhong shouted on the phone, it's up to you. This is your army anyway. But I want to remind you, don't capsize in the gutter. It's not easy for you to develop to this point now. It's also the result of fighting in many battles. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I still have hundreds of thousands of Su's army at my disposal. I am ready to dispatch you at any time. Got it, Dad. After Su Yu hung up the phone, another call came in. Hello, Dad. Su Yu shouted, smiling and shaking his head. Xiao Yu, Xue Hongyi's voice came from the phone. I heard that you sent troops to rescue old man Zhang Tianla. There are millions of devils on the front line. You have to be careful. Does your headquarters have enough funds? If not, Dad will transfer some to you. Your dad doesn't have any other skills. He just has some money, so he can only help you in this regard. Dad, Su Yu said with relief, don't worry. This battle is a battle for our security forces to establish the hearts of the people. After this battle, No one can replace the position of our security forces in the hearts of the people. No matter what decision you make, Dad will support you, Su Yuanzhong said slowly. If you encounter any difficulties, please tell me at any time. I will do everything I can to solve it for you. Thank you, Dad. Su Yu hung up the phone happily. With the support of these two fathers, there was no ambition that could not be accomplished. Walking out of the headquarters, the sky outside had become dark, and the sky was full of stars. It was now 11 o'clock in the evening. Su Yu walked slowly to his own villa. The lights in the villa were on. Su Yu walked in and saw Xue Jingwan waiting for him inside. Is there going to be another war? Xue Jingwan asked while holding Su Yu. Yes. Su Yu sighed and said, Don't worry, believe me, I will definitely be able to end this war and make Daxia truly unified, so that the people can live and work in peace and contentment, and the country can develop steadily. Chapter 100 Zhang Tianla. February 8th. Liao Yuanliang arrived at Guangzhou with 4 army groups and established a temporary headquarters in Guangzhou. Station Chief Hao of the Military Intelligence Bureau reported all the news from the front line to Liao Yuanliang. Deputy Commander. Station Master Hao came up to Liao Yuanliang and said, Marshal Zhang Tianla is attached to the county seat of Chao County, and there are 7 surrounding towns forming a defensive position. The Japanese are encroaching step by step, but according to the information we have obtained, the Japanese seem to be deliberately slowing down their pace of advance. Deliberately? Liao Yuanliang frowned and said, It seems that the Japanese are waiting for us to jump in, so we will fulfill their wish and not let their plan go to waste. So, Liao Yuanliang said to the 4 army commanders behind him, Send out the armored forces and head straight for the Japanese army headquarters to catch them off guard. Clear. After sending out the armored forces, Liao Yuanliang continued, The rest of the troops, head straight to Chao County. I don't believe the Japanese can swallow us up in one bite. Also, have the headquarters send out aviation forces for support. Station Master Hao. Liao Yuanliang said to the man in front of him, You pass the message to Marshal Zhang Tianla and coordinate with our troops inside and outside to catch the little devils off guard. Also, give this battle plan to the Marshal. Clear. Station Master Hao nodded and responded with the battle plan in hand. In this combat plan, Liao Yuanliang's plan was to rescue Zhang Tianla and fight a big battle with the Japanese to consume the court's new army. Although the commander only mentioned it, as a subordinate, he had to consider the commander's consideration. These new army troops have all experienced this battle and are first-class veterans. If they are allowed to return to the court alive, they will be able to greatly increase the strength of the court, which will be disadvantageous for the security command. Therefore, there was no way he would allow these hundreds of thousands of new troops to return to the imperial camp. It would be better to let them play their remaining roles and destroy the enemy's effective forces. Chao County Command Center. A white-haired old man sat at the first seat, holding a cigarette in his hand. If someone saw the white-haired old man's face, they would definitely exclaim, Is this still the heroic old Marshal Zhang Tianla? Zhang Tianla's face was pale at this time, and one could see he was tired from his posture. As an old man over 70 years old, following young and strong soldiers in battles all over the country, and thinking about a lot of problems every day, his mental strength is far less than before. Why? Zhang Tianla sighed as he looked at the map. He tried his best but couldn't figure out how to lead his troops to break out because the Japanese had a million-strong army surrounding them. If he gave up the county, he would be surrounded by the Japanese, and he would be defeated even faster. As a great country, I never expected to be invaded by a tiny country and lose the dragon vein of Yinjing and 5 provinces. As soldiers of Daxia, we feel ashamed of the people and the court. Zhang Tianla said to the middle-aged man next to him. This person is Zhang Tianla's son Zhang Zhongjuan, who is also Zhang Tianla's right-hand man and a fierce general. The country will be broken. Zhang Zhongjuan shook his head and said, If our great Xia kingdom is really invaded by the Eastern Kingdom and becomes a colony, how can we face our ancestors? I can't die. Zhang Tianla took a puff of his cigarette and said, There is a hero in the great Xia kingdom now. Hero? Zhang Zhongjuan asked in surprise. Could it be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Oh no, now it should be His Majesty the Emperor. No. Zhang Tianla snuffed out the cigarette in his hand and said, Your Majesty is gifted and intelligent and ruthless. He is very suitable for the throne of the Emperor. He has the power to turn the tide for the great Xia kingdom in the past. However, as his teacher, I know that Your Majesty's weakness is that he lacks a sense of the overall situation and only knows how to focus on the present. There is no problem for him to be a city-defending emperor, but for the great Xia kingdom now, it is impossible to defeat the Eastern Ocean Kingdom and unify the great Xia kingdom, even with the help of the 2 old guys like me. So what did father say? Su Yu, the commander of the Shanglu garrison, Zheng Tianle said to his son, who has the highest prestige in the Great Xia Kingdom right now, is none other than Commander Su. He is well received by the people, and you must know his military talent. In our first battle, he was the only one who saw the flaw and managed to annihilate 3 divisions of the Japanese devils and escape unscathed. From this, we can see that the other party's command ability is very strong. With an army of 150,000, he completely wiped out 3 divisions of the Japanese. I'm afraid that only this person in the entire Great Xia Kingdom can do it. Build the wall high and slowly claim the throne. Zhang Zhongjuan spoke. That's right, Zheng Tianle nodded and said, this is a tyrant. I have investigated his every move before. He is very well hidden. But now that he has exploded, who can stop him? Before, I mobilized the entire intelligence organization of the court to investigate where the weapons and equipment in Commander Su's hands came from. But, Zheng Tianle frowned and said, I mobilized more than 3,000 secret agents and spent millions of funds, but I only got one result. That is, the opponent's equipment seemed to have fallen from the sky, and the source could not be found at all. Hidden so deeply? After hearing this, Zhang Zhongjuan also became curious about the security commander. In the past, he didn't care too much about the security commander, but now it seems that he underestimated the people of the world. Do you know how many troops the Shanglu Garrison Command has now? Zheng Tianle asked. 200,000? Zhang Zhongjuan gave a number. In his opinion, it was a remarkable thing to feed an army of 200,000 with the territory of Shanglu. Since his father asked, he deliberately said it was a little higher. 200,000. Ha ha ha. Zheng Tianle laughed and said, when the garrison claimed to be recruiting new soldiers, I found out that they were recruiting 1.1 million new soldiers, not including their own existing soldiers. Now it seems that there are no less than 1.5 million. How many? Zheng Zhongjuan stood up in surprise and shouted, how is that possible? 1.5 million. Nothing is impossible. Marshal. At this time, a middle-aged officer came up to Zheng Tianle and said, we just got the news that the Shanglu Garrison Command has brought more than 600,000 troops to rescue us. They are now stationed in Guangzhou. This is the battle plan they gave us. Let us cooperate with them and work together to break through and rescue us. Take a look. Zheng Tianle smiled and said, in fact, I have already vaguely guessed that the other party will come to rescue. Let me put it this way, as long as that force comes to support us this time, the possibility of winning the world is almost certain. After all, the imperial court is a hopeless case. Chapter 101. First use of armored forces. Damn it, it really is a matter of time. I never thought that my security force was the first in Daxia to be equipped with an armored division, Guo Dahai said while holding a telescope. We traveled 100 miles at night, bypassed the enemy's blockade, and arrived at the enemy's rear, catching them off guard. I'm sure the enemy would never have thought that we had an armored force, even if they racked their brains. How many troops are there around the Japanese Third Army headquarters? Have you investigated clearly? Guo Dahai asked loudly. We have investigated it, the adjutant responded. The Japanese Third Army has 15 divisions, 2 of which were crippled and are being rebuilt in the rear. There is now an armored regiment, an artillery regiment, and an infantry brigade around the headquarters of the Japanese Third Army, with a total strength of about 16,000, which is not much different from the number of our armored divisions. When will the aviation support arrive? Guo Dahai asked again. According to the news from headquarters, an aviation fighter battalion and an aviation bomber battalion will be dispatched to provide support, a total of 54 fighter bombers, and the attack is scheduled for 3 p.m. Guo Dahai looked at his watch. It was 2:50 in the afternoon, and there were still 10 minutes until the agreed time. At the same time, the armored divisions under the 1st Army and the armored divisions under the 4th Army had also arrived at the vicinity of the 1st and 2nd Army headquarters. The armored divisions used their mobility to make a big circle silently and arrived behind the Japanese. Liao Yuanliang, with the army troops of the 4 major armies and the armored division under the 3rd Army, totaling more than 600,000 troops, began to cooperate with Zheng Tianle's new army from inside and outside to inflict heavy damage on the Japanese frontline troops. Boom! The aviation bombing battalion arrived above the 3rd Army and began bombing the armored wing and artillery wing in the 3rd Army's base. The S-100 bombs landed quickly and hit the ground, causing a huge explosion. The locations of the Japanese artillery regiment and armored regiment had already been discovered by intelligence personnel. It can be said that Su Yu demonstrated the value of the intelligence bureau to the fullest. Baka! The commander of the 3rd Army, Ishikawa Yi, angrily said, where did this flying unit come from? Quickly organize a counterattack. After the aviation force launched the airstrike, the armored forces began a large-scale charge. The 48 artillery pieces in the rear artillery positions began an all-out attack, bombarding Wulianqing, the headquarters of the Japanese 3rd General Army. More than 300 armored tanks cooperated with the infantry to launch a full-scale attack on Wulianqing. Run! At the Wulianqing parade ground, the S-100 bomb exploded with terrifying power, directly blowing up the Japanese armored tanks into ruins. The same happened to the Japanese armored soldiers, who were torn to pieces by the bombs, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. The entire parade ground was covered by artillery fire, and the aviation fighter battalion also began to launch a surprise attack on the Japanese 3rd Army headquarters. The 6 12.7mm heavy machine guns under the wings began to spew out flames. Da-da-da! 27P-51A Mustang fighters began to cover the Japanese headquarters with firepower. Thousands of bullets burst out, making Ishikawa Nobuo flee in panic. The entire headquarters was pierced by 12.7mm bullets. General! The adjutant quickly knocked Ishikawa to the ground, and then a large number of soldiers rushed in to protect their supreme commander. Ishikawa was pinned down by 7 or 8 Japanese soldiers, and it was estimated that if he was not killed by bullets, he was almost crushed to death by his own people. Bagyalu! Ishikawa shouted angrily, "Fight back!" General! An adjutant helped Ishikawa up and said, "A large number of armored troops appeared outside. A hole has been punched in the city wall. Our soldiers are already unable to resist. The enemy's artillery fire is too fierce." At the east city gate, T-44 medium tanks were charging. A large hole 100 meters wide was bombed open by the aviation force. At this time, the armored forces were charging with all their strength. The 85mm tank gun on the T-44 medium tank can destroy a Japanese firepower point with one shot. An 85mm armor-piercing bullet burst out instantly, hit the Japanese commander after traveling 200 meters. The huge explosion tore the Japanese commander to pieces. Kill. For a tank, a distance of 200 meters can be reached in just a moment. The soldiers of an infantry regiment of the Japanese are resisting with all their might, but they are nothing in front of this torrent of steel. A Japanese soldier was crushed into pieces by the tracks of a T-44 medium tank. The hard tracks crushed the Japanese soldier, making a crisp sound like bones cracking. Immediately afterwards, armored tanks rushed into the city and began to chase the fleeing Japanese and crush them. The Japanese soldiers fled in great fear, and they were trembling in their hearts as they looked at the tanks chasing them from behind. This was the first time they faced the breath of death. A large number of Japs began to beg for mercy and shout. They did not want to die, but the steel behemoths chasing them behind them could not understand Japanese and were ruthlessly crushing them into meat paste. Boom! The Japanese armored regiment still had a lot of tanks left. More than a dozen Type 95 light tanks began to appear, and the mysterious armored forces in front began to counterattack. Kill! The Japanese armored soldiers had murderous looks on their faces. They had never suffered such humiliation before. Today they would make sure that this group of mysterious armored troops would never return. Boom! A 37mm tank gun hit the T-44 medium tank, leaving a deep gash on the front, but surprisingly, the 37mm armor-piercing shell did not penetrate the front armor of the T-44 medium tank. How is that possible? Boom! The two medium tanks attacked from the front and back, directly crushing the Japanese Type 95 light tank. The armored soldiers inside were squeezed into meat patties and killed on the spot. Brothers, kill them! The tank brigade commander launched an all-out attack to crush the Japanese. It was a wonderful feeling. It was so satisfying to watch the Japanese being crushed into meat patties and ruthlessly crushed. After they invaded the Great Xia Kingdom, they had to think about paying the blood price for their actions. At the 3rd General Army headquarters, after being covered by firepower from the Air Force, Commander Ishikawa had to move his position. What he couldn't figure out now was where this group of mysterious troops came from. General! The adjutant shouted anxiously to Ishikawa, "We must call back the army, otherwise our headquarters will be wiped out by this mysterious force. They not only have flying units, but also a large number of armored units. Now our infantry brigade directly under the headquarters has suffered heavy losses, the heavy artillery regiment has been completely destroyed, and the armored regiment has also suffered heavy losses." Baka! Ishikawa shouted angrily, "Recall the armored division and the 77th Infantry Division. I want to wipe out this mysterious force." Chapter 102. The plan begins to be implemented. Chao County Command Center. Zhang Zhongjuan quickly came to his father and shouted, Marshal, according to the information obtained by the reconnaissance company, the 4 divisions on the right wing of the Japanese have all evacuated. In addition, the troops of the 2 armored divisions have also all evacuated. The remaining infantry divisions have stopped attacking and are stationed in place without moving. That's amazing. Zhang Tianle looked at the map and asked curiously, I really want to know how this garrison commander was able to stop the Japanese army's 3 major armies from attacking and withdraw 4 infantry divisions and 2 armored divisions in just one afternoon. I really can't figure it out. Zhang Tianle shook his head and said, since the Japanese have retreated, we will counterattack according to the battle plan given by the other side. At dawn tonight, we will attack the Japanese 56th, 68th, and 79th Infantry Divisions respectively, and attack them from the front and back with the security forces. After that, Zhang Tianle continued, as long as we launch an attack, the 7 surrounding infantry divisions will definitely come to encircle and suppress us. You will personally lead the troops to stop them and hold out until our army meets up with the security forces. Yes, Marshal. After that, General Chao started to walk out of the command center and come to the parade ground to check the troops and generals. At present, there are still 4 armies with a strength of 120,000 in Chao County. There are 14 infantry divisions stationed in the 7 surrounding towns. Now he has a total strength of more than 200,000. Because now, whether it is the 4 armies or the 14 infantry divisions, the internal staffing is incomplete and many soldiers have died in battle. Tonight, General Chao will lead the 4 infantry armies in the city to the south bank of the Yangtze River to resist the rescue of the 7 infantry divisions of the Japanese Devils, and by time for the 14th Infantry Divisions to launch an attack on the 3 divisions of the Japanese Devils. The mission of these 14 infantry divisions was to launch an attack on the 3 divisions of the Japanese army that were surrounding Chao County, and then take advantage of the chaos to break out of the encirclement with his father and the entire headquarters and join the security forces. At 1 o'clock in the morning that evening, General Chao left Chao County with 4 infantry armies, and Zhang Tianle began to personally command 14 infantry divisions to attack the 3 divisions on the front line of the Japanese. Nearly 275mm mountain cannons are in place. Zhang Tianle plans to fire all the artillery tonight. He has been holding a grudge these days and was forced to run everywhere by the Japanese. Marshal. A middle-aged general came up to Zhang Tianle and said, all the artillery is in place. All 2,270 shells are in place. We can launch an artillery attack at any time. Hit me hard. Zhang Tianle almost yelled. I've long wanted to beat up these little devils. Tonight, all soldiers, beat them up as hard as you can. Yes, Marshal. At 2 o'clock in the morning, 14 infantry divisions of the new army began to prepare to launch an attack. 200 artillery pieces began to spew flames and counterattacked the 3 divisions of the Japanese. Boom! 200 artillery shells hit the Japanese base hard. At this time, the Japanese soldiers were fast asleep. They never expected that the new army of the imperial court would take the initiative to launch an attack, because in the Chao County area, they had nearly 50 divisions and 1 million troops. How could the new army dare to do so? Immediately afterwards, the second round of artillery fire began to fall. In less than 3 or 5 minutes, more than 2,000 artillery shells hit the Japanese base. Kill him. The soldiers of the new army had been holding back their anger during this period. They were chased around by the Japanese and had to hide in Chao County. They had to endure bombings and artillery fire from the Japanese flying squadrons every day. It could be said that they were just waiting to die. Now that the marshal had issued the order to attack, they were overjoyed. An army of more than 100,000 began a full-scale charge, and the Japanese soldiers lost all sleep under the shouting of artillery fire. The soldiers of the 3 infantry divisions of the Japanese began to gather urgently and organized a counterattack against the attacking new army troops. They did not expect that the new army soldiers would dare to take the initiative to attack. In less than half an hour, the imperial court's new army started a head-on battle with the Japanese devils. In the distance, Liao Yuanliang was rushing over with the security troops. They had already broken through the 3 defense lines of the Japanese and annihilated more than 7,000 Japanese soldiers. They crushed the Japanese all the way and made them flee in panic. More than 600,000 security troops pushed forward, forming a V-shaped offensive position, and began to attack the new army of the imperial court from the front and back. Deputy Commander. The commander of the 3rd Army, Deng Liang, said to Liao Yuanliang, the Imperial Army and the Japanese have already started fighting. At our speed, it will take us about 3 hours to reach the front line. And I think the troops of the 7 surrounding Japanese divisions will definitely come here after hearing the news. There are more than 7. Liao Yuanliang looked at the map with a flashlight and said, once the war starts, the 30 surrounding infantry divisions will be transformed from frontline troops to rearline troops, forming a huge encirclement to encircle and suppress us. The Japanese are surrounding us, but not destroying us. They are just waiting for the arrival of reinforcements so that they can capture them all in one fell swoop. Catch them all in one swoop. Deng Liang smiled and said, "This time our security forces are out in full force, so it won't be easy for them to catch us all in one fell swoop." In addition, because of our sudden attack, all the armored divisions of the Japanese have begun to return to the General Army headquarters for rescue, and several infantry divisions have also begun to withdraw. The encirclement has become much weaker. Our 600,000-man army, combined with the new Imperial Army, is not much different from the Japanese in strength. We have a great chance of winning this battle. Don't be in a hurry. Just take your time and fight the devils. Liao Yuanliang said with a serious face. This winter has passed, and spring is coming soon. All regions will have a bumper harvest, and our food reserves will be sufficient. However, the enemy's front line in Daxia is thousands of miles deep, and the logistical pressure is not small. Our commander said. Liao Yuanliang put down the map and said, "The duration of this war does not need to be determined by us. We will fight as long as the Japanese devils want to fight until they are completely destroyed. The strength of our security forces will only grow stronger with each battle, but the Japanese are different. They have been preparing for this war for decades, and they have put their entire country's destiny on the line." "Yes." Deng Liang nodded and said, "The final victory of this war will definitely belong to us." As time went by, more than 600,000 security troops began to arrive at the front line. Looking at the flames rising to the sky in front of them, Liao Yuanliang did not issue a combat order and had to wait until dawn. Because once a third-party force joins in, there will be chaos, because the Imperial Court's new army and the Japanese are already fighting each other. If the security forces rush in now, it is very likely that their own people will fight against each other. However, taking advantage of this time, the armored division and 500 heavy artillery were all in position, waiting for a ray of sunlight to appear, and it would be time to give the Japanese a severe beating. Chapter 103: The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Deputy Commander Deng Liang, commander of the 4th Army, came up to Liao Yuanliang and said, "The new Imperial Army has been fighting the 3 infantry divisions of the Japanese for more than 4 hours. It is now 5:57. I sent the reconnaissance company to the front line to investigate. The fighting is very intense. The Imperial Army's 14 infantry divisions, more than 100,000 troops, are engaged in a full-scale war with the Japanese's 3 infantry divisions with more than 70,000 troops. Now the 7 towns surrounding Chao County are fighting everywhere and more." Deng Liang continued, "Chao Zhongjuan led 4 infantry armies to resist the 7 Japanese divisions crossing the river to support them on the south bank of the Yangtze River. In addition, 13 divisions in the surrounding area began to march quickly to form an encirclement around Chao County, hoping to swallow us up in one bite. Rest assured." Liao Yuanliang looked at the map and said, "The Japanese must have sent out the special high-technology department to investigate the situation of our security forces. These 30 divisions are just the appetizer. Later, the 3 major armies of the Japanese will transfer all the divisions in the 2 provinces to Chao County, a total of no less than 50 divisions, thousands of fighter planes, and 4 armored divisions. This time, the Japanese intend to kill our security forces once and for all. However, their special high-technology department investigated the equipment and personnel of our security forces, but they don't know our combat effectiveness and don't know what we have experienced in the 3 months of new army training. So the commander asked us to mobilize the entire army to fight a large-scale battle with the Japanese." Liao Yuanliang glanced at Deng Liang and said, "Look, now the people of the entire Great Xia Kingdom are expecting a troop to rescue the 3-army Marshal Zheng Tianla, but the Imperial Court didn't go, so we went. In this way, we won the great cause, and we rescued the 3-army Marshal and hit the Japanese at the same time. Then, the commander's prestige in the Great Xia Kingdom will be unshakable. And to be honest, we are only playing a supporting role in this expedition, because the ones who are really fighting the Japanese on the front line are the new troops of the Imperial Court. These hundreds of thousands of new troops are the seed troops of Marshal Zheng Tianla's loyal army. Their combat effectiveness is very strong, but the credit for this victory will be recorded on our security forces." "Little Deng." Liao Yuanliang patted Deng Liang on the shoulder and said, "The commander has considered things further than we thought. The significance of this battle is very significant to our security forces. It is so significant that it is very likely to replace the court, replace this dynasty that has been planted in the blood of the people for more than 200 years, and completely remove the court's ideas from the bones of the people, and then inject fresh blood into it. The current Great Xia Kingdom needs to be reborn and needs fresh blood to continue. Order the troops. Liao Yuanliang looked at his watch and said, after 7 o'clock, we will launch a full-scale counterattack on time, conduct joint operations with the new army of the Imperial Court, and inflict heavy damage on the 3 divisions of the Japanese army. Beat. Deng Liang was stunned for a moment and said, with the troops we have now, we can completely wipe out these 3 divisions. No hurry. Liao Yuanliang smiled and said, the Japanese treat us as turtles in a jar, and we can also treat the Japanese as bait. If we want to catch big fish, we naturally need bait. These 3 Japanese divisions are the bait. Clear. Deng Liang frowned and said, then I have to ask the brothers to take it easy, for fear that once they get too excited, they will kill all the Japanese. 2. Liao Yuanliang lit a cigarette and said, we need to let the brothers take it easy. On the front line, the new army of the Imperial Court was fighting with the Japanese. After more than 4 hours of fighting, the disadvantage of the new army soldiers became increasingly greater. Let's talk about the offensive formation first. It was a complete swarm charge. At the beginning, they could catch the Japanese off guard, but after the Japanese reacted, they inflicted heavy casualties on the new army of the Imperial Court. However, the 3 infantry divisions of the Japanese suffered heavy casualties due to the sudden attack of the new army of the Imperial Court and more than 2,000 artillery shells. Up to now, the casualties of the 3 divisions have been no less than 9,000. Kill him. An infantry commander of the new army, holding a light machine gun and leading the 1,800 surviving soldiers in the regiment, is launching a final charge against a squadron of Japanese devils, buying time for the division headquarters to capture the Japanese infantry regiment. The entire northern part of Chao County was involved in the war. The 14th Infantry Division's front line stretched to 10 kilometers, covering 3 towns and 7 villages. At the Chao County Command Center, Zhang Tianle was paying close attention to the battle situation on the front line. He knew that the security forces had arrived, but he also knew that the other side would not help now. He had to wait until dawn, which was still an hour away. They have now been fighting with the Japanese for more than 4 hours and have lost more than 30,000 troops. If they continue fighting, I am afraid that even the 14th Infantry Division will be wiped out. Why? Zhang Tianle walked out of the command center, looked in the direction of Shanglu, sighed and said, if my death can be exchanged for the survival of my brothers, would you agree? Adjutant. Zhang Tianle shouted to his adjutant, send a secret letter to the Shanglu Garrison Command, saying that after this battle, there will be no Zhang Tianle in the world, and no new army. After saying this, Zhang Tianle seemed to have lost all his energy, and he looked exhausted, like an old man. When a ray of sunlight appeared in the early morning, the entire northern part of Chao County was covered with corpses, densely packed and lying in all directions, with broken arms and limbs, shell casings, and shrapnel piled up like mountains. A division of the Japanese army broke through the attack of the Imperial Army and launched an attack on Chao County. The division leader Murashi Shunta looked at the gate of Chaoxian and said with a smile, but a group of rabble still wants to launch an attack on our Dadanjiang Empire. Today, I will make you pay the price. Murashi Shunta led an infantry division under his command to defeat the new Imperial Army that launched the attack and arrived at the seat of Chaoxian County. He admired a saying from the Daxia Kingdom, capture the thief first and capture the king first. Warriors of the Empire. Murashi Shun was too excited and shouted, fight in. As soon as the words fell, 500 steel artillery shells fell from the sky and directly hit the Japanese division camp. Immediately afterwards, the second and third rounds of artillery landed one after another, fully covering the Japanese 68th Infantry Division. Boom. The power of the 1,500-round howitzer was astonishing. The temperature of the surrounding air rose sharply. The heat of up to 80 degrees Celsius made the Japanese anxious. Many of the Japanese were covered in fire and burned beyond recognition. They covered their faces with their hands and screamed in pain. Road. After 3 rounds of artillery fire, the armored troops began a major charge against Murashi Shunta's headquarters. As early as the opponent broke through the blockade, Deng Liang targeted the opponent and sent armored troops to support Chaoxian, because there were not many soldiers defending Chaoxian now. Zhang Tianle, who was on the city wall, looked at this scene and was half happy and half worried. He was happy that the Daxia state-owned security force could beat up the little devils, but he was worried that this force did not belong to the imperial court. Chapter 104. After the bombardment of 500 heavy artillery pieces, the little devils were stunned. Where did the artillery come from? They had no idea whether the new army of the imperial court still had hidden strength. Soon, after the artillery stopped, a torrent of steel appeared in front of them, frightening them so much that their legs trembled. The T-44 medium tanks began to arrive in front of the Japanese, and the steel tracks began to crush the Japanese. The tank guns in the front were also firing frantically. Every time a shot was fired, the entire ground seemed to shake. Zhang Tianle, who was standing on the city wall, watched as a large number of armored troops arrived. Hundreds of tanks launched a counterattack against the Japanese invaders and tore the Japanese invaders to pieces with one shot. Zhang Tianle was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that the security force was actually equipped with armored units. It was simply incredible. As early as 7 years ago, he proposed the concept of semi-automatic weaponization and established arms trade relations with the United States and Tsarist Russia, intending to vigorously develop the military industry. However, the imperial court did not give money, which led to the frequent lag of the Great Xia Kingdom in weapons and equipment. But now he sees the shadow of semi-automation in the security forces, which is a great initiative. Not only the heavy artillery force, but also the armored force and the aviation force are all fully equipped. Such strength, combined with an army of 1 million, is enough to compete head-on with Japan. Kill. The mechanized infantry brigade under the armored division began to launch a major counterattack against the little Japanese army division. 81 armored vehicles cooperated with the infantry to massacre the little Japanese. The armored vehicle takes advantage of its mobility. There are not only 3 soldiers operating a heavy machine gun, but also 4 soldiers operating 2 light machine guns. It is simply a walking bunker. The entire armored division pressed forward and began an all-out battle with the Little Devil's infantry division. The fight was fierce. At this time, Mureishi Shunta was stunned. He was first covered by powerful artillery fire and then was crushed by armored tanks. After this operation, he suffered a lot of losses, and now he has lost nearly half. What did he do wrong? In order to quickly accumulate military merit, he withstood the surprise attack of 4 infantry divisions of the Imperial Court's new army and fought all the way to Chaosian County. This also reflects the combat effectiveness of his 68th Infantry Division. In the 3rd General Army, the combat effectiveness of his 68th Division is one of the best. This time, as long as he is the commander-in-chief who can destroy the new Imperial Army, he can be promoted to general and serve as a senior military officer in the General Army. But now, he encountered God's attack, which he classified as a challenge given to him by God. As an excellent warrior, he was not afraid of any difficulties. Yoshido-kun. Shunta Mureishi shouted to the commander of the 681st Infantry Brigade, "Give me the superior forces to break out from the south and join up with the rest of the divisions. With the strength of our infantry, we simply cannot defeat the enemy's armored forces, so we can only seek a breakout." Hai. Yoshido immediately ordered his infantry brigade to break out from the south, because the south was the weak point of the enemy's attack. With the strength of one brigade, they were fully capable of breaking out, because their 68th Division was once praised by His Majesty the Emperor as an ace division. Whether it was against Goryeo or invading Bactria, no less than 100,000 enemies died at the hands of their 68th Division, and the success was achieved with absolute advantage. Fight back. Yoshido began to command his soldiers to break out, while the 682nd Infantry Brigade tried its best to block the armored division's attack, and all artillery fire was used. The purpose was to buy time for the 681st Infantry Brigade to break out. Zhang Tianle naturally saw this scene, and he was also very curious about how the armored commander of the security force would deal with the Japanese's breakout, because from his observation, he could see that the strength of this group of Japanese was extraordinary. Even under the suppression of the armored force's heavy artillery, they were still able to maintain their camp, which was not easy. He was relatively familiar with several major armies of the Oriental country and divided the combat effectiveness of the Oriental country's army divisions into 2 grades, A and B. The combat effectiveness of the army division in Chao County could now be rated as upper A. He had also encountered this infantry division in the Second Allied Forces battle. He used an army of 120,000 to encircle the enemy, but was forcibly broken through by the enemy, causing considerable casualties to them. Tank Brigade. The armored division commander shouted while holding the intercom, "Infiltrate the front, detour to the south, and engage in a head-on battle with the Japanese breakout troops. The mechanized infantry brigade will eat up the Japanese troops that are holding us back. I only give you 3 hours, and you must defeat this Japanese division." After the armored division commander gave the order, the tank brigade began to change its combat plan and started to charge from the center. With the armor that was over 100 millimeters thick, the Japanese could not stop the tank brigade's charge even if they used artillery to bombard it. More than 200 tanks began to form a sharp sword formation and penetrated the Japanese troops. Dozens of medium tanks led the way and crushed any obstacles they encountered. A Type 92 infantry gun of the Japanese was directly crushed and deformed by the tracks, and the artilleryman's legs were broken. Blood spurted out. He watched his legs turn into meat scraps and his bones turned into fragments and melted into the soil. The pain was so severe that the Japanese cried for their parents. Baka! Seeing this scene, Shunta Murashi was so angry that he threw the telescope to the ground and said to the adjutant behind him, "Apply for support from the General Army's flying squadron. I hope that the General Army will send out a flying squadron to support within 2 hours. Just say that we are here at Takchaosian." Hey! The adjutant quickly came to the signal corps and requested air support. As soon as the telegram was sent, there was a buzzing sound in the air. Murashi Shunta looked at the densely packed fighter jets in the sky and felt happy. But after waiting for a few seconds, his face suddenly turned dark because this was not their big name at all. The Flying Squadron of the Oriental Empire. Get down! As Shunta Murashi shouted, hundreds of fighter planes in the air began to provide fire coverage. This time, the aviation force dispatched an aviation fighter group and an aviation bombing battalion to begin bombing the Japanese on the ground. Fighter 001 requests bombing. Approve. Immediately afterwards, the aviation bomber battalion began to drop bombs, and the P-51A Mustang fighter began to dive, and the 6 heavy machine guns under the wings began to cover the Japanese who broke through. In a moment, thousands of bullets began to burst out, and the tanks on the ground began a crazy crushing charge, making the Japanese soldiers of the 68th Infantry Division cry for their parents. This was the toughest battle they had ever fought in their lives. The ground tanks crushed them, and the fighter planes in the air covered them with firepower. They were hit from head to toe and had nowhere to hide. That's amazing. Zheng Tianla was standing on the city wall, looking at the armored forces and aviation forces in the distance and sighed, "How great it would be if this was my new army." If the original plan had been approved by the court, it might not be impossible for it to become a garrison force. It's really a difference of one thought, a world of difference. Chapter 105 Planning. The tank brigade completed the penetration under the resistance of the Japanese, directly split the Japanese 682nd Infantry Brigade into 2, and came to the camp where the 681st Infantry Brigade was located, and began a crazy massacre. At the same time, the Mechanized Infantry Brigade began to launch a comprehensive encirclement and suppression of the 682nd Infantry Brigade, which was divided into 2. Under the firepower attack of the artillery, the Japanese soldiers were beaten so hard that they really wanted to cry, wondering what kind of troops they encountered and why their firepower and combat effectiveness were so strong. In the northern part of Chao County, the fighting lasted for 4.5 hours, from morning to noon. The tank tracks were full of intestines, the Japanese were crushed and fled everywhere, and the entire formation was completely disrupted. The Mechanized Infantry Brigade used 81 armored vehicles and heavy machine guns to fire more than 200,000 rounds of bullets in one morning, almost annihilating the Japanese 682nd Infantry Brigade. The entire northern area of Chao County was filled with the smell of blood, and corpses were everywhere you looked. The leader of the Japs division, Murashi Shunta, took the only surviving infantry regiment and began to escape. However, how could a human being outrun the tank? After a chase, Murashi Shunta was captured alive, and the rest of the Japs were crushed by fire, press, and break into pieces. Zheng Tianla, who was on the city gate, saw this scene. In just one morning, he wiped out a first-class Japanese infantry division. In his opinion, this was simply unbelievable. Also, he roughly calculated the amount of ammunition consumed by the security forces in this battle. In terms of artillery shells, including aircraft bombs and tank guns, at least 20,000 artillery shells were consumed. In terms of bullets, it was estimated to be no less than 500,000. So much ammunition was shot out in just one morning. He was curious about where the logistics of the security forces could get so much ammunition. Even the imperial court could not afford it. There were so many doubts in his heart that he doubted his life. Who is this security commander Su Yu? Leave no one alive. The armored division commander said to his brigade commander, "Clean up the battlefield, leave no one alive, and assemble on time at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to join the main force." After the armored division ended the battle, the imperial court's new army was still fighting a fierce battle with the Japanese division. In addition, Liao Yuanliang also sent 2 armies to participate, which put a lot of pressure on the Japanese. On the south bank of the Yangtze River, Chao Zhongjuan led 4 armies and used the natural barrier of the Yangtze River to block the 7 divisions of the Japanese army, but also suffered heavy losses. In the entire area around Chao County, there were wars everywhere. More and more Japanese infantry divisions began to rush to Chao County, and even the flying squadron was dispatched to bomb Zhang Zhongjuan's troops. After experiencing the sudden attack of the armored division, the Japanese army's three major general headquarters immediately called back their troops. However, as soon as the Japanese infantry division returned to the general headquarters, the armored division directly withdrew and disappeared, leaving the Japanese General Army commander empty-handed. To this end, the three major armies of the Japanese set up their headquarters in Jincheng, because the combat mission assigned to them by their superiors was to destroy the new army of the imperial court, destroy the security forces, and lay the foundation for His Majesty the Emperor to call for destroying the Great Xia Kingdom in 10 months. At the Jincheng General Command, the commanders of the three major Japanese armies gathered here and began to formulate a combat plan against the new army of the imperial court and a combat plan to destroy the security forces. Among them, the commander of the First Army, Masada Fajing, was the first to speak. My plan is to annihilate the new army of the imperial court first, and then the army will go directly to the imperial court of Daxia. As for the security forces, we will not care about them. In spite of, the Second Army commander frowned and said, but our superiors asked us to annihilate the new imperial army and the security forces. Akabane Kuin, Shota Fai, said to the Second General Army commander, the higher-ups are planning to open up 2 battlefields in Daxia, namely Shanglu. According to the information I received, those pampered guys in the Navy will be dispatched, so the security forces will definitely withdraw to Shanglu at that time. Therefore, we don't need to worry about the security forces, but concentrate our superior forces to directly destroy the court of Daxia and make Daxia a headless fly. Yoshi, the commander of the Third Army, agreed and said, I fully agree with Mr. Fujing's battle plan. Let the Navy deal with the security forces, and we will be responsible for destroying the court's new army. In the minds of the three General Army commanders, none of them actually want to face the security forces, so it is better to hand it over to the pampered guys in the Navy. Then concentrate all the divisions, said Masada Fajing, pointing at dozens of divisions on the sand table. First destroy the new Imperial Army in Chao County, then bypass Chao County and head straight for Wuching where the Great Xia Court is located. While the three major armies of the East Asian country were discussing countermeasures, the front line had already experienced 7 days of fierce fighting. After the 3 armored divisions of the garrison force were withdrawn, they began to be deployed to the battlefield again. At this time, in the Chao County area, 16 divisions of the Japanese Empire had gathered and began to encircle and suppress the garrison force. However, this time they encountered an iron wall. During the 7-day battle, the garrison troops pushed forward all the way, and 4 armored divisions led the way, forcing the Japanese to retreat to the north of the Yangtze River. In addition, the 4 armies led by General Chao suffered heavy losses after 8 days of fighting, most of which were caused by the Japanese flying troops. Now, there are only 30,000 to 50,000 remnants of the Imperial New Army left on the front line. Almost all of them are wounded. Even 7 commanders at the army level have died in the battle. Chao Zhongjuan was also wounded and infected and almost died. During the 8 days of this battle, more than 90,000 Japanese soldiers were annihilated and 5 Japanese infantry divisions were crippled. Such an impressive record naturally brought Su Yu a lot of reputation. After the new army of the imperial court was almost wiped out, the major divisions of the Japanese army no longer gathered in Chao County, but began to give up the encirclement and suppression of the security forces and began to rush to the Central Plains. Frontline Command. Liao Yuanliang looked at the direction of the Japanese's march. His mission this time was completed, which was to rescue Zheng Tianla and force the Japanese to other places, such as Wuching where the imperial court was located, and the seat of the governor of Kunnan and the seat of the governor of Yinchuan, so that the Japanese army would set their sights on them. This time they used 8 days to annihilate more than 90,000 Japanese troops. Such an impressive record made the security force famous again. The propaganda department also publicized that the security force was not afraid of the Japanese enemy's firepower attack. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers shuttled among thousands of ammunition to rescue the 3 army Marshal Zheng Tianla from the jaws of death. But in fact, it was the new army of the imperial court that killed the largest number of Japanese soldiers this time, because the opponent's desperate fighting style caused more than 50,000 casualties to the Japanese soldiers. The security forces were almost just out for a fight, mobilizing 4 armored divisions, 1,000 artillery pieces, and 100 fighter planes to inflict more than 30,000 casualties on the Japanese. While their own infantry didn't even fire a shot, they just came to the front line to intimidate the Japanese and make them attack the locations of the other warlords. As long as the Japanese attack towards the south, the battle line will be extended to thousands of kilometers and deep into the heart of the Great Xia Kingdom, and the battle will be much easier to fight. Chapter 106 Steel Production Bureau. At the Security Command, Su Yu and Wang Wan were simulating the battle situation on the front line. According to Su Yu's thinking, It would take at most 2 years to defeat the Japanese Empire and drive them back to their homeland. He has this confidence because he now has a million-strong army, the help of world nuclear peace, and a reputation value of up to 40 million. This is his confidence. During this period, he exchanged a lot of aviation units one after another. Now the organization of the aviation unit has been expanded to 3 aviation divisions. Each aviation division carries 2 aviation fighter regiments and 1 aviation bomber regiment. Now the number of aviation fighters in his hands has reached 729, and there are 71 non-combat aircraft, a total of 800 aircraft. With these 800 planes, he has enough to deal with any problem now. In addition to Baoshan Airport, he also began to build a military airport in Jinling. These 800 aircraft were just the appetizer. He would set up more air forces later, so he was confident that he could expel the invasion of the Japanese country within 2 years. Now, under his tactical expulsion, the Oriental Army began to target the imperial court, as well as the governor of Yinchuan and the governor of Kunnan in the south. He could concentrate all his efforts on dealing with the Oriental Navy. As early as half a month ago, Su Yu received news that the Dongyang Kingdom's naval forces planned to open up a second battlefield in Shanglu to respond to the Dongyang Kingdom's troops in the Daxia Kingdom, striving to eliminate the Daxia Kingdom within 10 months. Why did the East Asian Kingdom quickly invade the entire Great Xia Kingdom? This is because while the East Asian Kingdom was at war with the Great Xia Kingdom, it also launched an aggressive war against other Asian countries. Now, the East Asian Kingdom has 13 colonies. As long as the East Asian Kingdom conquers the Great Xia Kingdom and utilizes its resources, they can realize their dream of dominating the world. They can make the East Asian Kingdom's warriors the most noble nation in the world, the most noble bloodline in the world, and make the East Asian Kingdom stand at the top of the world. Commander. Wang Wen came to Su Yu with a telegram and said, Yuan Liang said that he has withdrawn with the security forces, including Zheng Tianla. As for the remaining 30,000 to 50,000 new troops, they will all be disbanded on the spot and dispersed to various villages. Su Yu nodded and said, these people can be considered heroes. We don't need to be too ruthless. With these 30,000 or 50,000 remnants, they can't accomplish anything. Now the devils have begun to target the imperial court. I believe that within half a year, this dynasty that has been established in Daxia for more than 200 years will end. Our current mission is to protect Shanglu. Clear. Wang Wen looked at the coastline and said, I have had 20 more coastal defense guns built along the coastline. Now there are 40 coastal defense guns along the coastline. In addition, our aerial reconnaissance planes patrol the sea around the clock. Once they spot the Japanese Navy, they will report it immediately. Always pay attention. Su Yu looked at the sand table in front of him and said, half of the Great Xia Kingdom has fallen. There are Japanese and puppet troops everywhere. We need to be careful. If we are not careful, we may lose everything. I have to go back to Jinling City this afternoon, Su Yu sighed and said, there are some problems in the arsenal that I need to go back to solve. You stay in Shanglu to stabilize the situation for the time being. Don't worry, Commander. As long as Shanglu is here, I'll be here too, Wang Wen said, patting his chest. In the afternoon, Su Yu, Zhang Hu, and a guard brigade began to return to Jinling. Now the 4 major arsenals in Jinling have all stopped production because of the lack of raw materials. Jinling Arsenal. Factory Director Wu Liangya was introducing the current situation of the arsenal to Su Yu, which made Su Yu frown and think that the Great Xia Kingdom was really too backward. Commander, our total national iron production is now 41,000 tons. Wu Liangya looked at Su Yu and said, and our arsenal consumes more than 9,000 tons of iron per month. Now our arsenal is seriously short of raw materials. There is also steel, Wu Liangya continued. The total national steel output is 900 tons, which is not enough for our arsenal to consume in a year. But I heard that the enemy-occupied areas, that is, the 3 northern provinces of the Devil Strategy, are now starting to develop mines on a large scale. Now, just iron ore alone can produce 20,000 tons of iron ore a month. It's simply abominable. Wu Liangya said angrily, you used our Great Xia's resources to build guns and cannons to attack our Great Xia soldiers. I'll find a way to do this, Su Yu said to Wu Liangya. I will set up a steel production bureau in Jinling and vigorously develop the mining industry to meet the needs of the arsenal's raw materials. As for the near future, we will import from other countries. Yes, Commander. After returning to the governor's mansion, Su Yu found his father and explained his purpose. Establish a steel production bureau. Su Yuanzhong thought for a while and said, we do need to develop the mining industry. Otherwise, we will be easily strangled by others. Once they stop providing us with raw materials, we can only watch helplessly. Well, Su Yuanzhong waved his hand and said, I'll leave this matter to you. Anyway, You will have to take on this responsibility in the future, so you might as well get familiar with the business first. Hearing Su Yuanzhong say this, Su Yu rolled his eyes. He came to his father just to hand over this business to his father to set up, but now. All right. Su Yu responded. He found the steel tycoon Pang Dingyuan in the World Nuclear Peace and spent 3,000 reputation points to exchange him out. He then established the Steel Production Bureau in Jinling, with Pang Dingyuan as the first director. Su Family Compound. Pang Dingyuan was telling Su Yu about his development plan for the Steel Production Bureau. The first thing he wanted was advanced mining equipment so that steel production could be more efficient. Another thing is to train a large number of technical talents in steel production so that the Steel Production Bureau can be put into operation. Another thing is to commercialize the Steel Production Bureau so that the Steel Production Bureau can develop in the long run. How much initial funding is needed? Su Yu asked. 60 million. How many? Su Yu stood up and shouted, 60 million silver dollars? That's right. Pang Dingyuan responded. Our Steel Production Bureau is developed in a corporate model to meet the national demand for steel. This 60 million is just the first step. We will be able to make a profit in the future. You decide on the arrangements, Su Yu said, scratching his head. Professional matters should be left to professionals. I don't ask much of your Iron and Steel Production Bureau. I just want you to be able to meet the needs of the 4 major arsenals within half a year. That's no problem, Pang Dingyuan said, patting his chest. As long as we implement my plan, within half a year, our Steel Production Bureau's output will definitely be able to meet the needs of the arsenal. Chapter 107 Mining. Jinling Iron and Steel Production Bureau. Su Yu is delivering advanced mining equipment to Pang Dingyuan, including 100 heavy excavators, as well as large electric picks, down-the-hole drills, bulldozers, steam locomotives, and other large and advanced equipment. There are also advanced metal detectors, and in the past few days, a large mine was detected in Jinling. This mine was found based on clues obtained from historical records, and it took several days to find it. Su Yu is also determined to develop the mining industry, because industry and mining are closely linked. When evaluating a country's comprehensive strength, the output of metals such as steel is also an important consideration. Commander. Pang Dingyuan came to Su Yu and said happily, a large mine was discovered in the northern suburbs of Jinling. The resource volume is no less than 1 million tons. There are more than 20 kinds of mineral resources. The main ore is iron, copper metal, and more than 5 tons of gold. So big? Su Yu was very surprised that Jinling had such a large mineral resource. This is just a preliminary estimate, Pang Dingyuan said with a smile. Our Iron and Steel Production Bureau has initially set the value of this mine at 1.9 billion silver dollars. Now that large and advanced equipment has been delivered, we have begun to gradually open the mine. Very good. Su Yu responded with a smile. Because of his nationalization ideas in his previous life, he actually forgot about the most profitable mining industry. You know, the mining industry has not yet developed. After a few decades, the mineral resources will be worth trillions of silver dollars, and any mine will be worth trillions of silver dollars. In the past life, the coal bosses in the northern region were well known, so it is not impossible to make arrangements in advance and madly invade the mining assets of other countries. Just wait a few years, or even a dozen years, and I believe that profits of hundreds or thousands of times more can be obtained. So you said to Pang Dingyuan, in addition to the Iron and Steel Production Bureau, you can also set up a Dingyuan mining company to acquire mines in various countries around the world. Use our advanced metal detectors to detect them, and then acquire them at extremely low prices. Commander, that's exactly what I was planning. Pang Dingyuan smiled and said, we have advanced metal detectors that can detect mines that other countries cannot. In this way, we can buy them at very low prices. After decades, this wealth will be extremely rich for us, even for the entire Daxia country. You should do this yourself. Su Yu said, if the original capital is insufficient, you can tell me and I will do my best to meet your capital needs. Su Yu did this in order to make plans for a few years, or even a dozen years later. You can imagine that when the global war is over and they enter into an economic war and a global military competition, they suddenly discover that more than 70% of the world's mining industry is in the hands of one person. How much turmoil will this cause? Su Yu is looking forward to it. Not only that, the business talents exchanged by Su Yu have been deployed around the world, whether it is the automobile industry, the aviation industry, the engine industry, etc., all of them are represented by Dongshin Group. Because what Su Yu wants is to control the global economy. As long as you are disobedient, your country will fall into a financial crisis, and the entire country's economy will collapse. This is what Su Yu will do. In the future, he will continue to exchange business talents and scientific and technological talents, and the people exchanged will all choose the appearance of foreigners, so that the characters exchanged can enter the core industries of each country. He will use this. The plan was named Project Cannibalization. Even these exchanged figures may not be able to become high-ranking officials or presidents of other countries. Everything is possible. Of course, his top priority now is to defeat the East Asian Kingdom, unify the Great Xia Kingdom, and then lead the Great Xia Kingdom to stand at the top of the world. These need to be achieved step by step and cannot be rushed. He also has the confidence to make the Great Xia Kingdom stand at the top of the world. I see. Peng Dingyuan responded, I will get it done as soon as possible. Please rest assured, Commander. In early March, spring came and the cold in the air had dissipated. After finishing his work at the Steel Production Bureau, Su Yu returned to Shanglu. In the past half-month, he also discovered many things. Among them was Zhang Tianle, who came to Shanglu and was arranged by Su Yu to live in a courtyard house to enjoy his old age. In addition, the Japanese army was almost going crazy and began to carry out a comprehensive siege on the imperial court. The governor of Yinchuan also began to be targeted by the Japanese. Now the Japanese army has entered the Central Plains. A great war broke out with the imperial court in the Central Plains region, and the governor of Yinchuan led 200,000 Sichuan troops to join forces with the imperial court's royal corps to launch the Third Joint War with the Japanese. In this war, only the imperial court, the governor of Yinchuan, and the governor of Kunnan participated. As for the Shui family, the Su family, and the three generals Ma, they all chose to wait and see. As for Su Yu, he planned to march into the East Province. Su Yu wanted to take back the East Province and then establish a naval port in the East Province to cooperate with Shanglu and protect the maritime territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. Now that spring has arrived, the Japanese naval forces have begun to move out and have sent several frigates to inspect the territorial waters of the Great Xia Kingdom, obviously intending to take action against Shanglu. On March 17th, an international news shocked the world. St. Petersburg launched a blitzkrieg and launched a full-scale invasion of Poland, dispatching 6 armored divisions, 4 light armored divisions, and 4 motorized divisions as the main assault force. They tore through 6 Polish armies and 800,000 troops in the flat western part of Poland. The rapid depth force of the St. Petersburg Armored Forces and Air Force quickly tore apart and encircled the huge and outdated Polish army. The battle was declared over in 1 month. The Polish army suffered 80,000 casualties, 220,000 wounded, and 750,000 captured, while St. Petersburg suffered only more than 30,000 casualties. After St. Petersburg sent troops to destroy the Polish army, the Second World War officially began. Over a month, all the major powers joined the war. Now, more than 80 countries and more than 3 billion people have been affected. I didn't expect that World War II would also begin in this time and space. Although there are big differences, it has finally begun. Su Yu looked at the international daily news with his fists clenched. He knew that this world war would be the most brutal one, but it had little to do with him for the time being. His main task now was to defeat the Oriental country. Now the East Asian Kingdom is fighting a war with the imperial court again. After the war is over, it will be time for his security forces to expel the Japanese pirates on behalf of the imperial court and unify the Great Xia Kingdom. Chapter 108. The Japanese Navy arrives in the East China Sea. In the East China Sea, 11 warships are sailing on the sea. On the warships is a military flag with a big sun engraved on it. These are the naval forces of the Oriental country. The Navy of the Oriental country has 6 major fleets, among which the first fleet is a symbol of the absolute strength of the Oriental country Navy. Most of the battleships are included in this fleet. There are also 4 Furitaka-class heavy cruisers and 2 Fusho-class aircraft carriers equipped by the 3rd Air Fleet. The total number of warships exceeds 35. The naval organization of the Oriental country is divided into 3 levels from large to small: combined fleet, fleet, and squadron. The second fleet was a fleet composed of heavy cruisers as its core, with a total of 13 heavy cruisers. The second fleet of the Oriental Kingdom used powerful artillery fire and intensive torpedo attacks to weaken and disrupt the enemy fleet, and cooperate with the attacks of its own battleships. As for the third fleet, it is mainly responsible for carrying out blockade operations along the coast. Most of the ships in the third fleet are old and auxiliary ships. The fourth fleet is responsible for the garrison mission of the Pacific Islands. The fifth fleet's combat direction is the Kuril Islands, and it has the smallest strength. The sixth fleet is the main fleet of the submarine force, with 4 diving squadrons and a total of 32 submarines. Therefore, the naval strength of the East Asian country ranks first in Asia, known as the #1 navy in Asia, and in the entire world, it is only weaker than the Great Eagle Empire and the United States. 11 warships arrived at the East China Sea, one of which was very large. It was the most powerful battleship of the Oriental country, the Yamato-class battleship, with a standard displacement of 65,000 tons, a full load displacement of more than 72,000 tons, and a crew of 2,300 people. The ship is equipped with 3 triple-mounted 460mm 45 caliber main guns with a shell weight of 1,460 kilograms. The ship can also fire into the air and has a certain air defense capability. The secondary guns are triple-mounted 155mm naval guns, with a total of 4 installed on the ship. The anti-aircraft artillery includes 6 twin-mounted 127mm anti-aircraft guns, 8 triple-mounted 25mm anti-aircraft guns, and 2 13mm machine guns. It can be said that the ship is armed to the teeth. The cost of building a Yamato-class battleship was as high as 250 million yen, 1 yen equals $0.5, which is extremely expensive. In addition, there are 2 kamikaze-class destroyers with a standard displacement of 1,400 tons, a full load displacement of 1,750 tons, a crew of 195 people, and a maximum speed of 37 knots. The remaining 8 ships are frigates, escorting the Yamato-class battleships. 11 warships formed a sword-shaped formation and marched toward Shanglu. On the Yamato-class battleship, a naval commander in a major general uniform stood on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze, and said to the deputy captain next to him, "These guys in the army are really useless. They sent out 1 million troops, but they couldn't even destroy a backward Great Xia kingdom. It really brought down the prestige of the warriors of our great East Ocean Empire. What a waste." The deputy captain raised his banhu and said, "In the end, it will still depend on our navy to attack and destroy the Great Xia kingdom. Today," the deputy captain continued, "we will start with Shanglu. I heard that the commander of the security force is in Shanglu. I want to see how he will deal with the naval warships of the great East Ocean Empire." As he spoke, Deputy Captain Banhu raised his head proudly and thought of the scene where they bombarded Shanglu, but the enemy was unable to do anything to them, and a look of joy appeared on his face. As the 3rd largest naval fleet in the world, they look forward to the joy of dominating the world. While the Japanese warships were sailing, the security aviation reconnaissance aircraft had already discovered the other side's presence and reported the news. Security Command. When Su Yu learned that the Dongyang Kingdom's naval fleet had arrived in the East China Sea and was heading straight for Shanglu, he was very nervous because this was the first time he faced a naval force head-on, and he did not have a corresponding naval force. He has always planned to establish a navy because he now has 40 million reputation points. However, establishing a navy is not just empty talk. You must have a corresponding military port, otherwise how can the warships dock? This is the most important issue. It is the same as having fighter jets, but no military airport. You cannot keep the warships sailing on the sea all the time. He is also trying his best to build a naval port, but this is a huge project and will take time. "Send out the aviation forces immediately," Su Yu shouted to his adjutant. "Order all aviation fighters to be on emergency standby. The 1st Aviation Division will take off and prepare to drive away the Dongyang Navy. The 2nd Aviation Division will be ready to take off at any time to deal with the attack by the Dongyang Flying Squadron." Su Yu knew that if the eastern country dispatched warships, it would inevitably dispatch an air force to launch an airstrike on Shanglu. So in order to ensure the safety of Shanglu, all 3 air divisions must be dispatched. Besides, Su Yu continued, the 4 anti-aircraft artillery regiments and the 2 anti-aircraft artillery brigades directly under the headquarters all move out. As long as the Japanese come, even if it is a fly in the mainland of Japan, we must shoot it down for me. "Yes, Commander." At Su Yu's command, all the troops were mobilized, and the first to attack was the aviation force, because the farther the battlefield was from Shanglu, the better, so as not to endanger the local people of Shanglu. 243 fighter planes of the 1st Air Division quickly took off, fully loaded with ammunition, and headed in the direction of the Japanese warships. The 40 coastal defense guns on the coastline were all put into combat readiness, and 384 anti-aircraft guns were all in place. As long as they spotted the Japanese fighter planes, they would shoot them down immediately. "Commander." Liao Yuanliang also quickly came to Su Yu and asked, "I heard that the Japanese naval fleet is coming. How many are there?" "Only 11. Su Yu looked at the map of the East China Sea and said, "I guess this is just the appetizer." According to the location detected by the reconnaissance aircraft and the speed of the Dongyang Navy fleet, it is about 180 kilometers away from Shanglu. In case you don't know, I won't use nautical miles as the unit. I have sent the 1st Aviation Division to intercept the Japanese naval fleet, Su Yu continued. If the aviation unit fails to intercept, there is still a second line of defense, which is the coastal artillery. The Japanese did not deploy an aircraft carrier this time, so our interception should not be a problem. However, Su Yu continued, we still need to evacuate the people along the coast, just in case. I'll take care of this. Liao Yuanliang said, I will lead the troops to personally help the people evacuate. Yes, Su Yu nodded in response, I'll feel more at ease if you go in person. At this time, because the naval fleet of the eastern country arrived, the entire security force was mobilized, and Wang Wen also quickly arrived at the command center to receive news from the aviation division at any time. In the northwest direction of the East China Sea, the 1st Air Division was flying above the sea, with reconnaissance planes leading the way, searching for the specific location of the Oriental Navy, ready to bomb the Japanese warships at any time. The 009 reconnaissance plane discovered the specific location of the Japanese warships. The 009 reconnaissance plane discovered the specific location of the Japanese warships. Chapter 109. Air versus Sea Battle. Unidentified enemy aircraft spotted. Alarm, alarm. An alarm sounded on the Yamato-class battleship because observers spotted unidentified enemy aircraft in the sky ahead. Through super telescopes, they could see that these aircraft did not belong to their Great Eastern Empire. As the alarm sounded, the naval soldiers on the Yamato-class battleship began to mobilize urgently, and all anti-aircraft guns were loaded and prepared to blockade the unidentified enemy aircraft directly ahead. In addition, the anti-aircraft guns on the 2 surrounding destroyers and 8 frigates were all in place, because they knew that the air defense capabilities of the Yamato-class battleships were really average, so they specially dispatched 8 frigates for close protection. Damn it! The deputy captain of the Yamato-class battleship looked at the map. They were still 120 kilometers away from Shanglu, which was completely beyond the range of the ship's guns. Therefore, they could not directly reach the territorial waters of Shanglu and bombard Shanglu. He was very unhappy. In the air, Wang Feihu went out personally this time. As a top-class pilot with superb flying skills, he piloted the number 001 Pei-2 medium bomber and began to aim at the Japanese Yamato-class battleships. Combat Regiment 1. Wang Feihu shouted into the intercom, attract the firepower of the 2 Japanese destroyers. Combat Regiment 2 attract the firepower of the 8 frigates, and Bombing Regiment 3 bomb the Japanese Yamato-class battleships with all our might. We must not let them reach Shanglu's territorial waters. Yes, master. As Wang Feihu's order was issued, the entire aviation division began to split into 3 groups and attack the Japanese warships in 3 different directions. Da-da-da. The P-51A Mustang fighters began to cover the Japanese warships with firepower at an extremely fast speed. A combat regiment of 81 fighters and 486 heavy machine guns fired tens of thousands of bullets at the warships in an instant. The powerful penetrating power left a deep mark on the deck of the warship, but this was not enough to break the deck of the Kamikaze-class destroyer. The Kamikaze destroyer is an all-round small and medium-sized surface ship. Its main weapons are equipped with 4 120mm 45 caliber naval guns, 2 7.7mm machine guns, 3 twin 533mm torpedo tubes, and 18 anti-submarine depth charges. When 81 fighter jets began to surround the 2 destroyers with fire coverage, the Navy on the destroyers also began to operate 4 120mm naval guns to suppress the fighter jets in the air. 12 20mm rapid-fire cannons fired rapidly, and the bursting ammunition formed a fiery red chain, blocking the fighter planes in the air. However, with the flying speed of the Mustang fighter, it was very difficult for the Japanese naval guns to hit the fighter planes. The 2 destroyers were tightly entangled by 81 fighter planes. At the same time, the 2nd Combat Regiment also began to cover the Japanese frigates with firepower, making it impossible for these 10 warships to protect the battleship in the middle, because they could hardly take care of themselves. This fighter. The rear admiral captain on the battleship was very surprised when he saw the fighter jets in the air. The most advanced fighter jet in their Oriental country was the Ki-43 fighter jet, which had just been developed and tested and had not yet been mass-produced. Their Ki-43 fighter is a single-engine, single-seat fighter equipped with 2 7.7mm machine guns. The most important feature is the Nakajima Ha-25 engine, with a maximum speed of 492 km per hour and a maximum range of 1,000 kilometers. The stability of this fighter is among the best in the world, but now that he saw the fighter jets of the Great Xia Kingdom, he fell into deep thought. Isn't it said that Daxia is a poor and backward country? Isn't it said that the Great Xia Kingdom can't even produce weapons like the 75mm mountain cannon? But where do these fighter jets with superior performance come from? As a qualified military commander, he can clearly confirm that this type of fighter jet is the first to appear in the world, which means that this fighter jet is most likely independently developed by the Great Xia Kingdom, because no country would sell such a superior fighter jet. There was also a bomber waiting in front of the Yamato-class destroyer. Judging from its size, it should be a medium-sized bomber. It was also the first time he had seen a bomber of this size. This showed that Daxia had the ability to independently develop fighter bombers. He thought to himself, I really don't know what these people in the special high-technology department do for a living. What Kudo didn't know was that at this time, the Special High Technology Bureau in the Great Xia country had been almost corrupted by the spies exchanged by Su Yu. Because these spies were exchanged with the identities of Japanese people, they had become middle and senior management of the Special High Technology Bureau. Captain. The deputy captain came up to Kudo Ichiro and said, You'd better go to the ship's hold. The Great Xia Kingdom has a lot of bombers. What if you have an accident? What should we do? Ichiro Kudo nodded and walked into the ship's hold, where he commanded the naval soldiers to fight back. In the air, Wang Feihu flew a bomber through the Japanese's rain of bullets. All the anti-aircraft weapons on the Yamato-class battleship were fully open, and more than 40 anti-aircraft guns formed a fire network to encircle and suppress the bombers in the air. For a moment, the entire sea and air were filled with flying shells, and the scene was very spectacular. In the battle between warships and fighter planes, the fighter planes in the air were strafing frantically, while the warships on the sea were fighting back with all their might. The dense ammunition covered the sky, and the air seemed to be torn apart. 1st Battalion. Wang Feihu commanded, Drop the bomb for me. As Wang Feihu's order was issued, the 1st Bombing Battalion began to drop bombs. The bombers carried S-500 bombs this time. Only one bomb could cause certain damage to the warship. If it hit the vital point, it could even sink the warship. 27 S-500 bombs began to be dropped from high altitude. The bombs fell freely towards the route of the Japanese Yamato-class battleship. Seeing this, Ichiro Kudo immediately ordered the driver to change the direction. Boom! The violent explosion directly lifted the seawater to a height of dozens of meters, forming huge waves that washed over the Yamato-class battleship, causing the entire battleship to swing back and forth. However, because the opponent changed the direction of sailing in advance, none of the 27 bombs hit the target. However, Wang Feihu's purpose was not this. It was impossible to hit the target in one go. After all, there were more than 200 guns on the Yamato-class battleship, which was simply a walking arsenal. Therefore, it would take a certain amount of time and means to sink this huge guy. Chapter 110 Defeat. Damn it! The deputy captain on the Yamato-class battleship cursed inwardly. He did not expect that the Great Xia Kingdom possessed such a powerful bomber. The bombs carried by this bomber were so powerful that it scared him. Is this really the poor and backward Great Xia Kingdom? The two captains had the same doubts in their hearts at this time. They sent a team to the Great Xia Kingdom, thinking that they could bomb Shanglu of the Great Xia Kingdom, but now it seems that they are lucky to be able to escape unscathed. At this time, the Yamato-class deputy captain no longer had his previous arrogance, because the 27 bombs had woken him up. As a colonel officer who had served as a commander in the Navy for more than 10 years, he knew very well that judging from the power of the bomb explosion just now, it would only take 3 or 5 bombs of such great power to hit the vital parts of the Yamato-class battleship, causing it to sink into the sea. So now they are not thinking about whether they can bombard Shanglu, but considering whether they can escape unscathed. Inside the ship's hold, Captain Ichiro Kudo watched as the Yamato-class battleship opened fire at full power, firing thousands of shells in less than a quarter of an hour, but not hitting a single fighter or bomber, which made him frown. Some time ago, there was a disagreement within the Navy of their great East Ocean Empire. Among them, the old war faction believed that battleships were still the main warships of the Navy, while the new faction believed that aircraft carriers were the future of the Navy. The two factions competed for a period of time, both wanting to convince the other side, because the Navy's military expenditure this year is as high as 2.2 billion yen. So, should this batch of military funds be used to build and develop aircraft carriers, or to build heavyweight battleships like the Yamato class? It depends on who can convince whom. In the end, they, the old war faction, persuaded His Majesty the Emperor to allocate $1 billion to build 4 Yamato-class battleships, but now he finds that perhaps the old war faction's ideas are indeed too backward and not conducive to future wars. However, Ichiro Kudo was just a small major general, and even if he discovered this problem, he could not change anything. In the air, Wang Feihu led the bomber regiment to circle around the Yamato-class battleship again and ordered the 1st Bombing Battalion to carry out 2 bombings. Only one bomb hit the deck of the Yamato-class battleship, but it did not cause much damage. Wang Feihu was also looking for the right time. The reason why he ordered the 1st Battalion to carry out the bombing was to make a feint to the east and attack in the west, because he wanted to drive a bomber alone to destroy the Japanese warships, while the other bombers would provide cover for him. The 1st Battalion will bomb me from the flank. After the 1st Battalion finishes bombing, the 2nd Battalion will quickly dive and bomb me from the front. Maintain an altitude of 800 meters. The 3rd Battalion will cover me and attack from the back at the same time as the 2nd Battalion. Wang Feihu discovered that the firepower on the Yamato-class battleships had slackened and immediately issued a combat mission. Immediately afterwards, the 1st Bomber Battalion began to attack. While the bombers were lowering their altitude, the Yamato-class battleships began to open fire at full power again, and this time the 1st Bomber Battalion carried out a clearance-style drop. Baka! Fight back, you damn Chinese pig! The Japanese Navy soldiers holding anti-aircraft guns shouted frantically, "Kill the chickens, shoot down the bombers of the Chinese pigs for me, and teach these Chinese pigs a lesson." Boom! The 1st Bombing Battalion began to drop bombs, and at the same time, the 2nd Bombing Battalion and the 3rd Bombing Battalion also began to attack from the front and back, bombing the Yamato-class battleships. While the 3 bombing battalions were attacking with all their might, Wang Feihu turned left and left the main force, flying at full speed alone towards the command cabin of the Yamato-class battleship. The explosion of more than 100 bombs directly created a wave. The waves tens of meters high covered the Yamato-class battleships, knocking the soldiers on them to the ground, and some were even washed into the sea. Help! The Japanese naval soldiers flapped their hands frantically and shouted loudly, but the sound of machine guns covered up the cries for help, and the waves were so big that rescue was impossible. They could only wait to be swallowed by the sea. Bagyalu! Kudo Ichiro was also thrown to the ground by the huge jolt. He quickly stood up, adjusted his hat, and held the safety bar tightly with both hands, shouting, "Retreat! Request rescue from the military." After some inner struggle, Ichiro Kudo chose to retreat because he could not take the risk. If the Yamato-class battleship was sunk, thousands of sailors on the ship would be buried with her. Anyway, the military only asked them to launch a tentative attack and did not say that they must bombard Shanglu. There's another bomber out there. When the Yamato-class battleship made a sharp turn on the sea, some soldiers came to their senses and suddenly saw a bomber that had passed through the blockade of gunfire and rain of bullets and arrived above their heads. Wang Feihu constantly avoided the artillery blockade of the Yamato-class battleship by turning or changing altitude. He skillfully piloted the Pei-2 bomber with both hands, making the huge body of the Pei-2 bomber swing flexibly so as to pass through the rain of bullets and arrive above the Yamato-class battleship. After arriving at the drop site, Wang Feihu directly dropped 3 S-1000 bombs, releasing the 3 giant bombs in the bomb bay. This is also the most powerful bomb currently equipped on bombers. 3 bombs fell freely and hit the core area of the Yamato-class battleship accurately. The huge impact force caused the S-1000 bombs to penetrate the deck and explode instantly. Boom! Flames shot up into the sky 100 meters high, forming a mushroom cloud. The entire Yamato-class battleship was split in 2 by 3 bombs, directly cutting it in half, causing a huge explosion. Ichiro Kudo ran out of the ship's hold in horror. At this time, the only way to survive was to jump into the sea. But just as he was about to jump into the sea, the entire Yamato-class battleship exploded. The naval soldiers on it were blown away by the huge explosion and then fell into the sea. A larger mushroom cloud rose again above the sea. Reputation plus 10,000, plus 10,000. At the security command, Su saw the skyrocketing reputation value in world nuclear peace, and he knew that the Air Force's interception must have been successful, otherwise it would not have skyrocketed so much reputation value. But he also knew that the 11 warships dispatched by the Japanese country this time were just the appetizer, and no aircraft carriers were dispatched. Otherwise, even if an Air Force was sent to stop it, it would not be so smooth. It seems that we still need to form a naval force as soon as possible. Su looked at the Great Xia Kingdom on the map. Almost half of the Great Xia Kingdom was coastal cities, so it was urgent to build a navy. As for the Eastern Ocean troops inside, they were now fighting a fierce battle with the Imperial Coalition forces. Judging from the battle situation, the Imperial Court might be defeated within 3 months. During this time, he must form a naval fleet of his own. Chapter 111. Layout begins. Sink a Yamato-class battleship from the east. Liao Yuanliang exclaimed in astonishment. This is incredible. Moreover, our aviation unit did not lose a single fighter plane. Su was not surprised by Liao Yuanliang's surprise, because the performance of the fighter jets and bombers he exchanged would surpass the current time and space. It would take at least 3 to 5 years to develop such fighter jets and bombers with superior performance. Today, fighter jets have only been around for a dozen or 20 years, and the reason they have developed to this point is mainly due to the promotion of war. Without the First World War, military technology and industrial development would not have been promoted globally. To a certain extent, the First World War promoted the development of the military industry, and now that the Second World War has begun, the military industry will usher in explosive growth again. After defeating the Japanese Navy this time, I believe they will investigate our specific strength before sending the Navy out again, so we will take advantage of this period to vigorously develop the Navy. So you said to Liao Yuanliang, I have already purchased some warships from other countries. As long as our military port is built, we can send these warships to Shanglu. In order to be able to reasonably exchange for naval forces, Su Yu made up a story that he bought several large warships from powerful countries and then secretly trained some naval soldiers, and the seeds were planted as early as a year ago. As for whether they believe it or not, it is up to them, because they would never imagine that there is a product that transcends time and space, such as world nuclear war. And sometimes mystery often brings a sense of awe. Just like the senior commanders under his command now, they are very in awe of Su Yu, because he can feed 1 million troops by himself and provide weapons and equipment for 1 million troops. This makes them very curious. They don't know where these weapons and equipment come from, but when they think that their commander has this ability, they are full of awe in their hearts, just like awe of God. It will be completed in half a month at most, Liao Yuanliang responded. Right now, the Japanese army is fighting the coalition forces fiercely. We are preparing to launch a surprise attack on the eastern province and take it back. Don't worry yet. Su Yu looked at the map and said, looking at the enemy's marching route, it seems that they are preparing to fight to the death with the coalition forces. If we send troops at this time, it will definitely attract the attention of the enemy. At this time, we should keep our troops in place and wait for the coalition forces to fight the enemy in an all-out battle. Then, we will cut off the enemy's logistical supply with lightning speed. Guess what? Su Yu asked Liao Yuanliang with a smile. If we cut off the enemy's supply line, what will happen to the Imperial Coalition forces? The Imperial Coalition forces. Liao Yuanliang thought for a moment and said, if we cut off the enemy's logistical supply lines, then the Imperial Coalition forces will definitely fight the enemy to the death without reservation. That's right. Su Yu spoke again. If the Imperial Court fights the devils to the death without reservation, then this battle will surely be a great war. The devils' logistical supply lines have been cut off, and their morale will surely be unstable. At this time, the Imperial Court's coalition forces will charge forward, which will surely catch the devils off guard. In this way, the two forces will surely fight a full-scale war without reservation, and no matter which side wins, it will be a miserable victory. And our security forces will play a catalytic role, Su Yu said, putting down his baton. If the Imperial Coalition forces are defeated, then the Imperial Court will also be destroyed, and the two major governors will also suffer heavy losses, and the Japanese will certainly suffer heavy losses. As for the defeat of the 3 major Japanese armies, the possibility of this is almost zero. In any case, it is beneficial to us. When this war is over, our security forces will take the lead and be the vanguard in expelling the devils. Su Yu sighed and said, I am doing this for the sake of Daxia. We must first stabilize the country before we can resist foreign aggression. Only when we are united internally and have one mind can we work together. Otherwise, you scheme against me and I scheme against you, and the devils will be the ones who benefit in the end. So in order to expel the devils as soon as possible, our security forces can only represent the court, unify Daxia, and expel foreign enemies. I know what to do. Liao Yuanliang looked at the map and said, during this period, I will have the Intelligence Bureau destroy the Japanese's logistical supply lines and send troops to attack the Japanese's transport vehicles and food storage warehouses along the way. Su Yu nodded and said, then I'll leave this matter to you. You must take action after the battle between the Japanese and the Imperial Coalition forces, otherwise you will alert the enemy. Clear. Liao Yuanliang responded and said. In the evening, Su Yu was busy until 10:30 and returned to his villa. Xue Jingwan was sitting in the pavilion reading a book with her big belly. The outside was surrounded by mosquito nets, and only a figure could be seen. Su Yu dragged his tired body to the other party, hugged Xue Jingwan and asked, why are you still not sleeping so late? I'm going to graduate soon. Xue Jingwan put down the book and asked Su Yu, have you eaten? I've eaten, Su Yu said as he sat on a stone pier. Today, the aviation unit fought with the Japanese Navy. The Japanese will certainly launch a second attack on Shanglu. After you graduate, you should go back to Nanjing to recuperate. My mothers will take care of you. They have experience, too. I'll go back to see you if I have time. Xue Jingwan nodded in response. She knew that her stay in Shanglu would affect the man in front of her. Once the Japanese attacked Shanglu, the man would not be thinking about how to resist, but her safety. So in order to stop him from worrying, it would be a good idea to go to Jinling. I'm sorry for wronging you. No, I don't feel wronged, Xue Jingwan said with a smile. Jinling is the ancient capital of 6 dynasties, and I also want to see it. I'll just treat it as a trip, so there's nothing wrong with it. But I'm going back to Jinling, so you have to take good care of yourself and make sure to eat on time. And I've sorted out your clothes for you. If you want to wear them, just take them out of the closet. I've already matched them. Hearing this, Su Yu felt very warm inside. Ever since he had Xue Jingwan, he realized that he seemed to have truly integrated into this world. He was a person with flesh and blood and emotions, not a war machine. It's quite cool at night. Come inside. Su Yu helped Xue Jingwan into the room, then washed up and went asleep. Only when he returned to this small villa did Su Yu smell the scent of fireworks. The next morning, after getting up, Su Yu had dinner with Xue Jingwan and then personally drove her to school, which made everyone envious and became a legend throughout the college. Chapter 112: Building a Naval Fleet. At the end of March, half a month passed quietly. Su Yu came to Shanglu Jinshan town to inspect the construction progress of the military port. Half a month had passed and it was completed today, so he wanted to take a look. The construction of a naval port does not require just a seaport, but requires certain conditions. First of all, the terrain needs to be flat, which is conducive to the construction of the port. It should be located at the confluence of rivers, with an adequate supply of fresh water. The port area should be deep in the river, less affected by the waves, and conducive to sheltering from the wind. The harbor and river should be wide and deep, which is conducive to the navigation and anchoring of warships. At the same time that Su Yu established a naval port in Shanglu, he also established naval ports in Fusha Province and Guangyuan Province. The same would be true for the future East Province and Heilongjiang Province. They all needed naval ports, but the latter two provinces could only be established after the Dongyang Kingdom was expelled. Looking at the completed naval port, Su Yu was very satisfied with the Jinshan Naval Port. A small military airport was built on the side of the naval port, which can accommodate the fighter jets of an aviation division, thus protecting the safety of the naval port at any time. In addition, there are 20 coastal defense guns and a large number of anti-aircraft guns stationed here, like a solid wall of steel. Anyone who wants to take over this military port will have to pay a heavy price. Now that the military port has been built, he also needs to start exchanging naval forces. For the naval forces, Su Yu only plans to exchange a naval fleet for the time being. As for the remaining reputation points, he still has to use them on the army, armored forces, and aviation forces. After all, his number one enemy now is the hundreds of thousands of Japanese devils in the local area. He also understood the role of world peace, which is the result of accumulation and development, and its effect will become greater and greater in the future. The hundreds of thousands or millions of reputation points in the past could not change anything at all, but now he has tens of millions of reputation points, which is enough to compete head-on with a powerful country. Now all he needs to do is to exchange for naval units and warships. As for the exchange of warships, Su Yu plans to focus on aircraft carriers, supplemented by destroyers. Of course, battleships and heavy cruisers are also needed, but he will not exchange too many, at most 3 or 5. These 3 or 5 battleships and heavy cruisers can be converted into aircraft carriers later. As for the fleet to be established, Su Yu planned to exchange 3 aircraft carriers, 9 destroyers, 1 battleship, 2 heavy cruisers, 12 frigates, 6 submarines, and 1 transport ship, a total of 34 warships. Su Yu will name this fleet the East China Sea Fleet, which will be responsible for defending the East China Sea. In the final analysis, it is a naval fleet established to deal with the Japanese devils. At the time of world nuclear peace, his reputation had reached 48 million, which was enough to form a naval fleet. He went to the warship interface, searched around, and finally chose the Essex class aircraft carrier. Essex is a heavy aircraft carrier with a standard displacement of 27,500 tons and a full load displacement of 34,800 tons. It is 265.2 meters long and 28.35 meters wide. It has a crew of 3,000 people, a power plant with 8 boilers, 4 steam turbines, a power of 150,000 horsepower, a maximum speed of 32.7 knots, and a cruising range of 15,000 nautical miles. The weapons are equipped with 12 127mm naval guns, 72 40mm naval guns, and 55 20mm machine guns. The radar uses SK air search radar, 2 SG surface search radars, 12 fire control radars, and 100 carrier-based aircraft. Such performance is far ahead at present. The exchange price was also ridiculously high, 2 million reputation points for an Essex aircraft carrier, including 100 carrier-based aircraft. Su Yu directly placed an order for 3 ships and renamed them Qin class aircraft carriers. Next is the destroyer. Su Yu chose the Gilling-class destroyer, renamed Jiangbei, with a standard displacement of 2,616 tons, a full load displacement of 3,460 tons, a maximum speed of 36.8 knots, and a maximum range of 4,500 nautical miles. The weapon is equipped with 3 twin 127mm naval guns, 12 40mm machine guns, 11 20mm machine guns, 2 quintuple 533mm torpedo tubes, 2 anti-submarine Hedgehog guns, and 1 depth charge rail. It can be said to be armed to the teeth. The exchange price is 300,000 reputation points. As for the battleship, Su Yu only planned to exchange for one, and it was not a super large battleship like the ones in the Oriental country, but a Bismarck battleship, renamed Jiangzhe, with a standard displacement of 41,700 tons and a full load displacement of 50,900 tons. The weapon is equipped with 4 twin 380mm naval guns with an effective range of 35 kilometers, 6 twin 10mm secondary guns, and 8 twin 105mm anti-aircraft guns. In addition, it can carry 5 carrier-based aircraft. This is what Su Yu is interested in, and the exchange price is 300,000. As for the heavy cruiser, Su Yu chose the Portland heavy cruiser, renamed it Fuxia, with a standard displacement of 10,200 tons and a full load displacement of 12,755 tons. It is equipped with 3 triple-mounted 203mm main guns, 8 single-mounted 127mm secondary guns, 24 20mm anti-aircraft guns, 12 20mm machine guns, and 4 carrier-based aircraft. The exchange price is 350,000 reputation points. The frigate chosen is Tamik, renamed Jinling, with a standard displacement of 1,430 tons and a full load displacement of 2,415 tons. The main weapons are equipped with 3 single-mounted 125mm naval guns, 2 twin-mounted 40mm anti-aircraft guns, 9 single-mounted 20mm machine guns, and 2 anti-submarine depth charge rails. The exchange price is 100,000 reputation points. The submarine chosen is the XEI-class submarine, renamed Shanglu, with a maximum underwater speed of 12.5 knots, a surface range of 2,600 nautical miles, an underwater range of 194 nautical miles, a diving depth of 180 meters, a surface displacement of 234 tons, an underwater displacement of 258 tons, and weapons equipped with 2 torpedo launchers. The exchange price is 150,000 reputation points. The last one is the transport ship. So you chose the supply-class transport ship, which is used to supply supplies to the aircraft carrier battle formation, such as fuel, ammunition, food, accessories, etc. It is a guarantee for a fleet to conduct ocean operations. So you named the supply-class transport ship the Xuanwu-class transport ship. Its full load displacement is 48,800 tons, and its loading capacity is 160,000 barrels of liquid cargo, 20,000 barrels of freshwater, 1,800 tons of dry ammunition, 400 tons of food, and 250 tons of general cargo. Its exchange price is 200,000 reputation points. Because the warships that Su Yu exchanged were all beyond the current era, some of them required several years of technology to develop, and some even required more than 10 years to develop, so the exchange price was very expensive. This fleet cost Su Yu a total of 12 million reputation points, which was quite expensive. There were also 60,000 naval soldiers, with an exchange price of 500,000. Since then, a huge naval fleet has been formed. With this naval fleet, even the Japanese devils will not be able to easily invade the territorial waters of the Great Xia Kingdom. He could also say that whoever offends the Great Xia Kingdom will be punished no matter how far away they are. Chapter 113 800 Action Team. Jinshan Port. Su Yu is waiting for the arrival of the warships. He has already deployed all the exchanged warships and naval soldiers into the East China Sea. Now it will take a quarter of an hour to reach the naval port. Today, the area surrounding Jinshan Port is completely uninhabited and has been requisitioned by the security forces. As for the original indigenous people, Su Yu has arranged new residences for them. Therefore, the area around Jinshan town is within the scope of activities of the Navy District. 60,000 naval soldiers are enough to make the entire fleet operational. The admiral in charge of managing this naval fleet is Zhu Jigao, and the captains of the major ships are also excellent naval commanders. Soon, the shadows of large warships appeared on the sea. Zhang Hu pointed at the sea excitedly and shouted, "Commander, look, they are coming. This is a warship. This is our warship." Zhang Hu shouted loudly. His voice was excited and hoarse. No one knew how the Great Xia Kingdom had survived the past 100 years. It could be said that it had been trying to survive under the oppression and bullying of the great powers and had signed hundreds of unequal treaties. The right to use Haikao is also in the hands of the major powers, and they have also established concessions on the land of Daxia. This is because they do not have a strong military force. Now they not only have armored forces, but also air forces, and now they even have naval forces. The days when a few guns and cannons could bully the great Xia kingdom are gone forever. In a moment, the huge Qing-class aircraft carrier arrived at the port. Su Yu looked at the huge aircraft carrier and felt like an ant in front of it. He was very excited. Only by looking directly at the aircraft carrier from such a close distance can one understand his feelings at that moment. Soon, a middle-aged general in a navy uniform came to Su Yu. He had shaggy eyebrows, an oval face, and exuded a serious aura that made people feel a little breathless. At this time, it was Zhuo Jigao, the captain of the East China Sea Fleet, a senior commander who was rated as excellent by the World Nuclear Association. Commander. Zhuo Jigao saluted and shouted, "All officers and soldiers of the East China Sea Fleet have arrived. Please give your instructions, Commander." "Very good." Su Yu said happily, "The fleet headquarters has been built for you. Your next task is to protect Shanglu's territorial waters from being threatened." "Yes, Commander." Then, Su Yu began to inspect the entire naval fleet. Standing on the deck of the aircraft carrier, he was in high spirits, as if he owned the whole world. Looking at the cannons of the destroyer, Su Yu felt very satisfied. If the 055 missile destroyer could be exchanged in the future, it would be the best in the world. After inspecting the navy, Su Yu returned to the Shanglu Command Center with satisfaction. At this time, Liao Yuanliang and Wang Wen were discussing the battle deployment between the Imperial Coalition forces and the Japanese devils on the front line, as well as the logistical supply lines that the security forces needed to cut off. Yongcheng. Liao Yuanliang pointed at Yongqing and said, "This is the keynote of the Japanese's logistics transportation. If we cut off the logistics supply to Yongqing, the Japanese's million-strong army on the front line will definitely starve." In addition, Wang Wen added, "These 250 transport teams of the Japanese must be destroyed. This will cause big problems for the Japanese logistics. Thousands of kilometers of logistics transportation lines are cut off. It will take at least 10 days or half a month to rebuild them. These 10 days or half a month are the opportunity for the Imperial Coalition forces." Looking at the two people in the command center plotting against the Japanese, Su Yu smiled and shook his head, feeling very relieved. On March 28th, Su Yu ordered the Intelligence Bureau to dispatch Action Group 800 to begin destroying the Japanese's transport teams, transport lines, and logistical storage sites for food, ammunition, etc. along the way. This action, named Chrysanthemum by Su Yu, created favorable conditions for the war between the Imperial Coalition forces. The 800 Action Group, plus the subsequent bombing by the Security Forces Aviation Force, can almost completely cut off the Japanese's transportation lines, and then they can sit back and watch the fishermen gain while the snipe and the clam fight, and the security force is the fishermen. Yongcheng. Located in Annan province, it is a key node for the enemy's logistics and transportation. This time, the Intelligence Bureau dispatched 3 excellent action teams to attack and destroy this transportation and reserve city. "Hello, I'm Poison Bee, the leader of Group 17. A man in formal attire with a mustache and a sharp look in his eyes shook hands with a middle-aged man in a suit and introduced himself. "Viper." The middle-aged man in a suit took off his gloves, touched Dufeng's hand and said, "I've heard of your name for a long time." The two men looked at each other, because in the Intelligence Bureau, Venom Bee and Venom Snake were very famous, but they had never met or cooperated. Now that they met, the atmosphere in the air was a little heavy, because the outside world often compared them. "I will be in charge of this mission." Poison Bee spoke first. "My position is half a level higher than yours," Viper said seriously, "so I am responsible for this mission, and the higher-ups also let me be in charge." "Above." Poison Bee chuckled and said, "We belong to different camps. Your superior is not my superior, and my superior also makes me responsible. Then there's nothing to discuss?" Viper asked, spreading his hands. "I didn't want to talk to you in the first place," Poison Bee said again. "The higher-ups gave me this difficult task, and I can only feel at ease if I carry it out personally." "I'm so sorry, I feel the same way," Viper responded. "That's enough." A handsome young man stepped forward and said, "You all have to listen to me for this mission. I will be in charge, and you just have to obey my orders." "You." The venomous snake and the venomous bee both looked at the handsome young man and asked, "Who do you think you are?" "Let me introduce myself," the handsome young man said as he looked at the two people in front of him. "I am the leader of the South Station 001 operations team, Scorpion, and my rank is Major. I will be in charge of this mission. As for why, it's because of the commander's order. You will receive orders soon." After the handsome young man finished speaking, the two communication personnel came to the ears of Viper and B and whispered a few words. Then they looked at each other and said impatiently, "Since the commander has given the order, we will obey it. Tell me, your plan." "My plan is simple." Poison Scorpion spread out the map of Yongqing and said, "We are now in the basement of the residence at number 88, Yongqing North Street, and the task given to us by the higher-ups is to secretly destroy 3 million kilograms of grain in Yongqing, as well as more than 500 transport vehicles of the Japanese transport team. The mission is not easy, and we only have 39 people, while the Japanese have a regiment of more than 3,000 people, so we need to outsmart them. It just so happens that we have a secret person in Yongqing who serves as the Japanese logistics transport officer, so we can use the internal and external cooperation to complete the mission." Chapter 114. The Gears of Fate begin to turn. If we want to complete the mission, the most important thing is that we need to enter the core area, Poison Scorpion said to the two in front of him. "I can get all of us into the Japanese military stronghold quietly. I guess you two can't do it. Since you can't do it, you have to listen to me." "Boy," Poison Bee said in a cold tone, "didn't your master teach you to be low-key?" "My master only taught me how to kill people," said Poison Scorpion with murderous eyes. "After entering the Japanese military stronghold, you will be responsible for blowing up the Japanese granary. As for your 17th action group, you will blow up the Japanese transport vehicles, and my action group will clear the obstacles for you." "It's still a bit responsible." Poison Bee pursed his lips and said, "Start preparing. If we fail to complete the mission, we will all be in trouble." At night, the entire Yongqing city was under lockdown after 6 o'clock. No one was allowed to enter or leave, and no one was allowed to wander around the streets at night. Anyone found doing so would be shot. On the streets, teams of Japanese soldiers began to patrol back and forth. The entire military stronghold inside Yongqing was surrounded by bunkers, turrets, and highlight lights. Not even a fly could get in. Moreover, the underground sewers were also sealed, making it impossible for people to get in. At this time, 2 transport vehicles were driving on the street, with 40 fake Japanese soldiers wearing shit yellow military uniforms sitting inside, heading towards the core area. On the avenue leading to the core area, there were checkpoints composed of dozens of Japanese soldiers who were strictly checking the vehicles entering the core area. As long as any problems were found, the heavy machine guns in the bunker next to them would shoot the people in the vehicle into sieves. Parking. A team leader waved to the 2 large trucks in front of him to stop, and then he ran to the window and shouted, "Please show me your pass and ID." The car window opened, and a thin officer with a bantam who appeared in front of the team leader. He took out his pass and ID and handed them to the other party. The team leader opened it and saw the password number, position name, etc. to verify his identity. Name: Ichiro Yamamoto. Position: Deputy Captain of Logistics and Transportation. Military rank: Major. Seeing that there was no problem with the pass and the ID, the squad leader quickly saluted and shouted, "Major, please come in." Then, the checkpoint opened and 2 military trucks passed through the checkpoint and arrived at the core area. The members of the action team inside were relieved to see that they passed smoothly. After arriving inside, the 2 cars stopped at the parade ground. There were about hundreds of transport vehicles parked in the parade ground. There were also teams of Japanese soldiers patrolling back and forth between these transport vehicles, but they were not as strict as those outside, and they would only patrol once every hour. Ichiro Yamamoto got out of the car and said to Viper and the others, "My mission has been completed. Whether you can complete the mission next time depends on you. I hope we can meet again one day." After saying that, Ichiro Yamamoto left alone and began to return to his residence. His mission was to lead 3 action teams in. As for the subsequent tasks, they had nothing to do with him. He still had his own tasks to complete. "Thank you very much," Scorpion said, and then he brought his team members to Venom Bee and Venom Snake and said, "The whole plan will be completed in only an hour and a half. I will lead the team to kill the patrolling Japanese team, and you go and plant the time bomb." "No problem." Then, each group member began to implement the plan. Scorpion and 12 members left under the cover of darkness. They carried weapons in black sacks on their backs and began to rush towards the location of the Japanese patrol team. Viper and Bee also led their members to complete the mission. At the post station, a small group of Japanese soldiers were smoking around the post station and chatting about insulting words to the women of the Great Xia Kingdom. They were having a lot of fun chatting, and Dust Scorpion gnashed his teeth when he heard it. These damn beasts. There were 8 Japanese soldiers in this small group. They were all standing at the door of the post station, smoking and chatting, waiting for the inspection in half an hour, and then they could go back to sleep. At this time, Poison Scorpion took out a Ghost CL military crossbow, which was a weapon specially equipped by Su Yu for the Special Operations Team. It was known as an invisible killer. The arrow speed was as high as 107 meters per second, the range was 150 meters, and the power was amazing. 8 team members took out 8 Ghost CL military crossbows and chose their targets according to the order, while the remaining 5 team members pressed forward step by step and came to the vicinity of the Japanese under the cover of darkness. As long as the crossbows failed to assassinate the soldiers, they would jump and kill the Japanese with the sharp daggers in their hands. 3, 2, 1. Scorpion made hand gestures, and when he counted to 1, the 8 men quickly pulled the trigger. Call out. The crossbow arrow in the Scorpion's hand burst out instantly and hit the devil's neck accurately. The powerful penetrating power pierced the devil's neck. At the same time, the other 7 members also successfully hit the target without any accidents. Split up, Scorpion said to his team members, be responsible for guarding each checkpoint, and report immediately if there is any sign of trouble. Clear. About an hour after the Scorpion action team completed their mission, Viper and B brought their team members to reunite with the Scorpion. All the time bombs had been installed, and now all they had to do was to leave safely. According to the plan, they waited for the time bomb to explode, attracting the Japanese's attention, and then took advantage of the chaos to leave. Boom. After the 3 groups of members found a hiding place, the time bomb exploded on schedule, and hundreds of military trucks on the parade ground and millions of kilograms of grain in the granary were all covered in fire. The whole Yongcheng was shaken. The Japanese regiment commander was awakened by the huge explosion. He was so scared that he quickly ran out of the room. Looking at the sea of fire in front of him, he immediately sat down on the ground. It's over. This scene was played out in many areas of the Great Xia Kingdom. The action team dispatched 800 members and destroyed all of the Japanese's transport vehicles, granaries, and arsenals overnight. This night was also called the earth-shattering explosion. It marked the turning point of the Great Xia Kingdom and the future of the Great Xia Kingdom. The gears of the Great Xia Kingdom's destiny began to turn. On March 30th, the Chaoding Corps learned that the Shanglu Garrison Command had destroyed all of the Japanese's logistical supply lines and immediately launched a major counterattack with all their might to seek a chance of survival. Because the Japanese army of 1 million surrounded them, they had no other choice but to resist. As long as they won this battle, the imperial court would be able to regain the hearts of the people, and the world might still be ruled by the Wu family. Chapter 115, Rapidly Improving Strength. Jinling City, Governor's Mansion. Su Yuanzhong was handling government affairs of 5 provinces. Ever since Shui Hongyi left, he was almost exhausted. Especially after the new year, he had to do tax statistics and often worked all night. His health was getting worse day by day. If he really conquered the world in the future and had to manage the entire Great Xia Kingdom, he would get a headache just thinking about it. Why? Su Yuanzhong put down the pen in his hand, stood up and stretched, and said to the secretary who had followed him for many years, it's still easier to manage 1 or 2 provinces. It's not like now, except for dealing with government affairs, it's annoying to death. The more capable you are, the more work you will do. The Secretary General responded with a smile. Yes. Su Yuanzhong slapped his thigh and said, the more capable you are, the more work you should do. Old Shui didn't give me the Shui family's territory, and I didn't conquer Fuzhou and Xia province either. I want to pass on these 2 provinces of Jiangbei to my descendants. Su Yuanzhong rolled his eyes and said to the Secretary General, go call the Shanglu Garrison Command and tell them that I don't have much time left. Ask them to ask their commander to come back to see me for the last time. Ah. The Secretary General asked in surprise, Sir, you? I'm fine. Su Yuanzhong smiled and said, just tell it to the Shanglu Garrison Command as I said. Understood. Immediately afterwards, the Secretary General called the Shanglu Garrison Command, and the call was answered by Wang Wan. What did you say? Wang Wan hung up the phone and quickly found Su Yu. At this time, Su Yu was inspecting the 4 major armies. Now, with the addition of armor divisions and the expansion of artillery into divisions, plus a guard brigade and a combat support brigade, the total strength of the 4 major armies has reached 200,000. The 4 armies have 800,000 soldiers, 60,000 naval soldiers, 20,000 Air Force soldiers, and 3 special operations brigades. The headquarters just established by Su Yu directly has 4 rocket artillery divisions, 2 armor divisions, and 2 anti-aircraft artillery brigades, with a total strength of 920,000. Because the total exchange price of an armor division is 550,000 reputation points, in order to have sufficient firepower, Su Yu exchanged 2 armor divisions, spending 1.1 million reputation points, and 4 rocket artillery divisions. This was the secret weapon Su Yu prepared for the Japanese. Each rocket artillery division is equipped with 3 rocket artillery regiments. Each rocket artillery regiment is composed of 3 rocket artillery battalions, and each battalion is equipped with 24 BM-13 rocket launchers. The rocket launcher uses a heavy-duty truck as its chassis and is equipped with 8 rail-mounted launchers to form a mobile rocket launch system. It can carry 16 M-13 solid-fuel rockets, has a combat range of 8,500 meters, and a maximum range of 385 kilometers. In order to unlock this rocket launcher, Su Yu gritted his teeth and spent 100,000 reputation points and used 50,000 reputation points to obtain the production drawings of the BM-13 rocket launcher. Su Yu planned to mass-produce the BM-13 rocket launcher in the arsenal. Because the price of the BM-13 rocket launcher is very expensive, it requires 1,200 reputation points per rocket launcher. These 4 rocket artillery divisions have a total of 864 BM-13 rocket launchers, with a total cost of more than 1 million reputation points. And the main thing is that the ammunition consumption of the BM-13 rocket launcher is very alarming. These 864 rocket launchers can fire more than 13,000 rockets with just one firing. The exchange price of a rocket shell is 1 reputation value, which is quite expensive. Therefore, he plans to mass-produce the BM-13 rocket launcher and shells. In addition to these, the garrison command also has 400,000 well-trained reserves, so he now has 1.32 million troops in his hands, all gathered in Shanglu, accounting for almost 2/5 of Shanglu's population. These 1.32 million soldiers now cost him 12 million silver dollars every month, and he still has 1.5 billion silver dollars in his account. Now Dongshin Group no longer provides him with funds because Dongshin Group has fully entered the overseas market. Currently, the 2 companies that provide him with funds are Paradise Pharmaceuticals and Arms Sales, which can make a profit of approximately 60 million silver dollars per month, sometimes even more. Because now that the global war is starting, the price of special medicines is rising sharply. In addition, the price of arms is also the same. So these 2 alone make Su Yu make a lot of money, and there is absolutely nothing to support these 1.32 million troops. Problem, and there is about 50 million remaining funds every month. Otherwise, he would not have 1.5 billion silver dollars in his account. Nowadays, there are sufficient funds in hand, weapons and equipment are far ahead. Millions of troops are also well trained, and the Army, Navy, and Air Force are complete. Now with this strength, it is not very difficult to expel and defeat the little devils. In his previous life, Jiang stayed on his own during World War II and relied on his strong industrial capabilities to sell arms to the world, making him a global hegemon. Therefore, in Su Yu's heart, he also wanted to deal with the little devils as soon as possible, and then use the world's nuclear peace to vigorously develop the military industry, improve the industrial level of Great Xia, and see if we can make huge profits like the Eagle sauce in the previous life. The reason why he allowed Dongshin Group to fully focus on overseas markets is that the overseas market is good, which is an indisputable fact. Secondly, after the war is over, overseas technology can be brought back to Daxia, so that Daxia's the economy and technology can take off in an all-round way. This is his ultimate goal of expanding overseas. Commander, something serious has happened. At this time, Wang Wen rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle to Su Yu and shouted, "I just received a call saying that the governor is dying and wants to see him for the last time." "What?" Su Yu quickly shouted to Zhang Hu, "Go to the airport and follow me back to Jinling." During the period when the Japanese invaders were fighting against the Imperial Coalition forces, Su Yu rapidly developed his military strength, and the aviation force was naturally a top priority. The 3 aviation divisions were expanded into an aviation group army. Each air army is composed of 3 aviation divisions, a transport aviation regiment, and a reconnaissance aviation regiment, with a total of 800 fighter aircraft. The 3 air armies have a total of 2,400 fighter aircraft. Each aviation division plus its pilots will cost him 500,000 reputation points. Now that he has expanded to 6 aviation divisions, that means 3 million reputation points. There are also flying transport regiments, each with 31 transport planes, and a reconnaissance regiment with 40 reconnaissance planes. The transport plane Su Yu exchanged for was the C-54 Skymaster transport plane, which has a maximum speed of 442 km per hour, a maximum range of 6,400 kilometers, a passenger capacity of 4 plus 50, a maximum load of 15.34 tons, and an exchange price of 3,000 reputation points. As for the reconnaissance aircraft, it remains the same as before. Therefore, the expansion of the Air Force alone consumed 5 million of Su Yu's reputation points, plus the 12.5 million reputation points consumed by the Navy, and the 1 million consumed by the 4 rocket artillery divisions, plus 300,000 rocket shells, which is 300,000 reputation points, and the 1.1 million of the armored division, a total of 19.9 million reputation points. Now there are 28.1 million reputation points left out of the 48 million reputation points in world nuclear peace, and cutting off the enemy's supply lines brought Su Yu 2.19 million reputation points. Now there are 30.29 million reputation points left in world nuclear peace. Chapter 116. Far ahead. Baoshan Military Airport. Su Yu asked World Nuclear Ping to modify 3 C-54 Skymaster transport aircraft, adding noise reduction equipment, optimizing internal performance, and making the interiors look like those of a passenger plane, making them his special flying planes. Because passenger planes are not popular at present, the prices of passenger planes and World Nuclear Plane are ridiculously expensive. So for convenience, Su Yu asked World Nuclear Plane to modify the C-54 Skymaster transport aircraft. Now its interior is similar to that of a passenger plane, and even more luxurious. Fly to Jinling. As soon as Su Yu arrived at Baoshan Airport, a special plane renamed Suzaku began to take off. After Su Yu, Zhang Hu, and a team of special operations personnel boarded the special plane, the Suzaku quickly took off and flew towards the Jinling military airport. At the flying speed of the Suzaku, it could arrive in half an hour. Because of the surge in reputation during the World Nuclear War, Su Yu had made great strides in upgrading his weapons and equipment and had already caught up with the great powers in terms of both weapons and equipment, and even in terms of many types of weapons and equipment, he was far ahead of the great powers. Jinling Military Airport. This is the largest military airport in Su Yu's hands, capable of accommodating more than 1,200 fighter jets. Half an hour later, the Suzaku successfully landed on the runway. There was also Su Yu's special car at the airport. After he arrived, a special car took Su Yu to the Su family compound. Su family compound. Su Yuanzhong was complaining to Xue Jingwan, and she also asked him to speak well of him. Otherwise, if Su Yu knew that he was deceived, he would definitely be angry. Dad, don't worry, he won't say anything about you. Xue Jingwan covered her mouth and smiled. But you can't lie to him anymore. He's already under a lot of pressure in Shanglu, and if you scare him like this, I'm afraid he won't be able to bear it. I was inconsiderate this time. Su Yuanzhong sighed and said, but it's not a good idea for him to stay in Shanglu all the time. Now we need him to come to Jinling to take charge of the situation. We also need him to sing on this stage. With my ability, I can no longer sing. You old fellow. At this time, a voice came from the door. Su Yu walked in quickly, pointed at Su Yuanzhong and shouted, "Didn't you say you were dying? Didn't you say you wanted to see me for the last time? Why are you so lively now? You want me to be the commander-in-chief? Impossible. I'll tire you to death." Su Yu said angrily, "I'm terrified in Shanglu, and you're still deceiving your superiors and subordinates. Do you think this is fun?" Seeing Su Yu so angry, Su Yuanzhong didn't know what to say for a moment. He was indeed inconsiderate, but Xue Jingwan next to him could hardly hold back and smiled with her hands covering her mouth, because she knew her husband best and it was obvious that he was acting. "You want me to be the governor of 5 provinces. Don't you know how difficult it will be for me?" Su Yu said again, "In order to enable us to completely control Guangdong and Guangxi, my father-in-law disbanded all the Xue family troops under his command. Even the personal guards who had followed him for decades were sent back home. But look at yourself. If I want to be the commander-in-chief, are you willing to let me touch your Su family troops? I know you want to say that these people have accompanied you in your battles, but this is not a reason to indulge them." Su Yu had already investigated the Su family army. Most of the officers actually obeyed military orders, but there were always a few people who took advantage of their father's friendship to break the law and make a lot of money. If our Su family really wins the world in the future, these people will become parasites of the empire. So what is the difference between them and the current court? Su Yuanzhong did not say anything in response to Su Yu's questioning. Instead, he took out a pack of Flying Eagle cigarettes and wanted to light one, but when he saw the pregnant Xue Jingwan next to him, he put the cigarette back in his pocket, glanced at Su Yu and said, "Leave them a way out, that's all I ask." "Can." Su Yu responded, "I can let a few uncles go, but I won't let any of those people go." "As you wish." After saying that, Su Yuanzhong sighed and walked out of the Su family compound. Su Yu knew that this was a difficult hurdle for his father, because these were brothers who had fought with his father through thick and thin. Only those who had truly experienced life and death could understand this kind of emotion. And his father happened to be a man who attached great importance to feelings, unlike those emperors who would use you when they conquered the world, and then start to eliminate you when they conquered the world. Mid-April. Su Yuanzhong convened a military and political meeting in the Jinling Governor's Hall, at which he officially announced that Su Yu would serve as the governor of the 5 provinces, while he himself would retreat to the second line. When this news came out, it caused a great shock throughout the Great Xia Kingdom, including the imperial court, which was in the midst of a decisive battle with the Japanese invaders. At the age of 26, he served as the governor of 5 provinces, which is comparable to the current emperor. On the podium, Su Yu, wearing a new military uniform, stood in front of the microphone and shouted, "Everyone, Daxia is about to fall. The million-strong army of Dongyang has invaded our Daxia territory and is burning, killing, and looting on our Daxia territory. I hope that everyone can unite and work together to defeat Dongyang, establish a complete and unified regime for our Daxia, and create a bright future for our 500 million compatriots in Daxia. I swear." Su Yu raised his hand and shouted, "Devote all my life to the people and the country until my death." That night, the content of Su Yu's speech began to spread throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. Anyone who was attentive could find that there was a huge ambition hidden in this speech. It was very clear that he not only wanted to expel the Dongyang Kingdom, but also wanted to establish a complete and unified regime. Damn it! Inside the Wu City Palace, Wu Xingqiao looked at the contents of the newspaper, angrily tore it into pieces, and trampled on the shredded newspaper with his feet. His Majesty! The chief minister of the cabinet came to Wu Xingqiao and said, "We are now trapped in a conspiracy and surrounded by a million-strong Japanese army. Fortunately, we have finally opened a gap in the front line. Next, as long as we can defeat the Japanese Northern Division, we will be able to break out of the encirclement. What we should do now is not to be angry, but to vigorously develop our military strength. Without Marshal Zhang, it will not be easy for us to choose someone to take the lead," the prime minister continued. "So we have to find a way to divert the Japanese's attention to the security forces so that we can have a chance to breathe." Hearing this, Wu Xingqiao became even more irritated. Ever since Zhang Tianle was no longer in charge of the military, he found that he could no longer command some of the old generals, and he couldn't do anything about them now, because only these old generals could stabilize the situation and defeat the Japanese soldiers. But if he was asked to choose someone to take the lead, he really couldn't choose right away. Chapter 117, Self-Appointed Chief. Jinling Military Governor's Mansion. Su Yu looked at the document that was more than 1 meter high in front of him, thinking to himself that he had really committed a sin. No wonder his father pretended to be dead. Who wouldn't pretend to be dead if they saw this? No, he has to find a way to find someone to share these things with him. He can't be trapped by these papers in this life. The world outside is very exciting. How can he spend his whole life in this small office? Su Yu wondered if he could set up a cabinet like the imperial court did, and let the cabinet members handle most of the government affairs for him, which would also reduce his burden. As for the selection of cabinet members, his father has several people who can take on the important task, but this is far from enough, because in order to run these 5 provinces, at least 5 important cabinet ministers are needed to solve the problems encountered by hundreds of millions of people in these 5 provinces every day. Moreover, the cabinet has too much power. In order to solve the problem once and for all, Su Yu will hand over power to the cabinet, so the 5 important ministers of the cabinet need to be 100% loyal to him. As long as there are no problems in the upper cabinet, problems with lower-level local officials will not cause big problems. The worst-case scenario is dismissal, and serious cases can be direct execution. As long as the upper level is wholeheartedly serving the people, the officials below will not dare to be too presumptuous. To this end, Su Yu chose to exchange several outstanding politicians in the world nuclear peace to serve him. This is the most convenient shortcut to solve this problem at present. Among them, Su Yu's first choice was Su Yuanzhong, a famous politician, strategist, philosopher, and writer. He had a profound influence on the politics, economy, military, and culture of the previous Qing dynasty. He established the first military academy and built the first ship. This was exactly the talent Su Yu needed. He planned to establish an ordnance academy in Jinling, and Zhang Wanzhong's arrival just solved this problem for him. The second is Li Wanzhong, a famous politician, diplomat, and military strategist of the Qing dynasty. He successively founded the Jiangnan Arsenal, the China Merchant Steam Navigation Company, the Shanglu Machinery Weaving Factory, and the Beiyang Fleet, which promoted the economy of the Qing dynasty. The third is Zhang Jidong, a famous writer in the Qing dynasty. He established many industries including the Guangdong Naval and Land Forces School, the Gun Factory, the Mining Bureau, the Guangya Academy, the Hanyang Iron Works, and the Hemp Manufacturing Bureau. He played a promoting role at the political level and proposed the political concept of Chinese learning for substance and Western learning for practical application. The fourth is Wu Zongtong, a famous national hero, as well as an outstanding politician, military strategist, and poet. He read a lot of books throughout his life and specialized in studying military tactics. He was a defender of national sovereignty in modern times. Su Yu spent 40,000 reputation points to exchange for these 4 outstanding talents and let them enter the cabinet to serve him. Su Yu chose to leave one vacant position for the time being. As for the talents in his father's hands, Su Yu planned to let them serve as governors in various provinces and govern the provinces. At the end of April, Su Yu formally announced the establishment of a cabinet, with Su Yuanzhong, Li Yuanzhong, Zhang Jidong, and Su Zongtong serving as cabinet ministers, who were in charge of all affairs of the 5 provinces and had certain decision-making power. In addition, the governors of the 5 provinces and 1 city also began to be newly appointed and removed. Among them, the governor of Jiangbei province was appointed by the former mayor of Jinling, Liu Dihai. The governor of Jiangsu and Zhejiang province was appointed by the former vice-governor of Jiangbei, Zhu Hongkai. The governor of Fuxia province was appointed by the former vice-governor of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, Ding Chengze. The governor of Guangyuan province was appointed by Xue Hongyi's cousin Xue Gui. The governor of Guangning province was appointed by the former governor of Jiangbei, Qian Gaoi, and the mayor of Shanglu was appointed by the former vice-mayor of Jinling, Ku Jiaming. Su Yu carried out a major replacement of the senior officials under him. All those officials who had been inactive and unmotivated were dismissed and replaced by outstanding people. Some people even jumped 2 or 3 levels at once, which made many people very envious. They secretly said that they would serve the governor and the people well in the future. As for military affairs, Su Yu was in charge, with Liao Yuanliang and Wang Wen assisting him. Without national unification, Su Yu will not make large-scale changes to the army. In order to break away from the imperial court, Su Yu resigned from his post as the military governor of 5 provinces and appointed himself as the local chief, having no connection with the imperial court. This officially announced that the Su family had broken away from the imperial court. When this news spread, it caused a great shock in the Great Xia Kingdom. However, Su Yu's move did not cause much resistance. Most of the people hoped that Commander Su could become the ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom, so that they would have hope of living a few days of peace. After proclaiming himself the chief, Su Yu moved the headquarters of the Military Intelligence Bureau to the chief's mansion in Jinling, and also moved several departments including the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Justice, and Ministry of Agriculture into the mansion. It can be said that the chief's mansion in Jinling at this time was a small imperial court, small but complete. Of course, Su Yu also knew that there were still many departments that had not been established. These departments were not very important, at least not very important now, because the most important thing now was to expel the Japanese devils. At the moment, the Eastern Kingdom is at war with the imperial court. Su Yu is taking advantage of this time to reorganize the Su family army. Otherwise, if a war breaks out with the Japanese in the future, it will lead to a disaster. On the evening of May 1st, Intelligence Bureau Director Dai Yunong transferred 3 outstanding action team leaders from local areas to Jinling City. Because of their outstanding abilities, they have now been officially promoted to station chiefs. These 3 people are Viper, Scorpion, and Venomous Bee. I have heard about the deeds of the 3 of you. Su Yu looked at the 3 agents in front of him and said, I asked your director to transfer you back today because I want to conduct a detailed investigation of the 4 members on the list. I will only give you 3 days. After 3 days, I need detailed answers about the specific situation of these 4 people. Yes, Chief. The 3 shouted excitedly. They never thought that they would have the chance to meet the chief in this lifetime. How could they not be excited? Go ahead, Su Yu said in response. In the next 3 days, the whole Jinling city was undercurrent. During this period, Su Yu received at least 2 million silver dollars in gifts. These gifts were given to him by his father's group of good brothers, asking Su Yu to arrange their sons into the army or to serve as local military officers, and some even wanted the mayor's position. Seeing this, Su Yu shook his head and sighed, thinking that he was really not afraid of death. In addition to asking the Intelligence Bureau to investigate, Su Yu also asked Liao Yuanliang to count all the soldiers in the Su family army, and then put the Su family army into the reserve for training for 3 months, and then let those who pass the training join the regular army. When it comes to the military, Su Yu cannot tolerate any sand in his eyes. Once he finds any evil, he will nip it in the bud with thundering means. 3 days passed quietly, and Liao Yuanliang was the first to come to Su Yu's office to report the specific situation of the Su family army. Chapter 118. The Rotting Su Family Army. Chief. Liao Yuanliang came to Su Yu and said, the Su family army now has 7 armies, 14 infantry divisions, a total of 378,000 troops, plus several heavy artillery brigades, a total of 400,000 troops. Be good. Su Yu didn't expect that the Su family army still had 400,000 troops after experiencing 2 allied wars. His father hid it really well. If he hadn't personally asked someone to investigate, he would have thought that his father only had 300,000 soldiers, but now there are a full 100,000 more. Among them, the 21st Army, the 35th Army, and the 39th Army are the ace troops of the Su family army. As for the other 4 infantry armies, their combat effectiveness is average, and the army commander. I know. Su Yu waved his hand and said, all 400,000 Su family soldiers will join the reserve force. The officers will be assessed by the general staff, and the soldiers will participate in 3 months of recruit training for screening. Those who are qualified will stay, and those who are unqualified will be kicked out. Clear. Liao Yuanliang nodded in response and began to make preparations. That evening, 3 agents arrived at Su Yu's office one after another and handed Su Yu the information they had investigated over the past 3 days in written form. Seeing the information, Su Yu frowned slightly. Then, Su Yu shouted to Zhang Hu beside him, mobilize the guard brigade and surround the courtyard where the 4 commanders of the 11th, 34th, 81st, and 91st armies of the Su family army live. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my order. Yes, Commander. At 9:40 in the evening, Zhang Hu and the soldiers of the guard brigade surrounded the residences of the 4 army commanders, and not even a fly could fly out. Chun family courtyard. A reorganized guard battalion of 650 combatants armed with submachine guns surrounded the Chen family compound. During this period, a division commander wanted to enter the Chen family compound but was directly controlled. Do you want a rebel? The commander of the 1st Infantry Division under the Su family's 11th Army roared at Zhang Hu. Do you know who I am? The middle-aged commander broke free of his restraints and came to Zhang Hu, spitting and shouting, I am Wang Tianba. I saved the commander-in-chief at Wangjieling and fought with him for decades. What do you want to do? You let Su Yu come out to see me. When I followed the commander-in-chief to fight for territory, he was still drinking milk from his wife's arms. The noise outside attracted the attention of the guards in the Chen family compound. The gate opened, and 2 guard soldiers came out and saw the scene outside. Countless submachine guns were pointed at them, which frightened them so much that they quickly closed the main gate and hurried to inform their commander. In the bedroom of the compound, Chen Chongqing, the commander of the 11th Infantry of the Su family, was lying on a 2-meter-wide bed. There were 3 girls lying on the bed. One was a lowly type, the other was a mature woman type, and the other was a young woman type. The commander had just experienced a great battle and was lying on the bed exhausted, recuperating for his efforts in the second half of the night. Commander-in-chief. There was a fierce knock on the door, and Chen Chongqing was so angry that he yelled, Fuck you. Don't you know I'm busy? Get out of here. Commander, we are surrounded by the commander-in-chief's guards. What? A voice came from outside, and Chen Chongqing was so scared that he quickly sat up, put on his clothes, opened the door, and asked the 2 guards outside, What did you say just now? The guard soldier glanced at the 3 naked women on the bed, swallowed his saliva, and then said with an evasive look, The general's guard troops are surrounding the outside, and Commander Wang has also been controlled. Fuck you. Chen Chongqing angrily came to the lobby of the villa, picked up the phone, and called the Su family compound. Chen Chongqing didn't believe that his elder brother Su Yuanzhong would touch him, etc. Chen Chongqing realized at this time that there was a team of guards outside, but it did not mean that Su Yu was going to arrest him. He had just given Su Yu $1 million silver and 3 beautiful girls yesterday. There was no reason for him to arrest him. It must not be the case. He gave gifts to secure the position of mayor of Haikou City, Guangyuan province for his son. It must be that Su Yu saw his sincerity and came here in person tonight to confer the title on his son. Besides, he is Su Yu's uncle and had held him in his arms when he was a child. With this relationship, how could the other party arrest him? And his eldest brother would not agree to it. Perhaps it was because he had done too many bad things that Chen Chongqing felt uneasy. Damn it! Chen Chongqing cursed inwardly. I have fought in many battles for many years. Even if I have no achievements, I have worked hard. Why does Su Yu arrest me? Yes, why does he arrest me? As he said that, Chen Chongqing swaggered out in his mink pajamas. When he opened the front door, he saw hundreds of submachine guns pointed at him. Chen Chongqing was so scared that his legs went limp, and he thought he had been too careless. What are you doing? Chen Chongqing summoned up his courage and shouted, If you dare to use a knife or a gun in front of me, you don't want to live anymore. You must be Chen Chongqing, the commander of the 11th Army? Zhang Hu took 2 steps forward and said without paying attention to the other party's words, I am Zhang Hu, the commander-in-chief's guard division commander. I have received the Commander-in-Chief's order to seal off your Qin family compound. And you, Commander Chen, please come with me. With you? Joke. Chen Changsheng said with disdain. When I was the commander, you didn't even know where to drink milk. Now you want me to follow you? Who do you think you are? After saying that, Chen Changsheng looked at the hundreds of guards outside and shouted, I'm here today. If anyone dares to move, I'll make him lose a layer of skin tomorrow. Commander Chen, please cooperate. Zhang Hu said calmly, the Commander-in-Chief said that you are the sworn brothers of the old Governor-General, so I will give you some respect, but you should not be too ungrateful otherwise. Fuck you. Chen Changsheng kicked Zhang Hu, but because Zhang Hu was too big, the kick not only failed to knock Zhang Hu down, but also pushed the weak Chen Changsheng down due to the rebound force. How dare you push me? Chen Changsheng immediately stood up, took out his pistol, pointed it at Zhang Hu's head and shouted, You bastard. You can stand here and show off your power, and your chief can sit firmly on the throne in Nanjing. This is what we brothers fought for, and now he is going to destroy the bridge after crossing it. What do you want to do? Chen Changsheng questioned Zhang Hu. Commander Chen. Zhang Hu said, if you surrender, you can save your life. If you resist, you will die miserably. You threaten me. Chen Changsheng shouted to the guards behind him. Go inform the soldiers of the 11th Army. I'm going to show you today how Su Yu is a traitor. Also, Chen Changsheng continued, let's see you come to see me. I want to see who dares to touch me in Jinling today. I want to see my big brother. Let my big brother come to see me. Chapter 119. Cleansing. Commander Chen, I still say the same thing. If you cooperate, you can save your life. If you resist, your end will be miserable. Zhang Hu continued, my father was in the 11th Army and served as a regiment commander. He has feelings for the 11th Infantry Army. What I can do is to persuade you and hope you will cooperate. This time the Commander-in-Chief is determined to rectify the Su family army. Even if the Commander-in-Chief comes, it will be useless. I hope you can calm down. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng calmed down. He was thinking that if he was really taken away, then the silver dollars in the basement of his villa would probably be seized. His own industries and the money in the bank would probably also be seized. When he thought of the hard-earned money he had earned by fighting for most of his life, Chen Changsheng could not calm down. Fuck you. Chen Changsheng shouted to the guards beside him. Go call me. Yes, yes, Commander. The guard soldier quickly went to make a phone call, and within a moment he came out and shouted, Commander. The person who just answered the phone was the deputy commander. He said that the 3 division commanders and 7 regimental-level cadres under our 11th Infantry Army were all arrested by the Commander-in-Chief's guard troops. Now the entire 11th Army has been stripped of its equipment. What? Hearing that his support was controlled, Chen Changsheng's legs and feet softened and he shouted, I want to see Big Brother. Go call Big Brother. I want to see Big Brother. Commander Chen. Zhang Hu squatted in front of Chen Changsheng and said, the Commander-in-Chief wants to take action against you. Do you think the Commander-in-Chief doesn't know? How is that possible? Chen Changsheng was immediately deflated. He couldn't understand why his elder brother treated him like this. They had experienced life and death, and they had agreed to share the good and the bad. But now, Su Yuanzhong. Chen Changsheng shouted, you ungrateful person. Looking at Chen Changsheng roaring on the ground, Zhang Hu felt very uncomfortable because he had a connection with Chen Changsheng. This was also the reason why he came to the Qin family compound in person, because his father was a regimental commander in the 11th Infantry Army and was eventually promoted to deputy division commander. He was a proud and brave general under Chen Changsheng at the time. It was Chen Changsheng who taught Zhang Hu how to use a gun when he was a child. Perhaps the other party has forgotten it and has been blinded by power and money. Looking back to the past, the 11th Infantry Army of the Su family army was also known as the Ace Army, with a strength of 32,000 people and more than 60,000 soldiers killed in battle. It had wiped out the imperial court princes and made great achievements. But now, seal off the Qin family compound. Zhang Hu shouted to the guards behind him, anyone who resists will be shot to death. Tonight was ultimately a sleepless night. Su Yuanzhong called the commander of the 39th Army, He Zhongjuan, and the remaining 2 ace commanders to the Jushin building. Then, Su Yuanzhong looked at the 3 brothers who had fought for their lives and died together and said, dozens of us brothers fired the first shot in this Jushin building and established the Su family army, but we didn't expect that decades have passed in the blink of an eye, and now only the 3 of you are left. Brother, I know what you want to say. He Zhongjuan said, I fully agree with what the general manager is doing. Now that we control more and more territories, we must have strict rules and regulations. Otherwise, how is this different from the corrupt court? Changsheng and his men have too much power and are plundering people wantonly. The people are the ones who suffer. So I agree with the general manager's approach. I agree. The other two also spoke up. I believe that if the dead brothers knew, they would agree that Changsheng and his men have been blinded by profit. We must wake them up. Hearing this, Su Yuanzhong raised his glass and said, I'll drink this one. The four of them got drunk in Jushin Tower. When Su Yu found out, he had them sent back to their respective villas. He also knew that it would be cruel for them to purge the Su family army, but it was something that had to be done and could not be delayed for a single day. Chun family courtyard. At this time, Zhang Hu and the soldiers of the guard camp were sealing up the stolen money. In the underground vault, Zhang Hu was shocked when he saw the golden bars. You know, the commander's salary is 500 silver dollars a month, which is 6,000 silver dollars a year. Because the governor loves these brothers in life and death, he also gets a bonus of 50,000 silver dollars every year. But now when he saw the room full of golden gold, he was shocked. This underground coin vault is about 500 square meters in size, with boxes of silver dollars in the middle, which is worth no less than 1 million. On the surrounding shelves are countless antique calligraphy and paintings, and on the sides is golden gold. The total value of the things in this room is more than 8 million, but Chun Changsheng is only a military commander. Seal everything inside. Zhang Hu shouted, then transport everything to the governor's residence. Yes, master. That night, Su Yu attacked the Su family army without mercy, arresting 4 army commanders, 3 deputy army commanders, 8 division commanders, 23 regiment commanders, 30 battalion commanders, 37 company commanders, and confiscated the homes of 36 non-staff members, including several business owners in Jinling City who had colluded with these officers, as well as 36 local officials. It can be said that he carried out a comprehensive purge in the 2 provinces of Jiangbei, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang. Of course, the ability to accurately find these corrupt officials this time was mainly due to the Military Intelligence Bureau. Su Yu had only one word for these corrupt officials, which was to kill them. However, because he promised his father that he would let go of those senior commanders, namely Qin Changsheng and others, Su Yu gave them $10,000 each and asked them to get out of the Great Xia Kingdom and go far away. Su Yuanzhong was also very satisfied with Su Yu's arrangement. As long as he was still alive, he would feel at ease. This large-scale purge made the entire officialdom of Jinling very peaceful. No one dared to commit crimes against the wind and could only do their own work honestly. This was exactly the effect Su Yu wanted, and because of this purge, he gained 1.9 million reputation points, and almost all of the contributors to this reputation points came from the people who were brutally persecuted. Now that the purge was completed, Su Yu put the entire Su family army into the reserve and conducted unified special training with the 400,000 reservists. As for the officers, Su Yu asked Wang Wen to train them and conduct a comprehensive assessment after a month. Those who passed would be assigned to the regular army, and those who failed would be persuaded to leave. Many people in the Su family army were dissatisfied with Su Yu's action. From the army commander to the soldiers, they were dissatisfied with Su Yu's approach. They were originally regular troops, so why should they join the reserve and receive new training? Many people complained, but when they came to the reserve and came into contact with the reserve soldiers in the reserve, they were shocked. Such strong soldiers are the reserve? The same was true for all the officers in the Su family army. The first batch of officers took the initial assessment and the pass rate was only 11%. Chapter 120. The final battle begins. Time passed again, and 3 months went by in a flash. During these 3 months, Su Yu inspected the Navy, went fishing on the aircraft carrier, and paid attention to the battle between the Imperial Coalition forces and the Japanese. After 3 months of fighting, the Imperial court was destroyed. His Majesty Wu Xingqiao fled the Great Xia Kingdom with his family and 8.8 million silver dollars and flew to a powerful country. As for which powerful country he went to, Su Yu asked the Intelligence Bureau to investigate for a long time before finding out that he went to the United States. As for the army under the court, some were killed, some were injured, and some fled. They were all wiped out. The same was true for the governor of Yinchuan. Only 30,000 of the 300,000 Sichuan troops were left. The governor of Kunnan was better off, but he only had 50,000 troops left, and all the supplies in the arsenal were destroyed. This also officially announced that most of the Great Xia Kingdom had fallen. Today, there are only 2 forces left in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, namely the Sama General Command, which has been changed to the Sama Governor's Office due to the collapse of the Imperial Court, and Su Yu's 5 provinces governor. Because of the defeat of the Imperial Court, Su Yu quickly led the First Army to rush to the Central Plains to occupy Funan Province and Changnan Province in the hands of the Imperial Court. thus expanding the territory in his hands to 7 provinces. Moreover, Su Yu established the 800,000 reserve forces into 4 new armies, namely the 5th Army, with He Zhongjuan, the former commander of the 39th Army, as the army commander, and the 6th Army, with Wu Hongxin, the former deputy commander of the 4th Division, as the army commander, the 7th Army, with Gong Hongbao, the former commander of the 21st Infantry Army of the Su Family Army, as the commander, and the 8th Army, with Liu Dihai, the former commander of the 35th Army of the Su Family Army, as the commander. At this point, the number of land forces under Su Yu's command reached 8 army groups, with 1.6 million troops. Together with the Navy, Air Force, Guard Army, and Rocket Force, it can be said that the number is close to 2 million. Su Yu had put in a lot of effort for this day, just to be able to confront the Japanese devils head-on. After years of accumulation, he now not only has sufficient reputation but also sufficient military strength, and is fully capable of confronting the major powers head-on. Now he no longer needs to suffer the frustration he felt in Shanglu, where he was timid and afraid to refute the powers. Now that the imperial court had been defeated, he naturally had to take the lead in expelling the Japanese pirates. The imperial court used hundreds of thousands of troops to break the Eastern Kingdom's slogan of destroying the Great Xia Kingdom in 10 months. Now the next period of time is the time for him to compete with the Eastern Kingdom. Jinling General's Mansion Command Headquarters. The commanders of the major army groups, as well as Liao Yuanliang and Wang Wen's staff, all arrived. Of course, Su Yu was also present. Wang Wen took the baton first and said, "In this battle between the imperial court and the devils suffered heavy losses. Let's not talk about the imperial coalition forces, they were defeated. I will talk about the remaining troops of the devil in Daxia," Wang Wen said. The devil's 3 major armies, 55 army divisions, now have 34 divisions left, and the remaining remnants are organized into 4 divisions, a total of 38 divisions, with a force of more than 900,000. Including the devil's flying squadron, the East Asian country has more than 1,700 fighter planes of various types in our Daxia country, 3 armored divisions, and a total force of about 1 million. So we have the advantage in manpower now. The Japanese have just experienced a great war, so it is the right time for us to strike. We should strike while they are weak. Wang Wen smiled and said, "Now let the commander-in-chief give us combat missions." Su Yu stood up from the first seat and said, "I will not say anything official. This time, you must beat the Japanese devils hard and leave these millions of Japanese devils in my Great Xia country. Let them become lonely ghosts and avenge the people of Great Xia country and the sacrificed soldiers." These 3 major armies of the devil are in the heart of the central plains of Daxia. "It's a good time for us to attack," Su Yu said, pointing at the map. "Let's take the 3rd army of the devil first. Wang Wu, Guo Dahai." Su Yu called out, "You two will lead the 1st army and the 2nd army to Anan province respectively. Your 2 armies will form the 1st war zone. The headquarters of the 3rd army of the Japanese is in Anan province. Your combat mission is to take back Anan province." "Yes, Commander." "The 3rd Army and the 4th Army have formed the 2nd war zone. Your mission is to take back the Eastern Province. There are only a few 100,000 puppet troops in the Eastern Province now, so I want you to take back the Eastern Province within a month." "Yes, Commander." "The 5th Army and the 6th Army have formed the 3rd war zone. Your mission is to launch a full-scale attack on the 2nd Army of the Japanese from Quangninh Province to prevent them from joining the 3rd Army." "Clear." "The 7th Army and the 8th Army will form the 4th war zone. You will temporarily defend Jinling City. As for the Japanese 1st Army, you don't need to pay attention to it because it has been almost crippled. Now there are only 4 army divisions left. We just need to keep an eye on them at all times." "Brothers," Su Yu said again, "this battle concerns the future of our Great Xia Kingdom. I hope everyone will work together to expel the Dongyang Kingdom within a year and completely unify the Great Xia Kingdom within 2 years. We will follow the commander-in-chief until death." All the senior commanders stood up and shouted, with tough eyes, knowing that the decisive battle had begun. In early July, after Su Yu issued the order, all major war zones began to move out urgently and rush to their target locations. On Tongtian Avenue, Guo Dahai and Wang Wu led 2 large armies and 400,000 troops on a forced march. The entire avenue was covered with densely packed soldiers and military trucks that seemed to have filled up the entire space. It was quite spectacular. The big knife chopped at the heads of the devils. Brothers in arms across the country. Look at the enemy. Destroy it. Destroy it. Charge. Chop at the heads of the devils with your swords. Kill. For 100,000 soldiers sang songs to kill the Japs. The whole world seemed to be shaken. All the beasts in the mountains were seeing the soldiers off, hoping that the soldiers could kill the Japs in all their might. In the mountains, fields, and forests, the common people were seeing the troops off, hoping that the Su family army could wipe out the Japanese and restore peace to the great Xia kingdom. Fellow villagers, Guo Dahai shouted to the villagers in the forest, "Go back and wait for our news at home. We will fight hard and beat the Japanese devil severely." Guo Dahai shouted loudly, and the people applauded. Along the way, no matter which town or county the Su family army arrived at, countless people came to see them off and greet them. Everyone held food and local specialties in their hands and stuffed them into the soldiers, hoping that they would be well fed and clothed so that they would have the strength to fight the Japanese. While various troops were rushing to the front, Su was also keeping a close eye on the situation at the front at the command center. He sent out the 4 rocket artillery divisions under his command, intending to deal a heavy blow to the Japanese. Chapter 121: The Power of Rocket Launchers. Chu City, Anhui Province. Guo Dahai and Wang Wu arrived at the front line with 400,000 soldiers, established a temporary command center, and began to attack the Japanese Third Army. According to their plan, they would destroy the Japanese Third Army within 3 months. They have sufficient confidence and capital to say this. At the First War Zone headquarters, Guo Dahai pointed to the map and said, "The 3rd General Army of the Eastern Kingdom has 17 army divisions stationed in Anhui Province, as well as an armored division, with a total strength of 430,000, which is comparable to the strength of our First War Zone. Now our army's top priority is to attack Luzhou City. As long as we take back Luzhou City, our 400,000-strong army can be fully deployed and launch a full-scale attack on the entire Anhui Province. There are 3 Japanese army divisions and 1 armored division in the Luzhou area, with a total force of about 100,000, Guo Dahai said to Wang Wu. "Luzhou City is now handed over to you." "No problem." Wang Wu responded. "It just so happens that the army group under my command has sufficient experience in attacking cities and capturing strongholds. Moreover, the chief also sent 2 rocket artillery divisions to support us, which will be more capable of suppressing the Japanese in terms of firepower." While Wang Wu was urgently assembling his troops, the Japanese were also urgently assembling their troops to deal with the attack of the Su family army. They were sometimes confused. They were the ones who launched the war of aggression, but why did they become the defending party now? In Feidong County, the 17th Division under the Japanese Third Army is defending the place that must be passed through Luzhou City. There is also an armored division and 50,000 troops guarding this important military town. Wang Wu sent his 21st Army to cooperate with 2 rocket artillery divisions to attack Feidong County. As for his 22nd Infantry Army, it cooperated with the armored division to attack the Japanese 18th Division in the Chaohu area. The 33rd Infantry Army and the Heavy Artillery Division launched an attack on Feishi County. In the end, the 3 armies encircled Luzhou City. This was Wang Wu's battle plan. My dear. When Wang Wu arrived at the front line and saw 2 rocket artillery divisions, he was shocked. He stroked the BM-13 rocket launcher and looked at the long barrel, which was like an organ. He was shocked. He was looking forward to how much damage this rocket artillery division could cause to the Japanese armored division. As night fell, the 2 rocket artillery divisions were extremely mobile. They ran 50 kilometers to the combat site in an hour and launched a surprise attack on the Japanese armored division. All 432 rocket launchers are in place, waiting for Wang Wu's order. In order to clearly observe the combat power of the rocket artillery division, Wang Wu personally came to the rocket artillery division position to command and shouted to the 2 division commanders, "Second round of fire coverage, beat these little devils hard. Artillerymen, listen up, fire." As the 2 division commanders issued orders, 432 rocket launchers began firing. Swish, swish, swish. In a breath, flames shot up into the sky. All 6,912 rockets were fired in less than 10 seconds. Wang Wu saw the flames lingering for a long time, and the sound of the shells being fired was like a dragon's roar, which gave people goosebumps. More than 6,000 rocket launchers quickly crossed the darkness and covered the positions of the Japanese armored divisions. At this time, a Japanese armored soldier was peeing. Seeing that he had peed all over his shoe, the Japanese soldier was so angry that he shook his legs and prepared to pull up his pants. But at this moment, he found that the urine on the ground was illuminated by something. He looked up and found a sea of fire coming towards him. Bah, ga. In a short moment, more than 6,000 rocket launchers hit the Japanese armored division positions one after another. Many of the rocket shells accurately hit the Japanese armored tanks, directly turning the fragile tank armor into a pile of ruins. In just less than a minute, more than 6,000 rocket shells ignited the Japanese armored division. It can be said that the entire space was filled with flying fragments of armored tanks. The Japanese armored soldiers were smashed to pieces by this powerful firepower, with no place to hide. "Help!" The devil shouted loudly. "Devil! This is the devil!" Seeing the rocket launchers appearing out of nowhere, the Japanese were terrified. They had never seen this kind of weapon before. Even howitzers could not cause such large-scale damage. How many howitzers would be needed to destroy half of the armored division in less than a minute? 1,000 or 2,000? The appearance of such a large-scale artillery would definitely be discovered by the scouts they sent out. "My hand is gone." The Japanese soldiers cried out in pain. The entire armored division had become a hell. There were endless cries and screams, and broken arms and limbs covered the ground. The Japanese soldiers could only watch themselves being covered by artillery fire and face death. After nearly 5 minutes, the second round of rocket shells was loaded and Wang Wu gave the order to launch again. Seeing this grand scene, Wang Wu couldn't help but feel excited. With such weapons and equipment, the Japanese were nothing. Nearly 14,000 rocket shells were fired in less than 10 minutes. Such firepower suppression is unrivaled in the world, and no other weapon can compete with it. It's so fucking exciting. Wang Wu excitedly took out a cigarette and lit it on the rocket launcher tube, then took a deep breath. Looking at the big treasure in front of him, he liked it so much, just like a plump young woman standing naked in front of him, which made Wang Wu's adrenaline full. "It's so enjoyable, so enjoyable." Wang Wu laughed loudly and said, "This battle is becoming more and more interesting." This night was a nightmare for the Japanese. They never expected that Su Yu had such powerful weapons and equipment in his hands. In one night, without deploying any air force, he destroyed the armored division and the entire armored division was scrapped. "Baka!" The commander of the Third Army, Ishikawa, angrily shouted at several senior commanders under his command. "You bunch of idiots, an armored division was wiped out by the enemy overnight, and now you don't even know how the enemy wiped out our armored division. What do you do for a living?" Several senior commanders could only bow their heads and endure Ishikawa's scolding, because after investigating for most of the day, they still had no idea how the enemy had silently wiped out their powerful armored division in just one night. They sent out 30 reconnaissance teams in the surrounding area, but found nothing. How the enemy destroyed the armored division became the 8th world-class question in the minds of the Japanese. "Send out the Special High Technology Department to investigate." Ishikawa shouted loudly. "We must find out how the enemy wiped out our armored division overnight without leaving a single person alive." Chapter 122. The fight begins. In Feidong County, the commander of the 17th Division of the Japanese Army was trembling in fear. The armored division defending the surrounding area was wiped out overnight, and he was responsible for defending the main position of Feidong County. How could he not be afraid? Yuta Hida discovered that no matter whether they were fighting against the Imperial Coalition or against troops from other countries, their warriors from the eastern country would always push forward and sweep the enemy with absolute combat power. But why was it that every time they encountered Su Yu's troops, they were unable to push forward? After a detailed analysis of Su Yu's troops, Yuta Hida discovered that the weapons and equipment in the hands of the other side were stronger than those of his Oriental Army Division, and even far exceeded the Oriental Army Division in terms of firepower. This made him wonder where Su Yu got these equipment from. There was also the combat effectiveness of the security forces at that time. He found that the combat effectiveness of this security force was very strong, and its combat awareness was not weaker than that of his Oriental soldiers. The battle formation was also very much in line with the needs of the current war. So after careful consideration, Yuta Hida came to the conclusion that the Great Xia Kingdom had produced an outstanding commander. Although Yuta Hida had never confronted the troops under the command of this mysterious figure head-on, he knew that there was an old saying in the Great Xia Kingdom: "Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. Only by understanding the enemy can you defeat the enemy." "General, there's a fight going on in Beiyuan town." At this time, a short Japanese commander quickly ran into the division headquarters and shouted, "The 213th Infantry Division of the 21st Infantry Corps under the enemy's 2nd Army launched a surprise attack on the Beiyuan town we are defending and fought with the 1st Infantry Regiment under our 171st Infantry Brigade." An army? Yuta Hida was very shocked. He did not expect that the Su family army would send an army to attack Feidong County. According to his understanding, the full strength of an army of the Su family army was 50,000 people, which was almost twice as many as his. Moreover, the armored division was destroyed. How could he resist this army? He did not think that the 17th Division under his command could defeat the infantry army of the Su family army. Now in his mind, he He had raised the combat effectiveness of the Su family army to the same level as the warriors of the Great East Ocean Empire. He, Yuta Feiyan, was not the kind of arrogant and conceited villain. Requesting general military support, Hida Yuta said to the commander of the 171st Brigade in front of him, "Your entire infantry brigade should move forward and make sure to defend Baiyuan town. I will transfer the artillery regiment to you." Hi. The 171st Infantry Brigade nodded in response and quickly walked out of the command post. In Baiyuan town, an infantry regiment of the Japanese army relied on the houses in the town as fortifications to defend the entire main road leading to Feidong County. An infantry regiment of more than 3,000 people was on high alert. The Japanese had their gun muzzles everywhere on the top floors and in the windows. As long as they spotted a soldier from the Su family army, they would immediately open fire. The commander of the regiment was always paying attention to the Su family army troops in front of him. According to the investigation of the reconnaissance troops, there was an infantry division of the Su family army in front of them. After launching a feint attack just now, it stopped the attack. Only one infantry regiment. No artillery regiment. Only one infantry regiment. At the temporary headquarters of the 213th Infantry Division, the division commander Hebei was reporting the situation in Baiyuan town to the army commander. There was only one Japanese infantry regiment with more than 3,000 people stationed here, while the number of their infantry division was 4 times that of the enemy. Good. The voice of the commander of the 21st Infantry came from the phone. "Kill this infantry regiment for me. Don't save your bullets for me. Beat these little devils hard for me." "Yes, Commander." Hebei smiled broadly when he received the order to attack. Because the 400,000-strong army on the front line began to advance, every division and even every regiment had to obey orders and could not attack without authorization. No one could send troops out without an order to attack, otherwise they would be punished by military law. Hebei could also understand the orders from his superiors. After all, if one step was wrong, all steps would be wrong. If everyone did not obey orders, then how could the battle plan be implemented, and how could the superiors command the entire army? If everyone fought whenever they wanted, then what was the difference between this and a group of loose sand? "Adjutant Wang." Hebei shouted loudly, "Gather all the artillery of the division, aim and fire straight, 7 rounds of fire, and beat the Japanese devils hard." "Yes, master." After Hebei gave the order, the artillery regiment that had been prepared long ago began to suppress the fire. 30 75mm field guns, 15 105mm howitzers, and 45 artillery pieces began to bombard Baiyuan town with all their might. Fire! 45 shells burst out, drawing a graceful arc and slamming heavily into Baiyuan town. Because the 213th Infantry Division had just launched a large-scale feint attack, almost all of the Japanese's firepower points were exposed, and the artillery was now attacking these firepower points. Boom! A 105mm howitzer hit a Type 97 heavy machine gun, instantly blowing away the extremely lethal heavy machine gun and even killing the machine gunner. 45 shells accurately hit the enemy's firepower points, followed by the second and third rounds of attacks, which landed one after another, and the entire Baiyuan town was engulfed in a sea of fire. Bagyalu! The Japanese infantry regiment commander shouted angrily, "Artillery, fight back!" Hi! The Japanese artillery units took out 25 81mm mortars and 10 70mm mountain cannons and began to bombard the camp where the 213th Infantry Division was located. But the embarrassing thing was that the position of the 213th Infantry Division was beyond the range of their artillery. Damn it! The Japanese infantry regiment drew out their samurai swords angrily. When had their Great East Ocean Empire become weaker than the backward Great Xia Kingdom in terms of weapons? When had the warriors of their Great East Ocean Empire been forced to passively take a beating and unable to fight back? Brothers, kill them. After 7 rounds of artillery fire, Hebei ordered his 3 infantry regiments to launch the main attack from 3 directions respectively to eliminate this group of inhumane devils and avenge the dead compatriots of the Great Xia Kingdom. Kill. The soldiers of the 3 infantry regiments began to charge. While the soldiers were charging, there were dozens of heavy machine guns in the rear, as well as cross-time and space weapons, recoilless guns, providing fire suppression for the soldiers. The SPG-9 recoilless gun made its debut on the battlefield. Its accurate and powerful performance played a big role on the battlefield. As long as the Japanese's firepower point was found, one shot could accurately kill the Japanese's firepower point. It can be said that at this time the SPG-9 recoilless gun has become a hidden killer on the battlefield and the nemesis of heavy machine gunners. As long as the heavy machine gun is discovered, One shot will kill both the man and the gun. Chapter 123. Destroying the Japanese Infantry Regiment. Baka. When the Japanese Infantry Regiment commander saw the machine gunner next to him being killed by an enemy shot, it immediately caught his attention. He picked up the telescope and looked at the artillery operated by the enemy and fell into deep thought. They had never seen this kind of artillery before. Where did Dacia get this advanced artillery from? The Japanese Infantry Regiment commander fell into deep thought. Now the 3 infantry regiments of the enemy forces launched a full-scale attack on the Baiyuan town he was defending. With the troops he had now, he could not defend it at all. After 7 rounds of artillery attacks, more than half of the 37 firing points were destroyed. Now mysterious artillery has appeared. How can we fight back? As soon as the heavy machine gun shows up, it will be aimed and destroyed by the enemy's mysterious artillery. 2nd Battalion Commander, how the hell do you fight? Chan He, the commander of the 3rd Infantry Regiment under the 213th Infantry Division, shouted to the commander of the 2nd Battalion under his command, "Destroy the enemy's mortars, otherwise there will be too many casualties if we rush forward." "Yes, Captain." At this time, the Japanese relied on the cover of sturdy buildings to resist the attacking firepower of the 3rd Infantry Regiment. 15 mortars and 20 light machine guns formed a firepower network and covered the 3rd Infantry Regiment, forcing the 3rd Infantry Regiment to stop attacking. Yoshi, the Japanese captain, was delighted to see that he had intercepted an infantry regiment of the enemy and said, "The Chinese pigs' troops are just ourselves. They want to confront the warriors of our great East Ocean Empire. This is undoubtedly an egg hitting a stone. They are overestimating their own abilities. Damn it." The 2nd Battalion commander began to gather the battalion's heavy firepower and shouted to his 3 platoon leaders, "Concentrate your firepower to beat the Japs hard. The 1st platoon will provide me with fire cover. The 2nd platoon will find a way to kill the Japs' artillery. I will use all 6 recoilless guns in the battalion. The 3rd platoon will cover the 1st battalion in a major charge. I'm going to skin these Japs alive today." "Yes, Captain." As the infantry battalion commander gave the order, the 1st row assembled 5 heavy machine guns and 12 light machine guns and began to suppress the Japanese continuously. The 5 heavy machine guns fired thousands of bullets, covering the Japanese. The powerful firepower made the Japanese unable to raise their heads. Taking this opportunity, the 2nd row set up 6 recoilless guns and began to destroy the Japanese artillery. At this time, they were less than 300 meters away from the Japanese, so the Japanese artillery was completely within the range of the recoilless gun. Boom! A shot hit the Japanese artillery position accurately, and 2 81mm mortars were blown away. Then 6 recoilless guns began to fire at full power, engaging in a close-range artillery battle with the Japanese artillery. Baka! The Japanese were firing artillery shells frantically, but the accuracy of the mortar was not even close to that of the recoilless gun. The recoilless gun was specially designed to restrain tanks, so its accuracy was very strong, and the Japanese mortar could not compare to it at all. Kill him! Under the cover of the 3 rows of fire, all the soldiers of the 1st Battalion began a large-scale charge. The remaining soldiers of the 2nd Battalion went around the flank of the Japanese and suppressed their firepower, forcing the Japanese to divide their forces to fight. As a result, the firepower on the front dropped rapidly. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the 1st Battalion rushed to the front of the Japanese. Kill! The bayonet pierced into the body of the Japanese soldier and pierced him directly. A battalion commander and several guards fired a burst of bullets with their submachine guns. In an instant, thousands of bullets burst out, and they madly fired at the Japanese soldiers in front of them. The bullets quickly passed through the bodies of the Japanese soldiers, leaving a bloody mist. Under the powerful fire suppression of the 1st Battalion, the Japanese were beaten without any chance to fight back. At this time, the 2nd Battalion also arrived at Baiyuan town and engaged in close combat with the Japanese. Their submachine guns were close-range lethal weapons, causing heavy casualties to the Japanese. Da-da-da. The Czech light machine guns were also roaring, spewing out streams of flames that pierced through the bodies of the devils, killing them on the spot. Baka! The Japanese captain led a group of Japanese soldiers to launch a final resistance, but was targeted by the 2nd row of 6 recoilless guns. They were directly covered by 3 rounds of artillery fire, which blew the Japanese captain into pieces and even blew his head off. The 3rd Infantry Regiment was the first to attack Baiyuan town. The regiment commander Chin He led his soldiers to go deep into Baiyuan town and launched attacks on the Japanese in the other 2 directions. In this way, they could form a pincer attack with the attacking troops on the front line and encircle the Japanese. On the northern front, the Japanese were fighting fiercely with an infantry regiment, using all their light machine guns, heavy machine guns, and mountain cannons. Even so, they could not stop the advance of Su's army. At this time, Chenhe arrived at the rear of the Japanese with soldiers from 2 infantry battalions. 12 heavy machine guns opened fire directly, madly strafing the backs of the Japanese. Da-da-da. Thousands of bullets were fired, and hundreds of Japanese soldiers were stunned by the sudden attack. Then there were the attacks of recoilless guns and grenades, which made it impossible for the Japanese soldiers to take care of themselves. There are enemy troops behind us. Fight back. The Japanese captain finally reacted at this time. Looking at the dense enemy soldiers behind him, he admitted that he was panicking. He couldn't even hold on against the enemy troops in front of him, and now a large force appeared behind him. How could he fight? For His Majesty the Emperor, for the great Eastern Empire, kill. The Japanese captain led his soldiers in a counterattack, but at this time this charge was tantamount to suicide in the eyes of the heavy machine guns. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 2 infantry regiments attacked from the front and back and wiped out this Japanese brigade. Ha ha ha. At this time, Hibei, the commander of the 213th Infantry Division who was watching the battle, saw that his troops had wiped out an infantry regiment of the Japanese devils in just 6.5 hours in the morning. He couldn't help laughing. He never thought that the Japanese devils would have such a day. Commander. At this time, a scout came up to Hibei and said, "We found a large number of Japanese troops in the direction of Feidong County, no less than 5,000 people, and an artillery regiment. They should be coming to support Beiyuan town." "Well done," Hibei said with a smile. "I haven't had enough fun yet, and this little devil has come to my door. Don't blame me for being rude. Let the frontline troops end the battle as soon as possible," Hibei said to his adjutant. "I'm going to kill this support force of the Japanese today." Old He, the chief of staff of the 213th Infantry Division, came up to Hibei and said, "The military called and said that the 17th Division sent the remaining troops of the 171st Infantry Brigade, and an artillery regiment is heading towards our division, asking us to end the battle as soon as possible." "My dear." Hibei was surprised and said, "The military spread the news very quickly. As soon as we got the news on the front line, the military in the rear already knew about it. It seems that my previous thoughts were over-concerned." Chapter 124 International Situation. What instructions does the military have? Hibei asked. "The military wants us to destroy this support force," the division chief of staff said. "They will give U.S. Air Force support to help us destroy the Japanese artillery regiment." "That's a great feeling." Hibei smiled and said, "Without this artillery regiment, it will be much easier for us to fight. We can rely on Beiyuan town as a defensive position and fight offensive and defensive battles with the Japs support forces. As long as the Japs artillery regiment is gone, we will be in Beiyuan town and they will not be able to do anything to us. But we still have to be careful," the division chief of staff reminded. "The Japanese also have a flying squadron. If their flying squadron bombs Beiyuan town, I'm afraid our losses will not be small. That is a problem." Hiss. Just when Hibei was in trouble, the commander of the 3rd Infantry Regiment came to Hibei and shouted, "Division Commander, all the armed forces of the Japanese in Beiyuan town have been eliminated. We also found an underground tunnel in Beiyuan town. It was dug by the locals to avoid the Japanese bombing. Fortunately, it was not discovered by the Japanese, otherwise our artillery would be unable to do anything to them." "Underground tunnel. Ha 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 ha." Hibei laughed and said, "God is really helping me. It seems that these little devils have caused the wrath of heaven. Even God is not helping them." "That's for sure." The 3rd Regiment commander responded, "How could the God of our great Xia country help the little devils?" In the Jinling General's mansion, in the combat command center of thousands of square meters, hundreds of people are busy. Some are making phone calls, some are answering calls, some are sending telegrams, some are receiving telegrams, and staff are simulating the frontline battle situation. It can be said that everyone is busy and has no free time at all. "Hello, this is the headquarters." You said, "Okay, don't worry, I will convey this message to the commander-in-chief, okay?" "What?" "Push forward 100 miles, so fast. Annihilate more than 13,000 Japanese soldiers. Good, good. I will report it immediately. Don't worry, our aviation unit has already set out and will attack the Japanese artillery regiment halfway. Your army must destroy this group of Japanese in Beiyuan town, and then the army will march into Feidong County and open the road to Manhwa province." Wang Wen held the phone and said, "Liquid Ahai answer the phone. Hello, this is Wang Wen. You in the first war zone must fight quickly and take over Feidong County. I only give you 1 month." After hanging up the phone, Wang Wen called the 3rd war zone again and issued Su Yu's combat orders. Because this time they dispatched an army of 1.2 million, and it was their first time to command such a large-scale combat force. They did not have much experience, and many things required them to personally give orders so that the three major war zones could cooperate with each other and advance towards the Japanese. Captain General, the front lines are winning big victories. Liao Yuanliang pointed to the locations of the three major battle zones and said to Su Yu, in less than half a month since we sent out our troops, we have annihilated no less than 80,000 Japanese soldiers. We have achieved crucial victories in various regions. Our second step of the plan has been implemented. Su Yu smiled and nodded, saying, it's not in vain that we have put so much effort into training the troops. It's not surprising that we have achieved such results. Then let the second war zone go. Su Yu pointed at the East Province and said, let the second war zone launch a full-scale attack on the East Province, take back the East Province, and eliminate the 400,000 puppet troops inside. As long as we take back the East Province, we can send the Navy to the East Province and intercept the Japanese Marine transport forces in the sea.
Yes.
Liao Yuanliang continued, as long as we intercept Dongyang's maritime transport forces, the logistics of Dongyang's million-strong army in Daxia will be in big trouble, and our plan will be halfway completed. Also, Su Yu continued, as long as we recover the Eastern Province, our Air Force can also intercept the Eastern country's air transport team, so that we can cut off the Japanese's logistics from the sea, land, and air. I don't believe that they can fight our elite troops without logistics support. Ha ha ha. Liao Yuanliang smiled and said, I'm looking forward to seeing how the Japanese will crack our plan. We must not be careless. Su Yu pointed at Luzhou City and said, our primary plan now is to capture Luzhou City, and then the first war zone will be fully deployed to fight the Japanese Third Army. The difference in strength between our army and the Japanese Third Army is not big, but our firepower is several times that of the Japanese, so our chances of winning are still quite high. Now that the East is at war with our Great Xia, it is also at war with three other countries at the same time. This is our opportunity. We should take this opportunity to wipe out the Japanese in Great Xia in one fell swoop and transfer the battlefield from our Great Xia to the outside. Only in this way can we minimize the losses caused by the war to us. Clear. Liao Yuanliang sighed and said, the international situation is complicated. Now Tsarist Russia has also begun to participate. The United States, France, and other powerful countries have all joined together to participate. Now only the United States has not participated in this world-class war. I don't know how many people will die after this war. That's not what we should be thinking about. So you looked at Liao Yuanliang and said, our current strength is not enough to intervene in the international arena. Our current mission is to expel the Japanese nation. We will not care about anything else for the time being. General Manager. At this time, Zhang Hu quickly came to Su Yu and said, the Vice President of the United States will arrive in Nanjing in 3 days, and he wants to discuss the alliance meeting with us. Alliance meeting? Su Yu glanced at Liao Yuanliang and said, it looks like there's no way to escape. They've already found us. Let the relevant departments prepare, Su Yu said to Zhang Hu, receive the vice presidents of these two powerful countries with the highest standards and arrange for them to stay in the governor's residence. As for security issues, I will leave it to your guard division and the intelligence bureau. Yes, Chief. Zhang Hu received the order and began to prepare. I didn't expect that these powerful countries have begun to pay attention to us, Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang. It seems that this time, we have no choice but to join. In fact, there is no harm in joining, Liao Yuanliang said, putting down his baton. Whether we join or not doesn't have much impact on us now. We should fight the Japanese as usual. Their war has nothing to do with us. That being said, I am afraid that these powerful countries will interfere in the battlefield in Daxia and send military advisors. After all, they have done such things before. Chapter 125, The Great Xia Kingdom in the Eyes of Others. At the Jinling Military Airport, the Vice President of the United States, Hobbs Eugene, stepped off the plane in a noble suit. Seeing that the Great Xia Kingdom received him with the highest etiquette, Hobbs Eugene was not surprised at all, because in his opinion, this was completely reasonable. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and white skin walked out of another special plane. This man was none other than Andrei, the Vice President of Tsarist Russia. Seeing the two of them walk forward quickly, Su Yuanzhong stretched out his hand and said with a smile, welcome Vice President Hobbs Eugene and Vice President Andrei to our Great Xia Kingdom. Your arrival really brings glory to our Great Xia Kingdom. Immediately afterwards, Su Yuanzhong sent 8 special cars to receive the 2 vice presidents. Zhang Hu also sent members of the Special Operations Brigade to protect them, as well as members of the Intelligence Bureau to protect them secretly. After all, these two are the vice presidents of the 2 major powers. If an accident occurs in the Great Xia Kingdom, It will be a disgrace to the international community. Inside the car, the Vice President of the United States, Hobbs Eugene, looked out the window at the scene. There was a large area of bungalows, and there were many horse-drawn carriages and ox-drawn carts. Not even a tall building was seen. This made Hobbs Eugene shake his head and say to Li Wenzhong, "Your great Xia country is really backward."
Yes.
The vice president of Tsarist Russia also smiled and said, "Even if our Tsarist Russia is a town, it is much more prosperous than your capital, Jinling City." Hearing this, Li Wenzhong was very unhappy. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face. These two people slapped him in the face without showing any mercy. Last year, the GDP of the United States reached $84.7 billion US, Hobbs Eugene said proudly, ranking first in the world's economy. The economy of your great Xia country is really worrying. But your economy is backward for a reason, Hobbs Eugene continued. Most of your country has been invaded by the tiny country of the East. It is still unknown whether we can defeat the East. We came here today, carrying the anti-Allied treaty, to save you. Hobbs Eugene described himself as a savior. Seeing the situation in Jinling City, the capital of Daxia, he felt confident about the tasks he needed to accomplish on this trip. When the vehicle entered the governor's mansion, Hobbs Eugene and Andre saw this simple governor's mansion and immediately felt disgusted. The palace of a country was actually made of blue bricks and red tiles, which was really unsightly. In the reception room, Su set aside 2 hours to meet with the vice presidents of the two major powers. He didn't know why the other party would set their sights on him, a local warlord, but he decided to wait and see. At this time, Li Wenzhong walked into the reception room with two middle-aged foreigners with a dark face. Su also stood up to greet them and introduce them. "General Manager Su Yu of Daxia, welcome to both of you." Looking at the young man in front of him who was only 30 years old, Hobbs Eugene was surprised. Could it be that the great Xia kingdom was now handed over to this young man who was less than 30 years old? This was too hasty. "Director Su, I have had some experience with your father." Andre stretched out his hand to shake hands with Su Yu and said, "I didn't expect that the final control of the great Xia kingdom would be in the hands of your Su family. This shows that my original vision was not wrong." "Ha ha ha." Su Yu responded with a smile, "That's all thanks to the support of Vice President." "Lunch is ready," Su Yu said to the two with a smile. "Let's eat and talk at the same time." At the dinner table, Hobbs Eugene and Andre looked at the 40 or 50 delicious dishes on the table. This was the first time they were shocked since entering the great Xia kingdom. It was too delicious. During the meal, Hobbs Eugene said to Su Yu, "Director Su, the world is now divided into two major alliances, namely the anti-alliance led by our United States and the alliance led by St. Petersburg. I believe you are also familiar with the members of the two major alliances. Now our United States and Tsarist Russia formally invite your great Xia to join the anti-alliance. What do you think? I wonder what the conditions are for joining the anti-confederacy? There are no conditions. On the contrary, you will get help from members of the anti-allied powers," Hobbs Eugene said while taking a bite of the braised pork. "We in the Citigroup will open arms sales channels to members of the anti-allied powers. Even if it is the most advanced fighter planes, tanks, and armor, we will sell them without hesitation. If you don't have money, you can use land and islands as loans. We can accept it. Also," Hobbs Eugene continued, "we will send excellent military advisors to guide your country's war and help you defeat the invading enemy." Listening to the benefits that Hobbs Eugene described, Su Yu shook his head and smiled. It sounded like it was all for your own good, but if you think about it carefully, it was almost all to cheat you. Take the sale of arms, for example. You could buy the most advanced equipment in the United States, but the price was ridiculously expensive. And if you took out a loan, the interest rate was ridiculously high. It was simply squeezing you all the time. Another thing is sending military advisors, which is a naked plunder of your command authority. However, Su Yu also understood that he had to join this anti-alliance because the world was now divided into two alliance camps, and he could not remain immune. So he could join, but he would not take these benefits. He also knew that with the end of this war, the two major alliances would collapse in an instant and would not have any adverse effects on the Great Xia Kingdom. "I agree to join the anti-alliance alliance." Su Yu looked at the two people in front of him and said, "As for what you said about sending military advisors and selling advanced weapons and equipment to me, I will not consider it for the time being." "Don't consider it." Hobbs Eugene looked very unhappy when he heard this. The economic output value of the United States soared by $8 billion last year because a large number of anti-allied members purchased arms from them, which promoted their economic growth. The Great Xia Kingdom was also identified by them as a major arms importing country, but now the other party said that it would not consider arms imports, which made him very dissatisfied. "Director Su, Hobbs Eugene responded, "If you don't buy arms, how can you drive out and defeat the Eastern Kingdom? More than half of your great Xia Kingdom has been destroyed. It will be difficult to defeat the Eastern Kingdom unless you equip yourself with a large number of advanced weapons. I hope you will consider this carefully." "I've thought it through." Su Yu responded expressionlessly, "If there is a demand, I will naturally buy it from your country, but there is no demand for now, and thank you for your kindness." Chapter 126 Local Emperor. Director Su, I hope you will consider this carefully. Hobbs Eugene spoke again. The military strength of the Eastern Kingdom is not weak. It was newly promoted to the great powers last year. With the current strength of your great Xia Kingdom, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to defeat the Eastern Kingdom. Oh, really? So you said to Li Yuanzhong, report our recent battle situation to the two vice presidents. Yes, Chief. Li Yuanzhong stood up and said to the two men in front of him, in the past month, our Su family army has fought 74 battles with the Japanese devils. We have won all of these 74 battles, annihilated more than 80,000 Japanese devils, defeated 9 Japanese divisions, advanced hundreds of miles on the front line, and recaptured hundreds of towns. However, our Su family army lost less than 10,000 soldiers, including 2,917 killed in battle and 7,000 seriously injured, with a casualty ratio of 1:8. According to statistics, Li Yuanzhong continued, the number of soldiers killed by the Dongyang Kingdom in the hands of our Su family army and the original security forces is as high as 390,000, which is equivalent to the strength of 16 divisions of the Dongyang Kingdom, while our army's casualties are less than 100,000. As for the fact that Daxia was defeated repeatedly in the past, it was because the imperial court was incompetent, not because our Su family army was incompetent, Li Yuanzhong said to the two people in front of him. In a year, we will defeat Dongyang Kingdom. I also hope that you will come back to appreciate Daxia in 5 years. I, Li Yuanzhong, will certainly receive you in person at that time, and you can evaluate the prosperity of Daxia. Li Yuanzhong also made up his mind that he must develop the economy of Great Xia within 5 years, and not let these powerful countries laugh at Great Xia for being backward and incompetent. I'll wait and see. After saying that, Hobbs Eugene signed the anti-alliance agreement with Andre and Su Yu and then left. They wanted to see how the Great Xia Kingdom could defeat the Eastern Kingdom. By then, they would have to come to them and beg them for mercy. In mid-July, the Second War Zone began to counterattack against the Eastern Province. Dong Province borders the Bohai Sea and the Yellow Sea, and borders 4 provinces from north to south. It has a permanent population of more than 40 million and an area of 155,800 square kilometers. The terrain is mainly plains and hills, and the mineral resources are very rich. In the Eastern Province, the Oriental Kingdom stationed 400,000 puppet troops, known as the North China Puppet Army Command, headed by the big running dog Chao Hongji. There were also 2 Oriental Kingdom Army divisions and a flying squadron, with a total force of about 500,000. Second World War Command. Commander Deng Liang of the 3rd Army Group and Commander He Yushan of the 4th Army Group are analyzing the enemy's armed forces and combat plans in the Eastern Province in the Theater Command Center. Kill the Devil's Flying Squadron first. Deng Liang pointed at the Japanese Flying Squadron and said, the Japanese Flying Squadron is close to the coast. We can have the headquarters dispatch aircraft carriers to attack the Japanese Flying Squadron with carrier-based aircraft and catch them off guard. Otherwise, if we send out aviation forces, as soon as they enter the East Province, they will discover them. This is also the reason why they built military airports in coastal areas. That's one way. He Yushan nodded in agreement and said, as long as we kill the Japanese Flying Squadron, this battle will be much easier to fight. After all, the higher-ups only give us 1 month. I understand that, Deng Liang said. Most of the troops in the Eastern Province are puppet troops. They have no combat effectiveness, and even their equipment is very backward, or they are eliminated by the Japanese. It is very easy to defeat these hundreds of thousands of puppet troops. Our general said that all departments are very short of labor. No matter whether they are puppet troops or Japanese, we don't need to kill them if we catch them. We can send them directly to mine and build roads. Don't waste this free labor. That's the truth. He Yushan looked at the map and said, then the attack time is set for the afternoon of the 20th. After destroying the Japanese Flying Squadron, our 4th Army of the Theater will head north to attack the 7 armies stationed in Zhaozhuang and Lanling County. After the Second War Zone finalized the battle plan, the Navy began to provide assistance and dispatched a Qin-class aircraft carrier and 2 destroyers to carry out a secret attack on the Japanese flying front in the Eastern Province. Zhaozhuang City, Shuecheng. Wang Hai, deputy commander of the Puppet Army in North China, built a super large villa covering an area of 40 acres in the city, with gardens, rivers, rockery, pavilions, etc. It was simply a small palace. After breakfast, Wang Hai was enjoying the cool under the pavilion with his big belly. There were beautiful young women in revealing clothes serving Wang Hai in front, behind, and around him. Some of them peeled the grapes and fed Wang Hai with their mouths. After Wang Hai finished eating the grapes, some of them licked the grape seeds out with their tongues and spit them out. There are also people doing massage and leg massage. They can be said to be living a life like a god. In the entire palace, there were about 300 beautiful women serving Wang Hai and taking care of his daily life. He lived a very comfortable life. After all, he was the deputy commander in charge of these 400,000 puppet troops. Deputy commander. At this time, a young adjutant came to Wang Hai and said, "Just now the commander sent a message saying that the Su family army sent 400,000 troops to the border of our eastern province, and they are likely to attack us." Damn it! Wang Hai angrily cursed. "These bastards, why are you coming to my territory instead of fighting the Japanese?" Wang Hai also knew something about the Su family army. That was an elite force that even the Japanese couldn't defeat, so how could he resist it? So he was very angry about the Su family army coming to eastern province. Couldn't they just live a good life? Always monitor the movements of the Su family army. Wang Hai said impatiently, "Call Qin Yang over here. I'm a little angry right now." Then, a beautiful woman came in front of Wang Hai. She had a curvy figure, an oval face and big eyes. She was simply a first-class beauty. In addition, she was wearing revealing clothes, which made people want to bleed from the nose. Wang Hai waved his hand, and Qin Yang slowly came to Wang Hai. Then Wang Hai put his right hand on Qin Yang's head and pressed down, making Qin Yang half kneel in front of him. Then Wang Hai showed a comfortable expression. He was very satisfied with Qin Yang's skills. The adjutant next to him saw this scene. His lower body bulged slightly, and he walked out of the courtyard consciously. After finishing, Wang Hai started to have lunch. The lunch consisted of 36 delicious dishes, one of which was the dish that Wang Hai ate every day, which was bullwhip. The same goes for eating. Wang Hai doesn't need to do it himself. More than a dozen beautiful women feed him personally, and Wang Hai only needs to move his mouth. Moreover, each dish needs to be tasted one by one to prevent someone from poisoning it. Of the 36 dishes, Wang Hai actually only eats 3 or 5 of them, and hardly eats the others. This would increase the difficulty of assassination for the killer who wants to poison him. Chapter 127, Carrier-Based Aircraft. In the Yellow Sea, a Qing-class aircraft carrier carrying 2 destroyers was sailing on the sea, speeding across the sea, leaving 3 white wavy lines. "How far is it to the coast of Eastern Province?" Qin Hao, captain of the Qing-class aircraft carrier fleet, asked the deputy fleet captain. "There's still 60 kilometers to go." The deputy fleet captain held a map in his hand and said, "It is still 92 kilometers away from the Japanese military airport. According to the flying speed of our carrier-based aircraft, we can arrive within a quarter of an hour." The Qing-class aircraft carrier is equipped with F-6F Hellcat carrier-based fighters, with a maximum speed of 621 kilometers per hour, a maximum range of 1,520 kilometers, an actual ceiling of 11,370 meters, and weapons equipped with 6 12.7 mm heavy machine guns. The bomber is equipped with the Avenger bomber, which has a maximum speed of 442 kilometers, a maximum range of 1,610 kilometers, an actual ceiling of 9,170 kilometers, and is equipped with a 13 Malawian Quachas aerial torpedo and 4 227-kilogram bombs. It has excellent performance and is known as the #1 killer of warships. At present, the Qing-class aircraft carrier is carrying 80 bombers and 20 fighter jets, which begin to take off from the deck of the aircraft carrier. Swish, swish, swish. Under the command of the naval soldiers, one bomber after another began to take off and fly towards the inland of the eastern province. In less than a quarter of an hour, 60 bombers and 20 fighter jets took off and began to head towards the eastern province. According to their flying speed, they would arrive in about a quarter of an hour. The flight captain commanded each flight team member to fly in a triangular formation, so that after arriving at the bombing site, they could bomb the target in a pouring manner. Jintong Military Airport. There were 270 fighter planes and bombers of various types parked at the airport. A Japanese flying squadron had just returned from a mission, and the Japanese immediately carried out maintenance and inspections on the flying planes. Oda-kun, a skinny and wretched Japanese soldier, said to the Banhu Japanese soldier next to him, "Tell me, when can we destroy this great Xia kingdom and make it the back garden of our Dongyang kingdom?" "Don't worry," the Banhu devil said with a smile. We can all witness the arrival of this day. I believe it won't be long. Ha ha ha. Hearing the answer, the Japanese soldiers burst into laughter. They had been looking forward to this day. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, a buzzing sound was heard in the air. This sound did not attract many people's attention because this is a military airport and this buzzing sound occurs every day and every moment, so everyone has gotten used to it. However, the personnel responsible for maintaining the fighter jets became alert because there were no fighter jets out on missions at the airport. So where did these fighter jets come from? And looking at the direction the fighter jets were flying, they were flying over the sea. Could it be their naval carrier-based aircraft? Wrong. Enemy attack. Many Japanese soldiers responsible for defending the airport looked at the fighter planes in the sky with super telescopes and found that these were not fighter planes from their Japanese country. This meant that these enemy planes were targeting them. Sound the alarm. Pull. Alarms sounded throughout the military airport, and the pilots quickly began to take off. However, how could a human be faster than a plane? By the time the pilots ran out of the barracks, a large number of bombers had already arrived over the Japanese airport. Clear out delivery. As the order was given, a large number of Avenger carrier-based bombers began to drop bombs and bomb in a triangular formation. The first to be bombed was the Japanese runway, followed by dense swarms of fighter planes. The first batch of 120 bombs landed and began to cover the entire military airport. Boom! The huge explosion sounded throughout the entire airport, and a mushroom cloud hundreds of meters high appeared above the military airport. The 4 runways of the Japanese were destroyed, and the Japanese fighter planes that had just taken off were immediately hit by the exploding bombs, killing both the pilots and the planes. Immediately afterwards, the second batch of bombs fell again. The Japanese fighter planes were blown away, and all parts were scattered all over the place. The Japanese pilots were also killed by the bombs, and the entire military airport was reduced to a sea of fire. After completing their mission, the 60 bombers began to return under the cover of fighter jets. This sudden attack from the sea was beyond the imagination of the Japanese. So you would send naval carrier-based aircraft to bomb military airports and coastal areas. This time, the Japanese lost another flying squadron. This was a heavy loss for the eastern country, mainly because the eastern province had lost air superiority. After the carrier-based bombers completed the bombing mission, the second war zone received the news. At the second war zone command, Deng Liang said to He Yushan, "The enemy's flying squadron has been destroyed. Now the enemy has lost air superiority. It's time for us to take action." He Yushan nodded and said, "My 4th Army has been thirsty for a long time." After that, He Yushan directly issued a combat order, and the entire army headed straight for Shuecheng. As for the puppet troops in other places, he would not care about them for the time being, because as long as Shuecheng was attacked, the puppet troops in other places would naturally come to the door. According to the information provided by the Intelligence Bureau, the deputy commander of the puppet army, Wang Hai, lived in Shuecheng. This person had a high prestige in the puppet army. Therefore, as long as Wang Hai was captured, other puppet troops would definitely come to support. On the front line, the 41st Infantry Army under the 4th Army, plus the Armored Division, began to rush to Shuecheng. In the Shuecheng area, there were 3 infantry armies of the puppet army, with a total of about 120,000 to 130,000 troops. The commander of the 41st Army did not take these puppet army troops seriously. Ma Jia Town. The 7th Army of the puppet army was responsible for defending this place. Ma Jia Town was the main road leading to Shuecheng, so Wang Hai sent an army to defend it. At the pseudo-7th Army headquarters, Army Commander Wang Xiaohai sat in front of the command center's simulated sand table with a greasy mouth. He weighed 270 kilograms and held a roast chicken in his hand. He asked the 3 brigade commanders below, "Where is the Su family army now?" According to the scouts report, it is less than 100 miles away from our army. The 2nd brigade commander responded. In the puppet army headquarters, the organization was different from that of the Su family army, because the number of people in an infantry army of the Su family army was about 50,000, and it had been reorganized twice, but the puppet army was still similar to the previous Great Xia Kingdom, with one army consisting of 3 infantry brigades, plus a transport team, military headquarters, etc., with a total of 30,000 personnel. Another organizational structure of the Great Xia Kingdom was that one army carried 2 infantry divisions, with a total number of about 30,000 people. The puppet army headquarters adopted the first type of organization, with 3 infantry brigades under one army. So close. Wang Xiaohai asked the 3 brigade commanders in front of him, "How are the fortifications prepared?" "Brothers have worked hard for 3 days, day and night, and the fortifications are very solid. Even if the Su family army has 1 or 2 broken cannons, they can't do anything to us." The three brigade commanders said confidently. Chapter 128, Easily Taken Down. At the front line, Huang Yin, commander of the 41st Infantry Corps, was looking at the defense of the puppet army with a telescope. To be honest, at first he still felt that he had to be cautious whether facing the devils or the puppet army. After all, this was a battlefield and no accidents could be allowed. But now seeing the defense of the puppet army, he sighed. Huang Yin sighed for the attack plan he discussed with the members of the military staff until the early morning last night, because looking at the defense situation of the puppet army, this detailed attack plan seemed to be of no use at all. The puppet 7th Army set up a defense zone and fortifications at the checkpoint 5 kilometers in front of Majia town. Huang Yin looked at the snake-like fortifications and the randomly placed sandbags. He wondered why the Japanese wanted these puppet troops. It was such a waste of food. Order the heavy artillery, Huang Yin said to his adjutant, 7 rounds of artillery fire, and then have the armored division cooperate with the infantry to charge. Remember, tell the soldiers that we will not kill them as long as they surrender their weapons. Yes, Commander. As Huang Yin's order was issued, the rear artillery positions assembled 60 122mm howitzers, 30 anti-aircraft guns, and 60 105mm howitzers, a total of 150 artillery pieces, and began to bombard the puppet army formation. Puppet army position. The soldiers were hiding in the trenches and smoking, and many were throwing dice and gambling on pai gao, playing in a very fancy way. There were also some who were reading pornographic books. It must be said that they were also talented. After all, there were not many educated people who could read nowadays, and those who could read pornographic books could truly be called educated people. There were more than 8,000 people in a brigade, and it could be said that no one was doing anything serious. Some were playing cards, reading books, or throwing dice, and they had no idea that danger was approaching. In the Puppet Army Brigade Command, the brigade commander is wearing the clothes of an ordinary soldier. Once the war starts, he will run away immediately. If he doesn't run away now, when will he run away? Xiao Wu. The commander of the pseudo-71st Infantry Brigade shouted to his adjutant, "Have all the money been moved away?" "Don't worry, Brigadier General." The adjutant, known as Xiao Wu, said to the pseudo-71st Infantry Brigade commander, "All 30,000 silver dollars have been deposited in the bank. The 40,000 silver dollars and 122 small yellow croakers you have saved over the years have also been deposited in the bank. The escape route and the car have been arranged. Good job." The pseudo-71st Infantry Brigade commander praised, "It's worth it that I have treated you like my own son all these years." Boom. At this time, 150 shells landed on the puppet army's position. The powerful bombardment stunned the puppet soldiers. One of the shells landed accurately on the pai gao. At this time, someone happened to get the King Bomb's supreme treasure and was immediately blown to pieces. The howitzer was extremely powerful. The shoddy construction of the puppet army was devastated by the bombardment of the howitzer, and the soldiers had nowhere to hide. Counterattack. Organize a counterattack for me. 1 or 2 useful battalion commanders began to command their troops to counterattack, but no soldiers obeyed their orders. After all, they had never experienced such a scene in their lives. With shells falling densely, how could they fight back? There were supposed to be 7 rounds of artillery fire, but now it was changed to 3 rounds, because Huang Yin believed that these puppet soldiers were not as valuable as the shells, so they should not be wasted and the armored division should be dispatched directly. Immediately after the 3 rounds of shelling ended, more than 300 armored tanks of the armored division arrived at the frontline puppet army positions with the cooperation of the soldiers. The powerful T-44 medium tanks directly crushed the puppet army soldiers, crushing them into meat patties, blood spurting out directly, and bones creaking from being crushed. "I surrender." This scene frightened many puppet soldiers so much that they vomited. They knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and shouted, "I surrender. I won't fight anymore. I want to go home. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I won't fight anymore." Watching the puppet soldiers surrender, the tanks simply bypassed them. Seeing this, many puppet soldiers knelt down and kowtowed, imitating the first surviving soldier and shouting, "I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I will not fight anymore. I surrender." In less than a quarter of an hour, soldiers from an infantry brigade of the puppet army were captured, and the brigade commander who had tried to escape was caught up by the armored troops and captured alive. Of the more than 8,000 puppet soldiers, less than 1,800 were killed, and the rest all surrendered. "What are we still fighting for?" Huang Yin said while holding a telescope, "We must push forward all the way. We must take down the pseudo-7th Army today. As for the captured prisoners, hand them over to the relevant departments. We will not take care of them anymore." "Yes, Commander." As Huang Yan's order was issued, the 41st Infantry Army began to advance further. Xueqing, Wang family villa. Wang Hai used the ground as his bed and the sky as his quilt. He took a nap with more than 80 beautiful women on the floor of the hall, rolling around in the sheets. It was a very fancy game with constant laughter. Beauty. Wang Hai smelled the fragrance of the beautiful woman and said, "It's you at noon today." Wang Hai was preparing to start a big battle. Recently, he found a good Chinese medicine doctor who treated him. He became stronger and stronger and felt very comfortable. Deputy Commander. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, which made Wang Hai, who should have been happy, suddenly become uncomfortable. "Who is it?" Wang Hai shouted angrily. "Don't you know I'm taking a nap?" "Deputy Commander, something terrible has happened." An anxious voice came from outside the door. The 7th Army was completely wiped out, and the commander Wang Xiaohai, your brother, was shot. Now the Su family army is rushing towards our Xueqing, less than 50 miles away from our Xueqing. I believe they will arrive in our Xueqing tonight. What? Wang Hai quickly got up, opened the door and said to his adjutant, "Call all the commanders to the headquarters." "Yes, Deputy Commander." At the Xueqing Command Center, Wang Hai angrily slammed the table and shouted, "This damn Su family army wiped out an army under my command in one day. Damn it." Deputy Commander. The commander of the Pseudo 8th Army said to Wang Hai, "We have to find a way and can't just sit there and wait for death. Otherwise the Su family army will definitely break through my Xueqing." "Yes." The army commanders below responded one after another. "Take out 5 million, Wang Hai said with a pained look, "and have someone contact Su Yu, the chief of the Su family army, and tell him that we are spending money to avoid disaster. We will use this 5 million to exchange for Xueqing. From now on, I, Wang Hai, will only stay in Xueqing and will never leave Xueqing." "This. Do you have a better idea?" Wang Hai looked at the commander in front of him and asked. "That's the only way to do it," the Pseudo 8th Army commander sighed. "Who should we send to contact the chief of the Su family army? We don't have much time." "By telegraph." Wang Hai said bluntly, "I don't believe that the chief of the Su family army would have a problem with money." If Su Yu knew Wang Hai's idea, he would give him a thumbs up and say, "Stupid pig." Chapter 129. Defeating the Puppet Army. Second World War Command. Deng Liang simulated in front of the sand table and said, "My 3rd Army has been advancing all the way in the north. In 7 days, we have wiped out 4 armies of the Puppet Army and captured 120,000 prisoners. They have now been sent to the rear to mine. My 4th Army has arrived at Xueqing." He Yushan pointed at Xueqing and said, "There is only 1 infantry army left in Xueqing. The other 2 armies were wiped out by my 4th Army, and more than 50,000 people were captured. Now we are preparing to encircle and suppress Xueqing." "I heard." He Yushan took out a cigarette, lit it and took a puff, then said, "The deputy commander of the puppet army in Xueqing wanted to buy out Xueqing with 5 million silver dollars and let the commander-in-chief let them go. I don't know what's in their heads." "Ha ha ha." Deng Liang shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry about it. We don't have much time left. 9 days have passed in a month. We still have 21 days. In addition, there are 2 divisions of Japanese troops in the eastern province. We must not be careless." "Leave these 2 divisions of the devil to my 3rd Army," Deng Liang said, pointing at the map. "My 3rd Army will march north from Qing City and directly target the 2 major divisions of the devil. As for the puppet army, I'll leave it to you." "No problem." He Yushan exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "We can capture Xueqing within 2 days." Xueqing Front. The commander of the 41st Army, Wang Yin, the commander of the 42nd Army, Chen Beiming, as well as the Armored Division and the Heavy Artillery Division all assembled outside Xueqing. The army of more than 100,000 surrounded Xueqing. At the temporary command post on the front line, Wang Yin pointed to the map and said, "Xueqing is a big city with no less than 100,000 people living inside. There is also a deputy commander of the puppet army here. There is also a puppet infantry soldier and a guard brigade soldier inside. The number of troops is less than 40,000, and there is no heavy firepower. In this battle, we are fighting a rich battle, with more than twice the number of troops as the enemy. Then we'll focus on it." 42nd Army Commander Chen Beiming said, "Gather all the heavy artillery of the army, blow open the city gate, and then rush in to destroy the puppet army. According to our army's strength, I believe that if we are quick, we can end the battle within 7 hours. That's what we'll do." Huang Yin waved his hand and said, "At 10 a.m., the entire army will launch a full-scale attack on time. We must capture Xueqing today." After the command issued the combat mission, all troops began to mobilize urgently and began to formulate detailed attack plans, including the artillery units, to figure out how to bomb in order to blow open the city gates as quickly as possible. At the main gate, Huang Yin mobilized the heavy artillery division, and all 3,152mm large-caliber howitzers were in place. With the power of the 152mm large-caliber howitzers, it only took 3 rounds of artillery fire to blast open the city wall of Xuecheng. On the city wall, soldiers of the Puppet Ninth Army were defending the 4 city gates. To be honest, when they saw the densely packed enemy soldiers below the city, which stretched as far as the eye could see, they were very frightened. Meanwhile, in the Wang family villa in Xuecheng, Wang Hai was enjoying the family happiness. He knew that he might not be able to escape, so he wanted to enjoy the last happiness in his final moments. Except for Wang Hai, almost all other high-level commanders of the puppet army fled and hid in the city, hoping to escape. They disguised themselves as ordinary people and found an opportunity to escape after the city was broken. Attention, all artillerymen, 3 rounds of aiming and direct fire, fire. As the time came to 10 o'clock, the various units of the Su family army launched a full-scale attack. The first to be dispatched were the heavy artillery units, aiming directly at the city walls. Boom! The 152mm heavy artillery hit the city wall, causing the entire wall to shake. A big hole was blown in the huge stone bricks, and the puppet soldiers next to it were blown away. Help! A puppet soldier who was injured by the explosion hugged the thigh of the officer who was trying to escape and said, "Platoon leader, my legs are gone. Save me." Bang! The platoon leader shot the soldier who was holding his leg to death, and then said in pain, "Let's go to the Western Paradise, where there is no pain." After saying that, the platoon leader started to run away. "Go back here," the puppet army commander shouted as he picked up a light machine gun and fired at the fleeing soldiers. "If anyone dares to escape, I will kill them all." Kill! The fleeing soldiers raised their guns and started shooting at their own commander. Anyone who dared to stop them from escaping was their enemy. Da-da-da! Bang, bang, bang! Boom! Light machine guns, pistols, and grenades beat the puppet corps commander and several guards to a pulp, leaving only some bloody broken arms and limbs. Run! Then, the second round of artillery fire began to cover, and the puppet soldiers began to flee in large numbers. If they didn't run now, when would they run? After 3 rounds of artillery fire, the attacking soldiers of the 41st Army were surprised to find that there seemed to be no one on the city wall, and there were almost no puppet soldiers fighting back. Huang Yin held a telescope and looked at the puppet soldiers on the city wall, who were almost not resisting. He sighed and wondered what kind of war this was. However, he was also glad in his heart that this group of puppet soldiers were useless. Otherwise, it would have been the national defense of the Great Xia Kingdom that would have been consumed in the end. Into the city. The army commanders waved their hands and began to enter the city, while the armored division commander was confused. Looking at the fully fueled armored tanks and fully armed soldiers, he stood alone in the wind thinking about life. After a large number of soldiers entered the city, they began to capture prisoners on the streets. These puppet soldiers also knew that as long as they knelt on the ground, kowtowed and said, "I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child at home," they would not be shot. So at this moment on the street, all the puppet soldiers who were surrounded were kneeling on the ground and shouting slogans. This amazing operation made the Su family soldiers laugh and cry. "Surrender your weapons, and we will not kill you." A group leader shouted loudly. The Wang family courtyard, a division of soldiers surrounded the entire Wang family courtyard. Huang Yin and Qin Beiming came to the Wang family courtyard in a jeep. Looking at this prosperous large courtyard, they both sighed and said, "The country is about to be destroyed, and you still have the mood to enjoy it here. Go in and kill them." Huang Yin said angrily, "Kill all the resistance that comes my way." As Huang Yin's order was given, the 413th Infantry Division began to rush into the Wang family compound. The soldiers kicked the door open and rushed in. Looking at the luxurious furnishings inside, the soldiers were very angry. What a bunch of running dogs and traitors. Da-da-da. A team of puppet army guards began to sweep the Su family army soldiers who rushed in, but they were wiped out in less than a second, without causing much damage to the Su family army soldiers. Chapter 130, Total Victory. In the inner courtyard, the soldiers rushed in quickly and saw a shocking scene in the hall of the inner courtyard. Hundreds of naked, beautiful women were lying on the ground, forming a lotus shape, and a middle-aged man was sitting in the middle. Judging from his breath, he should be dead. All dead. The soldier said to the commander of the 413th Infantry Division, "No one inside is alive. They are all dead. Judging from their symptoms, they must have been poisoned." seal off the entire villa. The commander of the 413th Infantry Division looked at the scene before him and shook his head and said, "Bury all these people." After experiencing a ridiculous battle, the entire army began to seal off the entire Shuecheng, especially the Wang family compound. The wealth inside was astonishing. More than 6 million silver dollars alone were seized, and there were tons of gold antiques. Dongying City Puppet Army Headquarters. Commander-in-Chief Chao Hongji is furious. The front line has lost 7 armies in less than a few days, which is almost half of the troops. What is Wang Hai doing? Idiot! Chao Hongji angrily shouted at several senior commanders. How do you manage the army? You are telling me now that we lost the battle on the front line. Are you pigs? In response to Chao Hongji's angry scolding, several senior commanders were dissatisfied and thought to themselves, "You bastard went to a foreign country to travel and was gone for half a year. Where can we find you? What's the situation on the front line now?" After Chao Hongji vented his anger and calmed down, he asked the senior commanders in front of him. To be honest, Chao Hongji didn't care about the battle situation on the front line at all, because he and Wang Hai had surrendered to the Japanese and received a bonus of 5 million silver dollars. They also plundered the entire East Province and collected 40 million silver dollars in less than half a year. He and Wang Hai each took 18 million, and the rest was divided among their brothers. Wang Hai used the money to spend lavishly in Shuecheng, building a super large villa worth 1.4 million silver dollars. But he was different. He used the 18 million silver dollars, including 5.5 million silver dollars he owned, a total of 23.5 million silver dollars, to purchase properties in major powers, such as real estate and contracted agricultural properties, leaving a way out for himself. He was not a fool. He knew that no matter whether the world was taken away by the Su family or won by the Japanese country, his end would not be good. So he married 7 or 8 wives in foreign countries early on and made them pregnant with his offspring. As for his family members in the Great Xia country, they were all watched closely by the Japanese devils. He almost gave up his family members in the Great Xia country. If he didn't have such a cruel heart, how could he survive in this era? At this moment, the Su family army pushed forward all the way, and half of the eastern province was almost lost. A middle-aged senior commander introduced to Chao Hongji, according to the speed of the Su family army, it will take at most 3 days to reach our defense zone. How can we resist? This is not something we should worry about. Chao Hongji said expressionlessly, the Dongyang Kingdom has invested 33 million silver dollars in the East Province to develop the mining industry. Now the Dongyang Kingdom has mined 7 mines in the East Province. Do you think they will give up? But, Commander, the middle-aged commander said again, the Japanese military airport has been bombed. Now the Japanese and the Su family army are at war on the front line. There are only 2 divisions of Japanese troops in the East Province, but the Su family army has dispatched 400,000 troops. You underestimate the East. Chao Hongji sighed and said, only when you go to Dongyang country can you see the gap between Dongyang country and Daxia country. This gap is like heaven and earth. It is extremely difficult for the Su family army to defeat Dongyang country. Thinking of the developed industry of the Oriental Kingdom, Chao Hongji shook his head, as if he had guessed the fate of the Great Xia Kingdom. Chao Hongji. At this time, a Japanese division commander in a shit yellow uniform led a group of Japanese soldiers and rushed directly into the puppet army headquarters, cursing at Chao Hongji. Are your troops here to eat and do nothing? Why did you lose more than 200,000 troops in less than 10 days? Even if it was 200,000 pigs, it would take the Su family army a month to capture them. Hatian Kuan, long time no see. Chao Hongji stood up and said with a smile, there is nothing we can do about it. People have more hearts than pigs, so sometimes they may really be worse than pigs. Calm down. Don't worry, I will personally lead the army south to resist the Su family army and will definitely not let them have an easy time. I'll give you one more chance. He Tian pointed at Chao Hongji's nose and said sternly, if we can't defeat the Su family army, you and all of you will die. Hi. Chao Hongji hurriedly said, please rest assured, Hetian army. I will call the troops and start the march right away. After he finished speaking, He Tian just turned around and left. They couldn't imagine how incompetent the puppet army was. Hundreds of thousands of troops couldn't even last 10 days. They were just waste. Now their Dongyang country is short of troops in the Daxia country. The 3 general armies have applied to the military for support from 20 divisions, plus 5 armor divisions, a total of 25 divisions of support forces, but the military hesitated and asked them to wait for a month, so the East Province must hold on for a month. His plan was to use the puppet army as cannon fodder first, but he didn't expect that these cannon fodder would not be able to withstand a beating. What else are you looking at? Chao Hongji scolded the middle-aged commander next to him. Hurry up and gather the troops. You must lead all the troops to the front line to resist the Su family army tonight. Yes, commander. After several commanders left, there was a hint of ruthlessness in their eyes. Chao Hongji was thinking about how to escape. He had already reserved several escape routes for himself, mainly by land and water. He bought a small cruise ship that could support him to Shanglu and then moved to the United States. That night, the 7 infantry armies of the puppet army were all assembled and on standby, and Chao Hongji led the troops of these 7 armies to set off. The marching movements of the puppet army were all seen by the intelligence bureau. It can be said that Deng Liang was waiting for the arrival of the puppet army at this time. He and the 4th army had set up a pocket formation. As long as the puppet army arrived, they would be able to wipe out this puppet army in one fell swoop. While winning a great victory in the eastern province, the 1st and 3rd war zones also achieved victory, and Su Yu began to launch a full-scale attack on the 3 major armies of the Japanese. He planned to set up 4 rocket artillery divisions again. Because the rocket artillery division has very strong mobility, not to mention firepower, it is almost the nemesis of the Japanese infantry and artillery. In order to advance quickly and end the war within a year, Su Yu began to form a powerful rocket artillery division. His initial plan was to establish 10 rocket artillery divisions. There is also the arsenal. Su Yu plans to expand the arsenal again. Now the production line of the rocket launcher has also begun to be exchanged, and he plans to mass produce it. Chapter 131 Rocket Launcher Expansion. The Governor's Mansion in Jinling City. Su Yu looked at the reputation value that had skyrocketed during world nuclear peace, from the original 30 million to 39 million, and it was still growing. A large part of it was gained by annihilating the puppet army and the devils. Now that he had so much reputation value, he planned to exchange the production line of the BM-13 rocket launcher and expand the rocket artillery division. His original plan was to expand it by 4 rocket artillery divisions. But now that his reputation was sufficient, he went all the way and expanded it to 6 rocket artillery divisions. The exchange price of 1 rocket artillery division is 260,000, and the exchange price of 6 rocket artillery divisions is 1.56 million reputation points. In addition, Su Yu also exchanged 440,000 rocket shells, consuming a total of 2 million reputation points. Next is the rocket launcher production line. Su Yu plans to exchange 5 BM-13 rocket launcher production lines. One production line can mass-produce 120 BM-13 rocket launchers a month. Because the production process of BM-13 rocket launchers is not very complicated, the exchange price of one production line is 500,000 reputation points, which also includes 5 corresponding rocket shell production lines. One rocket shell production line can produce 20,000 rocket shells a month. Su Yu purchased 15 rocket shell production lines separately for this purpose, so there are 20 rocket shell production lines with a total monthly output of 400,000 rounds. 5 rocket launcher production lines, plus an additional production line for artillery shells, consume a total of 4.5 million reputation points. After the exchange, Su Yu immediately asked World Nuclear Ping to transport the production line to the arsenal, and he also hurriedly got up and rushed to the Jinling Arsenal. Jinling Arsenal. Today, the 4 arsenals in Jinling have become the largest arsenals in the country, without a doubt. The number of technicians and workers alone exceeds 100,000, and there are more than 120,000 pieces of equipment of various types. Since the expansion of the arsenal, Su Yu no longer purchased rifles, pistols, light and heavy machine guns, and artillery from the World Nuclear War. They were all supplied by the arsenal. Moreover, with the current scale of the arsenal, it can fully meet the current war needs. Of course, armor tanks, aircraft, and fighter jets still need to be exchanged in the World Nuclear War, but Su Yu also asked the Research Institute to work hard to develop armor tanks and fighter jets belonging to Dacia. He believed that it would not take long to achieve key research results. Because now within the institute, there are no less than 100 top engineers at the academician level, and the number of researchers has exceeded 1,000. Su Yu spent a lot of time, effort, and money to set up this research institute. He had his own ambition to bring together the world's top researchers. He was very curious about what kind of sparks could be created and what it could bring to him. General Manager. Wu Liangye knew that Su Yu was coming to the arsenal, so he waited at the door early. How's the arsenal doing lately? Su Yu asked. It can meet all the ammunition needs of the front line, Wu Liangye said with a smile. With the current situation of the arsenal, we don't even need to work in 2 shifts to meet the needs of the major corps on the front line. According to our current scale, we can supply the war needs of 3 million troops. Okay. Su Yu smiled when he heard this and said, we have upgraded our weapons. Now we can independently develop and produce weapons and equipment, and we will not be strangled by the great powers. Today, Su Yu continued, I brought you some good stuff from the arsenal. Not long after Su Yu finished speaking, a number of large military trucks appeared on the road outside the arsenal. The trucks were carrying large wooden boxes. Judging from the tires of the trucks, it was clear that the contents of the boxes were large items. Under the guidance of Zhang Hu, the trucks began to stop at the parade ground of the arsenal, and the soldiers began to unload the equipment. This is... Wu Liangye asked Su Yu. The production line of the rocket launcher. Su Yu said to Wu Liangye, I will have the intelligence personnel take over the security system of this arsenal. Of course, this security is an internal inspection to ensure that the information inside our arsenal does not leak out. In addition, I will send heavy troops to guard the 4 major arsenals to ensure their safety. Although the arsenal is located in Jinling City, he attaches great importance to the safety of the arsenal because it is his family foundation. These rocket launcher production lines, Su Yu continued, have the technicians familiarize themselves with them quickly and then enter the production stage to produce rocket launchers. The initial plan is to produce 2,000 rocket launchers, and the shells can be produced in unlimited quantities. Clear. Wu Liangye responded, I will get these production lines into production within 3 to 5 days. After completing the production line work, Su Yu asked World Nuclear Peace to transport the rocket launchers over, and then asked Liao Yuanliang to take these equipment to form 6 rocket artillery divisions. After these 6 rocket artillery divisions are formed, he will have 10 rocket artillery divisions and more than 2,000 rocket launchers. Then he will let the Japanese know what Su Yu ammunition quantity means. The situation on the front line is still good now, because the equipment of the troops surpasses that of the Oriental Army Division. In addition, the Su family army has undergone professional training in his customized recruit training manual, as well as actual combat training, so its combat effectiveness is only stronger than that of the Oriental Army. However, in his strategic plan, the Great Xia Kingdom now needs to end the war as soon as possible, so he exchanged for the BM-13 rocket launcher at all costs. If he could afford to exchange for the little boy, he really wanted to send a few to Shaorizi. Whenever he saw the United States' economic and military power skyrocketing and the 8-year plan of Tsarist Russia next door coming to an end, almost catching up with the United States, he felt anxious inside, because Daxia was still in a poor and backward stage and was still being invaded by other countries. Combat Command. 10 simulated sand tables were covered with flags. Wang Wen and his staff were simulating the battle situation on the front line and marking the latest battle situation on the sand tables. General Manager. Wang Wen smiled and said to Su Yu, the first war zone has achieved a great victory in Anhui Province and is now approaching Luzhou City. The Japanese Third Army is also urgently mobilizing troops. It looks like the decisive battle is about to come. Su Yu walked to the sand table and saw that the 13 divisions of the Japanese Third Army were assembled in the Luzhou City area. More than 300,000 troops were in a standoff with the first war zone. Now it depended on who would take action first. Order. Su Yu said to Wang Wen, have Liao Yuanliang transfer the 6 rocket artillery divisions to the first theater, and also transfer the aviation forces and the armored divisions directly under the headquarters to the first theater. Tell Guo Dahai and Wang Wu that I will go to the front line in person in a while and ask them to beat up the Japanese for me. Also, Chapter 132, Absolute Suppression. Su Yu continued, let the second war zone win quickly. Whether we can achieve a crucial victory in the Central Plains War depends on whether this eastern province is in our hands. In Su Yu's mind, his strategic plan was a big chess game, and the various war zones were interconnected. As long as it was implemented, it would be a huge blow to the Japanese. Clear. In early August, the first war zone command. 7 days have passed since Su Yu issued the order. During these 7 days, the combat effectiveness of the first theater command has greatly increased. The support of 6 rocket artillery divisions alone has given the first theater command enough confidence. The arrival of the armored division directly under the headquarters has made the first theater command even more confident. Old Guo. Wang Wu held a steamed bun in his hand and said to Guo Dahai, the chief has given our first theater command enough respect this time. All aviation forces are based in our first theater command. 6 rocket artillery divisions are coming to support us, as well as an armored division. We must fight a good battle this time. Don't worry, 400,000 versus 300,000. The advantage is on my side. Guo Dahai looked at the sand table and said, on August 10th, our second war zone launched a full-scale battlefield. The 6 infantry armies under our command launched an attack on Luzhou City along 6 defense lines. The main battlefield was in the front area of Chao County. The 3 Japanese divisions were stationed there. 1 infantry army was equipped with an armored division and 3 rocket artillery divisions to launch a surprise attack on them. If our army wins this battle, the Japanese will completely lose their advantage over Daxia, but we need to fight this battle quickly, Guo Dahai continued. Brothers from the 3rd Theater and the 4th Theater are intercepting the two main armies of the Japanese for us, so we must strike the Japanese with lightning speed. As the combat mission was issued, the various armies under the command of Warzone began to launch a full-scale attack on Luzhou City according to their own marching routes. Now, throughout the southern part of Anhui Province, the Su family army's forced marches can be seen everywhere. Armored troops, artillery units, infantry, and logistics troops are everywhere. The soldiers marched quickly with their backpacks and weapons on their shoulders, and the scene was quite spectacular. The soldiers in the First War Zone had experienced many large-scale battles, and their morale had been boosted. They advanced towards the Japanese with high spirits and vigor, and the Japanese Third Army also began to prepare for battle urgently. A large-scale battle involving nearly 1 million troops began in Anhui Province. This was also the first time that the Su family army fought a large-scale battle with the Japanese. In this battle, it can be said that whoever wins will gain a greater advantage in the Great Xia Kingdom. The 11th Army under the 1st Army, also the Ace Army of the 1st Army, had its commander Chen Jie, wearing a lieutenant general uniform, sitting in a jeep and shouting at a regimental commander, why don't you give the soldiers breakfast?" As he spoke, Chen Jie got off the jeep and shouted, "Don't you know that we're going to go to war with the Japanese soon? Report to the commander." The regimental commander saluted and shouted, "I have given the order to capture the Japs' frontline positions before having breakfast." "Good. You have strong morale," Chen Jie said. "After we capture the enemy's frontier position, I will give food to the soldiers in your regiment." "Yes." The regimental commander saluted and shouted, full of morale. At the temporary command post on the front line, Chen Jie came to the temporary command post and looked at the front line of the Japanese and said to the regiment commander, "I think in 40 minutes, your regiment will be able to have breakfast on the other side. I have asked the logistics troops to prepare food for you." "Commander, it won't take 40 minutes." The regimental commander said, "I have organized a death squad to lead the charge for the entire regiment and set an example for the brothers in the entire army. With the firepower support of the heavy artillery unit, we can capture the enemy's frontier position in half an hour at most." Chen Jie said with satisfaction, "You always come up with something new for me." With the commanders he brought with him and the combat effectiveness of his own troops, he believed that it would take less than 40 minutes to capture the Japanese frontline positions, and the first victory must belong to them. At the Japanese frontline, soldiers from an infantry regiment were defending at this time. To be honest, the Japanese regiment commander defending the front line was very dissatisfied. Wasn't this treating their regiment as cannon fodder? After fighting with the Su family army for such a long time, their entire Third Army did not win a single victory, and even all the small battles were lost. This made them clearly realize the combat effectiveness of the Su family army. Even the 3 general army commanders at the top would not ask for help from the military. 7 o'clock in the morning. The 1st Infantry Regiment under the 113th Division arrived at the combat site, and the Suicide Squad members were fully armed and ready to charge. At this time, the heavy artillery units in the rear positions began to bombard the Japanese frontline positions. All 120 122 mm howitzers were in place. With the order from the artillery commander, the ground shook and 120 shells burst out rapidly, hitting the Japanese frontline positions. Boom! The huge explosion set off a flame at the Japanese frontline position. The power of the 122 mm howitzer was not to be underestimated. One shot could create a 3-meter-wide pit. 120 artillery shells landed on the Japanese camp, causing huge casualties to the Japanese. The artillery shells exploded with tremendous power, tearing the Japanese soldiers into pieces. The Japanese heavy machine guns were also hit by the artillery shells and were directly blown away and disappeared into the air. Immediately afterwards, the second round of artillery fire began to land. The weight of the 122 mm howitzer is 30 kilograms, and each round of firing fires a 3,600 kilogram shell. This time the fire coverage is 7 rounds of artillery fire, which means 25.3 tons of shells hit the Japanese. Just one infantry regiment fired 25 tons of artillery shells. This shows how intensive the war that the Su family army was fighting at that time was. After 7 rounds of artillery fire, the Japanese were stunned and their ears were deafened. "Brothers, kill them." The Suicide Squad began to charge, and the rest of the soldiers covered them. Dozens of heavy machine guns began to fire at full power to suppress the Japanese. At this time, the Japanese infantry regiment had been hit by artillery fire and was unable to find its way around. After the Suicide Squad attacked, they recovered and began to counterattack. When they looked around, they found that all their comrades around them had been killed. These 7 rounds of artillery fire caused heavy casualties to the Japanese infantry regiment, killing and injuring nearly 1,000 people. When the suicide squad charged, they discovered that all their weapons had been destroyed. Da. Under the cover of powerful firepower, the suicide squad rushed to the front line of the Japanese. At this time, the infantry soldiers in the rear also began to charge. The infantry regiment of more than 3,000 people pressed forward. The Japanese could only grit their teeth and hold on. Their regiment commander was also killed by a shell. Chapter 133: The Eve of a Shocking Battle. Fight back. The Japanese captain looked at the densely packed Su family army pressing forward and hurriedly ordered his soldiers to counterattack. The Japanese's combat reaction ability was also very fast, and they began to organize a counterattack, but people were not faster than guns. The suicide squad soldiers pressed forward desperately, and with one charge they came directly to the front line of the Japanese enemy troops and began to fire wildly with their submachine guns and light machine guns. After the 300-man suicide squad completed the charge, there were only about 270 people left. They held submachine guns, light machine guns, and grenades in their hands and began to attack the Japanese soldiers frantically. Da. Boom. At this point, the members of the suicide squad have already put their lives at risk. Their mission is to buy time for the main force's charge. The main force of the 1st Infantry Regiment was charging at full speed. Seeing their comrades in arms risking their lives to buy time for them, they also ran as fast as they could, covering a distance of 300 meters and reaching the enemy's front line in less than 2 minutes. Kill him. The soldiers of the 1st Infantry Regiment stepped over the heads of the Japanese soldiers, rushed into the Japanese frontline positions, and fought with them. The Japanese captain looked at the Su family army soldiers rushing into the position. He drew out his samurai sword and wanted to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Su family army troops. As a top warrior, he was confident that he could teach the Su family army soldiers a lesson in hand-to-hand combat. Kill. The Japanese captain charged forward with a samurai sword and slashed at the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Regiment. Da. Seeing this, the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Regiment directly raised their guns and fired at the Japanese captain. Not only that, many soldiers around him threw grenades, blowing the Japanese captain to pieces. Oh shit, you guys are a bunch of idiots. The Japanese captain died with his eyes wide open. He never expected that the soldiers of the Su family army would be so unethical that they would actually use guns. In less than a quarter of an hour, the infantry regiment at the front line of the Japanese were completely defeated. This time, Chen Jie did not order his soldiers to kill all the enemies, but captured prisoners and then sent them to the rear to dig pits. Now the country is carrying out large-scale construction and needs these free labor forces. Ha. Well done to your group. Chen Jie saw the 1st Infantry Regiment returning victoriously and capturing 989 Japanese prisoners. He shouted to the soldiers of the 1st Regiment, "I told you that if you win the battle, I will give you canned food. Now go to the logistics department to get the canned food, 1 can per person." Haha, thank you, Commander. A group of soldiers happily rushed to the logistics department to collect canned food. They would only have the chance to enjoy these cans when they achieved a great victory. They did not expect that each person could get 1 can now. The Japanese frontline position was captured, and Chen Jie's 11th Army began to advance forward. The Japanese frontline position opened the main road leading to Chao County, and the mission of their 11th Infantry Army was to capture Chao County and annihilate the 3 Japanese divisions around Chao County. On August 16th, after 3 days of marching, Chen Jie's troops established a temporary command post in Anqing and began to attack the Japanese in the Chao County area. In the command center, Chen Jie said to the 8 division commanders, "My tactic is to push forward horizontally." "How to push forward?" asked the commander of the armored division directly under the headquarters. Chen Jie looked at the map and said, "The Japanese have 3 army divisions in the Chao County area, namely the 31st, 37th, and 44th divisions. The 31st division is stationed in Chao County, and the other 2 divisions are stationed in the North City and the South City, forming a triangle formation with Chao County. They can attack or defend. This time the Japanese have learned their lesson. However, my plan is to not use any tactics, but to use powerful firepower, concentrate the firepower of our entire team, fight a rich battle, and let the whole world see the firepower configuration of our Soviet army. My primary target is the 37th Division stationed in the North City. The North City is an old city and the walls are not very strong. We will mobilize heavy troops to besiege the North City." So, Chen Jie held the baton and said, "The attack time is set at 9 a.m. on the 19th. I will request support from the aviation force and report the combat mission to the chief to see what he thinks." At the Jinling Command Center, So you received Qian Jie's plan to leapfrog the enemy. He shook his head and laughed. This Qian Jie is always trying to make trouble for me. He actually wants the entire army's firepower to cooperate with him in this battle. This Qian Jie. Liao Yuanliang continued. He is a brave general with a quick mind. I wanted to exchange 4 cannons from Guadahai, but he refused directly and treated Qian Jie as a treasure. Ha ha ha. Su Yu put down the telegram and thought for a while before saying, if I want the whole army to cooperate with him, it will cost a lot of ammunition. I have to find a way to recoup some of the cost. The chief is starting to make plans now. Wang Wen said with a smile. Well, Su Yu said to his adjutant, send 200 war correspondents to the front lines to record this battle for me. Since we are going to use the firepower of our entire army, we must let the people see the strength of our Su army and let the whole world see that we are no longer the great Xia kingdom that can force us to sign an unequal treaty by setting up 1 or 2 artillery pieces. Yes, chief. The adjutant responded and quickly went to prepare. Tell the aviation unit. Su Yu waved his hand and said to Wang Wen, send an aviation group army to provide aviation assistance to Qian Jie's troops and mobilize a rocket artillery division to provide support. Let Guadahai send the group army's armored division to support Qian Jie, and send the group army's heavy artillery division and 3 heavy artillery divisions directly under the general army, a total of 4 heavy artillery divisions to support Qian Jie's infantry army. If they want to fight, let them fight to their heart's content. Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang, you will take care of this matter. Before the 18th, have all the troops gather in Anqing and obey Qian Jie's orders. I see, Liao Yuanliang said with a smile. This battle can be said to have brought out all our resources on the northern front. I really want to see the scene of the Japanese being bombed. Ha ha ha. Su Yu and Wang Wen burst into laughter when they heard this. They also wanted to see what the arrogant Japanese looked like when they were stunned by the explosion. After Su Yu's order was issued, Liao Yuanliang personally approved it, and all the troops began to rush towards Anqing. Even the 3rd and 4th war zones were alarmed. Inside the 1st war zone, Guadahai was cursing. This bastard, Guadahai said to Wang Wu, what is Qian Jie thinking? He has even ordered me to do something. Look at the order. Support Qian Jie at all costs. Does he want to rebel? Although Guadahai said this, the smile on his face did not stop. Blind Gua, don't fart in front of me. Wang Wu said in a very unhappy mood, you can fight if you want, but what's the point of transferring my 2nd Army's armored division to you? Besides, the general didn't say anything. Chapter 134. The war is approaching. Hee hee. Guadahai immediately changed his expression and said with a smile, aren't they all our subordinates in the 1st war zone? Winning will also bring honor to our 1st war zone. Besides, your armored division doesn't have any missions for the time being. Snort. Wang Wu snorted coldly and said, you can send out the armored division, but I remember you seem to have a bottle of 40-year-old Luzhou Laojiao in your hand. This. Rest assured. Guadahai patted his chest and said, I'll keep it for you. When Guadahai mobilized his troops, the Japanese would naturally not remain indifferent. After invading Anhui province for several months, the Japanese had turned the area around Luzhou into a solid defense area. Qiao County, as the nearest county to Luzhou, is almost at the critical point. The construction of defensive fortifications in Qiao County by the Japanese 3rd General Army has reached a shocking level. Qiao County is low-lying, with rivers crisscrossing and tall buildings in the city, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack, which is very unfavorable for large-scale troop operations. Therefore, the Japanese were not afraid of the Su family army sending tens of thousands of troops to Qiao County. Moreover, during the period of guarding Luzhou City, the Japanese captured 190,000 young men to build defensive fortifications for them. As of half a month ago, a complete defense system had been formed in the area from Luzhou City to Qiao County, with more than 1,000 bunkers of various sizes, including more than 300 large bunkers alone. The tall buildings in the city were also combined to form key defense points that could be independently held and support each other with firepower. This was also the slogan shouted by the Japanese 3rd Army. With Qiao County's triangular formation, the Su family's million-strong army could not break through. They built a large number of barbed wire and minefields outside the defensive positions. There were 2 4-meter-high walls inside, with electric wire mesh on the walls and a gun tower every 30 meters. The traffic inside the city wall connected the bunkers and core fortifications in depth, which made the Japanese even more confident. The commander of the 31st Division, Ueno Kawada, sent more than 10,000 soldiers to clear trees and houses within a kilometer outside Qiao County day and night, forming a vacuum zone with a radius of 5 kilometers, and buried 30,000 mines in this area, making Qiao County's defense impregnable. This is also the reason why the Japanese Third General Army only sent 3 divisions to defend the last line of defense in Luzhou, because in the Little Devil's opinion, the defenses in Chao County and 3 Ace Army divisions are enough to fight against the Su family's army. There are 400,000 troops in the war zone, not to mention that the one attacking Chao County at this time is just an infantry corps. In the eyes of the Little Devils, this infantry corps is just cannon fodder, not enough to fill their teeth. At the headquarters of the Japanese Third General Army, the commander of the General Army, Akabane Dague, is also always paying attention to the situation on the front line. He has not lowered his brows since the war with the Su family army began. In this battle of Chao County, their Third General Army must win. Shanhai Jun. Akabane Dague said to the senior commander of the General Army, "Let the flying team support the front line of Chao County at any time. We must ensure that our army can win with an absolute advantage. This time, we must give the damn Daxia soldiers a heavy blow. Lesson. Let them know that our warriors of the Eastern Empire are invincible." Hai. As the commanders of both sides issued orders, the atmosphere in Chao County was very tense, and a war could break out at any time. In order to clearly observe the battle situation on the front line, Chen Jie moved the headquarters to the frontline position regardless of the danger. The soldiers built a strong underground defense headquarters and covered it very well. Inside the headquarters, Chen Jie was calculating how many troops the General Army had sent to support. He now has 4 rocket artillery divisions, 3 armored divisions, 4 heavy artillery divisions, and an aviation group army, plus his 11th Infantry Army. The total strength has exceeded 100,000, and the headquarters has only one word for his logistical support: unlimited. The entire army was making concessions for Chen Jie. In this battle, he would certainly not let everyone down, not even the chief. So in order to be able to respond quickly to the command of the frontline troops, he moved his headquarters to the front line. He also mobilized the Military Intelligence Bureau to find out the situation of the Japanese, and sent out 40 reconnaissance teams to inspect and investigate the Japanese defensive formations on the front lines. He also went there in person and recorded all the Japanese defensive formations, firepower points, and artillery towers. It can be said that he attached great importance to the Japanese's defense this time, because he had never seen such a powerful and complete defensive fortification in his life, and he also understood what the Japanese meant by impregnable. Commander. At this time, an adjutant ran into the military headquarters and shouted, "The 2 commanders are here." After saying that, Guodahai and Wang Wu quickly came to Chen Jie's headquarters. Guodahai walked in and said with a smile, "Where is my General Chen? You have commanded our 2 group army commanders, and even dared to report to your superiors. You are really brave." 2 leaders. Chen Jie immediately said with a smile, hurry up, bring out my best tea leaves." Ouch. The 2 commanders came to the front line without informing me so I could send someone to pick them up. "I don't dare," Guodahai said jokingly. "If you dare to ask General Chen to pick you up, we don't have the face to do so." "Commander." Chen Jie shouted to the commander, "Please stop teasing me. I am forced into a corner by the Japanese. Look at this defensive position of the Japanese. If we don't attack it this way, even if we put my entire army in it, it still won't be enough." "You kid." Guodahai pointed at Chen Jie and said, "Look, for your battle this time, the commander-in-chief sent 200 war correspondents here. If you win this time, your 11th Army will be proud. If you lose, you will be even more proud. Please rest assured, both leaders. There is only victory in this battle, no defeat." Chen Jie saluted and shouted loudly. "But this battle cannot last too long," Guodahai said, looking at the map. "In order to give in to you, the brothers in the 3rd and 4th war zones are frantically trying to contain the Japanese 1st and 2nd armies. We cannot sacrifice our comrades for victory. For this battle," Guodahai continued, "I'll give you 48 hours. How about that?" "Laogua, don't push too hard," Wang Wu said seriously. "The Japs' defense is really terrible. There are no less than 1,000 bunkers and a large minefield. Give us 7 days." "No, 7 days is too long," Guodahai retorted. 4 days at most." Seeing the 2 old chiefs arguing in front of him, Chen Jie also understood that these 2 people were acting for him to see, but since the old chiefs were acting in person, he had to show them. 2 chiefs, 30 hours is enough." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Chapter 135, Playing with the Devil. On the front line, the Japanese are also constantly sending scouts to explore the main direction of the Su army's attack, whether it is in the South City or the North City. At the headquarters of the Japanese Third General Army, Army Commander Akabane Dague heard reports from the scouts, saying that the artillery unit of the Su army was constantly testing artillery shells in Beicheng, and the main attack direction was most likely in Beicheng. Impossible. This must be a cover-up trick by the Su family army. Akabane Daguay looked at the 3 division commanders in front of him and said, "Found in the east and attack in the west." This is the most commonly used method by the Su family army. There are a large number of minefields deployed outside the North City. The 5 kilometers of open space outside are not suitable for large core operations, but the hills around the South City there are quite a few. There are many natural shelters, and the terrain is suitable for large-scale battles, so I think the main attack of the Su family army must be Nanching. Yoshi. The 3 division commanders also agreed. In this way, Akabane Daguay said to the deputy commander of the general army behind him, "Send the heavy artillery regiment, the armored regiment directly under the general army, and the Ace 213th Brigade to support Nanching." Hai. At the 11th Army Frontline Headquarters, after Chen Jie arranged for 200 war correspondents to go down, he called all the division commanders to the headquarters. Looking at the dozen division commanders in front of him, Chen Jie smiled and said, "In this battle I, Chen Jie, will rely on you." After that, Chen Jie pointed at the simulated sand table and said, "This is a 29:1 simulated sand table made by the General Staff overnight. The Japanese defending the North City have an army division with more than 24,000 people, and there are no less than hundreds of bunkers around. So my plan is to use artillery to blow up the Japanese fortifications, and then send out the infantry." Also, Chen Jie continued, "The distance between the 2 cities is very close, only about 40 miles. According to the enemy's marching speed, they can arrive in 2 hours, so before the battle, we have to confuse the enemy first. Let's make a feint attack on the North City first." Chen Jie held the baton and said, "Find out the location of the Japanese support troops. If the Japanese support troops are in the North City, we will turn around and attack the South City, and let the Japanese support troops rush to the South City for support. When the Japanese support troops arrive in the South City, we will attack the North City again, and let the Japanese support troops run back and forth, just like walking them like a dog. When they are tired, we will gather all our strength to launch a full-scale attack and strive to capture the North City within 5 hours." Rocket Artillery Division, Chen Jie said to the 4 Rocket Artillery Division commanders, "Send out 2 Rocket Artillery Divisions and 2 Heavy Artillery Divisions to bomb the North City. The main purpose of the bombing is to blow up the bunkers and minefields outside the city and create a way out for the infantry." "Yes, Commander." As for the other 2 Rocket Artillery Divisions, Chen Jie said to the other 2 Rocket Artillery Divisions, "Use your mobility to go to the South City and confuse the Japanese." Clear. After Chen Jie gave the order, all troops began to mobilize urgently, and the 2 Rocket Artillery Divisions also began to rush to the southern city area. At their marching speed, they could reach their destination in a quarter of an hour. At 7 o'clock in the morning on the 19th, Chen Jie launched a feint attack 3 hours in advance. At the rear artillery positions, 2 Rocket Artillery Divisions were in place, with 432 rocket launchers on standby, with their gun barrels all aimed at the Japanese's frontline positions. On the side, 2 Heavy Artillery Divisions and 96 152mm large-caliber howitzers also began to be deployed. The cannons raised their proud heads and stretched as far as the eye could see. A large number of artillery shells were also in place, waiting for orders from above. "It's time to let the little devils have a taste of steel shells." Chen Jie said to his adjutant, "Order, fire 3 rounds at full speed. The Heavy Artillery Division will fire first. After the Heavy Artillery Division has finished firing, the Rocket Artillery Division will fire, and then the armored forces will feint." "Yes, Commander." After the artillery received the order, 96 heavy artillery pieces began to adjust their muzzles, aiming at the Japanese bunkers, and began the first round of shelling the city walls. "Aim straight, fire." As the artillery commander's order was issued, 96 large-caliber howitzers began to roar. The entire ground shook, dust rose, and 96 steel shells exploded towards the Japanese positions. Boom! The huge explosions set off a sea of fire, and the entire North City was shaken. The Japanese inside quickly became alert and began to prepare for a counterattack. A 152mm howitzer hit the top of the Japanese bunker, directly shattering the 40-centimeter thick fortress. The Japanese inside were blown to pieces by the huge power of the explosion, leaving only a bloody mist inside the bunker. Immediately afterwards, the second round of shells landed again. This time the shells hit the city wall of the North City. The huge explosive force directly shook the entire city wall, scaring the Japanese so that they quickly fled the city wall. 96 steel shells were aimed at one point and bombed, directly blowing up a huge hole in the North City wall. The cracks in the city wall will collapse with just one more bombardment. However, the artillery did not bomb at this time, because now that the bombing has begun, the Japanese will immediately build fortifications for repairs, and then the artillery will have to carry out bombing. This has to be tried. After the general attack is imminent, the city wall will be bombed, so that the Japanese can't react and the infantry can just carry out a big charge. At the headquarters of the Japanese 31st Division, the division commander was asking for help from the General Army. He said that the Su family army had put the general attack direction in the North City. Because the wall of the North City had not been repaired for a long time, it was easy to explode. After thinking clearly about this, Akabane Dagawe secretly made a mistake. So he quickly asked the Armored Regiment, Heavy Artillery Regiment, and 213th Infantry Brigade from Nanjing to come to North City for support. After the troops in the South City learned about this, they quickly began to rush to the North City. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the third round of artillery fire landed. This time the target extended to the interior of the North City, where the Japanese arsenal and headquarters were located, but it did not cause a big explosion, which means that the Japanese arsenal was not destroyed. After the Heavy Artillery Division completed 3 rounds of bombardment, a scorching temperature emanated from the gun barrel. 3 rounds of artillery fire resulted in 288 shells being fired, and the war correspondents were also clearly recording this scene, the scene of the shells bursting out from the muzzles. Artillerymen, please pay attention. After the Heavy Artillery Division completed the bombing mission, it was the turn of the Rocket Artillery Division. 432 rocket launchers formed a huge rocket artillery position, which made dozens of war reporters excited. This was the artillery unit of their Great Xia country. 3 rounds of shooting fire. Following the order, 432 rocket launchers began to fire at full power, and within a moment, nearly 7,000 rocket shells were fired, aiming at the Japanese minefields, bunkers, and artillery shells. Chapter 136. Who would have thought that more than 20,000 artillery shells were a feint attack? Nearly 7,000 rocket shells fell like raindrops, densely covering the Japanese minefields. It can be said that the minefields that the Japanese had worked so hard to set up were almost destroyed. The commander of the 31st Division of the Japanese Army wiped the cold sweat from his forehead when he saw this scene. He was very curious about what kind of artillery the Su family army had, and why they could fire so many shells in such a short time. Seeing the minefield they were so proud of being destroyed, Ueno Kawada swallowed hard. Now that all the bunkers and minefields had been blown up, their proud defensive positions were vulnerable to artillery fire, which made him feel quite guilty. Boom. Half a quarter of an hour later, rocket launchers once again launched fire coverage. This time, the target of the rocket launchers was the bunkers. They destroyed the densely packed bunkers on the ground, making the Japanese cry for their parents. After 3 rounds of shelling, more than 20,000 rocket shells turned the entire front line into a sea of fire, with smoke everywhere. The Japanese were trembling with fear. The artillery fire was so damn scary. Just imagine that there were more than 20,000 artillery shells coming at you. How could you not be scared? About half an hour after the artillery fired, because the rocket launcher had a slow loading speed, it took a lot of time. At this time, the armored forces began to launch a feint attack. The Japanese support troops were rushing over as the commander of the 31st Division defending the North City sent out 13 distress messages. Damn it! Looking at the hundreds of armored tanks outside the city, Yunagawa wanted to curse. He had fought in dozens of countries for more than a decade and had never encountered this kind of oppressive feeling. He did not expect to encounter it today in the backward Great Xia Kingdom, which they had once beaten. Looking at the overwhelming armor and the tank turrets with ridiculously large caliber, Ueno Kawada requested support from the flying squadron. How could they fight without the support of the Air Force? When the Japanese support troops were about to arrive at Beicheng, the Japanese flying squadron also took off urgently. More than 200 Type 97 fighter bombers were about to arrive at the Beicheng front line. The armored division, which was supposed to be at full firepower, withdrew. Have you stopped the attack? After receiving the news, Ueno Kawada immediately came to the top of the city wall and saw that the Su family army disappeared as quickly as the tide receded. It can be said that they ran faster than rabbits. This made Ueno Kawada frown, not understanding what the Su family army was doing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the Japanese flying squadron arrived over the front line. When the pilots looked at the peaceful scene on the ground, which was completely different from the densely packed armored tanks described in the intelligence, they thought they had come to the wrong place. Nanny! The Japanese captain didn't know what was going on, but they couldn't fly forward any further because they knew that the Su family army had strong air defense capabilities. If they flew forward any further, they would be shot down by the Su family army's anti-aircraft guns. Return. After circling the front line several times, the flying squadron withdrew. After the Japanese flying squadron evacuated, Chen Jia immediately ordered his troops to launch an attack in Nanjing, making sure to make the Japanese think that their main target of attack was Nanjing. South City Front. 2 rocket artillery divisions began to bombard the front line. This time, the rocket artillery division also carried out 3 rounds of bombardment. The first round of bombardment destroyed the Japanese minefields, the second round of bombardment aimed at the Japanese bunkers, and the third round of bombardment bombed the city walls. After more than 20,000 rocket shells were fired, the Japanese 37th Division was stunned. Baka. The commander of the 37th Division looked at the smoke outside the city and saw that within half an hour, the Su family army had fired more than 20,000 artillery shells at their southern city. This made Ono Yoshira afraid. Was the Su family army so powerful? Immediately afterwards, the armored division began to attack. The 2nd Army's armored division under Wang Wu launched a full-scale attack on Nanjing, and the mechanized infantry brigade drove armored vehicles to fire at the Japanese. Da-da-da. Hundreds of heavy machine guns fired wildly and arrived at Nanjing's forward position in less than a moment. Scared, Ono Kira quickly asked for help from the General Army, saying that the Su family's army had fired more than 20,000 artillery shells at Nanjing, blowing up dozens of hundreds of artillery shells. The fortress and minefield were also cleared, requiring the General Army to send troops to support, and the armored troops of the Su family launched a full-scale attack on Nanjing, as well as infantry. Baga. After hearing the news, Akabane threw the cup down and said angrily, "I knew that the target of the Su family's attack must be Nanjing. How could their tactics escape my eyes? I just didn't expect them to be so cunning." He actually used blindness. "Order!" Akabane Dague shouted loudly. "Let the support troops rush back to Nanjing quickly and send the flying team to support. This time, I will make the Su family army pay a heavy price," and so on. "Send all the support troops reserved by our General Army to support Nanjing," Akabane Dague said through gritted teeth. "This time, I will annihilate all the Su family's troops." After Akabane Dague issued the order, the half-tired support troops had just arrived in Beicheng. Before they even entered the city to have a sip of tea, the order from above came down again. It was really a mouthful from above, but a broken leg from below. Immediately afterwards, the Japanese support troops quickly rushed back to Nanjing. At the military airport in the rear of the north, hundreds of Japanese fighter planes had just landed, and the superiors asked them to take off and rush to Nanjing, fully loaded with ammunition. This time they must teach the Daxia troops a painful lesson. Immediately afterwards, fighter planes began to take off again, heading towards Nanjing. At the frontier position in the South City, T-44 medium tanks were equipped with 88mm armor-piercing shells, which were specially designed to suppress the Japanese bunker equipment. There were also mechanized infantry bombing the Japanese bunkers with epic-making rocket launchers, which was a great blow to the Japanese. Kill, kill, kill. Bagialu. The Japanese soldiers in the bunkers had been driven crazy. Hundreds of Japanese soldiers in bunkers were firing crazily. Hundreds of light machine guns fired tens of thousands of bullets in an instant, but these bullets could only leave a small mark on the medium tanks with armor thickness of up to 120mm. Let the artillery regiment go out. The commander of the 37th Division, Yoshira Ono, chose to dispatch artillery directly, otherwise, he would not be able to stop the armored forces of the Su family army. He now expects the support forces to return quickly, so that the armored regiment can engage in a tank battle against the armored division of the Su family army. Fire. The Japanese artillery regiment began to suppress the fire. At this time, after encountering the Japanese artillery attack, the armored division saw that an hour and a half had passed and immediately issued a retreat order. In less than a moment, the Su family army retreated across the board and disappeared from the front-line positions in the South City within a few minutes. When Ono Yoshira saw this, he looked puzzled. Chapter 137, Soviet Ammunition. Bagaya Road. The Japanese support troops were cursing. Their little leather shoes were almost worn out. It took them less than 4 hours to complete the 40-kilometer round trip. The key point was that they were still carrying weapons and equipment on their shoulders. At this time, the soldiers were exhausted both physically and mentally. They had been walking from morning to noon and had not even had time to drink a sip of water. They were very angry and wanted to come to Nanjing to vent their anger on the Su family army. But now the division commander told them that the Su family army had retreated. Baka. The Japanese were so angry that their eyes turned red, and the flying squadron that came to support them was also confused. What the hell? The commander of the 37th Division, Yoshira Ono, had no idea what the Su family army was doing. He didn't believe that this was a feint attack or a sleight of hand, because whose feint attack would fire more than 20,000 artillery shells? That was too grand. There must be a problem with the command system within the Su family army. After a while, the flying squadron left again, and the support troops entered the South City, intending to rest and have lunch. They were really exhausted. At this time, Chunjie began to order his soldiers to attack North City. The first to be dispatched was the aviation army. This time, Su sent the 1st Aviation Army to support the front line, and Wang Feihu also sent a bombing aviation division to bomb North City. 81 Pei, 2 medium bombers carrying 243 tons of bombs arrived over the North City. Ueno Kawada immediately ordered the artillery regiment to form anti-aircraft artillery to counterattack. He didn't understand why the Su family army sent air forces to bomb his North City when the main attack position was clearly in the South City. With 1,000 questions in his mind, Ueno Kawada was also confused by the Su family army's fighting style. He had no idea what this tactic was. He couldn't figure it out, so he could only passively counterattack. Clear delivery. The 3 regiment commanders under the Bomber Aviation Division began to command the troops to carry out dispersed and clearing-style drops. This time they carried the smallest model of S-100 bombs. Each bomber carried 30 S-100 bombs, so the entire Aviation Bomber Division carried 2,430 S-100 bombs. When the bombers flew over the North City, dense bombs could be seen falling like hail, which made the Japanese open their eyes wide in horror. Boom! A huge explosion sounded inside North City. The main target of this Air Force bombing was the Japanese in the city, as well as the headquarters and communications department. They wanted to completely cut off the Japanese's contact with the outside world. In order to achieve the goal, Su also sent out the Sky Overlord transport plane, because the Sky Overlord transport plane was equipped with a radar jammer system and an electromagnetic high-frequency jammer to conduct wireless interference with the radio station inside North City. Under the bombing of more than 2,000 aerial bombs, the entire northern city was plowed through, and a huge explosion was caused in the east of the city because the Japanese arsenal was ignited. While the aerial bomber division was dropping its bombs, Chunjie ordered the rocket artillery division that had rushed back to combine with the other 2 rocket artillery divisions, a total of 4 rocket artillery divisions, to provide comprehensive fire coverage of the entire North City. 864 rocket launchers began to provide fire coverage of the North City, and 2 heavy artillery divisions also launched a full-scale attack. It can be said that according to Chunjie's plan, every square meter within the entire North City would have to be bombed by 2 to 4 artillery shells before the matter could be considered over. A large number of artillery pieces were madly swallowing and spitting out ammunition. The Japanese in the city and the bunkers were stunned by the scene. They couldn't see a single enemy, only artillery shells. The temperature around the entire North City rose rapidly, and the waves emitted by the high temperature could be seen with the naked eye in the air. The soldiers of the Japanese 31st Division were crying for their parents because of the explosion. They had never experienced such a scene in their lives. Help! The Japanese in the bunker couldn't stand the high temperature and quickly climbed out. Their clothes were ignited by the artillery fire outside, and they turned into firemen. At this time, the 2nd Bomber Aviation Division appeared and arrived with 243 tons of bombs. This time the bombs were not high-explosive bombs, but incendiary powder and incendiary bombs, which were dropped to clear out the Japanese. After the incendiary bomb exploded on the ground, the entire ground was turned into a sea of fire when it came into contact with the exploding combustible powder. It can be said that at this time the Japanese 31st Division had been engulfed in flames, while the artillery in the rear was still firing continuously. Ueno Kawada wanted to ask for help from the main army, because he knew that the main target of the Su family army was the North City, so he asked for help quickly, but at this time the entire communication system had been paralyzed. What is going on? Ueno Kawada was roaring in incompetence. As the commander of an ace division, he had fought in more than a dozen countries and won the praise of His Majesty the Emperor in each country. But now he was panicking because the troops under his command were blown to pieces by artillery shells. He didn't know how many soldiers had been sacrificed because he couldn't count them. One of his 2 brigade commanders was dead and the other was injured. Now the telegram could not be sent out. This meant that their 31st Division had become a fish on the chopping board, to be slaughtered at will. Baka! Ueno Kawada kicked the radio to the ground. He knew that it must be the Su family's army's doing. Adjutant! Ueno Kawada shouted to his adjutant, "Send the guards to contact the troops outside, gather the troops together for me, and try to evacuate backwards." Hi! The adjutant walked out of the command post quickly, but at this moment, a shell landed in front of him. The adjutant stared at the shell in front of him with his eyes as big as cow eggs and thought to himself that it was blocked. Boom! The 152mm howitzer made a huge explosion. The powerful impact blew the adjutant away. Even the division commander Ueno Kawada inside was knocked to the ground by the impact. A shrapnel pierced Ueno Kawada's body, and his life or death was unknown. The Japanese artillery regiment's position was also bombed by the Air Force at this time. The moment they opened fire, their position was exposed. The front line was bombed for half an hour, firing about 1,300 tons of ammunition and 120,000 artillery shells, almost destroying the entire North City. Now the North City has been bombed into ruins, and even the soil on the ground is hot. Ha ha ha. Chen Jie was cheering for his masterpiece. He said to several armored division commanders, "It's your turn to finish it." Clear. The 3 armored division commanders began to carry out the finishing work on North City with thousands of armored tanks. The powerful tank guns shot at any enemy troops they saw. In less than half an hour, North City was captured. Chen Jie asked the communications department to use the Japanese radio station to send a distress call to the Japanese headquarters, saying that the Su family army had sent an air force to carry out a comprehensive bombing of the North City. The city wall had been blown open, and requested support from the headquarters. Chapter 138 Powerful Bombardment. Baka. Akabane Dague knew that the Su family army was teasing him, but this was a conspiracy. He had to send troops to support, because once this was the main attack, he would be fooled by the Su family army. He didn't believe how many times the Su family army had teased him, because every time they teased him, the Su family army had to pay the price of tens of thousands of artillery shells. Even their great Eastern Empire couldn't afford such a price. Let the support troops go to support. As Akabane Dague's order was issued, the Japanese support infantry had just eaten the hot meal and were about to start eating. The order came down, forcing them to eat while walking. Baga, baga, baga. Today was the day when the Japanese scolded the mother the most. They wanted to chop the soldiers of the Su army into pieces at this time, but they could not disobey the military orders, and they could only obey them. When the Japanese support troops rushed to the North City, Chen Jie and his troops had already cleaned up the battlefield and divided their troops into 2 groups, one to intercept the Japanese support troops halfway and the other to attack the South City. Now that South City has experienced a large-scale artillery bombardment, a gap has been created in the impregnable defensive positions, so now is the best time to attack. After the battle, the 11th Infantry Army began to march quickly to Nanching, and Chen Jie sent an infantry division and an armored division to intercept the Japanese 213th Infantry Brigade halfway, as well as an armored regiment and an artillery regiment, with a total number of about 20,000 people. After an hour and a half of forced march, Chen Jie arrived at the South City front again. It took him 2.5 hours to destroy the North City. Now he began to attack the South City as usual. There shouldn't be much problem in ending the battle, according to the 30 hours he gave. After arriving in Nanching, all troops began to mobilize urgently. The 4 rocket artillery divisions were equipped with rocket launchers, and the heavy artillery division was also looking for suitable artillery positions. A quarter of an hour later, the Air Force dispatched a bomber aviation division and began bombing the sky over the South City. At this time, Yoshiro Ono, the commander of the 37th Division guarding South City, was enjoying lunch because he learned the news from the headquarters that the Su family army launched a main attack on North City, which had little to do with his South City. At most, when North City could not hold on, he would send a regiment to support it. Because his South City needed a division's strength to defend, he could not withdraw too many troops to support North City. The matter of supporting North City should be left to the headquarters. Now their Dongyang Kingdom's military strength in the Great Xia Kingdom is already limited, and the various general armies are now very short of troops. Otherwise, they would not ask the military for help, so they can only defeat the Su family army with a small number of troops. As long as they win this battle, their great Dongyang Empire can almost destroy the Great Xia Kingdom and the Su family army. Just as Ono Yoshiro was about to take a bite of the seaweed rice he had been craving for, a sudden explosion blew the food off his table. The entire command center was shaking violently, and the explosion was as if it was ringing in his ears, deafening. Baka! Ono Yoshiro angrily threw the cutlery and asked his adjutant, "What's going on?" Before the adjutant could reply, the aerial bombers in the sky gave Ono Yoshiro the answer. More than 2,000 aerial bombs were dropped again to carry out a comprehensive bombing of the entire South City. At the same time, the Rocket Artillery Division and the Heavy Artillery Division also did the same and began to cover the entire city with firepower. While the artillery was providing fire coverage, Chen Jie sent out 2 infantry divisions to take a detour to encircle and suppress Chao County, their ultimate target, while Nanching was left to the 2 armored divisions. Boom! The primary target of the aerial bomber division was the Japanese Artillery Regiment. Because the Japanese Artillery Regiment had been exposed before, the aerial bombers directly bombed the Japanese Artillery Regiment, followed by the command center and all the buildings in the city, which were all targets of bombing by the aviation forces. In this instant, more than 20,000 artillery shells were fired at the Japanese, and their bodies were blown to pieces. They wanted to fight back, but the key was that there was no one in front of them. If the dead Japanese soldiers of the 31st Division saw this scene, they would definitely cry and say, "Brother, we just encountered such a cruel bombardment. You can understand it now. Wait, the real storm is still to come. I will go first and wait for you in paradise." The dense bombardment made the Japs' ears bleed. They looked at the dense shells and felt very aggrieved. They wanted to ask the Su family army, "Are there shells going to fall from the sky? They don't need money." After the high explosive bombing, incendiary bombs came into use, and this time, the second round of fire suppression from the Rocket Artillery Division began to arrive, extending the artillery fire outside the city and starting to blow up the walls of the inner city. Nearly half an hour of shelling made the Japanese desperate. At the same time, two armored divisions began to attack and launched a final counterattack against the Japanese in Nanching. After being bombarded by nearly 80,000 artillery shells, at least 10,000 soldiers of the 37th Division of the Japanese were killed, and many were burned to death. It can be said that the Japanese's so-called impregnable fortifications were vulnerable to the artillery fire of the Su family army. The armored division began the final finishing work. Chunjie looked at his watch. It was now 3:40 in the afternoon. He would capture Chao County, the last defensive position of the Japanese, before the sun rose tomorrow morning. At present, the enemy forces in Chao County are estimated to have only one division of troops left, because the enemy divisions in the north and south cities have been eliminated, and the geographical advantages of Chao County have all become nothing. With the forces he now controls, it is easy to destroy Chao County at this time. Save me. You idiots from Daxia will die a miserable death. At this time, the medium tanks were crushing the Japanese soldiers. The armored soldiers angrily cursed at the Japanese soldiers. "You beasts have been burning, killing, and looting on our great Xia land. Today, I will take back my revenge with interest. In the future, I will ride my horse to Japan to enjoy the cherry blossoms." Puff. Crunch. The Japanese were crushed into pieces by the steel tracks, and their bones creaked under the pressure, but this was not cruel at all in the eyes of the Su family army soldiers, because compared with the crimes committed by the Japanese in the Great Xia Kingdom, it was a drop in the bucket. Kong. The tank gun went straight through the devil's body, blasting him into a bloody mist, with broken arms and limbs flying everywhere. A chase massacre began in the South City. Chunjie began to lead his troops to Chao County, which was 37 kilometers away from Nanching, or nearly 80 miles. It would take until night to reach Chao County, so he had to hurry. 1/3 of the 30 hours he stipulated had already passed. Chapter 139, The Final Attack. In Chao County, the commander of the Japanese 41st Division was constantly asking the 31st and 37th Divisions about the battle situation on the front lines and whether they should send troops to support them. However, dozens of telegrams were sent without any response. Dozens of telegrams sank into the sea with no response. Shima Daichi, commander of the 41st Division, had a look of confusion on his face. The three divisions formed a triangular formation and cooperated with each other. Now there is no news about the two divisions he is cooperating with. How can this make him not suspicious? Send out scouts. Shimadati said to the commander below, "Send reconnaissance soldiers to contact the two divisions ahead to find out what happened in Beicheng and Nancheng, and why they haven't called back for so long." Hai. At 8:40 p.m., Chunjie led a large force to join up with the small force that intercepted the Jap support force. He spent an hour to eliminate the Jap support force. Then he united his troops and began to rush to Chao County. Using three, it took half an hour to reach the border of Chao County. At the combat command center, Chunjie said to the commanders in front of him, "For the combat plan of Chao Town, we will launch a night attack. However, our electronic blockade may not work because Chao County is too big and the wind will definitely not be able to protect it. However, the Japanese flying squadron cannot be deployed at night, so night is our chance." Chunjie began to issue his battle plan. Chao County City was a city where civilians lived, unlike South City and North City, which were purely military towns, so their artillery coverage had to be accurate so as not to harm civilians. Blast open the city gate. The commander of the Heavy Artillery Division pointed at the map and said, "Chao County is just a county-level city. With the power of our Heavy Artillery Division's artillery, we can open a hole in it within 5 rounds." Very good. Chunjie said to the 4 rocket artillery divisions, "The Intelligence Bureau has already given us a diagram of the structure inside the county town. Your rocket artillery division's mission is to launch a round of salvos at the enemy's barracks." Clear. Then, Chun Jie continued. This battle requires the deployment of a large number of infantry. After the city wall is breached, 3 armored divisions will cooperate with 3 infantry divisions to launch attacks from the North Gate, South Gate, and West Gate at the same time, and strive to capture Chao County as quickly as possible. Yes, Commander. After issuing the order, Chun Jie looked at his watch and said, launch a full-scale attack at 9 p.m. As the detailed tasks were issued and completed, all troops began to mobilize urgently. The first to be dispatched were the 2 heavy artillery divisions. Their task was rather arduous as they had to blast open 3 city walls, which meant that they needed to fire at least 15 rounds of artillery fire. In this battle, as many as 200,000 artillery shells were consumed just to attack South City and North City. This is quite astonishing. A small or medium-sized battle consumed 200,000 artillery shells in one day. If the major powers knew about this, what would they think of Great Xia? Would they change their views on Great Xia because of this battle? The heavy artillery division found an artillery position and began bombarding the West Gate. 5 rounds of aiming and direct fire gradually dispersed the bombardment to 1 point, fire. As the artillery commander gave the order, the artillery began to load ammunition. To be honest, the artillerymen's hands were almost bleeding during the day, and they had no idea how many shells they had fired. Boom! 96 152mm howitzers hit the city wall, immediately alarming the Japanese and civilians in the city. At the same time, more than 800 rocket launchers began firing. They already knew the location of the Japanese garrison camp, so they started a round of salvos to cover the Japanese with firepower. More than 10,000 rocket shells quickly lit up the night. Rockets burst out from the launch tubes at a rapid speed, and the flames formed an arched light bridge that smashed down towards the Japanese garrison position. Boom! The huge explosions seemed to be a response to the heavy artillery division. The 2 loud noises completely alarmed everyone in the city. Ah! Screams rang out in the Japanese barracks. A large area of the barracks was destroyed by rocket shells. The Japanese who were chatting inside were engulfed by the huge explosion. At this point, most of the Japanese were still awake. Run! More than 10,000 rocket shells were concentrated in the Japanese barracks, and the resulting explosions lit up the entire Chao County. What's going on? The commander of the 41st Division, Shima Daichi, quickly walked out of the headquarters. When he saw the flames shooting into the sky where the barracks were located, and the dazzling flames coming out of the city wall in the distance, he suddenly panicked. Report to the General Army immediately. Jimadati anxiously walked into the headquarters and said to the communications officer, "It is said that our county has been hit by unknown shelling, and the South City and North City have lost contact. It is very likely that something unexpected will happen. Please ask the General Army to send troops for reinforcements." After saying that, Shimadati immediately notified his 2 brigade commanders to come to the headquarters. In a moment, the 2 brigade commanders walked quickly into the headquarters. As the cannon fired, they started walking towards the headquarters to inquire about the situation outside. "Your Excellency, Division Commander, this?" Jimadati waved his hand and said, "Now is not the time to explain. You quickly assemble your troops to defend the 4 walls. I don't care what methods you use. You must defend me until tomorrow morning and wait for the General Army to send troops to assist." Hi. The 2 brigade commanders thought it would not be difficult to hold out for a whole night. You know, their 41st Division is an ace division. Compared with the Su family army, their combat effectiveness is many times stronger. How could they not hold out for a whole night? The 2 brigade commanders quickly walked out of the command center and began to assemble their troops. At this time, the heavy artillery division outside had blasted open the western city wall, and a large hole 100 meters wide appeared in front of the Su family army soldiers. At this time, the armored division cooperated with the infantry division to launch an attack. Immediately afterwards, the heavy artillery division bombarded the South Gate and the North Gate in succession, and the 3 armored divisions cooperated with the 3 infantry divisions to launch an attack. At this time, the 2 Japanese infantry brigades had not arrived yet. The reason was that the rocket artillery division destroyed most of the Japanese weapons, and thousands of Japanese were killed or injured. This forced the 2 Japanese infantry brigade commanders to turn around and go to the arsenal to replenish equipment, which delayed the best defense time. As time went on, 3 infantry divisions plus 3 armored divisions entered the city. After all the troops entered the city, they collided head-on with the late-arriving Japanese infantry brigade. Brothers, kill them. Bang! The tanks in the armored division began to charge frantically, and the infantry was not willing to be left behind, pressing directly towards the Japanese, completely disregarding the danger to their lives. Da-da-da. The heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles lit up the night, and grenades and mortars were used one after another to engage in close combat with the Japanese. Chapter 140: The Final Charge. Within a distance of 100 meters, hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles pressed towards the Japanese, and tens of thousands of soldiers from the infantry division swarmed towards the Japanese to suppress them with firepower. Hundreds of heavy machine guns blocked the Japanese with firepower. The powerful firepower forced the Japanese to retreat step by step. Bagaya Road, a Japanese regiment commander, began to organize a counterattack. Their great East Asian Empire's troops had never fought such a cowardly battle, so the Japanese infantry regiment commander began to organize a counterattack angrily. 1st Battalion, suppressed the enemy's attack with firepower. The captain of the 1st Battalion, who was called, looked at the hundreds of armored tanks of the Sioux army in front of him, and the heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles were frantically shooting at them. He was thinking, how to curb the enemy's attack. Should he ask for the blessing of the goddess Amaterasu? 2nd Battalion, provide fire support from the flanks to intercept the Sioux family army's offensive. Intercept? The second captain was puzzled as to what to use to intercept. The only way he could think of to stop the Sioux family army's advance was to raise the white flag. He was still considering other methods. The two captains were thinking whether they should remind their wing commander that they could no longer use conventional combat methods to stop the Sioux family army. Could they use the houses where the people of Daxia Kingdom lived in the rear to engage in street fighting to curb the firepower of the Sioux family army? Third captain, aim and counterattack. Let the artillery regiment provide fire support. As the infantry regiment commander's orders were issued, the three captains were thinking about their lives, because there were big problems with their commander's orders. The guard soldier beside the Japanese infantry regiment commander smelled the strong smell of alcohol emanating from the commander, and he was considering whether to knock the commander out to save the lives of the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Regiment. As the captain's personal guard, he knew that their captain had drunk a lot of wine in the afternoon and had booked 4 women at the Wanhua Tower. Now, looking at the captain who walked with bent legs, the personal guard had a look of despair on his face. Kill the warriors of the Empire. The three captains had to obey orders, especially on the battlefield. The most taboo thing was to disobey orders. So even if the orders from above caused them some doubts, they still had to execute them. Otherwise, disobeying orders on the battlefield would require being brought to a military court. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Da. Su Yuanzhong looked at the Japanese charging desperately and was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, is this Japanese drunk? Kill him. Since the Japanese had come to their doorstep, they accepted them all. The tank guns were firing shells frantically, the heavy machine guns were firing at full speed, and the soldiers were firing rapidly with their guns. The Japanese fell down one after another like a harvested rice field. An infantry regiment was reduced to nothing but corpses on the ground in less than a quarter of an hour. The fighting was extremely brutal. 3 infantry divisions, plus 3 armored divisions, with more than 80,000 men encircled and suppressed one Japanese division, which was also bombed by a rocket artillery division. How could the Japanese resist? The city was filled with gunshots, but as time went by, the gunshots gradually gathered towards the central area. The commander of the Japanese 41st Division, Jimadari, naturally knew that the front line was defeated, but he didn't know why there were so many Sioux family soldiers. When he came to Chao County, he would not believe it if the 2 divisions on the front line in Nanching and Beicheng were destroyed and killed in one day. As for the defenses built in the South City and the North City, even if they face Citigroup's heavy armed troops, they are sure to withstand it for 10 days and a half. Now, if the Sioux family army can destroy these 2 divisions silently, it's impossible. However, he couldn't figure out why such a large-scale Sioux family army appeared in Chao County, but what he knew was that Chao County was about to fall. The Ace Division he was proud of was defeated by the Sioux family army in an instant. This made him doubt for a time whether the great East Ocean Empire could really destroy the great Xia Kingdom with a long history. Kill. The soldiers of the Sioux family army launched an attack towards the city, stepping on the corpses of the Japanese. This time, the Sioux family army was bloodthirsty and killed any Japanese they saw. Some of the Japanese were even torn to pieces by bullets, but the soldiers were still shooting frantically. The smell of blood lingered in the air for a long time throughout the city. The Japanese were frightened by the murderous aura of the Sioux family army and retreated step by step, directly retreating to the headquarters. Ha ha ha. An infantry commander laughed loudly, then put his pistol on his waist, ran to the front line and shouted, "Leave the Japanese division commander to me. I'm going to chop him alive." After 3.5 hours of siege, the Japanese 41st Division was severely weakened. Now there are only 1 or 2,000 soldiers left guarding the headquarters. As long as the Su family's army charges, these Japanese can be defeated. Brothers kill. This time the armored troops were not dispatched, and the 3 infantry divisions began to charge to encircle and suppress the Japanese inside. Jimadari was also constantly directing his troops to counterattack. He really didn't expect that the troops of a division under his command could not hold out for even one night. The fact was before him, which made him feel that the troops in Nanching and Beicheng would also be killed early. Huangquan. Tata. In the final charge, the soldiers of the Su family ignored the danger and pressed forward directly. The bayonets in their hands pierced the Japanese, and their submachine guns also fired continuously, dealing devastating firepower to the Japanese. The battle between the 3 infantry divisions ended in less than a quarter of an hour. A regimental commander with a broadsword was hacking the Japanese division commander alive, hacking Shimadati to death. Li Yunfei, you are so brave. The commander of the 113th Infantry Division pointed at Li Yunfei and said, Do you still act like a regiment commander? I will deal with you after the battle. That night, gunfire continued throughout Xiao County. When a ray of sunlight appeared, the military flag of the Su family army on the city wall shone brightly. Jinling headquarters. Su Yu laughed loudly and said to Liao Yuanliang and Wang Wan, I didn't expect that Chen Jia really killed 3 Japanese divisions, an armored regiment, and an independent Japanese infantry brigade in 30 hours. The Japanese numbered more than 60,000 and captured more than 20,000 prisoners. This is a great victory. Propaganda Department. Su Yu shouted to the Minister of Propaganda, publicize it nationwide. Once the information from the war correspondents on the front line is delivered, I will give you 3 days to spread it throughout the Great Xia country. Also, we need to publicize it vigorously internationally. Clear. The propaganda minister said excitedly. Master, great victory. At this time, Zhang Hu quickly ran into the headquarters and shouted. The second war zone wiped out all the puppet troops in the eastern province. The puppet commander abandoned his troops and surrendered. Our army captured 180,000 prisoners. The 2 divisions of the Japanese stationed in the eastern province were encircled and suppressed by the second war zone. More than 20,000 Japanese were annihilated and more than 20,000 prisoners were captured. Ha ha ha. Su Yu's laughter almost blew the roof off the house. Chapter 141 shocked the nation. In this way, the second step of our comprehensive counterattack plan has been achieved. Su Yu quickly came to a sand table, looked at the flags filled with flags and the distribution of the various armies, and said to Liao Yuanliang and Wang Wan, now that we have taken over the eastern province, we have the ability to seal off the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Whether it is land, sea, or air, we have the strength to seal it off for a month. 3 months won't be a big problem if we grit our teeth. Look, Su Yu pointed at the positions of the 3 main armies of the Japanese and said, the Japanese are now all in the central plains. In the enemy-occupied areas in the north, the Japanese are mostly small units with puppet troops to guard the area. So once we close the gates of Daxia, all the logistical support of the Japanese will not be able to be sent in. Then, with the amount of logistical supplies stored in Daxia, the Japanese can only hold out for a month at most. We can do this, Su Yu continued, send out intelligence personnel to blow up the food reserves of the devils, and send out 3 major war zones to contain the devils. I want to starve the Japanese army of 1 million to death. Wu Liangyi. Su Yu asked the head of the logistics department, how is your grain procurement going? General Manager. Wu Liangyi came to Su Yu and said, our logistics department spent 200 million yuan to purchase 3 billion kilograms of grain, almost all the grain in the provinces of the Central Plains. Very good. Yunong, Su Yu asked Dai Yunong, who had not been seen for a long time, has your intelligence agency found out how much food the Japanese have in reserve? I don't want a rough estimate of how much it can sustain for a month. I want specific data. General Manager. Dai Yunong came to Su Yu calmly and said, the Japanese have 72 large granaries in Daxia country. They have been collecting food from all over the country. According to our investigation and calculation, the reserve of these 72 large granaries alone is as high as 90 million kilograms of food, which is enough for the Japanese frontline army to eat for a month. The remaining small granaries can be ignored. They are almost all food for the local garrisons. So much. Su Yu frowned and said, I don't care what method your intelligence agency uses, but you have to destroy these 72 large granaries within 1 month. Clear. Dai Yunong nodded and disappeared from the command center. Then, Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang, you go to the second war zone in the north in person and lead the second war zone north to Shangjin City to cut off the enemy's logistics and transportation lines and take back our Dragon Vein land. Understood. I'll leave right away. Also, Su Yu continued, dispatch the East China Sea Fleet to intercept the Japanese naval transport lines. Once you find the Japanese naval transport lines, kill them for me. The Ministry of Aviation. Su Yu continued, detect the Japanese air transport units around the clock. Once you find any Japanese air transport units, destroy them. We must completely blockade the Japanese on land, sea, and air. It will only take 1 to 3 months, and the Japanese in Daxia will be trapped. They can't escape even if they want to. Wang Wan. Su Yu said to Chief of Staff Wang Wan, make a detailed battle plan immediately and send 3 major battle zones to contain the 3 major armies of the devils. Since they dare to go deep into the heart of our great Xia country, they must pay a heavy price. Yes, Chief. How is the recruitment and training of new soldiers going during this period? Su Yu asked Wang Wan. We have only recruited 600,000 new soldiers this time. We have now started training them in 6 modules. I believe that after 2 months, they will be able to become qualified soldiers. I feel much more relieved now that you are in charge of this. Su Yu plans to expand the army again. His initial plan is to expand the army by 2 million. The second step is to improve and strengthen the Navy, Army, and Air Force and expand the army to 5 million. With this 5 million army, I believe that no matter what kind of jackals, tigers, and leopards come to the Great Xia Kingdom, they will not be able to get out intact. After the propaganda department publicizes the great victory on the front line, I believe he will get another huge wave of reputation points, which will allow him to establish a second naval force. His plan is to temporarily establish 3 naval forces, and then consider it later. As for the Air Force, there are now 3 air armies, more than 2,000 fighter jets of various types, and 330 naval fighter jets. The total number of fighter jets is about 2,700, and he plans to double this number. There is also the Army, with 4 war zones and 8 army groups, with a total strength of about 1.6 million. Now 600,000 new soldiers have been recruited. After the training of the new soldiers is completed, he will add these new soldiers to keep the number of army personnel above 2 million. With such powerful military strength and taking advantage of geographical advantages, there is no problem in blockading the Great Xia Kingdom for a month, because now it is not the Great Xia Kingdom of 10 years ago, which did not have air superiority in territorial waters. Now it has a powerful East China Sea Fleet and thousands of fighter jets, and it has the strength to confront the major powers head-on. After this publicity, major countries around the world will get to know Daxia again. Daxia is no longer a country that can be bullied at will. It is now showing off its muscles internationally. On August 31st, the National Daily, together with 133 local newspapers, began to release an explosive news to the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Rarely in the newspaper, the area occupied by the pictures was larger than the text. In the picture area, one could see advanced artillery and exciting artillery positions. The densely packed artillery made the people stunned. These were the artillery of our Great Xia Kingdom. In the Chaosian campaign, the Su family army dropped 210,000 artillery shells on the enemy positions, including large-caliber howitzers. Our army used hundreds of 152mm large-caliber howitzers and as many as 2,000 artillery pieces to cover the enemy with firepower, annihilating more than 60,000 enemy soldiers and achieving an unprecedented victory. In addition to artillery, there are also densely packed armored tanks. These armored tanks are crushing the Japanese on the battlefield. When everyone sees the picture of the Japanese being crushed by tank tracks, they are extremely excited. This is how the Japanese crushed them in the first place. This time, the Su family army used thousands of armored tanks to severely damage and completely wipe out the Japanese armored forces and hit the Japanese arrogance. Behind the armored forces, there were aviation forces dropping bombs from the air, and fighter planes swooping down to strafe the Japanese, leaving them with nowhere to hide. In this battle, the Su family army dispatched nearly 1,000 fighter planes and dropped tens of thousands of bombs, dealing a devastating blow to the Japanese. In the Chaosian battle, the Su family army wiped out more than 60,000 devils and captured more than 20,000 prisoners. The Su family army's second war zone fully recovered the eastern province, wiped out more than 20,000 puppet troops, captured more than 300,000 prisoners, wiped out more than 20,000 devils, captured more than 20,000 prisoners, and achieved an unprecedented victory in the 2 major war zones. 142nd Army Expansion. The Japanese invaded our country, and the brave warriors fought bravely and defeated the Japanese army, thus establishing the great prestige of our country. Newspapers everywhere began to publicize the battle achievements of the Su family army. To be honest, those pictures were more direct than any bold words. These photos have profoundly changed the people's perception of the current situation in Daxia. It turns out that it was not the Japs chasing them, but they were chasing the Japs. The Su family army recaptured the East Province, which made the people of the entire East Province go crazy. In 3 days, the propaganda department publicized the news to the utmost, even in remote areas. It can be said that most of the 500 million people in Daxia knew the news, and everyone was absolutely supportive of the Su family, especially Su Yu. At this time, Su Yu's prestige in the hearts of the people of Daxia reached an extreme, because it could be felt from the world nuclear war. The reputation value in world nuclear peace has jumped from more than 30 million to more than 80 million. This time it is very likely to break through the 100 million reputation value mark. Now the cumulative value of world nuclear peace's reputation is almost reaching 150 million, which means that more than 100 million people have contributed reputation to him. He does not expect all 50 million people to contribute a little reputation to him. As long as the cumulative value can reach 300 million, he can almost lead the Great Xia Kingdom to glory. 7 days later, the propaganda department also widely publicized the war situation in Daxia internationally. The major powers and leaders of other countries were shocked when they saw the content in the newspapers. What? This is the backward and poor Great Xia Kingdom. What on earth has happened in the Great Xia Kingdom in these years? Many questions arose among the major powers, and they were deeply shocked in their hearts because this was so different from the Great Xia Kingdom they knew. It seems that the current Great Xia Kingdom is no longer the Great Xia Kingdom of the past. This view arose in the minds of the major powers, but they did not want the Great Xia Kingdom in the East to stand up because it would not benefit them in the West at all. Su Yu discovered that it seemed that many foreigners also provided him with reputation points, which shocked him greatly. He had thought that only his countrymen could provide him with reputation points, but he did not expect that foreigners could also provide him with reputation points. Now, 7 days have passed, and his reputation value has exceeded the 100 million mark, reaching 110 million. Su Yu suddenly felt like he had become a nouveau riche and planned to start explosive consumption. With a wave of his hand, he exchanged for 3 aircraft carriers, 9 destroyers, 1 battleship, 2 heavy cruisers, 12 frigates, 6 submarines, and 1 transport ship, a total of 34 warships. Similar to the configuration of the East China Sea Fleet, a complete South China Sea Fleet was established at a cost of 12.5 million yuan. It was stationed in Guangyuan Province and temporarily stationed in Shanglu because the East China Sea Fleet in Shanglu went to Dong Province. Next was the Aviation Force. He directly expanded 3 aviation corps, from the original 3 corps to 6 aviation corps, spending 6 million reputation points, including pilots. As for the rocket artillery unit, Su Yu did not plan to exchange it in the world nuclear peace. Now that he had a rocket artillery production line, he would let the production line go into production. Although he had sufficient reputation points now, every point had to be used to the best effect, because the reputation points were not endless and would not be exhausted. After the exchange between the Navy and the Air Force was completed, Su Yu thought about it and felt that there seemed to be nothing else to buy. He planned to unlock a new type of weapon, which was a missile. As for why he wanted to unlock a new type of weapon, the missile, it was because the unlocking amount of the missile was reduced from 5 million reputation points to 500,000 reputation points, and the value of each missile was reduced from 100,000 reputation points to 10,000 reputation points, which was within Su Yu's tolerance. The prices of weapons in world nuclear peace, as well as the prices of unlocking weapons, will change. This is related to time. That is, the longer the weapon spans time and space, the more expensive it is. For example, the J-20 fighter jet, a product produced nearly 100 years later, costs tens of millions to unlock, and the exchange price is as high as tens of millions. So it is related to time. The more advanced the weapon, the higher the price. Even a pistol produced 100 years later requires millions of reputation points. As for why the unlocking price of the missile interface suddenly dropped so much, Su Yu also guessed the reason, which was that a powerful country had developed the missile weapon. According to Su Yu's guess, it was very likely that St. Petersburg had developed the missile. After all, St. Petersburg is now at war with the Great Eagle Empire, so it is very likely that they have developed missiles, because in the previous life, the Third Reich used missiles in the war. After the failure of the Third Reich, missile technology was acquired by the great powers, which officially announced the advent of the missile age. As for why he wanted to set up a missile unit, he wanted to obtain the missile research and development drawings, and then hand the drawings over to the Scientific Research Department for the development of missiles. This discounted missile in world nuclear peace is useless, because let's not talk about its high price. Let's talk about its performance first. It is very poor and its accuracy is frighteningly low. Even if Su Yu has tens of millions of reputation points, he can't afford it. So his idea was to let the scientific research department conduct research and development upgrades to see if this would trigger price cuts for other advanced missiles, and then exchange them for blueprints of advanced missiles for further research and development, doing this indefinitely to see if he could unlock a missile that could be used in actual combat, or let the scientific research department develop a missile suitable for war. Now that the price has dropped and some powerful countries in the world already have it, he naturally cannot fall behind and must plant this seed and let it grow into a towering tree. Su Yu spent 600,000 reputation points to unlock a missile called the V-1 cruise missile and exchanged the blueprint of this missile, intending to hand it over to the scientific research unit, hoping that it would take root and sprout as soon as possible. In mid-September, the exchanged Air Force troops arrived one after another and were stationed in key cities such as Shanglu and Jinling. The South China Sea Fleet also arrived one after another. Many senior officials in the Su family army were surprised at Su Yu's generosity. How could they not be surprised when these warships appeared like dumplings? They are very curious about the source of these weapons and equipment, but don't want to delve into it. After the equipment arrived, Su Yu's plan began to be implemented. The Second War Zone advanced northward to Shangjin City to cut off the enemy's logistical routes. The Intelligence Bureau dispatched an action team of 20,000 people to begin implementing the most massive Locust Plan. Even if these 20,000 people died, this plan had to be completed. Chapter 143 Missiles. At the weapons testing ground outside Jinling, Su Yu called all the hundreds of weapons researchers in the research institute here. They stayed in the institute day and night, and it was time for them to come out and bask in the sun. Mr. Yi, Su Yu said to a white-haired old man, you are an expert in weapons. Today, I will show you something good. Oh. Yimin lit a cigarette and said with a smile, the general manager said it's a good thing, so I, an old man, am looking forward to it. At this time, more and more researchers began to gather around Su Yu. One of them, an old man with scowls, came to Su Yu with a tired look and said, Director, our third research institute has lived up to everyone's expectations. After more than half a year, we have finally developed the main battle tank for our great Xia country. It is still in the testing stage. As long as all the data meet the standards, we can mass produce it. Okay. Su Yu heard this and said excitedly, our great Xia country has finally taken the first step in heavy weapons. Old man Shin, your third research institute is just a waste of time. An old man in a long jacket said, pinching his cigarette, our first research institute has developed a total of 7 fighter planes, including heavy bombers, light bombers, carrier-based aircraft, fighters, fighter jets, reconnaissance aircraft, transport aircraft, and other types. Now all of them have been put into testing. Your third research institute has taken a total of 17 million in funding this year, and you have only developed this thing. Old man Liao, don't give me the cold shoulder, Chen Zhongjuan cursed. The tanks developed by my third research institute have tens of thousands of parts, all of which are developed and produced by ourselves. We built them from scratch. We also have armored combat vehicles and transport vehicles, which are also being finalized. Your first research institute has more than 700 core members, while our third research institute only has more than 100 people. How can we compare with you? That's enough, Yimin said with a headache. Why do you guys always quarrel as soon as you meet? The research and development is progressing very well. I believe that this year our great Xia country's fighter planes, tanks, and other heavy equipment will be able to enter the mass production stage. So you felt very warm watching this scene. He exchanged thousands of our D personnel in world nuclear peace, and recalled our D personnel scattered around in various countries, especially the United States. The United States has the largest number of Daxia RD personnel, as many as more than 700. Among these 700 people, dozens are the world's top academicians. The one Su Yu particularly likes is Mr. Qian, who is regarded as the godfather of scientific research in world nuclear peace. The exchange price is comparable to that of a little boy, so Su Yu will definitely find a way to invite Mr. Qian back to China. I asked you to come here today to show you a weapon that will become the main development of various countries in the future. Su Yu said to Zhang Hu, let the soldiers drive the missile vehicle over. Yes, Chief. Soon after, a missile launcher arrived in front of the academicians. The huge shell made the academicians curious, wondering what kind of weapon it was. Everyone, let me introduce you. Su Yu came to the missile launcher and said, this weapon is called AV-1 cruise missile. It is controlled by a magnetic compass and a special device inside the missile. It is powered by a ramjet engine and launched from a launcher. It has a range of 241 kilometers and a speed of 563 kilometers per hour. The structure of this missile is divided into 3 parts. The first is the warhead. The warhead uses a conventional warhead. According to the different ways of destroying the target, it can be divided into explosive type, lethal type, incendiary type, and other types of warheads. Then there is the power device and the fuel part, which make up a missile like this. My dear, Yimin asked Su Yu in surprise, what is the mass of this warhead? It can carry 800 kilograms of explosives. This is a really great idea. If 800 kilograms of explosives can be launched in the form of a rocket and reach a target hundreds of kilometers away, then what if it can carry 8,000 kilograms or 80,000 kilograms of explosives across thousands of kilometers? Su Yu was squeezed out by several researchers. Hundreds of researchers were discussing their ideas around the cruise missile. Su Yu shook his head and sat aside waiting. He gathered everyone together this time, just to make these researchers addicted, and then devote all his efforts to the development of new missiles. About an hour later, Su Yu looked at the hundreds of academicians drawing on the ground and thought to himself that these people were worthy of being the pillars of the country and were contributing to the country all the time. Everyone, how do you feel about this missile? Su Yu walked closer and asked the academicians. General, I want to ask. Yimin came to Su Yu and asked, are we the only ones in the world who know the concept of this weapon? No. Su Yu responded, this missile was developed by St. Petersburg. I asked the intelligence personnel to get one and also obtain their drawings. If we are not the only ones who know about it, then we must vigorously research and develop it, because its lethality in the future will reach a very terrifying level. Yimin said seriously, if we are the only ones who know about it, then we must include it in the special secrets, because once a more powerful missile comes out, it will be devastating to mankind. After all, human hearts are terrifying. If this weapon is controlled by humans, it will eventually explode. But since we are not the first to know about it, we must invest heavily in the research and development stage, because its existence is enough to subvert a country. I think so. At this time, another old man stood up and said, we must not only develop missiles, but also develop weapons to restrain missiles. This is the theory of spear and shield. If there is only a spear but no shield, then mankind will not be far from extinction. Su Yu agreed with everyone's opinions. I took the initiative to apply to join the missile research and development. Yimin was the first to speak up and said, this is somewhat similar to the rocket launcher concept I proposed. Sending a rocket into the sky is similar to what I am doing. I'll join in too. I want to join the research on shield. Mr. Li, who mentioned the spear and shield, said, this kind of weapon must have a nemesis. I called you here this time because I want to set up the Zero Research Institute to specialize in missile research and development. So you looked at Yimin and said, I will leave the Zero Research Institute to you. If you have any needs, you can tell me. Also, so you looked at Mr. Li and said, you just mentioned the spear and shield. It reminded me. Then I will set up a Shield Research Institute, and you will be responsible for developing the nemesis of missiles. Clear. After receiving the task, all the academicians quickly returned to the institute and began to prepare. Chapter 144 Three Heroes Gathered. On the front line, Liao Yuanliang led hundreds of thousands of troops from the Second War Zone all the way north and took back Yanjing with ease. Hundreds of thousands of troops blocked all of the Japanese's road transportation lines. Anyone who wanted to pass had to confront the Second War Zone head-on and annihilate it. It is impossible to defeat the Second War Zone with the Japanese troops in the northern region. The land and air blockades in the East China Sea Fleet also began to blockade the entire sea. As long as they discovered the Japanese naval fleet, they would ruthlessly destroy the enemy. Therefore, the Japanese could only land through Goryeo, which would take a lot of time. While the operations were underway in the Second War Zone, the Intelligence Bureau's action group also began to move. A group of 20,000 people hid in the night and began to implement the locust plan on the Japanese's food. Wherever the locusts passed, no grass grew. It was a destruction plan specifically formulated for the Japanese's granaries. In the past year or so, the Intelligence Bureau has developed rapidly under Dai Yunong's leadership. Now its scale of development can be said to cover the entire country. Even the Japanese Special High Technology Bureau has been almost completely destroyed. Moreover, the action team members have rich experience in blowing up the Japanese's arsenals, granaries, etc., and now that the Japanese's large forces are in the Central Plains, they are very confident that they can blow up the Japanese's granaries. In Ningxing, in the Qianlixiang wonton shop, 3 men in casual clothes were eating wontons and enjoying it very much. I say, do you have any plans? Poison Scorpion lowered his voice and said, in order to prevent our sneak attack, the Japanese divided the granaries into 7 locations for storage. I don't know which granary has food. Or do all the granaries have food? Don't worry. The Viper poured the soup down his throat and said, there is only 1 battalion of Japanese soldiers and 1 brigade of puppet troops in the entire Ningxing. Let's go find the commander of the puppet troops tonight. I believe he knows everything. Ningxing is a key city that stores millions of grains. I believe the Japanese soldiers must have some hidden means. Boss, check out. The three of them walked out of the wonton shop and onto the street. Viper unbuttoned his clothes and said, "This time we are sending out 20,000 action teams. Our 3 stations and 90 action teams are responsible for the area in the northern part of Xiguang province. We must work together sincerely to complete the mission." "You are just making fun of me." Poison Bee glanced at Poison Snake and said, "The director has assigned the tasks of the 7 stations to our 3 stations. This has already placed a heavy burden on the 3 of us. If we don't cooperate and do our own things, how can we complete this shocking plan on the night of the 21st? The Japanese are like grasshoppers in autumn. They won't be able to jump for a few more days," Viper said with a smile. "Just think about it. The granary we are going to blow up this time is almost all of the Japanese's logistical reserves. The second war zone is heading north, and the 3 major war zones are urgently trying to contain the Japanese. This intention is very obvious. We hope that we can end this war of aggression this year, but we can't let our guard down," Poison Bee said seriously. "One of my childhood friends is gathering information in Japan. He said that the Japanese seem to be making a big move. The Navy has begun to assemble, and the Army is also making preparations. It seems that they are preparing for a major war. This information is classified as extremely confidential, and we haven't found out the specific situation. But the Japanese Navy is the strongest in Asia, and their army has expanded to 5 million. So we have a long way to go to defeat them. This year we can at most end the inland invasion war, but that doesn't mean we can defeat the Japanese. We can only move the battlefield back to the mainland." "You are right. The Allies have won great victories in the international arena. The Great Eagle Empire, which claims to be the world's #1 naval and military power, has been beaten to a pulp by St. Petersburg. Moreover, St. Petersburg has invaded 17 countries. Its main opponents now are the Great Eagle Empire and Tsarist Russia. Even the United States is slowly getting involved. This is not something we should consider." The Scorpion responded, "What we should consider now is how to blow up the enemy's granary and complete the mission." As night fell, the Puppet Army Brigade Commander Chen DePeo was marrying his 17th concubine, so the Chun family compound was very lively. The Puppet Army soldiers under his command surrounded the yard and were drinking. "Ha ha ha, I wonder when our brigade commander will marry his 18th concubine. Don't worry, our brigade commander is in good health. I heard that this time our brigade commander married a college student." "Yes, she is the daughter of the Wang family, a college student," a battalion commander said with a smile. "I heard she came back from Nanjing. She is very pretty. Our brigade commander found her on the street." "TSK, TSK, TSK. When will I be able to marry a college student?" "Just you. At Reader. Take a piss and look at yourself." At the same time that Chen DePeo married his 17th concubine, Viper sent out 3 groups of personnel to monitor the entire Chen family compound. First, 3 snipers occupied the best shooting positions, ready to provide fire support at any time. The rest of the personnel all sneaked into the Chen family compound, climbed over the wall from the backyard, and began to look for the Puppet Army Brigade Commander Chen DePeo. Inside the bridal chamber, a slim bride was tied up on the bed. Several members of the action team approached the bridal chamber cautiously and untied the ropes that bound the bride's hands and feet. "Girl, don't be afraid." The leader of the operation team said to the bride, "We are regular soldiers. I can rescue you, but you have to do us a favor. Don't worry, we will never let you be in danger." The bride nodded repeatedly. She was so happy when she heard that it was the regular army that she almost cried with excitement. She had wanted to find a way to commit suicide before the traitors came in, but she didn't expect to meet the regular army. It was really a blessing from God. Soon after, the bride pretended to be tied to the bed. At this time, the drunken Puppet Army Brigade Commander Chen DePeo stumbled into the wedding room, pushed open the door, and looked at the curvy figure tied by the hemp rope. He wiped his saliva and shouted, "Young lady, the master is here." After saying that, Chen DePeo quickly closed the door, took off his shirt and pants, and quickly jumped onto the bed. But at this moment, 2 figures suddenly flashed by and controlled Chen DePeo. One of them pointed a gun at Chen DePeo's head and said, "Don't shout. If you dare to shout, I'll shoot you." This scared Chen DePeo, sobering up. With cold sweat on his forehead, he asked, "2 heroes, which gang are you from? Stop talking so much nonsense." A man took out a map and placed it in front of Chen DePeo and said, "Which of these Japanese granaries has food? Or do you think all of them have food? Don't tell us you don't know. You often help the Japanese transport food." "Master, I really don't know." Chapter 145, Shocking Explosion. Then go to hell. I know. Chindapeo immediately pointed at the map and said, there is no food in these 7 granaries of the devils. Their food is secretly sent to the secret base in Mongshan outside the city. The granaries are all prisons used by the devils to detain prisoners. Don't play tricks on me, kid. I'm not afraid to tell you that we are from the Military Intelligence Bureau. If you dare to lie to us, I will make you live a life worse than death. When he heard that they were from the Military Intelligence Bureau, Chindapeo's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. He had heard of the reputation of the Military Intelligence Bureau. It was rumored that if the Military Intelligence Bureau wanted to kill someone, even the emperor would be unable to stop him. The Japanese Special High Technology Bureau is powerful, but in the past 6 months, more than 300 high-level spies have been killed and more than 40 chief executives of the Special High Technology Bureau have been assassinated. Every time a chief is replaced, one dies. As a result, no one dares to sit on the chair of the chief of the Japanese Special High Technology Bureau. It is called the King of Hell's chair. Once you sit on it, the King of Hell will come to take you away. Master, even if I, Chindapeo, have 10,000 guts, I would not dare to lie to you. You're smart. After saying that, the action team leader directly slashed Chindapeo's throat. They would not show mercy to this kind of evil traitor. After getting the news, they quickly evacuated from the back door with the bride. Station Master. The action team leader reported to Viper, all the food of the devils is stored in a closed base inside Mongshan. There are no heavy guards here, but there are many secret sentries. I knew the devil had no good intentions. Viper looked at his watch and said, it's 9:50 p.m. now. It will take us half an hour to get to Mongshan. It will be exactly 1 hour before the agreed explosion. Let's act quickly. Yes, Station Master. Viper led 3 teams to Mongshan. As for Venomous Bee and Venomous Scorpion, they went to the other 2 areas to guide the tasks. They needed to complete this shocking explosion tonight. On Mongshan Mountain, it was a dark and windy night, with hundreds of insects chirping. In the darkness of the night, a team of Japanese soldiers were patrolling. If they found anyone suspicious, they would kill them immediately, because anyone who could come to this place at night must have a purpose. Station Master, when do we start? The 3 team leaders asked. Don't worry, Viper responded in a low voice. The Japanese can't defend overnight. They will definitely change guards, and then all positions will be exposed. You are responsible for monitoring and remember the positions of all the secret guards. Clear. The wait lasted for an hour and a half, and the Viper could no longer bear it because it had exceeded the scheduled time. They could not complete the task more than an hour later. They had to complete the task within the specified time. So just as the Viper was preparing to launch a strong attack, the Japanese suddenly appeared. It's coming out. It's coming out. All members began to memorize the locations of the Japanese secret sentries. According to statistics, the Japanese had deployed a total of 40 secret sentries in the area around the entrance of Mongshan. The members of the action team began to use bows and crossbows to assassinate these Japanese. Because there must be many Japanese guarding the grain storage area, they could not alert the enemy. As members of the professionally trained action team, their individual combat capabilities were demonstrated at this time. More than 30 people cautiously went up the mountain and began to aim at the Japanese. Swish, swish, swish. In less than 3 seconds, all 40 Japanese soldiers were killed. The sharp arrows pierced through their bodies and they died instantly, scaring all the insects into silence. Let's go, attack. Viper began to rush to the destination with the action team members. This time the Japanese dared to leave the food outside the city, which was considered to be a help to the action team. They did not need to face a large battalion of Japanese, but only a small group of Japanese. This was more beneficial than harmful to the members of their action team. Outside the granary door, a dozen Japanese soldiers were talking. Viper once again gave orders to kill these dozen Japanese soldiers secretly because these soldiers needed to be replaced, which meant that there was another wave of Japanese soldiers around, and they must not be alarmed. Kill. The sharp arrows were unsheathed and directly killed more than a dozen Japanese soldiers. Viper quickly walked out to check, then looked at the door behind him and began to unlock it. For the members of the action team, it only took a small wire to open it. After opening the granary, it was full of food. Seeing that the food was padded and there were preservatives and other measures, Viper began to order the soldiers to install time bombs. After a moment, more than 300 time bombs were installed, and the 3 groups of members began to evacuate quickly. Their mission was half completed, and now they just had to wait for the time bombs to explode. After all members left Mongshan, a loud explosion shook the entire Mongshan. Thick black smoke quickly rose into the sky. Looking at the raging fire, Viper began to evacuate with the action team. That night, devastating explosions occurred in many places throughout the northern region. All of the Japanese granaries were destroyed. The action team paid the price of 107 deaths, and 90 million kilograms of the Japanese grain reserves were destroyed. On the morning of September 22nd, Su Yu had just arrived at the headquarters when intelligence chief Dai Yunong came to Su Yu to report the situation. The Locust Plan was successfully implemented. The shocking explosion destroyed all of the Japanese's logistical reserves, and now the Japanese were in complete chaos. According to our intelligence agency's monitoring, Dai Yunong continued, the three major armies of the Japanese are in chaos. They are requesting logistical assistance, and the Japanese have begun to collect large amounts of food, but they are being held back by our soldiers from the three major war zones. I believe their logistics can only last for 7 days at most. Okay. Su Yu smiled and said, we have paid so much to implement this plan, so from now on, your intelligence bureau must always pay attention to the movements of the three major armies. Once there is any movement, you must report it. This time, I want to let the Japanese army of 1 million taste the feeling of hunger. Clear. After Dai Yunong left, Su Yu called Wang Wen over. He wanted to make sure that the Japanese couldn't find a grain of food in the Central Plains and let them starve to the point of eating dirt. Only in this way could the Japanese army of 1 million be trapped. General, you were looking for me. Wang Wen quickly came to the command center. He had been very busy during this period. The Intelligence Bureau has completed its mission. The next step is to blockade the enemy's land, sea, and air forces. We must not let a single grain of food reach the three major armies, otherwise our plan will be ruined. I understand this. Wang Wen nodded and said, I will personally go to the front line to command the three major war zones and will never let a single grain of food reach the hands of the devils. Chapter 146 Starve you all to death. Give me back my ocean. Luzhou City, the capital of Anhui Province, is the seat of the headquarters of the Japanese Third Army. Ever since Chiang Jie's 11th Infantry Army won a great victory, the First War Zone has been pressing forward step by step and has already arrived in the area of Luzhou City to confront the Japanese Third Army. First War Zone Command. Guo Dahai and Wang Wu were discussing countermeasures. They had already controlled all the grain in the Luzhou area, and it was almost impossible for a grain of grain to enter Luzhou City. 7 days. Wang Wu stared at the map and said, the food in the hands of the devils has been used up. I heard that they have sent soldiers to rob food. In the past few days, tens of thousands of people have fled the Luzhou area. Now the devils have started to gnaw on tree bark. I have to admire the chief. I really don't know what's wrong with his brain, Guo Dahai said in admiration. He actually started planning 3 months ago. Now thinking back, every step he took was carefully calculated. It's really shocking. Of course not. Otherwise, why would the chief be the chief? Wang Wu smiled and said, just wait and see. What you see now is just the surface. I believe that the general strategic plan must have a deeper impact. It's just that our vision is too shallow to see it. Our current task is to starve these little devils to death and to let the frontline troops keep an eye on the little devils' things. Once they take any action, we will immediately take action to curb them. Luzhou City, the headquarters of the 3rd General Army of the Oriental Kingdom. Gulu, gulu. Several sounds of stomach growling spread throughout the headquarters. Akabane Dague slapped the table and shouted to several senior commanders under his command. What do you want to eat? I haven't figured out a way yet. General. A division commander with a sallow complexion stood up and said, now my soldiers of the 88th Division have not eaten for a day. The people have fled one after another, and there is no food left at home. We cannot collect food at all. All the food merchants within dozens of miles around are here. Disappear. We will starve to death if we no longer have food. The 3rd General Army has an army of 100,000 people in Luzhou City. It is not easy for 3 or 5 people to solve it. They can go hunting in the woods to satisfy their hunger, but there are 100,000 people. How to hunt to satisfy their hunger requires consuming at least 200,000 kilograms of food every day. What did the military say? Asked another division commander, who was already very hungry. The military department said it would send 17 transport ships to transport food for us, but they were intercepted by the Su Yuanzhong's East China Sea Fleet. They could only go to Gaoli. However, the road transportation lines are also controlled by the Su Yuanzhong World War II zone. If we want to transport the food, I'm afraid there will be no way. So easy, now the military department is thinking of ways to send 20 divisions to fight against the Sioux Army's World War II zone. But a division commander frowned and said, we can't wait now. We can let the air transport team drop food on us and dispatch the aviation force. It's no use. Akabane Dagaway sighed and sat on the chair and said, the Su family army dispatched thousands of fighter planes to intercept our transport team. All 140 of our transport planes were intercepted and destroyed. Damn it. The division commanders cursed inwardly angrily. They had never imagined that they would end up in such a situation. According to their offensive strategy, they only needed to advance all the way. Within 3 months, they would be able to wipe out the Su family army of the Great Xia Kingdom and would be able to fully take over the Great Xia Kingdom. But now, they had never imagined that the Su family army had such ability to blow up nearly 100 of their food storage bases overnight and blockade them by land, sea, and air. This was something they would never have thought of before, but now the facts were before them. If we are too hungry to walk, then once the Su family army launches a general attack, we will be in great danger, the deputy commander of the general army said. We must let the military find a solution, otherwise our million-strong army in Daxia will just have to wait for death. Yes, our 3 generals will ask the military to find a solution. Immediately afterwards, the 3 general armies all reported to the Eastern Army. To be honest, the Eastern Army is now in a state of confusion. Their million-strong army has invaded most of the Great Xia Kingdom and is about to take the final step to destroy the Great Xia Kingdom. But now, why are millions of troops trapped in Daxia now? Why? As a tiny country, it did not understand that it might take several months to travel from east to south. So the Eastern Army was also very curious as to why a million-strong army would be trapped. Could it be that the Daxia soldiers could tie up the soldiers' hands and feet? Can't kill. If there is no food, won't you rob the people of Daxia of their food? Can't we capture the people of Daxia in exchange for food? As long as the Su family army does not provide food, then kill them. Kill all the people of the Great Xia Kingdom, even if it is 1 million or hundreds of thousands of people. I don't believe that the Su family army can withstand the pressure and not provide food. The minister of the army of the Oriental country was very confused as to why a million-strong army was trapped. Notify. The minister of the Eastern Kingdom's army said to the chief of staff, tell my plan to the 3 major armies and tell them not to be merciful. Daxia has 500 million people, so killing tens of millions of them won't be a problem. Hi. Also, the minister of the army continued, have those guys in the Navy give us some strength. Although they are preparing to attack the United States, they should not treat our army as inhuman. The million-strong army of the Great Xia must not allow any accidents to happen. In the eyes of the minister of the army of the East Asian country, the million-strong army of the Great Xia country is experienced in hundreds of battles and is the seed force of their army. Such an army is invincible in the world, so he will never let any accidents happen to this million-strong army. To be on the safe side, have the flying squadron send out a transport team to transport supplies. The East Ocean Army minister frowned and said, make sure to deliver the supplies to the front line. Also, send out 20 divisions to support the Great Xia Kingdom. We will try to destroy the Great Xia Kingdom this year and lay the foundation for our great East Ocean Empire to conquer the world. Hi. Not long after, the army minister's plan was passed on to the 3 general armies. They walked out of the command center and looked at the empty city outside. They fell into deep thought. Not to mention people, there was not even a ghost. Search the entire city for the people of Daxia. Even if they didn't see anyone, the commanders of the 3 general armies regarded this glimmer of hope as a life-saving straw. As long as they found the people of the Great Xia Kingdom, they would have bargaining chips to negotiate with the Su family army. In fact, Su Yu had already thought of this plan of the Japanese, so he not only imposed a food blockade on the Japanese, but also on the people in the blockade area. He also sent intelligence personnel to spread rumors among the people to make the people leave the blockade area on their own initiative. Of course, Su Yu also knew that there was no absolute in such matters, so in order to deal with the Japanese devil's vicious plan, he also had corresponding countermeasures. Anyway, this time he was fully prepared to trap and kill the Japanese devil's million-strong army. Chapter 147. Don't test anything, don't test human nature. In the northern street of Luzhou City, a squadron of Japanese soldiers received an order to start searching the northern street. Any civilians from the Great Xia Kingdom that they found would be captured and sent to the inner city in exchange for food from the Su family army. Baka! The Japanese squadron leader cursed angrily, feeling cramps in his stomach. These were the cramps caused by hunger after not eating for a long time. The pain was excruciating because the stomach is right below the heart. The intense hunger made this squadron of Japanese soldiers feel powerless, and the guns in their hands seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. They had eaten up all the food in the city in the past few days. After all, they had an army of 100,000, and they would find that any food would become very scarce once it was distributed among 100,000 people. That's Xiaobing. It smells so good. When the Japanese squadron wanted to search the entire street, they suddenly found a lot of hot sesame cakes and white flour steamed buns in a sesame cake shop. When people are hungry, they will not dislike even dog shit, let alone sesame cakes and steamed buns. Of course, the premise is that it can satisfy hunger, so now these sesame cakes and steamed buns will be very tempting to the devils. Ha ha ha. The Japanese immediately rushed towards the pancake shop frantically, trying to fight for the pancakes and steamed buns, because their squadron had 188 people, but there were probably only 100 or so steamed buns and pancakes, which meant it was first come first served. Bang! The Japanese squadron leader took out his pistol and fired a shot, immediately pulling the crazy Japanese back. Baga, you are a bunch of idiots. The Japanese squadron leader angrily said, this must be a plot of the Su family army. Otherwise, how could there be sesame cakes and steamed buns here for no reason? There must be poison in this food. When they heard the word highly poisonous, the Japanese soldiers did not feel afraid, but thought it was a pity to waste such good food. Sir, the captain, but what if there is no poison in it? Yes. What if it's not poisonous? The squadron leader was also very conflicted about the soldiers' question, because he was also hungry, and he also wanted to eat the fragrant and greasy sesame cakes in front of him, which made people unable to take their eyes off them. You can give it a try. Here, the Japanese squadron leader said as he looked at the military dog that was about to be used to hunt down civilians. Try it on the military dog. Give it a small portion of each sesame seed cake and steamed bun. As long as it is poisonous, it will be able to find it. Even if it can't find it, the military dog can help us test it. Good idea. Immediately afterwards, 3 military dogs were used as test subjects. To be honest, the military dogs were cursing in their hearts at this time, thinking that these bastards were not human beings and were even worse than dogs. After the 3 military dogs ate the sesame cakes and steamed buns, the Japanese soldiers watched for about a quarter of an hour and saw that the military dogs were still alive and kicking. At this time, they knew that this batch of food was not poisonous, but this brought about a fatal problem, which was also a test of human nature. There was not enough food to go around. If it was divided among the people, I am afraid that no one would be full. Ahem. The captain of the Japanese squadron stood up and said, these sesame cakes and steamed buns will be distributed according to military ranks. I am the squadron leader, so I will take 2 sesame cakes and 2 steamed buns. As for the 3 squad leaders, they will take 1 sesame cake and 1 steamed bun. As for the officers such as Chao Jun, they will all take 1 steamed bun. The rest will be divided equally. Seeing that the officer had taken away almost 3/5 of the food, some soldiers below exchanged glances and revealed a ruthless look. Their hunger had made them lose their minds. At this time, food was everything, and whether they could eat enough was the most important thing. They did not want to experience this feeling of extreme hunger again. Da-da-da. Suddenly, 3 Japanese machine gunners fired at the officers who were distributing the food. They killed these officers in less than a moment. Then the remaining soldiers began to grab the food. If they didn't grab it, they would shoot. The entire street and the entire Luzhou city were filled with gunshots. Akabane Daguay, who was at the general military headquarters, was very pleased when he heard the gunshots, because the only gunshots among the gunshots were from their Dongyang kingdom. This meant that there were still a large number of people in the city. The people are here. Give the Su family army power and tell them that we have captured their Daxia people in the city. If we want them to survive, we can exchange them for grain. One person will receive 10,000 kilograms of grain. Akabane Daguay said with a smile. It has now been 8.5 days since they were trapped. Originally, the food in Luzhou City could last for 7 days, but half of the food was destroyed by the Su family's aviation force, which resulted in them being without food for 3 days. If they hadn't been plundering the whole city, their 100,000 troops in the city would have starved to death. Now that they finally had a chance to survive, how could he not be happy? General, something serious has happened. At this time, a senior commander quickly ran into the headquarters and said to Akabane Daguay, everything is in chaos. All 100 squadrons we sent are gone. The losses are heavy, and even the military camp is in chaos. What's going on? Akabane Daguay was confused. They had sealed off the entire Luzhou city. Moreover, Luzhou city was high and thick. Even if the Su family's army had heavy artillery, they would not be able to blast through the city wall for a while. But now he didn't even hear the sound of gunfire. Here, this is such a heavy loss. Damn it. After hearing the explanation, Akabane overturned the table in a noble manner and cursed, Bagayalu, these damn Daxia pigs, I want to kill them all. General, You'd better go to the military camp and have a look. The deputy staff officer said nervously. A large amount of food suddenly appeared in the military camp, and now it's chaos. If you don't suppress it, I'm afraid a large number of soldiers will be injured. Guard! Akabane Dague shouted to the guards to rush to the military camp quickly. If the soldiers really started fighting each other, that would be okay. They had already lost 100 squadrons, but the Su family army could not succeed again. But after all, Akabane Dague thinks of human nature too simply. Baga! You stole my food. Da. At this time, the entire military camp was in chaos. The sudden appearance of a large number of canned food made the Japs completely crazy. They originally didn't want to move, but after seeing the cans, they started fighting for them like mad dogs. Some of them who couldn't get the cans started using guns, while those who got the cans quickly opened them and ate them. They couldn't wait even a moment. On the streets of Luzhou City, some surviving soldiers were well fed, but half an hour later, they suddenly felt hot all over, and their lower bodies suddenly became restless. They looked at their comrades in front of them and began to reveal evil smiles. Immediately afterwards, you can see an eye-catching scene on the street. You guys can imagine it yourself? Chapter 148, The Devil's Plan. Let the aviation forces do the drop. So you said to Wu Liangye, the head of the logistics department, use air transport planes to deliver all of this special food to the three major armies of the Japanese. Remember to do it quickly, because once an attack occurs, they will no longer eat this food. Yes, Chief. When Wu Liangye found out what the chief had injected into the food, he was also surprised and felt sorry for the Japanese devil's butts. How painful it must be. But to be honest, our chief is really a sinister person. How could anyone come up with such a shady trick? At this time, the riots within the three major armies of the Oriental Kingdom also completely attracted the attention of the Oriental Kingdom's military and the emperor, because their second batch of transport troops was blocked again, which meant that not a single grain of food could be delivered, causing the million-strong army in the Great Xia Kingdom to collapse due to logistical problems. The emperor of the East Asian Kingdom summoned the minister of the army and a group of senior military officers to the palace to ask them to make countermeasures for the situation in the Great Xia Kingdom and how to ensure that the million-strong army would not be affected. After discussing for an afternoon, we finally came up with 3 solutions. On the morning of September 25th, Luzhou City. Because of the encirclement and suppression of the 3rd General Army of the Japanese by hundreds of thousands of troops from the 3rd War Zone, the Japanese would be beaten back into the city if they wanted to break out, leaving them trapped in the city. The Su family army only encircled and did not suppress them, which made them even more anxious. In a secret room in Beijia City, a dozen Japanese soldiers looked at the broth in the pot and the meat in the bowl. They swallowed their saliva, but could not overcome the obstacles in their hearts. Baka! One Japanese soldier was so hungry that he grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it directly into his mouth and wolfed it down. Seeing this, the other soldiers also started to take action and began to show off their stomachs crazily. There was still some food when taking the first bite. I feel like vomiting, but as the smell of meat goes down my stomach, the vomiting feeling becomes lighter and lighter. This scene was played out in many places in the city, and as time went by, people would suddenly disappear every day. Moreover, the higher-ups did not inquire about such a situation, because they needed soldiers to fill their stomachs and then break out. How many soldiers are there in the city now? Akabane Dague asked the adjutant. Excluding those who died looting food, and those who disappeared mysteriously, there are still more than 68,000 soldiers left in our city. Our army plans to make a final breakthrough early tomorrow morning. Even if they die, I have to hold Su Yuanzhong on his back. Yoshi! Akabane Dague gritted his teeth and nodded. The thing he hated the most in his life was the Su Yuanzhong, because he also ate the canned food dropped by the Su Yuanzhong. That memory will never be forgotten in his life. This is a shame for the Akabane family. Now that he thought about this, he felt a rush of heat in front of him and behind him. And if anyone is interested, they can find that the deputy commander-in-chief and several personal guards in the headquarters are all missing. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, launch a raid. After Akabane Dague completed the mission, he quickly communicated with the other 2 general armies and requested a surprise attack at the same time, catching the Su family army by surprise. After the 3 military commanders formulated their tasks, the military suddenly told them to stand still because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent the foreign minister to negotiate with the Su family's army. In the Jinling governor's mansion, a team of Japanese diplomats were waiting for Su Yu's arrival in the reception room of the governor's mansion. However, after waiting for 3 hours, they still hadn't seen the protagonist. Baka! A Japanese diplomat angrily shouted at Zhang Hu. Ask your general manager to come out and see me. Is this what you call a country of etiquette? In response to the Japanese diplomat's curses, Zhang Hu directly swung a fist as big as a sandbag and hit the Japanese diplomat in the face, and then punched and kicked him. You bastard! It's your turn to bark now. Zhang Hu smashed his fist hard on the Japanese diplomat, making him scream in pain. If several diplomats nearby had not stopped him, Zhang Hu would have beaten the Japanese to death. Damn it! Zhang Hu kicked the devil and cursed. How dare you show off your power on my territory? This is not the great Xia kingdom of 10 years ago. You are such a tactless bastard. Bah! I will lead my troops to destroy your Dongyang kingdom in the future. I heard that your Dongyang palace is pretty good. I will lead my troops to burn it down. And that damn emperor. I will chop him into pieces and feed him to sharks. You. The Japanese diplomat lying on the ground with blood all over his face pointed at Zhang Hu and said, beating a diplomat is illegal internationally. I'm going to sue you. Accusation of your mother. Zhang Hu spat out a mouthful of water and shouted at the Japanese diplomat in front of him. Go back and tell your damn emperor that it is impossible for this million-strong army to leave the great Xia kingdom alive. This officer. The Japanese diplomat said angrily, our emperor said that we are willing to give up a province in exchange for this million-strong army. If you disagree, then we in the East Ocean Kingdom do not suggest slaughtering tens of millions of people in the northern part of the Great Xia Kingdom. We will make the northern part of the Great Xia Kingdom a barren land with thousands of miles of land. Oh shit. These words instantly angered Zhang Hu, and then Zhang Hu beat up 7 Japanese diplomats alone, making them cry for their parents. Threatening me. Zhang Hu waved his fist and said, if you dare to touch a citizen of my Great Xia country, my Su family army will slaughter your Dongyang race. Although Zhang Hu cursed the Japanese devil's threat, he was concerned about it, because there were tens of millions of people living in the northern region, and most of the northern area was in the hands of the Japanese devils. If the Japanese devils really carried out a massacre in these areas, it would be a fatal blow to the Great Xia Kingdom. He had to tell the chief about this matter. After the fight, Zhang Hu quickly came to Su Yu and told him what the Japanese had just said. Massacre. Su Yu put down the map in his hand and said, before I wanted to trap the Japanese army of 1 million. I thought that a dog will bite when it is cornered. Otherwise, why do you think I sent the East China Sea Fleet and the Second War Zone to the north? Isn't it just to close the country's borders and beat the dog with a closed door? The Second War Zone has now taken over Yinjing. They only need to continue to advance northward to close the passage from Gaoli to Daxia. Then, even if the Japanese devils fly, they will never be able to fly into Daxia. If the 3 major armies of the Japanese in Daxia are gone, what do you think the puppet troops in these places and a small number of devil troops can do? Su Yu sneered and said, it's too slow to take back the lost land piece by piece. I want to take back all the lost land at once, and then settle accounts with the Japanese. Chapter 149 Going International. At the front line, when the people learned that the Su family army had trapped the Japanese army of 1 million, it immediately caused a huge shock, and Su Yu gained more than 10 million reputation points for this. The people began to consciously block the entire area and prevent food from entering the area where the Japanese were. Of course, there were also some people who secretly took food to the blockaded areas and sold the food to the Japanese at high prices. However, once these people were discovered, they were all executed. Su Yu would never show mercy to these people. After driving away the Japanese diplomats, the Japanese began to implement the second step of the plan, which was to bring in the entire Allied powers to put pressure on the Su family army and force Su Yu to agree to the conditions of the Oriental country, but the anti-Allied countries immediately jumped out to support the Su family. The anti-Allied forces were also shocked when they learned that Su Yu had trapped a million-strong Japanese army. They didn't understand why the situation in Xia Kingdom changed so suddenly, with the 2 poles reversed. They should have thought that Xia Kingdom couldn't hold on for long, but now a million-strong army of Dongyang Kingdom was trapped and was about to become millions of starving to death. In response to this huge change, many senior military commanders began to study Su Yu's tactics and how he was able to trap the Japanese army of 1 million. Su Yu's reputation also began to become famous internationally. The Great Xia Kingdom gave birth to a top military strategist who turned the tide and trapped the Japanese army of 1 million at a disadvantage. It was incredible. Moreover, many senior generals in the United States and Tsarist Russia all called Su Yu's strategic command one of the top 10 strategic commands in the past century. If the million-strong army of the East Asian country could be trapped to death, then this battle would have huge significance for the world. It was also because of this war that the whole world truly paid attention to the ancient country of Daxia. What are you talking about? A defense minister at the Citizens Military Department asked the intelligence officer in surprise, "Are you saying that Daxia has two powerful naval fleets, with a total of more than 70 warships and a tonnage of more than 500,000 tons? How is this possible?" The defense minister of the United States was filled with shock. A year ago, the court of the Great Xia Kingdom purchased a large number of obsolete artillery and light weapons from him. Now, a year later, the Great Xia Kingdom has two complete naval fleets, more than 5 aircraft carriers, and more than 500 carrier-based aircraft. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Hold a high-level meeting immediately. In less than a moment, members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States, including the Vice President and 5 senior admirals, all arrived at the conference room and began to understand the real Great Xia Kingdom. When these senior commanders learned that Daxia had a navy, they were also stunned. Even with their powerful industry, it takes 3 months to build an aircraft carrier. But the Great Xia Kingdom suddenly had 2 naval fleets within a year. How could they not be surprised? Send a senior agent. An admiral said, "Let's conduct a comprehensive investigation of Daxia's military strength. Perhaps we have really overlooked this ancient country in the east." In the heart of the United States, although the Great Xia Kingdom is anti-alliance, they do not want a superpower to emerge in the east, because there is already a country in the east that is no weaker than the United States, and that country is Tsarist Russia. If a Great Xia Kingdom appears again, it will be disadvantageous for the West. After the United States made its plan, many countries around the world began to pay attention to Daxia, because Daxia's strength has exceeded their cognition. Not to mention the 2 naval fleets, there are also thousands of fighter planes and 1 million ground forces, which is almost enough to match a powerful country. What on earth did the Great Xia Kingdom go through in this year? In the Jinling governor's mansion, Su Yu had already ordered the second war zone to move northwards. Before the 20 divisions of the Japanese support force arrived at the Great Xia Kingdom, the country's borders were closed first. It can be said that now even a fly cannot fly in. The door is closed. Su Yu said to Zhang Hu, "Now start beating the dog." Clear. After receiving the order, Zhang Hu immediately notified the 3 major war zones and asked them to begin to close the net. After more than 10 days of siege, the Japanese had almost lost their combat effectiveness. Now was the time to close the net. At the first War Zone Command, after receiving the order, Guadahai began to attack Luzhou City as originally planned. On the front line of Luzhou City, the 11th Infantry Army, as the main attacking force, Chenjie began to attack Luzhou City after receiving the order. These days, the Japanese often rushed out of the city due to hunger, but they were all killed. "Order the artillery to blow up the Luzhou City wall for me." "Yes, Commander." After Chenjie's order was issued, the artillery unit pulled out 48 152 mm heavy artillery pieces. This was the heavy artillery division directly under the group army and began to bombard Luzhou City. Fire! The artillery began to bombard the city walls. The Japanese soldiers in the city heard the bombardment but did not retaliate. They had been hungry for more than 10 days and even ate tree bark. Now they ate anything edible, so most of the soldiers were lying powerlessly on the ground or in the room, waiting to die. In order to stay alive, they tried their best to do everything they could, including eating human flesh to fight back and break out, but they were beaten back by the powerful firepower of the Su family army. They also had various ways to survive, but now they gave up and left one bullet for themselves. There was a constant sound of artillery fire outside the city, but it was eerily quiet inside. About a quarter of an hour later, Chenjie led the 11th Infantry Army into the city and encountered no resistance. The city was stinking with the stench of rotting corpses. A city-wide search. Chenjie gave orders to the 3 division commanders under his command. No need to massacre, arrest all those who don't resist, and send them to the prisoner camp, and then give them food. Our commander-in-chief said that if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Immediately afterwards, the 3 infantry divisions began to search the entire city, and all the Japanese who were found were arrested. This scene was happening in all the locations of the 3 general armies. Every region encountered almost no strong counterattack force, and even if there was, it was defeated in one blow. The 3 major war zones began to capture Japanese prisoners across the region today. After more than 10 days of starvation, there are still so many Japanese prisoners alive. The Su family army had to say that the Japanese's individual soldier survival ability is still quite strong. In fact, you have to know that this group of devils were the first batch of soldiers trained by the Oriental country. They were the elites among the elites. The defeat in this battle was a huge loss for the Oriental country. They were also heading towards the abyss step by step in mysterious self-confidence. No one could have imagined that a 1 million-strong army would be trapped, and someone actually did it. Chapter 150 Future Generations Will Never Forget. At the general's mansion in Jinling, Wang Wen returned to Jinling with members of the staff because the matter at the front line was over and the Japanese army of millions was reduced to bubbles in an instant. General Manager, Wang Wen said with a smile, after 7 days of closing the net, we can say that we have won a great victory this time. This will be recorded in the history books. In this battle, we seized 1.09 million rifles, more than 40,000 light and heavy machines, more than 20,000 artillery pieces of various types, 330 million rounds of bullets, and 18 million grenades. The Japanese arsenal was completely destroyed by us, and all the weapons were seized. There were also 270 million in money and countless ancient calligraphy and paintings. We captured 770,000 Japanese prisoners and have sent them all to the mining bureau. They will make arrangements. One battle will decide the outcome. Wang Wen exclaimed, I never thought that we could liberate the entire Great Xia Kingdom in one fell swoop. Now the 3 major war zones have begun to fully take over the land seized by the Japanese. It took them more than a year to conquer the territory, and we took it back in a moment. The more Wang Wen talked, the more excited he became. Not only Wang Wen, but even the entire Su family army was in a state of confusion. They thought it would take at least a year to drive out the Japanese devils, but now not only have all the lost territories been taken back, but the 3 major armies of the Japanese devils were all defeated and captured by them. Everything was like a dream and not real at all. Hey. Su Yu also stood up with rare enthusiasm and said, it's just a tiny country. As long as my Daxia troops are united, it's only a matter of time to destroy them. Su Yu was very satisfied with his strategic deployment, which could be called the most satisfying strategic deployment in his first half of life, as it won a phased victory for the Great Xia Kingdom. The Ma family in the northwest. Su Yu looked at Wang Wen and said, find someone to talk to them and see what they mean. Clear. Wang Wen knew that his chief was planning to unify the Great Xia Kingdom. The Propaganda Department. Su Yu said to the Minister of Propaganda, report our battle situation to the world immediately and tell everyone that I, Su Yu, have lived up to everyone's expectations, driven out the Japanese pirates, and brought peace to the world. Yes, Chief. On October 3rd, a piece of news in the National Daily shocked the world. The journey of thousands of miles did not disappoint the people. On September 27th, the Su family army launched a full-scale counterattack, annihilated more than 60,000 devils, and captured 770,000 prisoners, which completely laid the foundation for our Great Xia country's partial victory. The chief of the Su family army announced that the Great Xia country had achieved a comprehensive victory on the mainland, expelled the Dongyang country, and recovered all lost territory. I hope that the whole world will celebrate and welcome the reunification of our Great Xia country. After seeing this news, it can be said that the entire Great Xia Kingdom went crazy. Not only the Great Xia Kingdom went crazy, but even the Japanese were crazy. It was obvious that the Great Xia Kingdom was a duck at their mouths, but now not only did it fly away, it also sucked them in. The Su family army fought against the Japanese for more than a year and 6 months, lost more than 200,000 soldiers, annihilated millions of enemy troops, consumed more than 500 million bullets and more than 1 million artillery shells, and went through untold hardships to create a future for our Great Xia country. I hate that you, the traitor, are so proud. How can I not be ashamed of this man? Restoring our land will last for 100 generations, and killing a hair of the enemy will last for 1,000 years. Crossing the ocean to uphold justice, the flying tiger fights the Japanese wolf. The major poets in the country began to create passionate works, composing stories about the victory of the Great Xia Kingdom. Fight to the end, never wavering. That is, until the enemy withdraws from the country, the Soviet army will never return home. The hero of the War of Resistance, Huang Baixiang, the commander of the 12th Infantry Division of the Soviet Army, shouted this when he was defending Fengqing. In the end, more than half of the division was killed or wounded, and the commander was killed in the battle. If you cannot succeed, you can die for your country. As a soldier, dying for the country is a worthy death. Li He, the hero of the anti-Japanese war, the commander of the 1st Infantry Regiment of the Su family army, fought against a division of the Japanese Empire with a regiment of soldiers. In the end, the entire regiment was killed in the battle. The Japanese Empire division was blocked, which bought time for the victory of the large army. There are countless stories about the war of resistance against Japanese aggression in the newspapers. Although the Su family army won frequent victories, there was a bloody price behind these victories, and every victory required someone to sacrifice. Victory is written with blood. No battle can be won easily. They are all won with the soldiers' desperate efforts. So please cherish these hard-earned victories, Please protect these hard-earned victories, and don't let these victories forged with blood be tarnished by dust. On October 3rd, the whole country celebrated. They finally won, and they could finally go home. Old man. An old lady knelt on the ground holding 5 ashes and cried, "We can finally go home. Grandchildren, Grandma will take you home. Grandma will go home and make you your favorite braised pork. Grandma will make braised pork for you." Son. The old lady touched a photo of her son and a martyr's medal. "We have one. You can go with peace of mind." This scene appeared in many places in the Great Xia Kingdom because this catastrophe was too tragic for the Great Xia Kingdom. The number of deaths in the war was as high as millions, and wherever the Japanese had gone, not a single piece of armor was left. The crimes committed by these devils in the Great Xia Kingdom are irreparable and will exist forever. People in later generations must not forget them. We must not forget these heinous crimes on behalf of our ancestors because the passage of time will not allow us to forgive them. Our ancestors paid the price of tens of millions of lives for this victory and for 100 years of peace. We must have a hatred of evil and an immediate destruction of this country once we have the opportunity. While the people were cheering, the 4 major war zones of the Su family army were taking over the entire Great Xia Kingdom. All local puppet troops were being eliminated, and a small number of Japanese devils were also being strangled. In the northwest of the Great Xia Kingdom, the 3 generals began to gather in the general's mansion because a telegram sent from Jinling made them frown and look unhappy. "Brother, what does he mean by this?" Ma Laoer slammed the table and said, "Why? Does the Su family really want to be the emperor and unify the country? It's just a dream." "Second brother." Ma Lao-san shook his head and said, "With the strength of the Jinling Su family, do you think it would be difficult for them to become the emperor?" "Third brother, why are you leaning so far outward?" "Brother, I'm telling the truth." Ma Lao-san shook his head and said, "Look at the strength of the Su family army now. It can be said that it has swept all the way and trapped the Japanese army of 1 million. Didn't you see that the Su family army mobilized 2 large naval fleets to intercept on the sea, thousands of fighter planes to intercept in the air, and 1 million elite ground forces to intercept on the road? Without this strength, do you think it can trap the Japanese army of 1 million? Do you think the Japanese army of 1 million is made of wood?" Chapter 151: The Road to Future Development. "The third brother is right," Boss Ma said. "The Su family army is different now than before, and their status in the hearts of the people now far exceeds that of the imperial court. In fact, in the hearts of the people, the Su family has already been recognized as the emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom. Now we should think about how to respond." Boss Ma looked at the 2 brothers in front of him and said, "Should we surrender or resist?" "I choose to surrender." Ma Laosan spoke first. "If we surrender now, we can still exchange our strength for some benefits. If we wait until later, I'm afraid that even if we want to surrender, the Su family army will not give us any benefits." "Fart," Ma Laoer said angrily. "We 3 brothers have been running the 3 northwestern provinces for decades, and we are giving it up just like that. As the saying goes, the emperor takes turns. Next year it will be my turn. If his Su family can develop to this point, our Ma family may not be able to do the same. We have Tsarist Russia behind us. As long as Tsarist Russia fully supports us, the Su family can't do anything to us." Looking at the 2 brothers quarreling in front of him, Boss Ma was also very conflicted. His second brother was right. He had hundreds of thousands of troops under his command and had managed the 3 northwestern provinces for most of his life. He was unwilling to give it up. However, the strength of the Su family army was there, and he knew that he could not defeat the Su family army with the strength in his hands, so he was very conflicted. After all, he was the local emperor in the 3 northwestern provinces. If he surrendered to the Su family army, he would probably be restricted everywhere. But when he saw the Su family's inevitable will for great unification in the telegram, he knew that dividing the country and governing it separately was not feasible. The whole country is excited now, not to mention the people in the Central Plains, even the remote areas, the 3 northwestern provinces of the Ma family, and the people in the border areas are all excited. On this day, Su made a lot of money. The reputation value in world nuclear peace directly soared to 80 million. It can be said that almost all the wool of the mainland of Daxia has been fleeced. The cumulative value has reached 250 million. I believe that it will be able to break through 300 million this time. And his expected value was 300 million. Now this situation can be said to have far exceeded his expectations. Now there are 180 million reputation points in the world nuclear peace. These reputation points are enough to make the poor and backward ancient country of Daxia rise again and catch up with the gap left by the Industrial Revolution. The world is now in the midst of an all-out war. This is the time for the Great Xia Kingdom to build high walls and slowly establish its claim to the throne. On October 3rd, in addition to the huge event of the Great Xia Kingdom annexing the million-strong army of the native East Asian Kingdom, there was another event that shocked the world even more. International Daily. On the morning of October 2nd, the aircraft carrier-based aircraft and mini-submarines of the Japanese Navy suddenly attacked the Pearl Harbor of the United States and the airfields of the U.S. Army and Navy on Hua Island. This also officially announced that the Japanese Navy had launched an undeclared war. International War Report. The Japanese dispatched more than 350 aircraft to carry out 2 rounds of bombing on the U.S. military bases and fired torpedoes at the U.S. battleships and cruisers, causing huge casualties to the U.S. Army, Navy, and Air Force. International War Report. In order to invade the United States, the East Asian country mobilized 3 million Army troops and 120,000 Navy troops, dispatched 3 naval fleets, and began to head for the islands. This piece of news appeared on October 3rd at the same time as the news that Daxia Kingdom had destroyed the million-strong army of Dongyang Kingdom. It shocked the world and made Dongyang Kingdom the global protagonist, causing a huge shock in both the East and the West. After the East Asian Kingdom learned that all its troops in the Great Xia Kingdom had been destroyed, the entire military began to mobilize urgently because this was beyond their expectations. The reason why they dared to attack the United States was because their ally, St. Petersburg, gave them guarantees that they would send thousands of fighter planes to tear open the blockade of Daxia and transport food and arms for their frontline troops. But now, if they had known that Great Xia would take action, they would never have attacked the United States now. They originally wanted to use Great Xia's resources to invade the United States. But now the goal is to lose the rice while trying to steal the chicken. While the whole world was in shock, Su Yu began to plan for the future of Daxia. How to transform Daxia from a backward country into an industrial power was the problem he was facing now. The first thing to be resolved is the 3 Ma chiefs, and national unity must be ensured. Now the 4 theaters are in the process of comprehensively clearing out the local puppet troops and a small number of Japs troops in Daxia, and they will be able to do so in about 2 months. By then, if the commander-in-chief of the 3 horses does not make a choice, then he will command hundreds of troops. 10,000, flatten 3 horses. As for the future development of the Great Xia Kingdom, Su Yu still developed according to his ideas, which was to develop the development model with economy as the vanguard, science and technology as the backing, and education as the basis. With all 3 aspects moving forward, I believe it will develop rapidly. A strong country cannot develop without the economy as its backbone, and the economy includes many things, such as manufacturing, industry, etc. that promote economic development, all of which are included in the major item of the economy. The business talents exchanged by his Dongxing Overseas Investment Company can now return to China with a large amount of capital and technology for construction. This was also the purpose of his original move. Next is technology. Technology promotes the progress and development of mankind. Human beings are small, but with the help of the power of technology, they can resist nature and continue the human heritage. Su Yu had already made plans for the development of science and technology, otherwise he would not have spent huge sums of money to set up a research institute. The last thing is education. In Su Yu's opinion, education is actually the foundation of human development. If human beings have no culture, they are no different from beasts. The development of a country is inseparable from education, and education is also the most difficult step. Take Jinling University as an example. It has been passed down for 100 years, but why can't it cultivate outstanding talents? Why can't the tens of thousands of colleges in Daxia Kingdom cultivate outstanding talents? This is a fatal problem. Why is it that only by studying abroad and obtaining further education can one become an outstanding talent? Take today's great scientists, inventors, educators, and thinkers as an example. Nearly 90% of them were trained abroad. Even the most famous domestic research fellows were trained abroad. So why does this situation occur in domestic education? This is worth Su Yu's serious consideration. Now the Great Xia Kingdom is a blank slate, and everything is waiting for him to do, so the future will be very busy. But before getting busy, the most important thing is to establish the official system of the Great Xia Kingdom, which will make things easier. Chapter 152, A Lot of Questions. On the morning of October 5th, the East Asian country issued a declaration to the international community that in response to the cruel practices of the Great Xia country, tens of millions of East Asian people would fight to the death with the Great Xia country. If the Great Xia country did not return their East Asian soldiers, then they would use the national strength to destroy the Great Xia country and make this ancient country disappear from then on. At the same time, Saint-Germain put pressure on Daxia on behalf of the Allies. If the Su family of Daxia did not return the soldiers from the East Asian country, Then Saint Germain would lead 1 million troops to invade Dacia. The Great Eagle Empire military. You guys in St. Petersburg should protect yourself first. The Russian military. Dacia can rest assured. St. Petersburg is under the control of Russia. They cannot spare any extra troops. The U.S. military, due to the shameful attack by the East Asian nation on our country without any reason on October 2nd, 1841 in the Blue Star calendar, the U.S. Congress declares that the U.S. and the East Asian nation are in a state of war and officially declares war. Su Yu saw the content in the National Daily and thought to himself that joining the organization was still useful. Although he knew that he would have to fight the Japanese again, this battle would be a battle of life and death, because after this battle, only one of the two countries and two nations could exist in this world. Therefore, in Su Yu's opinion, now is not the time to have a decisive battle with the Japanese. He should let the Japanese fight with the United States first to consume their own strength. He will now start to vigorously develop the military strength. After Dacia becomes a world leader, he will have a decisive battle with the East Asian country. Now, what he should think about is whether he should re-establish a court in the Great Xia Kingdom or establish a presidential system. This made him think deeply. As the saying goes, there is no dynasty that lasts 300 years. He was wondering what choice he should make. To be honest, Su Yu actually leans towards the imperial system. He has world nuclear peace, so he may be able to break the mysterious circle of no dynasty for 300 years. He wants to establish a Su dynasty, just like the Great Eagle Empire, which has been passed down for more than 800 years. However, if he wanted to establish a Su dynasty, he could not continue the system of the old dynasty, but had to carry out certain reforms and innovations. Otherwise, if he followed the system of the old dynasty, it would be difficult to maintain it for 100 years, because as long as there was a tyrant in a generation, there would be heroes who would rise up and overthrow the dynasty. So he was thinking about how to establish a complete political system. There is also the location of the capital. There are 3 options now. The first is Jinling, the second is Anbei, and the third is Yanjing. Su Yu directly decided to set the capital in Yanjing. There is also the list of cabinet ministers and officials from dozens of provinces across the country, which are all very troublesome. In order to solve the problem once and for all, Su Yu exchanged most of the provincial officials from the world nuclear peace, so that at least the loyalty issue could be guaranteed. Now that the Great Xia Kingdom needs to develop, corruption cannot occur at this critical juncture, so this can be well avoided. But he also knew that he couldn't exchange all the officials in the country for world nuclear peace. He had to train outstanding officials, because once he left, who would inherit and manage the country? After all, his descendants didn't have world nuclear peace. The official training system must be improved in his hands, and not everything can rely on exchange, otherwise big problems will arise sooner or later. Captain, you're looking for me? At this time, Wu Yangye, the Minister of Finance and Minister of Logistics, came to the office. He was very busy during this period because he needed to make statistics on the spoils confiscated from the Japanese, which was a huge amount of data. How much money does the treasury have now? This. Wu Liangye thought for a moment and said, the specific data has not been counted yet, but based on the current statistics, there are about 2.7 billion silver dollars and 3,300 tons of gold. Every month, special medicines and arms can bring us more than 80 million in revenue, especially special medicines, which are steadily increasing. With the outbreak of the World War, the subsequent monthly profit may reach 100 million. Su Yu also knows about the income of these two companies, because he now relies on these two companies to support an army of millions. Fortunately, the internal Dongxing Group is also vigorously developing, and now it can be seen in almost all regions of Dacia. Being with Dongxing Group can bring him 30 to 50 million yuan in income a month. After unifying the country, the first thing Su Yu had to change was the currency. Because with the development of the economy, Dacia could not always use silver dollars as currency. The cost was too high. A new currency system had to be established to gradually replace the old one. Monetary system. After the war is over. Su Yu looked at Wu Liangye and said, calculate the casualties of each army. We will provide subsidies and a reward system for soldiers. You also have to come up with a plan for me. This. Wu Liangye shook his head and said, General Manager, can't you find another Minister of Finance or Minister of Logistics? I am too old to handle the work of 2 ministers, and they are all about money. Now I am counting money even when I sleep. Ha ha ha. Su Yu smiled and said, Minister Wu, don't worry. After a while, I will separate the finance department, and you can just manage your logistics department at that time. That's fine. Wu Liangye smiled and said, I'll go and count them right away. Not long after, Wang Wen came to Su Yu's office again, holding a stack of documents and said, This is the number of people with meritorious service counted by the major war zones. Our general staff has also been counting these days. We will discuss it in about a month and determine the final awarding plan. You arrange this, and then just show me the final plan. Su Yu waved and said, there are also our medals. My initial idea is to establish 5 medals: the Martyr Medal, the Baoding Medal, the Loyal and Brave Medal, the Guoguang Medal, and the Yunhui Medal. As for whether there is anything to add, you can take a look. Just give it to me when you can. I see. Wang Wen nodded and said, I will make arrangements as soon as possible. There are still 3 horses. You should hurry up and put pressure on them. In this way, Su Yu said, send aviation troops to circle over their places for several times, and send out reconnaissance planes to explore the terrain of the 3 northwest provinces of Sanma, and provide us with make plans to launch a general offensive in the future. After saying that, Su Yu continued to correct the documents, and also planned to let the bosses of Dongxing Group's overseas investments return to China to see what they had achieved. Su Yu let them run free, because these people were exchanged by him and were 100% loyal. So he let them do what they wanted, giving them money and people. As for what kind of results they could get, they would know soon. Chapter 153, Cleansing Up Yinjing City. In Yinjing City, Zhang Hu personally led the Guard Brigade and the Army's Armored Brigade to Yinjing to carry out cleansing operations, because he had to clean up Yinjing within half a month, and then move the headquarters into the Imperial City. After arriving in Yinjing City, Zhang Hu was truly amazed. As the imperial capital of the previous dynasty, Yinjing was known as the greatest individual project of mankind on the face of the earth. Looking at the stacked imperial buildings and the prosperous capital city, it was far from comparable to Jinling. The inner city of Yinjing is 12 to 15 meters high, 20 meters thick in the ground and 16 meters thick in the roof. It has 9 city gates, 4 corner towers, 3 water gates, 172 enemy towers, and more than 11,000 battlements. Its scale can be called the best city in the world. The outer city was even more terrifying. Its wall was 28 miles long, surrounding the entire capital. According to statistics, there were 134,000 households and about 700,000 people in the city, but this was because of the war. Otherwise, the population living in the capital would exceed 1 million. General Zhang Chunsheng, the former mayor of Yinjing, came to Zhang Hu and said, I have prepared a banquet. I hope General Zhang will show me the honor. Looking at the fat and big-eared mayor in front of him, Zhang Hu took out a list with densely packed names and corresponding positions on it. This was a list of corrupt officials investigated by the Intelligence Bureau in Yinjing. As long as Zhang Hu came to Yinjing, he only needed to arrest the people on the list and then arrange the new mayor Su Yuanzhong to take over. With 1 civil and 1 military, they were more than capable of managing Yinjing. Mayor Qin, right? Zhang Hu asked with murderous intent in his eyes, scaring Qin so much that he nodded repeatedly. Catch him and put him in the dungeon, awaiting trial by the Ministry of Justice. General Zhang, what are you doing? Qin watched as 2 soldiers came towards him and restrained him, and immediately shouted in fear, General Zhang, you arrested me in public without any evidence. This is against the law. Regulations. Pooh. Zhang Hu pouted and said, you are just a pseudo-government official. I can arrest you just for your reputation as a traitor. Not to mention that you use your power to oppress the people and take human lives lightly. I have to arrest you even more for that. Send him to prison. Zhang Hu shouted to the soldiers. Seal off the entire Yinjing city. No one is allowed to enter, and no one is allowed to leave. Also, seal off the Chun mansion. Yes, Commander. The guard troops began to move out, and the first thing they did was to close the city gates and no one was allowed to go out. The next step was to seal off the Qin family compound. The Qin family compound was located in the inner city, in the very prosperous Guishuan area. Zhang Hu personally arrived at the Qin mansion with a battalion of soldiers. To be honest, Zhang Hu's first hobby in his life was fighting, and his second hobby was confiscating property. Looking at the luxurious Qin mansion and thinking of the soldiers fighting on the front line, Zhang Hu shook his head. The Qin mansion was at least over 1,000 square meters. According to the housing prices here, 1 square meter was about 880 silver dollars. This mansion would cost 880,000 yuan. Seal off the Qin mansion. Anyone who resists will be shot to death. Following Zhang Hu's order, the guards broke open the gate and rushed into Qin's mansion. The soldiers inside wanted to resist, but were all shot by submachine guns. Some of them simply laid down their weapons and surrendered. At a rough glance, there were 30 soldiers in the mansion. Hearing the gunshots, the women and girls in the mansion began to scream. They wore cheongsams and stuck their butts out, not knowing where to turn, and could only run to the backyard. A hot woman twisted her and came to Zhang Hu, pointing at him and yelling sharply, "You black date-eating bastard, do you know where this is? This is the mayor's mansion. Get out of here." Bang! Zhang Hu slapped the woman in front of him and sent her flying. Then he strode into the mansion and began to seal off the entire Qin mansion. The soldiers began to search the whole room, while Zhang Hu sat in the main seat with his legs crossed, drinking the top-quality Dahongpo, thinking of bringing some back for the chief to taste. About half an hour later, all 36 members of Qianshang's family in the Qin mansion were controlled in the outer courtyard, while the soldiers were carrying boxes of ancient calligraphy and paintings, as well as money out, which almost piled up into a mountain. Report to the commander. The guard battalion commander came to Zhang Hu and reported, "The house search is complete. A total of 2.37 million silver dollars were seized, and 5 million silver dollars are in Swiss banks, as well as 199 antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and the title deed of the Chen mansion, 14 shops, and 3 houses. Let's go to the next one." As he said that, Zhang Hu put down his teacup and waved his hand. The soldiers directly sealed the Chen mansion. As for Qianshang's family, they were all taken to the dungeon, awaiting trial by the Ministry of Justice. Next was the captain of the Yinjing City Security Brigade. This is the only armed force in Yinjing City at present. According to information provided by the Intelligence Bureau, this security captain is actually a royal relative and the nephew of the former Prince Gong. He now serves as the captain of the security battalion and has 1,800 men under his command. He is almost the king of Yinjing and is involved in both black and white affairs. That's interesting. Zhang Hu led a battalion of guards to the Yinjing City Guardhouse, which was the base of the Yinjing Security Brigade. As a security captain, he occupied the camp of the third-rank city guards. It can be seen that this security captain has some means. Moreover, the intelligence also said that this security team leader openly controlled a security team of 1,800 people, but secretly controlled all the underground gangs in Yinjing. There are 3 tyrants and 1 tiger in the underground gang of Yinjing, and the man behind these 3 tyrants and 1 tiger is the security captain Wu Yuanan. According to the intelligence, Wu Yuanan is described as a man of courage and resourcefulness, extremely good at calculating people, and extremely cunning. We must not alert the enemy when arresting him, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Seeing this, Zhang Hu shook his head. In the face of absolute strength, all plans would vanish into thin air. Zhang Hu led the guards and rushed directly into the city guardhouse. He did not see a single security soldier inside. As he went deeper into the city guardhouse, 3 or 5 figures appeared in front of Zhang Hu. The first one was a well-mannered young man, about 30 years old. He said with joy on his face, "I, Wu Yuanan, welcome the Su family army here. It's great that you can retake Yinjing. I don't want to hear your nonsense." Zhang Hu ordered the soldiers to arrest the 5 people in front of him, and then ordered them to search the entire city guardhouse. After about a quarter of an hour, the battalion commander came to Zhang Hu and said, "Commander, we found nothing except 79 silver dollars, which are still in the cabinet beside the bed." "Wu Yuanan, don't play any tricks." Zhang Hu pointed at Wu Yuanan and said, "Don't even think about walking out alive in my hands." "Really?" Wu Yuanan smiled evilly. Chapter 154, The Frog in the Well. "Take them all away." Zhang Hu waved his hand. He knew that Wu Yuanan had made preparations in advance, otherwise he would not have found only dozens of silver dollars in the city guard house. This was impossible. According to the investigation by the Intelligence Bureau, a large part of Prince Gong's property was inherited by his nephew, so it is impossible that he only has this money in his hands. However, Zhang Hu was also very curious about where the other party transferred the money. The soldiers from the guard camp detained Wu Yuanan and 4 of his accomplices and walked out of the city guardhouse, but you didn't know what happened until they came out, and you were shocked when you saw them. On the street in front of the gate of the city guardhouse, there were dense crowds of common people, at least tens of thousands of them. When they saw Wu Yuanan being detained, an old man in old clothes stood up and said, "Sir, why are you arresting the kind-hearted Captain Wu?" Captain Wu, a kind man? Zhang Hu thought to himself that this was not good. It would be difficult to catch him if he got the reputation of being a good man. "This old man," Zhang Hu said as he walked up to the old man with a smile, "Wu Yuanan is the captain of the security brigade specially appointed by the Eastern country. I'm sure everyone knows his identity. He is a traitor. So what do you think? Should we arrest this traitor?" "Sir, Captain Wu is not a traitor." "Yes. General, we can't wrongly accuse good people." Zhang Hu watched tens of thousands of people plead for Wu Yuanan, and he even saw reporters. As the chief's personal guard, he naturally understood the importance and lethality of public opinion. If this matter was not handled well, It would affect the Su family army and the chief's reputation. After all, some people don't care about right or wrong. They just look at the wind and rain. After Captain Wu became the security captain, he not only did not oppress us, but also often rescued us. If it weren't for Captain Wu's help, we would have died long ago. Yes. Captain Wu sent us food and bedding, which saved us from starvation and freezing to death. How could he be a traitor? More than 10,000 people were talking at once, making the scene extremely chaotic. It was also the first time that Zhang Hu faced such a scene, and he was a little overwhelmed. According to his inner thoughts, it would be easiest to kill Wu Yuanan with one shot, but if he fired now, it would probably cause quite a commotion. Wu Yuanan behind him watched this scene naturally. He, Wu Yuanan, was not someone who could be manipulated by anyone. His brother, the emperor, asked him to stir up trouble in Daxia and take back the world when the time was right. He came to Daxia as a pioneer to stir up trouble. With these tens of thousands of people, they were his talismans. What's more, his emperor brother has also found a backer in the United States. With this huge backer, taking back the world is not a dream. If he helps his emperor brother to take back the world, then he can become the eternal king, and his legacy will be passed down for generations. Watching the tens of thousands of people below pleading for him, Wu Yuanan thought that these people were more obedient than dogs. They would start to protect their master as soon as they were given a little something. Fortunately, he had made arrangements in advance, otherwise he would have been taken away by the Su family army today. Since he dared to stay in Yinjing, Wu Yuanan naturally had a way to survive. Everyone be quiet. Zhang Hu could hardly control his temper. The Su family army fought bloody battles on the front line just to allow the people to live and work in peace. But now they gathered together to show mercy to a royal relative of the previous dynasty. Hadn't they been exploited enough by the previous dynasty? But he also knew that the people were kept in the dark. Fellow villagers, our Su army will never do anything without evidence. Please don't get involved. What is Wu Yuanan's crime? Or is he innocent? We will hand it over to the Ministry of Justice for trial. Please rest assured that we will not wrongly accuse a good person, but we will not let a bad person go either. Military, you establish the Ministry of Justice yourselves, so you can tamper with the regulations here at will. A big man spoke up. Yes. It's up to you guys to decide. Then some people started to make a commotion, and Zhang Hu knew that Wu Yuanan's people must be among them. He was wondering how the chief would resolve the situation. As the person who had stayed with the chief the longest, he was thinking from his perspective, wondering how he would resolve the situation if he were the chief. After about a moment, Zhang Hu smiled. Fellow villagers, I must take Wu Yuanan away today. This is an order from the chief himself, Zhang Hu said. As the chief's personal guard, I, Zhang Hu, shall execute the chief's orders. I believe you have heard of the reputation of the Intelligence Bureau. We have received news that Wu Yuanan is the leader of the underworld forces in Yinjing and has made tens of millions of illegal profits. If you continue to stop me, then I, Zhang Hu, will have no choice but to execute the suspect on the spot. If you do not stop me, then I will take Wu Yuanan back for investigation. If there is no problem, he will be released without charge. Master Jun, you are lying to us. How could Captain Wu be related to the underworld? Oh. Zhang Hu asked the burly man. Do you have any evidence? That means there is no evidence. If there is no evidence, it will disrupt the investigation of the troops. Zhang Hu said to the guards, detain him. It will affect the relevant department's arrest of the suspect. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Justice, he will be detained for 15 days and fined $300 silver. What? $300 silver? Seeing the guards detaining the strong man, many civilians were frightened. Moreover, this military officer was the chief's personal guard, so they naturally believed the chief. Sir, we trust the commander-in-chief. Yes, we believe in the chief. The people shouted loudly, knowing that Zhang Hu was the chief's personal guard. They naturally did not dare to question anything and believed that they could find out the truth. Captain Wu, the old man who had just spoken, said, just go with peace of mind. We'll be waiting for you to come back. Grass. The script is wrong. Wu Yuanan thought. Those food and bedding were fed to the dogs. Take him away. Zhang Hu waved his hand and took Wu Yuanan away from the city guardhouse. He turned and smiled at Wu Yuanan. You underestimate the position of the general in the hearts of the people of Daxia. Now the general is a god in the hearts of the people. Oh, right. Zhang Hu continued. I have already sent an armored brigade to wipe out the evil forces in your hands. I want to see what other methods you have. I forgot to tell you that the methods used by the Intelligence Bureau's interrogation team are extremely cruel. In the afternoon, Wu Yuanon was sent to the secret interrogation room of the Yinjing intelligence station. It was dark and damp inside, but filled with cruel screams because steel needles that had been soaked in salt water for 100 days were inserted into Wu Yuanon's limbs. What is your plan? The examiner took a pen and recorded the location of Wu Yuanon's assets, as well as his plans with the previous emperor, all in a notebook. At this time, Wu Yuanon could no longer laugh, and of course, he couldn't cry either. Chapter 155 Taking Over. The leader of the Nanxing Tiger Shark Gang, Lin Yukai, was gathering his gang members. The Tiger Shark Gang had been established in Yinjing for decades, with tens of thousands of members. Their leader, Wu Yuanon, had been arrested, so they naturally had to find a way to rescue their leader. On the main seat, a middle-aged man in expensive formal clothes was sitting on a throne with a Buddha in his right hand and a cane in his left hand. Below him were the hall masters of the gang. Brother, a young man came up to Lin Yukai and said, "Now that boss Wu has been arrested, you can just take control of the entire Tiger Shark Gang. Why bother?" Confused, the middle-aged man glanced at the young man and said, "At any time, our Tiger Shark Gang can get rid of this boss, but not now." Ha ha ha. At this time, a sturdy middle-aged man wearing a tiger skin jacket walked into the inner hall and laughed. "Boss, this month our Tiger Shark Casino has made a profit of 440,000 silver dollars. This is the first time in recent years that the monthly income has exceeded 400,000. It seems that the world is getting better, and there are more rich people. Old Black, look at what you can do." Looking at the hall masters laughing and talking happily, Lin Yukai shook his head inwardly. The disaster was imminent, yet they were still thinking about how to make money. The Su family army had entered the city and closed the city gates. It was obvious that they were coming for them. "All right." Lin Yukai tapped the ground twice with his cane and said, "Everyone be quiet. I just got news that the boss has been arrested." Upon hearing that Boss Wu had been arrested, the major hall masters were not very surprised. Instead, they were very happy. Why? Because every year Boss Wu would take more than 80% of their profits, leaving them and their younger brothers with only a little to earn. So upon hearing that Boss Wu had been arrested, they were extremely happy. "Gather all the disciples in the gang now and investigate where the boss is being held," Lin Yukai said. "We must do everything we can to rescue the boss." "Save him? Why do you want to rescue them?" Lin Yukai was really disappointed with the questioning from the major hall masters. Brother. At this time, a disciple from the gang ran in with cold sweat all over his body and shouted, "A group of soldiers and tanks appeared outside and surrounded us." So fast. Lin Yukai suddenly lost consciousness and said, "It's over." Now all the hall masters have reacted. Once the Su family army enters the city, they will naturally attack them. With their strength, they are definitely no match for the Su family army. So if they want to save the Tiger Shark Gang at this time, they have to rely on Boss Wu. However, it was too late to realize it now, and the Boss Wu, whom they relied on, was now in a state worse than death, so how could he have the ability to protect them? Kill them in. Da. There was a burst of gunfire outside. Any black forces that resisted were shot dead directly. Tanks also rushed in directly, which scared the gang members so much. They had never seen such a scene before. Boom! A tank gun hit the gate directly, and the powerful force blew it open. Then the soldiers rushed in quickly and beat anyone they saw. If they encountered resistance, they would kill them. The whole of Yinjing began to set off an anti-gang wave. Anyone on Zhong whose list would not be able to escape. The four major gangs were the primary targets, and also Wu Yuanon's property. According to Wu Yuanon's confession, all his property was placed in a Swiss bank, including 11 million US dollars, which is equivalent to 22 million silver dollars, as well as land deeds, about 300 house and shop deeds, and more than 700 pieces of ancient calligraphy and paintings, with a total value of more than 30 million. There were also corrupt officials and wealthy landlords. Anyone who exploited the people had their property confiscated. During this house search, Zhang Hu finally understood how arrogant the rich man in Kyoto was. In just 3 days, the assets seized during the house searches amounted to hundreds of millions. You know, there are only 3 or 5 provinces with fiscal revenues of over 100 million yuan, but now the properties confiscated from the landlords and bureaucrats in Kyoto alone amount to over 100 million silver dollars. How could he not be surprised? In addition, the entire palace is under the supervision of the soldiers of the Guard Brigade, because on November 21st, the governor's mansion will be moved from Jinling to Kyoto. The southern region is too prosperous and densely populated, and there are many major commercial provinces such as Jiangbei Province, Guangyuan Province, Shanglu, and Fusha Province. If the capital is set in Jinling, there will be a huge difference between the north and the south. Therefore, in order to balance the north and the south, Su Yu will also set the capital in the capital. At the end of October, the Jinling governor's office began to move departments to Kyoto one after another. First, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Military Affairs, etc. all began to move to Kyoto, and Su Yu also began to go to Yinjing. During this period, he exchanged 15 outstanding provincial officials. Now he has 25 provinces, 3 municipalities, and the 3 provinces in the hands of Sanma. During this period, he sent air forces to put pressure on Sanma, but the other party was still delaying time. However, Su Yu also understood that the other party was delaying time in order to gain the support of Tsarist Russia. However, at this time, Tsarist Russia was facing the invasion of millions of troops from St. Petersburg, and its territory had been lost by millions of square kilometers. At this time, Tsarist Russia would not offend the Su family for the 3 Ma's, so Su Yu issued a final ultimatum, and an answer must be given in 7 days. This was because in 3 to 5 days, the purge activities in all regions across the country would be over, which meant that he officially took over the entire Great Xia Kingdom and became the sole ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom. He was also the first person in nearly 100 years to completely unify the Great Xia Kingdom, and all this was done in less than 2 years. In the conference hall of the Jinling governor's mansion, Su Yu was chatting and laughing with business talents who had returned from abroad, including Sheng Xuanhui, Victor Butt, and dozens of other business talents. Everyone is here. Su Yu sat in the first place and said, "It's been so long. I calculated that Dongxing Group's investment in you has reached 1.63 billion yuan. Now that all this time has passed, I also want to know your achievements." Sheng Xuanhui, please talk first. After being named by Su Yu, Sheng Xuanhui stood up and said, "After the establishment of my subordinate Shengyuan Group, it focused on pharmaceutical production and automobile production. It independently developed Han, Qin, and Yuan, 3 commercial vehicles, and there is a Jeep version of the car, which is sold in India and Africa. The total market size is now more than 1.1 billion silver dollars. The scale of drug research and development is about more than 300 million silver dollars. The total assets are about 1.5 billion, but the monthly profit is 130 million silver dollars." Chapter 156 Happy Reunion. Immediately afterwards, another business talent, Song Won, stood up and said, "I established a machinery company in city. It mainly develops engines and produces mechanized machine tools. The market value is about 600 million, and the monthly profit is about 15 million. I have acquired a large number of oil fields in the Middle East, spending 2.2 billion silver dollars. The oil fields I own now have a storage capacity of about 10 billion tons, accounting for 1/10 of the oil field storage capacity in the entire Middle East. The current price of oil fields is $0.8 per barrel, and 1 ton is about 7.33 barrels. Therefore, the value of the oil fields we own is as high as $58.64 billion. Qin Xinji said, "These oil fields were all discovered using the advanced instruments given by the general manager. When we purchased them, these people didn't know there were oil fields here, so the price was very low. But now that they have been discovered, it is difficult for us to buy them at this price." Hearing that he had oil fields worth more than $58 billion in his hands, Su Yu praised himself for his previous wise actions. These oil fields in his hands would only become more and more valuable over time. "Your mission," Su Yu said to Qin Xinji, "is to explore undeveloped oil fields around the world and then acquire them at a low price. There is no limit to the number. As long as there are discoveries, buy as many as you can get. Clear?" Then, Cheng Guangpu stood up and said, "I established the Lancôme Group in France. Our main brand is stockings. Our Lancôme stockings are sold all over the world. In just over a year, the stockings we sold could circle the blue star twice. The market value of the group is about 900 million yuan, and the monthly profit has stabilized at 33 million silver dollars. This is pure profit, excluding all expenses within the group." This morning, Su Yu learned about the profits these business talents brought him. It can be said that the profits far exceeded his expectations. Their value is over 100 billion dollars, and more than 90% of them are mining resources. Su Yu does not plan to develop them for the time being, and will develop them after the prices of these mining resources soar. There are also manufacturing, automobile manufacturing, machine tool manufacturing, high-tech, etc., involving hundreds of new industries. Su Yu did not ask them to hand over the money, but used the money to invest in Daxia country. The initial investment was about 7 billion. The main cities were Yinjing, Shanglu, Guangyuan Province, Jiangbei Province, and then investments would be made in other provinces and cities. 7 billion funds poured into Daxia Kingdom can be said to create a huge wave, because according to his statistics, Daxia Kingdom's annual fiscal revenue is about 3 billion. Of course, there are a lot of tax evasion. This income is very low. You know, the current fiscal revenue of Dongyang Kingdom has exceeded 10 billion US dollars in Daxia Kingdom. Therefore, he wanted to vigorously develop the economy of Daxia Kingdom, with manufacturing as the main industry and agriculture as the supplement. Agriculture must be developed first, because among the 500 million people in Daxia Kingdom, many are hungry, so the development of agriculture is imminent. It is safest to have your own rice bowl in your own hands. For the development of agriculture, Su Yu plans to exchange for a world-class figure. No matter who sees him, they need to call him Straw Grandpa. The exchange condition for Straw Grandpa is very simple, that is, to exchange for the longest straw, without spending any reputation points. Su Yu took out a meter-long straw and exchanged it for Grandpa Straw. Looking at the other party's amiable face, Su Yu was very excited, and then he specially set up a straw experimental base for Grandpa Straw. With Grandpa Straw, Su Yu believed that the people of Daxia could hold their rice bowls in their own hands. On November 21st, the entire governor's mansion was moved into the imperial palace of Yinjing City. Su Yu looked at this capital city that had been passed down for hundreds of years and the luxurious buildings, and his heart was quite excited. The entire city of Yinjing was also under the supervision of Zhang Hu's guard troops, and it could be said to be impregnable. After all the departments moved into the imperial city, the city suddenly became lively. The Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and other departments began to be established and started to report to Su Yu's office. While these people were reporting their work, Su Yu met with the three chiefs Ma in the reception room of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Boss Ma looked at the Yinjing dynasty and felt deeply moved. This was a place that all men in the world yearned for. He, Ma Hong, had worked hard for it all his life, but this time he had to compromise. Looking at the young man in front of him, he really sighed. Could this be the son of destiny? After learning about Su Yu's deeds, Ma Hongdu could only describe him as the son of destiny. In addition, he was the greatest emperor of all time, who turned the tide and defeated the million-strong army of the Oriental Kingdom. With such ability, Ma Hongdu was inferior to him. Tell me about your conditions? Su Yu asked. Ma Hongdu spoke first. My conditions are very simple. I need a deputy governor position in one of the 3 northwestern provinces, and you cannot touch my Ma family's property. As for the troops, we will disband them. Su Yu felt that the conditions proposed by Ma Hongdu were not too harsh. It's the same with you two brothers? Su Yu asked Ma Lao Er and Ma Lao San, and they both nodded. It was obvious that they had discussed it beforehand. Su Yu did not think there was anything wrong with giving 3 deputy governor positions and not touching the Ma family's property. After all, they had been managing the Northwest for decades, and even if he led an army of 1 million, it would cost a lot of money and cause a loss of national strength. Of course, he would not say anything if these 3 people took away the positions of vice governors, but if they abused their power to do evil in the Northwest in the future, then they could not blame him for his ruthless means. On November 23rd, the 3 Northwestern Ma families formally chose to submit to the Su family, and the whole country was united. Su Yu also announced that he would hold a national family meeting in Yinjing at the end of November. Wui Hall, Military Headquarters. Deputy Commander Liao Yuanliang, Chief of Staff Wang Wan, and the commanders of the 8 army groups all arrived at the military headquarters to attend the meeting. This meeting was to make adjustments to the Great Xia Kingdom's troops. Let me tell you. Su Yu looked at the many old brothers in front of him and said, the military naturally needs to be reformed this time. There will be relatively large changes this time, so I'll tell you in advance. Wang Wan, tell them about our military changes. Clear. Wang Wan held up a piece of paper and looked at the generals and said, this change has a lot to do with the contributions you have made. I will speak directly to the top leaders. As for the division, brigade, and regiment-level cadres, you group army commanders will make your own arrangements. I have already determined their positions, and you only need to execute according to the arrangements. Chapter 157, the First Congress. Including the 600,000 new recruits who have joined, our total army strength is now around 2.2 million, including the armored forces, 30,000 Air Force, and 120,000 Navy, for a total strength of 2.45 million. Regarding the formation of the troops, we plan to establish 5 major military regions, namely the Northern Military Region, the Eastern Military Region, the Southern Military Region, the Western Military Region, and the Central Military Region. Each military region will be equipped with different troops according to the location and area of defense. The Eastern Military Region, Wang Wen continued, is equipped with 3 Army Corps, 2 Aviation Corps, 5 Heavy Combined Brigades, and a naval fleet. The number of personnel in the Army Corps is kept within 120,000 to 150,000, and the total force is kept within 500,000 to 600,000. This will give you some room for development. Isn't this Eastern Military Region too powerful? Everyone was shocked when they heard about the configuration of the Eastern Military Region. According to the configuration of the military, each of these 5 heavy brigades is equipped with 80 heavy howitzers, including self-propelled artillery in the future, 220 main battle tanks, 180 armored vehicles, a total of 400 armored tanks, and a total of about 6,500 people. These 5 heavy combined brigades have more than 2,000 armored tanks alone, which is comparable to the total number of tanks and armored vehicles in the country now. How can this combat power not be terrifying? The Western Military Region is equipped with 4 major army groups, 2 aviation army groups, and 10 heavy armored combined brigades, with a total force of between 600,000 and 700,000. The Northern Military District is equipped with 3 army groups, an aviation army group, 5 heavy combined brigades, and the North Sea Fleet that has yet to be established. The total force is maintained between 500,000 and 650,000. The Southern Military Region is equipped with 3 major army groups, 2 aviation army groups, 5 heavy combined brigades, and the South China Sea Fleet. The total force is maintained between 500,000 and 600,000. The Central Military Region is equipped with 3 field armies, 2 aviation armies, 5 heavy combined brigades, and a rocket force to be established. The total strength is unlimited. Su Yu only plans to establish a rocket army for the Central Military Region for the time being, and then equip other military regions after it matures. Of course, he will equip the major group armies with rocket launchers, but the rocket army he mentioned is missiles, which are just larger rocket launchers, right? According to the 5 major military regions he planned, there were 16 Army Corps alone. Assuming that the Corps had a strength of 150,000 people, the 16 Army Corps would have 2.4 million soldiers. There are also 10 air forces. The standard configuration of each air army is 800 aircraft, including fighters, bombers, transport aircraft, reconnaissance aircraft, etc., and 10 air forces mean 8,000 aircraft. Although this number seems a lot, it is just average. Take St. Petersburg, for example. They have produced as many as 100,000 fighter jets so far. So these 8,000 fighter jets are not too many in front of these powerful countries. They are just average. There are also 30 heavily armored combined brigades, with tens of thousands of armored tanks and automatic artillery, which probably add up to no less than 20,000. Su Yu's ambition for these 5 military regions is that each of them will be able to fight against a powerful country in the future. Finally, there are 3 naval fleets, and now there is still a North Sea Fleet missing. As for why he wants to establish a naval fleet in the Northern Military Region, this is also specifically for dealing with the Japanese. There will definitely be a big battle with the Japanese in the future, and the Navy is indispensable. There must be 3 powerful naval fleets. In addition to the naval fleet, he will also gradually establish naval warship production bases, that is, shipyards, as well as Air Force production bases and armor production bases. These heavy equipment must reach the level of independent research and development. The commander of the Eastern Military Region is Guo Dehai. The commander of the Southern Military Region is He Yushan. The commander of the Northern Military Region is Deng Liang. The commander of the Western Military Region is He Zhongjuan, and the commander of the Central Military Region is Wang Wu. Next, Wang Wen began to talk about the personnel arrangements of the officers below. For example, Chen Jia, who had made great contributions, was promoted directly from Army Commander to Deputy Commander of the Military Region, bypassing the Army Group Commander. It can be said that he was promoted several levels. After Deng Liang finished giving the personnel lists of all senior military officers, Su Yu began to speak. I hope you will train and cultivate soldiers in these 5 military regions. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Every year, our 5 military regions will conduct joint exercises. Those with higher rankings will get to eat meat, and those with average rankings will eat grass. How to train the troops in this military region is up to you. Anyway, I look at the combat effectiveness. If the combat effectiveness is not good, I will replace the personnel. I will say this in advance. As for the soldiers we are short of now, you should find a way to recruit them. Within a month, you should set up the military district. You should also choose the city where the military district headquarters will be located. I want to see the results in a month. At the end of the month, I will hold a simple medal awarding ceremony. Now the Japanese devils have not been eliminated yet, so there is no need to hold a medal awarding ceremony with great fanfare. After the Japanese devils are eliminated, I will hold a medal awarding ceremony for you in a grand manner. The radio stations from the military region to the military headquarters must be absolutely unobstructed. Su Yu said to the senior commanders in front of him, all actions must be carried out under command. Clear. Su Yu was not worried at all about the army. Among these troops, the armored troops were almost all exchanged by him, and they were able to maintain absolute loyalty. As for the soldiers, there were also a large number of middle and low-level non-commissioned officers who were exchanged. In addition, the 5 major military regions did not have the right to produce weapons. All weapons were uniformly distributed by the armed forces. And the most important thing was ammunition, which was supplied month by month. When not at war, the whereabouts of every bullet and artillery shell must be recorded. Also, Su Yu continued, Liao Yuanliang will serve as the deputy commander-in-chief of the military and be awarded the rank of general. Wang Wen will serve as the chief of the general staff of the military and be awarded the rank of general, responsible for managing all matters of the military. Yes, chief. After talking about the military affairs, Su Yu dismissed all the senior commanders and asked them to go back and make preparations. He also promoted and rewarded the meritorious soldiers below. There will be a medal awarding ceremony for these people at the end of the month, and medals will be awarded to those soldiers who fought bravely. As there was not much time left until the first Congress, several ministers in the cabinet were extremely busy. They were also overwhelmed with the personnel lists of each province. Fortunately, Su Yu recommended half of the personnel list to them. Otherwise, they might not be able to find so many senior officials in such a hurry. After dealing with these matters, Su Yu came to the Ministry of Education. He planned to vigorously expand schools, including primary, secondary, and high schools, as well as military academies and civilian schools, that is, schools for training officials. Please suggest whether to call him President or His Majesty. Chapter 158 Congress begins. On November 30th, the First National Congress was held in the Taimen Hall of the Yinjing dynasty. All officials from across the country had to attend. Of course, at least provincial-level officials and officers above the rank of army commander were required. Otherwise, the entire Taimen Hall would not be able to accommodate everyone. In the city of Yinjing, commercial bulletproof cars began to arrive at the imperial court, and local officials began to walk towards the imperial city. To be honest, they were also very excited to attend this first Congress. Inside the Taimen Hall, hundreds of seats were already filled with people. The commanders of all major military regions, group army commanders, and army chiefs had all arrived, with no less than 100 people. As for the civilian officials, governors and ministers from all over the country had all arrived, as well as some governors and ministers who were about to take office, such as Su Yu's second brother, who was the candidate for Minister of Foreign Affairs. As everyone arrived, it was 8 o'clock. Su Yu walked into the meeting hall and took the first seat, along with several ministers of the cabinet, Liao Yuanliang and Wang Wen. Seeing these people take their seats one after another, everyone felt quite emotional. Who would have thought that a former deputy security chief would now become the deputy commander-in-chief of the military, in charge of millions of troops? Everyone, the country has achieved a phased victory and we have completed the great unification of the country, Su Yu said into the microphone. You have contributed to this. I hope that after this conference, everyone can devote their wholehearted efforts to the construction of the country and work together to build a world-class power. After Su Yu finished speaking, the cabinet members began to transfer the list of provincial governors and officials to various places. Each province would be assigned a governor, a deputy governor, and a discipline inspection commission, etc., all of which would be deployed by the cabinet. After the transfer of local officials, various ministries were established. Su Jiqing was appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs, Wu Liangye was appointed Minister of Logistics, Jian Nanchun was appointed Minister of Finance, as well as the Ministry of Agriculture, etc. No one felt dissatisfied with the cabinet's arrangements. Everyone was motivated and wanted to do a great job and achieve some political achievements. After the civil servants were arranged, the next came the military officers. The arrangement of the military officers was as agreed upon in advance, with the establishment of 5 major military regions and the appointment of their officers. After the military attaché announced the positions, Su Yu began to award medals to the commanders of the major military regions. First, there were Liao Yuanliang and Wang Wen, who followed Su Yu in battles across the country and had a very high level of command. They could be said to be his right-hand men and were directly awarded the rank of general. In addition, several military district commanders, including Guo Dehai and Wang Wu, were all awarded the rank of general. The awarding ceremony lasted until noon. When the last army commander was awarded the medal, the country's name was announced. Su Yu thought of many names, such as changing the name to China, Su, or Long, but he felt that it would be better to use the name of Daxia for the time being, and set the year as 1841 in the Yongle calendar to match the international calendar. And now, It is November 30th, 1841 in the Yongli calendar. This Congress was held for a total of 3 days. On the first day, the official system across the country was improved. From provincial governors to village heads, there must be a complete political system. There are also the 5 major military regions and the rewards for the soldiers under their command, as well as the arrangements for the soldiers who died in battle. All soldiers who died in battle will be awarded martyr medals, and all the subsidy money must be in place. In addition, the families of martyrs must be taken care of by local officials, and their children will go to school for free, and the state will raise their children for them. In addition, the college entrance examination can add extra points, and a certain amount of extra points will be given according to the actual situation. This Congress is of great significance. It almost lays the foundation for the development direction of Daxia Kingdom in the next 10 years. All provinces should vigorously develop commerce and manufacturing. 7 billion funds have begun to enter the investment state. As long as it is not illegal, the green light will be given all the way. Ministry of Transportation. So you said to the Minister of Transportation, the old saying is right. If you want to get rich, you must first build roads. Your Ministry of Transportation will temporarily take over the road construction. This year, all the north-south railways must be implemented. 5 north-south railways must be implemented. There are also cement roads and airports. You must keep the roads on land, sea and air absolutely unobstructed. I know this is a big project, but you need to complete it as soon as possible. There are more than 400,000 puppet troops and more than 800,000 Japanese prisoners in the logistics department. You can drag them to do these dirty and tiring jobs. It is not against the law to work them to death. Su Yu attached great importance to roads. He had discussed with the Minister of Transport before and planned 5 railways with a total length of 3,380 kilometers to connect the entire north and south. There are also 20,000 kilometers of cement roads, which must be completed within 3 years. The current Great Xia Kingdom is about to become an infrastructure maniac. Even if it means mobilizing tens of millions of workers, all these projects must be completed within 3 years. There are also airports. Airports must be built in big cities. Just for the construction of this road, Su Yu plans to invest 8 billion yuan in the next 3 years. The saying, if you want to get rich, you must first build roads, is not empty talk. If the roads are not built, how can we talk about development? Next is the Ministry of Education. There must be a primary school in a town, a middle school in a county town, and a city must have both primary and middle schools, with at least 6 such schools. Each province must have its own university. This is a hard requirement that Su Yu made to the Ministry of Education. Construction must be completed within 3 years, with the provincial government first paying the investment funds, which will then be reimbursed by the Ministry of Finance. The most important thing is taxation. There is no telling how many people are evading taxes in the Great Xia Kingdom. Su Yu and the taxation department have worked out a detailed taxation plan, which has reduced the original 122 types of taxes to 18, greatly reducing the tax situation for civilians. Originally, Su Yu planned to cancel agricultural taxes, but for the sake of the country's recent development, the cabinet members unanimously agreed that they should consider canceling agricultural taxes after the country's business developed, because the country needs money now. Moreover, there are 18 types of taxes now, including personal income tax, corporate income tax, tobacco tax, farmland occupation tax, resource tax, deed tax, etc. These 18 taxes are relatively comprehensive and reasonable. After the tax discussion was completed, Su Yu levied all banking departments of the previous dynasty and began to establish 3 state-owned banks, namely Daxia Bank, Agricultural Bank of China, and Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. In the Great Xia Kingdom, apart from these 3 banks, no other banks can exist, because Su Yu will reform the currency later. He will levy or acquire all banks. The currency system must be firmly in the hands of the state. In addition to the banks, the Tobacco Bureau was also nationalized. No one was allowed to produce tobacco privately, and it was all managed by the state. This would be a big deal in the future and could bring huge profits to the country. Chapter 159. Full Development. 3 days later, the Congress ended, the country's development path had been determined, and all departments began to operate. The entire Daxia Kingdom began to turn like a large machine. At the Ministry of Agriculture, Su Yu asked the Minister of Agriculture Mao Tai how much farmland the country currently owned. He wanted to conduct a census of the population and farmland of Daxia. He had handed this matter over to the Ministry of Agriculture a month and a half ago, and the results should be out now. General Manager. When the Minister of Agriculture saw Su Yu coming to the office building of the Ministry of Agriculture, he immediately stood up, took off his reading glasses, approached Su Yu, and bowed, saying, "The minister is here to see us count the number of fertile fields in the country, right? Well, This rice bowl must be held in the hands of our great Xia country, so the development of agriculture is imminent and the progress must be accelerated. It has been counted. Mao Tai asked Su Yu to sit on the sofa, then he turned around and took out a stack of documents. He put on his reading glasses, wiped his saliva with his hands, turned the pages and said, according to statistics, there are 1.4 billion mu of arable land in the country, of which 4 million are landlords, occupying about 40% of the arable land, which means that these 4 million landlords occupy 560 million mu of arable land. The population of Daxia is about 540 million. The per mu grain yield is 146 caddies per mu for wheat, 152 caddies per mu for barley, 139 caddies per mu for soybeans, and 223 caddies per mu for rice. There are also great differences depending on the region. Listening to the data provided by Mao Tai, Su Yu understood that the most important thing now was to fight the landlords and divide the land, and to expand grain production. Now the rice research and development base is already developing and mass-producing hybrid rice in the first quarter. Around next year, hybrid rice will be able to be planted to increase grain production. After all, Daxia has 1.4 billion acres of arable land, which is already a considerable amount. As long as hybrid rice and various hybrid seeds appear, grain production will surely be doubled. By then, Daxia's rice bowl will be in its own hands. Notify all places. Su Yu said to the secretary beside him, nationalize the land. All arable land will belong to the state. Then, the land will be distributed among the people in the villages and towns. As for the local rich people, if they have a bad reputation, their homes will be confiscated and they will be arrested. If they have not violated the law and offended the people, their arable land will be purchased back. From now on, the word landlord will disappear in Daxia. Should we issue this order through the cabinet? The Secretary General asked. Send it down through the cabinet, let them refine it, and let local officials complete this task as soon as possible, and strive to distribute the farmland to the people in a month. As Su Yu spoke, the cabinet was complete, and the order was sent down to all provinces within about 3 hours. They were very efficient in doing things. December 3rd, Wanhua Village, Qinghai Province. Wanhua Village is a town with a population of over 1,000. It is considered a large village in the sparsely populated Qing Province. Riots are currently breaking out in the village. Damn it, who dares to touch me? A strong man on horseback, followed by dozens of strong men, holding rifles in his hands, shouted at the hundreds of people in front of him, fuck you. You hit the local tyrants and hit me. I don't even care if you have the ability to do it. You want to divide the land? Dream on it. You guys are only fit to be dogs for the rest of your lives. Ma Hao. A mayor in plain clothes pointed at the strong man on the horse and shouted, you privately occupied more than 7,000 acres of arable land and made the people of Wanhua village work for you. Such an era is over. The general manager personally issued a document to fight against the local tyrants and divide the land. If you dare to disobey, you are courting death. Fuck you. The sturdy man held the gun in one hand and pulled the trigger directly, shooting through the right hand of the young mayor in front of him. The mayor hugged his hands in pain and screamed, Ma Hao, you dare to shoot at officials, you will be tried by the Ministry of Justice. Judgment. Ha ha ha. Ma Hao laughed and said, my third uncle is the vice governor of Qing Province. This Qing Province is almost controlled by my second uncle. You said I was put on trial, but do you know whose territory this is? Seeing Ma Hao so arrogant, the villagers wanted to surround him, but were stopped by dozens of strong men behind Ma Hao because they had guns in their hands. In Qing Province, many places are like Wanhua Village, where policies have been hindered. As for the reason, it is very simple. They are either the nephews of the deputy governor or the godsons of the deputy governor. At a glance, this deputy governor has more godsons than the Emperor Taizu, who established the empire with the broken bowl in history. This policy regarding farmland was implemented very enthusiastically in other provinces, and the campaign to fight against the local tyrants and distribute the land was in full swing. However, in the 3 northwestern provinces, it was like throwing a stone into the sea, without any sound at all. Yinjing, Shengyuan Hall. Look at this. Su Yu threw the book of all citizens on the table and shouted angrily, Daxia has only been unified for a few days, and this book of all citizens has been handed over. If the Intelligence Bureau hadn't sent it to me, I wouldn't have known that such a big problem had occurred in the Northwest. The 3 Ma's of Northwest China, Su Yu originally gave 3 deputy provincial governors positions. The eldest Ma fled to the United States with 18 million in funds and sold the deputy provincial governors for 2 million. The same thing happened to the 3rd Ma. Now the three deputy provincial governors of the three northwestern provinces are all controlled by the second Ma. The failure of this policy was that the second Ma did not disband the army and assign the other side to the local areas to become local rich people and exploit the people. Using a gun on an official is really audacious. Su Yu said angrily, notify the Western Military Region immediately and purge the entire three northwestern provinces. Anyone who has participated in obstructing the implementation of agricultural policies will be shot on the spot. And Ma Lauer, confiscate his property and exterminate his clan. And that Ma Hao, sentence him to death by 1,000 cuts. Let Han Feng do it. This guy loves nothing more than cutting people into pieces. Clear. Liao Yuanliang said, the three northwestern provinces do need to be rectified, because our troops have never been to the three northwestern provinces to clear them out. I heard that banditry is rampant, and there are horse bandits everywhere. Let the Western Military District go. Su Yu frowned and said, also, the military has to issue a simulated regulation from now on, banning guns across the country. No guns will be allowed in the civilian population. Anyone found will be arrested. No guns. Liao Yuanliang thought for a moment and said, all right, for the sake of local peace, it is imperative to ban guns. I will do it right away. After Liao Yuanliang left, Su Yu began to purchase equipment for the 5 major military regions. Chapter 160 Large-Scale Equipment Exchange. This equipment purchase will be his last large-scale purchase for the troops, because all the equipment for the 5 major military regions in the future will be independently developed and produced, and he will no longer provide it, and at most he will provide production drawings. This equipment purchase is also the largest in history, because the gap in armored tanks alone is as high as 10,000. This number has almost surpassed most of the powerful countries. For example, the East Asian country is equipped with about 3,000 armored tanks, and now the Great Xia country has more than 4 times as many as them. In addition, Su Yu also equipped each military region with 2,160 rocket launchers and 10 rocket artillery divisions. He is now also asking the Weapon Research Institute to develop a super rocket launcher such as the BM-27 and has exchanged the blueprints. He believes that in a year or two, great results will be achieved. This time, the exchange of tanks and armor requires 5,500 tanks and 4,500 armored vehicles. However, Su Yu does not plan to exchange for T-44 medium tanks this time. This type of tank can deal with the Japanese without much problem, but it is a little short of the mark when it comes to dealing with the old powers. Therefore, he plans to exchange for more powerful and advanced main battle tanks. This main battle tank is an upgraded version of the T-44 medium tank, the T-55A main battle tank. Its main weapon is equipped with a 100mm rifled gun. The front armor thickness is 100mm. The vehicle weighs 36 tons and has a crew of 4 people. This tank can be said to be the most advanced tank in the world. Because of the technology of this tank, it takes at least 10 years to develop it. The exchange price is not cheap, 1,200 reputation points, but this is nothing to Su Yu at this time. 5,500 main battle tanks, calculated at a price of 1,200 reputation points, equals 6.6 million reputation points, which is just a drop in the bucket for him who has 210 million reputation points. There are also corresponding tank soldiers, with an exchange price of 400,000 reputation points, for a total of 7 million reputation points. The next thing is armored vehicles. Su Yu plans to exchange them for M8 light armored vehicles and M3 tracked armored vehicles. 2,000 minutes and 8 seconds and 2,500 minutes and 3 seconds are exchanged, and the exchange price is 1,000 reputation points each, which totals 4.5 million. There are also 500,000 armored personnel, which is 5 million reputation points. At this point, the exchange of 35 heavy armored combined brigades has been completed. The next is the North Sea Fleet. Su Yu directly spent 12.5 million to get it in one go, and then there is the Air Force. The Aviation Force now needs 10 Aviation Corps, and already has 6 Aviation Corps, so now only 4 Aviation Corps need to be exchanged. Each of these 4 Aviation Corps can be exchanged at a rate of 2 million, for a total of 8 million reputation points. Therefore, in order to meet the needs of the 5 major military regions, all heavy equipment has now been exchanged, with a total cost of 32.5 million reputation points, and now there are nearly 180 million reputation points left. After the equipment exchange was completed, Su Yu began to have World Nuclear Peace deliver these equipment to various major military regions, as well as the North Sea Fleet, and delivered them to the Northern Military Region. This was also his last large-scale exchange of weapons for the troops. In addition to weapons, Su Yu has now established arsenals in Qing Province, Guizhou Province, and other northwestern provinces and cities. He plans to expand the 4 branch arsenals in Jinling into 10 large arsenals that specialize in the production of all army weapons and equipment needed by the 5 major war zones, including armored tanks. There are also 4 aviation fighter production bases and 3 major shipyards, all of which he will complete construction within the next 1 or 2 years. With the help of world nuclear peace, there will be no problems. Now the East Asian country and the United States are at war, and the fighting is fierce in the Pacific Ocean. Both sides have deployed a total of 3 million troops, and the military capabilities of the United States have been fully demonstrated. According to the intelligence agency, before the global war, in order to avoid a direct conflict with Japan, the United States provided various material support to Japan. The reason why Japan wanted to raid the United States was because the United States did not agree to their unreasonable demands. Because St. Petersburg declared war on the Great Eagle Empire, the United States began to recruit soldiers and expand its troops. Now the East Asian country has raided the United States military base, which has completely unleashed the true strength of the United States, an industrial power. According to reports, the United States is currently recruiting soldiers from all over the country. It currently has 89 Army divisions, 5 airborne divisions, and 16 armored divisions, with a total strength of 2.3 million. The first and second batches of recruits will total 5.6 million. This means that the United States has a huge active military force of 8 million. In addition, the United States also began to build fighter jets, warships, etc. Su Yu knew that after this battle, the United States would completely establish its position as the world hegemon, because the industrial capacity of the United States was so strong. Therefore, he must take advantage of this period of time to fully develop the Great Xia Kingdom so that the Great Xia Kingdom will be able to compete with the United States after the end of the global war. In addition to the United States and the East, Tsarist Russia and St. Petersburg, the Great Eagle Kingdom and St. Petersburg, and dozens of surrounding countries are all at war. So this is an opportunity for his development. He should vigorously develop the manufacturing industry and provide these countries with a steady stream of war materials to make huge profits. For example, special medicines, munitions, quilts, food, and other war materials. As long as they are transported to the war-torn country, the growth will be 10-fold or even 100-fold. How could he miss this plan? In his opinion, he would catch up with the great powers within 3 years and surpass them within 5 years. He also had the confidence that he could surpass the great powers within 5 years. General Manager. At this time, the Secretary General came to Su Yu and said, "Shui Hongyi is here." Father-in-law. Su Yu said to the Secretary General, "Please invite him to the reception room as soon as possible." Not long after, Su Yu personally came to the reception room to brew tea for Shui Hongyi, and Shui Hongyi also happened to come to the reception area under the guidance of the Secretary General. General Manager. Father-in-law, there's no need to call me the chief since there's no one else here. There's no need for us to be polite. Ha ha ha. Shui Hongyi was sitting on the sofa with a smile on his face, wearing a formal suit. He gave himself a nickname, Angel Investor. Look at the other governors of Daxia. Some died, some escaped, but he is the only one who became the ruler of a country. Who can you go to for justice? Is the father-in-law here to see his grandson? Yes. Jingwan just gave birth to a big fat boy. As a grandfather, I have to come and see him. Chapter 161. Work hard and you will die slower. By the way, Shui Hongyi took a sip of tea and said, I heard that the country is now vigorously developing its economy. Is Guangyuan Province one of the key cities for development? That's right. Guangyuan Province's economic foundation is here, and it has the best location and time. It will develop much faster, so Guangyuan Province is the city I will focus on building. I see. Shui Hongyi thought for a moment and said, I have discussed with your brothers and plan to shift the focus of our overseas businesses to Guangyuan Province. What do you think? That's a great feeling. Su Yu smiled and said, the development of this city requires the promotion of large-scale industries. If Guangyuan Province has the help of my father-in-law, I believe it will develop faster. I just don't know where my father-in-law will put the industry in Guangyuan Province, Guang City, or Bowen City, which has just been designated as a key development city. Bowen City. Shui Hongyi said, Bowen City has a greater commercial development value than Guang City, so if possible, I will move my industry to Bowen City. That's a good feeling. Su Yu smiled and said, I will personally call the leaders of Bowen City and Guangyuan Province. As long as the industry meets the requirements, I will ask them to give my father-in-law the green light. By the way, what is my father-in-law's main industry? How much is it worth? Our Shui family has many major industries, the main one of which is automobile manufacturing. Our Shui family's Pegasus Automobile Manufacturing Company in the United States has the world's first complete automobile manufacturing production line, which is named on par with large companies such as Fuin in the United States. It has 113,000 employees alone. Our Pegasus Automobile Manufacturing Company has a history of 28 years and a total market value of approximately $4 billion US. How many? Su Yu spat out the tea in his mouth and asked his father-in-law in amazement, "What is the market value?" $4 billion. Oh my goodness. Su Yu was deeply moved. He originally thought that the Shui family was worth tens of billions of silver dollars, but now the market value of this company is as high as $4 billion US, which is higher than the fiscal revenue of the entire Great Xia Kingdom. What other major industries are there? There is also a pharmaceutical equipment research and development company, Su Yuanzhong said. I founded this pharmaceutical equipment research and development company because I felt that this would be a huge market in 10 years. So I invested $500 million US, and it is now profitable. Hearing this, Su Yu secretly gave a thumbs up. This business vision is really amazing. Father-in-law, can I ask you how much wealth your Shui family has? But don't worry, I have no idea about your Shui family's assets. I just want to ask out of curiosity. I haven't really done any statistics on this, Su Yuanzhong said after thinking for a while. The global industry is spread across more than 70 countries, and there are thousands of companies of all sizes. The market value is estimated to be no less than $10 billion US. My dear. Su Yu swallowed in surprise. As expected, this family was known as the richest family 100 years ago, and now it is even more amazing. This industry might be among the best in the world. But compared to the Jews, it's a lot worse. Su Yuanzhong shook his head and said, compared with the Jews, our Shui family's industry is still far behind. Our Shui family's ancestral motto is to defeat the Jews and occupy a large share of the world's business. Ox. Su Yu gave a thumbs up. How could it not be awesome for a family to defeat an entire race? But I know it's impossible, Su Yuanzhong said with a smile. I still have self-knowledge, but it was impossible before, but it may not be impossible now. Oh, what do you mean? Xiao Yu, this is what I think, Su Yuanzhong said to Su Yu. I will move the focus of my industry to Xia country and set up a new company. Your father will own 70% of the shares of this new company, and I will own 30%. What do you think? All my industries will be in this new company. Wow. Su Yu swallowed his saliva. This was equivalent to giving away $7 billion US for free. But Su Yu was not really interested in the $7 billion US. Although it was equivalent to giving it away for free, with his support, the Shui family's assets would increase 100-fold, and defeating the Jews would not be a dream. But the other party is his father-in-law, so he can't be too disrespectful to him. 95%. No, that's too much. 80%. 94%. 90% at most. 93%, that's my bottom line. No problem, 93% is 93%. Su Yuanzhong also gritted his teeth and agreed. No matter whether this company could make back the profits for him in the future, at least this move won wealth and glory for his descendants. As long as they did not do anything illegal, as long as anyone in the Great Xia Kingdom had the surname Su, his Shui family would not live too badly. Then I will discuss this matter with your father. No problem. Su Yu smiled and said, it just so happens that my father has nothing to do in Yinjing and is a bit restless. Your coming here just happened to find something for him to do, which is great. On December 12th, the Ministry of Transport began to rebuild the cement roads in Yinjing. Now the whole Yinjing is under construction. All the old houses have been rebuilt, and major group companies have begun to build bases. Su Yu also had the city walls outside the city demolished. Su Yu initially invested 1.2 billion yuan in the construction of Yinjing as a whole, and various major industries also brought in 3 billion yuan in funds to invest in the construction of Yinjing as a whole. It is believed that in 1 or 2 years, the entire Yinjing will be greatly changed. Hurry up. One supervisor kicked the Japanese soldier and said angrily, damn it, you eat more than a pig and can't work. If you don't complete the task, you don't need to eat tonight. I miss my mom. The devil was crying in his heart. He wanted to go home, but when he saw the blood clots on his shoulders from being crushed by the big rocks, his hands all cut, and his back beaten by the whip, he regretted why he came to the Great Xia Kingdom. Hurry up. Another whip hit the Japanese, forcing them to work quickly, otherwise they would be beaten to death. Hundreds of thousands of Japanese prisoners of war were building roads in Yinjing. They never imagined that after advancing into Yinjing with such vigor and burning, killing and looting, they were now being beaten with bricks here. Baga, I quit. There was a Japanese soldier who was complaining, but he was subdued immediately. After he was subdued, he was no longer beaten with bricks. Instead, he was tied to a tree stump, and a knife was used to cut his tendons and veins to let his blood flow. It would take about 10 hours for him to die. Seeing this scene, the other Japanese soldiers immediately became diligent. Chapter 162, Clearing the Northwest. Jinsheng, the Western Military Region Command, Commander He Zhongjuan is currently taking over the armored tanks, soldiers, and air force units sent by the military, and is very busy. In addition to these, the Western Military Region is also recruiting a large number of soldiers. Because their Western Military Region was only allocated 300,000 veterans, it needs to recruit at least 300,000 new soldiers. Therefore, after the Western Military Region settled down, He Zhongjuan was extremely busy. Great Commander. At this time, an adjutant came to He Zhongjuan and said, His Majesty personally issued an order, saying that there was a problem in the 3 northwestern provinces. Local bullies openly killed court officials, which was very bad. Let us carry out a cleanup campaign in the 3 northwestern provinces and first arrest the 3 deputy governors and their gangs, as well as Malauer. You are really looking for death. He Zhongjuan said angrily. The country has just been unified, and these people have already started to do evil. They should be killed. Let Lu Guangliang lead the 7th Army to wipe out these parasites. Yes, Commander. That night, the commander of the 7th Army Group, Lu Guangliang, led his troops to the 3 northwestern provinces overnight and began a cleanup campaign in the 3 northwestern provinces. Each army under his command was responsible for cleansing up a province, and he, Lu Guangliang, went directly to arrest the 3 deputy provincial governors and Malauer. In Beiwu town, Malauer built the entire town into a small fortress with a 5-meter-high wall on the outside, as well as a gun tower and a 3-meter-wide moat. Inside, there are a large number of air raid shelters and a sturdy castle. The entire town covers an area of 221 square kilometers, like a small county town. Within this castle, Malauer's personal guards, the 7th Army, the 13th Army, and the 18th Army are all stationed here, with a total strength of 90,000. Among them, the 13th Army and the 18th Army have controlled the entire 30 kilometers around Beiwu town. It can be said that at this time Malauer is the local emperor of the Northwest, holding the positions of 3 deputy governors. He will let these 3 deputy governors gradually devour the official institutions of the 3 northwestern provinces, and then become the underground king of the 3 northwestern provinces, and then gradually devour the entire northwest region. Ha ha ha. Malauer's loud laughter was heard in the city. Looking at the boxes of silver dollars in the yard, Malauer was grinning. During this period, he had collected 8.8 million silver dollars one after another. He made a lot of money and almost occupied all the places in the 3 northwestern provinces. Now he had 440,000 acres of arable land, which would be a huge fortune. What Malauer didn't know was that everything he did was seen by the Intelligence Bureau and reported to the higher-ups. Now an infantry division and a heavy combined brigade were heading to Beiwu City, ready to wipe out these parasites. Lu Guangliang personally led an infantry division and a heavy combined brigade to Beiwu town. In the Great Xia Kingdom, except for the imperial court's troops, no one else could have a single soldier. This Malauer was really bold and presumptuous. When will the aviation support arrive? Lu Guangliang asked the chief of staff. At 3 p.m., we will bomb the Beiwu town area, the chief of staff said. Our mission is to destroy this group of rebels and exterminate Malauer's 9 clans. This is the commander-in-chief's intention. Clear. Lu Guangliang rubbed his hands and said, It just so happens that we are here this time, so we will eliminate all the banditry in the 3 northwestern provinces. Order the troops to speed up and reach Beiwu town before 3 o'clock. At this time, most of the northern military region had been motorized, and the marching speed was much faster. In less than 3 hours, they traveled 70 kilometers and successfully arrived in Beiwu town. At the same time, the Air Force also dispatched a bombing division to begin bombing Beiwu town. Malauer was distributing money to his men at this time, and said to several of his army commanders, Lao Wang, take these 1.3 million silver dollars back and divide them among the brothers. Tell the brothers that as long as they work hard, they will be able to eat and drink well. Thank you, brother. The commander of the 8th Army ordered his men to carry away the 1.3 million silver dollars. At this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly came, which startled everyone in the courtyard and made them think that something was wrong. Get down. At this time, the P-8 bomber appeared over Beiwu town with thunderous force and began to bomb Beiwu town. The S-100 bombs fell densely like dumplings. Boom! Hundreds of aerial bombs bombed the entire Beiwu town, and all the buildings in the city were destroyed. Although the castle inside was very thick, it was just a shoddy project in front of the S-100 aerial bombs. When the aviation unit was dispatched, Lu Guangliang led the infantry division and the armored division to attack the enemy's 18th Army on the right wing of Beiwu town, using infantry and tank coordination tactics to directly crush the enemy. Boom! Tank guns began to encircle Yuanzhong, which was defended by the enemy's 18th Army. Inside Yuanzhong was the 181st Infantry Division under the 18th Army. At this time, the enemy had already formed a defensive formation, but this defensive formation looked very pale in front of 400 armored tanks. The weapon system of the M8 armored vehicle is much more powerful than that of the M3 tracked armored vehicle. It is equipped with a 37mm cannon, a 7.62mm machine gun, 6 anti-tank mines, and 4 smoke bombs. It can be said to be a multifunctional armored vehicle. Its speed was as high as 90 km per hour. In just 3 or 5 breaths, it rushed to the front line. Hundreds of light and heavy machine guns began to cover the enemy with fire. The powerful firepower made the enemy unable to raise their heads. Seeing their comrades around them being beaten into a pulp, many soldiers began to tremble in fear. They could not fight at all and could only be killed passively. I surrender. I won't fight anymore. Run. Under the powerful firepower coverage of the northern military region, an enemy infantry division began to collapse. This result was also within Lu Guangliang's expectations. The troops under his command could fight dozens of battles with the Japanese devils, and almost all of them were first-rate elite. Now if they go to fight these third-rate troops, a charge can end the battle. A ball. Lu Guangliang shouted to the group, "Catch all these deserters and put them under custody." The rest of the troops head straight to Beiwu town. After the Air Force's bombing, the entire Beiwu town was almost reduced to ruins. Ma Lauer looked at Beiwu town with dust on his face, feeling distressed. This was an important military town built by him at a cost of 4.4 million silver dollars, and it was made entirely of marble. He thought it would be able to withstand the bombing of the Su family army, but now it seems that he underestimated the Su family army. Retreat. Ma Lauer knew that the Su family army's troops were coming, and now he had to retreat and escape from the Great Xia Kingdom. Chapter 163, One Punch to Open. The soldiers of the 8th Army responsible for defending the city also suffered heavy losses. Ma Lauer quickly assembled his troops and began to flee Beiwu town in an off-road vehicle. He thought that what he did in Shanghai was very secretive, but he didn't expect that it wouldn't be long before he was discovered by that old guy Su Yu. If he had known this, he would not have invested so much money in Beiwu town. There are still more than 400,000 acres of arable land, and his grand plan has not yet begun to be realized, but now it has been extinguished by Su Yu. "Boss, where are we going?" "We will march in 12 directions in battalion units," Ma Lauer said with a turn of his eyes. "I don't believe that the Su army can see far away and know that I am in that team. Let's go to the airport. There is a plane there that can take us to Tsarist Russia. I have already arranged a retreat in Tsarist Russia." Clear. The commander of the 8th Army began to order his troops to flee in various directions in battalion units, while Ma Lauer and several senior officers began to take a detour to the airport. They did not expect that the tens of thousands of troops under their command would suffer heavy losses under a charge by the Su family army, so if they did not flee now, when would they flee? At 3:35 in the afternoon, Lu Guangliang arrived at Beiwu town with a large force. Looking at the deserted Beiwu town, he knew that Ma Lauer must have escaped. As for where he went, it was very simple, to the Qing province airport, where a team was waiting for them. His current mission was to clear out the entire Qing province. Capture all the rebels. Don't let any of them go. Damn it. When Ma Lauer saw the Qing province airport, he immediately got out of the car, lit a cigarette and said, "Su Yu, that old brat, I will make him pay the price sooner or later. Walk." Exhaling a puff of smoke, Ma Lauer waved his hand and shouted to the brothers behind him, "I'm going to take you to a foreign country to see the world. Fortunately, I have already contracted a plane, otherwise, we would have been screwed by Su Yu." As he spoke, Ma Lauer led a group of brothers towards the airport, but he discovered a problem. How come the airport, which usually has a lot of floating population, has become so quiet now? Just when Ma Lauer felt something was wrong, a large number of armed forces poured into the airport from the dark, surrounding the entire airport and frightening many people so much that they squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Ma Lauer. A regiment leader came out and shouted, "You've committed crimes in the 3 northwestern provinces, and you still want to escape? I tell you, none of your 9 clans of the Ma family will be able to escape, so you'll just surrender this time." Ha ha ha. Ma Lauer threw the cigarette in his mouth to the ground and stepped on it. then immediately snatched the submachine gun from the surrounding guards and began to shoot at the Su family soldiers in front of him. Da-da-da. On the outskirts of the troops, dozens of heavy machine guns suddenly spewed out a stream of flames that swept across Ma Lauer. When Ma Lauer pulled the trigger, a metal storm shot Ma Lauer into a sieve. Hit me. At the same time that Ma Lauer opened fire, the entire infantry regiment opened fire at full power, killing all the troops brought by Ma Lauer. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire airport became a hell. The powerful firepower made holes in Ma Lauer and his soldiers, and blood flowed like a river. Clean up the battlefield and withdraw the troops. A quarter of an hour later, Ma Lauer and his troops were all killed. At the same time, the 3 deputy governors of the 3 northwestern provinces were all arrested, and the local areas also began to purge. For a full 7 days, all of Ma Lauer's family members were implicated, and the local rich man and Ma Hao were also cut into pieces, which made the people applaud. Immediately afterwards, Lu Guangliang began to purge the entire 3 northwestern provinces. Wherever there were horse bandits, there were Su's army. In just half a month, more than 70,000 horse bandits were wiped out. It can be said that they uprooted the bandits wherever they went. As for the landlords and rich people who have been reported, as long as they are confirmed by the Intelligence Bureau, they will be arrested without mercy. In special times, special means must be used. As long as they infringe upon the interests of the country and the nation, in one word, they will be killed. While the fighting was in full swing in the 3 northwestern provinces, problems arose again in the coastal areas. The 5th Fleet of the Oriental Navy arrived in the coastal areas of Daxia, trying to force Daxia to return the prisoners and send more troops to Goryeo. It was obvious that they wanted to threaten to invade Daxia again. How many more troops? Military Department, Su Yu asked Liao Yuanliang. 1,000,000 troops. Liao Yuanliang pointed at Goryeo and said, the Japanese have added 1,000,000 troops to Goryeo, as well as a large number of armored forces. This is not important. The important thing is that St. Petersburg has also set its sights on us. They want to break through Tsarist Russia, launch an invasion against us, and attack us from both the north and the south with the east. This St. Petersburg. Su Yu frowned and said, do they really think they are invincible? They fought against the Great Eagle Empire and invaded Tsarist Russia. Now they are targeting our Great Xia Kingdom. They really don't know their own limitations. But, Liao Yuanliang said, St. Petersburg pushed across Russia for hundreds of miles and was invincible all the way. This was because we used the deep-seated tactics to cause logistical problems for the Japanese. At this time, St. Petersburg actually reacted. They stopped the offensive this winter and began to shrink their forces. Tsarist Russia is taking advantage of the coming winter and wants to use logistical supply issues to trap St. Petersburg, just like us. But now St. Petersburg has suddenly stopped its attack, withdrawn its troops, and digested the conquered territory. Once St. Petersburg is replenished, its strength will surge. Why? Su Yu sighed and said, it's really hard to develop peacefully. Tell all the major military commands that if any warships, fighter planes, or soldiers from that country enter our territory, they must be driven away. If they cannot be driven away, they must be attacked. Damn it, it's better to hit once to avoid 100 punches. No matter if it's St. Petersburg or the eastern countries, as long as they threaten our country's dignity and damage our country's interests, we will fight them. We have to fight them even if we have to. At most, we can delay development for 10 or 8 years until we defeat these people. Don't worry about the devils, Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang. Tell the northern military region to keep an eye on them. If any devils dare to cross the national defense line, concentrate all firepower to destroy the devils from Goryeo. I don't suggest turning Goryeo into our Great Xia territory. Clear. In Su Yu's heart, he really doesn't want to go to war now. The people are starving and the country is in ruins. It is a time when great development is needed. However, if these powers really want to go to war, he will never be polite. The military strength of the Great Xia Kingdom is not something that any country can bully. The 5 major military regions are enough to deal with any powerful country in the world. Chapter 164, Empty Treasury. Time passed quickly, and it was the day before the new year. Su Yu, wearing a thick coat, stood on the city wall and looked down at the entire Yinjing city, which was covered with snow. Today, Yinjing has been divided into 13 districts and has begun full-scale construction. There are more than 90,000 construction workers alone, and there are about 400,000 auxiliary construction workers and porters who are working hard to build Yinjing. Su Yu only demolished a part of the outer city wall because it blocked the construction of the highway and the area. So he only demolished some parts, and the rest was still preserved relatively intact. After all, this city wall has a history of hundreds of years and has witnessed the rise and fall of Yinjing. Old sword. Su Yu said to the Minister of Finance behind him while wearing his coat. You can see that the whole country is spending money. You must collect taxes as soon as possible in the Ministry of Finance. You must strictly follow the tax collection regulations and cannot collect more or less. Please rest assured, Minister. The Ministry of Finance will definitely follow the instructions and regulations, and the statistics will be available by the end of February. Su Yu nodded and said, how is the establishment of the 3 major banks going? This is a huge project. I have asked local officials from various provinces to assist. According to your request, the provincial capitals will establish the headquarters of the 3 banks. In the urban areas, county towns, and townships will establish branches of the 3 major banks. According to our plan, we will establish 6,000 branches of the 3 major banks and 120 headquarters across the country, as well as establish a 3 major bank group in Yinjing. This project requires a considerable investment of funds. Branches are divided into 3 levels: city, county, and town. It costs $80,000 to establish a city-level branch because it has to be more than 3,000 square meters. The cost of setting up a county-level branch is around $40,000, which is about 1,800 square meters. The cost of setting up a town-level branch is $20,000, which is about 1,500 square meters. The headquarters must be at least 8,000 square meters, and the construction funds require $200,000. The headquarters of the 3 major groups, each with 33 floors, require an initial construction fund of $3.3 million. Therefore, it will take hundreds of millions of funds to build the 3 major banks alone. It's all money. How much money does the Treasury have now? About 500 million. How many? So you asked Jian Nanchun in surprise. Last month, the Treasury still had 2.7 billion, and every month there was an income of about 100 million. How come there is only so little left now? How the hell did you spend it? Can't you save some money for me? Commander-in-Chief, please speak according to your conscience. Jian Nanchun said aggrievedly. When you looked at the dilapidated state of Yinjing, you said that 1.2 billion would be spent on vigorous construction, building roads, rebuilding houses and streets, and repairing forests and gardens. This cost 1.2 billion, and the 3 major industries, the headquarters, as well as the skyscraper of the headquarters of Dongxing Group, cost 12 million yuan to build the tallest building, which is 108 meters high, as well as the construction of the number 1 villa specifically for the residence of major ministers and officials, etc., and cost no less than 100 million yuan. This is also thousands of banks are spread out, and there are troops. Now the number of troops has increased to more than 3.1 million, and there are still 600,000 reserves. You, the boss, just opened up and increased the military pay for the troops. Now the average military pay for soldiers is as high as 8.5 yuan. Every month, this army consumes 26.35 million yuan. The average military pay and reservist salary is 4.5 yuan, which is 2.7 million. If 30 million is gone this month, there are still nearly 4 million mouths to eat. The logistics cost of 15 million a month is 45 million a month. In addition to these, there are officials from all over the country. Our Great Xia country now has 550,000 officials, including township cadres, with an average salary of 5.8 yuan, which is more than 3 million yuan per month, and… Stop. Su Yu smiled and said, I'm not blaming you. I'm just surprised that so much money has been spent in just a few dozen days. There is only 500 million yuan in the government now. Can it last until the tax is paid? Commander, you forgot one thing. Jian Nanchun smiled and said, there are 4 million landlords in the country. We have eliminated 3.3 million landlords in our purge activities. Although all the land has been distributed, these landlords are very wealthy. There are also horse bandits and landlords in the 3 northwestern provinces. Now all the seized materials have been sent to us. Yes. Su Yu slapped his thigh and shouted, how could I forget this? Tell me a number? I really don't know about that. Jian Nanchun shook his head and said, the number is too huge. There are more than 13 million land deeds alone. We are auctioning them off now, and we are also exchanging ancient calligraphy and paintings for money. Of course, we will preserve all the more precious ancient calligraphy and paintings, and then set up a cultural relic museum to store them. I feel relieved to hear that. Su Yu smiled and said, I believe that these nearly 4 million landlords can help our Great Xia country solve this urgent financial problem. After the tax revenue comes in, I will start to build 3 major shipyards, which will also be a considerable expense. There is also the issue of concessions. While the countries are at war, we should take back the concessions. We should also take back all the surrounding islands. No one can take away things that belong to our Great Xia country. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At this time, Su Jiqing was also very busy, because the Great Xia Kingdom had just been established and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was still blank. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs must be established quickly. He knew that diplomacy was the foundation of a country in the face of a country, and it could not be taken lightly. My great foreign minister. Su Yu saw Su Jiqing, who was busy writing documents, and shouted, "My sister-in-law has been blaming me these past 2 days, saying that you haven't been home for a month. What's going on? Are you planning to take charge of this place?" "You kid." Su Jiqing shook his head and said, "I knew you had no good intentions in letting me be the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I have been exhausted during this period. I have finally put the entire Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the right track and started to develop gradually. I know it's difficult." Su Yu closed the door and looked at his second brother's office, which was about 60 or 70 square meters. It had a set of sofas and coffee tables, a desk, and a cabinet for files. It was very simple. No one comes to visit you for no reason. Tell me. Su Jiqing took out the best tea leaves and made a cup of tea for Su Yu and said, "Our chief minister, you are here to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the concession issue, right?" "Yo-ho." Su Yu took a sip of tea and asked in surprise, "Since when did my second brother start fortune-telling part-time?" Chapter 165 Lease Issue. In fact, I have thought of this a long time ago. You will definitely put the concession issue on the agenda after the founding of the country, so I am also improving the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as soon as possible so that we can negotiate with these powerful countries. I feel relieved that my second brother is here with me at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Su Yu said with a smile. "Tomorrow is the new year. Let's go back and have a reunion dinner together. As for the negotiations with the powers, it will be scheduled after the Lantern Festival next year." "Clear. I will prepare everything for the negotiations, and your second brother will not fight an unprepared battle." The Ministry of Foreign Affairs can be more assertive. Diplomacy is a battlefield. It is linked to the country's military strength. No matter which power it is negotiating with, there is no need to be polite. It must be assertive when it is necessary. Anyway, I have also explained to you today that this concession must be taken back, even if it means going to war. But don't worry, Su Yu continued. The Great Eagle Empire is now at war with St. Petersburg. The situation inside the Eagle Empire is not optimistic. It will not choose to go to war with us again, but it will definitely drag it out. So we can't let it drag on. I will let the Eastern Military Region cooperate with you. There are also various islands in the Guangyuan Province concession. I understand. Su Jiqing nodded and said, "I believe in your second brother's ability. Under the circumstances, I will not let the country fall into war again. There are always more solutions than problems. As long as you want to do it, there is nothing you can't do." By the way, I heard that father went to Guangyuan Province to open a company? That's right. Su Yu shook his head and said, "Originally, I was going to give the position of the first chief to my father, and I would only be in charge of the troops, but my father disagreed, saying that he didn't have the prestige and couldn't manage it, so he wouldn't choose to take any position. But you know my father's character, he can't sit still, so I let him start a company to kill time." "That's fine, but it's almost Chinese New Year. Don't worry, I have sent a special plane to pick up father. I believe it will arrive at Yinjing Airport this afternoon. We will go home together after get off work tonight." "Yeah, okay." After talking about the concession issue, Su Yu returned to his office. During this period, he had almost handed over all government affairs to the cabinet, so he was not too busy. Now he was thinking about how to maximize the reputation value in the world nuclear peace, which would have the greatest effect on the improvement of this country. The first point that Su Yu considered was scientific research, which could promote the progress of the country. He planned to develop communication technology within 10 years, including wireless power supply technology, satellite technology, etc., which were all within his consideration. Now he has established research laboratories in 3 cities, Jinling, Yinjing, and Sichuan. He plans to recall scientific researchers scattered across the country after the Lantern Festival this year. The one from the United States must be brought home. After all, Su Yu was still very much yearning for missile technology. Some time ago, he spent 300,000 reputation points to exchange 10 heavyweight academicians in the missile field from the World Nuclear Platform and let them join in the scientific research and development. It's a pity that the World Nuclear Platform is not open to advanced researchers, and only those within 20 years can be exchanged. Otherwise, he could directly get a modern scientific research academician, and the knowledge in his head could be used in one step. In addition, there are researchers in the field of warships. Su Yu has exchanged more than 500 researchers to analyze and develop the structure of warships. They will be able to achieve independent research and development of warships within 1 or 2 years. After all, The Great Xia Kingdom has no foundation in this area. With these 3 research institutes and a steady stream of talent joining in, I believe they will become a catalyst for the development of Daxia, allowing Daxia to surpass all other major powers in a short period of time. According to the intelligence agency, the second improved V-2 missile of St. Petersburg has been put into use and shines brightly on the battlefield. More than 3,000 V-2 missiles were launched at one time, which stunned the Eagle country soldiers. There is also Tsarist Russia, which also developed the Organ rocket launcher and severely defeated St. Petersburg on the battlefield. This war is the most important factor in promoting the development of a country's military strength. Various advanced weapons emerged in an endless stream, forcing it to speed up its pace. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Yu and Su Jiqing walked out of the office, strolled out of the palace, and came to the location of Villa No. 1. At this time, Villa No. 1 was still under construction. There were 1,001 courtyards here. The architecture was very characteristic of Daxia. The construction inside was also very luxurious, with pavilions, rivers, rockery, etc. It would take about a year to complete the construction. This Villa No. 1 will be where ministers and other senior officials live in the future. The area of each villa is over 800 square meters, which is enough for a family. Moreover, Villa No. 1 has the most advanced medical institutions in the country, as well as fitness facilities, etc. It can be said that it has everything you need. Su Yu is willing to spend money on Villa No. 1. I'm really looking forward to living in the new house. Su Jiqing stood in the snow and said dreamily, I dare not even dream that our Su family can become the master of the world, and you can become the emperor, and the emperor at the age of only 28. Who can believe it if I tell others about it? The two of them walked in the heavy snow and returned to the Su family compound. Generally, the family would only live in the Su family compound during festivals, and they lived separately at other times. Master, you're back. Come in and warm yourself by the fire. The weather in the north is really cold. Uncle Wang, you should go home early today to be with your wife and children. Su Yu smiled and said, It's really hard for you to move to the north with us. That's polite of you, young master. Entering the Su family compound, Su Yu first found his wife. At this time, Xue Jingwan was holding a child with his eyes closed, sleeping soundly. Thanks for your hard work. Su Yu hurried over to take the child, looked at the haggard Xue Jingwan and said, When the child is a little older, let stepmother take care of him, so you can have some rest. Not tired. Xue Jingwan took Su Yu's arm and said, He is very obedient and won't make trouble. That's good. If he doesn't obey, I'll spank him. Haha. Xue Jingwan smiled and said, Go see Dad quickly. He just came back from the airport. I think Dad has lost a lot of weight. Well, I'll go see the old man then. In the hall, Su Yuanzhong, Su Jiqing, and Su Yuan were drinking tea and chatting. When they saw Su Yu approaching, the three of them immediately smiled and said, Guan, come over and have some tea. It's cold. Brother, how was your recovery during this period? No problem. After systematic training, I have almost recovered. Now, Su Yuan said with a smile, I plan to go into business with my father. Chapter 166 New Year. In the early morning, the whole of Yinjing began to be filled with the sound of firecrackers. From the moment Su Yu got up that day, the reputation value of world nuclear peace had been increasing, because this was the most peaceful new year for the people of Daxia in the past 10 years. Eating dumplings during the new year in the north is very different from that in the south, but as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The Su family also started making dumplings. The old chef was also brought from the south and is preparing the New Year's dinner. The Su family suddenly became lively. The men were making tea and eating fruit in the hall, while the women were chatting about gossip. There were also 5 or 6 younger people, all of whom were Su Yu's brothers and sisters. They were still in college, and they played mahjong together and had a lot of fun. Several young mothers were taking care of their children, each in their own circle. The third one, Su Yuanzhong leaned back on the sofa and said, I'm afraid this concession issue is difficult to resolve. The previous dynasty signed a contract with the powers, and they have the right to use this concession for 99 years. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to get it back. Nothing is easy. Su Yu took a sip of tea and said, If they are strong, they will have to give in. The contract is just a piece of waste paper. It is only used to restrain the weak. The strong never need to be restrained because they are the makers of the rules. These foreign powers have used the concessions to make huge profits in our great Xia country. They have engaged in underground boxing, opium, arms trafficking, etc., which have seriously curbed the development of our coastal areas. Therefore, this concession issue must be resolved as soon as possible, even if it means resorting to force. Don't worry, Su Jiqing said. My Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already started to formulate a plan. We will try every possible way to take back the concession without resorting to force. The worst-case scenario is just a show to scare the other side. Listening to the conversation between his two sons, Su Yuanzhong was very satisfied. The economic development trend of Daxia is quite good now, Su Yuanzhong said again. Whether it is Guangyuan province or various regions, they are all promoting economic development, and local governments are also strongly supporting it. It will not be long before the economy of our Daxia will take off. It's only a matter of time. Su Yu smiled and said, with the injection of a large number of enterprises, tens of thousands of kilometers of roads connecting the north and the south, and shipping in coastal areas connecting with foreign countries, it will only take 3 to 5 years for Daxia's economy to make a qualitative leap. The four of them were chatting about the world in the hall. Then lunch was served, and the family started to eat happily. After lunch, the children started to ask for red envelopes. Uncle. The eldest brother Su Yuan's son came to Su Yu and said happily, "Happy New Year, Uncle. Give me the red envelope." Ha ha ha. Su Hao's words immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. Because Su Hao is not very old, only 10 years old, his chubby face was very cute and funny, which caused everyone to laugh. "Thank you. Here is your red envelope." Su Yu put 100 yuan in the red envelope, along with his sister. Among his brothers and sisters, Su Zixin was the closest to him. When they were little, they liked to run after him and call him brother all day long. But now, because he is the emperor of the empire, these brothers and sisters are more reserved when they see him. You have it too. Su Yu prepared a red envelope of 10,000 yuan for each of his 6 brothers and sisters. He walked up to Su Zixin, touched her head and said, "Little girl, you are getting more and more beautiful. Are you going to graduate soon?" Su Zixin nodded heavily and said, "We will graduate in half a year. What do you want to do after graduation?" "I don't know yet." "Then after graduation, go find your sister-in-law and ask her to arrange a job for you," Su Yu said with a smile. "Girls have to be self-reliant. When you have time, bring a brother-in-law back for your brother." "Elder brother." Su Zixin stamped her feet and shouted in dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha. After handing out the red envelopes, Su Yu took Jing Wan out for a walk. He watched the children on the street happily chasing each other, setting off firecrackers, playing with lanterns, with happiness on their faces. This might be the meaning of his efforts. After the new year, Su Yu started to get busy again. New year, new atmosphere. This year is very important. It is the starting year of the Great Xia Kingdom. A solid foundation must be laid so that it will be conducive to subsequent development. All departments began to report last year's situation to Su Yu, and local officials also began to report local situations one after another and summarize last year. Although there was only a short period of a few dozen days, it was still necessary to report. So Su Yu has been extremely busy during this period. He sent most of the documents to the cabinet. He had to be a hands-off boss when it came to such hard work. After the New Year's Eve, Su Jiqing led the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to meet with diplomats from these powerful countries to explain their purpose. It can be said that they were turned away on their first visit. At this time, Su Yu was listening to the Ministry of Finance's report on last year's tax situation. "Director, because we only founded the country last year, there are some deviations in fiscal collection. Most areas have been devastated by the war, such as the Central Plains. We did not collect too much tax, and most people could not afford it. So this year's tax revenue is not much. Among them, the province with the highest tax revenue is Zhongbei Province, which is as high as 133 million silver dollars, followed by Guangyuan Province with 132 million silver dollars. Last year, our total tax revenue was 3.96 billion silver dollars. Because of the tax reform, there is almost no tax evasion now. If the provinces in the Central Plains are included, this year's tax revenue can actually break through the 5 billion mark. This number was actually within Su Yu's calculations. After all, Daxia has 540 million people. Even if it is poor and backward, the tax revenue will not be too bad. In the past, it was just that too much commercial tax was leaked. Now, commercial tax accounts for 71%. If Su Yu had not reduced hundreds of miscellaneous taxes, this year's tax revenue would be around 7 billion. Have you calculated the funds for the confiscation? Almost. Jin Nanchun opened the account book and said, "We didn't move the 90,000 rare antique paintings and calligraphy. We put them in storage and will put them in the museums built in major cities later. As for the tens of millions of land deeds, they have all been sold below the market price. According to statistics, the total amount we calculated is 23.9 billion silver dollars, and there are 2,100 tons of gold. The gold reserves in our treasury have reached 6,000 tons." "How many?" Su Yu stood up and shouted, 23.9 billion. That's right. The total amount of currency in our Great Xia country is about 50 billion. So, these 4 million landlord consortiums hold most of the wealth of the Great Xia country. Damn it. Su Yu cursed inwardly. It seems that the currency reform needs to be accelerated. Chapter 167, Strong Attitude. Now with these tens of billions of funds, the national treasury is very abundant. With money, it must be spent. These 3 shipyards can be put on the agenda. He plans to build 3 shipyards in Dong Province, Fusha Province, and Guangyuan Province respectively for the production of warships. The other thing is road construction. Whether it is railways, cement roads, or airports, all of them are being built in an accelerated manner to ensure that they can be connected in all directions, east, south, west, and north. Now that the 5 major military regions are on the right track, and because of the birth of the St. Petersburg V-2 missile, he handed over the drawings of the V-2 missile to the Scientific Research Department, hoping that it would be helpful to them. There are also 10 top missile academicians, and he believes that they will be able to bring him surprises soon. Mr. Raman Rupert, I finally meet you. Su Jiqing forced a smile and said to the eagle countryman in front of him, I came to you this time to discuss the concession issue with your country in detail. Our country has also informed you in advance that we must take back this concession and ensure the integrity of our motherland's territory. This is the bottom line of our Great Xia country. Commander Su. Raman Rupert took out the lease contract and said, This is the lease contract. It's 99 years. If you want to take it back, you still have 88 days. After 88 years, we will return it with both hands. Snort. Su Jiqing snorted coldly and said, This is a contract signed by the previous dynasty. It has nothing to do with us. I will only say this once, Mr. Raman Rupert, we must resolve this concession issue, even if we have to use force. But we belong to the same alliance, and I hope we don't have to fight. Threaten me. Raman Rupert angrily slammed the table and left, shouting to his subordinates, Get out. Regarding the arrogance of the Eagle Country people, Su Jiqing felt that he had oversimplified the matter. He thought that since they were in the same camp, the other party would have some concerns, but now it seems that they have none at all. Not only was he rejected 3 times, but now the negotiations did not put his Great Xia country in the same position. Damn it! Su Jiqing pretended to be angry and said, I will return to China in 3 days. I will not serve it anymore. Let the Eastern Military Region send troops and prepare to launch a strong attack on the Eagle concession on time. When the news of Su Jiqing's setback was brought back to China, Su Yu smiled and was very happy after hearing it. Back then, he had been patient again and again in Shanglu and had suffered a lot of humiliation. He knew very well about these old powers. If he didn't hurt them, he would not be able to recognize his own situation. Military headquarters, Su Yu said to Liao Yuanliang, Tell the Eastern Military Region to be ready to take back the Eagle concession at any time. Clear. That afternoon, the order was passed to the Eastern Military Region. Guo Dahai was very excited when he heard about it. He had long wanted to deal with these Eagle Country guys when he was in Shanglu, and now he finally had the opportunity. That night, Guo Dahai mobilized the troops. The next morning, Eagle concession. The soldiers of Eagle Country were preparing to start training. Because of the situation in Great Xia Country, they had to train every 3 to 5 days. The Navy soldiers originally wanted to drive the warship out for a stroll, but suddenly they saw 3 huge aircraft carriers carrying dozens of warships on the sea that had surrounded them. They were so scared that their legs went weak, and they quickly reported it. In addition, Guo Dahai dispatched 3 heavy brigades and thousands of armored tanks to surround the entire periphery of the concession, and aerial bombers were buzzing back and forth. Fuck. Jack, the commander of the Eagle Country garrison, cursed angrily. He had only been in the Great Xia Country for a few months, and he was already being targeted. The previous garrison commander had returned home with a lot of money. Report to the military immediately. Yes, Commander. The Eagle Garrison Command quickly reported the news, and the report said that the Great Xia Kingdom had mobilized thousands of armored tanks, dozens of warships, including 3 aircraft carriers, and tens of thousands of troops to encircle the concession, and requested the military to contact the Great Xia Kingdom's military headquarters. This situation was reported to the Eagle Country's military headquarters and immediately caused a huge sensation. Could it be that the Great Xia Country really wanted to take back the concession by force? At the same time, Su Jiqing began to prepare to return with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In his plan, suppressing the Eagle Country with strength was also one of his several plans. He believed that the Eagle Country Ministry of Foreign Affairs would definitely come to him today. That night, the foreign ministers of the Eagle Country invited Su Jiqing to have dinner in the palace hall to discuss the concession issues. Because the military strength of the Great Xia country was not weak at this juncture, they did not dare to do anything to the Great Xia country. They could only find ways to delay time. After defeating St. Petersburg, it would not be too late to break up with the Great Xia country. Commander Su. Raman Rupert greeted Su Jiqing with a smile and said, "Because this damn Saint Desperado launched more than 3,000 missiles on my front line, causing a large number of buildings on my front line to be destroyed, I am in a bad mood. I apologize to Commander Su. Let's take a seat." A group of diplomats began to sit together, and Su Jiqing went straight to the point. "Mr. Raman Rupert, our chief has given me a death order on the concession issue. Either we negotiate it, or we take it down. I only have 3 days." Raman Rupert felt very unhappy when he heard Su Jiqing's words. "Commander Su, stop. Mr. Raman Rupert, there is no third option. There are only these 2 options. We must take back all the concessions and islands of Daxia within 3 days. This is our bottom line. Commander Su, let's eat first." Raman Rupert said with a very unhappy expression. "Let me discuss this matter with the Prime Minister and give you a reply tomorrow. I won't eat anymore." Su Jiqing stood up and said, "I will return tomorrow afternoon, hoping to get an answer from Mr. Raman Rupert." After saying that, Su Jiqing left immediately. Now that the negotiation was reversed at 2 levels, he had the upper hand, so he naturally had to play his cards to the fullest, and his temper as well. If there was no satisfactory answer tomorrow, he would turn around and leave. While Su Jiqing was negotiating with the Eagles, the United States was also negotiating with France and other powerful countries, because you had to take back these concessions as soon as possible, otherwise it would curb the country's development. His worst plan was to use force. Of course, not being able to use force would be the best outcome. It would depend on how his second brother negotiated to get these concessions back from the great powers. Now the Eastern Military Region has sent a large number of troops to besiege the concession. It depends on whether these great powers are willing to give up this piece of meat. If they are not willing, then they can only break their teeth. Especially the Great Eagle Empire, the other 2 sides have made great progress. For example, France are very willing to make friends with the Great Xia Kingdom, so the concession issue is not a big problem. Chapter 168, Great Development and Construction. Su Jiqing waited in the Eagle country for about a day. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the agreed time, Su Jiqing still hadn't received any news from the Eagle country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He left the reception desk with the diplomatic officials and rushed to the airport. After he arrived at the airport and was about to board the plane, a fleet of business cars quickly came to Su Jiqing, and the first person to get out of the car was Raman Rupert. "Commander Su, you are too anxious." To be honest, after knowing that Su Jiqing had left the reception, Mr. Raman Rupert was still very panicked. After all, once Su Jiqing left, it would mean that the 2 countries were going to go to war. At this critical juncture, his Great Eagle Empire could not afford to have another enemy. "Mr. Raman Rupert, I thought you had made your choice, so why should I stay any longer?" "We have indeed made a choice, but this choice is good news for Commander Su," Mr. Raman Rupert said with a wry smile. "We have decided to return the concession to you. I hope we can maintain a friendly alliance." "You have made a very correct decision," Su Jiqing said calmly. "France, the United States has returned the concession to our Great Xia country and will withdraw its troops in 3 days. You, the Eagle country, have also made a correct decision. As long as you return the concession, we will still be friends." Listening to Su Jiqing's words, to be honest, Raman Rupert was very dissatisfied. In the past, they had invaded and beaten such backward countries that they dared not fight back. Now that they had some military strength, they didn't know their own weight. After defeating Saint-Germain, he didn't mind joining forces again to form an 8-nation alliance to flatten Daxia. At this time, Su Jiqing was also thinking in his heart that after the national situation of the Great Xia Kingdom stabilized, they would definitely take back what they had lost, especially the 23,000 cultural relics in the Dang Museum. These cultural relics spanned thousands of years of history of the Great Xia Kingdom. They were extremely precious things, so they must be taken back. After the contract was signed, there was no longer any talk of concession in Daxia, and the 2 islands were all recovered. From then on, the territory of Daxia became complete. On February 1st, international news announced that France, the United States, and the United States would return their concessions and islands in Daxia and would withdraw their troops in 3 days. This news caused a huge shock. This also caused a sensation in Daxia. The country actually took back the concession. They stood up, and even the powerful countries had to give face to the Great Xia Kingdom. At this time, the 500 million people of the Great Xia Kingdom were proud to be Great Xia people. After taking back the concession, Su Yu sent intelligence personnel to search for scientific researchers and technicians from daxia around the world, and secretly contact them to find a way to bring them back. After receiving this order, Dai Yunong began to dispatch intelligence personnel overseas to secretly contact these scientific researchers and technicians. As long as someone was willing to return, they would try their best to bring them back. Now that the country has entered a complete unification, Su Yu feels much more at ease. The Ministry of Agriculture has begun to distribute the first generation of hybrid seeds to the people. As long as these seeds are successfully planted, the Great Xia Kingdom will be able to hold its own rice bowl in its own hands. In addition, construction has begun at 3 major shipyards, with each shipyard investing up to $22 million and capable of producing and building 9 large warships at the same time. Now that Su Yu has tens of billions of funds in his hands, he has completely turned the Great Xia Kingdom into an infrastructure maniac. According to statistics, the manpower mobilized for various projects this year is as high as 17 million. Of course, the millions of Japanese prisoners are not counted because they are not considered human beings. A large number of schools and hospitals began to be built, including the Daxia Military Academy, which was founded by Su Yu himself. It was located in Yinjing and had a branch in Jinling. Su Yu attached great importance to these 2 military academies. He personally served as the principal of both academies, and all the teachers were veteran officers who had retired from the battlefield. They had high ideological awareness, rich combat experience, and high prestige, and were able to intimidate the students. These 2 military academies include many majors, such as the Army, Navy, Air Force, Rocket Force, intelligence personnel, etc. Each branch of the military is divided into multiple departments. The 2 military academies have a construction area of more than 6,000 acres, which can be said to be the largest school in the Great Xia Kingdom. There is also the Renmin University, which is a base dedicated to training officials for the Great Xia Kingdom and is also one of the key universities. Su Yu attaches great importance to education. There is also the Mining Bureau. Now the Mining Bureau is developing vigorously. Su Yu also spent money and reputation to buy advanced mining equipment for the Mining Bureau, as well as the production drawings of these equipment. He established a company that specializes in developing and producing equipment for the Mining Bureau. This company is global, and the equipment will naturally be sold all over the world in the future. The construction of the coastal economy, the Central Plains economy, the Northern Region economy, and the Northwestern aquaculture economy began to be fully implemented in order to make the economy of the Great Xia Kingdom flourish, rather than just one area doing well, with only Shanglu, Yinjing, Guangzhou, and other areas doing well while ignoring other places. The sound of hammers hitting steel bars and concrete seemed to resound throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. Construction was going on everywhere, and the same was true for the concessions that were taken back. All of them were important cities for economic development. Banners of economic development and educational development covered the entire village, advocating the great development of the national economy and the industrial age, and asking the people to seize the opportunity to make a fortune. Time passed quickly under the hammering of the hammer. During this period, Su Yu inspected the 5 major military regions, improved their soldiers' combat modes, strengthened training, and could not be neglected. The arsenal is also expanding rapidly. It has now recruited 400,000 construction workers, and all the equipment inside the arsenal is semi-automated. So these 10 arsenals can almost meet the needs of the entire army. There are also heavy equipment production bases and aviation production bases under construction, and senior technicians are also being trained. For this purpose, Su Yu also specially established a Northwest Military University to train senior technicians for the country. Half a year passed quickly, and during this half year, the Great Xia Kingdom entered a period of prosperous development. The most dazzling of these is crop production. After the use of hybrid seeds, the yield of grain has increased several times. The original rice yield was more than 160 kilograms per mu, but after the use of hybrid seeds, the yield has reached 700 kilograms per mu. Now in some places, the yield has reached 800 kilograms per mu. The people are smiling from ear to ear. Once they sell the grain, they immediately have a lot of extra money in their hands. Due to the rapid economic development, the country's currency began to circulate insufficiently, which made money more valuable. In the past, $1 could buy 16 kilograms of food, but now $1 can buy 30 kilograms of food, and it is even about to surpass the US dollar. Chapter 169 Currency Reform. Regarding currency reform, Su Yu exchanged a set of super advanced currency manufacturing and printing machines in the world nuclear peace. It cannot be replicated with the current industrial level of the world, and it is also handmade. Even if it can be replicated, the value of the replica will far exceed the value of the currency. At this time, Su Yu was discussing currency reform with the Minister of Finance. As for how to set the amount of the second set of currency, Su Yu directly decided on a plan, which included banknotes and coins. The banknotes had denominations of 100, 50, 20, 10, 5, and 1 yuan, and the coins had denominations of 1 yuan, 50 cents, 10 cents, 5 cents, 1 cent, and 1 cent, which could almost meet the market demand. How is the construction of the three major banks going now? In the past 6 months or so, most of the work has been completed. I believe that by the time autumn comes, these more than 6,000 banks will be able to be put into use. This is also thanks to the 3,000 excellent bank managers you have sent us. Now the bank's operating system has been perfected, and almost as soon as it is built, it can be put into use. I will build a currency manufacturing base and initially issue 44 billion to the market to keep the value of our currency equal to that of the United States and ensure that the value of our currency is within the range of 1 to 2 with the currency of the United States. No problem. After the discussion, Su Yu began to exchange advanced currency production equipment. The currency production base was located in Yinjing, and the people he exchanged would be in charge of the production and supervision, so there would not be any problems. After the new currency is issued, the funds in his hands will skyrocket. So his task in the second half of the year is to spend the 44 billion, let it circulate in the market, and reduce the value of the current currency. This kind of professional matter should be left to professionals. He doesn't know much about the economic concept of currency, but he has found many economists and let them monitor it. He no longer worries about these things. His top priority now is still on military affairs. Now that all the new recruits from the 5 major military regions have completed their training and joined the troops, the military strength of the Great Xia Kingdom has also exceeded the 3 million mark. It can be said that it is strong in both men and horses, including the Navy, Army, and Air Force. Therefore, he is considering the calculations between the Great Xia Kingdom and the East Asian Kingdom. Now the Japanese Empire and the United States are fighting in full swing in the Pacific battlefield. Now the Japanese Empire has the upper hand, but with the start of the United States' rapid military expansion, it is even more powerful than the rapid military expansion system, because as the United States continues to rapidly expand its military, it will gradually begin to control the air and sea power, so it has to consider the future. Once the Eastern Kingdom is defeated, the most the defeated country will have to pay is a little compensation. This is not Su Yu's final calculation. He wants this nation to disappear from this world, and this country to disappear from this world. Only in this way can the Great Xia Kingdom be protected from the influence of the Eastern Kingdom in the future. With the development of science and technology, the world will shrink into a global village. The Japanese are so bad that if they release harmful substances into the sea or start a virus war, it will be a huge hidden danger for the Great Xia Kingdom. Therefore, for the sake of safety and for the sake of future generations, he must take action. It is said that he would rather bear the infamy of aggression for the rest of his life than let his descendants enjoy the benefits. Su Yu can and will bear this infamy. He does not care about being the greatest emperor of all time. What he wants is the ambition of the Qin emperor to swallow up mountains and rivers. In the military department, Liao Yuanliang and Wang Wen are simulating the global war situation and the existing military strength of the Japanese in the country. They have studied the Japanese thoroughly. How about it? Su Yu walked into the military headquarters and asked, I believe that in 3 to 5 years, this global war will be decided. It has already reached a fever pitch. St. Petersburg is really strong. The 3 armies have conquered half of Tsarist Russia. However, Tsarist Russia is too big. It is not easy to conquer St. Petersburg. How many troops are there in the country now? About 1 million, Liao Yuanliang responded. The Japanese army has about 5 million soldiers in the Navy, Army, and Air Force, not counting those captured by us. Now they have nearly 3 million soldiers deployed in the Pacific battlefield, 1 million in Korea, and 1 million in our country. However, these soldiers are all in follow-up training, and their combat effectiveness is much worse than that of the 3 major armies in our country. How about it? Liao Yuanliang looked at the sand table and said, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to send troops and destroy the Dongyang Kingdom in one fell swoop? Hold your composure, Su Yu said as he sat on a chair and looked at the sand table. Now the war between Japan and the United States has just started. Let them have their fun first. We should work hard to develop during this period, and let all the major arsenals work hard to make ammunition for us, especially rocket shells. When the Japanese are about to give up, we will attack. I think the time will be the early spring of next year, when the Japanese will definitely lose their advantage in the Pacific. Almost. Wang Wen continued. The industrial capacity of the United States is really strong. According to our intelligence investigation, in the first half of this year, they produced 11,000 armored tanks, 90,000 artillery pieces, 330,000 machine guns, 880,000 rifles, 9,000 fighter planes, and 49 warships, including 19 aircraft carriers. This is more than the four major powers combined, and their military strength has reached 8.8 million. I really have to sigh. Is this really something a country can do? Besides that, Wang Wen continued, whether it's aircraft, tanks, or warships, they are all world-leading and have very advanced performance. I'm really afraid that this giant will be awakened by the Japanese, and then it will bring a devastating disaster to the world. If the United States is determined to dominate the world, with their military and industrial strength, they will be able to challenge our entire Asia region alone. Don't worry, our development speed is not slow either. Su Yu stood up and said, perhaps our enemy in the future will be the United States, so we must treat every country in the world as our imaginary enemy and develop our country. We must ensure that our country's military strength and comprehensive capabilities can cope with the invasion of any country in the world, or the invasion of multiple countries. This is also why I want to vigorously develop science and technology. You may not understand it now, but in the future you will understand how powerful the power of science and technology is. Su Yu could imagine how surprised they would be when the communications satellite was established, how surprised they will be when missiles come out, and how surprised they will be when nuclear power comes out. He will use 10 years to complete a 30-year journey. Chapter 170. Visit of the Deputy Commander of Tsarist Russia. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and each autumn rain brought a chill. By this time, more than half of the year had passed, and it was the end of October. After the issuance of new currency, the market economy gradually stabilized. Su Yu was deducing tactics with Liao Yuanliang in the military headquarters, because St. Petersburg took 10 months to break through the northwest of Tsarist Russia, and the army arrived at the northwest border of the Great Xia Kingdom. Where are they exactly now? Su Yu asked Liao Yuanliang. In the Outer Mongolia region, Liao Yuanliang pointed to the map and replied, the St. Petersburg army is clearing out the Outer Mongolian country. They have dispatched about one army group and one armored army group, with a total of 400,000 troops. This St. Petersburg army group has a staff of about 300,000 people, and the number of tanks and armored vehicles in the armored group is about 600. This time, St. Petersburg dispatched troops from the Western Route Army. It seems that they want to attack the Japanese army in Gaoli from both sides and launch another war of aggression against our country. Damn it! Su Yu slammed the table and said, these sons of bitches are really good at fighting. They have come all the way from Europe to fight us. Does St. Petersburg really want to conquer the world? That's right. Wang Wen lit a cigarette and said, everyone in St. Petersburg is a soldier. The army has 10 million soldiers and has invaded more than a dozen countries. They have the same character as the Japanese. They just deserve a beating. But St. Petersburg really escaped a disaster. If they had not stopped last winter, these millions of soldiers would have been frozen to death. Now, due to a turn of events, St. Petersburg has been able to advance all the way this year, forcing Tsarist Russia to retreat step by step. The Eagles have also been beaten badly. Now they are targeting us again. Because of the arrival of St. Petersburg, the Japanese in the Goryeo region are also gearing up for battle. It seems that a war is inevitable. Oh, I really don't want to fight this battle. Su Yu lit a cigarette and said, but for the sake of peace in the next few years, this war has to be fought. We can also take this opportunity to take back Outer Mongolia. Your military department should formulate a combat plan and let the Northern Military Region and the Western Military Region enter the first-level combat readiness state and start the war at any time. Clear. Oh, by the way, Wang Wen said, the Russian Deputy Commander Zhuenka will arrive in Yinjing tomorrow morning. He wants to conduct a joint operation with the Great Xia Kingdom and discuss a joint operation plan against St. Petersburg. What is the current situation in Tsarist Russia? Su Yu asked. Last year, the Tsarist Russian army lost 2.47 million people, including 800,000 deaths, 1.04 million prisoners, and the wounded. Now the Tsarist Russian native army remains at around 6 million, with 303 divisions, as well as the Navy and Air Force, and the total force has remained at 6 million. I will meet Zhu Yuanka at the military headquarters tomorrow, Su Yu said to the Secretary General behind him. Ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to receive Zhu Yuanka with the highest etiquette and bring him to the reception room of the military headquarters. Yes, Chief. The next morning, a plane landed at the Yinjing airport. A middle-aged man with white skin and blue eyes walked down from the plane. He exuded a murderous aura and his eyes were very sharp. At this time, it was Zhu Yuanka, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Tsarist Russia. Foreign Minister Su Jiqing received the senior general with the highest reception etiquette and took him to the military reception room in a Pegasus luxury business car produced in the Great Xia Kingdom. General Zhu Yuanka, welcome. Su Jiqing shook hands with the other party and talked for a few words, then got in the car and rushed to the palace. Zhu Yuanka looked out the car window at the models of skyscrapers appearing in Yinjing City, as well as the luxurious streets and wide, clean roads. This scene reminded him of the shadow of Tsarist Russia's 10-year construction and development plan. Along the way, this once backward and poor country brought a lot of shock to the senior general of Tsarist Russia, and he was very glad that he came to the Great Xia Kingdom. After entering the imperial city, they arrived at the military reception room in a few minutes. At this time, Wang Wen was receiving the other party at the door. Wang Wen respected Zhu Yuanka, the deputy commander of Tsarist Russia, very much because he had read his war conclusions, which gave him great inspiration. General Zhu Yuanka. When Wang Wen saw Zhu Yuanka getting off the car, he immediately greeted him with a smile. When Zhu Yuanka saw Wang Wen, he also smiled and said, "Chief of Staff of the Great Xia Army, I know you. I have studied your command. Please come in. The chief is waiting for you." A group of people walked into the reception room. The luxury inside shocked Zhu Yuanka. Su Yu and Liao Yuanliang were also waiting for each other inside. Director Su. Zhu Yuanka saw Su Yu quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "I have heard of your legend in Tsarist Russia. I really admire you. You are the pursuer of our senior generals in the Tsarist Russian military. For the battles you have commanded, our military will hold a discussion meeting to learn from them." In Tsarist Russia, Su Yu's deeds were mythical, and he became an idol for many senior generals of Tsarist Russia because they were impressed by Su Yu's command level, especially the last battle, which almost laid the foundation for the victory of the Great Xia Kingdom. General Zhu Yuanka. Su Yu also held Zhu Yuanka's hand and said, "I am also well known for your name in Daxia. Chief of Staff Wang of our military is very interested in studying your tactics." When a group of people who were fighting got together, they naturally had a lot of topics to talk about, especially the current situation. Zhu Yuanka believed that the final victory would definitely belong to their Tsarist Russia. The military strength of St. Petersburg is indeed very strong, and it is the #1 enemy of our Tsarist Russia. We have been defeated many times by the St. Petersburg troops, but our country is vast, just like your Great Xia country. Even if we drag it out, we can still defeat St. Petersburg. We don't mind fighting for another 10 or 8 years, but they may not be able to defeat St. Petersburg. They are still at war with the Eagle country, so we have confidence. Zhu Yuanka looked at Su Yu and said, "We came to Daxia this time to fight a joint war with Daxia. The Saint Fort has hundreds of thousands of troops stationed on the border of your Daxia because it wants to unite with the million-strong army of Gaoli. So we can also unite to deal with these allied invading countries together." "How do you combine?" Su Yu asked. "According to our Russian intelligence, St. Petersburg has already conquered Outer Mongolia and is now on a rapid march. Around November 3rd, they will join forces with the East to invade your Great Xia country and launch another war of aggression against your Great Xia country. So we can unite to fight," Zhu Yuanka said as he came to the map. "I will send a large army to cut off St. Petersburg's logistical supply lines and the support troops of the Western Route Army. You are responsible for annihilating this group of St. Petersburg troops, and we can guarantee that within 3 months, no soldier of the Western Route Army of St. Petersburg will reach the front line." Chapter 171. The war is about to begin. After detailed discussions among the four, a battle plan began to be formulated, and absolute communication and contact must be guaranteed between the two armies. During this period, Su Yu optimized the entire combat plan. It can be said that Su Yu's command level deeply shocked the deputy commander of Tsarist Russia, making him unable to calm down for a long time. If Tsarist Russia had a commander like this, they might not have lost millions of square kilometers of territory to St. Petersburg, lost millions of troops, and caused tens of millions of civilians to suffer. After making a plan, Zhu Yuanka stayed for 1 day and then left. If he hadn't wanted to ask Su Yu a few questions, he might have rushed back to Tsarist Russia that afternoon. October 30th. Su Yu called the commander of the Western Military Region He Zhongjuan, the commander of the Northern Military Region Deng Liang, and the commander of the Central Military Region Wang Wu to the military headquarters, preparing to give them combat orders. "I didn't expect that the peace would last only a short time before the war breaks out again." Deng Liang pinched a cigarette and said, "This little devil is not honest at all in Korea. He has sent secret agents everywhere in my border area. I have wanted to beat him up for a long time. As long as the Japanese are not destroyed, our Great Xia will not be at peace. This time it all depends on what the commander-in-chief says." He Zhongjuan said, "This St. Petersburg is also involved. This time, our Great Xia country needs to face the two major military powers of the allied nations at the same time. We can't be careless." "Lao He, what a character you have." Wang Wu smiled and said, "Now our Great Xia kingdom is strong and powerful. It is not the past era when we only had a few guns and cannons. We now have tens of thousands of cannons. No matter how powerful the Japanese are, as long as they are defeated by us once, there will be a second time, a third time, and even St. Petersburg. Although St. Petersburg's army is the best in the world, I really don't accept it. I want to see which is stronger, their army or our great Xia army. You'll know after you fight. Wang Wen stood up and said, we need to fight this battle quickly and decisively, and try to defeat St. Petersburg and the Eastern Kingdom with lightning speed. We must not let them affect our domestic economic construction. At this time, Su Yu walked into the military headquarters. Everyone inside stood up and saluted Su Yu and shouted, their faces very serious, watching Su Yu sitting in the first seat. We are all brothers, no need to be so polite. Su Yu waved his hand and said, it's been quiet for more than half a year, and now the storm is coming again. I really don't want to fight. This army has just been established, and I didn't expect to have to fight again. Let me tell you about the battle plan, Su Yu said as he personally came to the map. The whole damn world thinks that our great Xia kingdom is easy to bully. St. Petersburg's army of hundreds of thousands dared to invade our great Xia kingdom. This time, we're going to give it a hard time. Old He. Su Yu said to He Zhongjuan, your Western military region's mission this time is to fight against St. Petersburg. I will not give you any support. If you cannot defeat St. Petersburg's hundreds of thousands of troops with the strength of a military region, you should quit as commander and go home to retire. Don't worry, Chief. He Zhongjuan stood up and said, in this battle, our Western military region will certainly demonstrate the power of the great Xia nation. None of the hundreds of thousands of St. Petersburg troops will be able to leave Outer Mongolia alive. Also, after you defeated St. Petersburg, you conveniently took over Outer Mongolia. This originally belonged to our great Xia kingdom, so it is normal to take it back. Yes, Chief. And Dengliang, your opponent is still our old rival, the Eastern Kingdom. The Eastern Kingdom has 1 million troops in Goryeo, but almost all of them are new troops. Your mission is to kill these 1 million Japanese troops. I will let the Central Military Region support you. Also, take over Goryeo. This was originally the territory of our great Xia kingdom. It is normal to take it back now. Then, Wang Wen began to explain the entire strategic plan, as well as the joint combat plan with Tsarist Russia, to several military district commanders, and then asked them to go back and formulate detailed combat plans. The military only gave them a clear strategic plan, but how to implement it was up to them. That night, several senior commanders of the military discussed the matter for a full 8 hours. Su Yu also discussed with several commanders, pointing out problems that they had not discovered. It took a full 8 hours to complete the detailed combat plan. They also needed to hand over the combat plan to the military district staff department for them to improve. After discussing tactics, He Zhongjuan returned to the Western military region overnight and began to mobilize the army. He directly mobilized 8 of the 10 heavy brigades, as well as 3 Army Corps and 10 rocket artillery divisions, mobilizing a total of 550,000 troops, and began to rush to Outer Mongolia overnight. They must reach the border of Outer Mongolia within 3 days because the area guarded by their Western military district is too large. For example, the distance from one county town to another is at least 800 kilometers, so they need to set out overnight to reach the border as quickly as possible. After Deng Liang returned to the Northern Military Region headquarters, he began to discuss the detailed battle plan with the general staff on how they could quickly defeat the millions of Japanese invaders in the Goryeo region and capture the Goryeo country. As the major military regions moved, many people smelled the smell of gunpowder. A large number of soldiers from the Central Military Region began to rush to the front line to provide support to the Northern Military Region. The soldiers from the Central Military Region controlled by Wang Wu were almost all elite soldiers exchanged by Su Yu. In the joint exercise, the Central Military Region took the lead with its absolute superiority in combat power and defeated the other 4 military regions. The second place was Guadahai's Eastern Military Region, the third place was Deng Liang's Northern Military Region, the fourth place was He Yushan's Southern Military Region, and the last place was the Western Military Region. So He Zhongjuan was also very angry. The logistics department also began to provide ammunition to the participating military regions. During these 10 months, the 10 major arsenals worked hard to producing 1.5 million rocket shells alone, enough to fight a large-scale national war. General, do you want to explain to the people that you are going to start a war? Cabinet Minister Zhuo Zengtong came to Su Yu's office and asked. He was also very knowledgeable about military affairs. This time they were going to war with 2 powerful countries at the same time, so they could not be careless. Fine. Su Yu waved his hand and said, this battle will not reach our country. It will all start in foreign lands. Your cabinet just needs to say something about it. It's not a big deal. This is not a big deal. Just when Su Yuanzhong was about to speak, a call came from the Yinjing Research Department, saying that an improved and upgraded version of the missile had been developed, and asked if Su Yu wanted to visit it because it was about to enter the testing phase. Chapter 172 Experiment Success. At the Northern Number 1 Missile Test Base, after Su Yu learned that a new type of missile had been developed, he began to come to the missile base under the escort of the guard troops. He was very concerned about the development progress of the missile. Mr. Yi. Su Yu found Yimin, the person in charge of missile research and development, who was explaining the test theory of the missile to several students, and asked them to make arrangements as soon as possible. Chief. Yimin quickly came up to Su Yu and said, I didn't expect you to come so soon. We have just equipped the test site, and it will take about 3 hours before we can conduct the experiment. It's okay, just do your thing. Su Yu asked with a smile, how many missiles do you plan to launch in this missile test? 30. We need to conduct detailed tests on the various parameters of this new type of missile. If the 30 missiles launched today meet our requirements, we will launch another 30 missiles later to verify its feasibility. Okay, I look forward to your experiment. If this upgraded missile can really meet the battlefield requirements, he will put it into the battlefield and lay the foundation for the establishment of a missile force. In the next 3 hours, Su Yu was treated as a transparent man. All scientific researchers were preparing for the launch of the missile. After Su Yu saw 30 missile launchers driving out and the missiles slowly starting to stand up, his heart suddenly became hot. This will be the starting point of their Great Xia country's missile force. From now on, their Great Xia country's missiles will lead the world. After the parameters of this missile year come out, the world's nuclear peace will unlock more powerful missiles. At that time, he will exchange these more advanced missiles for scientific research departments to improve and upgrade and develop a more advanced missile. I believe that in a few years, Great Xia country's missiles will lead the world. Ready, fire. As Yimin's order was given, the soldiers in the missile launcher began to press the launch button. With a whoosh, a huge shock wave blew up the dust on the ground, and then the missile began to take off. Watching 30 missiles flying across the sky, Su Yu was extremely excited. This symbolized the arrival of the missile age. About 2 hours later, amid a round of cheers, Yimin happily walked up to Su Yu and said, General, we have lived up to your expectations. Our missile far surpasses the V-2 missile of St. Petersburg. The maximum range of St. Petersburg's V-2 missile is 320 kilometers, and it can hit Eagle Country from St. Petersburg. It can carry 1,000 kilograms of high-energy explosives. It is about 14 meters long and 1.7 meters in diameter. It weighs 13,000 kilograms when it leaves the land. The maximum flight altitude is about 100 kilometers and the maximum flight speed is Mach 4. The error is usually a few kilometers. In 2 years, St. Petersburg dropped 15,000 V-1 missiles and 5,000 V-2 missiles on the British mainland, causing heavy casualties to the Eagle Country. Yes. Su Yu nodded and said, the emergence of the V-2 missile marks the beginning of a new type of warfare. It plays a powerful role in the use of tactics. Tell me about it. The performance of our missile. Our missile is based on the V-2 missile drawings you brought out, as well as the drawings of more advanced missiles than the V-2 missile. It is a new type of missile that has not yet been named. We will temporarily call it the 003 missile. According to the data obtained from the test just now, the maximum range of the 003 missile is 650 kilometers. It uses a rocket engine and has a hit accuracy of 4 kilometers. It is launched from land. We are also developing sea launch and adding it to destroyers for launch. It is still under development. The takeoff weight is 16.6 tons. The missile is 11.8 meters long and 1.3 meters in diameter. It can carry 1,500 kilograms of high-explosive black bombs. This high-explosive black bomb is a high-performance explosive specially developed by our gunpowder research and development team. It is 3 times more powerful than ordinary explosives. In other words, this 1,500 kilograms of high-explosive black bomb is equivalent to the power produced by 4,500 kilograms of ordinary ammunition. Wow! Su Yu was also shocked when he heard about the power of the 003 missile. It was much stronger than the missile production blueprint he exchanged. After the successful test of this missile, even more powerful missiles had been unlocked in the world nuclear peace. Su Yu planned to exchange it after a while and give it to the Missile Research Department for research so that they could improve and upgrade it again. Very good. Su Yu said to the Secretary General behind him, have the Ministry of Finance give 3 million silver dollars as a reward to the Missile Research Department and give you a few days of vacation. You have worked day and night for more than a year, and you have worked hard. Yes, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Yimin smiled and said, I would like to thank the Chief on behalf of the personnel in the Missile Research Department. You're welcome. This missile hasn't been named yet, right? Well, Su Yu said with a smile, the name of the great Xia nation's first missile will be given to the readers. Let them choose the one with the most choices. If there is a big brother, we can just decide it. That's great. The successful development of the missile gave Su Yu a lot of confidence in this war. He said to Yimin, how many missiles can this production line produce every month? One production line can produce at most 25 pieces per month. Then we will expand 5 production lines first, just in time for this war. I will have the missile brigade soldiers from the headquarters military district come here to simulate the launch and conduct actual launches, so that we can master it as soon as possible. Su Yu intends to use missiles in this war, because muscles must be shown, and this time he plans to take over Goryeo and Outer Mongolia and expand the territory, which requires him to have the necessary strength, otherwise he will attract jackals and tigers. Go back. Su Yu said to the Secretary General. The war is about to break out on the front line, and he must be in the military headquarters to respond promptly if anything happens. Now the Western Military Region and the Northern Military Region have arrived at the front line, and a war will break out on November 3rd. No one can guess the final outcome of this war. Su Yu guessed that this battle would take at least 1 or 2 years to end, because after this battle, the East Asian kingdom might no longer exist. As for St. Petersburg, he didn't know, because he only needed to deal with a small group of St. Petersburg troops. As for the hundreds of thousands of troops of Outer Mongolia, let the Western Military Region train and improve their actual combat capabilities. After returning to Yinjing, Su Yu asked Wu Liangye to set up a missile production line and put it into production as soon as possible, so as to provide missiles to the front line in a month. By then, they would be sure to give the Japanese a good beating. Chapter 173, The Beginning of the War. At the Hami frontline command post, He Zhongjuan led a large army to set up a command post here, and the major army groups under his command began to be stationed in the border areas, preparing to respond to the attack from St. Petersburg. At this time, the St. Petersburg army also arrived in the hill area. The 17th Army and the Armored Army Group began to rush to the border area of the Great Xia Kingdom. Their commander was the commander of the 17th Army, Peter Gallo, an obese middle-aged general. Peter Garo was sitting in the jeep with high spirits. Their 17th Army swept across the entire Outer Mongolia and gained 1 million square kilometers of territory for their empire. This achievement would allow him to go one step further, and it would not be impossible for him to be awarded the title of 3-star general. General. At this time, a chief of staff came to Peter Garo and said, "We are still 12 kilometers away from the border of Daxia. According to the order given to us by the military, we need to launch an attack on the 3rd. Should we rest for a while? Order the army to rest." Peter Garo got out of the car and looked at the endless grassland. He pulled up his pants and went to the back of the car to relieve himself. He cursed inwardly, "This Japanese country is such a waste. They can't even defeat a poor and backward Great Xia country, and they have to ask us to help. They are such rubbish, and they still claim to be the 3rd best army in the world. How shameless." After finishing his work, Peter Gallo called over his senior officers and began issuing combat missions for the next morning. Peter Gallo's 17th Army Group is the largest army group in the St. Petersburg Army. It has 5 infantry armies with a total strength of about 300,000. Together with the Armored Army Group, there are about 100,000 troops. The total strength is 400,000. With 400,000 troops in his hands, Peter Gallo's confidence increased greatly. According to the scouts report, the entire western military district of Daxia has been dispatched, and hundreds of thousands of troops have been dispatched. Among them, the 9th Army is stationed in the Har area. Our mission is to eat it up. Since Daxia dares to send an army to guard the border, then we will eat it up. 5 armies will cooperate with the Armored Army Group to build a steel Great Wall to crush the army of Daxia. Yes, General. The combat command ability of the senior commander of St. Petersburg was much stronger than that of the Japanese. After receiving the mission, he quickly began to deploy troops and prepare for tomorrow's attack. At the same time, He Zhongjuan was also deploying his troops. This time he brought 3 army groups, 8 armored brigades, 10 rocket artillery divisions, and the support of air forces. He would definitely win this battle. Now he transferred the 9th Army to the front line to attract St. Petersburg to eat this piece of fat meat. Then, as long as St. Petersburg took the bait, what would be waiting for them would be 8 heavy brigades, hundreds of fighter planes, and thousands of rocket launchers. If the opponent doesn't take the bait, it means that the opponent's commander is also a little cautious, and he will have to change his tactics. Anyway, he has a huge advantage in terms of manpower and weapons. If he can't win, then he can really retire. Report to the commander. At this time, an adjutant came to He Zhongjuan and said, "The army of St. Petersburg has arrived at the border. They have begun to divide their forces. I believe they will launch an attack on our army tomorrow morning. Good to come. He Zhongjuan slammed the table and said, in this battle, we must show the momentum of our great Xia kingdom. Send out 6 rocket artillery divisions and prepare firepower support for me at any time. We also have heavy armored troops. Let's see which is stronger, our great Xia's most advanced main battle tanks or their Saint Desperado's Iron Torrent. Their Saint Desperado is famous for its armored tanks, so we will attack their strongest point. After that, the troops on the front line began to move. The atmosphere of war was very heavy. This was the first foreign war since the unification of Daxia. At the Northern Military Region Command, Deng Liang and Wang Wu arrived at the border of Gaoli State with an army of 700,000 and began to fight against the Japanese army of 1 million. Against the Japanese, Deng Liang took the initiative to attack. At the frontline command post, Deng Liang pointed to the Goryeo region and said, the Japanese have stationed 15 divisions and more than 300,000 troops in the border area. We will send troops to eat them up directly. No problem. Wang Wu said slowly, so, send out the 12th Army, 5 heavy armored combined brigades, and 5 rocket artillery divisions to attack the Japanese. After Wang Wu and Deng Liang had discussed it, the troops began to move out. Li He, commander of the 12th Army, led his troops across the border and launched an attack on Haicheng, the Japanese division headquarters. This was the first city entered in the Goryeo region and also an important military base of the Japanese. In the Haicheng area, the Japanese have stationed 5 divisions of troops, more than 100,000 troops, and a steady stream of soldiers are rushing to Haicheng because they have agreed with St. Petersburg to launch another war of aggression against the Great Xia Kingdom on the 3rd, which is tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, 800 bombers will carry out 4,000 bombings on the northern region of the Great Xia Kingdom. But what they didn't know was that the northern military region would launch the first raid tonight. Li He led his troops to a hill 30 kilometers northwest of Haicheng. He looked at the map and said to his commander, 9 p.m., 30 tons of explosives, take Haicheng. All armies, act according to the plan. Rocket artillery division, suppress fire. Clear. Following Li He's order, the troops under his command began to move. Now, after a year of development, the Daxia army has almost become a motorized force. In the eyes of the soldiers of the 12th Army, this 30-kilometer journey can be completed in 1.5 hours. At 8:30 p.m., all the troops arrived. The first to get ready were the artillery units. All 220 large-caliber howitzers under the 12th Army were in place. All the artillery pieces were 152 mm howitzers, ready to launch an attack on Haicheng. In addition, 5 rocket artillery divisions and more than 1,000 rocket launchers also arrived at the combat site, and 3 infantry armies were also ready to launch a surprise attack on the Japanese division defending around Haicheng. The Japanese troops were all in a tense state because they knew that the troops of the Great Xia Kingdom had crossed the border and were heading towards their Haicheng, so they were also in a state of combat readiness. The entire western border and the northern border are in a tense state. An all-out war will break out tonight and tomorrow morning. At this time, Su Yu is still in the military. He took out 300 million silver coins as war funds. He also spent 200 million yuan to produce ammunition to provide sufficient ammunition for the front line. He would get back the 500 million yuan from the Japanese country 1,000 times in the future. Chapter 174. The day we meet again is the day of revenge. Attention, all artillerymen, aim and fire directly. Clear all 30 tons of shells and fire. Following the order from the artillery commander, 220 152 mm howitzers began firing at full power. 4 artillery positions covered Haicheng. The shells burst out instantly, lighting up the entire night. At the same time, 5 rocket artillery divisions began to suppress the Japanese 177th Division defending outside the city. 1,120 rocket launchers fired nearly 18,000 rocket shells in an instant, covering the Japanese division's base like a meteor shower. Boom! Huge explosions resounded throughout Haicheng. The headquarters of the Japanese 177th Division was covered in a sea of fire. The solid defensive positions were reduced to ruins under the coverage of nearly 18,000 rocket launchers. Flames filled half the sky. In the shining flames, one could see the scene of the Japanese being covered by artillery fire. Rocket launchers hit the Japanese around them, blowing them to pieces. Some even had half of their bodies blown off, and they lay on the ground screaming in pain. Their 177th Division was responsible for guarding the defense line south of Haicheng. They had built 37 kilometers of fortifications in the Haicheng area. With Haicheng as the center point, 5 divisions were deployed to defend the 37-kilometer defense line. When the 35 divisions in the rear arrived tomorrow morning, they would be able to lead 40 divisions and nearly 1 million troops to invade the Great Xia Kingdom. Unexpectedly, they were suddenly attacked tonight. 18,000 rocket shells almost destroyed the defensive formation of the 177th Division. Even if 10 rocket shells harmed one Japanese soldier, the 177th Division would still suffer heavy losses. At the frontline command post of the 177th Division, the Japanese division commander was stunned when he saw the sea of fire in front of him. He was really stunned. He had been in the army for 21 years and had never seen such a scene. In an instant, more than 10,000 artillery shells landed on the position. He had never seen such a scene anywhere else. With his eyes filled with the sea of fire in front of him, the commander of the 177th Division put down his telescope woodenly, then sat on the bench in a daze for a while, thinking about how to fight back. This round of artillery coverage by the Great Xia Army caused the loss of a regiment to their division, with more than 3,000 people killed. If the Great Xia Army launches another round, it will be useless. As a disciple of the former 3rd Army commander Akabane Daguay, he was defeated by his teacher. He originally thought that the commander of the Daxia Kingdom was too cunning and cut off their logistic supplies and blocked the entire Daxia Kingdom. But now it seems that doesn't seem to be the case. Their great Eastern Empire was able to sweep across Citigroup in the Pacific battlefield. In the Battle of Gudao, a brigade of soldiers from their Citigroup made Citigroup pay a heavy price. 1.5 infantry divisions were wiped out. After recapturing Guashima, even the commanders of the Citigroup praised their Bushido spirit of the Oriental country as something that could not be broken with guns and artillery. But now, hearing the screams outside, he was confused. This Great Xia Kingdom is really not the Great Xia Kingdom it was a few years ago. This Great Xia Kingdom is already qualified to face off against the Great Eastern Empire, and its firepower far exceeds theirs. He also knew that the BM-13 rocket launcher developed by Daxia country was capable of firing more than 10,000 artillery shells in an instant. It was also the most advanced rocket launcher in the world. It was also the only country besides Tsarist Russia that had a large number of rocket launchers. Their eastern country's Weapons Research and Development Department was also developing this type of rocket launcher, which would be ready for use on the battlefield in about 1 or 2 years. However, now, they had no weapons that could rival it, and the only thing that could rival it was their Bushido spirit. Have the artillery regiment ready to counterattack at any time. The commander of the 177th Division shouted to the officers, "We must not lose our position. We must hold out until the main force arrives tomorrow morning, and then we can launch a counterattack." Hi. After the order was issued, the 177th Infantry Division began to defend but not attack, while the artillery regiment provided fire support in the rear. As long as they found that the Great Xia troops launched an attack, they would provide fire support. Ha ha ha. Beat these bastards to death. Chu Gang led the 121st Infantry Army under the 12th Army Group to cooperate with 5 rocket artillery divisions to attack the Japanese 177th Division. Their mission was to concentrate their firepower and capture the Japanese 177th Division tonight. In Leahy's plan, he concentrated his superior forces to wipe out a group of Japanese first, because a large force of Japanese would arrive tomorrow morning. So he had only 2 main targets. One was Haicheng, and the other was the 177th Division. Therefore, all the heavy firepower under his command was concentrated in these 2 places. As for the Japanese defending in other places, he could just send a troop to deal with them. Let the 5 rocket artillery divisions conduct the second round of shooting. Also, let the artillery accompany them. While the artillery is firing, all soldiers of the army must charge forward. We must take down the 177th Division tonight no matter what. Yes, Commander. After Chu Gang gave the order, the second round of shooting began again. They followed the words the chief had given to their military headquarters. Firepower was paramount, and they were to use up all the ammunition of their Great Xia country. Remember, people were more valuable than ammunition. To be honest, when all the soldiers heard what Su Yu said, they were deeply moved, because they were greatly respected and they were more precious than ammunition. Fire. The second round of shooting began. This time, along with the rocket launchers, there were 48 122mm howitzers and 48 anti-aircraft guns providing fire coverage. This shooting was carried out in depth, and it can be said that it almost covered the entire division base of the Japanese Devils. Boom! Huge explosions sounded again on the devastated land. The bodies of the Japanese were blown away under the light of the fire, and the black shadows of broken arms and limbs fell on the ground like hail. This round of shelling caused more casualties than the previous one. Even the underground division headquarters was covered. If the underground command post had not been strong, it would have collapsed. Baka! The 177th Division dusted itself off angrily, drew its samurai sword and angrily cursed, "Daxia pigs, I will make you pay 1,000 times the price and destroy you. Kill, kill, kill." The commander of the 177th Division kept swinging his samurai sword hundreds of times, chopping off the wooden stakes in front of him, and then he chopped off the wooden stakes behind him. Only then did he relieve his inner anger. But at this moment, a 122mm high-explosive bomb fell on top of the headquarters, and because the pillars and beams were cut off, the entire headquarters collapsed. Brothers, charge! At this time, the 121st Infantry Army began to charge, and tens of thousands of people attacked in a 3-3 formation, covering the sky and earth, suppressing the Japanese with firepower. Chapter 175. Taking over Haicheng. 2nd Battalion Commander, take out the enemy's firing points for me. Da. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion began a desperate charge. More than 600 fighters from the battalion launched an attack in a ladder formation and fought with the Japanese. Fuck you. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion engaged in direct combat with the Japanese, attacking in groups of 3 with their backs to back, suppressing the Japanese in front of them with firepower, and continuously firing at them with submachine guns and light machine guns, making holes in them. There is no soldier in the Great Xia Kingdom who does not hate the Japanese devils, especially the veterans, as many of their comrades had died at the hands of the Japanese devils. Looking at their comrades lying in the martyr's garden, the soldiers gradually began to go crazy and beat the Japanese devils severely. It can be said that the hatred at this time aroused the fighting power of the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom. This is the hatred flowing in their blood that can never be forgotten. Only killing can calm this blood. Kill him. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the 121st Infantry Army began to massacre the Japanese 177th Infantry Division. Blood flowed on the earth, and the blood of the Japanese became the nourishment of the grass. The Japanese struggled to resist the shroud of death, but to no avail. Under the destruction of tens of thousands of iron-blooded warriors, even if the Japanese Amaterasu came, he would be killed on the spot. Bagyalu. A Japanese squad leader looked at the scene in front of him and began to organize his soldiers to fight back. He didn't believe that he would be defeated by the Great Xia Kingdom. This was absolutely impossible. Kill the chicken for me. Warriors of the Empire, give me da. At this time, the 2nd Battalion commander and his soldiers arrived in front of the Japanese. Seeing them shouting warriors, he picked up his machine and fired directly, shouting, "Death, Japanese!" A burst of ammunition was quickly fired out, killing the Japanese squad leader and all his soldiers in front of them. Then, the army began to charge again. It can be said that the soldiers of the 121st Infantry Army never stopped. Wherever the soldiers of the 121st Infantry Army went, no one would be left alive. After a big charge, the battle ended in 41 minutes. An entire division of the Japanese army was wiped out in less than 2 hours. This speed can almost be said to have broken the world record. A Japanese division has more than 20,000 people, and its firepower is very strong. In the past, they chased the imperial court's 100,000 people in the Great Xia Kingdom. One division could take over half of a province. If you want to destroy a Japanese division, it would be impossible to accomplish it without paying the price of tens of thousands of people and dozens of days. But now the 121st Infantry Army only took less than an hour. Grass. A soldier was cleaning the battlefield and was bitten by a wounded Japanese soldier. Fortunately, the other party had no weapon, so the soldier took out his rifle and knocked out the Japanese soldier's teeth one by one, leaving his mouth full of blood. Then he shot him dead with one shot. In this battle, more than 4,000 Japanese were captured. It can be said that the Japanese had no time to react and were defeated in a confused state. While the battlefield was being cleaned up, a shocking battle took place in Haicheng. 220 large-caliber howitzers directly fired 30 tons of shells, blasting open the front wall of Haicheng. It can be said that the 152mm large-caliber howitzers are the nemesis of these walls. It only takes 3 to 5 rounds of attacks, and no matter how thick the wall is, it can't withstand it. Let the artillery fire extend. Li He was personally commanding the troops to attack Haicheng. In addition to heavy artillery, the troops attacking Haicheng also had an infantry corps, namely the 122nd Infantry Corps, and a heavy brigade. 400 armored tanks and infantry were steadily approaching. Baka. Inside the city, the commander of the 283rd Infantry Division defending the Japanese army, Kotajiro, learned that the 177th Division on the flank had been defeated after 2 hours of fighting and began to pace back and forth in the command center. The strength of the Great Xia army was far beyond their expectations. "General, our city wall has been blown open." "I know," Kotajiro said. "Have the commander-in-chief arrive at the front as soon as possible and tell him that our front has been attacked from all sides and can no longer hold on. Please speed up the advance." Hi. While Kotajiro was anxious, the soldiers of the 122nd Infantry Army, in cooperation with the Heavy Brigade, began to launch an attack, using the old tactic of infantry tank coordinated operations. The power of the T-55 main battle tank began to show on the battlefield. The power of the 100mm rifled gun was not to be underestimated. One shot could destroy a Japanese firepower point. Boom! The tank guns kept firing, and the Japanese soldiers in charge of defense were already angry. "Shoot me!" The Japanese brigade commander began to command his soldiers to counterattack. More than 100 light and heavy machines fired tens of thousands of bullets in an instant, as well as mortars, mountain cannons, and a large number of howitzers they were equipped with. In order to be able to engage in an artillery contest with the Great Xia troops, the Japanese military specially strengthened their artillery capabilities, increasing the number of 105mm howitzers from 12 to 36, and also adding 120mm cannons to bombard the tanks in front of them. However, as soon as the Japanese artillery appeared, it was targeted by the heavy artillery in the rear. Because the range of the 152mm howitzer was 2,000 meters higher than that of the Japanese howitzer, the Japanese artillery positions were within the range of the heavy artillery at this time, but the Japanese artillery could not reach the heavy artillery positions under the 12th Army. Test fire and kill the Japanese artillery. A heavy artillery regiment began test firing and started covering the Japanese artillery positions. After 3 rounds of test firing, the Japanese also noticed it and began to move their positions, but at this time the artillery shells just happened to hit them. Boom! 48 steel cannons landed on the Japanese artillery positions. The huge power overturned the Japanese artillery positions, and more than half of dozens of howitzers were destroyed. Bagyalu. The Japanese artillery regiment commander was so angry when he saw his beloved artillery being blown up that he wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by the soldiers. "Kill him." The commander of the artillery regiment watched as all the artillery pieces were blown up, and he brought his artillery soldiers to the front line and began to frantically shoot at the soldiers of the 122nd Infantry Army on the front line. This scene shocked the commander of the 1st Brigade. What was he doing? Kong. A tank gun hit the artillery regiment commander directly. The powerful bombardment turned the Japanese commander into a meat paste, just like a ripe watermelon smashed to the ground. The blood poured on the soldier's face, and it was still warm. Da-da-da. The heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles began to fight back with all their might. At this time, the soldiers of the 122nd Infantry Army were less than 100 meters away from Haicheng, and the tanks and soldiers also began to prepare for a large-scale charge. Chapter 176. Annihilating an army of 50,000 in one night. The tracks of the main battle tanks directly crushed the Japanese soldiers, and the 100mm rifled gun could even blast open an earth wall, not to mention the Japanese soldiers' fortifications built with sandbags. In the eyes of the 100mm rifled gun, this kind of fortification is like a shoddy project that will collapse with just a push. At this time, more than 400 armored tanks of the Heavy Brigade had crossed the city wall and arrived in the city. The Japanese's first line of defense was directly crushed by the armored torrent. Even piles of bones could be seen on the tracks. They were all Japanese who were crushed to death. When the commander of the 283rd Division learned that the Daxia troops had entered the city, he was like an ant on hot pot. He paced back and forth in the command center, asking about the marching status of the General Army's troops from time to time. After learning the situation, he couldn't help but curse. All the troops of a division under his command were sent to the front line, without leaving a single soldier with him, just to be able to reach the Daxia army and buy time for the main army to come to support. However, he really did not expect that with the troops of his own division and the thick fortifications of the diplomatic wall, he would not be able to hold out for even one night. Now it is not a question of one night. We are about to collapse. It is only 11:40 p.m., and just over 2 hours since the start of the war, we have lost 2 defensive positions in succession. Now there is only the last line of defense, but the main army still has 6 hours of marching. How could he hold on for these 6 hours? After several hours of fighting, he had just counted the casualties and found that there were more than 7,000 people. The tanks and armor of the Daxia army were so powerful and invincible that they could not be stopped at all. There was constant fighting on the front line. The infantry cooperated with the armored tanks to charge forward and crush the Japanese. The heavy machine guns on the M2 armored vehicles beat the Japanese into meat paste. The Japanese mortars and grenade launchers were also fighting back hard, but these small caliber shells were almost harmless to armored tanks, especially main battle tanks, which had a frontal armor thickness of up to 100 millimeters, which could not be shaken by small caliber artillery such as grenade launchers. Da. The flames lit up the entire Haicheng. As an important border town, it became dilapidated and was destroyed beyond recognition by artillery fire. With smoke rising from the sky, the soldiers of the 122nd Infantry Army were slaughtering the Japanese devils mercilessly. When facing the Japanese devils, the soldiers hardly treated them as human beings, because since their invasion of Daxia, they had caused harm to hundreds of millions of people in Daxia. This hatred must be avenged. Kill. Tens of thousands of troops rushed into Haicheng and started street fighting with the Japanese. It can be said that the Japanese soldiers were completely defeated at this time. They had never fought such a difficult battle in their lives. They could only retreat and not advance. They could not withstand the firepower of the Daxia soldiers at all. Bring me the artillery and tear open the enemy's defensive firepower network. An infantry regiment commander was charging with his soldiers, but they were blocked by a Japanese regiment. This Japanese regiment was the Ace Regiment within the 283rd Infantry Division. So under the blockade of this regiment, the Daxia army rarely stopped. Cannon, hurry up! The artillery quickly took out 30 mortars and a tank battalion to assist, and began to attack the Japanese firepower network. Boom! The tank guns, accompanied by mortar shells, covered the Japanese defensive positions with firepower. The Japanese infantry regiment commander was also commanding his soldiers to counterattack, with 3 light machine guns, 1 heavy machine gun, and 2 grenade launchers forming a firepower point. The 3 firepower points formed a firepower group, and the 3 firepower groups formed a firepower network and cooperated with each other to counterattack the Daxia soldiers in front of them. Kill the chicken for me. Thousands and thousands of bullets formed a fire net covering the Daxia army, but at this time the soldiers of the Daxia Army Infantry Regiment were not afraid of the Japanese's fire coverage at all. They launched a large-scale charge under the cover of tanks and armor. Heavy machine guns and light machine guns were constantly firing. There were also accurate shooters, who were the nemesis of the Japanese machine gunners. As long as they were targeted by them, it would be like a death notice. Bang! A sharpshooter killed a Japanese machine gunner with 1 shot, then quickly pulled the bolt to aim at the second machine gunner and also hit him accurately. Within a distance of less than 100 meters, even at night, they were able to shoot accurately, and half of the 10 bullets would hit the target. So in just a few breaths, dozens of Japanese machine gunners were killed, causing a sharp reduction in firepower. Kong! The tank gun was also aiming at the Japanese's firepower points. As an armored soldier exchanged from the world's nuclear peace, he could be said to be an elite armored soldier. So he was very powerful on the battlefield and brought the performance of the main battle tank to the extreme. A tank battalion killed almost half of the soldiers in the regiment in less than a quarter of an hour. The Japanese regiment commander felt powerless looking at the scene in front of him. He believed that with the current military strength of the Great Xia Kingdom, it had surpassed their Eastern Kingdom by 10 years. As a military enthusiast and an excellent commander, he believes that no other tank in the world can match the performance of the Great Xia Kingdom's tank. Defeated. The Japanese infantry regiment commander drew out his samurai sword and pierced his own abdomen. Looking at the soldiers he had trained with great effort being slaughtered, he seemed to see his own future. Kill him. The 122nd Infantry Army broke through the last line of defense and headed straight for the Japanese division headquarters, beginning to encircle and suppress the Japanese division headquarters. The tank troops also hunted down the Japanese throughout the city and massacred them. It's over. He looked at his watch. It was now 2:10 in the morning. They spent less than 1 night to annihilate 2 divisions of the Japanese army of 50,000. This seemed incredible in the past, but it may not be impossible now. That night, they fired 70,000 artillery shells, not including tank guns, otherwise there would be no less than 100,000 shells. Fortunately, the commander-in-chief was capable, otherwise it would have been almost impossible to take down 2 Japanese divisions in 1 night. Let the troops clean up the battlefield. He looked at the chief of staff next to him and said, "Withdraw from the battle at 3:30 in the morning, and the entire army will retreat back to sleep." Yes, Commander. After the great victory on the front line, the military received the news, but Su Yu had already fallen asleep at this time. Early the next morning, Liao Yuanliang told him the news. Okay, we wiped out 2 enemy divisions in 1 night. Great job. Su Yu clapped his hands in approval. Chapter 177, The Final Battle. After Su Yu learned the news, the Western Military Region, Zhongjuan and St. Petersburg's army also engaged in a head-on battle on the grassland. St. Petersburg sent out 3 armies and an armored army group to launch a full-scale attack on the Ninth Army. Chen Dehai, commander of the Ninth Army of the Western Military Region, was watching from the command center as the 3 armies of St. Petersburg were encircling and suppressing the defense line where his Ninth Army was located, and he was filled with worries. St. Petersburg's army has about 50,000 people, and 3 armies make up a total of 150,000 troops, plus an armored army group with more than 600 armored tanks to encircle and suppress his troops. Facing St. Petersburg, which is known as the world's #1 army, Chen Dehai is the bait, and his task is to hold back St. Petersburg's army. Their Ninth Army is stationed in the south of Tianbei Mountains and fought a great battle with St. Petersburg here. They used the whole day last night to build simple fortifications to deal with St. Petersburg's army. At the front line, the sound of gunfire was constant. As early as 6 o'clock, St. Petersburg's army began to attack, and now an hour has passed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A swarm of fighter planes appeared overhead. This was the Aviation Group Army under the Western Military Region. He Zhongjuan sent an aviation unit of the Group Army to support the 9th Group Army. Right 3rd Army advance. The 3rd Infantry Army of St. Petersburg began to attack the right wing. There were also a large number of artillery in the rear. The artillery used by the St. Petersburg Army was anti-tank artillery, 150 mm cannon. At this time, there were 120 150 mm cannons in the rear to encircle the mountain positions defended by the 9th Army. Fire! In the middle of the left and right, 3 armies with 150,000 troops and more than 400 large-caliber cannons stretched the battle line to 7 kilometers and launched another attack on the entire 9th Army. The configuration of the St. Petersburg Army Division is very powerful. A fully staffed field infantry division has 3 infantry regiments, an artillery regiment, a reconnaissance battalion, a communications battalion, an anti-tank battalion, an engineering battalion, and a supply unit, with a total number of 17,000 people. The weapons and equipment include 800 submachine guns, 505 light machine guns, 138 heavy machine guns, 90 anti-tank guns, 90 50 mm mortars, 54 81 mm mortars, 20 20 mm anti-aircraft guns, 20 75 mm infantry guns, 36 105 mm howitzers, 12 150 mm cannons, and 147 50 mm anti-tank guns. It can be said that the army is armed to the teeth. Why is St. Petersburg's army the best in the world? Because in addition to their powerful equipment, the soldiers' combat skills are also good. In addition, the types of infantry divisions are also classified, including field infantry divisions, mountain infantry divisions, light infantry divisions, etc., and they are divided into different types of infantry divisions according to the terrain, so that they can better utilize the terrain for combat. When the St. Petersburg Army was charging, more than 600 armored tanks were also charging, covering the defensive positions of the 9th Army with firepower. On the other hand, the 9th Army was also firing at full power. 220 heavy artillery pieces engaged in an evenly matched artillery battle with the artillery of St. Petersburg. It can be said that the artillery power of the Great Xia Army took St. Petersburg by surprise. Thousands of artillery shells were flying in the air, covering each other with firepower. The anti-tank guns equipped by the 9th Army also became the nemesis of the St. Petersburg Armored Army Group. The main tank equipped by St. Petersburg is the Type 2 light tank, which is equipped with a 20 mm machine gun and a 7.92 mm light machine gun, and is now speeding across the battlefield. More than 600 armored tanks formed a torrent, forming a firepower network towards the 9th Army and covering it. The powerful firepower made the soldiers of the 9th Army feel pressured. In particular, the combat effectiveness of St. Petersburg's army soldiers was very strong. Their attack formation was mainly trapezoidal, with the entire 150,000-strong army spread out. It could be said that at a glance, the entire sky was filled with the shadows of the soldiers. This was the scene of a large-scale military operation. The 9th Army used the hillside as its cover position. The hillside was not very high, only a few dozen meters, but it was long, spanning dozens of kilometers, forming a natural defensive position. Just as the tanks and armored vehicles of St. Petersburg were about to reach them, a dark mass of shadows appeared in the sky, like a swarm of locusts. Soon after, 800 fighter planes appeared. Damn it! Peter Gallo saw densely packed fighter planes through the telescope, about hundreds of them. He was impressed by the Great Xia Kingdom, which was able to dispatch so many fighter planes. Also, their first attack failed, so this was the second attack. During the first attack, he discovered many things, including that the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom had excellent marksmanship, better than their soldiers, and that their artillery was powerful enough to compete with them in artillery battles. The most important thing was that there was a tank nemesis among the Great Xia Kingdom's troops, although he still didn't understand what weapon it was. All these factors combined led to the failure of the first hasty attack, forcing him to reformulate a detailed battle plan. The battle plan he adopted this time was somewhat similar to the blitzkrieg tactics that their army group had used before. However, due to distance reasons and interception by the Tsarist Russian Air Force, their air force was unable to provide fire support, so they lost air superiority. Fortunately, they had anti-aircraft guns, which were waiting for the air force of the Great Xia Kingdom. In the air, the entire air army began to provide air support in batches, with the first to be attacked being the tank armored group. An aviation bomber division began to launch an air strike on the aviation armored group in St. Petersburg. In addition, the fighter group began to launch fire attacks on the soldiers charging in St. Petersburg, and the heavy machine guns and machine guns under the wings began to fire at the charging soldiers. The entire border area was filled with smoke of gunpowder as hundreds of thousands of troops launched a decisive battle here. After the war began, General He ordered 8 heavy brigades and more than 3,000 armored tanks to conduct a flanking maneuver, using the 9th Army as bait to buy time for the armored forces' flanking maneuver. In addition, the remaining 2 armies began to block the retreat of the St. Petersburg Army and began to rush hundreds of miles at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Before the 9th Army could no longer hold on, they completed a large penetration from the flank, formed a large encirclement, caught the turtle in the jar, and fought a life-and-death battle with St. Petersburg. Now it is a race against time. As long as the encirclement is formed, even if they cannot wipe out St. Petersburg's 400,000 troops in one bite, they can at least severely damage their army. Their goal is to severely damage this army and force St. Petersburg to retreat. Chapter 178. Serving the Food. The Pe-2 medium bomber began to attack the armored tank group in St. Petersburg. This time, the Western Military District dispatched 2 aviation bomber divisions, a total of 483 bombers, and began to drop bombs in a blanket manner. S-100 bombs began to fall densely like dumplings. 4,830 bombs were dropped in the first round. It can be said that within the location of the St. Petersburg armored group, almost every square could be hit by a bomb. Boom! The huge explosion covered the group of armored tanks speeding on the ground. The fire directly engulfed the more than 600 armored tanks. Many S-100 bombs hit the St. Petersburg's Type 2 tank head-on, directly deforming it. The first round of drops destroyed almost hundreds of armored tanks in St. Petersburg. The second round of drops began immediately. This time, it was a clearance drop, directly dropping nearly 10,000 S-100 bombs. 3 bombers formed a triangular formation and dropped bombs on the ground without blind spots. After nearly 10,000 bombs fell, the entire ground turned into a sea of fire. Dust and flames engulfed the armored tanks of St. Petersburg, and the bombers in the sky began to return. At the same time, within the 9th Army, there was a specially established anti-tank battalion. They were equipped with a large number of anti-tank guns. As long as they hit the tank armor of St. Petersburg, they could destroy the armored tanks of St. Petersburg with almost one shot, because they fired armor-piercing shells. After the dust and flames of war disappeared, all that remained was a mess, with fragments of tank armor everywhere. These 2 rounds of bombing destroyed almost half of St. Petersburg's armored tanks. Because St. Petersburg lost air superiority, the armored tanks could only passively take the beating. After the bombers returned, the fighters began to strafe the infantry of St. Petersburg. 243 fighters began to form a fire network. The 20mm machine guns and 12.7 heavy machine guns fired thousands of bullets, making the St. Petersburg army soldiers cry for their parents. They were wondering in their hearts, is this really the firepower that the Great Xia Kingdom should have? Why does it feel more powerful than the firepower of the Eagle Country and Tsarist Russia? At this time, 150,000 soldiers from the 3 armies of St. Petersburg were less than 100 meters away from the 9th Army's defense line. The 2 armies were fighting with all their might, and hundreds of thousands of bullets were flying in the air. It can be said that the real war had begun. Fighter planes in the air continued to provide fire support, firing frantically at St. Petersburg's army. Hundreds of heavy machine guns opened fire at full power, cooperating with the 9th Army to block St. Petersburg's 150,000 troops. The heavy artillery units of the 2 armies in the rear were also competing with each other. Neither side was willing to give in. As long as they seized the opportunity, they would ruthlessly knock the other side down. In just 1 hour, the 2 armies consumed more than 3 million rounds of ammunition, and the St. Petersburg Army launched a mad charge, trying to break through the 9th Army's defense line. The 150,000-strong 9th Army is also resisting with all its might. Even though they are outnumbered by one, they have not lost to anyone. They are not afraid even of St. Petersburg, which is known as the best army in the world. Both sides are competing with all their might, and neither dares to slack off. Hundreds of mortars were also constantly handling ammunition on the front battlefield. In this battle, soldiers from both armies pushed the performance of their weapons to the maximum. The commander was even more desperate, constantly blocking and attacking. Within the distance of 100 meters, it seemed as if a vacuum zone was formed. Every step forward cost thousands of lives. Damn it! At this moment, the soldiers of St. Petersburg cursed in their hearts. They were invincible and victorious on the battlefields of various countries. The enemy had to send twice or three times the number of troops to stop them, but now they couldn't rush forward. The two armies fought for 3.5 hours at a distance of only 100 meters. The St. Erdberg army suffered 30,000 casualties before advancing 20 meters, which pushed the physical strength of the St. Erdberg soldiers to the limit. Failed again. Peter Gallo's face looked very ugly at this time. He directly called on the soldiers of the remaining two armies to start supporting. He had always placed these two armies in the rear, as well as on the left and right sides, because he was afraid of being surrounded by the enemy. Although he knew it was impossible, the battlefield was changing rapidly, so he still had to be careful. But now he believed that he had to let these 100,000 troops rush to support, otherwise the general offensive would fail again. He could not afford such a price. The most critical thing now is that most of the armored tank group has been destroyed by the enemy's air force, and now there are only 100 or so armored tanks left to assist the soldiers in the attack. This has led to the failure of his Iron Torrent strategy, and now it has become a strategy of coordinated combat between infantry and tanks. This is how the battlefield is. As a senior commander, you have to adapt to this ever-changing battlefield and make new deployments quickly. After the soldiers of the remaining two armies joined the battlefield, the pressure on the Ninth Army began to increase greatly, and Peter Gallo also began to notify the military headquarters, asking them to send air forces to support at all costs. He wanted to destroy the army of Dacia within 3 days, and then advance into the territory of Dacia. Peter Gallo had this idea, and so did He Zhongjuan. At this time, there were still 2 hours left, and all the troops would arrive at the designated location, and then form an encirclement, and then they could start eating. How much they could eat and digest of this meal depended on the strength of their western military region. In He Zhongjuan's eyes, eating up these 400,000-strong army would not be a big problem. At most, they would be half full. Where is the Rocket Artillery Division located now? Report to the commander. A combat staff officer came to He Zhongjuan and pointed at the map and said, 8 rocket artillery divisions have arrived at the designated location. With just one order, they can launch an attack on the St. Desperado army in half an hour. Commander, the 2 armies responsible for the defense of St. Petersburg have been deployed to the front line. Another combat staff officer walked into the command center and reported. Ha ha ha, great. He Zhongjuan smiled and said to the chief of staff of the military region next to him, Old Liu, St. Petersburg has finally put aside his worries. Now we can serve the food. Yes. Chief of Staff Liu slammed the table and said, let the Ninth Army hold out for another 2 hours. After 2 hours, launch a full-scale attack and try to wipe out the St. Desperado army. In 2 hours. He Zhongjuan said to the commander of the Aviation Group Army, organize an aviation bombing force again and send out an aviation group army. I will take over St. Petersburg today. Yes, Commander. Chapter 179. Never forget the national humiliation. At the Dacia military headquarters, Su Yu was very pleased after learning the news from the front line. Now the 5 major military regions are developing towards his ideal state, and each major military region can hold up the sky. The military was supposed to defeat the 400,000-strong army of St. Petersburg slowly and wipe out this force within 3 months. However, unexpectedly, He Zhongjuan used a tactical penetration, encircling and annihilating the enemy. If they followed this tactic, they would probably severely damage the St. Petersburg army within 3 to 5 days. That's good too. We can focus on dealing with the Japs. Liao Yuanliang looked at the world map in front of him and said, although St. Petersburg can cross a distance of thousands of kilometers to reach the border of our great Xia country, with the presence of Tsarist Russia, they can only send a small force to target us. As long as we eliminate this force, I believe St. Petersburg will be quiet. That's right. Wang Wen continued. The strength of Tsarist Russia cannot be underestimated. The 10-year plan has greatly increased the strength of the entire Tsarist Russia. If there had not been an invasion by St. Petersburg, it might have been able to catch up with the United States and become one of the world's industrial powers. While everyone was discussing, Intelligence Director Dai Yunong walked quickly into the military headquarters and came to Su Yu and said, "General, we have sent 3,000 intelligence personnel overseas and have found the locations of 46 large industrial bases in Dongyang country, as well as prosperous commercial cities, all marked on this map." Su Yu took the map, looked at the marked points on it, and then handed the map to Liao Yuanliang and said, "Before midnight tonight, send 918 bombers to bomb these industrial bases and key economic cities in the mainland of Dongyang. No matter what the cost, the mission must be completed." Liao Yuanliang took the blueprint, thought for a moment and said, "With the long-range capability of our Pei-2 medium bomber, there is absolutely no problem. Now the Japanese army is almost all on the Pacific battlefield, as well as Gaoli. We send out air forces to raid and destroy the Japanese industrial bases and economically important cities. This is a good plan. I will arrange it right away." At 5:10 in the afternoon, Su Yu personally arrived at the Central Military District Military Camp Airport. At this time, all 918 bombers were on standby, and more than 2,000 pilots were fully armed and assembled, waiting for Su Yu's order. "Warriors, this flight mission is of great significance. After completing this flight mission, each of you will be eligible to receive a warrior medal. Your mission is to bomb the Eastern Ocean country and lay a historic foundation for our Great Xia country's Long March operations. Today, I will give you a poem," Su Yu shouted as he looked at the thousands of pilots in front of him. "The Yellow River is rolling and the flags are flying. How dare a tiny country be so rampant? An order to assemble to cross the east, cut through the wind and waves and destroy the east. Kill, kill, kill." More than 2,000 pilots shouted with murderous intent, and even the clouds in the sky were shaken away by the murderous aura. Afterwards, the pilots began to board the bombers, and one after another the bombers began to take off. Su Yu watched the bombers fly towards the location of the Oriental country. This bombing mission had to be carried out by bypassing the Yellow Sea. He dispatched the East China Sea Fleet and the North Sea Fleet to attract the attention of the Oriental country and patrolled back and forth in the territorial waters near the Oriental country, so that all the attention of the Oriental country would be focused on the Navy. "Today, I must order these 918 bombers to drop all 27,540 bombs on the mainland of the Oriental country. I want the people of the Oriental country to know what it feels like to be bombed. Everyone is fighting." Since this slogan has been shouted, then none of the 70 million people in the East Asian country are innocent, and they need to be allowed to smell the smell of war smoke. The Pe-2 bomber began to travel thousands of kilometers to the mainland of the East Asian country. The commander this time was a major general who was also the overall person in charge of this flight mission. A large number of bombers were flying over the sea. All the pilots knew that this trip would most likely be a one-way trip, but they did not feel any fear because they were bombing the Japanese. In the territorial waters of the East Asian country, the North Sea Fleet and the East Sea Fleet gathered together. 6 aircraft carriers carrying dozens of warships were wandering in the territorial waters of the East Asian country, which immediately attracted the attention of the East Asian country's military. The Navy Department and the Navy Minister immediately responded by sending the 6th Fleet to expel the 2 major fleets of the Great Xia Kingdom and also dispatching aviation fighters. Because the 3 major fleets of the East Asian Navy are currently on the Pacific front, they try their best not to engage in naval battles with the Great Xia Kingdom, because the naval strength of the Great Xia Kingdom has now surpassed their current domestic naval strength, and the purpose at this time is to expel them. 7 large cruisers and 6 destroyers, led by 2 small aircraft carriers, began to rush towards the 2 fleets. The 2 fleet captains were also in the command room inside the aircraft carrier, watching the Japanese send out warships to drive away the Japanese, and a large number of fighter planes began to carry out air drive away. Let the fighter planes take off and fight the Japanese. After the 2 fleet captains gave the order, the fighter planes on the 6 aircraft carriers quickly took off. There were a total of 600 fighter planes on these 6 aircraft carriers. These 600 fighter planes were enough to control the air supremacy, not to mention the anti-aircraft guns on the destroyers, which were killers of fighter planes. After 200 fighter planes took off, they began to engage in air combat with the oncoming Japanese fighter planes. The carrier-based aircraft equipped by Dacia were also the most advanced carrier-based aircraft at the time, which were simply incomparable to the Japanese Type 97 fighter planes. Baka. The captain of the Japanese 6th Fleet saw that the Great Xia Navy had no intention of evacuating, and he panicked. After all, the 2 major naval fleets of Great Xia were equipped with 6 aircraft carriers, dozens of warships, nearly 100 warships, with a total tonnage of more than 500,000 tons, while his 6th Fleet was just some obsolete warships and cruisers, which were only suitable for patrolling the sea. All warships, free fire. The 2 fleet captains began to issue combat missions. They were only 70 kilometers away from the territorial waters of the East Asian country, So if they presented an offensive formation at this time, it would definitely cause chaos in the East Asian country's military. At this time, the Japanese military was in chaos, and all the main naval forces were deployed to the Pacific battlefield. Now there were no main forces in the country, so how could they stop the main naval fleet of the Great Xia Kingdom? Mobilize the flying squadron. The Minister of the Navy said, "Tell the Minister of the Army to send all the flying squadrons to the coastline airport. If the Great Xia Navy dares to attack, we will make them perish in the sea of fire." Hi. While the East Asian country sent all its flying squadrons to the coastline, 918 bombers from the Great Xia country flew at high altitude and suddenly rushed into the East Asian country's mainland, bombing its industrial bases and important economic cities. 27,540 bombs detonated throughout the entire East Asian country. I can't describe the scene in depth, which is a pity, because it will be reported. The previous book was taken off the shelves like this, which is very sad. Never forget the national humiliation. I believe that those who like to read this kind of novel are also some patriotic and passionate young people. I hope we can remember history and become stronger. Chapter 180 Results. Bagyalu. The Japanese emperor looked at the casualty list and the data of lost items in his hand. He slammed the report on the table and said angrily, "What are you doing? A large number of fighter planes appeared in our airspace, and you didn't even notice it." In response to the emperor's question, the army minister stepped forward and said, "Because Daxia sent a naval fleet to attack in the territorial waters, and the three main naval fleets were all on the front battlefield. So in order to prevent any accidents in the territorial waters, Su Yuanzhong asked me to send 2,000 fighter planes to the territorial waters for support. This caused our inland to lose air superiority, which allowed Daxia's bombers to bomb our mainland." When the Navy minister heard that the responsibility was being pushed onto him, he immediately explained, "This great Xia nation is really too cunning. I didn't expect them to use a feint to the east and attack in the west. It was really our negligence." Looking at the two people in front of him, the emperor really wanted to slap them away. This loss was a heavy blow to the East Asian country, especially the industrial production bases. More than half of the 46 large industrial production bases were destroyed. These industrial bases provided them with arms production during the war. Now that more than half of them have been destroyed, what can they use to feed the millions of troops on the front line? In addition, the economic center was bombed by a large number of aerial bombs, causing the collapse of 3,370 houses and the suffering of more than 47,000 people. The mood of the people in the country is now very bad. In addition, 221 of the high-level technicians, weapons experts, and other key national talents who had been trained with great time and effort were sacrificed in the bombing. This was what made him deeply sad. It took a lot of money and effort to train these talents. In his opinion, these 221 core talents were equivalent to 5 divisions. Logistics Department. The emperor said to the Minister of Logistics and Production, "Do whatever you can to get these industrial bases working again. You must ensure that the millions of warriors on the front lines will not be sacrificed and defeated because of insufficient ammunition." The Minister of Logistics was very conflicted. In the past, it was already difficult to supply logistics for millions of soldiers. Now many large production bases had been destroyed. How could he guarantee it? Could he guarantee it with his life? Why? Is there a problem? In response to the emperor's questioning, the Minister of Logistics could only stand up and shout, "There is no problem." At the Daxia Central Military District Airport Camp, Su Yu was awarding medals to the returning pilots. Most of the pilots who went on the mission this time returned, and they completed the mission very well, destroying almost 90% of the targets on the map. Very good. After distributing more than 2,000 warrior medals, Su Yu shouted to the pilots in front of him, "You are excellent. You have completed a long march mission spanning thousands of miles, and you have destroyed a large industrial base of the East Asian country, laying a solid foundation for our future victory. You are meritorious officials and heroes. This time I will ask the propaganda department to publicize your deeds, and your meritorious deeds will be recorded in the book. In addition, you will receive an additional reward of 50 silver dollars each." After the awards were presented, Su Yu returned to the military headquarters in Yanjing. This long-distance military combat mission gave him an inspiration, which was that he had to exchange for a batch of strategic bombers. Bombers are divided into 3 categories: tactical bombers, campaign bombers, and strategic bombers. The PE-2 medium bomber is a campaign bomber. The Japanese Type 97 light bomber is a tactical bomber. As for strategic bombers, only a few countries in the world have them. The United States, in particular, attaches unexpected importance to strategic bombers and currently has more than 2 types of strategic bombers in the country. Therefore, Su also wanted to establish a strategic bombing division for the 5 major military regions so as to be able to cope with long-range combat. Now there are still 190 million reputation points in world nuclear peace. During this period of time, he has been trying to find ways to spin these reputation points. For example, in the military industry and scientific research, he will use the reputation points to help various departments solve problems. But these reputation points can never be spent. Su now wants to say, I have never touched the reputation points. I have no interest in the reputation points. In the weapon interface, Su pondered for a long time and finally considered exchanging for a T-4 strategic bomber with an exchange price of 2,500 reputation points. The T-4 strategic bomber has a maximum speed of 558 kilometers per hour, a range of up to 5,400 kilometers, a crew of 11 people, and a bomb load of 6,000 kilograms. It is a very superior strategic bomber with very stable performance. The 5 major military regions will initially only exchange 5 aviation strategic bomber divisions. That is, each military region is equipped with a strategic bomber division, and a strategic bomber division is equipped with 243 fighter jets. So 5 will be 1,215 fighter jets, requiring 3 million reputation points. Now, with the addition of more than 1,000 bombers, the total number of fighter jets of the Great Xia Kingdom is about to reach 10,000. This number in service is extremely explosive in the world. If the aircraft carriers and carrier-based aircraft are included, the number of fighter jets of the Great Xia Kingdom will have exceeded 10,000. As for the number of armored tanks, I believe it will exceed 30,000 in the near future. Therefore, the military strength of the Great Xia Kingdom at this time can be ranked among the best in the world. However, the internal situation of the Great Xia Kingdom and the strength presented to everyone in the past make everyone believe that the Great Xia Kingdom is still a backward country. Because no one could have imagined that in just a few years, the military strength of Daxia would grow explosively. Of course, Su understood their misunderstanding very well, because the existence of world nuclear peace exceeded the cognition of everyone in this world. If the world had not been nuclearized, perhaps he would have traveled through time as a second-generation military officer who knew nothing and could have lived well under the protection of his father. However, considering the situation at the time, it would be difficult for his father to become the ruler of Daxia. After returning to the military headquarters, Su came to Liao Yuanliang to inquire about the battle situation in the Western Military District. Judging from the time, the Western Military District and the Army of St. Petersburg are probably in a full-scale war. A fight has broken out. Liao Yuanliang smiled and said, General He's large-scale detour and encirclement tactics have stunned the commander of St. Desperado. More than 3,000 armored tanks and 8 heavy brigades suddenly appeared behind them and launched a surprise attack. They used the high mobility of the armored tanks and cooperated with the 9th Army to complete a large-scale penetration, splitting the St. Desperado Army in two. Now they are encircling and suppressing them one by one. As for the outcome of the battle, it depends on the appetite of the Western Military Region. Chapter 181. Accidentally becoming a great power. Damn it, how is this possible? At this time, at the front line, Peter Gallo, the commander of the Saint-Eborg front line, was furious. He yelled at his subordinates in disbelief. I told you to send out reconnaissance troops to keep an eye on the movements in the rear, and this is how you keep an eye on them. In Peter Gallo's heart, he already looked at the troops of the Great Xia Kingdom with a new respect. Silently, thousands of armored tanks launched a surprise attack from their rear. What shocked him the most were the infantry on the left and right wings. He had calculated that it would take at least 100 miles to go around from the flanks. It would be difficult for the army to arrive without a few days. Moreover, a large army on the march is particularly easy to be exposed, which is why he said that it is impossible for him to be surrounded. The Great Xia Kingdom would launch an attack from the rear and flanks, because this is almost impossible, but now the Great Xia army has done it, which has turned their advantage into a disadvantage. Now the entire army was in disarray, and he couldn't command his troops at all, because Daxia's armored tanks had divided their troops into two. Now he could only command a part of the troops, and the rest of the troops were disconnected. Breakthrough. Peter Gallo said to the 3 commanders under his command, lead the troops to break through. Yes, General. The 3 army commanders began to command their troops to break out. After a day of fighting, the armies under their command suffered heavy losses. The Second Army lost more than 20,000 people. It can be said that it was almost crippled. If they did not reorganize the troops, they would have no combat effectiveness. The 3 armies now have a total of about 110,000 people. Now these 110,000 people are fighting against the 10th Army of the Great Xia Kingdom, as well as the armored tank group of the Great Xia Kingdom. He Zhongjuan was also paying attention to the battle situation on the front line at this time. Now that the encirclement has been formed and the food is on the table, it depends on how they eat it. First, kill a small part of the troops on the right wing, said He Zhongjuan, pointing at the two armies of St. Desborg on the right wing. These two armies still have more than 80,000 people. Let the 11th Army contain them. The 8 rocket artillery divisions will provide firepower coverage for me, and the heavy armored brigade will form a wall for me. Don't let them escape. Yes, Commander. After He Zhongjuan gave the order, 8 rocket artillery divisions began to rush to the front battlefield. At the marching speed of the rocket artillery division, they traveled 30 kilometers in half an hour to reach the front line and began to launch artillery attacks on the two armies of St. Petersburg. Nearly 2,000 rocket launchers began to fire. The first round of firing was from 2 rocket artillery divisions, and 3,888 rocket launchers began to cover the soldiers of St. Petersburg. Boom! When 3,888 rockets arrived at the front line and caused a huge explosion, the soldiers of St. Petersburg were stunned. They are very familiar with rocket launchers because they suffered a lot from this type of artillery on the battlefield in Tsarist Russia. But why do the Great Xia troops also have this kind of rocket launcher? The huge firepower coverage caused a large number of St. Petersburg soldiers to be buried in the sea of fire. The second and third rounds of artillery fire followed, and the St. Petersburg soldiers were so confused that they didn't know which way to go. After 4 rounds of rocket launchers fired tens of thousands of rocket shells, the entire battlefield was in ruins. Then, the 150,000 soldiers of the 11th Army, with the cooperation of 4 heavy brigades, began to massacre the remaining Saint-Germain soldiers. Anyone who dared to invade the border of Dacia would have to pay the price in blood. On the left wing, Peter Gallo led his troops to break out, but the 9th Army and the 10th Army followed closely like ghosts, and in the air, support from the Air Force also arrived. This time, He Zhongjuan poured all the firepower of the Western Military Region on the St. Petersburg Army. The Army's armor, rocket artillery division, and Air Force were all used on St. Petersburg. After several rounds of attacks, the St. Petersburg Army lost no less than 100,000 soldiers. Kill him. After the 3 armies completed the fire coverage, they began to charge. The 450,000-strong army launched a siege on the St. Petersburg Army, coordinating with each other in regiments. Ha ha ha. An infantry regiment commander led his soldiers to charge quickly and shouted to the regiment commander next to him, "Old Shin, my 117th regiment is going to kill people today. Your regiment will stay behind." Bullshit. My regiment is the main force. You asked me to lead the way. I asked you to stay behind. I say. At this time, another regiment commander came up to the two and said, "This large army is charging. Hundreds of regiment commanders are personally at the front line commanding the troops, and you two still have the leisure to chat here. You will soon have no soup to drink. Don't worry, Lao Ding. Even if we let them run ahead, my 117th regiment can catch up with them with just 1 charge. The combat effectiveness of my 117th regiment is well known to everyone in the army. Our commander has even commended our 117th regiment, which is a recognition of our strength." You're talking nonsense, you're just lucky. I'm not going to waste my time talking to you guys. I'm going to lead my troops and leave first. As he spoke, Ding Zhengwo led his troops to charge, and then the remaining 2 regiment commanders also led their troops to charge. The 3 infantry regiments known as the Western Iron Triangle began to show their prowess on the battlefield. The soldiers under their command became more and more brave as the battle went on, and they forced the army soldiers known as the best in the world to surrender. This decisive battle, this feast, took He Zhongjuan's Western Military District 5 days to prepare for it. The 400,000-strong army of St. Petersburg was wiped out in an instant. 180,000 prisoners were captured, and even the Supreme Commander Peter Gallo was captured alive. The people most shocked by this battle were Tsarist Russia. They were engaged in a fierce battle with St. Petersburg at this time. Take the defense of Red City, for example. Both sides had a total of 2 million troops. Tsarist Russia deployed 1.5 million troops and fought with St. Petersburg's 500,000 troops for half a month. Not only was the city lost, but 430,000 soldiers were killed in the battle. St. Petersburg only lost 190,000 people. But in the eyes of Tsarist Russia, this was not a failure, because they annihilated St. Petersburg's 190,000 troops. But the war between Dacia and St. Petersburg lasted less than 7 days, and St. Petersburg's 400,000 troops were gone, along with a powerful group of armored tanks. This battle shocked the world, including the Great Eagle country and the United States, which began to reposition the military power of the Great Xia country, because the Great Xia country's army killed the world's #1 army and wiped out their 400,000-strong army in less than 7 days. Moreover, these 7 days also included the Western Military Region taking over the entire Outer Mongolia, adding 1.8 million square kilometers of area to the Great Xia country. At this point, Zhongjuan began to lead his troops back to the headquarters of the Western Military Region. As for the rest, he could leave it to the various army groups under his command. As for the arrangements for Outer Mongolia, he could leave it to the chief to decide. Chapter 182. Tsarist Russia visits again. Old He fought a great battle this time, and let these powerful countries know the true strength of our Great Xia country, so that they don't say that we defeated the East Ocean country by luck. Liao Yuanliang looked at the map of Outer Mongolia and said, "General, we need to take over Outer Mongolia as soon as possible. The internal security problem is very chaotic. I have asked the Western Military Region to clean it up. I have asked the cabinet to arrange officials to take over Outer Mongolia and set them up as an autonomous region. This will facilitate management. As for the garrison of the Outer Mongolia Autonomous Region, it will be handed over to the Western Military Region." And handed over to the Western Military Region? Wang Wen took 2 steps forward and said, "In this case, isn't the area guarded by the Western Military Region too large? It's larger than the areas governed by the other 4 military regions combined. Will they be short of troops? It's not a big problem." Su Yu looked at the map and said, "The main task of the Northern Military Region is to deal with the Eastern Kingdom. They don't have much time to deal with the situation in Outer Mongolia. We have wiped out the 400,000 troops of St. Petersburg. You will see that they will definitely send people to negotiate with us. After all, we still have 180,000 prisoners in our hands. It's really a changing world. Now it's the powers that come to us for negotiations. We are in the upper hand while the powers are at a disadvantage. This is a rare sight in a century. Our efforts have finally paid off." Liao Yuanliang smiled and said, "It's incredible that our army was able to defeat the St. Petersburg army. I was a little worried at first. After all, the St. Petersburg army was invincible. I didn't expect that they would fall into our hands today. Invincible in the world." Su Yu smiled and said, "It's the end of an era. Back then, the Eagle country was known as the empire on which the sun never sets, and its navy was the best in the world. Now, it's not the end of an era. Although the Eagle country can still occupy a place in the navy today, it can no longer reach the height of the past." "Chief." At this time, the Secretary General came to the military headquarters to find Su Yu and said, "The Russian foreign minister has arrived in Yanjing." "Tsarist Russia?" Su Yu said in confusion, "We didn't wait for St. Petersburg, but we did wait for Russia. It's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. It seems that Russia also wants to end the war as soon as possible." "Of course not." Wang Wen put down the document in his hand and said, "The 10-year development plan of Tsarist Russia has been almost destroyed by St. Petersburg. If we don't end this war, we will probably fall behind by more than 10 years. It will not be easy to recover to the past." "That's fine." Liao Yuanliang continued, "We have such a powerful country above us. If it really becomes the world's top military power, it will also be a threat to us. Let's see why they are looking for me first." After that, Su Yu followed the Secretary General to the reception room. The sudden visit of Tsarist Russia to Daxia was directly related to the battle in Outer Mongolia. "Director Su." When the Russian foreign minister saw Su Yu come in, he immediately stood up and greeted Su Yu. Next to the Russian foreign minister was the Great Xia foreign minister Su Yuanzhong. The two chatted for a while in the reception room because it was Su Yuanzhong who went to the airport to receive the other party. Maxim said to Su Yu, "General Su, your Western military district fought a great battle in Outer Mongolia. All of us soldiers of Tsarist Russia admire you very much. We originally planned to mobilize 500,000 troops to aid you. Now it seems that we were worrying too much. Minister Maxim is too polite. We can still handle the few 100,000 Saint Desperado troops." Hearing Su Yu say this, Maxim did not feel that he was bragging, because just one military district wiped out the 400,000 troops of St. Petersburg, and according to their domestic intelligence investigation, Daxia has 5 major military districts, and the Western Military District is the weakest. So at this moment, in Maxim's mind, the military strength of the Great Xia Kingdom was no weaker than that of Tsarist Russia, and the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom were adept at the application of tactics. The tactics of large-scale infiltration, large-scale detour, and large-scale encirclement imitated by their military looked simple, but they could not learn the essence of it. The military strength of Daxia really surprised us. Maxim looked at Su Yu and said, "This time I came to Daxia to discuss a business with Daxia." "Business?" Su Yu asked curiously, "What business?" "We, Tsarist Russia, want to buy a batch of arms from your Great Xia. During the Outer Mongolia campaign, we saw that your Great Xia possessed very powerful and advanced main battle tanks and anti-tank guns, so we want to buy these two types of weapons and equipment from you.
Can.
Su Yu smiled and said, "We are allies with you, Tsarist Russia. We can sell all this equipment. That's no problem. How much do you need?" I would like to ask, how much does your SPG-9 recoilless gun cost? 20,000. Su Yu asked for a huge price. The cost of an SPG-9 recoilless gun was about 2,100 silver dollars, but this weapon was produced 10 years later, so 10 times the price was already very merciful for Tsarist Russia. The cannonball costs 100 silver dollars each. We need 8,000 SPG-9 recoilless rifles and 100,000 rounds of ammunition. How long will it take to deliver them? 1 month. So fast. Maxim was very shocked. 8,000 recoilless guns and 100,000 artillery shells could be delivered in just 1 month. The industrial capacity of Daxia Kingdom was so strong. We still need main battle tanks. How much? 2,000. Maxim looked at Su Yu and asked, how much does the main battle tank cost? Our main battle tank is called the Jiaolong Type 5 main battle tank. It is quite expensive, costing 150,000 silver dollars, and the delivery time will be long. The first batch of 500 will be delivered 3 months later, and the remaining 1,500 will be delivered within half a year. Now that the research and development production line of the T-55 main battle tank has been completed, Su Yu renamed the T-55 main battle tank to Jiaolong 5 and officially allowed the tank production base to carry out independent production and deliver it to Tsarist Russia. If you don't make money, you are crazy. The cost of Jiaolong 5 is about 48,000, which is 3 times more. No problem, Maxim nodded and said, we will report this news to the military. In 3 days, we will deliver all the money. It's been a pleasure working with you, Su Yu said with a smile. He hoped that Tsarist Russia could spread the reputation of the Great Xia Kingdom's weapons. By then, he seemed to see a steady stream of orders. Chapter 183, Don't Mess With Me. During the time it takes to have a meal, Su Yu negotiated an order worth nearly 700 million yuan. The profit of this order is about 80%, which is more than 500 million yuan. Although he still has several hundred billion yuan in his hands, 20 billion yuan has been invested in the construction of various provinces. Industrial construction, school construction, road construction, etc. all require money. So at this time, the more money, the better. How is the war going on in your country? At the dinner table, Su Yuanzhong asked Maxim, I heard that you plan to launch a nationwide war of resistance and strive to defeat St. Petersburg within a year? That's right. Maxim nodded and took a sip of white wine and said, St. Petersburg is really abominable. The one who provoked the global war this time was the Allied powers headed by St. Petersburg. We must work together to defeat the Allied powers against the Allied powers. Anyway, the entire Blue Star will become a colony of the Allied powers. St. Petersburg and other Allied powers, such as the East Ocean country, have colonized at least dozens of countries. Such actions are for the concept of global peace and development. Su Yuanzhong and Maxim drank until the early morning. They drank 18 bottles of white wine alone. Su Yuanzhong had to admire the alcohol tolerance of the Tsarist Russians. They were really good at drinking. The next morning, Maxim returned to Tsarist Russia with members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It can be said that they completed the mission perfectly. With this batch of weapons specifically designed to restrain Tsarist Russia's armored tanks, they were full of confidence. Not long after the Tsarist Russian foreign minister left, the foreign minister of St. Petersburg arrived at the Daxia airport with a group of people. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs also sent people to receive them, but there was no formality. After all, the two sides were warring countries, and it was very good that they were not expelled. In the reception area, St. Petersburg's Minister of Foreign Affairs Barney Philip said to Su Yuanzhong with a very unpleasant expression, We in St. Petersburg are willing to spend 100 silver dollars to redeem one of our soldiers. You have 180,000 soldiers, and we are willing to spend 18 million silver dollars to redeem these soldiers. This is our bottom line. I'm so sorry, Mr. Barney Phillips. Su Yuanzhong said calmly, We will not return this prisoner. Even if you pay to redeem him, we will not agree. Our general said that we need to build railways, roads, and airports in the Outer Mongolia Autonomous Region, which requires manpower. The 180,000 soldiers in St. Petersburg will live well, have enough food and warm clothes, but they have to do some physical work. Minister Su. Barney Phillips slammed the table and said angrily, Using our empire's warriors as coolies, let's see if the millions of brave warriors of our empire will agree. Fuck you. Su Yuanzhong pointed at Barney Phillip in a rare outburst and said angrily, Damn it, Stop showing off in front of me. You have millions of troops. If you have the guts, just go and start a war. My great Xia kingdom is ready to accompany you at any time. Go back and tell your president that my great Xia kingdom's 500 million people are not afraid of danger from anyone. If you want to start a war, my great Xia kingdom's 500 million soldiers and civilians are ready to accompany you at any time. After that, Su Jiqing directly said to his subordinates, "Show them away." Barney Phillip, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of St. Petersburg, was shocked. He did not expect that the Great Xia would be so powerful, but it was also within his expectations. Only when he came to the Great Xia did he find that this was not a poor and backward country at all, but a thriving, developing country. The strength of the military region was even more extraordinary. One military region killed their 400,000 troops. That is to say, if they want to fight against a military region of the Great Xia, they need to send out 1 million troops to have a chance of winning. The Great Xia has 5 major military regions, so St. Petersburg will have to send out 5 million troops to have an absolute advantage. But now they have no troops, let alone 5 million. Even 1 million troops need to be drawn from various units. After being expelled, Barney Phillip had no choice but to leave the Great Xia Kingdom. He knew that the 180,000 captured troops would probably stay in Asia forever. At the end of November, it snowed heavily in the north, which was rare ahead of schedule. So you walked out of garden number 1. The villa that had been under construction for more than a year was finally completed. All the ministers, cabinet ministers, and other officials had moved their homes in. At this time, Su Yu was fishing by the stream. Beside him were the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Finance. Su Yu asked the Minister of Agriculture, "How is the grain production this year?" "It's increased 6-fold. Minister of Agriculture Mao Tai said with a smile, "We can't say that all the 500 million people in Daxia can have enough food, but at least there are fewer people who are hungry. After we conducted farmland statistics and population census, we thought we could complete it in 3 months. The workload was so huge that it took nearly 8 months to complete. Our population is now 599 million, and it will soon exceed 600 million. After a year of reclamation and construction, the amount of arable land has remained at 1.5 billion mu, which is enough to feed nearly 600 million people in Daxia, and there are at least 2 billion kilograms of grain available for export. There's no need to export this." Su Yu quickly pulled up his fishing rod and caught a large black carp. After catching it, Su Yu put it into the bucket and said, "We need to build large granaries all over the country. We need to store enough food for the entire population to eat for a year and a half. That is to say, even if our country had no grain harvest for a year, no one would starve to death." "Building a granary, why?" "Let's take a long-term view," Su Yu said as he sat back in his chair. "Humans are insignificant and can never contend with the power of nature, so we have to be prepared for any eventuality. What should we do if there is a problem with food throughout the country?" "This. Your Ministry of Agriculture should arrange it." "Yes, Chief." "And the Ministry of Finance, you will allocate funds for support," Su Yu said, looking at the Ministry of Finance. "Every penny must be used effectively. I will send the Intelligence Bureau to investigate, and once corruption is discovered, it will not be forgiven." "Clear." After receiving the order, the 2 ministers left. Then, the Logistics Minister Wu Liangye came to Su Yu and said, "General, the missile production line has been completed and is now in full production. What should we do with the missiles after production?" "Ship them to the northern military region. They are fighting a decisive battle with the Japanese in the Goryeo region. Transporting the missiles there at this time can play a decisive role for them." "Clear." Wu Liangye said, "After 300 missiles are produced, I will have the transport brigade transport these missiles to the northern front." Chapter 184 earns 6 small goals. "Oh, and one more thing," Su Yu said to Wu Liangye. "You need to start producing the Jiaolong 5 main battle tank. In addition, you also need to produce the Jiaolong 6 main battle tank that we will equip in the future." "Another upgrade?" Wu Liangye was very shocked. The Jiaolong Type 5 had just been developed not long ago, and the more advanced Jiaolong Type 6 came out. This weapons research and development department was really powerful. As early as after the T-55 main battle tank could be produced independently, so you exchanged it for the more advanced T-62 main battle tank because this main battle tank better met the equipment needs. With this tank, he could maintain a far leading position for about 10 years. The armor thickness of the T-62 main battle tank is similar to that of the T-55. In order to reduce weight, the thickness of the armor on the roof, middle, and rear of the vehicle is reduced. However, the steel plates used by the T-62 are special stamped steel plates with a density more than twice that of before. With this technology alone, no country in the world can build it within 10 years. After the T-62 main battle tank was developed and upgraded by the Scientific Research Department, it was officially named the Jiaolong 6 main battle tank. This main battle tank is not included in the weapons sold abroad and only belongs to the main battle tank of the Great Xia Kingdom. The performance of the Jiaolong Type 6 is much better than that of the Jiaolong Type 5. It can be said to be epic-making and can crush all-round tanks. The length of the Jiaolong Type 6 tank is about 9 meters, weighs 40 tons, has a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per hour, and a maximum range of 450 kilometers. The most important thing is that the main gun used by the Type 6 Jiaolong is a 115mm smoothbore tank gun, which is also the first 115mm smoothbore tank gun used in the world and is extremely powerful. The base number of ammunition equipped in the vehicle has been increased from 40 rounds exchanged to at least 60 rounds. The normal ratio is 27 grenades, 13 armor-piercing shells, and 20 armor-piercing shells. The tank's auxiliary weapon is a 12.7mm coaxial machine, fed by a 250-round magazine, with a firing rate of 200 rounds per minute. The production lines for this tank are also under construction, and once completed, it can be delivered to the 5 major military regions. As for the obsolete light tanks and some weapons captured from the Japanese countries, such as hundreds of thousands of rifles and tens of thousands of light machine guns, someone will come to clean up the garbage soon. Chief. At this time, the Secretary General came to Su Yu and said, "They are here." In the reception room, Su Yuanzhong was chatting with the leaders of 4 countries. They were the leader of the Freedom Party of the Black Country, the chairman of the Anti-Aggression Party of South Vietnam, the Emperor of the East Imperial Kingdom, and the leader of the Bin Yuan Kingdom. These 4 national leaders have one thing in common, that is, their countries have been invaded by other countries. They organized resistance forces at home, but lacked arms and other weapons. Now they know that Daxia sells weapons at favorable prices, so they came to Daxia from afar. Everyone. At this time, Su Yu walked into the reception room. When they saw Su Yu, the leaders of the 4 countries quickly stood up and greeted Su Yu with a very humble attitude. After all, at this time, they needed help from each other. More importantly, they were national leaders, but their countries had been invaded. So what kind of leaders could they still be? Welcome to Daxia Kingdom. Then, Su Yu got straight to the point. I wonder how many Japanese troops are stationed in your country, or troops from other countries? The leader of the Black Country Liberal Party bared his white teeth and said, "We have a population of 380 million in the Black Country, and we have 250,000 Eagle Federation troops stationed inside. I have 500,000 troops under my command, and we have been dealing with the Eagle Federation, but the Eagle Federation's garrison is too powerful and their weapons are too advanced. We can't defeat them at all." Hearing this, Su Yu was speechless. The country has a population of 380 million. It is actually no match for this 250,000-strong army. Even if each person spits, it can drown this 250,000-strong army. What preparations do you need? We need 300,000 rifles, 5,000 light machine guns, 2,000 heavy machine guns, 2,000 75mm mountain guns, 500 105mm howitzers, and 600 light tanks, with matching ammunition. The leaders of the 4 countries almost cleaned up all the garbage seized from the Japanese country and were able to exchange it for about 570 million silver dollars. All of this money was profit, with no cost at all. No problem. Su Yu said to the 4 leaders in front of him, "I will send the South China Sea Fleet to transport equipment for you. Also, if you need a training team, I can rent one to you to teach you how to use these equipment." Su Yu chose to help these countries because the invaders of these countries were either from Japan or the United States, neither of which was easy for him to deal with. He also wanted to spread his reputation. After all, there were dozens of countries that were invaded around the world, and the demand for arms was huge. With nearly 600 million yuan in funds, Su Yu can do a lot of things and almost build a key city. Therefore, he wants to expand the lucrative arms business and gradually become a global arms supplier in exchange for great domestic development. Thank you so much indeed. The 4 national leaders were extremely satisfied with the service attitude of the Great Xia country, which made them feel very comfortable spending their money, especially the leader of the Black Country. Their people privately raised 1.8 billion funds in order for them to buy arms. At first, he looked for the United States, but the weapons of the United States were too expensive and the attitude was very bad, so he gave up. Now he is very satisfied with the attitude of the Great Xia Kingdom, and the price of weapons is lower than that of the United States, so he plans to buy all his equipment from the Great Xia Kingdom in the future. In just one morning, Su Yu sold another 600 million orders. As long as these countries make their names known, they will become the largest arms supplier, at least in Asia. This is a good start. Northern Front Headquarters. Deng Liang and Wang Wu led a 1 million-strong army and began to advance into the Goryeo region. When the Japanese army arrived at the Haicheng front, they learned that they had lost 2 divisions of troops in one night and immediately became furious with their subordinates. In one night, 50,000 troops were destroyed and Haicheng was lost. How could he accept such a result? After Haicheng was razed to the ground, the Japanese frontline army began to retreat. Whenever the Japanese took a step back, Deng Liang and Wang Wu would lead the army forward. It can be said that they pressed forward step by step, leaving the Japanese at a loss as to what to do. Chapter 185. Divide the forces and take the initiative slowly. Our army has already entered the Goryeo region, and we have figured out the exact strength of the Japanese. We still have 41 divisions left. Tell me, how are we going to defeat them? Deng Liang asked Wang Wu. Don't be in a hurry, take your time. Wang Wu looked at the simulated sand table and said, we can enjoy the Japanese army of 1 million slowly. If we eat them all at once, although we won't be overwhelmed, it will also attract the attention of the Japanese military. The Japanese may withdraw the main force on the Pacific front, which will in turn attract firepower to the United States. That makes sense. Deng Liang looked at the map and said, then divide the troops and let the major army groups establish bases in the Goryeo region as army units to fight a protracted war with the Japanese. Anyway, the general also wants us to make the people in the Goryeo region one family and prepare for subsequent construction. According to the military, this war is expected to last for 1 or 2 years, and we will have to train with the Japanese later. The commander-in-chief's intention is very simple. When the Japanese are about to collapse on the Pacific battlefield, we will send our troops across the sea to give them a final blow. You said that if we invade the Japanese mainland, the spoils and the occupied land will naturally belong to our Great Xia country. If the United States is not convinced, then at most we will have a fight. Anyway, our general said that because of the issue of the ownership of the East Asian country, we will have a war with the United States, and this war will also establish our status as the world hegemon. This is not something we should be thinking about. Wang Wu shook his head and said, with our brains, we can't catch up with the chief's brain. The fight with the Japanese hasn't ended yet, and we don't know what the outcome will be. Our chief is considering a war with the United States and competing for the position of world hegemony. This is too far away. Order the troops. Deng Liang said to the chief of staff, let the major army groups establish bases in Jiangjia, Anzhou, and Dongxin areas as army units and fight small-scale battles with the Japanese. Clear. After Deng Liang's order was issued, 12 armies, 36 divisions, and 108 regiments under the 4 army groups began to station troops in the designated areas. To be honest, when the Goryeo people saw the soldiers in camouflage uniforms, they were still a little afraid. But when they saw that these troops did not do anything to them after they were stationed, they relaxed their vigilance. In addition, the local garrisons will also maintain local public security. If they encounter criminals committing crimes in broad daylight, they will take action to clean them up. They will also set up porridge stalls to provide assistance to refugees who have no food to eat. This formed a contrast with the Japanese troops and made the local people accept this force. After the propaganda department spread the news to the local area, people realized that this force was from the Great Xia Kingdom and that they were there to rescue them and drive out the Japanese invaders for them. So the people began to accept the Great Xia Kingdom's troops and regarded them as their own people. Longlin Town, where the 31st Infantry Division of the 3rd Infantry Army under the 12th Army Group is stationed. The division commander is Kong Yuanzhong, who is walking outside the town with a pipe in his hand, followed by several regimental commanders. This damn weather is so cold. Kong Yuanjia took a puff of smoke from his pipe and said, we won't move. You said the Japanese are interesting. They won't move either. They're just waiting for us to attack. If we don't attack, they won't resist. They are also stalling for time. After all, the Japanese are fighting fiercely with the United States, and our Air Force has destroyed a large number of their production bases. Their logistics are very scarce, so they will not take the initiative to attack. If they don't fight, we won't fight either. It's freezing cold. Commander, there is a Japanese division stationed opposite us. I'm afraid the Japanese won't come out, but I heard that the Japanese have raised a lot of sheep in Muzhuang. Why don't we send troops out to get some mutton to eat? I'm craving this old Yinjing mutton hot pot. You kid. There is a large group of Japanese soldiers in Muzhuang. It takes 2 hours to get there from Beiyang Road. If we send a battalion, we might be able to kill them in 2 hours. But it depends on how many sheep there are in Muzhuang. Whether it is cost-effective or not, I will not do business at a loss. There are at least 100 of them, and a batch of military supplies from the Japanese have been delivered to Muzhuang. You have a very pointed nose. Kong Yuanjia waved his hand and said, then leave this to your 313th Infantry Regiment. Prepare some mutton hot pot for the brothers in this cold weather. Also, it might be a good idea to alert the Japanese so that they don't think we really plan to celebrate the new year here. Then I'll arrange it right away. The commander of the 313th Infantry Regiment came to the regiment headquarters with a smile on his face, and then began to assemble his troops. He took the 1st Battalion out of the regiment headquarters and drove 50 large trucks to Muzhuang. Inside Muzhuang, the Japanese captain was slaughtering a sheep and hiding in the room with his soldiers to eat mutton. They were very dissatisfied with being sent to Muzhuang to guard the city. Huang Yin, commander of the 313th Infantry Regiment, arrived at the outskirts of Muzhuang with a battalion of brothers. Seeing that there were no soldiers guarding outside, Huang Yin began to sneak in with his soldiers. Baka. Daidada. A patrolling group of Japanese soldiers discovered a large number of armed forces and wanted to fight back, but they were riddled with bullets from submachine guns, and the Tin-Man team stained the ground red. The gunshots also attracted the attention of the Japanese soldiers, and they quickly ran out of the barracks, but what was waiting for them was the crazy fire from 4 heavy machine guns, which stunned the Japanese soldiers who rushed out. Boom! There was a burst of fire from grenades, mortars, submachine guns, and light machine guns. The standard number of a Japanese battalion was 1,100 people, but because half of them went to the division headquarters, there were only about 500 people here now. The crazy shooting from Huang Yan's troops on the opposite side immediately panicked. Fight back! The Japanese captain shouted with oil dripping from his mouth and red cheeks. Obviously, he had drunk a lot of alcohol. Kill! The Japanese reacted quickly, but facing the prepared daxia troops, no matter how fast their reaction was, it was useless. The accurate shooters specifically aimed at their heavy firepower and killed the Japanese heavy firepower in less than 3 or 5 breaths. Clear my grenades! In an instant, more than 1,800 grenades were thrown out, immediately blowing the Japanese soldiers to pieces and forcing them to retreat into the barracks. Mortar, blow up the earth wall for me. Clear. Huang Yin commanded the infantry battalion to attack, and in just a quarter of an hour, he wiped out 180 Japanese devils. Now we are ready to rush in and capture the entire Japanese army. Chapter 186 Small Group Combat. 12 mortars and 3 recoilless guns directly blew open the earth wall. The Japanese soldiers who were hiding behind the earth wall and fighting back were blown to the ground by the shells, their faces blackened. After the earth wall collapsed, Huang Yin ordered the heavy firepower to shoot recklessly. The entire battalion's full firepower was directed at suppressing the Japanese in the barracks yard. The Japanese, who had lost their machine gunners and cover, became sitting ducks. Boom! In the next quarter of an hour, Huang Yin led the entire infantry battalion and directly wiped out the Japanese in the barracks. The Japanese captain was also killed by a shell. That's not right. Huang Yin looked at the bodies on the ground and said, "The Japanese have a battalion of more than 1,000 people. It's impossible that they only have this much firepower. There must be something fishy going on here." Captain. The infantry battalion commander came up to Huang Yin and said, "I just counted them. There are only about 500 Japanese soldiers in this village. More than half of them are missing. The supplies in the warehouse are gone. I guess they have sent them to the division. Damn it, I'm losing a lot." Huang Yin shouted angrily, "What about the sheep? If I send the sheep away too, the commander will beat me to death. The sheep are still there. I asked the soldiers to count them. There are about 300 sheep, and they are very fat. This is enough for our brothers in the entire division to taste." "Ha ha ha, that's good." Huang Yin smiled and said, "Clean up the battlefield and check the casualties." Not long after, the casualties of an infantry battalion were reported. There was not a single death in battle, but there were dozens of injuries. However, Huang Yin waved his hand and asked people to reserve lamb chops, lamb hearts, and other nutritious foods for the injured brothers. "Captain, the combat effectiveness of these little devils is really average." The infantry battalion commander looked at the bodies on the ground and said, "Look, there are still such young men. I think the end of the East Asian country is coming soon. Even teenagers are sent to the battlefield. Don't be careless either." Huang Yin looked at the fat sheep being loaded onto the truck. He said to the infantry battalion commander, "Look, at least half of these 500-plus devils are drunk. There is fresh mutton, large boxes of liquor, and empty bottles in this room. It's clear that the devils are drunk. They didn't expect us to take a detour to deal with them. After all, Muzhuang is not valuable, and it doesn't matter whether we fight or not. But they didn't expect us to come to Muzhuang just for these sheep." About half an hour later, Huang Yin returned with the infantry battalion with a full load. 300 sheep were enough for a division to feast on. After the sheep were delivered to the kitchens of various units, the members of the kitchens began to slaughter them in full swing. At the division headquarters, Kong Yuanjie was receiving two old brothers. These two were his brothers in the security corps. The three of them were in the same class. It was not easy to come this far. Among all the brothers in their class and even in the same platoon, only the three of them survived. Hey, Lao Kong, you are living a very happy life. You have got 300 sheep from the Japanese. I must have a meal of mutton before I go back today. Ha ha ha. Always full. Kong Yuanjie took a puff of his cigarette and said, Oldly, don't blame me. You guys destroyed the Japanese granary some time ago, and I heard there were a lot of good stuff in it. But forget it. Li Ming waved his hand and said, The food these little devils have now is far inferior to ours. We don't even look down on their weapons and equipment, nor do we look down on their food and clothing. If it weren't for the fact that many local people were starving, I wouldn't have spent time and effort to attack the little devil's granary. I lost more than a dozen brothers, but I also killed more than 700 little devils. I have to say, Dingzhi said as he warmed himself by the fire, this division of our forces is quite interesting. We have established a base and are fighting with the Japanese in small groups. Don't look at this division killing 1,800 Japanese soldiers and that regiment killing a squadron of Japanese soldiers. In the past month and a half since the division of our forces, I have calculated that no less than 80,000 Japanese soldiers have been killed. Tell me, how many 80,000 Japanese soldiers are there in the Goryeo region? The mutton hot pot is here. The adjutant brought in an old Yinjing copper pot, more than 10 pounds of freshly cut beef, and 5 or 6 stir-fried dishes. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to be able to eat such delicious food here. Li Ming said with a smile. Oldly, you can eat, but you can't drink, Kong Yuanjie reminded. We are at the front line now. We can't drink. If people find out, the consequences will be serious. Don't worry. I, Oldly, am such a person who doesn't understand discipline. Besides, at least we are soldiers trained by the chief, and we can't embarrass our chief. I'll owe you this wine for now, and we'll drink it after we finish our work. The three of them sat on the Kong, eating mutton hot pot and discussing the battle situation on the front line. What Lao Ding said just now is right, Li Ming said. Annihilating 80,000 Japanese soldiers is nothing. Even if it is a large-scale battle, it is not difficult for us to annihilate 80,000 Japanese soldiers. Take the Central Plains War as an example. Our 3 regiments killed 30,000 Japanese soldiers. But what surprised me about this tactic is that our casualties were less than 5,000 in the annihilation of 80,000 Japanese soldiers. Just imagine this loss ratio. That's the brilliance of the headquarters. Kong Yuanjie picked up a piece of meat and said, You 3 of us have also attended the tactical guidance class of the chief, and the deputy commander-in-chief and the chief of staff have also taught us. It can be said that the 3 of us have been able to go from being peasants to being the current division commanders. The help these 3 have given us is huge. The tactical concepts they taught us are enough for us to digest for a lifetime. I think this tactic must have the shadow of these 3 people. Let's take it step by step and wait and see. Old Kong is right. Now that our great Xia kingdom has been unified, there are still wolves and tigers outside. Look, St. Petersburg is bullying us again. We haven't finished fighting the devils yet. We don't know when the fight will end. Don't worry about this. Dingzhi said confidently, judging from the current world situation, within 2 years, our general will definitely cross the sea and destroy the Oriental Kingdom. Why do you think we should take it slow? Aren't we just waiting for the United States and the Oriental Kingdom to decide the winner? Old Ding's analysis makes sense, but that's not something we should be thinking about. What we should be thinking about right now is how to wipe out the 3 divisions that the Japanese are targeting us. Li Ming said, I heard that Qingqing is an important grain storage area for the Japanese, supplying 3 Japanese divisions. These 3 divisions are exactly the Japanese divisions that you and I need to face. Our 3 divisions are in a triangle formation. We have to find a way to knock down the Japanese granary and leave them without food for the winter. Chapter 187, Small Group, Combat 2. We'll do it if we say so. Kong Yuanjie asked his adjutant to take out a map and spread it on the table to find the location of Qingqing. Then he pointed at Qingqing and said, This little Japanese is quite cunning. Qingqing is as solid as a rock with the support of 3 divisions. It's not easy to attack if you want to. Use your brain. Li Ming pointed at the map and said, There are only 3 of our divisions and 3 divisions of the Japanese in this area. The geographical range is as wide as 100 miles. We can fight however we want. Tell me what you think. The Japanese are like frightened birds right now. Their 3 divisions have formed a triangle formation. What is the purpose of this formation? Isn't it to support each other? Then we can take advantage of this and hit them a little to see how they react. What if they don't move? It would be better if we don't move. We will tear open a hole and head straight to Qingsheng, bombarding the food inside. After that, we will leave. If they send troops to counterattack, we will retreat after the battle. This winter is long. We only need to destroy the food in Qingsheng within 1 or 2 months, and the Japanese will starve. That's a good idea. Kong Yuanjie agreed and said, we harass the Japanese and attack them 3 or 4 times a day. We just attack one spot. I don't believe that the Japanese can send troops to support us every time. Then let's put it this way. Each of our divisions will choose a checkpoint to attack and see how the Japanese react. Whoever destroys Qingsheng first will buy some drinks. Ha ha ha, Lao Li, you are so mean. 3 days later, the 32nd Infantry Division was stationed. Li Ming was shivering as he stepped on the snow, looking at the heavy snow in the sky. The colder the weather, the less people wanted to move. They thought so, and the Japanese devils must have thought so too. Who would want to go out in such a cold day? Zhang Biao. Li Ming looked at the burly man in front of him and said, your regiment can take action today. I will give you an artillery battalion directly under the division and all 36 105mm howitzers. You must give the Japanese a pattern that our division is about to launch a main attack. As long as the Japanese support arrives, you must withdraw immediately. If the Japanese do not come to support, go straight to Qingsheng, bombard Qingsheng, and then withdraw. Yes, master. Zhang Biao led a fully strength infantry regiment of more than 3,000 people and a heavy artillery battalion to launch a surprise attack on the Japanese Jinko checkpoint. Jinko checkpoint was the only way to Qingsheng, so as long as they could take Jinko checkpoint, they could go straight to Qingsheng. How many devils are there at the wellhead checkpoint? Zhang Biao asked the reconnaissance company commander. 1 regiment, more than 3,000 devils, no heavy firepower, but there are fortifications and artillery towers. That's all. Not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Zhang Biao looked at the soldiers with red faces and shouted, brothers, hurry up and go back after the battle. Our division commander will treat our regiment to mutton and mutton soup. It took about 4 hours of walking. Due to heavy snow, many heavy equipment were difficult to transport, so the walking speed was slow. It took a full 4 hours to reach the wellhead. At this time, the Japanese were also hiding in the barracks they built to keep out the cold. Because Jinko village was destroyed by bombers, the Japanese could only spend a lot of effort to rebuild it to resist the severe cold. Zhang Biao was checking the Japanese defensive positions through a telescope. There were 4 artillery towers in the front, in addition to many bunkers, and the firepower was distributed very densely. Let the heavy artillery battalion attack. Zhang Biao said to the deputy regiment commander, take out the enemy's artillery tower and their living quarters. Fire 4 rounds, and then cover with infantry fire. We must make the enemy think we are launching a general attack. Clear. About a quarter of an hour later, the heavy artillery battalion selected the artillery position and all 36 105mm howitzers were in place. The soldiers' hands were frozen stiff because touching the cannon in such cold weather was like holding a piece of ice. Fire. With an order, 36 howitzers began firing at full power. 36 shells hit the Japanese artillery tower and bunker hard, causing a huge explosion. Boom. The armor-piercing shells directly blew up the artillery tower built by the Japanese. The Japanese soldiers inside were warming themselves by a fire, but their faces were blackened by the sudden shells and their bodies were pierced by shrapnel. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Japanese infantry regiment began to assemble urgently and quickly entered combat status, but as soon as they rushed out of the barracks, the cold weather outside made them shiver. Their hands holding the guns were shaking, and they couldn't aim at the enemy at all. Immediately afterwards, the second round of shelling began, bombing the Japanese barracks and blowing up all the places where the Japanese lived. Baka! When the Japanese saw that their doghouse had been bombed, they were so angry that they quickly fought back. Heavy machine guns, light machine guns, mortars, and mountain cannons were firing at them. At this time, Zhang Biao's infantry regiment also launched an attack. The powerful firepower made the Japanese soldiers cry for their parents, especially the cold weather, which made their life even more difficult. They were freezing on one hand and being bombed on the other. It was like a world of ice and fire. Brothers, fight! Zhang Biao led the soldiers of the infantry regiment to suppress the fire and pulled out the heavy firepower of the entire regiment. Thousands of bullets burst out, and with the support of artillery, the Japanese regiment commander quickly asked the division headquarters for rescue. In this battle, the two armies fought in the snow for more than half an hour and consumed more than 100,000 rounds of ammunition, but Zhang Biao did not launch a charge because he knew that the Japanese reinforcements were about to arrive. He checked the time and saw that 45 minutes had passed since the attack. He looked at the soldiers lying in the snow and shouted, "First and second battalions, retreat first. The rest of the troops, retreat slowly." At this time, the heavy artillery battalion began to retreat after firing all the shells. So after Zhang Biao issued the retreat order, the entire regiment evacuated in about a quarter of an hour, leaving the Japanese commander confused. According to the situation just now, they were at a great disadvantage. After fighting for less than an hour, they lost nearly a battalion of soldiers. But why is the other side retreating now? Half an hour later, the Japanese reinforcements arrived. It was an infantry regiment and an artillery battalion. After they arrived, Zhang Biao's infantry regiment had disappeared without a trace. In the next half-month, Kong Yuanjie, Li Ming, and Dingzhi's 3 infantry divisions launched attacks every day. During this period, the Japanese consumed millions of bullets, causing logistical problems for them. Because the production base in Japan was destroyed, which caused huge problems in the production of ammunition, Japan was the first to supply the Pacific Front. This is why the Japanese in the Goryeo region were so quiet during this period and could only passively take the beating. Chapter 188. Kill you while you're sick. The repeated harassment for more than half a month made the Japanese exhausted. After each attack, they had to waste a lot of ammunition because each battle lasted for more than an hour and consumed hundreds of thousands of bullets. Sometimes there were 3 or 4 attacks a day, which made them very tired. The 3 Japanese division commanders were also discussing that they had little ammunition left in their arsenal, and they asked the military for ammunition replenishment. The military responded by delaying the situation as much as possible, as all the logistical supplies stored in the country had been consumed and were basically in short supply. The Pacific Front consumes 3 million rounds of bullets every day. If a large-scale battle is launched, the consumption will be even higher, especially for the naval fleet. The consumption of naval guns and anti-aircraft guns is simply an astronomical number. Now that their large-scale industrial bases in the country have been destroyed, production cannot keep up. Hai Tianjun. The commander of the 771st Division asked the commander of the 772nd Division, "How much ammunition do you have in your warehouse?" "We only have 700,000 rounds of ammunition, which is only enough for the entire division to fight a medium-sized battle. As for artillery shells, they are plenty, but they can only be used a few times." "Why?" The commander of the 773rd Infantry Division sighed and said, "How could this happen? He only returned home to recuperate for a year. How did the situation become like this? This is simply unbelievable." Saburo Tsushi was also a brigade commander who invaded the Great Xia Kingdom. However, because he was shot on the way, he returned to his country to recuperate. However, he did not expect that after a year of recuperation, not only were the 3 major armies that invaded the Great Xia Kingdom defeated, but now they can't even defeat the Great Xia Kingdom and are at a disadvantage. The changes are really too fast. "Your Excellency, Division Commander, something bad has happened." Hearing these words, the 3 knew that the Great Xia army on the opposite side had launched another attack. They also knew that the other side was launching attacks so tirelessly in order to make them relax their vigilance and then directly attack Qingqing, which was their food storage area. "Baka!" The 3 divisions said angrily, "According to the original plan, we will eat up these 3 harassing forces." At the wellhead checkpoint on the front line, it was Zhang Biao's infantry regiment's turn to launch an attack, but this attack was different from the previous ones because they received news from the intelligence bureau that the Japanese were short of ammunition. So in this battle, their plan was no longer to harass or destroy the food in Qingqing, but to use up the Japanese's ammunition. Without ammunition replenishment, the weapons in the hands of the Japanese were just a pile of fire sticks, no different from a bunch of scrap copper and iron. Brothers fight? The tactics used in this attack were still the same old 3. Artillery fire coverage, soldiers suppressing fire under the cover of artillery fire, and engaging the Japanese head-on. Boom! Da-da-da! Artillery and heavy machine guns began to provide fire coverage. The Japanese were well prepared this time. A regiment's firepower was directly pressed forward, and an artillery regiment began to counterattack with artillery fire. Yo-ho! Zhang Biao watched the shells land around him one after another, but he did not retreat. Instead, he grinned and said, "Finally, I got fooled." To play tactics with them, to be honest, Daxia Kingdom is also at the ancestral level in the world. The fact that the Japanese sent an artillery regiment means that they want to swallow them up today. Moreover, according to the reconnaissance of the scouts, the Japanese have stationed a brigade of soldiers in Guangkou village, plus an artillery regiment, and most of the troops of the 773rd Division are here. Tell the brothers that they must hold out for 18 hours no matter what. We must not let the Japanese from Jinkou village leave here. We must buy time for the division headquarters. Clear. While Zhang Biao led the infantry regiment to launch an attack on Jinko village, Li Ming led the entire division, 2 infantry regiments, a heavy artillery regiment transferred from the military headquarters, a machine gun battalion, and a fire support battalion. More than 10,000 people began to approach the 773 RD Division's headquarters, Qinbei City. In addition, the military also requested support from the Air Force and would send an aviation bombing regiment and an aviation combat regiment to support the front line. Because in Li Ming's battle plan, since he knew that the Japanese did not have enough ammunition and most of the ammunition was in Jinko village, he brought a large force to Qinbei City, ready to launch an attack to annihilate the Japanese. I had planned to fight the Japanese 773rd Division to the death in the early spring of next year, but I didn't expect that the Japanese had problems with their ammunition logistics. Don't blame me, Old Li, for sending them home early. Ha ha ha, Old Li. Political Commissar Zhao Gang walked in the snow and pointed at Li Ming and said with a smile, "So the Japanese should thank you. Let them see their Amaterasu as soon as possible." Ha ha ha, no need to thank me, just come out and die. Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, there was a burst of fighter planes roaring in the sky. Li Ming looked up and said with a smile, "Look, we have creatures that walk on the ground, fly in the sky, and swim in the sea. Why should we be afraid of the Japanese? Attention all troops." Li Ming shouted loudly. "After the aviation unit finishes bombing, launch a full-scale charge for me. Heavy artillery regiment, you guys fight like hell for me. Fire all these 5 tons of shells for me. I worked so hard to carry them here for you. I don't want to carry them back for you." After Li Ming gave the order, the aerial bombers began bombing. S-100 bombs fell on the city of Qinbei, where the 773rd Division was stationed. After several bombings, the city walls began to collapse. The heavy artillery regiment in the rear also began shelling with 48 122mm howitzers. Baka! The commander of the 773rd Division was stunned when he saw the scene outside. Flames shot into the sky, fighter planes roared in the air, and were covering the division with fire. In the air, the 20mm machine guns under the wings of 81 fighter jets and the 12.7mm heavy machine guns began to cover the Japanese on the ground with firepower. The powerful firepower network beat the Japanese to a bloody mess. The 20mm machine guns hit the Japanese soldiers and blew their bodies apart. The commander of the 773rd Division was so scared that he quickly hid in the air raid shelter, and then called in the commander of the 1st Infantry Brigade under his command and asked them to organize a counterattack. After the aerial bombing, Li Ming began to let the heavy artillery regiment cover the infantry charge and launched a full-scale attack on the entire Qinbei city. Brothers, kill them. Under the suppression of the heavy artillery regiment's firepower, the soldiers of the Japanese 1st Infantry Brigade could not fight back at all because they could not even lift their heads. If they raised their heads, they would be blown to pieces by the artillery shells. After the Air Force completed its firepower coverage, the Japanese 1st Infantry Brigade suffered heavy casualties, so at this time, their formation was already somewhat disrupted. Chapter 189, 1 Year's Harvest. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Feeling the firepower of the Great Xia Army, the commander of the 773rd Infantry Division said, "Damn it," 3 times in a row. More than a year ago, the firepower of their 334th Infantry Brigade was comparable to that of the 1st Army of the Great Xia Army, and they were chasing after an army of the Great Xia Army. But now, the army that was attacking them was only a division, but the firepower of this division was several times stronger than theirs. Request support from the General Army's Flight Squadron. The commander of the 773rd Infantry Division asked for help helplessly, but what he didn't know was that the 1st Infantry Brigade outside had been defeated. In this cold weather, it was even more difficult for the Japanese, but for the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom, the more they fought, the braver they became. Bagyalu. One Japanese soldier shouted angrily, "I'm out of ammunition." Because there were only 720,000 rounds of bullets in the arsenal of the 773rd Infantry Division, 400,000 of them were taken away by the Agucha troops. They planned to wipe out the Great Xia Kingdom's troops in one fell swoop to deter the other side, but they did not expect that they would be tricked by the Great Xia Kingdom again. The remaining 320,000 bullets were distributed among a combat brigade of nearly 10,000 people, with each person having only a few dozen bullets, so the Japanese ran out of ammunition after a short period of fighting. Kill him. At this time, the Japanese soldiers without ammunition became a group of lambs to be slaughtered. The soldiers of the Daxia Kingdom began to slaughter the Japanese soldiers in this cold weather. The submachine gun broke the devil's legs, and then the soldier stepped on the devil's belly and shouted at the devil on the ground, "You are a bunch of beasts." When you committed heinous crimes against our great Xia country, you should have thought about the consequences now. Dai da da. The Japanese's head was blown up and his brains were spilling out, but the soldiers did not show any fear. During the Central Plains War, their platoon leader was beaten to death by the Japanese, so now they were avenging their platoon leader. Kill. At this time, a massacre took place in Qinbei City. Su Yu, who was far away in Yinjing, was also confused, because the reputation value in world nuclear peace was growing rapidly, and it showed the number of enemies killed. At a rough glance, about 70,000 to 80,000 Japanese soldiers were killed in this half-month period. The most crucial thing is that in the last few days, the reputation points contributed by the Japanese soldiers came in large quantities. Chief. At this time, the director of the mining bureau, Peng Dingyuan, called Su Yu 3 times in a row and said, "Director, our mining bureau has invested 570 million yuan this year to vigorously support the mining industry. This year, our Daxia country's oil production has reached 776,000 tons, surpassing Dongyang country and shoulder to shoulder with St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg's oil production this year is 1.05 million tons. I believe we will be able to catch up next year. We also have 781,000 tons of diesel, which is 1.5 times less than St. Petersburg, 220,000 tons of fuel oil, 120,000 tons of kerosene, and a total of 2.55 million tons of fuel. The total steel production is as high as 11 million tons, which is still a little behind St. Petersburg's 18.62 million tons. Tsarist Russia is also 18.3 million tons, Japan is 6.86 million tons, and the United States is 78.88 million tons, which is almost the total steel production of all countries in the world. 5.7 million tons of pig iron, and the United States has 25 million tons. According to this year's statistics, our steel production accounts for more than 6% of the world's total, and the United States accounts for 68% of the world's total steel production. This year, they produced 60% of the world's pig iron. But compared to last year, we have increased by 17 times. Listening to the report from the director of the mining bureau, Su Yu knew that he would have a long way to go if he wanted to become the world's #1. In order to intensify the development of the mining industry, in addition to exchanging advanced equipment in the world nuclear peace, he also established a company specializing in the production of mining equipment and invested 800 million yuan in various funds. Now that he has money, he plans to invest 1.2 billion next year to expand the development of the mining bureau. Keep up this pace of development. Su Yu said to Peng Dingyuan, by the end of the year, I will ask the Ministry of Finance to give you 1.2 billion yuan for your expansion. In order to achieve full development, each province will establish a mining branch in the future. With the support of the chief, I, Peng Dingyuan, will do my best. Su Yu nodded, and Peng Dingyuan left Su Yu's office. Immediately afterwards, Minister of Transport Shi Taixing came to Su Yu's office to report on the work of the past year. This year, their Ministry of Transport invested huge amounts of money in construction, from an 8 billion project at the beginning to a 22 billion project now. Originally, they planned to build 5 north-south railways with a total mileage of about 3,300 kilometers. Now, with the establishment of the Outer Mongolia Autonomous Region, 2 more railways have been added, making it 7 railways with a total mileage of 5,900 kilometers. There are also 20,000 kilometers of cement roads, which has now expanded to 38,000 kilometers, as well as 30 large provincial airports and 88 municipal airports. After this year, he naturally had to report on his work and ask for money. Because the money for road construction was given year by year, he had to ask for money for next year's construction. General, Shi Taixing said respectfully while holding the document, this year our Ministry of Transportation spent 4.8 billion to build railways, roads, and airports, mobilizing a labor force of 5.9 million. Of course, there are more than 1 million prisoners not included. Now the funds needed for next year have been calculated, and it will be about 6 billion. I'll approve the documents for you, and you can ask the Ministry of Finance for them. Yes, Chief. Su Yu's next job was to approve documents and give money, approve documents and give money. Another year passed. The Great Xia Kingdom ushered in great development this year. Both the economy and industry were working in full swing for a year. He also wanted to see what results they could achieve this year. There are still 28.9 billion yuan of funds in the Ministry of Finance's account. He has also invested 12 billion yuan in the construction of 5 key cities and 8 first-tier cities, and has also attracted investment. It can be said that these 11 cities have undergone tremendous changes. Take Yinjing, for example, which is the best example. Today's Yinjing has changed a lot. Although many places are still under construction, skyscrapers have been completed, the roads are very neat and clean, and the green environment is very beautiful. It can be said that it has the necessary conditions for a key city. Of course, this is far from enough. According to Su Yu's plan, it will take 3 years to build Yinjing into a global key city. There will need to be at least 10 of the Fortune 500 companies in Yinjing. Chief, the Secretary General came to Su Yu's office and said, Deputy Commander Liao is here and said he has important military discussions. Chapter 190 Construction of Special Forces. Yuanliang, why are you here? Su Yu saw Liao Yuanliang walk into the office and asked, is there something wrong at the front line? That's right. Liao Yuanliang held a map in his hand and spread it out, saying, for more than a month, the front line has been divided into small groups to fight. The reason for this is to slow down the pace of the attack, because we want to wait for the United States and the East to decide the outcome on the Pacific front, but we miscalculated. These cubs. Liao Yuanliang cursed inwardly. Now that winter is here, we should spend the winter well, but no one is safe. During this period, at least 200,000 Japanese troops have been wiped out on the front line. Some of them are even more outrageous, uprooting them and even killing an entire division of the Japanese. But the front line also discovered that the Japanese were short of ammunition. It seems that because we bombed their industrial base, they had major logistics problems. I see. Su Yu finally understood what happened on the front line and why there were so many reputation points. So this is what was going on. What do you think? Su Yu asked Liao Yuanliang. Keep it normal. Liao Yuanliang responded. They can fight however they want. Anyway, they can't fight with large troops. We will launch a general offensive in the spring of next year. Su Yu nodded and said, with the military strength of the United States, the Japanese can only hold out for another half a year. After half a year, the outcome of this large-scale battle will be clear. That depends on whether the United States can support us. According to the statistics of the Intelligence Bureau, Su Yu said, the United States has produced 29 aircraft carriers this year. Now the number of aircraft carriers in the United States has reached 81, with 62 in service. 61 warships have been built, and the 11th fleet has been formed. As for armored tanks and fighter planes, they are all counted in tens of thousands, and the number of troops deployed is as high as 5.5 million. The Japanese are running out of stamina now, and half a year is probably their limit. In addition, we have tied down nearly 2 million Japanese troops and destroyed their industrial bases, which has greatly reduced their strength. If they can hold out for half a year, they are already very powerful. So, Liao Yuanliang continued, let the frontline troops act according to the full plan, fight in small groups, and launch a full-scale attack in the spring of next year to capture the Goryeo region and directly approach the Eastern Kingdom. Su Yu nodded and said, we will discuss this after the new year. We need to come up with a detailed battle plan because this is our first time to conduct a long-distance march. We cannot be careless. I am also preparing for the long-distance march. Whether it is sea transport or strategic bombers, I have to implement them one by one. We cannot be careless. The most important thing is maritime transport. The Navy is now working hard to build maritime transport ships so that we can deploy our troops to the East Asian region as quickly as possible. The research department is also developing more advanced missiles. Once this type of missile is developed, it can cover the entire East Asian region in the Goryeo region, which can help us take over the entire East Asian region as quickly as possible. What the chief said is correct. Wang Wen and I are also discussing the attack plan. How can we take down the Eastern Kingdom as quickly as possible, and also how to deal with the United States? That's right. Su Yu sighed and said, I have a feeling that after this global war ends, it won't take more than 3 to 5 years for the Second World War to come. That war will be a real disaster for all mankind. After this war, the global situation will probably become clear, and the world will enter a truly peaceful order. Liao Yuanliang believed in Su Yu's predictions without a doubt, because he had been with Su Yu for so many years, and every prediction of the other party had been verified. So after hearing this, Liao Yuanliang planned to carry out a new round of reform plan for the military, which was to adopt 2 methods, large-scale troop combat and elite troop combat. Large-scale troop operations are the characteristic of this era. Military strength represents combat effectiveness. In addition to large-scale troop operations, Liao Yuanliang believes that elite troop operations will become the mainstream in the future. Elite combat can improve combat efficiency, which is a major advantage, and can concentrate superior firepower to carry out precise strikes on the enemy, which is a characteristic of future combat. Therefore, in order to cope with the future World War II, this elite combat plan must be implemented. General, I think the plan of elite troops fighting needs to be implemented. You reminded me of this. Su Yu took a sip of tea and said, elite combat must indeed be put on the agenda. Now our missile forces and rocket artillery forces are gradually taking shape. Once the new rocket artillery is developed, the range of our rocket artillery will reach more than 40 kilometers. Self-propelled artillery is also in the development project. This high-mobility combat is about to be realized, and elite combat must naturally be coordinated. Well, you tell the 5 major military regions about the training plan for the Special Operations Brigade and the Combined Forces Brigade that we discussed earlier, and let them train according to this plan. We are also crossing the river by feeling the stones, and let them find the truth in practice. Each military region should first train 3 Combined Forces Brigades and 1 Special Operations Brigade. In Su Yu's plan, he almost moved the configuration of his previous life, and then made some changes, such as the Combined Brigade and the cancellation of the regiment-level organization. A Combined Brigade has 8 battalions, including 4 Combined Battalions, as well as an Artillery Battalion, an Air Defense Battalion, a Combat Support Battalion, and a Guarantee Battalion. Each Combined Battalion includes infantry, armored troops, artillery, air defense troops, special forces, engineers, and communications troops. A combined brigade has about 8,000 people, which is much more than in the past, because the current communication is not very good and has not yet achieved the effect of wireless power supply. He has also recently been thinking about the construction of wireless power supply in the world nuclear peace. But now there are only 2 options, that is, to use the world's nuclear power as a communication terminal and exchange communication equipment from the world's nuclear power, so as to ensure smooth communication, but it cannot be used on a large scale because the price is too expensive, and it has to rely on the world's nuclear power all the time. Another option is to launch satellites and build communication stations, but this is a long-term project that will take 5 to 10 years to complete. So after much thought, Su Yu still plan to arrange wireless power supply for the command system above the army level, as well as for elite combat units such as Special Operations Forces and Combined Brigades. On the other hand, he would vigorously develop wireless communications. In order to be able to use wireless communications in a short period of time, this is the only way, because wireless communication technology can greatly enhance the mobility and combat command capabilities of the troops. Of course, these need to be implemented step by step. His next schedule is to go to Shanglu for inspection, and then go to the Jinling Eastern Military District headquarters and the headquarters of various major military districts to explain the detailed plan to them. After all, Liao Yuanliang and others don't know much about this aspect. Chapter 191 Discrimination. On January 7th, Su Yu brought Zhang Hu to Shanglu for inspection. The two walked on the luxurious streets. With the return of the concession, Shanglu became even more prosperous. Time flies by so fast. Su Yu and Zhang Hu walked to the entrance of the Shanglu Security Command and said, "Back then we were a security force, and everyone was very confused about the future. We never thought that such a big change would happen after a few years." "Yes." Zhang Hu also sighed and said, "Who would have thought that in just a few years, we would conquer the world?" The 2 men did not go into the security headquarters, but instead inspected Haikao and the prosperous areas. Originally, Su Yu wanted to enter the Sassoon building to taste the food inside. He quite liked the food in the Sassoon building hotel, but just as he was about to go in, he was stopped by the waiter outside the door, who pointed to a sign and said, "No entry." Su Yu saw a sign on the side that said, "Daxia people and dogs are not allowed to enter." "Very good." Su Yu asked the waiter with a rare expression, "Who put up your sign here?" "It's our manager." The waiter was not surprised by Su Yu's anger, because many people had been very angry in the few days since the sign appeared. But what could they do? The Sassoon family's position in Shanglu is unshakable by ordinary people. Moreover, he heard that this was the idea of the top management, because in their opinion the quality of the Daxia people was very low, which seriously affected the catering environment. So the top management unanimously agreed that the Daxia people should be banned from entering the Sassoon building. "You are really looking for death." Su Yu left angrily and went directly to the local government office. Mayor Chun, the highest official in the local government, was so frightened by Su Yu's arrival that his legs went weak and he quickly went to meet Su Yu. Because there is a characteristic in the government, that is, the officials above conduct inspections privately. If they don't find you, it means that there is no problem in the area under your jurisdiction. If they find you, it means that there is a problem in the area under your jurisdiction. Now that the Director General has come to him personally, it means that there is a big problem. "Chief." Chunwen quickly came to Su Yu and saw that the other party's face was not very good. Chunwen's heart sank. He said carefully, "General Manager, how about we talk inside? I have some good tea inside." "No need." Su Yu waved his hand and said, "Come with me to a place." Immediately afterwards, Zhang Hu personally drove Su Yu and Chanwan to the Sassoon building. Chanwan, who was sitting in the car, was sweating profusely. His hands were shaking, and he thought to himself that he was doomed. When the car arrived at the Sassoon building, Su Yu brought Chen Wan to the door and pointed at a sign and said, Mayor Chen, this problem has occurred on our Great Xia territory. Don't you know how to manage it for the sake of our Great Xia people's reputation? This. Chen Wan wiped the sweat off his face. Isn't this equivalent to calling the people of Daxia dogs? Are you going to handle this, or am I going to handle it? Su Yu asked Chen Wan. Seeing Chen Wan's hesitation, Su Yu thought that the establishment of a local public security department was imminent. After all, these civil servants were too slow and lacked the decisive character. Then I'll show you. Su Yu said to Zhang Hu, notify Guo Dahai and ask him to come here in person. Also, transfer the garrison troops in Shanglu to me. All the properties of the Sassoon family must be sealed off. Yes, Chief. Zhang Hu quickly went to inform Guo Dahai, who was at the military headquarters working out a battle plan with the Chief of Staff. They had just returned from the military headquarters and hadn't even sat down yet when the communicator quickly came to Guo Dahai and said, Commander-in-Chief, Shanglu just called and said the chief is in Shanglu and is furious. They asked you to go there in person. What's going on? When Guo Dahai heard that Su Yu was in Shanglu, he stood up quickly and said, arrange a flight for me to Shanglu, and explain the situation to me on the way. It took Guo Dahai 2 hours to rush to Shanglu. He knew what had happened. To be honest, he was also very angry when he heard the words on the sign. At this time, under the instruction of Zhang Hu, the troops stationed in Shanglu had surrounded all the properties of the Sassoon family. This also alarmed the Sassoon family's top leader in the Great Xia Kingdom, Sassoon Bartlett. What? Sassoon Bartlett was very angry when he knew that all his properties were surrounded by the army, but he dared not say anything and could only find Chen Wan, the person in charge of Shanglu. The government reception room. Su Yu looked at the impatient Sassoon Bartlett who came in and yelled directly at Chen Wan, Mayor Chen, what's wrong with you? Why have all the businesses of our Sassoon family been sealed up? How dare you say that to me? Chen Wan was so angry that he threw the sign on the ground and yelled at Sassoon Bartlett, Damn it, you are doing business in my Great Xia country, making our money, and now you are calling us Great Xia people dogs. If I don't seal you off, who should I seal off? If it weren't for the fact that the Sassoon family had boosted Shanglu's economy and paid 2.7 million in taxes last year, Chen Wan would have wanted to get angry at these bastards who looked down on others. Not only will we seal up your property, we will also confiscate all your property. Chen Wan said angrily. You dare? Sassoon Bartlett responded forcefully. If you dare, we, Sassoon, will withdraw our investment from your Great Xia country. We have invested 500 million in your Great Xia country in the past few years. If we withdraw our investment, your Great Xia country's economy will shrink greatly. Withdraw investment, big shrinkage, who gave you such a tone? Su Yu slammed the table and angrily shouted at Sassoon Bartlett, From now on, my Great Xia kingdom prohibits dogs and people from your Sassoon family from entering the Great Xia kingdom. I'll give you one day. If you don't get out, I'll kill you all. When he saw the angry Su Yu, Sassoon Bartlett realized that this was Su Yu, the prime minister of the Great Xia kingdom. Get lost. Su Yu directly expelled Sassoon Bartlett. He would not kill him in person, otherwise it would get out, and people would say that he was a stingy person. But secretly, none of the Sassoon family members could leave. As for the assets of the Sassoon family, he will confiscate all of them. Originally, he didn't think much of these small things. In order for Daxia to attract more foreign companies to settle in, he didn't want to take action against the Sassoon family. But now, he is wrong. The Sassoon family must be eliminated, otherwise it will affect the market of Daxia. And you. So you said to Chen Wan, after confiscating the Sassoon family, you will explain the process to the people. Chapter 192 Elite Troops Fight. The next morning, Guo Dahai personally led the troops to begin to seal up the entire Sassoon family's assets. He asked a general to lead troops to raid a family. This move caused a great sensation. The patriarch of the Sassoon family wanted to come forward, but seeing this situation, he had no choice but to compromise. In one day, this huge business empire was uprooted in Daxia, and 88 million yuan of illegal profits were seized. In addition, Sassoon's industries in Shanglu were worth 133 million yuan, and the total value of industries in the entire Daxia was about 600 million yuan. So you gave all this money to Shanglu for construction. As for Mayor Chen Wan, he was demoted to deputy mayor. Because of Su Yu's action, all foreign companies began to treat everyone equally and no longer discriminated against the people of Daxia. And this is exactly the effect Su Yu wants. If the country doesn't make an example of someone to scare the monkeys and rectify these foreign companies, people will no longer treat you as a human being. They will act as if you are begging them for investment. Isn't this lowering your status? After this incident, few foreign companies dared to act arrogantly in the Great Xia Kingdom because the Sassoon family was considered one of the top foreign companies in the Great Xia Kingdom. If even the Sassoon family was moved, why would they be afraid of others? After dealing with the matters in Shanglu, Su Yu took Zhang Hu and Guo Dahai on a special plane to Jinling City. Tiger. Su Yu leaned back on the airplane seat and shouted to Zhang Hu next to him, "You've been by my side for more than 10 years, and there's no place for you to display your abilities around me. Have you ever thought about going out and working on your own?" "I haven't thought about it." Zhang Hu looked at Su Yu and said, "My duty in this life is to take bullets for the chief." "Ha ha ha, it's you." Su Yu smiled and said to Guo Dahai, "I asked him to go to your eastern military region to serve as deputy commander, but he refused and insisted on staying by my side. My position as deputy commander of the eastern military region is always open to Lao Zhang," Guo Dahai said with a smile. What he said was not false. As the person who had stayed with the chief for the longest time, Zhang Hu's combat command ability was not inferior to his. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the Special Operations Brigade, Guard Brigade, and Armored Brigade under his management was amazing. Last year, when the 5 major military regions were holding an exercise, Zhang Hu suddenly broke in with 3 brigades of soldiers. The Special Operations Brigade alone disrupted all his deployments. They suddenly broke into the exercise, and it can be said that the 5 major military regions were all stunned. Fortunately, he surrounded and suppressed them with heavy troops, used himself as bait, and sacrificed half of the army's strength to take down 2 brigades under Zhang Hu. Among them, the Armored Brigade still escaped, so he had no doubt about the opponent's ability. In fact, it is very useful for me to keep Zhang Hu by my side. So you looked at the 2 people in front of him and said, "I plan to set up a national security department in Daxia. Its role is to prevent, stop, and punish illegal criminal activities in accordance with the law, protect the safety of the people, the country, and the public security, and maintain national security and social security." The Ministry of National Security is headed by the Minister of National Security and is divided into provincial-level national security departments, municipal-level national security departments, and county-level national security departments. Su Yu told Zhang Hu all the plans he had for the Ministry of State Security, which was to be handled using the model of the Ministry of Public Security in his previous life. Zhang Hu also recorded them one by one. This special police is specifically designed to handle special-level incidents. It took Su Yu about 2 hours to explain the basic structure of the Ministry of State Security. Guo Dahai was shocked after listening to it. If there was such a Ministry of State Security, the social order would be improved by several levels. Then this national security force has great power, Guo Dahai said in surprise. "So I let Zhang Hu be the first director of the Ministry of National Security," Su Yu said with a smile. "The initial plan for the Ministry of National Security is to have 1.5 million police officers, including 80,000 special police officers. They have great power and face the people directly. They represent the country's attitude towards the people. It is a very important department. I will give you 300,000 trained police officers and 8,000 qualified local police chiefs." Su Yu said to Zhang Hu, "I will give you 1 year to set up this agency for me. The most important thing is that this department will absolutely obey the country and absolutely serve the people." "Don't worry, Chief. I'll do my best," Zhang Hu assured. Su Yu spent 2 million reputation points to exchange for 308,000 police officers in the world nuclear peace. These people are absolutely loyal to him and are considered the grassroots structure of the Ministry of National Security. With these people, Su Yu feels much more at ease. It's not that he doesn't trust Zhang Hu, but the police department is too lucrative and highly destructive. It is almost the only place where the people can get justice, so no accidents are allowed. Only when the social environment is improved, the economic environment and the educational environment can become better. He also knows that the Great Xia Kingdom has just been established. Although various places have been purged, there must be many evil spirits and many people who have been persecuted. Therefore, the establishment of this national security department is imminent. So you only gave Zhang Hu 1 year to complete the construction of the national security department. The reason why it was not established before was that there was no money. If one wanted to set up national security bureaus across the country, it would cost a huge amount of money, and the money he had was simply not enough. But it is much better now. With the development of the domestic economy, he has issued currency 3 times. The first time he issued new currency was 44 billion, the second time was 28 billion, and the third time was 30 billion. Now the total value of domestic currency is as high as more than 160 billion. According to the information Su Yu received, based on the current development of domestic economic construction, the total amount of currency issued may reach 300 billion. In today's world, the United States issues the most currency. In the past 2 years, the United States has issued currency 8 times, with a total issuance amount of up to 280 billion US dollars. Now the total currency volume in the United States is 510 billion US dollars. After all, their tax revenue last year was as high as 150 billion US dollars, and their military expenditure alone consumed more than 80 billion. This figure is also 1.5 times the total global military expenditure. Therefore, for Su Yu and the Great Xia Kingdom, there is still a long way to go. The three arrived at the Eastern Military Region Command. Guodahai had someone prepare lunch. The three, the deputy commander, and some senior military officers all came, including the captain of the East China Sea Fleet, the commanders of the three army groups, and the commander of the Air Force Army. The purpose of their coming here is to listen to the standards for the establishment of special forces, as well as the implementation plan for combined brigades and elite combat. They need to come and learn about it. Chief, Guodahai asked Su Yu, will this elite force combat really become the mainstream of subsequent operations? Something like this. Su Yu responded, as weapons become more advanced and more lethal, the era of elite combat is unstoppable. However, for now, we are still in the period of large-scale combat because the new batch of equipment has not yet been released. Chapter 193, The Establishment of Special Forces. You need to select the best soldiers from the entire army to form 3 combined brigades, Su Yu said, looking at the many senior commanders in front of him. 3 combined brigades will have 24,000 people. These 24,000 people must be the best in their profession. For example, for armored troops, you need to select the best armored troops, and for artillery, you need to select the best artillery troops. If that's the case, then the combat effectiveness of this combined brigade is immeasurable. Guodahai exclaimed, this is equivalent to the ace troops in the previous large-scale combat. The most elite soldiers are assembled together to enhance their combat effectiveness. Not only that, Su Yu continued, there are also the most advanced equipment, and the tactics of elite troops fighting are different from those of large troops. We need to adapt and learn. As for the equipment, I will arrange it for you as soon as possible. As for the instructors for training special operations forces, I will also arrange one for you in the Eastern Military Region. That's really great. Guodahai said with a smile, we have some experience in building this combined brigade, but we really don't understand the training of this special forces. It would be great to have an instructor. There is also communication equipment, Su Yu said to the senior commanders in front of him. The research department has developed a new type of communication equipment that can implement wireless communication. Whether it is 100 miles or 1,000 miles away, it can communicate without obstacles. However, this communication equipment requires certain conditions, so only military-level organizations will establish wireless communication, and special forces and combined brigade forces will set up wireless communication. What? As soon as these words were spoken, all the senior commanders present were stunned. As senior commanders, they were well aware of the importance of information warfare. If they had this wireless device, the mobility of their troops would be greatly improved. Send the communication soldiers to the Yinjing Military Academy in a month to learn how to use this communication equipment. Then teach them in the military headquarters. Make sure you master this communication equipment as soon as possible. Very good. The captain of the naval fleet smiled and said, what our naval forces need most is this kind of communication equipment, so that we can keep in touch with the headquarters and accurately report the situation on the front line without being affected by the sea surface. That's right. Su Yu nodded in response. After staying in the Eastern Military Region for a few days, Su Yu went to the other 4 major military regions. This trip took most of the time, even the new year had passed. In order to speed up the progress of the troops, Su Yu worked tirelessly, and he also gave the 5 major military regions an army group organization. In addition to adding an army group to each military region, missile brigades and rocket brigades were also added, gradually beginning to improve the combat effectiveness of the major military regions. After returning to Yinjing, the Lantern Festival was almost approaching. Su Yu began to exchange communication equipment for the 5 major military regions in the office. This communication equipment is a bit like a Big Brother mobile phone. Its terminal communication is achieved by relying on world nuclear peace. World nuclear peace can enable these devices to maintain communication no matter what the environment and distance are. Of course, to achieve this, it requires spending reputation points. These devices are not expensive, and one can be exchanged for 10 reputation points. However, the right to use his terminal is very expensive. One wireless communication permission requires 10,000 reputation points, so if you want to exchange for the right to use 1,000 wireless terminals, you need 10 million reputation points. All Su Yu can do now is to exchange for the right to use 1,000 wireless terminals. However, in order to improve the combat command capabilities of the troops, he also waved his hand. Anyway, he now has 230 million reputation points. In addition, he believed that the invasion of the East Asian country would also bring him tens of millions of reputation points. The reason why he wanted to equip the troops with wireless communications this year was, firstly, to invade the East Asian country, and secondly, to deal with the United States. Spent 10 million reputation points in exchange for 1,000 wireless power devices. In addition, Su also began to prepare for satellite launch research and development projects and signal towers. He will be able to achieve wireless communication capabilities for the military within 5 years at most, and wireless communication capabilities for most parts of the country within 10 years. There are also special forces. Su spent 3 million reputation points to exchange for the Green Berets, Special Forces, which consist of 2,500 people, all of whom are the elites among the elites. These 2,500 people are divided into 5 instructor teams to train special forces for the 5 major military regions. As for the special forces equipment, it is now all supplied by World Nuclear Peace, because some equipment cannot be produced now and needs to be exchanged from World Nuclear Peace. Apart from that, the equipment for the combined brigade is not needed. Both the new rocket launchers and self-propelled artillery are now in production and testing. As long as these equipment come out, the advanced level of Daxia's weapons and equipment will almost lead the world for 10 years. There are also missile forces and a naval force that is beginning to be vigorously developed. Su invested heavily in the development of the army, not for the current war situation, because it was not needed now, but for the Second World War, in order to be able to become the victorious side in the Second World War. So he developed the military regardless of the cost. As for this World War, although Daxia was invaded and lost most of the country, fortunately the result was good. Not only did it get back the lost territory, but it also dealt a heavy blow to the East Asian kingdom, turning its million-strong army into labor. Now, after 2 years of recuperation, the national strength of Daxia is developing steadily, and the people across the country are also in a thriving state. In particular, the 3 national policies he formulated, a development model based on education, with the economy as the vanguard and scientific research as the backing, have made Daxia move towards the status of a great power. Chief. At this time, the Minister of Finance came to Su Yu's office because this year's fiscal revenue has increased. The fiscal revenue of the year before last was 3 billion. Of course, that was because of the war, and most areas did not collect taxes. So after a year of development, Su Yu was also looking forward to the tax revenue of Daxia Kingdom last year. Tell me about it. Wu Liangye smiled and said, we have issued currency 3 times, and now the total amount of currency is 165 billion. Now we still have 35 billion currency on our books that have not been issued. If we issue it for the 4th time, the total amount of currency in our country will be 200 billion. This year, our tax revenue has reached 33 billion, equivalent to 11.5 billion US dollars, which is already on par with the Japanese country. Su Yu was very satisfied when he heard this number. With such achievements in just over a year, what else could he be dissatisfied with? Chapter 194 Expansion of Overseas Assets. 1 year's hard work has increased domestic tax revenue tenfold. What's there to be dissatisfied with this number? According to the calculations of those economists, the economy of Daxia will truly take off next year because the foundation has been laid firmly. The current tax revenue is 33 billion, plus the 35 billion issued this year, which adds up to 68 billion. In addition, according to this year's economic situation, the total amount of money issued is at least 300 billion. So he will have at least 100 billion in construction funds this year. With this investment, the comprehensive national strength of Daxia will be taken to a higher level. Last year, Daxia exported 3.8 billion war goods for the first time and obtained a profit of more than 50%. It can be seen that Daxia has begun to absorb the dividends brought by the war. Now the global war is entering its later stages at a speed visible to the naked eye. According to his expectations, this global war may last about 4 years. Now it is the 4th year. Chief. At this time, the Secretary General walked in and said, Butler Wang is back. Wang Zhong is back. Su Yu stood up from his seat and said with a smile, hurry up and let Wang Zhong come in. I haven't seen him for more than a year, and I really miss him. Soon, Wang Zhong walked in, and when he saw Su Yu, he smiled happily and said, Boss, General, I have fulfilled my mission and completed the overseas acquisition task. Hurry and sit down. Su Yu took Wang Zhong to sit on the sofa and asked the secretary to make tea himself. He said to Wang Zhong with emotion, you have worked so hard this year. It's not hard. Wang Zhong took the tea and took a sip and said, this year, the scale of our Dongxing Group's overseas assets has expanded tremendously. There are more than 1,800 overseas subsidiaries alone. These more than 1,800 companies have grown in foreign countries after more than a year. Development belongs to large enterprises in every country. Of course, thanks to the president's continuous efforts to overcome difficulties for these groups and come up with good products, the R&D institutions of these companies have now taken shape and can now take charge of their own business. Last year, Wang Zhong said with a smile, the net profit of these companies is as high as 11 billion, and the average annual profit of each company is 6 million. After excluding the expansion funds required by major groups, this 11 billion is still 3.3 billion, and all of this 3.3 billion has been used. We use it to purchase minerals. Back then, Qian Xinji spent 2.2 billion to acquire 10 billion tons of oil fields. Last year, he took 800 million from the accounts of the domestic Dongxing Group and acquired another 3 billion tons of oil fields. Now the number of oil fields in our hands has reached 13 billion tons, and the price of oil fields has risen to 90 cents per barrel. In addition, my task is to purchase large quantities of mineral materials, including 3 gold mines, 12 silver mines, 37 copper mines, 33 iron mines, and 118 coal mines. The acquisition of 19 rare mineral resources cost 2.3 billion, with an approximate value of 28 billion, and the remaining 1 billion was used for mining. Okay, so you said with a smile, this overseas layout is really progressing steadily. The market value in our hands has exceeded 100 billion US dollars. You continue to work hard. My overseas layout time is 5 years. Within these 5 years, you can go crazy. It will not be easy to make an acquisition 5 years later. At that time, the army may have to be used. I see. Wang Zhong continued to sip his tea and said, this year's overseas business revenue may double. We will expand into European countries and no longer be limited to countries in Asia, Africa, and other countries. That's no problem. Su Yu agreed and said, there are also many untapped resources in European countries. You can expand into Europe this year and strive to bring us the highest profit at the lowest price. Now our comprehensive national strength is getting stronger with the passage of time. We have sufficient capabilities to protect these overseas assets, so you can go ahead and do it. Clear. You should go back and see the child too. Su Yu said to Wang Zhong, go out after the New Year's Eve and rest at home for 10 days or half a month. There's no rush. Thank you, Chief. After that, Su Yu chatted with Wang Zhong for a few words, and the other party left. When he learned that the overseas assets had expanded to hundreds of billions of funds, Su Yu was also very shocked. He did not expect that his casual layout could bring him such a huge profit, but this was also within his expectations. Open. Su Yu was just about to call Zhang Hu when he suddenly remembered that Zhang Hu had already taken office as the first Minister of National Security and might be very busy at this time, because the Ministry of National Security had to build at least 2,000 branches. After all, there were 1,300 county-level national security branches alone, as well as municipal-level national security departments, provincial-level national security departments, and special national security training bases in various regions, etc. It was a huge project. So, after Zhang Hu came back, he took 1.5 billion yuan from the Ministry of Finance to build these national security branches. After that, Su Yu roughly estimated that at least 2 billion yuan would be needed to get the Ministry of National Security back on track. There are also a series of staff including 1.7 million police officers and clerks added. Based on a monthly salary of 6 yuan, the salary alone will cost more than 10 million yuan a month. This is why Su Yu said before that there was no money for construction, because this is also a big money-consuming project. Now the development plans of each department for the new year have been formulated in detail. It is another new year of racing against time. Su Yu's next task is to set up special forces. Each military region established a special forces team. The Central Military Region was named the Wolfang Special Forces, the Eastern Military Region was named the Fiery Special Forces, the Southern Military Region was named the Excalibur Special Forces, the Western Military Region was named the Eagle Special Forces, and the Northern Military Region was named the Thor Special Forces. In addition, a special forces team directly under the jurisdiction of the military headquarters was named the Dragonfang Special Forces. Members of the 6 special forces teams began to be selected from the millions of troops of the Great Xia Kingdom. Among them, the 3 special forces brigades under Zhang Hu were all directly under the jurisdiction of the military headquarters and were responsible for guarding the travel safety of senior commanders of the military headquarters. As for the personnel organization of the Special Operations Team, Su Yu divided it into 3 special operations groups, which will be managed by the Special Operations Team headquarters. One operations group will consist of a branch and a branch company, 3 special operations battalions, and 1 support battalion, with a total of 1,200 personnel. The branch company has a total of 28 officers and 58 soldiers, divided into intelligence, training, personnel and logistics departments, responsible for organization, planning, combat, and training tasks. The support battalion mainly provides intelligence, fire support, and other support to the Special Operations Battalion, assisting the Special Operations Group in completing its mission. Chapter 195 New Year's Plan. The Special Operations Battalion consists of 39 officers, 24 non-commissioned officers, and 320 soldiers. The usual command structure is led by a lieutenant colonel, a command sergeant major who is a senior non-commissioned officer, and 20 to 30 soldiers under him, who are responsible for operations, logistics, intelligence, communications, and medical care. Each Special Operations Battalion usually consists of 3 companies. Each company has 6 squads. Each squad has 12 people, and these 12 soldiers have different responsibilities. There is a captain, a deputy captain, soldiers who assist in combat, intelligence sergeants, firearms soldiers, that is, snipers, as well as engineers, medical soldiers, and communication soldiers to form a special operations team. Everyone has undergone professional special training, and their combat effectiveness is very strong. Regarding the personnel training of the Special Forces, Su handed it over to the Exchange Special Instructors, and they also handed over a detailed plan. Now this instructor corps has been divided into 5 teams to train Special Forces members from the 5 major military regions. Looking at the screening plan and training plan for Special Forces members, Su secretly thought that it was really cruel. If you want to join the Special Forces, you must work hard and have a will of steel. Su dared to guarantee this. Among the members who entered the 5 major Special Forces, the number of soldiers exchanged must be more than 70%. The basic requirements for joining the Special Forces can eliminate a large number of people. They need to be male citizens, have a certain level of education, and have served in the Army for 2 years. Those who have participated in actual combat will be given priority. The total average score of the Army physical fitness test must be above 80 points, and the individual score cannot be lower than 60 points. The requirements are very strict. The age cannot exceed 25 years old, because the golden age of soldiers is between 20 and 26 years old. As for the screening program, soldiers who pass the initial qualification review will also undergo a 26-day assessment and selection training. Personal assessments will be conducted from the 1st to the 6th day, including physical examinations, swimming tests, land orientation training, basic first aid courses, etc. Days 7 to 16 are low-intensity training sessions, which include endurance running, obstacle running, long-distance race walking, and fully armed marching. Days 17 to 18 are still low-intensity tests, including rope tying, obstacle running, log moving, and tying. Group assessments will be conducted from the 19th to the 25th, covering topics such as handling of special situations and troop assembly, as well as tests of humanity. The last day will be spent processing admission procedures and coordinating relationships for qualified soldiers. After being selected for the Special Operations Team, they have to undergo a 5-month professional training, with training time lasting up to 16 hours a day. The main training subjects include physical fitness, field survival, reconnaissance, patrolling, camouflage, communication, assassination, and combat. Among them, fighting is divided into multiple items, which are required to be carried out in mountains, jungles, water, mud, houses, and cars. These are the main training subjects, and these subjects can also train soldiers' reaction ability, willpower, fighting spirit, murderousness, agility, and decisiveness. Only after completing 5 months of professional training can the team members join the Special Operations Team and then undergo more professional training. They need to master 70 planned projects and 2 to 3 foreign languages. After completing all the training, these troops have super independent combat capabilities, and the officers and soldiers have superb personal combat skills. They can defeat all enemies within 30 seconds. They also need to understand new weapons and equipment produced by countries around the world, and they can complete their tasks in most harsh environments. There is also the equipment for the Special Forces members. After discussing with the instructor team, Su also put together a set of special warfare equipment with excellent performance. The combat uniforms include AOR camouflage combat uniforms, which change color under natural light and have excellent camouflage effects. There are also goggles, bulletproof tactical vests, combat boots, and a complete set of combat uniforms. The combined price is 10 reputation points, and Su exchanged for 100,000 sets. As for weapons, the sniper uses an M8 sniper rifle with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, a magazine capacity of 10 rounds, and an effective range of 1,850 meters. It is a product that transcends the times and is very expensive, costing 200 reputation points per rifle. But even though it is expensive, Su still chose this one, because even if this weapon is leaked out, it cannot be developed with the current level of technology. If it is exchanged for a recent sniper rifle, it may be imitated by other countries. The assault rifle is exchanged for the M4 assault rifle, which has a caliber of 5.56 millimeters, a magazine capacity of 20 to 30 rounds, an effective range of 400 meters, and has the advantages of being compact and lightweight. The price is 200 reputation points per rifle, which is equivalent to the price of a large caliber howitzer today. The pistol exchanged is the MEU pistol, which has a capacity of 7 rounds and an effective range of 70 meters. It has excellent performance, is waterproof and sandproof, and all components are hand-assembled. The exchange price is 50 reputation points. Su Yu exchanged 20,000 sniper rifles and assault rifles, spending 4 million reputation points and 20,000 pistols, which is exactly 500 reputation points. In addition, there are armored vehicles, tanks, rocket launchers, and other equipment, which will be equipped to the special forces after they are developed and produced. As for helicopters, Su Yu has not considered them for the time being, and we'll talk about them later. The equipment problem has been solved. Now we have to see when the instructor corps can set up 5 special forces teams. Su Yu initially estimated that it would take about a year and a half. In any case, it is impossible for them to appear in this global war. However, the seeds of the special forces have been planted, and he is now looking forward to the moment when they bear fruit. In the new year, the world will usher in a new situation. Su Yu does not know the final direction of this world, and he has not yet found out whether atomic weapons will appear in this time and space. Su Yu pays special attention to the United States, but from this point of view, the United States does not have any research and development on atomic weapons, but it has established research on atomic weapons and invested a lot. This year may be the year when the Great Xia Kingdom truly takes off. Moreover, Su Yu's plan is to launch a counterattack against the Eastern Ocean Kingdom, counterattack their homeland, and take back the territory that originally belonged to the Great Xia Kingdom. According to historical records, the Dongyang Kingdom was originally the grandson of the Daxia Kingdom and a territory of the Daxia Kingdom. Therefore, Su Yu's plan this year is to take back the things that belong to the Daxia Kingdom. There is nothing wrong with this. Moreover, the missile unit has now been established and the arsenal is also working hard to produce missiles. Now, a total of 600 missiles have been accumulated. I believe that by the time we counterattack the Japanese mainland, we can accumulate 3,000 missiles, which will greatly help in counterattacking the Japanese. Chapter 196. Formulation of a counterattack plan against the Japanese. A huge military reform was launched in the Great Xia Kingdom, but it was delayed because of the war between the Central Military Region and the Northern Military Region in the Goryeo region. However, the other 3 major military regions have begun to reform their troops and have taken the first step towards elite combat. In addition, wireless communications were also arranged for major military regions, including the 2 major military regions that were fighting on the front lines. Chief, Wang Wu held the phone and said, "This is really amazing. I didn't expect that we could talk to each other without any obstacles even though we are thousands of miles apart. Make good use of this wireless communication." Su Yu also held the wireless communication device and said, "The new year is coming. Please say hello to the soldiers on the front line for me. I couldn't come back to celebrate the new year. I stayed on the front line of the battlefield. Thank you for your hard work. That's our job," Wang Wu said seriously. After he finished speaking, Wang Wu hung up the phone. He looked at the communication device in his hand and said to Deng Liang next to him, "This is really a good thing." "Of course not." Deng Liang also said excitedly, "All military-level organizations are equipped with wireless communication equipment, which makes command much more convenient. As long as we make a phone call, we can get detailed information about the situation on the front line." "Yes." Wang Wu smiled and said, "I just learned about the situation on the front line. This winter, we wiped out 390,000 Japanese troops. The Japanese lost almost half of their million-strong army in the Goryeo region." "That's right. With the 50,000 killed in Haicheng, the Japanese army of 1 million is reduced to only 560,000 troops, and many divisions have been crippled." Deng Liang continued, "The order from the chief general who just telegraphed the military headquarters is to annihilate all the devils in the Korean region in the first half of this year. After that, when the decisive battle is fought on the Pacific front, we will strike back at the devil's homeland." While Wang Wu was discussing the battle plan with Deng Liang, Su Yu was also discussing this year's battle plan with Liao Yuanliang and Wang Wan in the military headquarters. On the sand table was a simulated map of the Japanese territory. The total area of the East Ocean Kingdom is 378,000 square kilometers, consisting of 4 large islands and more than 3,000 other small islands. The population is about 70 million, but after experiencing this global war, I'm afraid it is only more than 60 million. "How many troops are there in the East Ocean Kingdom?" Su Yu asked. The East Asian country claims that everyone is a soldier. In addition to the 3 million troops on the Pacific front, There were still 1 million in the country last year, but another 1.5 million were recruited. Now there are 2.5 million troops in the country, and there are more than 500,000 in the Goryeo region. If we launch a counterattack against the East Asian country, we will have to deal with the 3 million Japanese troops, but more than 80% of these troops are new soldiers. How many of the 3 million Japanese troops are left on the Pacific front? So you asked again. According to statistics, there are only about 1.1 million left. The United States killed more than 1.8 million Japanese soldiers. The key is that in addition to these, there were also many auxiliary troops. Anyway, on the Pacific front, the Japanese sacrificed about 4.4 million people. Wang Wen responded, "How many troops did the United States lose?" 330,000. Wang Wen gave a very shocking number. This number was not too big, but too small. More than 4 million Japanese devils were killed, but the United States itself suffered only a few 100,000 losses. You should know that the United States had more than 6 million troops deployed to the front line. Absolutely crushing. Su Yu shook his head and said, "One is getting stronger and stronger, and the other is getting weaker and weaker. This war is probably about to end. At the latest, the United States will be able to end this battle when autumn comes. But the Japanese have created a military power through this fight." Liao Yuanliang continued, "The United States has only a little over 1 million troops in its own country. Although its weapons and equipment are among the best in the world, they are not too terrible. But now you see, the warships are like dumplings, and there are all kinds of advanced weapons and equipment. They should not be underestimated. Now the country's military strength is about to break through the 10 million mark. In fact, apart from the United States, the situation in Tsarist Russia has also improved a lot this year." Wang Wen continued, "Last winter, Tsarist Russia seized the opportunity to wipe out St. Petersburg's 2 million-strong army. In the Battle of Daling, both sides suffered more than 1 million casualties. In the battle for a 3-square-meter position, they lost 7,000 soldiers. It was a very tragic battle. The Eagle country is also fighting back vigorously and has achieved considerable victory. The general's prediction may come true again," Wang Wen said slowly. "If things continue like this year's global war may enter its later stages, or the winner may be decided." So, Su Yu looked at the two people in front of him and said, "We have to come up with a detailed battle plan on how to fight back against the Japanese and get our things back." The three of them looked at the map in front of them, and Liao Yuanliang spoke first. "We need to use the Goryeo region as a springboard and use naval transport ships to launch a counterattack against the Japanese Miyazaki Island. The Japanese have 2 large naval fleets on the Miyazaki Island. We need to launch a surprise attack and send strategic bombers to bomb them and destroy these fleets. Go on. Then we will take Miyazaki Island with lightning speed." Liao Yuanliang pointed at Mashi and said, "Using Mashi as the launch point, our missiles can cover the entire East Asian country. As long as there are military airports of the devils, we will destroy them all with missiles. 3 main fleets, all besiege the Japanese Navy. As long as we can enter the Japanese mainland, the counterattack will be much easier. It's time to let the Japanese have a taste of being beaten. Your military department should formulate a detailed combat plan." So you looked at Wang Wen and said, "Today is January 25th. The battle plan must be finalized before March. After March, the frontline army will launch a full-scale attack on the Japanese. I believe that with the strength of the 2 major military regions, it will take at most 1 or 2 months to recover the Goryeo region. After May, we will launch a counterattack against the mainland of the East." So you finalized the basic time. As for how to fight the war, so you plan to let the military decide this time. After all, he couldn't rely on him to do everything. "Don't worry, Chief," Wang Wen said. "Before March, my staff will definitely come up with a detailed combat plan. I'm at ease with you guys doing the job." "All right." So you looked at the time and said, "I have to go to East Province. It is said that the naval base in East Province has produced the first submarine belonging to our Great Xia country. I plan to go and inspect it." Chapter 197, The Development of Weapons and Equipment. At the East Province Naval Shipyard, a large number of people were observing a submarine that was half exposed on the sea. This submarine was independently developed and produced by the Great Xia Kingdom, laying the foundation for the Great Xia Kingdom's submarine industry. Of course, this is also because Su Yu exchanged for the submarine's production drawings and a lot of valuable information. These things laid the foundation for the birth of the Great Xia Kingdom submarine. This submarine is actually the 3rd submarine independently developed by Daxia. Su Yu was not very satisfied with the first 2 models. Although it has been at the forefront of the world, it is not enough. He has a golden finger. How can he just stand at the forefront of the world? What he wants is to lead the world. "Commander, I didn't expect you to come in person." The general manager of the East Province shipyard came to Su Yu and said, "Our Qianlong-class submarines have been fully upgraded. This conventional submarine is the largest submarine in the world, and it is also the quietest submarine in the world. It can be said to be almost the most advanced submarine in the world. The cost has also been reduced to the lowest by us, 20 million silver dollars. We plan to build 12 and arrange them for the 3 major fleets. Tell me about the performance of this submarine?" Su Yu asked. The surface displacement of the Qianlong submarine is 2,325 tons. The submerged displacement is 3,076 tons. The crew is 57 people. The submerged depth is 240 meters, which is 110 meters deeper than the most advanced submarine in the world today. The underwater speed is 17 knots, and the weapon is equipped with 6 533mm torpedo tubes. All torpedoes can be launched within 15 seconds, and the second round of launch can be carried out within 2 minutes. Very good. Su Yu smiled and said, "With this submarine, we can almost crush all countries in the world in terms of submarines. But you can't relax yet. Continue to develop more powerful submarines. Our ultimate goal is a nuclear submarine." I see. After the inspection, Su Yu waved his hand and ordered the East Province shipyard to build 24 Qianlong conventional submarines. With the scale of the East Province shipyard, it can build 12 submarines at the same time. Su Yu also wanted to experience the feeling of making warships like dumplings. After staying in Dong Province for a few days, Su Yu came to the Fuzhou Xiamen shipyard. The Fuzhou Xiamen shipyard was developing a destroyer and a missile destroyer. However, due to technical problems, there were still many difficulties to be overcome. According to the person in charge of the Fujian shipyard, it might take a long time to build a missile destroyer. For this reason, Su Yu came to inspect it in person. "Chief." The chief engineer of Fujian shipyard took Su Yu to inspect the shipyard and said, "The missile destroyer we developed and built has too many technical difficulties. In the past year or so, we have overcome countless problems, but it is still difficult to completely build these new types of missile destroyers." The blueprint of the missile destroyer that Su Yu gave to the Fujian shipyard was a weakened version of the Type 42 missile destroyer. However, even if it was a weakened version, it would not be easy to build. He knew it was not easy, so he did not blame the other party. "We have no idea about the fire control technology and the equipment of the combat command and control system. We also have no idea about radar technology and navigation technology. It may take a long time to develop this missile destroyer. We have no idea about many aspects." I see. Su Yu nodded and said, "Satellite technology is also a necessity for missile destroyers, so after the satellite is developed, this type of missile destroyer will gradually begin to improve. It will take at least 3 to 5 years for the satellite to be launched, so during this period of time, your task is to overcome all difficulties." Clear. After inspecting the Fujian shipyard, Su Yu came to the Guangyuan shipyard. The warship that Guangyuan shipyard is responsible for the research, development, and production of is an aircraft carrier, but this aircraft carrier is also the most advanced one in the world, and the obstacles to its research and development are even greater. However, Guangyuan shipyard has independently developed and produced 2 aircraft carriers. The first of these 2 aircraft carriers is relatively simple, almost for learning some experience. The second aircraft carrier is capable of service. This aircraft carrier is the second-generation aircraft carrier of Daxia, and the drawings were also given by Su Yu. The Glorious-class aircraft carrier has a standard displacement of 23,000 tons, a full load displacement of 29,700 tons, a crew of 1, 300 plus 700, a maximum speed of 30 knots, a cruising range of 10,700 nautical miles, and is equipped with 8 twin-mounted 140mm naval guns, an early warning radar, 48 carrier-based aircraft, and a catapult. It cost 97 million silver dollars to build and is now almost complete. It will be delivered to the East China Sea Fleet for service in the second half of the year. This aircraft carrier can be regarded as an aircraft carrier independently developed by the Great Xia Kingdom. Of course, this is also because he exchanged the production drawings, and there are hundreds of academicians in the field of aircraft carrier construction, which made it possible for an aircraft carrier with good performance to be born in the hands of the Great Xia Kingdom. Next, the aircraft carrier that Guangyuan shipyard needs to build is the Daxia-class aircraft carrier, named after the Daxia Kingdom. This aircraft carrier has a standard displacement of 53,000 tons, a full load displacement of 67,500 tons, a crew of 2,626 people, a maximum speed of 32 knots, and a construction price of 330 million silver yuan. As long as this aircraft carrier comes out, it will become the world's largest conventional-powered aircraft carrier. However, Su Yu also knew that this type of aircraft carrier would take at least 3 to 5 years to build. He just hoped that these weapons and equipment could be launched during the Second World War so as to serve as a basis for the Great Xia Kingdom. After inspecting the three major shipyards, Su Yu returned to Yinjing. After returning to Yinjing, he came to the Missile Research and Development Base, where the Excalibur 3 missile is now in production. The Missile Research and Development Base is already developing the Excalibur V missile. In addition, there are cruise missiles needed for destroyers. A total of 5 missiles are in the development process, as well as anti-missile systems. In the new year, Su Yu is still very concerned about these new weapons and equipment. In addition to missiles, there is also the M107 self-propelled artillery, which Su Yu named the Cheetah 3 self-propelled artillery. The Jeopard 3 self-propelled artillery has a caliber of 175 millimeters and is a tracked self-propelled cannon with a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour, a maximum range of 720 kilometers, and an effective range of 40 kilometers. The advent of this self-propelled artillery can change the world's artillery landscape. However, this artillery and the new rocket launcher will not be put into service until the end of this year, and will not be able to be mass-produced until next year. Therefore, these two heavyweight weapons may not be useful in fighting back against the Japanese. However, with the existing weapons and equipment, we can also give the Japanese a good beating. In addition to the Army and Navy, the Air Force also has a number of fighter jets under development. As long as these advanced fighter jets are developed, the eliminated fighter jets can be sold at a high price, so there will be no loss anyway. Chapter 198, An Ordinary Day. On February 2nd, the dragon raises its head. Su Yu gave himself a day off and spent time walking, fishing, and having a great time with his wife and child Su Yuanzhong in Villa No. 1. Dad. A cute little boy tiptoed up to Su Yu, his feet feeling a little empty, as if he might trip and fall to the ground at any time. Su Yu quickly reached out and picked him up. Have you been eating well recently? Have you listened to your mother? Su Yu teased his son. Because of the work at hand, he had not had time to see his son for a long time, so he was particularly affectionate when they met. You need to grow up quickly. Su Yu said to his son, you will have to take the throne of the emperor in the future. You have to share this exhausting work with your father. In Su Yu's heart, he doesn't want to be the emperor until his death, at most for 20 years. After 20 years, he will hand over all the affairs of the emperor to his son, which is equivalent to regent. As for whether he will let his son take the position or choose someone with talent, it has nothing to do with him. Each generation will take care of its own affairs, and who cares about the future? There's a saying that goes, if you've been fighting all your life, you can't enjoy yourself. Having such a beautiful wife, but not being able to nourish her every day, she won't be able to work hard when she gets old. Wouldn't that be unfair to Jingwan? Look at how bad her complexion has been recently. I heard that you and ZXIN opened a company? Su Yu asked Xue Jingwan. Yes. Xue Jingwan smiled and said, Zixin has a good talent for business. I opened a global chain of fine jewelry stores, so I just let Zixin manage it. Besides, she just graduated. I heard that you opened this global boutique jewelry chain store yourself. You have opened more than 300 stores around the world, and the market value exceeds 50 million silver dollars. It was just a small business. My father got a lot of minerals in South Africa, so he opened a global boutique jewelry chain store, which is a high-end brand. This is also good, as it can promote domestic economic development. Next, Su Yu began to enjoy the happy time with his family. He went shopping and felt the atmosphere of a normal family on the luxurious streets of Yinjing. Nowadays, the streets of Yinjing are very clean and wide. There are cars on the road, and there are roads specifically for pedestrians. There are traffic lights and patrol police. A peaceful picture appears in Su Yu's eyes. This is a huge difference from Yinjing 2 years ago. It can be said to be a revolutionary difference. It can be seen from the faces of the people, who are filled with happy smiles. In addition to the patrol police, Su Yu saw a man who ran a red light and refused to accept the fine. He wanted to confront the patrol police, but within a quarter of an hour, a police car arrived and took the middle-aged man away. It can be said that there was no problem with public security. Entering a luxurious hotel, Su Yu brought Xue Jingwan to a private room. This restaurant is a combination of Chinese and Western cuisine, with 8 major cuisines and Western food. It is a relatively comprehensive super-large hotel and is also quite famous in the whole of Yinjing. This was the first time that Su Yu brought the mother and daughter out, and he still felt a little guilty. I heard that the third brother went to the United States? Yes. Xue Jingwan nodded and said, Father said that the market in the United States is huge, and there is gold everywhere. We need to occupy the market. Moreover, the economy of the United States is one of the best in the world. That's right. The couple chatted as delicious dishes were served, including braised pork, roasted lamb legs, seafood, and other dishes, all of which tasted delicious. After dinner, Su Yu brought Xue Jingwan to the Su family villa. His father had also returned at this time, so he had time to go and see his father. Grandfather. Little Wenrui was immediately delighted when he saw Su Yuanzhong, because Su Yu and his wife Xue Jingwan were both very busy, and Su Yuanzhong took care of the children most of the time. The so-called closeness between generations might be like this. Because of little Wenrui, Su Yuanzhong did not go out to work anymore, but stayed in Yinjing to take care of the children. Hurry up, Grandpa. Hug me, my little baby. Su Yuanzhong kissed Xiao Wenrui twice. In order to avoid his beard pricking Xiao Wenrui, Su Yuanzhong shaved his beard every day. After a while of laughter, Su Yuanzhong glanced at Su Yu and asked, "How did you find the time to come here? Can you move around freely in this position?" "You have to know." Then, Su Yuanzhong began to lecture Su Yu, saying that his current identity was different and he should serve the people well. The country was currently at war with the Japanese, so how could he still have the mind to take a vacation? "Dad, I didn't come home for the new year this year, so shouldn't I take some time off to spend time with Jingwan?" "That makes sense." Su Yuanzhong let Su Yu go only after hearing Jingwan's words, otherwise he might have continued nagging her for who knows how long. A group of people came to the hall, and little Wenrui became the protagonist. Everyone revolved around him. Several young mothers and Su Yu's sisters all revolved around little Wenrui and teased him to make him happy. "I heard that they are fighting the Japs again?" Su Yuanzhong took a sip of tea and said, "These little devils really deserve a beating. They were driven out of our great Xia country, but they still have evil intentions. It seems that we need to teach them a lesson." "Lesson?" Su Yu smiled and said, "I plan to formulate a counterattack against Dongyang country in March or April and launch an attack on Dongyang country's homeland. This country originally belonged to our Daxia country, and now we are taking back the lost territory." "Have you really decided?" There wasn't any hesitation. Su Yu said, "As long as the devils don't disappear, my great Xia kingdom won't have a single day of peace. For the sake of future generations to enjoy happiness, I, Su Yu, am willing to bear this reputation. I think it's going to be hard to get past the United States." Su Yuanzhong shook his head and said, "I went to the United States several times last year. To be honest, although our great Xia country is thriving and developing rapidly, it is probably not easy to catch up with the United States in a short period of time. Rest assured." Su Yu patted his chest and said, "I have calculated this. Although the United States is a great power, our great Xia country's military strength is not weak either. I have expanded the 5 major military regions into a group army, which has added 750,000 troops. Now our great Xia country's troops have exceeded 4 million. With more than 4 million troops, it is enough to deal with any country in the world." Su Yuanzhong nodded and said, "It's fine as long as you have a plan in mind. This peaceful and prosperous era is hard one. I really don't want it to be shattered in an instant like a dream. Please rest assured, Father. With our strength, no country can enter our country to fight. I can guarantee this." Chapter 199 Air Combat. After Su Yu finished his vacation, he became busy, handling domestic government affairs and paying attention to the war situation on the front. As the Japanese could no longer hold out on the Pacific battlefield, Su Yu began to launch a full-scale offensive on the front line. With the arrival of spring, it was time to strike hard at the Japanese. The Goryeo frontline headquarters, because they stationed troops in the Goryeo region last winter and rescued the people in the Goryeo region, which made the people in the Goryeo region very recognized Daxia. Taking this opportunity, Su Yu established a government agency in Goryeo and established a Goryeo government led by people from Goryeo. However, there is no need for troops in the Goryeo region because the Daxia kingdom sent troops to escort Goryeo, because the editor said that there should be no hegemonic thoughts, someone reported it, so let it be. Anyway, it is similar to an autonomous region. The total strength of our 2 major military regions has almost been assembled. Deng Liang looked at Wang Wu and said, "More than 900,000 troops from the 6 major armies are all assembled and on standby. 10 heavy brigades, heavy artillery units, and aviation units have all been mobilized. It's time for us to start showing our fangs to the Japanese." Wang Wu nodded and said, "The Japanese still have 560,000 troops and 27 divisions, but some have been crippled. These divisions are concentrated in Kaesong, Chuncheon, Taejun, and other areas. These 3 areas are our main attack locations. I think we should start the first battle in Kaesong." Kaesong. Deng Liang came to the map, took a look and said, "Kaesong is a battleground. The Japanese have stationed 6 divisions and hundreds of thousands of troops here. This shows how much the Japanese value Kaesong. As long as we take over Kaesong, we will be strangling the Japanese. It will not be easy for them to jump around after that. Then open the city. Order. Deng Liang said to the members of the operations staff, let Li He lead the 12th Army and 3 heavy brigades to attack Kaesong, and let the 13th Army assist them in the operation. After receiving orders from headquarters, the frontline troops began to attack. Li He, commander of the 12th Army, began to approach the Japanese with a large force, accompanied by 3 heavy brigades and a rocket artillery division. The movement of the large army alarmed the Japanese. Commander. The group army's operations chief said to Li He, the Japanese have deployed 6 divisions in the Kaesong area, as well as an armored division. After we launch the attack, the Japanese flying squadron will surely come to support us. In this battle, we are almost fighting the Japanese head-on. He. Li He sat on the open-air jeep and said, my 12th Army has never been afraid of anyone in a head-on confrontation. No matter what armored divisions or flying squadrons they have, we have them. No matter what weapons and equipment the Japanese have, I will beat them up anyway. Oh, right. The operations chief continued, the Japanese knew that our army was attacking, so they adjusted the deployment of their 6 divisions, stationing 2 divisions in Chorwan County. Because of the terrain of Chorwan County, our troops cannot be fully deployed. The mountainous area is large and the terrain is very complicated. Have Chu Gang lead his 121st Infantry Corps and a heavy brigade to attack Chorwan County City. After Chorwan County City is captured, the 122nd Infantry Corps and the 123rd Infantry Corps will work with the 2 heavy brigades to rush to Kaesong and launch the main attack, and request support from the aviation force. Chorwan County City. The 2 division commanders of the Japanese army knew that the Great Xia army was heading towards them, and they were determined to fight to the death. These 2 division commanders were transferred from the Royal Division Group in the country to hold the fort. The combat effectiveness of their troops was also very strong. This time, the 2 men were determined to fight to the death with the Great Xia army. Their East Asian country needed a big victory now. Funoki Kuin. The commander of the 83rd Division said to Takuya Funaki, in this battle, we need to bring a victory to the warriors of the Great Eastern Empire. We need a victory so much. We have been defeated all the way until now. We need a big victory. Only in this way can we live up to the cultivation of the Emperor General for us. Of course. Takuya Funaki responded, all the soldiers of my 87th Division will fight to the last man, and they are the best warriors of the Great Eastern Empire and will never let the Great Xia army win. And Takuya Funaki continued, the general will send a flying squadron and an armored division to support us, as well as a powerful heavy artillery brigade. I believe that this firepower is enough to wipe out the Great Xia army. Our 83rd Division is also like this. We will fight to the death with the Great Xia army. The 2 men were determined to fight to the death with the Great Xia troops. They also had the confidence to win the next battle with the Great Xia troops, because 2 divisions and 50,000 brave warriors were their confidence. At the front line of Chorwan County, Li He led a large army and marched for 2 days before reaching the territory of Chorwan County. He chose a low-lying area as the location of the frontline command post, and the troops began to station and prepare to launch an attack on the Japanese. Zhao Gang. Li He said to Zhao Gang, the commander of the 121st Infantry Corps, this battle is crucial. The mission given to us is to capture the Iron Tribe City within 7 days, and then have the army march out to attack Kaesong. We only have half a month, and within half a month we must annihilate these 6 divisions of devils, so the mission is important, and you must not make any mistakes. Please rest assured, Commander. Our 121st Infantry Army will never let you down. After saying that, Zhao Gang led his troops to prepare for the attack. After the attack, the aviation force would first launch an airstrike on the Japanese city of Chorwan. On the outskirts of Chorwan, the Japanese had stationed more than 30,000 troops and built solid fortifications. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A combat aviation division escorted a bomber aviation division and began to attack the Japanese positions, but unfortunately, at this time the Japanese also sent a flying squadron to launch an airstrike on the Daxia troops, and the 2 aviation forces met in the air. Well done. A first-class pilot from Daxia country looked at the Japanese fighter plane and said, I have wanted to fight with the Japanese fighter plane for a long time, but I never had the chance. I didn't expect to encounter it today. In response to this situation, the Aviation Combat Division commander quickly issued a combat order, which was to annihilate the Japanese fighter planes and escort the bombers, and not allow any losses to the bombers. Clear. All the pilots concentrated their attention and began to attack the Japanese fighter planes. Chapter 200 Air Combat 2. Bagyalu. The Japanese ace pilots were flying their country's most advanced fighter, the Ki-43 fighter. This was a fighter with superior performance developed by the East to deal with the United States. This fighter also gained a great advantage on the Pacific battlefield. The Ki-43 was called the ultimate light fighter by the Japanese and the king of stable performance. It was a single-engine, single-seat fighter equipped with two 7.7mm machines, with a maximum speed of 460 km per hour and a maximum range of 800 km. At this time, the Japanese drove this superior fighter to attack the fighter planes of the Great Xia Kingdom. Onoda, as an ace pilot with 12 years of flying experience, was driving his fighter plane to aim at a fighter plane of the Great Xia Kingdom, preparing to shoot down the opponent. The pilot targeted by Onoda was Wang Feihu's apprentice, Wang Wei, also a first-class pilot. He had performed well in many battles and has now been promoted to regiment commander. He also knew that the Japanese fighter planes were targeting him, and he did not feel any fear in his heart. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. The fighter plane Wang Wei was piloting was a P-51D Mustang fighter plane from the Great Xia Kingdom that had undergone 3 upgrades. It was now renamed the J-2 fighter plane. It was also a single-engine, single-seat fighter plane, equipped with 6 12.7mm heavy machine guns, with a maximum speed of 703 km per hour and a maximum range of 2,755 km. It can be said that the performance of this fighter jet ranks among the top 3 in the world, so Wang Wei is not afraid at all when facing the Japanese attack. He flew the fighter plane skillfully, as if he and the plane had become one. The fighter plane flew through the blockade of bullets and in a blink of an eye arrived in front of the Japanese fighter plane, then flipped sideways. The fighter jet piloted by Onoda then passed by the fighter jet piloted by Wang Wei, and the two, as ace pilots, began to compete in strength. Da-da-da. After a brief trial, the two began to fight at full power. Wang Wei brought the performance of the J-2 fighter to its limit, leaving the Japanese far behind in terms of speed, not to mention in terms of overall performance. Thousands of bullets burst out in an instant, launching a fire blockade towards the fighter plane piloted by Onoda Moto. Onoda Moto was not an ordinary pilot. With his driving skills, he easily avoided the fire blockade. After Onoda Moto avoided the blockade, he took advantage of the gap and began to counterattack. The 2 machine guns instantly fired thousands of bullets, forming a fire network to block the J-2 bomber. The Japanese were also smart and anticipated the position where Wang Wei could dodge, and they fired at those positions. Faced with this trick, even a first-class pilot would die on the spot if he was fooled by mistake. Crack! Wang Wei quickly operated the fighter plane and began to land rapidly, falling freely as if he was hit by a bullet. Yoshi! Onoda originally thought that Wang Wei's fighter plane was hit in a vital part by his bullet and the entire fighter plane had malfunctioned. He was very happy in his heart because he knew that the pilot from the Great Xia Kingdom in front of him should also be an excellent pilot. However, there were no more than 3 pilots who could survive his attack. On the Pacific battlefield, Onoda used this trick to annihilate 37 outstanding pilots from the United States. But now he was transferred back to the country to train new pilots, and it happened that the Goryeo region needed him, so he came. In his opinion, it was impossible for the pilots from the Great Xia Kingdom to compete with him. However, at this time, hundreds of fighter planes were fighting in the air. At a glance, it could be observed that their eastern pilots were at an absolute disadvantage and dozens of fighter planes had been shot down. Baka! Onoda roared angrily, ready to charge into the Great Xia camp and annihilate these pilots of the Great Xia. However, what Onoda did not realize was that the fallen J-2 fighter suddenly began to climb rapidly in a U-shape when it was about to reach the ground. There are very few people in the world who can perform such operations, and there are no more than 3 fighter jets in the world that can perform such extreme actions, so this scene, in the eyes of the Japanese, is simply a magical skill. In just a few breaths, after Wang Wei arrived at Onoda's location in his fighter plane, 6 heavy machine guns began firing at full power. Thousands of bullets burst out, destroying the fighter plane that Onoda was piloting. Boom! At this time, Onoda was preparing to launch a large-scale pursuit and massacre against the Daxia Kingdom's air force, but he would never have thought that Wang Wei would appear behind him. Even until his death, he didn't know how he died. Kill him! Wang Wei led his pilots to fight back. In this aviation combat division, there were 9 first-class pilots. Under the leadership of these 9 excellent pilots, the Japanese flying squadron was beaten so badly that they didn't know which direction to go. In just half an hour, more than half of the Japanese flying squadron's 200 fighter planes were lost, which scared them so much that they quickly planned to evacuate. If it weren't for the mission, Wang Wei would never let them go back, because they had to cover the bombers in the bombing. Immediately afterwards, after the Japanese flying squadron escaped, the aviation bomber division began to drop aerial bombs on the Japanese on the ground. On the front line, The Japanese had 2 divisions of troops and strong fortifications. Their mission was to destroy these fortifications and eliminate the Japanese's heavy firepower. Clear out delivery. After the mission was issued and completed, the Aviation Bomber Division began to drop aerial bombs on the Japanese positions and regiments as combat groups. One bomb after another landed on the frontline positions, setting off a huge sea of fire. At this time, the Japanese had already hidden in the air raid shelters, but under the continuous bombing of aerial bombs, the Japanese air raid shelters were somewhat shaky and could collapse at any time. Boom! More than 6,000 aerial bombs bombed the entire front line. At this time, the Japanese positions had become a sea of fire. The solid fortifications were destroyed, the air raid shelters were destroyed, many Japanese were buried alive, and some positions were also plowed. It can be said that almost all the efforts of the Japanese were destroyed. Ha ha ha. Zhao Gang, the commander of the 121st Infantry Corps on the front line, laughed loudly when he saw this scene. These little devils still want to rely on this fortification to fight against us. They are really dreaming. We must teach them a lesson today. Order. Zhao Gang said to his senior commanders. The entire army will launch an attack, and the infantry and tanks will coordinate tactics to attack the Japanese. I will only give you 3 days, and you must break through the Japanese positions within 3 days.